This man was absolutely insane. At the height of the fighting, he actually airdropped weapon packs with a buy one, get one free slogan emblazoned on the packaging. While the front line was out of food and ammunition, he was sitting leisurely in a safe house, broadcasting live and auctioning the latest models of drones. His tone was as relaxed as if he was selling kitchen knives. 5 warring regimes are simultaneously waiting for his goods, and the only question he cares about is who offers the highest price. His name was Gao Jun. When he was 18, his parents, who ran a restaurant in Badasi, were shot to death. Due to the chaotic political situation, the Ruilep government only paid a symbolic compensation of 10,000 Ruilep coins, which is equivalent to only 55 yuan in RMB. Gao Jun, who was preparing to take the college entrance examination, suddenly lost his source of income. Looking at his elderly and heartbroken grandfather and bedridden grandmother, he gritted his teeth and gave up his studies, working odd jobs in town to support his family. But a year later, his grandmother died of depression due to excessive grief over the loss of her son, and his grandfather even committed suicide by taking poison. Gao Jun was left alone. After burying his loved ones, he made a decision to go to Badasi, to the restaurant his parents once owned. He completely ignored his relatives' objections, borrowed money through his mobile phone, flew to Ria, and found a local underworld organization to smuggle himself into Badasi. At this moment, a 60mm mortar shell exploded in front of his shop door, and the loud noise caused dust to fall from the eaves. Puff! Gao Jun crawled out from under the table and shook his head. Dust blinded his eyes and choked his throat. He grabbed a rag and expertly wiped the sign on the table until it was shiny. Satisfied, he put it back in its place. Oh, God, what bad luck. Do these reactionary armed forces want to completely blow Badasi into ruins? Accompanied by a shrill curse, a bearded man in a white robe ran into the store, covering his ears, and rudely occupied the only bench. He rubbed his temples, and when he saw Gao Jun, his eyes lit up. Oh, Gao, you are not dead yet. If you want to die, I can send you to see God. Gao Jun quickly took out a Walther P38 pistol from the drawer and put it against the bearded man's chin. Oh no, God is so busy, I don't want to disturb him. The bearded man raised his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and rubbed his chin against the muzzle of the Walther P38, his expression intoxicated. The pistol of a German officer in World War II really embodies the spirit of the Germanic people. I can smell the smell in the barrel, it's so exciting. How about selling it to me for $100? Gao Jun pounded the table in frustration. Last time, you took 2 of my M1 rifles, and you still owe me $550. This isn't a charity. Pay up or eat the bullets. Seeing his seriousness, the bearded man quickly explained, Okay, my friend. I made a big buck this time, and I'm making plenty of money. As he spoke, he took out a gold watch from his pocket and handed it to Gao Jun as if to ask for credit, and said proudly, Look, how much is this worth? $200 I want it. Gao Jun responded indifferently. Hey, this is a classic Rolex with diamonds on the dial. The bearded man glared in obvious dissatisfaction after hearing the price. Gao Jun suddenly looked up and stared at him. Muhammad, this is Badasi, a war-torn city, not the fashionable city of Milan. The most valuable things here are munitions and your life. Muhammad was stunned when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand irritably. No need to remind me, Gao. This is my country. I know what it has become. I'll give you this Rolex for $600, and give me $50 worth of bullets. I'm going to kill those bastards. Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. He casually tossed his Rolex into a drawer, turned, walked into the warehouse, searched for 2 magazines from memory, and handed them to the other man. Gao, we're friends. Can't you give me a little more? Muhammad asked with a sigh, looking at the scattered bullets. If you die, I can give you a body bag for free. The bearded man didn't seem angry, but instead shook his head. A deep gaze revealed a hint of determination and a touch of melancholy as he stared at Gao Jun. If I die, it means Badasi has fallen. Let me be buried in the dust with my country. The Lord God is supreme. Muhammad left, his back filled with desolation. Even though he tried to act carefree, Gao Jun could still see the vicissitudes and despair behind him. Once upon a time, Ruilep had a per capita GDP equivalent to China's Gan province, was the world's 4th largest oil producer, and was teeming with gold. But now Badasi, nothing but blast holes, despair, fear, and refugees. Gao Jun sighed softly, feeling helpless. Congratulations to the player for achieving $500 in sales. Rewards: military skills, tactical prone, mastery, precision shooting, mastery, and human strangulation, unique skill. Currently, you can sell World War I and World War II munitions. Next mission objective: achieve $10,000 in sales. A system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Gao Jun's face showed no surprise, but instead a mixture of helplessness and joy. This business is really not easy to do. Arms dealers are more numerous than ants across the 437,000 square kilometers of Ruilep. The world's top arms companies have agents here, and many well-known mercenary groups, even government forces and rebel groups, purchase weapons from them. Small-time arms dealers can only barely get a piece of the pie. The Central Island creed is, if you have money, even the president is a commodity. Gao Jun's connection to Muhammad is primarily due to the bearded man's avid fascination with World War II weaponry. While other small mercenary groups have long despised Gao Jun's outdated equipment, he alone is willing to risk his life to experience the power of World War II weaponry. According to Muhammad, he was a soldier of the 36th Commando Battalion in Shrieper, originally stationed in Sis, when he was captured by the IIA. He escaped by disguising himself as a Sunni, and only 7 of the 30 prisoners survived. Gao Jun was quite skeptical of this claim. The 36th Commando Battalion was Shripu's special forces, well-equipped and highly skilled in combat. Rumor had it that the fortress's third-in-command was located by this unit, reported to the U.S. military, and successfully killed in an airstrike. But this guy in front of me, if he hadn't been lucky, he would have become an innocent soul under the bombardment. Oh, please don't die. I'm counting on you to help me make money. Gao Jun glanced at the setting sun and carefully closed the door with a long wooden pole, not daring to show his head. The sniper on the roof didn't just kill the enemy. Then, he sprinkled the nails behind the door as a precaution. After scrambling up the stairs, he found himself in a dark room, the curtains tightly drawn and the lights long since gone out. In Badasi, except for a few key units, the power had long been cut off. Gao Jun slept on the floor, a box of ammunition as his pillow, a Browning M1910 pistol beside him. Under the cover of night, Badasi resembled a mad monster. His only sense of security lay in his weapons. The darkness of night always brings out the wildness deep within a person. From outside the store came the sound of brief, rapid exchanges of gunfire, mixed with painful groans and maniacal laughter. Gao Jun, already feeling sleepy, was now even more alert. Cautiously, he climbed out of bed, trying not to make any noise, and carefully lifted a corner of the curtain. The sight outside the window instantly took his breath away. On the muddy street, a pickup truck was parked at an angle. In the back seat, 3 militants wearing colorful clothes and face coverings stood, holding AK-47s high in their hands and howling wantonly. Blood and brain matter were flowing out from under the wheels. A body was twitching and convulsing, and the Dana military boots on his feet exposed his identity. Gao Jun judged that this person should be a hidden government soldier. The individual equipment of the Ruilep army is extremely complex. There is no supporting military industry in the country. All arms are purchased from abroad, either for public issuance or for self-purchase, and each is different. Danner combat boots, which cost just over $130 on Amazon or Taobao, can fetch $300 on the Ruilep battlefield. In this place, money is both the most valuable and the least valuable. A moment later, the cheers died down, and a gruff voice came from the passenger seat of the pickup truck. "Martin, clean up the battlefield and leave me those Dana combat boots. I love to plunder corpses." The speaker's voice was gruff, and while the tone carried an exotic cadence, Gao Jun could still discern it as coming from the Seoul region north of Ruilep. A black man in the back of the car jumped out, roughly yanking off his military boots, and ran towards the passenger seat as if to claim credit. As the door of the old pickup truck slowly opened, the metal groaned, and an arm as thick as a tree trunk stretched out. Gao Jun couldn't help but raise his head slightly, curious about what the man looked like. However, in his intense nervousness, his elbow accidentally broke a mud brick. The subtle sound was particularly harsh in the night. Fuck it. Gao Jun's heart trembled, his hair stood on end, and he immediately rolled back. Ping pong pong. The bullet hit the window sill. Sparks flew. Damn it. There are bugs upstairs. Martin, kill him. Gao Jun was caught off guard by his exposed position. He heard the sound of someone banging on the door downstairs. He cursed softly, bent over, grabbed the M1910 pistol beside the bed, quickly opened the ammunition box, pulled out two RGD-33 grenades made in the Soviet Union during World War II, and stuffed them into his pocket. He couldn't fit more. The structure of RGD-33 is extremely complicated. First, use your thumb to push the safety plate to the left until it can no longer move. Then use your other hand to hold the handle and pull it down while rotating it counterclockwise to check whether you can see the small red dot under the safety plate. If you can see it, it means that the projectile is in the ready state. Then, you put the fuse cover back to the red dot position, restoring the fuse. At this moment, Gao Jun was crouching at the corner of the stairs, holding his breath, his chest heaving rapidly, trying to force himself to remain calm. He watched the wailing coming from the store entrance, counting silently in his mind, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the word "E" fell, Gao Jun suddenly stood up, pulled the fuse of the RGD-33, and threw it out with all his strength. No. Grenade! Black Martin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he fell to the ground with his head in his hands. Boom! The RGD-33 contained 85 grams of TNT, and its outer shell consisted of 3 or 4 layers of fragmentation slots. At the moment of detonation, fragments flew like sharp blades, piercing the human body. 2 other militants, shot in the abdomen, screamed in agony and fled in terror, blood spurting from their mouths as they cried out, "Danger!" Gao Jun immediately leaned forward, knelt on one knee, held the gun with both hands, and aimed quickly. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the 2 fleeing people fell to the ground, shot in the chest, and died on the spot. After running out of bullets, Gao Jun rolled to avoid the bullets, changing the magazine as he ran. As soon as he left the spot, the rain of bullets blasted the area where he had just been, and sawdust flew everywhere. Rough roars and curses emanated from outside the door. Gao Jun remained remarkably calm after the killing. In Badasi, Ruilep, he had seen more corpses than clients. He had arrived prepared to kill or be killed. As the gunfire gradually subsided, an eerie silence descended upon the shop. Gao Jun paused for breath in a corner, pressing his ear against the wooden wall and picking up the faint sound of footsteps. Though the wallboard was only 10 millimeters thick, he could still hear the other person's muffled breathing. He crouched down and moved to the corner, looking through the broken glass. He saw Martin standing hunched by the door, wearing flip-flops and holding a rusty AK-47. But Gao Jun had no doubt that if the gun fired at him, he would be dead. He waited patiently for his prey to enter the net, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the gun handle. A glimpse of Martin's toes from the corner of his eye spurted out, and he leaped. "Here!" Martin cried out in shock, but Gao Jun grabbed his neck with one arm and shot him through the head. Blood and brain matter splattered, leaving Gao Jun covered in blood. Martin twitched, then stopped moving forever. The shot blew off half of his head, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. One more left. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Gao Jun grinned and slid down the rusted pipes by the second-floor window, circled around, and attacked from behind. For veterans, brains are more effective than brawn. To survive, you must be smart. Familiar with the terrain, he determined the enemy's position based on the sound of footsteps. Between the bedroom and the bathroom. "I'll send you to see God." Gao Jun climbed the stairs quietly. Through a ray of moonlight, he saw a straight shadow dragging on the ground, motionless. He licked the corner of his chapped mouth, stepped slowly forward on the sawdust, and stared. Swish! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side room, grabbed his neck, and slammed him against the door wall. Gao Jun felt a burning sensation on his back, and then he was hit hard in the abdomen. The man in front of him was nearly 190 centimeters tall and had a burly build. Compared to Gao Jun's nearly 180 centimeters tall Asian body, he looked like a toy. "Damn you bastard. I'm going to tear you to pieces." The opponent roared like thunder, his eyes bloodshot, and he lunged at him, roaring. Location, elbow, scissor kick. Gao Jun's mind flashed with a tactical reminder, and his body reacted instinctively. He wrapped his legs around the opponent's arm, tightening his abdominal muscles and twisting his elbow violently. "Ah!" The strong man howled in pain, but his years of combat experience allowed him to instantly pull out the scimitar from his leg. With his arm hanging down and a fierce look on his face, he chopped at Gao Jun's forehead with the knife. There was a wall behind him, and he had nowhere to retreat. Gao Jun roared in anger, charging forward, dodging the scimitar and kicking the man down. He then leaped forward and pinned him down. "I'm going to kill you." The burly man watched in horror as Gao Jun pulled out a second RGD-33, pulling the fuse and sending white smoke billowing out. "No, you're crazy. You're crazy." Gao Jun was very shrewd, silently counting down the seconds. When the explosion was about to happen, he suddenly ripped open the strong man's pants, stuffed the RGD-33 into them, and then leaped up, holding his head and rushing into the corner. Gao Jun coughed violently, then got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and glanced at the fallen body. He walked over and immediately caught sight of the cracked machete. His eyes lit up. "Hey, Nepalese." To be precise, it was a Gurkha knife. This knife, about 30 to 40 centimeters long and curved, was standard issue for Gurkha soldiers. While it couldn't be thrown, it was a deadly weapon in close combat, earning it the nickname battlefield cutthroat knife. Once a sword is unsheathed, it must be stained with blood. A grown man who can't chop off a buffalo's head with a single blow isn't worthy of being called man. So even though the average Gurkha soldier is only 1.6 meters tall, they always carry a chilling, murderous aura. They believed in the saying, "It is better to die in battle than to live a coward." In the mercenary community, this knife was a symbol of courage and ruthlessness. Because of this, it was a valuable commodity on the battlefield of Ruilep. Gao Jun wiped the dust off the knife with his clothes with a proud look on his face and muttered to himself, "This is another $1,000 in income." He knew in his heart that Muhammad would definitely like this little treasure. After carefully putting the knife away, Gao Jun found a snakeskin bag and put all the bodies and severed limbs on the ground into it. He tied a rope around it, dragged it out to the street like trash, and threw it aside. Someone would pick it up tomorrow morning. As he was about to turn back to the house, he caught sight of a wrecked pickup truck on the street. It was covered in mud, with thick sludge caked around the door. He walked closer, kicked the tire, and then gritted his teeth and gasped. "This tire has been thickened, it's still usable." He immediately had a few more calculations in his mind. He went forward and pulled the car door, but it was not locked. The car key was still hanging in the ignition. Gao Jun smiled, rubbed his hands, and got into the driver's seat directly. "Hey, if I don't accept it, I'll be punished," he said to himself. Without further delay, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the car back to the store and parked in his own small garage. Selling arms is not possible without a means of transportation. Take Northrop Grumman, one of the world's largest arms dealers, for example. They have an agency on Arafat Street in Badasi, which is as well protected as a military base and is guarded by the legendary retired Navy SEALs. Rumor has it they sell everything except strategic weapons. All a customer needs to do is call them, and they'll rescue you from anywhere, even if you're surrounded by rebel forces. The after-sales service is also excellent, and if you're a VIP customer, you can get a refund if you're not satisfied. This one phone call, global delivery model is what a true arms business empire is. Gao Jun was envious and yearning for this. He firmly believed that sooner or later, he would be able to compete with these giants. But right now, the load-bearing walls of his small shop were cracked. Another rocket would make it collapse. At this moment, a prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, side quest released. Find a new place to stay. Mission reward. Unlock World War I and World War II individual equipment. Upon hearing the news, Gao Jun sighed and slammed the table. It's a money issue again. He only had a few $100s on him, which was not enough to cover his nightlife, let alone buy land and build a new base. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. "Gao, it's a miracle you're still alive." Muhammad arrived, his face radiating unconcealed excitement, followed by a black man dressed like a refugee. The man was wearing green boxer briefs and high boots, and he was holding an M1 rifle, looking like a battlefield comedian. Gao Jun looked at him and said lazily, "Congratulations, you're back alive." Muhammad chuckled and took out a thick stack of US dollars from his arms, which made Gao Jun's eyes light up. "I caught a big fish," he said in a low, mysterious voice. "Jeremiah Hooker." Gao Jun's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the name, a faint feeling of familiarity building up in his mind. He immediately flipped through the small notebook in his drawer. He flipped through the pages, finally placing his finger on a certain page. Secretary of Amos, the third in command of the Badasi Armed Forces, a bomb expert, a wanted criminal worldwide, with a $250,000 reward. After hearing this introduction, Gao Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. "Muhammad, you've made a fortune." Muhammad straightened his back, but then shrank his neck and said a little embarrassedly, I only took 20,000, and the rest was divided up by the mercenary group. It turned out that the job was led by a British mercenary group, and Muhammad just sneaked in to pick up a head. But his shot happened to kill Hook, so he also got to share the bonus. Only 20,000? These vampires are so evil. Gao Jun cursed dissatisfiedly. I would have wiped out their lair long ago. As he spoke, he gestured a few times seriously, as if he was acting in a movie. Muhammad smiled bitterly and slammed the table. Gao, stop acting. You're not good enough. The Chinese are very shrewd in business. I understand. I came here to import some goods. I'm planning to make a big splash. Gao Jun immediately smiled when he heard this and patted Muhammad on the shoulder. You are indeed my brother. As he said that, he opened an iron door next to him and let Muhammad into a small warehouse. Shine a flashlight on the small warehouse, which is only about 30 or 40 square meters and is filled with weapons and equipment. From old guns from World War I to submachine guns from World War II. The dazzling array of items is comparable to an arms museum. Oh my God, a PPSH-41. Muhammad immediately fell in love with this Soviet submachine gun. He was so excited, like he was seeing his first love, that he touched it and inhaled wildly. It even smells like gun oil. So pure. But before he could get enough of it, he saw another gun in the corner, and he got even more excited. No. 98K. A German-made Mauser rifle. A classic. He hugged the car 98K and kissed it fiercely, making Gao Jun frown. Dude, you made it wet. But Muhammad didn't care at all. He held the gun and asked, Gao, how much is this gun? $5,000. Gao Jun leaned against the ammunition box, raised his hand, and gestured to indicate the price, his tone firm. Muhammad stamped his feet in anger. You're robbing me. I'm your brother. You're acting like a vampire. Gao Jun chuckled and shrugged. No, I'm a businessman. The 98K rifle, known for its high accuracy and powerful firepower, was widely used by the German army during World War II, earning the nickname Nazi butcher knife. According to incomplete statistics, over 10 million of these rifles were manufactured during World War II, causing at least 5 million casualties, making it a true battlefield phantom. However, with the advancement of battlefield technology and the increasing popularity of automatic weapons, this type of old-fashioned rifle has gradually faded from the historical stage. Even so, a 98K can still be sold for $3,000 on the black market. It can be said that old soldiers never die, they just retire. Gao Jun knew this, and his offer wasn't particularly steep. He even considered it quite generous. Your price is ridiculous. Gao Jun, you're robbing me. Muhammad was furious, but despite his complaints, he refused to let go of the 98K, clearly genuinely fond of it. He tried to act tough, hoping to get Gao Jun to lower the price. In all of badass, only I'm willing to touch this antique. Gao Jun wiggled his fingers slowly, a hint of a smile. Old friend, do you think old things can't kill people? As he spoke, he casually picked up a Type 91 grenade and pulled the fuse. Oh my, crazy. Muhammad's eyes widened, and he quickly fell to the ground with his head in his hands. The black man behind him was even more frightened. He squatted in the corner and trembled. He even dropped the gun in his hand and kept screaming. Gao Jun couldn't help laughing out loud. Tears came out of the corners of his eyes, and he said sarcastically, Your men are too timid. Have you ever seen blood? Muhammad closed his eyes, and after a few seconds of silence, he secretly raised his head. Seeing that the grenade didn't go off at all, he immediately became embarrassed and angry, waving his hands and complaining, Hey, this is not funny. If it really went off, we would all go to heaven. Gao Jun shrugged and spread his hands calmly. Don't be angry, I just want to remind you that even though veterans are old, they can still kill people. Muhammad gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. You're a lunatic. I really want to blow those Americans away with you. Gao Jun didn't take it seriously. He pointed at the black man in the corner and said jokingly, Look at your men. They're almost pissing themselves. Muhammad turned around and saw the black man still lying there, not daring to move. Furious, he went up and kicked him. Ugh, I really want to shove a bullet up your ass. The black man quickly got up and muttered, Boss. He was clearly a little afraid of Gao Jun in his eyes. This Chinese man was no pushover. Muhammad sighed, put the 98K back in the cabinet, and shook his head helplessly. This gun is too expensive. I only have $20,000 at most, and my men still have to eat. Gao Jun wasn't surprised. This kind of equipment was indeed a luxury for a small team. He smiled and said, "That's a shame. The Nazi butcher knife will wait for its destined owner." After all, the current World War II weapons are in a difficult position. Large teams find them outdated, while small groups can't afford them. It's really a mixed bag. However, Gao Jun remained steadfast and continued to promote them. "Look here. We have U.S. Army Mark II grenades, M14 incendiary rounds, and flares. We have them at great prices, and will give you discounts for larger quantities." Muhammad scratched his beard, hesitant, and after a long pause, he finally placed his order. 4 STG-44 assault rifles, 1,000 rounds of X-51 ammunition, and a box of melon grenades. He paused, then gritted his teeth, plus 2 grenade launchers and 10 rounds of artillery shells. Gao Jun's face lit up with a smile as he heard this. He counted on his fingers. An assault rifle is 2,000, 1,000 rounds of ammunition is 300, a grenade is 100, and a grenade launcher and shells are 250. That adds up to 2,605. Round it up, and you'll pay 2,007, and I'll give you the snakeskin bag. Muhammad was not good at calculating. He was stunned for a moment and looked back at the black man. "Is that right?" The black man was also confused and could only scratch his head. That should be right. "Okay, I trust you won't cheat me." Muhammad nodded. Gao Jun grinned, thinking, "Who else should I kill if not you?" He picked up the snakeskin bag and roughly stuffed the weapons into it. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he trotted out of the warehouse again. He came back a moment later with a Nepalese machete in his hand and panted, $1,000. How about it?" Muhammad's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took the machete with both hands, inhaling the bloody smell with his nose as if it were a holy object. Gao Jun chuckled. "Don't worry, this is someone who's truly seen blood, not some docile Christian. Many mercenaries in this area are superstitious. They believe weapons have souls, and only weapons that have killed are truly good. Those new hires, who are merely for show, are called battlefield rookies or cultists. But the desperado loves the devil even more." As expected, Muhammad immediately took out $1,000 and left excitedly. But Gao Jun didn't let him go. He grabbed his robe and said, "Wait, buddy, there's one more thing." Muhammad looked alert. "I paid for it, don't deny it." Gao Jun quickly waved his hand. "I'm a professional, but I'm just asking a favor. My warehouse is falling apart, and I'd like to buy some land. Do you know anyone in the government?" "You want to buy land? In Badasi?" Muhammad was shocked, as if he had heard something funny. Badasi's population had plummeted, and many areas had long been abandoned. Land prices had plummeted, now only $10 per square meter. Gao Jun nodded. "Yes, my business is failing. I need to rebuild it somewhere else." He then added a compliment to Muhammad. "I've heard of you in Ruilep. I know you have connections." Upon hearing this, Muhammad puffed out his chest and said, "Of course. I know a lieutenant colonel in the 33rd Brigade. I can take you to meet him." Gao Jun was delighted and brought out a box of melon grenades and stuffed them in his pocket. "Thanks, brother. This is a gift." Muhammad smiled from ear to ear. "Leave it to me. The person should be at the central racecourse now. Let's go." "Wait a minute, I'll get ready." Gao Jun went back to the house to get $20,000, took a G42 semi-automatic rifle that he had handy, and loaded 3 magazines, then followed the other party with peace of mind. Gao Jun pointed at a worn but sturdy pickup truck, a hint of pride on his face as he said, "The racecourse is still more than 10 miles away. Let's drive directly there." In the war-torn Badasi, luxury cars may look impressive, but they cannot survive more than a few days. Instead, pickup trucks and 3-wheeled motorcycles are more popular. They're cheap and sturdy, and you don't have to worry if they explode after use. Arms dealers can even buy them wholesale to replace them. However, a squad like Muhammad, whose guns were almost rusting, didn't even deserve a car. They communicated by shouting and traveled by walking. Most of the men they recruited had never even seen blood. Muhammad's eyes lit up when he saw the pickup truck, and he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, this car is pretty good. Where did you get it? Why haven't I seen it before?" Gao Jun shrugged without replying, then opened the car door and got in. Seeing that Gao Jun didn't want to talk anymore, Muhammad didn't want to ask further questions. His face turned awkward, and when he turned around and saw the black guy behind him staring at him, his face immediately turned redder. "What are you looking at? Hurry and get your things in the car." He curled his lips and got into the passenger seat. Before he even sat down, he pulled out a pack of American Spirit cigarettes from his pocket, put one in his mouth, and shook it at Gao Jun. Brother, how about an American spirit? Gao Jun used to be a good kid in the countryside who never smoked or drank. But after coming to this hellish place, he learned to rely on cigarettes to numb his nerves and suppress his inner fear and depression. He curled his lips, shook his head, and smiled. I don't smoke American ones. I smoke Chinese ones. He took out a pack of wrinkled lion cigarettes, held it up, and showed off. This was given to me by Chinese workers. It has an authentic red flavor. He usually couldn't bear to smoke this cigarette. Only when he was particularly homesick would he light one up. The smell of the cigarette was as if he could smell the wind from his hometown. He carefully took out the remaining cigarette, lit it, and put it back in his mouth. The cigarette tip was charred, but the familiar smell still made him feel slightly drunk. Muhammad was a little envious when he saw this, and whispered flatteringly, Gao, let me have a taste. Gao Jun leaned back in his chair, glanced at him, and exhaled a puff of cigarette. $50. What the hell? Muhammad was so excited that his head hit the roof of the car. He covered his head and screamed, cursing, Were you granddad in your previous life? The Lord God will judge you, you miser. Gao Jun remained indifferent and sneered. Forget the Lord God. Even if you come here, you have to pay. Muhammad looked depressed, rubbing his head and muttering to himself. At this moment, the car door slammed shut and the black man in the back seat got in. Gao Jun kicked the accelerator, sending the pickup truck hurtling forward. The black man was so frightened that he practically hugged the front seat and began muttering a prayer. There was no speed limit in Badasi, and the car's engine roared at full throttle, kicking up clouds of dust. Great! This car is truly extraordinary. Where did you get it? Muhammad shouted. The car's horsepower is almost as high as the US F-150. It feels like it could take off if it had some wings. Gao Jun listened to the wind whistling past the window and couldn't help but honking his horn with a smug, arrogant look. Don't mess around. Muhammad saw him like this, his heart in his throat, and quickly reached out to hold him down. Are you looking for death? Gao Jun came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. I got a little excited and lost control. Just as he finished speaking, the car turned a corner. Sparks flashed in the rearview mirror, and a gunshot exploded in the air. A black dot appeared on the tall building. Get down. Sniper. Gao Jun growled, immediately slumping over the steering wheel. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the black man in the back seat trying to get out of the car. He instantly flew into a rage and kicked Muhammad in the leg. Watch your men. I have to speed up. The car suddenly exploded, rushing forward at full speed. Although Muhammad's face turned pale with fear, he was also a veteran who had been to the battlefield. He knew that getting out of the car at this time would be a death sentence. So he immediately turned around, pulled out his assault rifle, and pressed the muzzle directly to the black man's chest. Get down, you bastard. Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. He roared, his finger already on the trigger. The bolt clicked into position. However, before he could finish his words, another burst of bullets hit the side door, sending sparks flying. Gao Jun's ears twitched, and he immediately recognized the sound of gunfire. From the southwest, it's an AK-47. Muhammad, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Muhammad's face turned pale, and his voice changed. There are many people who want to kill me. Which group are you talking about? Having said that, he suddenly noticed the metal carving under the passenger seat. It was a two-headed dog. Gong. Did you steal this car? Gao Jun grinned. A few thieves broke into my shop yesterday, and I killed them. Muhammad's face changed, and he cursed under his breath. Those must be Cerberus's minions. It's over. They're here for revenge. Gao Jun raised his eyebrows. Gangsters? Them. Muhammad gritted his teeth and said, No, they are parasites nurtured by the state, running dogs of the United States. As he was speaking, a figure suddenly jumped out from the alley ahead. The man was wearing a clown mask and carrying a .40mm RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder. RPG. Gao Jun's face teemed plastically. Just as he was about to dodge, the shell had already broken through the air. The huge explosion overturned the entire pickup truck in the air. Boom! The car rolled over and over, glass shattering, metal warping, and dust rising into the air. Everything fell silent. Only a few faint groans of pain could be heard. At this moment, the clown-masked man excitedly ran to the side of the car, making strange noises, clapping his hands, and looking in the window, trying to confirm whether the person inside was dead or not. The next second, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared, piercing the air, and a machete instantly pierced his neck. The clown's eyes widened, his throat gurgling, his hands clutching his neck, but he could do nothing to stop it. With a mouthful of blood, he collapsed beside the car, breathless. From inside the car, a weak but resolute voice rang out. "My life is worth a lot of money." After the car accident, Gao Jun struggled to unbuckle his seatbelt. He was in excruciating pain and had a cut on his forehead from glass. Blood was streaming down his cheek. He gasped, climbed out of the car, and quickly ran to the other side of the car to confirm the situation. But he only saw that the black man's head was missing in the back seat, and his body was tilted to one side lifeless. Muhammad's condition wasn't good either. His face was covered in blood, his white robe soaked in blood, and he lay motionless with his eyes closed, looking like he'd passed out. Gao Jun anxiously squatted behind the car, pushing his head with his hands and whispering, "Muhammad," hoping he'd wake up. But he had just shouted twice when he heard hurried footsteps in the distance, mixed with noisy shouting. It was the local gangsters with a thick badass accent. He was stunned for a moment, looked at the fallen Muhammad, gritted his teeth, quickly took out the STG-44 assault rifle from the other's arms, turned around, and ran into a nearby alley. As soon as it disappeared from sight, several armed gangsters surrounded the pickup truck. Their equipment was clearly far superior to that of the random street fighters. Gao Jun took a peek from the alley entrance, his eyes widening as he muttered, "M24 sniper rifle?" One of the tall men in a baseball cap was holding the gun. Yes, it was the U.S. military's standard Anaconda's Kiss M24 sniper rifle. It was very likely that this man had fired the cold shot just now. This gun was originally issued to the U.S. military after 1987 and later provided to the Mark government. But how did it end up in the hands of these gangs? No wonder, smuggling. Just as Gao Jun was still observing, a shout suddenly came from the car. "Boss, this guy is still alive." Gao Jun's heart tightened, and he quickly caught his breath. He stared over there, only to see several men roughly dragging Muhammad out of the car and throwing him to the ground like a sack. One of them, named Isaiah, grabbed Muhammad's hair and pulled it back, staring at him fiercely. "Where's the other Chinese man?" Although Muhammad's face was badly swollen, he smiled disdainfully and cursed. "You idiot." Isaiah's face changed, and he threw a punch. One of Muhammad's teeth flew out and landed in the mud. Then he turned around and ordered, "Kill him." Two gangsters held Muhammad, and the sniper put the muzzle of the gun to the back of his head, ready to execute him. At this time, Muhammad took out a torn photo from his pocket. The photo showed a little girl with double braids smiling brightly, with the Tower of Babel and Badasi in the background. He bent down and kissed the photo, closed his eyes, and whispered, "My Monica." Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. But the expected death did not come. Instead, the sniper behind him groaned and fell to the ground, his gun muzzle silent. "Get down," a voice with an Asian accent shouted, and Muhammad immediately understood that Gao Jun was coming. He threw himself to the ground without hesitation, protecting his head with his hands and rolling to the side to avoid the attack. This scene happened so suddenly that Isaiah and the others had no time to react. After the sniper was shot in the head, Isaiah immediately lay down and crawled under the car to hide. Although his actions were awkward, they saved his life. Gao Jun had been hiding in the shadows. When he saw Muhammad about to be killed, he couldn't help but shoot to save him. His first shot killed the sniper. Logically, he should have killed Isaiah first, but at that moment he had no time to think and could only strike decisively. He emerged and fired, his bullets hitting the target. Several gangsters who were trying to find cover were shot and fell to the ground, their lives uncertain. After running out of bullets, Gao Jun immediately rolled behind a mound to reload, shouting, "Retreat," as he continued firing. Muhammad immediately picked up the M24 from the ground and hid behind Gao Jun. The two retreated deeper into the alley, one in front of the other. Gao Jun knew the remaining magazine and quickly and smoothly changed the bullets, pulling the bolt to continue suppressing the enemy. Just as they entered the depths of the alley, Muhammad suddenly shouted, "Shoulder!" Gao Jun was startled, but immediately half-knelt, offering his back, the muzzle of the gun pointed directly at the target. Bang! With a crisp sound, Muhammad calmly fired, and a dark figure fell from behind the pickup truck, completely motionless. "Sniper!" Muhammad shouted excitedly. Gao Jun turned around and looked at him, surprised. "You are a sniper too?" Muhammad grinned. "I am a veteran of the 36th Commando Battalion." Gao Jun blinked, a little unconvinced. "Then how did you get caught?" Muhammad was immediately displeased. "Hey, brother, I was arrested because I took a bullet for you." Hearing him say this, Gao Jun couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, and suddenly he became interested. "How about you come with me?" Muhammad paused and looked back at him, seemingly contemplating something. Gao Jun struck while the iron was hot. "Those people you're looking for are completely unreliable. You're facing well-equipped, experienced assassins, perhaps even mercenaries. You need to find someone to back you up." He patted his chest and said, "I can pay you a salary and give you weapons to use as you like." In Badasi, no one can refuse the recruitment of an arms dealer, even if this arms dealer is not first-rate. But as long as he has sufficient equipment, he will be confident. In fact, Gao Jun had long been planning to recruit soldiers and had been looking for suitable candidates. Today, he finally realized that the bearded Muhammad was not only loyal, but also truly reliable. Sure enough, Muhammad was tempted. He hesitantly asked, "How much can you offer?" "A starting salary of $5,000, with year-end bonuses and any equipment you can choose. We'll discuss this later when we get back. This place isn't safe." Although 5,000 wasn't much in Badass, it was a generous gesture given Muhammad's current situation. He was wandering alone, and at any moment, he could become a corpse on the street. In this situation, survival was the most important thing. Muhammad nodded and smiled. "I agree. It's a pleasure to work with you, Gao." Gao Jun also smiled and shook his hand vigorously. "You won't regret it. With me, you will become a legend." Although Badass was constantly ravaged by war, it wasn't a completely desolate place. Gunshots were sure to be heard nearby, and if someone called the police, the military, or the mafia could arrive at any moment. If they were to block their way, the consequences would be far more than just a hassle. Gao Jun and Muhammad each shouldered 2 STG-44 assault rifles and, without a moment's hesitation, fled. They jogged along for just 5 minutes before several pickup trucks barreled into the neighborhood. Before the trucks had even come to a complete stop, 7 or 8 armed men armed with AK-47s filed out and occupied the four corners. Someone even quickly climbed onto the roof, clearly well-trained, and this was definitely not their first time doing this kind of work. A fat man came down from the passenger seat. He wore glasses, a white shirt, had a shiny slick of hair, and was chewing gum. He wore a Lamania military watch on his wrist, which could be sold for around $2,000 on the second-hand market. At first glance, he looked more like a successful businessman, but no one would have thought he was actually a gangster. He was Alfred Martin, the leader of the Cerberus. During the reign of Yasmu, he had conspired to assassinate the tyrant, but his plot had leaked out, his family had been executed, and he had been on the run for several years. It wasn't until the Mariette government came to power that the public realized Martin had become the new government's hidden backer. Although he held no official position, it was clear to everyone that he was in the shadow of power. "Boss, Isaiah has been taken down," one of his men reported gravely. Alfred remained unmoved, simply unbuttoning his shirt and spitting out his gum. His tone was icy. "Find out who those two are and kill them. Badass, no one will be allowed to provoke us." The crowd roared in response, some even firing wildly into the air. The atmosphere instantly became bloody and oppressive. At this moment, Gao Jun and Muhammad hadn't escaped far when the sound of gunfire behind them made their faces darken. Muhammad cursed, gritting his teeth. "It must be the Hellhounds. They're the most lawless mad dogs here. They've long been traitors to Ruilep. The Lord God will punish them sooner or later." Gao Jun asked curiously as he ran, "Is this gang really that powerful?" Muhammad directly put the blame on Gao Jun, his tone filled with anxiety and blame. "You shouldn't have provoked them at all. But they provoked me first. We Chinese don't stir up trouble, but we're not without temper. If you really push me to the limit, even if Mariette comes, I'll fight him to the death and bite off a piece of his flesh." Muhammad glanced at him, shook his head helplessly, and said in a heavy tone, "The government has handed over the power to distribute food and medicine to the Hellhounds. These people have long been semi-official." Gao Jun gasped and cursed under his breath. No wonder Muhammad sounded so aggrieved. It turned out these gangsters were nothing more than legalized hooligans. Gao Jun realized that just as he was about to establish himself in Badasi, he had already offended the local tyrant. Muhammad looked at Gao Jun's face, but didn't find any regret on his face. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? It's already like this. How can I regret it?" Alas, Muhammad curled his lips and sighed, obviously unhappy. It seems we can't go to the racetrack. If the lieutenant colonel knew that you provoked the hellhound, I'm afraid we would all die with you. Even a little money won't work. Gao Jun flaunil. Muhammad sneered, as if it were a joke. Gao, if you could come up with a few $100,000, you could just ask to see Mariette. But you don't have a penny right now, and you're still trying to use the back door? Gao Jun, feeling embarrassed and ashamed, rubbed his nose. Not to be outdone, he threatened, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll dock your salary. You'll have to figure out where to find your office. When this killer move came out, Muhammad's face turned black. He opened his mouth, but was finally glared back by Gao Jun. He was silent, but no one knew what he was cursing in his heart. The two continued on their way. Gao Jun said nothing more, desperately trying to hurry, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Carrying 13 kilograms of gear, he was already drenched in sweat, and his physical strength was seriously insufficient. There was always a voice in his head urging him, take a break, take a break. But he knew that now was not the time to relax. Once he relaxed, he might become a corpse on the street. His legs felt heavy, his head felt dizzy, and he was just gritting his teeth as he persevered when Muhammad suddenly shouted, I have an idea. This shout nearly frightened Gao Jun so much that he slipped and fell sprawled to the ground. He lay there, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. When Muhammad saw him, he thought he was injured and quickly helped him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just too tired. Gao Jun struggled to sit up and waved his hand to indicate that he could still hold on. Seeing that he was unharmed, Muhammad breathed a sigh of relief. He punched him in the chest and joked, Gao, you're too weak. Our women are stronger than you. Gao Jun couldn't really refute this. He had never liked exercise in China, and even less so since coming to Badasi. Tell me, what good idea have you come up with? Muhammad then smiled mysteriously and whispered, if buying doesn't work, we'll just rob. What? Are you crazy? Gao Jun shouted. Muhammad waved his hand and said seriously, don't forget, this is Badasi. The government is busy fighting the war, and no one is taking care of local affairs. Many factories and buildings have long been abandoned. As long as we are brave enough to occupy these empty shells, no one will bother. Gao Jun suddenly realized that this place was indeed a mess. The Mark government had no time to worry about these things at the moment. Combating the reactionary armed forces was their top priority. Muhammad smiled again and gently reminded him, Gao, don't forget who you are. I am Chinese. Gao Jun immediately understood and gave a thumbs up. You are a genius. This identity is indeed valuable in troubled times. Even if the shells can't identify you, those in power won't dare to openly cause trouble. After all, China is no longer the country that allowed itself to be bullied. Because of this, many war zones particularly welcome mercenaries from powerful nations. It's not because other nations are truly weaker, but because the nations behind them are powerful enough. All right, let's just go and rob them. Gao Jun made a quick decision, his eyes gleaming with ruthlessness. In Badasi, as long as you're brave enough, whatever you do is legal. Gao Jun and Muhammad found a corner of the ruins to rest, leaned their guns against the side, and squatted down to rest for a while. Muhammad felt a craving for a cigarette, and as soon as he sat down, he immediately took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath before he breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against a broken stone, his face finally showing some relief, and then he got back to business. He said that next to the Badasi market, there was a factory that was once run by a Chinese grain merchant. The factory was quite large, with warehouses and workshops, as well as a cold storage. Cold storage. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, a hint of unconcealed desire flashing across them. Badasi, after all, has a perennial subtropical arid climate, especially in July and August, when temperatures can easily soar past 40 degrees Celsius and the ground is so hot it could burn the soles of your feet. Forget water at this point. Seeing ice was simply a blessing from heaven. What's the old Chinese saying? If you don't take what heaven gives you, you'll suffer the consequences. With that in mind, Gao Jun made his decision without hesitation. Done. How well do you know that place? He asked, looking up. Muhammad exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said he was quite familiar with the place. After the Chinese withdrew a few years ago, the factory had been taken over by civilians who had migrated from the north, and they actually had a few guns. He shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid this won't be that easy. Gao Jun frowned, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help asking, Can we take it down just by the two of us? Muhammad nearly choked on a cigarette. We're not Rambo from the movies. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He asked, a look of disbelief on his face. We can pay someone to do it. The U.S. military can hire them for the right price. Gao Jun's face twitched when he heard he had to pay someone, and he felt reluctant. He just started making a fortune, and before he even started reaping the benefits, he had to pay out of pocket, but he also knew that taking over the cold storage with just 2 people was unrealistic. You've been around Badass for a long time. Do you have any reliable and affordable squads? But don't look for those cowards who haven't fired a gun. Gao Jun's words were tinged with sarcasm, and he cursed as he spoke. Muhammad was speechless for a while, and he cursed inwardly. You want cheap and tough? Do you think this is a grocery store? However, he did recall a team, but the people that were a little unusual. There's a small team we could consider, and that's... Muhammad glanced at Gao Jun. They're the Yad people. Gao Jun's expression changed immediately upon hearing those 3 words. Having spent so many years in Ruilep, he certainly knew what these people were like. The Yade people had many taboos, including pigs, 6-pointed stars, and even pandas, which coincidentally were a symbol of China, giving them yet another reason to dislike the Chinese. Gao Jun was silent for a while, then finally spoke. Are they reliable? Muhammad was stunned for a moment, a little bit unconvinced that he really wanted to hire these people. You really want to hire them? Why not? They're soldiers, and soldiers belong on the battlefield. Gao Jun sneered and patted the STG-44 assault rifle in his hand. If they don't obey, I'll send them packing. Muhammad opened his mouth but dared not say a word. He felt Gao Jun was too confident, even a little arrogant. The Yad people, raised in a belief system, weren't afraid of death, but rather viewed it as a test from the devil. He almost regretted his previous idea. He'd intended to see a joke, but ended up getting himself into it. Muhammad, now that we've come this far, there's no turning back. Gao Jun stood up and patted his pants. It's either succeed or die. Success is never the destiny of cowards. Muhammad was stunned by these words, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Hey, Gao, I'm not one of those new recruits. You don't need to lecture me. Gao Jun smiled instead of getting angry, and put his arm around Muhammad's shoulders. Don't be angry, brother. When we take over the territory, I will definitely benefit from you. Muhammad's eyes suddenly changed. You said it. Chinese people are trustworthy. I remember that. I keep my word. Gao Jun nodded and continued. Then take me to meet those Yad people. Okay, but it's best not to be too ostentatious. They carried their guns and headed towards the inner city of Badasi. The buildings here had a unique style. Although dilapidated, one could still feel its past history and heritage. They attracted a lot of attention along the way, and many people avoided them, their eyes full of vigilance and fear, perhaps mistaking them for members of an armed faction. Muhammad led Gao Jun down a smelly alleyway. The walls were covered with slogans, though they had weathered and were blurred. Yasim is a tyrant. The people of Ruilep must overthrow the dictator and regain their freedom. We don't want dictatorship, we want democracy. Gao Jun looked at the tattered text with a blank expression. Muhammad chuckled bitterly and asked, Do you find it ironic? Gao Jun shrugged. Everyone's choices are different. He didn't say anything more, at least to give Muhammad some face. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, he would have turned hostile and ridiculed the price of this so-called freedom. The two continued forward, eventually reaching a rusty iron gate. Muhammad shouted, Ludwig. There was no response from inside, but a sharp dog bark emanated. A scrawny Saluki hound lunged at the door, growling from its throat, its eyes bloodshot, and bloodshot streaks around its mouth. Muhammad's face changed, and he cursed, Damn madman. Ludwig actually fed the dog with a human head. Gao Jun widened his eyes and took a closer look. The piece of meat hanging from the dog's mouth was indeed the wrong color and looked disgusting. His stomach churned, and he pulled the gun from his back in disbelief, about to shoot. Stop! Gao! Don't be impulsive. At that moment, a young man, still half-dressed, came out of the toilet. He was about 18 or 19 years old, obviously a local from Ruilep. When he saw Gao Jun holding a gun, his expression changed immediately. He shouted into the house, then quickly hid behind a pile of firewood, pulled out a single-barreled hunting rifle, and pointed it at Gao Jun. Muhammad was startled and quickly held down Gao Jun's gun, raised his hand to signal peace, and shouted, Clement, it's me, Muhammad. But Clement didn't relax. He immediately turned the gun and pointed it at him. Facing the 2-finger-wide muzzle, Muhammad broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly raised his hands to explain, "We're friends. Don't be impulsive." But Clement's face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Traitor, you can never be a friend of the Yade people." At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the house. Then, a group of people rushed out of the house, holding various weapons in their hands. None of them were easy to deal with. The most eye-catching figure was the burly man walking in front. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles as strong as steel. On his arm was a tattoo of a lone wolf roaring to the heavens. As his muscles trembled, the wolf's jaws seemed ready to devour everything. His physique rivaled even that of Shaquille O'Neal. Muhammad recognized the man and immediately shouted, "Ludwig, how can you treat the man who saved your life like this?" Hearing this, Gao Jun was also stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Muhammad. So he had saved this strong man before. This seemed to be a bit of a joke. Ludwig's expression changed slightly when he heard Muhammad's question. He scratched his bald head and waved to Clement, asking him to put down the gun. "You saved me 4 years ago. I remember." Muhammad turned calmly and pointed at Gao Jun. "I want you to help this Chinese man this time." As soon as he said this, Ludwig's expression changed immediately, and he stared at Gao Jun fiercely. "Chinese? Do you want me to go against the Yade people's position?" He sneered and waved his hand. "Take that short monkey and get out." He cursed, "Yellow monkey." The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Suddenly, a loud bang caught everyone's attention. Gao Jun's face was ashen, and he was shaking with anger. He cursed word by word. "Idiot! Come out and kill you." He even raised his middle finger. Ludwig's fury immediately flared up at the scolding, his eyes reddening. He was a typical Yuan, hot-tempered and quick-tempered, with no restraint. With a low growl, he slammed the iron gate open like a wild animal and charged at Gao Jun. Gao Jun pushed Muhammad away and was about to turn around to fight back when Ludwig grabbed him from the waist and slammed him to the ground. This move was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu takedown, specifically designed to suppress the enemy and then subdue him. Gao Jun was startled. If he was pinned, he probably wouldn't have a chance to turn around. He immediately identified his only chance, a neck lock. He kicked off with his feet, forcibly wrapping his arms around the opponent's neck. Then, with all his might, he twisted his body, instantly tensing his calf muscles and forcing the opponent to the ground. The situation suddenly reversed. Muhammad and Clement were both stunned. Gao Jun gritted his teeth, his features contorted with force, but he held his opponent's neck tightly. Ludwig swung his fist at him, but his strength was fading, and he was about to give up. Clement screamed and tried to rush over to help, but was kicked over by Muhammad, and the assault rifle was thrust at him. "Don't mess around, brother." Muhammad was actually shocked. Ludwig was a veteran of the Ruilep anti-terrorism task force, with 12 years of combat experience. He had even broken an insurgent's neck with his bare hands in actual combat. And now, such a combat fanatic was being chained to the ground by Gao Jun. Clement shouted angrily, "Are you going to turn against us for a Chinese?" Muhammad shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. "Gao is my boss now, and I am very loyal." He said it with ease, but his hands did not relax, and the muzzle of the gun was fixed on the front. Clement and the others gnashed their teeth in anger, but they dared not act rashly. "Do you accept it?" Gao Jun panted, hammering Ludwig's head. Ludwig was stubborn, holding his ground and cursing, "Yellow monkey." Gao Jun was furious. With trembling hands, he pulled a magazine from his pocket and pounded it against the man's forehead. Although the magazine wasn't heavy, it had sharp edges, making the man scream. After a few hits, Ludwig finally couldn't hold on any longer and begged for mercy in a weak voice, "Stop." Gao Jun snorted coldly and delivered one last blow before stopping. At this point, Muhammad quickly spoke up. "All right, Gao, he's conceded. Any more fighting will result in a fatality." Gao Jun finally untied his legs and slumped to the ground, panting with exhaustion. Meanwhile, Ludwig lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just returned from a near-death experience. "Damn Chinaman." Clement took the opportunity to counterattack, but was stepped on by Muhammad again. He shouted angrily, "Don't seek death." He glanced around, and seeing someone trying to move, he immediately fired a shot into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. "Everyone be quiet. If you try again, I'll send you to see the Lord." The shot finally calmed everyone down. A deathly silence fell in the air. "Ahem, don't move." Ludwig struggled to his feet, his voice weary. "Tell me, Chinese, what do you want from me? Gao Jun wiped the mud from the corner of his mouth and smiled. I want you to help me take back our Chinese factory. If you do that, I'll pay you a $20,000 commission. $20,000? Ludwig and his group breathed heavily at this. They stared intently at Gao Jun, their previous hostility gone. Agreed, Ludwig replied firmly. Mohammed breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put away his gun, and pretended to help Clement. But Clement was so angry that he pushed him away and said with gritted teeth, I really want to carve a few knives in your face. Mohammed grinned, shook his head, and said, No, I won't give you this chance. I will shoot you through the head. After that, he pretended to aim the gun, squinting his eyes and imitating the bang-bang sound of the gun with his mouth. Clement's breathing was heavy, and he was clearly on the verge of attacking. This kind of naked provocation was simply intolerable to the Yade people. Just as he was about to pounce on him, Ludwig stood up and said in a low, impatient voice, Clement, don't do it. He rubbed his stiff neck, looked up at Gao Jun, and asked, when do we leave? Gao Jun looked down at his watch and said in an unquestionable tone, 5 o'clock sharp. I give you 3 hours to prepare. We'll leave at 8 o'clock. Remember, don't mess it up. If you fail, you won't get paid. Ludwig snorted coldly. The Yade people are the blood of God and have never known defeat. Then he led Clement and the others into the house. Gao Jun listened without saying much. He knew that no matter how tough the words were, they would not be as good as the real battle. Mohammed came over and whispered, What should we do? Go in. Gao Jun smiled helplessly and said, They don't want us. Let's find a place to prepare our equipment and take a rest. After saying that, Gao Jun walked straight towards the Saluki. The dog, originally lying on the ground, stood up immediately, growling and baring its fangs when he saw him approaching. Gao Jun was not polite either. He raised his head, looked down at the dog, and cursed. Get out. This is my territory. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The dog stared at him for a moment, then, seemingly overwhelmed by his aura, turned and ran, its tail between its legs, hiding far away, its face aggrieved. Gao Jun smirked, removed his weapons, and sat down against the wall. He looked up and saw Mohammed still standing there in a daze, so he waved his hand. Come here, what are you staring at? Mohammed quickly ran over and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Gao, you are awesome. You even know dog language. Get lost. Gao Jun rolled his eyes and kicked him. Mohammed grinned at the kick, patted his butt, took off his shoes, sat down, and leisurely began to pick his feet. Under the cover of night, Ruilep City was quiet and heavy, as if the air was filled with murderous intent. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gao Jun opened his eyes just in time to see Ludwig and his group walking out, fully equipped. At first glance, the equipment was dazzling. PSGT helmets, LBV-2 tactical vests, M4A1 rifles, and the Barrett sniper rifle, the M82A1, on Clement's back. In comparison, the STG-44 in his hand looked like a toy borrowed from a World War II museum. He murmured in his heart, looking at Ludwig, guessing that these weapons might not have been obtained through legitimate channels. Mohammed, who had just woken up and was still half drowsy, nearly jumped out of his wits when he saw the equipment. He yelled, Holy crap, American troops? Ooh, Ludwig. Mohammed rubbed his eyes and looked at them in disbelief. How do you have weapons like this? Clement responded with disdain. Do you think we are like you, fit to be rats in the sewers? These are all. Shut up, Clement. Ludwig's face darkened, and he interrupted him directly. If you say another word, you will go back to the Owl Swamp and be a savage. The Owl Swamp, a legendary place of exile for the Yad people, boasts complex terrain and a pervasive miasma. Few who enter it emerge alive. Clement immediately drooped, lowering his head, but no one noticed the glint of resentment in his eyes. Gao Jun and Mohammed exchanged a glance, their understanding tacit. Though they hadn't asked, the answer was already clear. These weapons were likely obtained from the U.S. military. Of course, they knew this, but they wouldn't say it. Perhaps they, too, would do something similar someday? Let's go. With Gao Jun's command, everyone set out under cover of darkness. They skirted the main road and moved quickly. Mohammed, familiar with the factory's internal layout, took the initiative to explain. Even the Yad people, no matter how arrogant they were, understood the importance of the information and listened intently. Gao Jun proposed a tactical plan. Mohammed and Clement would be responsible for sniping and occupy the commanding heights, while he and Ludwig would each lead 2 men to attack from the left and right, aiming for a quick victory. However, the plan was flatly rejected by Ludwig. The Yad people are born warriors. They don't need Chinese command. Muhammad couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Have you forgotten how you killed your comrade 4 years ago?" As soon as he said this, Ludwig's face changed instantly. His pupils contracted, and he roared Muhammad's name. Muhammad's words hit home with him. During a mission that year, he led his team into an enemy encirclement, resulting in the entire force being wiped out, and he was the only one to escape. This painful experience made him withdraw from the Special Forces FT, and now that it was revealed again, it was obvious that he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. His knuckles were white from clenching his fists, and his teeth were grinding. Gao Jun was worried he was going to hit him, but he unexpectedly unclenched his fists and whispered, "I'll listen to you this time." Gao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that he could face reality showed that he still had some sense. He checked the time. It's 9:15. We must complete the mission before 10 o'clock, or everyone will evacuate. This wasn't a compromise. It was reality. They were just a small squad with limited ammunition. If they were surrounded, the consequences would be disastrous. Anyone else have any objections? Gao Jun glanced around, and seeing everyone was silent, he waved his hand. Action. The team leaped out of the brush like foxes, 3 groups advancing separately, their bodies low to the ground, their steps silent and imperceptible. The darkness provided the perfect cover, and they quickly approached the factory gates. Gao Jun made a beheading gesture to his left and right. Muhammad hung the M24 on his back and climbed up to the roof lightly along the sewer pipe at the door. With a glance, he found that an armed militant was lying in the corner, sleeping soundly and snoring loudly. He approached cautiously, slowly extending his hand towards the man's head. At this moment, gurgle. Muhammad's stomach suddenly made a loud, gurgling sound, breaking the silence of the night. The militant dazedly opened his eyes and happened to meet Muhammad's eyes. The next second, the enemy shouted loudly, "Enemy attack!" Oh no! Muhammad's face suddenly changed. He rushed out and knocked the militant to the ground. He covered his mouth, pressed his neck tightly, and dragged him back desperately. The enemy struggled frantically, his fingers trembling as he tried to reach the AK-47 not far away. Fear was in his eyes, and just as his fingers were about to touch the gun, he suddenly froze and fell completely silent. Muhammad quickly stood up, knelt down, and held up the M24 sniper rifle in his hand. He looked inside the factory through the scope and saw several figures who were obviously startled by the noise and were moving quickly. Gao Jun, hiding in the shadows of the factory's iron gate, also heard the muffled cry. His heart sank, and the thought of mission aborted crossed his mind. But the thought was fleeting, and he immediately made a decision to attack. Muhammad, guard the high point. Ludwig, charge from the right. Follow my orders. Gao Jun. He raised his rifle and fired a barrage of bullets at the iron door's latch. Then, with a powerful kick, he led the charge inside, followed by 2 others. The 3 of them advanced in an arrowhead formation. He took the most dangerous firing position, his gun pointed forward, his nerves tense to the extreme. Suddenly, out of the corner of his right eye, he caught sight of a dark figure. Reflexively, he turned and fired. An enemy hiding on the roof was hit and fell to the ground, motionless. Keep pushing forward. Gao Jun quickly gave the order, not giving him time to think. In the distance, fierce gunfire erupted from Ludwig's side. Gao Jun faced less resistance on his side, but this made him feel uneasy. He immediately turned to observe, seeing several figures on the left attempting to circumvent them from behind. Although his vision was limited and he couldn't see clearly, he made a judgment based on his intuition. Gao Jun took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, raised his gun, and based on his experience, roughly predicted the enemy's position and pulled the trigger. The enemy fell to the ground. Another man tried to drag him behind the cover, but Gao Jun fired another shot, killing him directly. Quickly surround them and kill them. Gao Jun shouted. Realizing they'd been discovered, the enemy simply abandoned their comrades and retreated. These militants were a mob, unable to organize effective firepower. Gao Jun, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He followed closely behind them, and before he knew it, he had already entered the heart of the factory. Suddenly, a companion's voice came from behind. Gao, we're too far away from Luther and have lost contact. Gao Jun's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. There were stacked containers all around him. His right eyebrow twitched suddenly, and he had a bad feeling. He was about to shout retreat, but it was too late. More than a dozen militants jumped out from behind the container and opened fire on them. Bullets rained down like raindrops, and Gao Jun's muscles reacted instantly. He instinctively rolled to the ground and crawled into an empty container. He ducked low to avoid the gunfire, but when he looked back, the other two had already been shot and fallen to the ground. Damn it, we've been ambushed, he cursed inwardly, filled with regret. This move had been too reckless. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by a group of seemingly insignificant individuals. But he also knew that even the best gun couldn't fire continuously. While the AK-47 was one of the most iconic assault rifles of the 20th century, it had its fair share of issues. It had strong recoil in fully automatic mode, a significant muzzle rise, poor long-range accuracy, and was practically useless beyond 300 meters. Furthermore, the cartridge case ejection was too far, easily exposing the player's position. However, this thing is cheap and durable, and it is like an old friend of soldiers in war-torn areas. Even if it falls into the sand, it can still be used. However, its cheapness and effectiveness are questionable, and this is its fatal flaw. Gao Jun lay prone, his ear pressed to the ground. The footsteps were getting closer, and he could tell they were brisk but anxious. He pulled a melon grenade from his pocket, gritted his teeth, and pulled the safety pin, silently counting the seconds. This type of incendiary fuse usually has a delay of 4 to 5 seconds, enough time for the enemy to get within about 12 meters. When he felt the time was right, the grenade rolled out quietly, just rolling to the feet of several enemies. He rolled back, holding his head, then suddenly stood up and rushed to the other side. The grenade stopped at the door of the container, and the enemy just discovered it. No, Lord God, save me. Boom! A loud explosion ripped through the air. The melon grenade had a killing range of 7 to 10 meters, and several enemies were instantly blown to pieces. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out one after another. Help! Bradbury, help me. I don't want to die. I'm not home yet. Don't kill me. Gao Jun hid in a corner, listening to the enemy's wails. A wave of pain surged through his heart, but he forced himself to suppress his sympathy. This was a battlefield, not a charity. The moment these people took up arms, they were no longer unarmed refugees, but enemies, opponents capable of taking your life. If you didn't kill them, you would die. Gao Jun didn't shoot those who fell to the ground and beg for mercy. He knew there were still some of them who hadn't appeared. He judged that there were still 3 or 4 militants hiding in the corner, waiting to shoot. In this situation, he had no choice but to wait for reinforcements. 3 men against a dozen enemies, and to still be alive was considered lucky. Even the most elite soldiers could hardly make up for the huge disadvantage in numbers. He could only wait until Ludwig was done and could return to support him. Suddenly, he heard a soft, sizzling sound beside his ear. His nose itched, and he could smell a faint, pungent smell. What the hell is that smell? Ahem! He quickly looked up, only to see a vast expanse of white smoke. The visible distance in front of him was less than a meter. Smoke bomb. Are they planning a sneak attack? A strong sense of unease washed over him, his intuition telling him, danger is coming. Without hesitation, he immediately broke into a run. Just a few steps in, he was suddenly blown up behind him. Boom! A powerful gust of wind sent him flying, sending him crashing to the ground. His bones felt shattered, his forehead was cut, and blood flowed down his face into his eyes. His head felt dizzy, his ears buzzing, but he still struggled to get up. In a daze, he could hear the enemy's cries all around him, one after another, like a death knell from hell. Am I going to die here today? Surrounded by them, Gao Jun's emotions grew increasingly intense, but he still retained a last shred of rationality in his mind. He knew very well that in a place like Badasi, death was real death. Not only was there no honor, but the body would likely be humiliated. For example, in the incident at Custer, a 5-man Special Forces team stepped on a landmine and was surrounded, killing all of them. After the war, the bodies were not only trampled on, but even filmed and circulated online, bringing shame to the Americans. Gao Jun didn't want to become a tool for others to show off after his death. A light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly pulled out the magazine from his waist, pretended to detonate it, and shouted to all around, "Come on, let's die together." This shout really worked, and the militants who were approaching immediately scattered and dodged, their movements full of panic. Gao Jun sneered and mercilessly cursed. Coward. This completely enraged the enemy. Someone in the darkness jumped up and roared. Kill him. Shoot. Before he could finish his words, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, and gunfire rang out from behind. Chaos ensued, and there seemed to be a misunderstanding between the militants. Someone shouted, "Enemy behind us!" Someone also shouted, "Kill this guy first." Gao Jun realized that the opportunity had come, lowered his body and sprinted forward, rolled on the ground, and got into a container. He frantically wiped the sweat from his face, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He was so nervous that he felt like smoking. He took out a half-smoked cigarette and put it in his mouth, but he couldn't taste it at all. Shit! He cursed softly, as if to cheer himself up. Then, he spat out the tobacco in his mouth, picked up the assault rifle, and lowered his body to return to the battlefield. He knew full well that in a hail of gunfire, bullets were blind, and if hit, death was inevitable. But he wasn't a reckless person and didn't rush forward. Instead, he climbed to a vantage point on a container and chose to fire a sneak attack. The most dazzling figure on the battlefield at this moment was not him, but Ludwig. Although this man was stout, he had quick reactions and coordinated extremely well with Clement and others around him, making them almost impeccable. Muhammad tried to imitate throwing a grenade, but it was clearly not his style. Although the grenade went far enough, it went awry, scaring Ludwig into cursing. Ahem. Muhammad shrank back awkwardly, knowing he'd embarrassed himself. Back in the 36th Battalion, he'd been terrible at throwing grenades, his captain forbidding him to do so during missions. Today, he'd gotten into the mood and wanted to show off his skills, but ended up completely humiliated. With no other options, he could only find cover with his sniper rifle, looking for opportunities to kill. The balance of the battle clearly tilted towards Gao Jun's side. The group of militants on the opposite side, without a unified command, were like a pile of loose sand in front of the well-coordinated team. The entire exchange of fire lasted less than an hour, around 9:50. The situation finally subsided. A light rain began to fall, washing away the blood on the ground and the smell of gunpowder in the air. Gao Jun ran over in the rain and saw Ludwig standing beside the bodies of his two fallen comrades, his expression solemn. Muhammad was rubbing his temple with his head down, and when he saw Gao Jun approaching, he kept winking at him. "Asshole, you're the one who killed Christopher and Croft." Clement rushed forward, grabbed Gao Jun by the collar, and angrily butted his forehead against him. "Hey, Clement." Muhammad quickly stepped forward to stop him, fearing that the two would clash. But Gao Jun wasn't intimidated at all. He looked the other man straight in the eye. "Since you've chosen this mission, you should understand that fighting can be fatal. I almost died." He suddenly punched Clement in the face, knocking him to the ground. "Don't make me look down on you." After saying this, he stepped over the fallen Clement and walked straight to Ludwig, gently patting his shoulder. "My condolences. All I can do is give you some extra money." These words were spoken bluntly and coldly, startling everyone around them. Even Muhammad's face showed a hint of displeasure, as if he was worried that Ludwig would attack him in a rage. Surprisingly, Ludwig's face merely twitched, and he nodded, saying, "I'll come get the money tomorrow." They then carried away their comrade's body, his backs looking heavy and lonely in the rainy night. Perhaps he'd seen life and death for so long, yet he still couldn't let go of his emotions. Mercenaries were also flesh and blood. Gao Jun stood there and sighed deeply, feeling a tightness in his chest. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his head. Ding! New landing point successfully established. Reward: activate World War I and World War II individual equipment. It will be automatically resupplied to the warehouse tomorrow, and the old equipment will be recycled. Hearing this, Gao Jun's face finally relaxed a little. He turned around and gave Muhammad a big hug, even kissing him on the forehead. "This place is ours now." Gao, I'm not gay." Muhammad blushed and replied half-jokingly. "I don't like older people." Gao Jun scolded with a smile. But his smile quickly faded, his eyes turning serious. "It's a bit of a waste to have just the two of us in such a large factory. We need to hire some more people." Muhammad, who loved the hustle and bustle, immediately chimed in, "Of course. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold this place." The two exchanged glances and suddenly laughed simultaneously, as if they saw hope for the future. Meanwhile, Ludwig led his team to evacuate in the rain. As they passed a hillside, he suddenly stopped. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" someone behind him asked in confusion. He raised his head, letting the rain hit his face, and said softly, "I'm a little tired, Clement." "Huh?" Everyone was stunned. "I've been on the battlefield since I was 17, watching my brothers die one after another. I should have died 4 years ago, but I survived." He paused, as if something in his heart had collapsed. "This time, I'm really tired." Everyone lowered their heads in silence, and no one spoke. Then, Ludwig suddenly hugged Clement and said, "You've grown up now. I'll rely on you here from now on." Clement was stunned. He had originally felt a little resentful towards this boss who had always been unkind to him. But at this moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. "Brother," he said softly, his eyes red, "I really need a rest. I should also accompany my departed comrades. We should all get a good night's sleep." In the heavy rain, Ludwig's back faded further and further into the darkness. Chapter 13. Slave Trader. Gao Jun didn't sleep well, tossing and turning, unable to hide the joy in his heart. When he thought that this place was all his, he sat up immediately and looked towards the gap outside the warehouse. There was already some sunlight shining through. He glanced around and found that Muhammad's seat was empty. M24 was leaning against the corner alone. Gao Jun scratched his head in confusion, took out a lion from his Dana military boots, put it in his mouth, and his face changed as soon as he touched it. Puff, puff, puff. "What's that smell? Why do my feet stink so bad?" His stomach felt dry and retching, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. He gritted his teeth and put it back in his mouth. This lion from China couldn't be wasted. After walking out of the warehouse, Gao Jun looked up, was slightly stunned, and his eyes widened. In the open space not far away, Muhammad was strangely boxing, in a hurry, applying the same old things, a mess, typing blindly. Gao Jun leaned against the wall and whistled. Muhammad turned around in confusion when he heard the sound. Seeing it was Gao Jun, he frowned, wiped the sweat off his face, and shouted, "Gao, come here. I'll teach you the boxing technique I just learned." Gao Jun suppressed his laughter and tilted his neck. "What kind of boxing?" "Tai Chi," Muhammad said seriously. Gao Jun couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "Is this Tai Chi?" "Ha ha. Hey." The bearded man's face remained unchanged. "This is what my best friend taught me when we were in the 36th Battalion. He's the only one in our entire Ruilep Special Forces who has been to China, and he even graduated from your military academy." Gao Jun couldn't answer directly. This was just some kind of entertainment for the elderly on the street. So he covered his mouth and laughed. "So, where's your friend?" Mohammed's face froze. His features gradually contracted and became deep. "Was tied to a tree trunk by the custers and stabbed to death." "Well," Gao Jun lowered his head in embarrassment and touched his nose. Fortunately, Muhammad was not a sentimental person. After adjusting his mentality, his face regained its radiance. "Gao, I think our biggest weakness right now is a lack of manpower. We're seriously short of manpower." This problem gave Gao Jun a headache. What he wanted to run was a company, and what he needed were elites who could gain a foothold in Ruilep, not refugees who were still holding milk bottles and crying for help. He didn't come here to be a savior. He wanted to be the vampire. Squeeze the final fate of Ruilep. This is the most fundamental essence of a businessman. Seeing Gao Yunisik, Muhammad ceased. "Gao, have you forgotten Mickey?" "Mickey?" Gao Jun frowned slightly, feeling that the name was very familiar, and kept ruminating on it in a corner of his head. You know what? He really dug it out. "You mean that clown?" he asked in a puzzled tone. "Bingo." Muhammad snapped his fingers. "That's him." Gao Jun's face was filled with dissatisfaction. "Muhammad, you still remember that kind of person? I thought he was dead." Mickey actually has some conflicts with Gao Jun. When Gao Jun first entered Badasi, he had no relatives and couldn't even understand what the people around him were saying. At this time, he met Mickey, who could speak some Chinese. Gao Jun was innocent at that time, so he revealed all his knowledge. Mickey told Gao Jun that he had some connections in Badasi and could find out who killed his parents. Gao Jun was happy and followed Mickey without any precautions. But what the hell? Who knew that Mickey was actually running an underground pornography business? He was in charge of all the prostitutes and male workers in Badasi, and he had quite a lot of power under his command. When he saw that Gao Jun was a Chinese man with a good figure, he started to have evil intentions. But who is Gao Jun? Although stupid, he is ruthless. He picked up a mountain blade for self-defense and cut off the arm of a thug with one blow. It was the first time he hurt someone. The feeling of blood splashing on his face made the violent gene in his body explode. He grabbed Mickey's head and walked away from the crowd with his head held high, as if dragging a dead dog. This grudge has been formed. What's the use of that guy? He's just a piece of shit. Mohammed also knew the story between Gao Jun and Mickey, and he grinned. He's no longer in the unprofitable porn industry. His main job now is a slave trader. Slave trader? Merchants who have been distorted by money from ancient times to the present still exist in Central Africa in today's society, and many of them have backgrounds with certain influence. For example, a country that calls itself the World Police is doing dirty things like theft and prostitution. Unexpectedly, in Ruilep, Mickey also got involved in this mess. Humph! Gao Jun's face was gloomy. Rubbish! Mohammed smiled bitterly, realizing that he couldn't change Gao Jun's mind anytime soon. He said helplessly, Gao, I know you don't like him, but we're businessmen now. We need to understand the division of interests. There's nothing money can't solve. If there's a 300% profit, the wealthy Americans will definitely betray their president. This is quite direct, but it sounds like it really is true. But he's just an ordinary human trafficker. What good goods can he have? Hey, you're underestimating him. I heard he's got connections in India and has connections in South Africa and North Africa. Some of them are even brutal criminals sentenced to death in various governments. Gao Jun was stunned when he heard this. Although he had experienced a lot, his knowledge was not as much as Muhammad's. This somewhat overturned his three views. But I have to sigh, money is really not a big deal. Seeing that Muhammad was so impressed, Gao Jun could only accept it and said, Okay, let's go find Mickey. The two of them packed up and took their weapons with them. Bullets are their best friends. Just at this moment, a member of Ludwig's team came to ask for money. It was not Clement, but a white man who looked a bit effeminate. Gao Jun remembered his name was Baki. When Gao Jun asked Ludwig, in confusion, Baki told the rest of the story, and Gao Jun and Muhammad were both silent. This Ludwig might be a little depressed, but after all, it was the other person's own choice, so Gao Jun didn't say much. He readily took out $35,000 and handed it to the other party. The extra $15,000 was the agreed funeral expenses. Baji forced a smile, said thank you, and left. What a pity. Ludwig is a rare talent. Mohammed shook his head, feeling sad. He had lost another old friend to meet. Don't you think this is his best option? He's a mercenary. Being able to escape unscathed is already the greatest gift from the Lord God. The bearded man thought about it and realized that this was indeed true. He sighed, I only hope that when I die, my tombstone will read, This was the Ruilep warrior who was once envied, admired, and respected. Gao Jun patted his shoulder without trying to comfort him, and walked side by side with him towards Mizana Square, Mickey's base. Chapter 14, Jesus Christ. Help me. Mao Square is located due west of Badasi City, near the Chinese Embassy and the Badasi Memorial Hall. Before the war, it was a veritable mainstream place and was also known by the entire Ruilep as the cradle of Mesopotamian civilization. The headquarters of the U.S. military in Badasi occupies Moose Square. Criminal attacks against U.S. military forces are becoming more and more frequent. Sandbags and military tire shredders are piled up outside the headquarters, and a sentry at the door stares at Gao Jun and the other man with vigilance, especially at the M24 sniper rifle behind Muhammad with a malicious look. After taking a look at the M2 Browning large-caliber heavy machine gun on the watchtower, Gao Jun felt a little numb in his eyes. He hurriedly pulled Muhammad away and went into the alley. Only then did the feeling of being pricked in the back gradually dissipate. Walking in this slightly old alley, it was a bit chilly, and Gao Jun couldn't help but pull off his short-sleeved sweater. Arrive. Muhammad walked up to an old, yellowed houseplate, laughed, and pointed to a crooked slit under the plate. He explained to the puzzled Gao Jun, This is the symbol of Mickey. Gao Jun nodded to indicate that he understood, but then he asked curiously, How do you know everything? Does your 36th Battalion also teach you how to survive in society? Muhammad's eyes flashed. He laughed dryly, quickly changed the subject, and ran over to knock on the door. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Interesting. After knocking on the door, there were several noises from inside. Suddenly, a crack appeared above the door. A pair of eyes flashed, looking up and down at Gao Jun and Muhammad, and said in a buzzing voice, Who are you looking for? Mickey. The people inside were startled. Who are you to him? Why are you asking so many questions? Tell the clown that an acquaintance is here. Gao Jun coast. Muhammad was afraid that Gao Jun, who was hot-tempered, would lose control, so he pressed his shoulders and murmured in dissatisfaction. Gao, we are not here to seek revenge. He smiled again and politely said to the people inside, we are here to do business with Mickey. Doing business? So that's the guest? He had always heard his boss say, customers are God. They come to give us dollars, so we must treat them like beautiful women and then ravage them mercilessly. The eyes that were originally a little cold suddenly showed a smile, and he called out, wait, and heard mutterings from inside. After opening the door, he curled his lips and said, please come in. I've asked someone to notify Mickey. Gao Jun snorted coldly and walked in with a proud voice. The room was dark, but with the glitter paper on the wall, it reflected colorful ripples. Sure enough, he's still such a playboy at heart. Gao Jun sneered and deliberately said loudly to Muhammad, we have a saying in my hometown, a dog can't change its shit. Even if he starts playing with other things when he runs a watch shop, he's still neither fish nor fowl. Muhammad smiled helplessly and shook his head. Gao Jun was obviously very resentful. After all, he was almost bought as a duck. Who has such a bad temper? A teasing voice came from inside the house, and after a few footsteps, someone came out. The leader was a middle-aged Ruilep man who was only about 1.6 meters tall. However, he was not wearing a white robe that symbolized faith. Instead, he had his head shaved off, which was considered a blasphemy against the Lord God and the doctrine. Old friend, long time no see. When Mickey saw Gao Jun's sarcastic smile, his face changed instantly. It's these damn Chinese. Mickey makes a living in badass and has seen too many reckless bastards, but the one who left the deepest impression on him was this Chinese man. The plain green shirt, the stubborn and tyrannical eyes, and the decisive hand showed Mickey the hunter's basic disregard for the life of his prey. He believed that if this man had a few more hands, he would probably have left his own head behind. Gurgle. Mickey's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he couldn't help but take a small step back, bumping into the henchman behind him. Boss? Mazai asked doubtfully. This also made Mickey feel at ease. Why was he panicking? This is your own territory. Don't you have the final say on whether to live or die? When he thought of this, his heart moved, and his eyes began to flicker. Gao Jun was no longer the country boy from China. He could see the expression on Mickey's face clearly. His heart was brighter than a mirror. He silently raised the assault rifle behind him, a smile on his lips. Clown, do you think my old gun is still okay? Mickey shuddered under the stare, his face turning green. Turning his head, he saw Muhammad beside him, also slightly opening his white robe, revealing several hanging M24-type handle grenades. The appearance of the man looked old, but Mickey was sweating. If this thing blows up here, everyone will be killed. What do you want to do? But after all, he was a big shot valued by certain Indian chable, so Mickey quickly adjusted his mentality and thought quickly in his mind. I heard you have some goods here. Let me take a look. Gao Jun was slightly surprised to see how quickly the other party adjusted. Mickey breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it would be fine. Do you have money? The goods I have here are all elite. Gao Jun opened his pocket without saying a word, and a stack of Franklin's portraits popped out. When he saw the US dollars, Mickey smiled, and his squinting eyes disappeared. He approached Gao Jun affectionately and grabbed his arm. As long as you have money, I can find anyone you want. Stop bragging, Mariette. Can you do it? Gao Jun sneered. This was meant to be a slap in the face, but who knew that Mickey actually fell into deep thought and held up a finger. 10 million US dollars, and Prime Minister Ruilep will be at your bedside tomorrow. Gao Jun really suspected that the other party was bragging, but Mickey's serious expression made his face tremble. It seems that this Mickey is a big name on the list. India? Who could it be? You have to know that Mariette is backed by the United States. She is a puppet supported by the United States to divide the lifeblood of Ruilep. This kind of people are just wealth. Will the American tycoons allow this? Gao Jun had many doubts, but he didn't ask. He was not a rookie, and if he knew too much, he would easily get himself killed. He laughed and let Mickey lead the way to see the goods. Mickey sighed. Business is not good nowadays. Be fooled by the small size of this place from the outside. There's a whole new world inside. There are more than 30 houses, each of which is crowded with a dozen people of different ages, skin colors, and races. This is to prevent them from planning to escape. Since they don't speak the same language, they naturally can't cause any trouble. A group of people rushed in after the curtain was opened. The people inside were obviously frightened. They were shaking, huddled together in fear and trembling. Mickey bared his teeth, pointed at a little blonde girl inside, and said, "That's the girl I brought from Central Africa. Both her parents died in the war. She's pretty, and most importantly, she's good at living." He. He laughed in a lewd way, and the men around him all smiled meaningfully like men. But Gao Jun felt depressed. He looked at the little girl's cloudy and confused eyes, and his heart ached. At her age, she would probably still be in school in her own country, but in the war-torn Central Africa, she was just a commodity, like a drifting duckweed, never seeing the sun or the moon. It wouldn't be long before there would be another young corpse outside the suburbs of Badasi. A stable country treats the seeds of the future differently. Gao Jun was about to shoot Mickey, but he knew that if he did that, he would not live long either. Besides, there's so many things like this. Can I handle them all by myself? He sighed, shook his head, and was about to turn and leave, but who knew that the blonde girl suddenly rushed out, hugged Gao Jun's thighs, and cried in horror, "Jesus Christ, help me!" Chapter 15, Old Taoist Priest. Gao Jun looked embarrassed and shook his legs slightly, but the little girl held him very tightly, with her eyes wide open, looking at him pleadingly, crying, "I want to go home." This slightly childish voice made Gao Jun's heart tremble. Seeing Gao Jun's relenting heart, Muhammad grabbed his arm and whispered, "Gao, we are not the saints of Christianity. You can't save the whole world. Even if you save her, what about the others?" The bearded man paused and continued, "Perhaps tomorrow we will be like them, dead dogs in Badasi." Gao Jun's pupils shrank, his breathing suddenly stopped, his heart seemed to be squeezed hard, his face twitched slightly, and after frowning, he shook his head and patted the little girl's head. The little girl's eyes lit up with joy, but then Gao Jun said, "Try hard and live." After he finished speaking, he ruthlessly pried open the little girl's hand and walked out of the house without looking back. He glanced at the disappointed Mickey and said, "Don't send me away with these things. I want warriors. We don't need women in Ruilep." Mickey chuckled. He brought Gao Jun here, so naturally he had some ulterior motives. Most of the things in this room are of no use at all and cannot be sold, and food is wasted every day. He clearly marked the price at 5,000 Ruilep coins for each child, which is equivalent to 27 renminbi. Mickey had no intention of making money from them. At best, they were just a bonus. "Soldier? Sure, I'll take you there right now," he casually replied, winking at a henchman, who nodded slightly. After Gao Jun and the others left, he closed the door and pounced on the little girl with a sinister grin. I want to go home, Mom." This door was already uncomfortable, and the shrill cries penetrated Gao Jun's ears. His face suddenly changed, and he wanted to speak, but Muhammad knocked his wrist without any expression. "Oh!" Gao Jun sighed helplessly and could only quicken his pace, unable to bear to listen to that voice anymore. Mickey glanced at Gao Jun, whose face was ashen, and felt refreshed as if he had eaten iced bayberries. All his depression disappeared, and he finally regained a little face. He hummed a Ruilep pole and took Gao Jun and the other person into the last room. This room is much bigger, nearly 100 square meters. The people inside are not free-range, but are locked in special wooden cages, with 3 or 5 armed guards standing around them. "What is this?" Gao Jun was slightly stunned. Mickey was very proud. "These are all elite soldiers sent from all over the world. Look at that old man." Gao Jun looked in the direction of his finger and saw an elegant old man with a very Indian look, with his head drooping and looking half dead. He is an expert from the Indian Institute of Atmospheric and Oceanic Research, enjoys high government subsidies, and is a rare talent in environmental investigation. Mickey was very proud. Gao Jun was stunned. Why send this kind of cannon fodder to Ruilep? A shipwreck salvage organization wanted him and offered $500,000. "I found a few people in India and kidnapped him." Gao Jun's face twitched. This was an understatement, but he could probably guess that it was definitely done by the Indian chaebol. Even scientific researchers were sold out. No wonder the third brother still has to make a living with his hands. His eyes moved, and the people in the cages were either old or strong and fierce, or confused and sobbing. Suddenly, Gao Jun's eyes fixed on a white-bearded Taoist priest sitting in a corner, unsure. "Is that a Chinese person?" Mickey was slightly embarrassed, covered his mouth and coughed a little, then nodded. The old man slept with a mistress of the black society in Bongi, Central Africa, and she was sold. If you want her, I can give you a 20% discount. Walking up to the white-bearded old man, Gao Jun whistled, but the other party didn't respond. He was slightly stunned and reached out to push the other party. The latter's body trembled, and he opened his eyes in a daze, with eye boogers hanging from the corners of his eyes. Gao Jun was a little amused and confused. This expert was still asleep. He was really too careless. Wasn't I in a trance? Why am I here? The Taoist muttered, shaking the cage and looking at Gao Jun eagerly. Layman, could you please let me out? Gao Jun saw the Taoist's eyes flickering, and he felt amused. He pointed at Mickey and said, You have to ask him if he can come out. The Taoist shrank his head, cursed under his breath, and blushed. My young man, we are both Chinese nobles. I am being humiliated by barbarians. You can't just stand by and watch me die. It looked like this Taoist had read ancient books for a few years, and his words had a sour taste in his mouth, which gave Gao Jun goosebumps. That depends on whether you are valuable. I don't keep useless people. I, an old Taoist priest, know everything about astronomy and geography. I know what will happen 500 years in the past and 1,000 years in the future. The Taoist priest patted his chest and began to spit. Gao Jun's brain tingled, and he couldn't help but pull out his Walther P38 pistol, flipping the safety and pressing it against the Taoist's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, If you keep bragging, I'll shoot you dead. Brave man, let's talk things over nicely. The old Taoist priest was so frightened that he quickly raised his hands, his eyes widening. I have some martial arts skills, and I know the 9 chapters of arithmetic. Kung Fu? Gao Jun's eyes lit up. As long as he wasn't a waste, it would be fine. He had been willing to rescue this guy. After all, he hadn't seen a Chinese person in Badasi for a long time. He asked so many questions just to give Muhammad an explanation. Okay, my company is still short a doorman. Would you like to come with me? I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Gao Jun turned around and shouted to Mickey, Hey clown, how old is this old man? Mickey held up a finger, and Gao Jun asked doubtfully, $100? No, $1,000. Fuck. Gao Jun couldn't help but curse when he heard the price. He pointed at the old Taoist priest and cursed, You old man, you told me the medicine is $1,000. You should leave it to you, the clown, to be the boss. Muhammad, let's go. Who else did you say was in the slave trade last time? Muhammad shifted slightly, then added in tacit agreement, I've contacted Albert Armstrong in Canada. They say we're always welcome to inspect the goods. Fuck. Mickey jumped up and down, cursing profusely. Then he looked at Gao Jun and said, Chinese people, Albert Armstrong is just a bat from North America, eager to suck all your dollars out of you. But it's too expensive. Gao Jun shook his head helplessly. Even this old man is so expensive. I don't want to do business with you. After all, my arms company is expanding, and I will need more people in the future. Arms company. Mickey's mind began to become active. His smile became even happier, and he even called him affectionately, Gao. Originally, this rule cannot be broken, but we are good friends. I think we could do business with each other. For example, Gao Jun asked back, If you sell me some arms at a low price, I can make this old man give it to you. If we continue to do business in the future, I will give you a 20% discount. Mickey gritted his teeth and said painfully, Gao Yunis iPlaus tweeted. Why was this clown suddenly so generous? He didn't think the other party was a fool. The fact that he could gain a foothold in such a chaotic place like Ruilep showed his intelligence. There must be a secret inside. Chapter 16, Cunning. But Gao Jun's cleverness lies in the fact that he will not pry too much into other people's secrets. As long as he can bring himself US dollars, why does he care about carrying weapons? Mickey, of course I'm willing to do business with you, but if it's a small amount of weapons, I won't sell it. I won't make much profit. Gao Jun shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have to act in a classy way when doing business, otherwise the other party will think you are just a small character and squeeze you on the price. This is the business wisdom of our ancestors. Sure enough, seeing Gao Jun's confident expression, a hint of doubt flashed in Mickey's eyes. Could this Chinese man also be on the list? Otherwise, how could he say such arrogant words? Only big arms dealers are ashamed of selling individually. He frowned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud, tightly holding Gao Jun's hand and patting his shoulder with his other hand. Gao, don't worry. If your stuff is eye-catching enough, you will definitely be able to impress me. According to psychology, when a person with a guilty conscience tells a lie, the inside of his palm will easily feel stretched and stretched, accompanied by sweating. But it's not completely absolute. What does a half-baked guy like Mickey know? How can a pimp specialize in psychology? He rubbed Gao Jun's palm with his fingers, but didn't feel anything. But this action made Gao Jun's head numb. His pupils dilated slightly, and he pulled his hand back roughly. He quickly changed the subject and pointed at the old Taoist priest and said, "I want this man." Mickey looked embarrassed, touched his nose, and nodded slightly to the gunman next to him. The latter nodded quickly, took out the key to open the old Taoist cage, and pulled him out like a chicken. No, I can walk." The old Taoist priest got up in a panic and adjusted the band on his head seriously. "Okay, let's go." Gao Jun glanced at him and turned around to leave. "Hey, Gao, why don't you take another look?" Mickey asked anxiously. "You finally caught a big fish, but ended up getting a free gift?" No. Mickey, it's not that I don't want to look anymore, but the stuff here is too bad. If you have soldiers from the SEL, SBS, SAS, and other units, I will buy them without saying a word. Gao Jun first complained a few words and secretly rubbed the US dollars in his pocket. He was really embarrassed. That damn environmental expert wanted 500,000 US dollars. Gao Jun took a few glances at the others. They must be talents with special skills. The old Taoist priest was probably the cheapest among them. Mickey's face twitched slightly. He really doubted whether Gao Jun was here to cause trouble. If I dared to kidnap one of these soldiers and sell him, I would have been on the wanted list of European countries, and the Indian tycoons would have abandoned me like a dead dog. My company is next to the Badasi market. It's a former Chinese factory. You can see it when you get there. Mickey hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I'll visit you in a few days." After watching Gao Jun and others leave in a swagger, Mickey was full of suspicion. He called a henchman and whispered a few words in his ear. The henchman cleverly called 2 or 3 people and followed Gao Jun and others. Mickey didn't believe that the other party would default on the debt. No one could owe him money in Badasi. On the way back, Muhammad finally couldn't bear the disgust in his heart. He glanced at the old Taoist priest who was scratching his itch beside him, leaned over gently, deliberately took a shaken step, pretended to stumble, and bumped into him. He was very dissatisfied with Gao Jun's self-assertion. This old man dressed like a preacher was simply a burden. He might not even be able to pull the trigger. Bringing such a person to the company, Muhammad felt that it was Gao Jun's selfishness at work, but the company needed a warrior who could fight, not a wretched old man. When he saw that the car was about to hit, Muhammad reduced his force a little. It would be terrible if it was really damaged. Ouch, I'm going to collapse. Gao Jun, who was walking in front, heard 2 different screams and turned around suddenly. Muhammad was covering his face with his hands. His face was pale, and he gasped in pain, while the old Taoist priest was sitting on the ground, howling lazily. "Gao, there's something on this old man's waist." Muhammad pulled up some clothes, and Gao Jun saw at a glance that his waist was a little red and swollen. He turned his head to look at the old Taoist priest and gradually narrowed his eyes. "What do you have on you?" Nothing. The old Taoist priest smiled awkwardly. Gao Jun directly pulled out a pistol from the back of his clothes, took off the safety, and said sullenly, "I don't want to hear any nonsense. Pull it open." "No, don't shoot." The old Taoist muttered a few words, then reluctantly unzipped his robe. He then pulled out a small, hard stone from the belt holding his trousers. He smiled awkwardly. In this world of martial arts, it's inevitable to run into some shady people. This is what I call preparing for a rainy day. There was a smug look on his face. Although Muhammad did not understand Chinese, he understood that he seemed to have been fooled by the old man in front of him. "Bastard," he cursed with his face flushed and was about to go find the old man to fight. With Gao Jun pressing down on his shoulders, he felt a bit awkward and amused. This old Taoist priest was obviously quite cunning. "Don't lie there pretending to be dead, or my gun will go off accidentally, and this will become your burial place." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist priest patted his butt and stood up. He happened to see Gao Jun throwing a cigarette towards him. After a moment of surprise, he showed his yellow teeth and asked, "Borrow a light." Gao Jun was also amused. Reluctantly, he threw the lighter to him and said casually, "Do you want to return to China? I will let you go back. Return home." The old Taoist priest paused while sipping, shook his head and refused. "No, I can't go back." "Have you committed a crime in your country?" "Gao Yun Faunil. I was kicked out by my master and can't make a living in the country." The old Taoist's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head. Gao Jun refused to believe the other party's nonsense. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and frowned. "If you want to stay, then you can be a guard in the company. By the way, can you shoot a gun? The old Taoist's pupils flickered, and he said vaguely, I used to be a soldier for a few years. Oh, Gao Jun moved and asked, domestic? Which unit? A ragtag unit. Not worth mentioning. The old Taoist said with a smile, but Gao Jun could see the divine light in his eyes at a glance. Just like a former soldier was proud of his old unit. As long as you've experienced shooting, you can just follow me from now on. I won't treat you unfairly. Gao Jun patted him on the shoulder, then walked over and whispered a few words to Muhammad. The latter obviously resisted for a few words, but finally agreed reluctantly, but still looked at the old Taoist priest up and down in disbelief. Gao Jun just told him that the old man in front of him used to be a master in the Chinese army, and his praise made the old man blush and feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 17, Little Hal. When Gao Jun walked back to the factory, it was almost dusk. He found a half-grown boy standing at the door, looking inside cautiously on tiptoe. It seemed that he had made a big decision. He climbed up the iron gate with both hands, intending to climb over. Hey, kid. Gao Jun walked over, grabbed the man's boxer shorts, and said with a dark face, This is not a good thing to be a thief. The boy was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants with one hand, saying in a panic, I'm here to look for a job. Looking for a job? Gao Jun was startled and hooked his finger to signal him to come down, but he put his other hand behind his back and gestured to Muhammad. The latter opened his holster, touched the M1911 pistol at his waist, pressed the safety, and stared at him deeply with his eyes. There is no distinction between women and children in Ruilep. It was possible that he had a bomb tied to his body. Every civilian has the potential to become a human bomb for criminal organizations. As long as this kid shows any sign of being moved, Muhammad will definitely send him to hell without hesitation. The boy hesitated for a moment, then jumped down from the roof, lowering his head timidly. I heard there's a Chinese factory here, and I want to be a worker there. Where are you from? Gao Jun est possibly. Nazier on the Euphrates. The boy stretched out his dirty hand eagerly and gestured. It took 7 days to walk. 7 days? Gao Jun frowned slightly, and Muhammad sneered out loud. Don't brag, brat. Nazariah to Badasi is 320 kilometers, and you only walk for 7 days? A person can walk about 5 kilometers per hour at a normal pace. If a normal person walks on a flat road for 8 hours a day, they can walk 40 kilometers. If they walk hard for 10 hours a day, they can walk 50 kilometers. However, humans aren't machines after all. If they walk for 4 hours straight, their energy levels will likely be depleted. This continuous pace accelerates the depletion of energy. Therefore, at the extreme end of the spectrum, a trained or exercised person can walk 50 kilometers a day, after which they need at least a few days of rest to recover. Under normal circumstances, the average person can walk 20 kilometers a day, or at most 25 kilometers. Any more than that would exceed their physical limits. According to the PLA Staff Operations Manual, a normal march speed of 4 to 5 kilometers per hour during the day and 4 kilometers per hour at night is 25 to 35 kilometers per day, while forced march can reach 50 kilometers. If the troops are lightly equipped, the normal march speed is 5 kilometers per hour both day and night, resulting in a daily march of 35 kilometers and a forced march of up to 60 kilometers. Normally, they would run for less than 8 hours a day, but forced marches could last up to 12 hours. This indicator of the PLA is considered quite high in the world and cannot be achieved by an army that is not well trained. Even the elite troops of the U.S. military cannot compete with the king of land in terms of leg strength. The boy in front of him was skinny. Gao Jun glanced sideways and saw that his calf muscles were faintly visible, but not well developed. Could he walk nearly 50 kilometers a day? It was very doubtful. No, I'm not a liar. Children from the Euphrates River won't lie. The Lord God would never allow Hal to do this. The boy retorted excitedly, his eyes blazing with fire and his teeth bared. Gao Jun patted his head and said, Go back. The Chinese factory has been closed. This place is my territory now. Hal was surprised. His eyes dimmed for a moment. How could this happen? He was obviously distraught, but in an instant, Hal raised his head and pulled Gao Jun's sleeve. Sir, do you need anyone else in your territory? I've worked with others before. Gao Jun was amused, but he wanted to scare the other party deliberately. He loaded the bullet, grinned, and patted the metal of the STG-44 assault rifle. The gunshot made a dull sound. Have you killed anyone? Hal stepped back in a panic, his mouth half open. I can learn. We don't need the little cow. Let's go back. Ruilep hasn't fallen yet, and we haven't all died yet. Muhammad's voice was much softer, but there was sadness in his tone. Ruilep was really finished. But a teenager is actually willing to learn how to kill? All my family members were killed in the bombing, and my sister is missing. I want to live, I don't want to die. Hal sobbed pleadingly, his thin shoulders shaking slightly, and it was heartbreaking to see him wiping away tears. This child is good-looking, but not too cunning. If possible, take him in. The old Taoist priest floated over at some point and scared Gao Jun when he spoke. It's none of your business. Just stay there. Gao Jun rolled his eyes and cursed. The old Taoist priest chuckled, squatted beside him, and took a puff on half a cigarette butt. The Chinese are known for their ability to connect at first sight, and Gao Jun's initial impression of Hal was quite positive. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Okay, then you'll be our company's porter, earning $1,000 a month, and you'll be required to participate in combat when necessary. Thank you, sir. Hal quickly bowed to express his gratitude. $1,000 could buy a full 20 acres of land in Nazariah, or even 10 AK-47s and some bullets from local gangs. Big Beard, I leave this kid to you. Teach him tactical moves and knowledge of weapons. War is no joke, Gao Jun said. Muhammad folded his hands and raised his head. Hal boy, from now on, don't cry. Big Beard, I won't cry. A man from Ruilep will never shed tears. Hal shouted with his fist raised. Walking into the factory covering an area of nearly 60 acres, the warehouses and houses inside are arranged in an orderly manner and are also well preserved. Hal was a little restrained, staring with eyes wide open and shaking his head, but the old Taoist priest, who was surprised at first, then had a meaningful smile on his face. There are too few of us. For safety reasons, we all live in the same room at night and take turns on guard duty. If we are shot by someone, we will become a laughingstock. Gao Jun pushed open the door of the dormitory. There were all the beds inside. Of course, the owner had just changed. The old Taoist priest unceremoniously found the bed in the corner, lay down on it, and stretched lazily. Hal was obviously still a little timid. He glanced at Gao Jun before taking off his shoes, climbing onto the bed, moving his butt, and smiling. You watch them, especially the old Taoist priest. If he does anything wrong, kill him, Gao Jun said softly as he walked out the door. Muhammad nodded, sat down on the bed near the door with the gun in his arms, placed the wooden-handled grenade and magazine at the head of the bed, and deliberately pulled the bolt hard. Hal seemed to sense that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so he shrank his head and lowered it, not daring to speak. The old Taoist picked his nose, wiped it on the wall, closed his eyes, and took a rest, which made Muhammad, who was showing off his power, so angry that he wanted to bite him. Damn old man. Gao Jun, however, was stunned by the scene before him. The nearly 300-square-meter warehouse was filled with neatly arranged individual weapons and equipment from World War I and World War II, from the U.S. Army's M1919A6 heavy machine gun to canned beef. There are enough weapons here to equip a reinforced battalion. The air was still filled with the smell of gun oil, which made his heart burn. He pulled the small cart outside the warehouse over and picked up a few cans of Spam luncheon meat, which was the main protein ration for the U.S. military during World War II. It was said that it tasted very refreshing. He also took a few packets of coffee powder from the shelf, stuffed all of it into the prepared U.S. Army M14 linen backpack, and then threw it on the small cart. Gao Jun's face showed satisfaction. He was like a shopaholic. Seeing all these weapons and supplies available for picking, he wanted a hug and kiss them all. He decided to use the German STG-44 assault rifle as his main weapon, supplemented by the U.S. military's Thompson submachine gun, a Ruger 08 pistol, and enough ammunition. The entire set of equipment would cost nearly $3,000 at today's prices. As expected, it feels so damn good to be rich. Chapter 18, Security Consulting Company. When Gao Jun pushed the cart back to the dormitory, the old Taoist priest's snoring was already deafening. Xiao Hao and Muhammad were sitting opposite each other, discussing something. When they heard the sound of the wheels, they turned their heads in confusion and looked over. OMG, Thompson? Ruger 08. The fanatical Muhammad jumped off the bed barefoot, grabbed the pistol impatiently, licked the muzzle of the gun like a pervert, and smacked his lips as if he wanted to taste it. Are these for us? Little Hal's eyes widened, his mouth half open, and he held Thompson in his arms, unwilling to let go. Of course, what our company lacks the least is arms. Gao Jun said with a little pride. Little Hal was startled, and his face turned pale. Our company sells arms? You didn't tell him? Gao Jun didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Muhammad, who shook his head helplessly. I didn't have time to tell him yet. I don't want to be an arms dealer. They're all maggots on the crocodile. Little Hal reacted very excitedly. Gao Jun also gave a bitter smile. The PMC industry is in chaos, and various companies are almost using a free-range approach to training personnel on disciplinary issues. For example, the world-famous Blackwater company is called Special Forces outside the establishment by the U.S. government. They employ more than 1,000 people in Ruilep. On September 6, 2007, several Blackwater employees opened fire on Ruilep residents while escorting a U.S. diplomatic convoy on the streets of Badasi, the capital of Ruilep, killing at least 14 people. Among them, sniper Nicholas Slayton maliciously abused the corpses, and a U.S. domestic judge even acquitted him, which led to Blackwater's business activities in Ruilep being canceled by the Ministry of the Interior. The above things are just a drop in the ocean. The most important thing is that many other large, medium, and small PMC companies also have such phenomena, but Blackwater is just too high profile. Gao Jun pressed down on Little Hal's shoulders, their eyes locked, and he spoke word for word. Hal, I'm not here to kill. I'm here to make money. I'm planning to establish a comprehensive security company specializing in static protection, personal security, rescue, and other tasks. Most importantly, I will hold my employees to the same discipline as the PLA and will absolutely not tolerate the indiscriminate killing of innocent people. This was an idea that Gao Jun had in his mind a long time ago. As for employee dissatisfaction caused by overly strict management, it's very simple. If you don't want to work, just get out. As long as you have money, there is no problem finding good soldiers. When the company grows bigger in the future, I can continue to cooperate with the country and accept outstanding retired soldiers. Of course, this is all later. Rabbit, Muhammad's eyes lit up. Are they powerful? Gao Jun was startled and glared at him seriously. Don't ever touch a tiger's butt. That place is a forbidden area for mercenaries. Do you believe it? You'll be taken away and detained as soon as you get off the plane? You can try it. No, I still want to live longer. Muhammad laughed awkwardly, and without saying much, he hid in the quilt with his weapons and equipment and laughed secretly. Are you telling the truth? Hal still had a look of horror on his face. I'm a businessman, not a pervert. Gao Jun's firm words obviously calmed Hal down a lot. After nodding, he returned to his timid look and lay down on the bed with dull eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Such a young child must have experienced too much and must be traumatized. It seems that I need to find a professional psychologist in the future. Gao Jun had encountered employees of God Arming, one of the top 10 PMC security companies. Their treatment was better than that of Blackwater, and the company had a very strict internal structure. It also had a psychological counseling department, led by a psychology professor from the University of Pittsburgh. It gathered most of the psychological experts, and even criminals to counsel the mercenaries returning from the war to prevent them from committing suicide or self-harm. If we want to develop to that level, we really need a long way to go. At present, Gao Jun's most urgent matter is to get his business license first. In Ruilep, if you want to be a mistress, you have to have a good reputation. He sat down on Muhammad's bed and reached out his hand to fidget casually under the quilt. Hey, Gao, stop touching me, you bastard. Muhammad popped his head out from under the quilt, covering his crotch with his hands, looking shy and cursing in dissatisfaction. Gao Jun didn't make a fuss. Instead, he winked at the bearded man and chuckled. I want to ask you, do you know a broker? Can you help me register a company in Ruilep? Register a company? Muhammad was surprised for a moment, then agreed. We do need to do this, but it would be a bit stingy to do it in Ruilep. We can register in the Thibault Alliance. Thibault Alliance? Are there any benefits? Gao Jun asks. Muhammad was like a dog-headed military strategist, his eyes full of cunning. Great. This is the national region of Thibault. The Thibault Alliance is arguably the largest and most prosperous nation in the entire Central Island region. It's beneficial to our development and can expand our potential user base. Gao Jun suddenly understood what was going on when he heard this. He patted the bearded man's shoulder with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. As expected of you, you're the dog-headed military advisor. Doghead Division? Muhammad said with some confusion. This English translation was a bit awkward. Gao Jun laughed a few times and gave a casual explanation. He explained it in the most awesome way possible, but he absolutely could not let the other party know the profound meaning of this word. Muhammad didn't care. He took out the magazine that was a little uncomfortable under his, but tilted his head and thought for a while. I have a FT comrade who works as a broker in Dubai. We can go find him. Can it be solved over the phone? I don't have time to go to Dolby. Gao Jun. The main reason is that I have no money. The US dollars I have on me have to be counted as coins. Let me look through it. The bearded man spread out his hands, pouting his leather drum, and fiddled with an old Nokia phone on his white robe. He flipped through the address book and said, Gao, you'd better think about the name of the security company you want to register with. It's best if you can remember it instantly. Zulong Security Consulting Company. This name is the most flavorful and Chinese-featured name that Gao Jun has thought of for a long time. Since ancient times, China has respected Emperor Qin Shi Huang as the first emperor, who created the world and embraced all rivers and seas, and was revered as the ancestor of the Qin dynasty. What Gao Jun wants to do is to be the #1 in the arms business and show his ambition. The old Taoist priest lying on the bed deep in the dormitory suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a trace of clarity and confusion flashed across the turbidity. But in the end, he smiled, tilted his head, and fell asleep again. Only Chinese people understand what this means. Muhammad didn't care and paused. Found it. He pressed the button impatiently. After thinking for a moment, he heard a rough, muffled voice. Hey, Viper. Chapter 19. Collecting Protection Fees. Far away, on the rooftop of the For Sale Hotel in Dolby, Gabriel Jayak, his lower body wrapped in a white robe, a goblet in his left hand gently swaying the red wine, stood by the bay window, gazing out at the bustling city with its vibrant lights and bustling people, a faint smile on his face. From behind, a lazy arm draped around him, a slender waist wrapped around him, and a blonde woman provocatively licked his earring. Gabriel kissed the woman and mouthed, "Go take a shower first." The woman smiled, looked back and smiled, swaying charmingly, and got into the bathtub with a hazy sexiness on the glass. I said to Muhammad on the other end of the phone impatiently, "Viper, I have something else to do." "Hey, don't give me that. You must be in the hotel. You were a stud pig in the team before," Muhammad said jokingly, but this made Gabriel's old face flash with shame and anger. He hated people bringing up past events. He was no longer working for some consul. Now he enjoys the decadence brought by the US dollar. As long as he has money, he lives better than anyone else in Dublin, a world-class city. The more successful a person is in front of others, the less he wants to see those who have seen him fall from grace. It was as if he particularly hated Muhammad's voice at this moment. "If you have nothing to do, come to Dolby to find me next time. I'm hanging up first." Gabriel turned off the phone, looked at the bathtub with wrinkled eyes, and couldn't wait any longer. Muhammad was stunned and turned to look at Gao Jun with embarrassment on his face. Who could have thought that the other party would be so disrespectful to him? His face was hurt by being scolded. Gao Jun frowned slightly, took the phone from the other party, and dialed again. Fuck. The sudden noise startled Gabriel. His face turned ashen and full of anger. The blonde woman also shook off the water stains on her body in dissatisfaction, snorted coldly, stood up, and shook her hair. Gabriel angrily snatched the phone, looked at the caller ID, and cursed a few words of Central Island slang in a low voice. He wanted to hang up, but he had a save face. He could only suppress his anger and said coldly, "Muhammad, I'll give you money. Do me a favor." A young and equally cold voice came from the other end of the phone, making Gabriel's words stop abruptly. "Who are you?" "My name is Gao Jun, a Ruilep arms dealer. I want to ask you for a favor." "Arms dealer?" "Dollar from Bai." Gabriel's expression changed faster than Sichuan opera. His eyes lit up instantly. He lay comfortably in the bathtub, and his voice became much softer. "What can I do for you?" Hearing the almost flattering compliments from the other side, Gao Jun curled his lips in disdain. "Brokers are nothing more than speculators. You are a parasite trapped in capitalism. As long as you have power, Gabriel will welcome you with his but sticking out. I want to set up a security consulting company and register it in the Thibault Alliance. I heard you have connections." Registered security company? Gabriel was also engaged in a gray area industry at Dolby, and had some connections with both the local black and white circles. He was even a liaison officer of a European consortium at Dolby. He had always considered himself a semi-successful businessman, and whenever he heard the word business, he only thought of himself. He was not sure how much kickbacks he could take, and he had already lost the edge of his former Ruilep warrior. $50,000. Gabriel asked directly for a huge sum. Gao Jun's Hatsak. If the other party was in front of him, he wouldn't mind forcing him to die. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "Friend, the price you are asking is too high. So, let's just leave it at that." Hey, Gao. My friend. Wait a moment. Gabriel shouted hurriedly and chuckled. It's not expensive in Dolby. The most expensive thing is not getting a certificate but connections. It just so happens that I have a little more comfortable life here. This is a blatant show-off. Gao Jun really wanted a curse, but his only remaining rationality made him endure it. Most importantly, he had no time to wait. Ruilep's cake was divided up, and if he had been any slower, all the soup would have been gone. Okay, but I'll pay half first, and I'll transfer the rest to you after you send the documents over. Gao Jun put forward the conditions. Gabriel hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Of course, he just thought Gao Jun was cautious, but he didn't know that the latter was actually poor in nature. He only had so much belongings and had to use them frugally. After Gao Jun and Gabriel discussed the company's basic situation, they hung up the phone and threw the Nokia back to Muhammad in frustration. Gao Jun frowned and said, "I smell a gravedigger on the other end." The bearded man was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He touched his nose, picked up his gun, and went out to stand guard with little Hal. Dawn pierced the Ruilep dawn with the sound of gunfire. Gao Jun was woken up by Hal. He yawned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sir, a group of people came to the door and surrounded our gate." Hal had never seen many scenes, and his voice was trembling. Upon hearing this, Gao Jun jumped out of bed, grabbed his weapons and equipment, and saw that the old Taoist bed was still bulging. He was so angry that he kicked him, but he missed. He lifted the quilt and saw that there was only a pillow inside. "The old man has gone to the gate," said Hal. Now, it was Gao Jun's turn to be embarrassed. It turned out that, after all, he was the laziest one. When the two men ran to the gate, they heard noise from a distance. A group of riders were smashing the iron gate with iron bars in their hands. Only a few of them had weapons in their hands, and there were also homemade guns. "What's going on?" Gao Jun asked with a frown. Muhammad was lying on the rooftop sniping. The old Taoist priest was leaning against the wall smoking. Upon hearing Gao Jun's question, he quickly stood up and said, "He's collecting protection money." "Well, collecting protection money?" Now it was Gao Jun's turn to be confused. Are these people gangsters? But this guy's in such a bad state. He is penniless, while we are fully armed. Hey, Gao Jun heard a loud whistle. Looking over, he saw a young man with curly hair carrying a homemade rifle. "Are you the owner of this place? Are you Chinese?" "Boss, Chinese people are the richest. We need more." Someone next to him echoed. "Grab them all." The young man proudly extended his hand and said, "My name is Kayla. I'm the boss here. Chinese people have to pay taxes here." "Pay taxes?" Gao Jun was startled, then laughed in anger. He walked to the door and beckoned to Kayla. "Come here, I'll give it to you." Chapter 20. Blow yourself up. Kayla glanced at the light machine gun ammunition belt hanging on Hal's body, hesitated for a moment, and then walked over with her neck stiff. He didn't believe that Gao Jun would do anything weird. Who doesn't know? In this war-torn land, the Chinese are as docile as sheep. They will not resist. They are only willing to swallow their anger, lower their heads, and smile. Although Gao Jun was equipped with equipment, Kayla and his group just thought he was a slightly courageous sheep. "You're looking for me." Kayla was still speaking with a smug tone when she approached. Suddenly, the sound stopped. Then, there was a heavy bang and a groan that shook the iron gate. Gao Jun grabbed Kayla's head and dragged him over fiercely. He stuffed the gun into his mouth and pulled to safety. "You're looking for death." "Wow." The gangsters at the door were in an uproar, pointing their homemade rifles at Gao Jun and cursing indignantly and incoherently with the unique Ruilep swear words. There were even some extremists shouting, "Kill them." Little Hal had never seen such a scene before. His thighs were trembling, his bladder was swollen from holding his urine, but at the same time his adrenaline was overflowing, his breathing became suddenly rapid, his mind was blank, but the remaining rationality made him hurriedly open his belt and hurriedly pull out the British Army's Mills No. 69 grenade. The No. 69 grenade, constructed from phenolic resin, effectively controlled the amount of fragments released, making it safer during attacks. It was the primary grenade used by the Commonwealth on major battlefields of World War II, remaining in use until the 1960s, when it was gradually phased out. "Stop!" Gao Jun saw the opponent pushing forward horizontally, glared at him, and pulled the trigger. Oh! Kyla clutched her right leg and screamed in agony. Blood gushed out from between her fingers like a stream, instantly flooding the ground with gravel. Her face was pale as she pleaded with Gao Jun, her voice cracking with fear as she screamed, Don't kill me. Get them out. Gao Jun said in a deep voice, I don't mind. My next shot will be aimed at your head. As he spoke, the muzzle of the gun slowly moved towards Kayla's head. The smell of gunpowder and the heat from the muzzle stimulated his pupils to shrink slightly. A foul smell of uric acid filled the air. Kayla screamed and cursed at his companions. Goldsmith, do you want to see me beaten to death by this bastard? Get out. Goldsmith stood at the front of the team, his face trembling, but his eyes became much more vicious. He had a lot of sinister thoughts in his mind. He really wanted Gao Jun to take advantage of the situation and kill Kayla, so that his original title of idiot could be raised. He was very dissatisfied with Kayla putting shit on his head, and when he heard the other parties shouting and insulting orders, he wanted to rush forward regardless of the consequences. But as soon as he took a step, he felt a sudden chill down his spine and numbness from the instep to his scalp. This was a natural caution hidden in his bones, as if he was being stared at by a hunter. Sniper. I was targeted by a sniper. Fuck. Goldsmith cursed under his breath, then bent over, placing his hands in obvious places on either side of him. His eyes remained steady, like a reply to a sniper on the battlefield. I give up. Don't kill me. This is the unspoken rule on the battlefield. Sure enough, Muhammad upstairs was preparing to snipe and slowly loosened his finger on the trigger, observing the opponent's facial expressions and every move through the sniper scope. If there was any dangerous behavior, he would shoot on the spot. Every sniper is a psychological expert who understands the psychological activities of their prey better than anyone else. Get out. Goldsmith waved his hand, and the gang members behind him left in an orderly manner. It seems that Goldsmith is more suitable to be the leader than you. It seems that everyone in the gang listens to him. Gao Jun's eyes flashed, and he deliberately leaned over to Kayla's ear and said, The Chinese people have long memorized this method passed down by their ancestors. As Gao Jun spoke, Kayla's eyes gradually changed from confusion to malice and resentment. It seems like he is just encouraging himself to rob Chinese factories. Damn it. It turns out that this grandson has wanted to die for a long time. Gao Jun's eyes changed as he watched him, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He tapped Kayla's cheek with his pistol and warned her, Don't let anyone use you as a pawn in the future. This is no longer a Chinese factory. It's the headquarters of Zulong Security Consulting Company. I'm Gao Jun. If you need any weapons or other supplies, you can come to me. Remember to bring US dollars. This is the key in the end. Always remember that you are a businessman. Arms dealer. Kayla was cursing. A group of ragtag soldiers actually came to rob arms dealers? He must have been kicked in the head. Thank you. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He thanked Gao Jun, covered his broken leg, and ran away. Gao Jun and the others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The old Taoist priest walked to the nervous little Hao, who was still holding a grenade in his hand. The veins on his arm were bulging, and he was trembling slightly. He was deliberately holding his breath, and his eyes were wide open. Hey, young man. The old Taoist's eyes rolled, and he became interested. He went up and patted little Hao on the shoulder. This prank scared the latter so much that he loosened his hand, and the grenade fell to the ground in an instant. Fuck, get down. The old Taoist priest was also stunned, but he kicked the grenade away, grabbed Xiao Hao, and rushed forward, holding down his head and curling up tightly. Boom! There was a slight earthquake, and a small black mushroom cloud rose up. Fortunately, Gao Jun heard the warning from the old Taoist priest behind him and hid in the corner, thus escaping the disaster. He climbed up with a dark face, brushed off the dust in front of him, grabbed the old Taoist priest and Xiao Hao, and roared, You are going to die. But he looked up and down at the two of them worriedly, fearing that they were injured. When he saw that there were no obvious signs of external injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's okay. It won't kill anyone. The old Taoist priest waved his hand nonchalantly and shamelessly patted the frightened little Hao on the shoulder. Don't play with grenades anymore. This method of shirking responsibility is really good. Gao Jun looked at him in confusion. He hadn't paid much attention just now, but but he always felt that this matter was most likely related to the old Taoist priest. However, he was too lazy to say more. As long as no one was killed, what was wrong with playing with a grenade? Ruilep civilians often run around with unexploded bombs, and they're used to it. Gao Jun was actually sweating coldly. He was facing a group of cowardly stragglers, but if someone came for real, how could he stop them? Increasing strength is urgent. Just when Gao Jun was frowning and at a loss, Muhammad upstairs started shouting at the top of his voice. Gao, I saw Mikey. He's coming over here. Chapter 21, Big Business. Hey, Gao. Mickey's deep voice was shouting from a long distance away. Beside him stood 4 or 5 burly henchmen with strange tattoos on their faces. They looked aggressive and had the demeanor of big bosses. But Gao Jun just took a quick glance at them and said with disdain that they were all just show-offs with muscles, but no real use. Many people in Europe and America tout the visual impact of strong muscles, saying their pectoral muscles can crush a walnut. This can lead people astray, believing that strength can break anything. However, they don't realize that smaller people are more flexible. For example, the famous diminutive boxer Michael Zambides is a representative example. His muscles are not eye-catching, but at only 1.65 meters tall, he relied on his flexible movement and sudden explosive power to gain a firm foothold in the boxing world. He is known as the Greek Saint Seiya. Mickey pulled his head and took off his sunglasses. Although this action was very coquettish, in Gao Jun's eyes, it was just showing off. He tried not to laugh, but the corner of his eye twitched, but he still forced a smile, touched the other person lightly, and changed the subject. No wonder I saw birds singing this morning. It turns out that guests from afar have arrived. Mickey was stunned for a moment. Then his face broke into a smile. Who doesn't like to hear nice words? This Chinese person speaks so nicely. Behind Gao Jun, little Hal turned his head in confusion. The old Taoist priest, who was picking his nose as if he was used to it, scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself, "There are birds in Ruilep this morning. All the wild vegetables outside the city have been dug up, and people are even eating tree bark." When little Hal was extremely hungry, his eyes turned red when he saw the corpses of people who died of the plague. "Welcome to my company," Gao Jun said proudly, pointing inside the factory. Mickey's eyes flashed with surprise. This factory was much more spacious than his crappy place, which made him more determined. Gao Jun must be a puppet launched by a certain chaebol or the government. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this in Ruilep? The local armed forces are not vegetarians. This is a good partner who can make money together. No one can go against the US dollar. Franklin's ugly face is loved by the whole world. After figuring this out, Mickey smiled even brighter and directly explained his purpose. "Gao, I'm here to get the goods this time. You have to give me a suitable price." Gao Jun's eyes lit up. "Of course. Although most of my equipment is from the World War II era, it's been maintained very promptly. It will definitely dazzle you. Come on, I'll take you to my warehouse, Muhammad." He shouted upstairs, half of his bearded body exposed. "Gao, what's wrong? Take the rest of your friends and get some rest." "Okay." Muhammad responded and ran down quickly with noisy footsteps. Gao Jun gave a few instructions to the old Taoist priest and little Hal, asking them to guard the door, and then took Mickey towards the warehouse. The two chatted quite happily, but Mickey was still puzzled. Why was there so few people working in such a large factory? It didn't seem like the foundation of a successful arms dealer. Just look at the other major arms dealers in Ruilep. They all had various models of Chinook transport helicopters, which could quickly transport employees to various battlefields in Ruilep. Look at Gao Jun here. There were 2 or 3 tattered pickup trucks with Chinese characters painted on them. Great Harvest Grain Factory. They were not presentable. Of course, Mickey kept these questions to himself. His cautious nature prevented him from overturning his previous guesses for the time being. Let's see his weapons first. Squeak. Gao Jun struggled to push open the slightly rusted rolling door of the warehouse, and a puff of foul air rushed out. Mickey stood on tiptoe and took a deep breath. His expression was more excited than if he had smoked marijuana. He rushed into the warehouse, rubbing his hands together and lying on a Sultan 20mm machine gun, his legs crossed, and kept shouting, "OMG!" His face was full of amazement. His hands trembled with excitement as he swallowed hard. "Gao, I want this cannon. Give it to me. Sell it to me." The Sorathon 20mm machine gun is an anti-aircraft machine gun produced by Sorathon, a subsidiary of the German Rheinmetall Company established in Switzerland during World War II in order to evade the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles on the German arms industry after World War I. Of course, it can also be used against flat surfaces. It also has a close relationship with China. In 1935, a small number of them were purchased on the advice of German military advisors, and they were mainly equipped with the main forces, such as the Central Army. I knew it. There's still some Surodong 20mm cannons. The ones in the military museum are useless. They lack the sharpness of combat weapons. OMG, look at this gun barrel. It's so sexy. I want to fuck it. Gao Jun couldn't contain the dirty words coming out of this bastard Mickey's mouth. Of course, all the weapons here can be sold, as long as you have US dollars. 30,000 US dollars. Mickey shouted out the price, and Gao Jun's heart sank, and his Adam's apple twitched silently. This old cannon can be sold for 30,000 US dollars? With this rate of fire and lethality, it is basically scrap metal to a well-trained and well-equipped army. Of course, if it is used against the mob in the morning, it is like killing a chicken. Deal. Gao Jun made the decision directly, fearing that the other party would regret it. The arms business was indeed extremely profitable, and of course this was also because he had met a big boss. He pulled Mickey over and started selling him other weapons and equipment. Come, take a look at the German Krumlov. The arc rifle can help you hide in corners, under cover, behind walls, under sofas and bathtubs, and anywhere you can think of, allowing you to shoot stealthily. It's a great partner for sneak shooting. The British Army's Buran light machine gun, in my opinion, was the most outstanding light machine gun of World War II. It can provide you with unexpected firepower suppression. Today we're having a promotion. Buy one machine gun and get 2 boxes of ammunition for free. It's only $1,888. Gao Jun was very eloquent, and even used some familiar words in China, which made Mickey think he was in a vegetable market. But it really worked. Mickey immediately bought 10 more Krumlovs, 20 Thompson submachine guns, 3 Japanese Type 99 light machine guns, an MG-34 general-purpose machine gun, and several boxes of ammunition. Is this Mickey going to rob the Ruilep vault? Especially the MG-34 general-purpose machine gun. This is a bit too much. For militants using AK-47, this is a BUG. Many people think that times are changing and previous thermal weapons are outdated. But sometimes you have to think about it. Many weapons experts are using previous styles to stimulate more powerful performance. After all, today's weapons are just extensions of the past. Gao Jun produced a calculator in his hand and tapped his fingers nonstop. When he finished pressing the buttons and saw the numbers, he immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 22. I'm just a businessman. The total is 135,000 US dollars. Gao Jun licked his dry lips, and a Pichot-like light burst out of his eyes. This is the largest order I have ever received, enough to last me a while. 135,000? Mickey was slightly stunned. He casually glanced at the equipment he bought and calculated in his mind. After about 10 seconds, Mickey's tense face relaxed slightly. He took out a check from his pocket, lowered his head, and pretended to write. He asked casually, "Can I use a check?" Gao Jun sneered in his heart. "Are you doing this to me? Paying checks at Ruilep? Do you really think I'm new here?" The Marriott government is getting anxious and angry because of the internal struggle, especially the Custer Armed Forces. Even the American father has suffered heavy losses. How can there be time to rebuild the financial system? In Ruilep, even people would dislike using this check to wipe their butts. "Mickey, I only take cash here." Mickey paused for a moment, raised his head, and said with a half-smile, "Gao, there are many ways to make money in Ruilep. We can work together." Before he could finish his words, Mickey screamed and curled up like a shrimp. "You're trying to do this to me?" Gao Jun grabbed Mickey's hair, pressed his head against the muzzle of the anti-aircraft gun, took out his pistol, pointed it at Mickey's temple, and cursed through gritted teeth. "You're kidding me." Mickey stared in horror. His pupils shrank, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. "Gao, don't get excited, don't get excited." Gao Jun grinned, turned on the safety, touched the trigger with his finger, and pulled the trigger firmly. Crack! Mickey was desperately waiting to die, but he heard an empty voice and Gao Jun's sarcastic ridicule. "Clown, we Chinese have an old saying, when a common man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away. Don't force me to kill you." Ahem. Mickey, who was released, sat limply on the ground like a dead dog. Just now, He felt the scythe of the god of death hanging on his cheek unscrupulously. He had never been so close to death. I don't have that much cash. Mickey wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suppressed the resentment in his heart, and struggled to get up. Are you kidding me? Gao Jun's face turned cold. He raised his foot and kicked the other person to the ground again. He pulled out a German B 1938 demolition pliers from the side during World War II and walked towards Mickey with a dark face. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on Mickey's heart. This somewhat illusory, murderous aura frightened Mickey so much that he felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly supported himself and moved back, shouting, I'll pay. I'll pay. I'll have someone bring the money over. Gao Jun's gloomy face softened instantly. He tossed the demolition pliers aside and even affectionately helped the man up. He brushed off the dust on him and helped him straighten his clothes. I'm just a businessman. Don't let my warehouse see blood. The US dollar is the best language. Am I right, my friend? He patted Mickey's cheek, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mickey's body trembled slightly, and he shrank his neck. This Gao Jun is a fucking dog. Even the wild dogs in Africa would not change their faces as much as he did. Mickey was afraid of him. He had no doubt that if he didn't pay, the big demolition pliers would hit him on the head. With shaking hands, he took out his cell phone and called his trusted henchman. Boss, give me $135,000 in cash. Huh, boss this. The henchman on the other end was a little hesitant. After all, the boss had never used so much cash in the past, so he was bound to have doubts. But this whining is making the clown very angry. Mickey roared into the other end of the phone. Shut up. You do what I tell you to do. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to East Africa to sell your asshole. Send you here. The henchman who was in another lounge heard the busy tone coming from the phone and touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't know what made the boss so angry, but he just did what he was told. He apologized to Muhammad, who was accompanying him, and went back with the others to get the money. When Muhammad sent them to the door, he touched his chin in confusion, frowned, and felt something was strange. Muhammad! A shout brought him back to his senses. He quickly turned his head and was stunned in an instant. The thing next to Gao Jun is a pig's head? Hey, Muhammad. When the other party greeted him while pulling the wound on his face, the bearded man gasped. Mickey, how did you get into this state? Mickey chuckled awkwardly, his face still trembling. He glanced at Gao Jun inadvertently from the corner of his eye, but he kept a wry smile and lied. But Muhammad still caught this subtle facial change. He looked at Gao Jun in shock, and his intuition told him that this must be the work of his bold boss. Gao Jun did not deny it and spread out his hands innocently. Damn it, he's really a lunatic. Even the customers were beaten like this. The bearded man complained in his heart. He felt a little cold on his forehead. At this rate, he was afraid that he would be in trouble too. The thug who went to get the money came back quickly, carrying a snakeskin bag, trotting over. When he saw the bruises on Mickey's face, he was startled and said in a very tactless manner, Boss, what are you looking at? Mickey roared in dissatisfaction, and he pulled up the snakeskin bag with all his strength, smashing it at Gao Jun's heels as if to vent his anger. Perhaps it was the confidence given to him by his henchmen that made him raise his voice viciously. Here you go. Gao Jun winked at Muhammad, and he understood immediately. He opened the snakeskin bag, pulled out a few sheets at random, and licked them with his tongue. Legend has it that there's a smell on US dollars, the smell of Indian blood, which can stimulate the scalp to numb and the whole body to feel intense. Really, Muhammad looked at several batches carefully before nodding. There is no money detector, so we can only rely on this more troublesome method to verify. Hearing this, Gao Jun smiled like a Mithra Buddha, extended his hand, and said to Mickey, Happy cooperation. Mickey snorted coldly and asked reluctantly, When will the delivery be? Delivery? Gao Jun spread his hands. Sorry, we don't have that service. Door-to-door delivery will cost an additional $5,000. If a fight breaks out along the way, additional subsidies will be required. What? Mickey choked on his saliva, his face flushed and his neck thickened. You are robbing me. Gao Jun said innocently, Didn't I tell you? You vampire, the Satan of the East. Mickey stomped his feet in frustration and cursed madly. Gao Jun's face remained calm. When the other party was exhausted from his panting scolding, he calmly took out half a lion cigarette, put it into Mickey's mouth, lit it for him, and laughed. I'm just a businessman. Chapter 23. Aye. In the end, Mickey seemed unable to swallow this anger. He called and used his connections to get 3 pickup trucks. He looked at Gao Jun proudly, shouted at his men, and pushed the large weapons onto the trucks. When the Salutong 20mm machine gun was rolled out, everyone gasped and screamed. The black muzzle was scary to look at. Little Hal even gestured with his hands, saying that if he was hit by a shot, half of his body would be blown up. Mickey's men cheered, sang folk songs, stood on the net bag on the back of the pickup truck, and walked away. After the buyer left, Muhammad finally couldn't contain his excitement and said anxiously, "Gosh, that's a 20mm Soliton cannon? Why don't we keep it for ourselves? If we could mount it on the roof, it would be a deadly weapon." Gao Jun gave a mischievous smile. "Good things should be kept for yourself. If I encounter such a rip-off, I will feel guilty if I don't give him a good beating." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He took out 3 stacks of US dollars from a nylon bag and casually stuffed them into Muhammad's arms. He said generously, "Take these and divide them among you. Think of them as bonuses." Bonus? This stack is at least close to 40,000. 3 people can each get more than 10,000. Muhammad's eyes were shining, and Little Hal's mouth was drooling. Only the old Taoist priest continued to pick his nose with a calm expression. At this moment, the bearded man's cell phone rang rapidly. He glanced at her doubtfully, then a slight smile appeared on his face. He waved his phone at Gao Jun. Gabriel called. "The documents must be ready." "Hello." Muhammad deliberately raised his voice and said something, but suddenly the smile on his face gradually faded, and finally he said in a lost voice, "What? Were you arrested?" Gao Jun frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, after the bearded man hung up the phone with a gloomy face, he said, "Gabriel has been arrested." "What's going on?" Gao Jun asked calmly. "I'm involved in bribery and drug trafficking in Dublin. I am afraid I can't get out. In the Thibault Alliance, drug trafficking is a serious crime, and the minimum penalty is life imprisonment." Gao Jun's mouth was twisted with anger. If Gabriel was in front of him, he would have given the bastard a cannonball. But he also knew that this was not the time to assign blame. He frowned and spoke after a while. "Looks like I have to go to Dubai myself. Old Taoist priest, come with me. Big Beard, you and Little Hal stay behind." Gao Yun ordered. Muhammad lowered his head and said nothing, feeling a little ashamed in his heart. Although he did not say that he had suffered any major losses, people in this line of work feared the most that they would be targeted by others. Perhaps Zulong's information was already on the desktop of the exclusive intelligence agency of the Thibault Alliance. The reason for choosing the old Taoist priest was that the old man looked very smooth and might be able to help with something important. Gao Jun was a man of great execution. That afternoon, he and the old Taoist priest drove a shabby pickup truck, carrying simple weapons and equipment, and headed toward the border town of Busa in Ria, intending to fly directly to Dubai from Ria. Badasi is nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Basra. The most torturous part of the journey is not the bumpy road, but the refugees who are always about to pop out, or the fear of stepping on landmines. Everyone is nervous all the way. There's a village ahead. Let's take a rest first. Gao Jun was wearing goggles, a rolled-up scarf, and his hair was covered in dust, looking like a savage. The old Taoist priest in the passenger seat didn't even have time to pick his nose. He leaned half of his body out of the car, looked into the distance, squinted his eyes, and shouted loudly at Gao Jun. Gao Jun gestured to him, stepped on the accelerator, and the exhaust of the pickup truck roared as it rushed out. The village gradually appeared, but suddenly a gunshot rang out like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the sky. Gao Jun stepped on the brakes and took out a large British bronze telescope from the back seat. The two of them jumped out of the car quickly, hid in the bushes, and lay in wait to observe. Only a fool would stay in the car at this time, because the militants will teach you a lesson in the next second. There were people wearing black robes, turbans, and carrying AK-47s. Gao Jun recounted what he had seen. Then a thought struck him, and he cursed, "Fuck, we've hit the jackpot. II is ahead." The old Taoist lowered his body very low and tilted his head. "Murder. Criminal organizations like II are not good people. They kill people without leaving any trace and make the whole place chaotic. However, because their influence spreads all over the world, they cause headaches for all governments and organizations." "How many people?" "For people. Gao Yun insult family." Fuck him, the old Taoist asked with his eyes. Gao Jun reached out and lightly pressed his shoulder, buried the telescope in the soil, picked up the STG-44 assault rifle, counted silently for a few seconds, then nimbly bent down and rushed out, deliberately sticking close to the branches and trunks to cover his tracks well. He glanced casually at the old Taoist priest beside him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The old Taoist priest's tactical movements are more skillful, even close to actual combat, and his leaps and rolls are just right. This made Gao Jun even more curious. This old Taoist priest must be extraordinary. Maybe he even went to the battlefield. No. Buddy, let go of my buddy. Father, help. Spare us. We are willing to give away all our food. Near the dilapidated corner of the village, screams and pleas for mercy were heard one after another. Gao Jun, sticking to the wall, winked and gestured to the old Taoist priest who was 10 meters away. Separate your actions. In fact, there are communication tools from the Second World War in the warehouse, such as radios and walkie-talkies, but these are not very suitable. After all, either the noise is too loud or they are easily cracked. If there's a chance in the future, they can be sold as scrap metal. Without further ado, after Gao Jun assigned the tasks, he tiptoed into the broken wall. The sanitation in this village was very poor, and the softest step was covered with gold. Damn! He cursed softly, suppressing the nausea and carefully rubbing it on the stone a few times. The smell was much less. He leaned against a low house, and only 3 meters in front of him were 2 criminals shooting a bearded, white-haired old man. Although the old man's eyes were filled with fear, he still stubbornly held back his tears. The Ruilep people are never afraid of death. As the children of the Lord God, we will rebuild a new future. Damn maggots, they will always die. Before the hysterical roar ended, the criminal behind him could no longer hold back and opened fire. Bang! The head exploded like a watermelon, with half of the skull flipped over. The people kneeling beside him were obviously relatives, crying bitterly and lying on the ground limply. Kill them all, one of them said indifferently, as if these were just stray dogs in his eyes and not worth mentioning. Gao Jun was startled and quickly half-extended his body, quickly aligned the crosshairs, and shot accurately. Chapter 24. Death of the Homeland. Those who have used the STG-44 assault rifle often have some complaints about it. The STG-44 has a slow rate of fire at close range because it uses a short rifle bullet. The gun bounces noticeably during continuous firing, making it less controllable than a submachine gun. Within 50 meters, the STG-44 is inferior to the MP-40 submachine gun. In West Germany, the then Wehrmacht officers even advocated for the STG-44 to be the new standard weapon. In many regional conflicts in modern Africa, this antique weapon is still used. Gao Jun's hand that was pulling down the cover was tense, and his muscle memory was reading in, keeping the up and down movement of STG-44 within a controllable range. The 2 IIA members never dreamed that an enemy would jump out from behind. They were shot in the back in an instant. With a muffled groan, they stumbled and fell headfirst into the mud, dying a cold death. But Gao Jun did not stop. He fired a volley of bullets, completely smashing the thighs of the 2 corpses, and then he came out carefully. "Who is the village chief here?" he asked in a deep voice, looking at the villagers lying on the ground in fear. "Jonathan is our village chief, and he used to be the magistrate of Madi City." The brave man raised his hands and shouted when he saw that Gao Jun did not look like a criminal who killed innocent people. "Marty, Gao Jun Faunil. That damn place." Madi was one of the main support bases of the former Yasma regime. Between 2003 and 2006, Madi served as a major anti-U.S. base, hosting numerous attacks against U.S. soldiers. Since 2011, the IAIA and the Ruilep government have engaged in repeated battles for control of Madi. Most importantly, it is a hotspot for beheading videos targeting the United States and Britain. In Ruilep, arms dealers or security companies call it the holy land of U.S. dollars. Because they like war, that's where they can make money. When Gao Jun was about to ask further questions, he suddenly felt a chill in his spine and his scalp went numb. He rolled to the side, completely unconscious, and saw a civilian in front of him suddenly have his head blown up. "Silencer! Damn!" Gao Jun roared with a red face and waved his hands, signaling, "Disperse." He took off running, and the bullet hit the ground behind his heel with a dull sound. His serpentine movement reduced his chances of hitting the target. He rushed through the wooden door into the stone house, with his head tucked in, his chest heaving rapidly. He licked his dry lips with his tongue, knelt on the ground, and glanced around with his peripheral vision. When he was running for his life, he discovered that the bullet was fired from the 6 o'clock direction. The opponent's intuition told Gao Jun that the gunman must be hiding up there, because if he were in his place, he would also hide there. Call! Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended the muzzle of the gun and stared without blinking. Except for the eyes that were moving, the rest of his body was as stiff as a stone. This went on for nearly 3 minutes. Just when his muscles were a little sore, the other party finally couldn't bear it anymore and tilted his head a little. Gao Jun adjusted the position of single shot with his thumb and pulled the trigger. The head suddenly lifted up, and then a body rolled down from the roof and fell heavily to the ground. He climbed over the window, moved forward with the gun in hand, and when he reached the body, he saw an AR-18 rifle with a silencer. He kicked it aside with his toes, fired another shot, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the old Taoist priest also killed the enemy cleanly and neatly. After searching in the village for a while, he trotted over to meet Gao Jun. I think we should retreat quickly. The Ai are just a bunch of mosses. Once they get stuck, they can't break free. He said to Gao Jun seriously at first. We're just looking for money. There's no need to fight them. You'll find out how terrifying they are in Ruilep. IIA is an extremely famous criminal organization all over the world. Even the big countries in Europe feel that it is a big headache. If Zulong's security company gets involved again, they will die without knowing how. A human bomb can rush to the door and turn them into ashes. Gao Jun nodded firmly, turned around, and prepared to leave. But who knew that the area behind them was suddenly filled with people without them noticing, and everyone looked at them with a somewhat weird look. The old Taoist priest was startled. He gently kicked Gao Jun's heel with his toes and said in Chinese, "Human heart, if there's any movement, kill them." Gao Jun said in a deep voice, "Try to kick them. If too many people die, no one can cover it up. The eyes of the whole world will be focused here. Any little disturbance will be exposed by the media all over the world." He doesn't want to become the target of public criticism and be condemned by everyone. Don't you see that the actions of the U.S. military here are being picked apart under a magnifying glass? What are you going to do? Just when the anger was becoming more and more weird, an old woman was seen rushing through the crowd, blocking the crowd with her arms outstretched as if protecting a cub, and her voice trembling. "Aunt Dorothea, we can't let them go, or our village will be destroyed. Those II demons won't let us go. They killed IIA people, and we can't be the ones to bear the punishment." Gao Jun had a cold expression on his face and reached for the grenade on his waist without any expression. If these bastards were to use force, we would all die together. No, we absolutely cannot violate our faith. The Lord God said that those who repay kindness with enmity will not receive his blessings. The old woman roared excitedly, turbid tears streaming down her wrinkled skin. The Ruilep people are all warriors. We have never turned our butcher knives on our comrades. Perhaps it was because Aunt Dorothea had some prestige in the village, and her words had some effect. The surrounding villagers lowered their heads in shame and consciously made way for them. The old lady protected Gao Jun and the other man as they passed through the middle. Her vigilant eyes were a little fierce, but only after they were sent to the outside of the village did the expression on her face relax slightly. Gao Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. His back was soaked and his palms were covered with dry sweat. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Aunt Dorothea forced a smile, but still looked somewhat sad. Even though Ruilep is dead now, I won't allow him to be defiled or insulted like this. Gao Jun and the old Taoist priest looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort each other. They could only watch each other leave. The hunched body became farther and farther away under the setting sun. "Let's go." Gao Jun patted the depressed old Taoist priest, jumped into the car, and drove off into the distance. Dorothea stood on the edge of the cliff, letting the mountain breeze blow her white hair. She looked up at the place not far away. More than 10 years ago, there was a beautiful church there. They liked to gather together to sing the ballads of Ruilep and look forward to tomorrow. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into ruins. Time destroys the youth of the human body, and war destroys the memory of youth. Goodbye, my Ruilep, goodbye, my past. Dorothea opened her arms and leaped, withering in midair like a floating feather. Chapter 25, Human Bomb. Bra, an important town in Ruilep, is Ruilep's largest port and second largest city. Most importantly, this place is a holy place for the Shunni sect, where religious struggles are rampant and armed confrontations often occur. Gao Jun, cigarette in hand, honked his horn vigorously, urging the people and vehicles ahead to move forward. He squinted his eyes and grumbled to the old Taoist priest. Do you know what the best way to solve a traffic jam is? One rocket launcher and boom, it's all over. He made a mushroom cloud gesture and cursed. The old Taoist priest took off his shoes, rubbed his feet, touched some mud, put it to the tip of his nose, and sniffed deeply. He shivered because of the stench. He spit out a mouthful of phlegm, opened the window, and spit it out casually. But what a coincidence! A barefoot man was passing by and spat on his face. OMG. The big man's mouth twitched, his facial muscles spasmed slightly, and he pulled out a machete from behind in a rage. With a dark face, he kicked at the passenger door of the pickup truck, then hit the window with the machete, pointing at the hysterical roar inside. Is there something wrong? The old Taoist priest opened the window in confusion and asked with a frown. Bastard, come down, you got me. Kneel down and apologize, you Chinese. The big man was very unhappy, but his chattering disturbed Gao Jun, who was already in a bad mood. He said angrily, Get out. The big man was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, his eyes turned red. He stuck his head in, spitting everywhere, and his saliva was about to spray on Gao Jun's face. Gao Jun's face gradually became impatient. He bent down and took out a pistol from under the seat and suddenly pointed it at the other man's forehead. Any questions? The big man's cursing stopped abruptly. His pupils shrank slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Roll. The big man ran away as if he had been pardoned, without even throwing away his machete, for fear of being shot by Gao Jun. Why all that nonsense? In Ruilep, whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Gao Jun put the pistol behind his waist, pushed open the car door, and walked out. He looked ahead and saw that there was no end in sight, so he spat. My head hurts. Let's go. I was here last time, and I remember there's a Chinese restaurant here. Let's go try it. Gao Jun rubbed his temples and waved to the old Taoist priest. When he turned around, he didn't notice and bumped into a short woman who was wrapped in a black robe with only her 2 eyes exposed. He apologized hurriedly. The woman paused slightly and walked away quickly. But Gao Jun frowned and looked deeply at the other person's back. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you attracted to that woman? Why don't you chase her if that doesn't work? Drug her. Rape her. The old Taoist priest threw her a seductive look with a lustful look on his face, and his words became more and more ridiculous. Gao Jun rolled his eyes and said, I just felt something hard. Hard, the old Taoist touched his chin, his rat eyes filled with confusion. Shouldn't it be soft? But before he could finish his words, Gao Jun's expression suddenly changed and he roared, Oh no, that's a bomb. Boom! As if to agree with his words, there was an explosion where the black-robed woman disappeared. People around were screaming, the injured covered their bloody faces and fled in fear, and some were lying on the ground wailing. The burning cars and the cries that came one after another created a hellish scene. Damn it! Gao Jun was also shocked and felt dizzy. His face turned pale and he cursed. Human bomb. I encountered this incident right after entering Bara. My luck is so bad. Let's go. Let's go. Gao Jun helped the old Taoist priest up, pushed him into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and reversed rapidly. All the cars blocking the way from behind were roughly pushed aside, and the old pickup truck ran out. This is not the time to think about saving people. Gao Jun is not a savior. In Ruilep or other war-torn areas, these human bombs are definitely manipulated by criminal organizations to a greater or lesser extent. Who can be sure that they don't have any tricks up their sleeves? Nothing is more important than your own life. This is a war-torn place. Of course, the local garrison also reacted quickly. Many soldiers gathered towards the explosion site with solemn expressions, as if facing a powerful enemy. This is too damn dangerous. That woman was in your arms just now. If it had exploded at that time, we would have turned into mud. The old Taoist priest who was scared to death just now got up from the back seat quickly, saying with lingering fear. Gao Jun raised his eyebrows. After hearing what the old Taoist priest said, he really had a narrow escape from death. Leave this damn place as soon as possible. I'll buy a ticket and fly to Dolby as soon as possible. There is an international airport in Para, and it is directly controlled by the U.S. military to serve both the military and civilians. Comparatively speaking, it is quite safe. The old Taoist priest was stunned and said awkwardly, I lost my ID. Lost. Gao Jun looked at the old Taoist priest in confusion and cursed in Mandarin. Fuck you. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you didn't have any identification? You didn't ask. The old Taoist priest was still feeling aggrieved. Gao Jun's nose was crooked with anger. He slammed the steering wheel in anger, glared at the old Taoist priest in dissatisfaction, and muttered, "Looks like I have to find those damn money-grubbing bastards again." The old Taoist priest glanced at Gao Jun and muttered to himself, "You're asking others to die for money. You almost want to die with the money in your arms." Of course, he just kept this in mind and didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only let Gao Jun drive with a gloomy face as he turned left and right, gradually moving away from the downtown area. When he arrived at an obviously abandoned factory, the car stopped. "What are we doing here?" The old Taoist priest looked around. The weeds around him were almost waist-high. The wind blew gently, making the scene look very bleak. "Come and eat shit. Are you going or not?" Gao Jun said angrily and walked into the factory. TSK. The old Taoist priest shrank his neck and raised his middle finger in dissatisfaction. But just in time, he saw Gao Jun turning around. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his finger and pretended to swat it with a wry smile. "Huh? There's a mosquito." After entering the factory, the old Taoist priest was shocked by what he saw. There were colorful lights, young men and women dancing wildly and unrestrainedly, and even more outrageous was a couple having sex right on the ground, their moans making people blush. "Go in later, be tough. Don't act weak, otherwise you'll easily suffer." Gao Jun stopped with a serious expression and spoke to the old Taoist priest who was secretly watching the show. "Who are you looking for?" A vigilant Ruilep man came over and looked Gao Jun up and down, then finally glanced at the weapons in the two men's hands and felt a little nervous. "Is Samara here?" Chapter 26. Basra, Snakehead. "Samara? What do you want with him?" The Ruilep man asked doubtfully, still shaking his head. "She's not here." Gao Jun grabbed the man's collar, butted his head, and cursed viciously. "You son of a bitch! Don't play such a trick on me. That money grubber from Samara is only counting her dollars. What else can she do? Don't make me angry." After saying that, he pushed the other person hard and bumped into the wall behind him, feeling a little chest tightness for a moment. "Where is he?" Gao Jun spouted out word by word. "My friend, your patience is not very good." The old Taoist priest swung a dagger at the side, suddenly raised his hand and stabbed the man. No, don't kill me," the man shouted in horror, and his head tilted. The dagger just passed under his earring and penetrated into the copper skin behind him. "Don't cause me trouble. Next time, I'll cut your aorta." The old Taoist priest put his whole face close to him and breathed out foul air. "Brother, don't get so close, you stink. I'll take you to see Samara, but please don't abuse me." The Ruilep man retched with a dark face. Gao Jun's face turned strange when he heard this. He forced himself to laugh and pushed the other person. "Stop talking nonsense and take us there." The man staggered, glanced at Gao Jun timidly, lowered his head, covered his chest, and led the way in front. After turning 7 or 8 times and finally entering a small path that looked like an alley, my vision suddenly became clear. The famous sad song "Fallen Flower" was played in the nearly 500 square meter hall. In the middle of the room, there was a sofa covered with US dollars, and a ferocious-looking woman was lying on it. "Woman? Where does she come from?" the old Taoist priest asked curiously. "The human trafficker from Bara. She used to be the lover of a Bara government official. Then, after the Ruilep War started, she killed her husband, a fanatical follower of Sadr X. Gao Jun Snevel. This." The old Taoist priest gasped, looked the man up and down rudely, and muttered in Chinese, "So ugly." Gao Jun spread his hands and said, "It doesn't matter if the lights are off. As long as I can find it, it's fine." "That makes sense." Gao Jun coughed lightly and shouted loudly, "Samara, don't you welcome old friends?" "Old friend? Poor people don't have friends in Ruilep." When Samara opened his mouth, the sound was as harsh as sawing wood. "Have you met before?" Gao Jun nodded helplessly, but didn't want to say much. He just dealt with it casually. He took out a stack of US dollars from his backpack, kissed it, and threw it towards Samara reluctantly. Bang! The sound of the banknotes hitting the ground was quite pleasant. Samara's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened and stared at the US dollars. Finally, her gaze slowly moved upwards and squatted on the backpack in Gao Jun's hand. Gao Jun patted his backpack and asked mischievously, "Do you want it?" Although Samara loves money, she is not an idiot, Otherwise, the men in Ruilep would have eaten her to the bone. What do you want from me? She asked calmly. I need an ID that can withstand inspection. Impossible. Before he could finish his words, Samara interrupted him. She frowned and shook her head firmly. I'm done with this anymore. After a pause, she added, it started with the badass hijacking. Previously, Najaf Airport, located 150 kilometers south of the capital of Sril, was temporarily closed. Sril authorities previously stated that the closure was for security reasons, as most of the passengers at the airport were Shia. However, sources said that Al-Qaeda attempted to hijack a passenger plane departing from Najaf Airport to attack Shia holy sites and had already sneaked onto the plane. It almost caused a disaster. Afterwards, the U.S. Military Intelligence Department learned that these people were wanted criminals worldwide, with a cumulative wanted amount of $1 million. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to pass security checks with such identities, but they bribed a senior executive of a local airline and successfully infiltrated. After finding out the cause, the Ruilep gang was sanctioned by NATO and the Ruilep army and was almost wiped out. This also gave a huge headache to gangs in other places, and they all stopped thinking about things that shouldn't be done. Gao Jun kept looking at Samara. Although the latter spoke firmly, his eyes were looking at the backpack in his hands reluctantly. If the other party doesn't agree, it means the price you offered is not enough. He smiled slightly, took out 2 more stacks, and threw them on the carpet. Samara's eyebrows twitched, but she continued to shake her head. Gao Jun didn't show any extra expression on his face. He just continued to take out and throw. The old Taoist priest standing nearby began to tremble in his heart as he saw the amount of US dollars on the ground approaching 60,000. With $60,000, you can equip a ragtag team in Ruilep. Enough. We don't have much money left. He held Gao Jun's wrist and shook his head gently. How can it be enough? This little money can't fill her stomach. Samara, am I right? Gao Jun said to the woman with a smile. Samara didn't answer directly, but just smiled and said, US dollars can make people crazy. Crazy? Gao Jun chuckled and slowly approached Samara. Do you want to see how many I have left? Samara's eyes gleamed. Staring at Gao Jun's hand, slowly pulling out a Luger 08 pistol from his backpack, Samara was holding it. Before she could react, Gao Jun grabbed her hair and said, How about? Let's die together. Putting the muzzle of the gun into Samara's mouth, Gao Jun cursed with a fierce smile. You bitch. I gave you face, but you refused it and insisted on using force. Some of Samara's men around were also frightened and shouted to take out their weapons. Whoever dares to move, I'll blow him up. The old Taoist priest jumped onto the table, ripped open his clothes, revealing the melon grenade underneath. With a flick of his thumb, the pull ring fell off and he roared, You really think we're fools? I'll blow you up. Whoa. Samara's mouth was stuffed full and her speech was a little slurred, but there was no fear in her eyes, but rather mockery, and she even closed her eyes. She was a woman who had fought with blood and iron. Aside from having no balls, she didn't see any difference between her and any other man. Wasn't it just like having a gun shoved in her mouth? How was that any different from having someone shove something in her mouth when she was a lover? If she was afraid of death, she would have run away with the money she had earned over the years. What she couldn't bear to give up was this kind of life. Are you really not afraid of death? Gao Jun put his legs over Samara and lowered his head to blue on her earrings. The latter's body trembled involuntarily, and a blush appeared on her neck. Help me once, and you'll earn the friendship of an arms dealer. Samara suddenly opened her eyes, tilted her head, and stared at Gao Jun. Are you an arms dealer? Let me introduce you to Gao Jun, the chairman of Zulong Security Consulting Company. He hooked Samara's chin. Samara was stunned and actually responded. Okay. Chapter 27. Smoking a cigarette and getting bombarded by an RPG. Countless scenes flashed through Samara's mind. She is not a woman who is easily moved by emotions. And of course, it is impossible for her to fall in love with Gao Jun just because of a kiss. When she was 14 years old, she sold her virginity to a pig butcher in exchange for a full meal for her family. Until she followed the official of Nabera, she had never been tempted at all because she knew what she wanted. In this crazy Ruilep, she just wants to survive. She was wondering what practical benefits Gao Jun could bring to her. I can help you, but I need weapons. Lots and lots of weapons. Samara said after thinking for a long time. Okay, I can give you a 20% discount and give you 2 boxes of bullets for free. Gao Jun pondered for a moment. Samara was like a beautiful snake, her hands climbing onto Gao Jun's neck, speaking sweetly and smiling coquettishly. Isn't it free? Never compete with the US dollar. I'm a businessman. Gao Jun patted her butt and hooked his finger at the old Taoist priest. The other party jumped down from the table, but still glanced around vigilantly, with an expression that looked like he was ready to fight if he didn't agree. How long will it take you to get him an ID? Samara glanced at the melon grenade in the old Taoist's hand and felt a chill in his heart. Where did this dragon from across the river come from? I wasn't scared, but I hadn't seen such an arrogant person for a long time. 3 days. I don't have that much time. I'll give you an extra $10,000. I want it tomorrow. Gao Jun shook his head. Samara frowned and remained silent. Gao Jun did not disturb her. He just sat down on the sofa and observed the surrounding decorations unscrupulously. Suddenly, his glasses lit up as if he had discovered something. He strode towards a wall clock, put his hands behind his back, and carefully saw a line of words written on the corner of the wall clock. The Lord God has determined Ruilep's present. Can. Just as Gao Jun was about to continue looking, Samara said from behind, Come and get it tomorrow. That's best. Gao Jun smiled, shook hands with Samara, and then said goodbye and left. Looking at their backs, the woman laughed out loud. Interesting. After leaving the factory, Gao Jun put away the smile on his face, lit a cigarette, blew out half a smoke ring, and rubbed his forehead. This woman is really wild. Wild? I see you could do anything. You are indeed a master. The old Taoist priest raised his thumb sarcastically. Mortal. Gao Jun cast a disdainful glance, too lazy to say anything more. He opened the car door and sat in. Before the old Taoist priest could get his whole body in, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Oh my God, you're trying to murder me. Badasi, Movenpick Hotel. This 152-room, 5-star hotel is strategically located in the heart of the city of Pakla Province and is also a very important part of Pak LA's business district, with a background that is vaguely influenced by Eastern consortiums. The security was tight, and the doormen standing at the door had bulges on their waists, obviously carrying weapons. After entering the hall, there were more guards in black. Although they were scattered, they were more cautious. They stared at the guns in the hands of Gao Jun and the other man with a serious look. The Movenpick Hotel does not object to customers bringing weapons, but it is still rare to see people as carefree as Gao Jun and his companions. Sir, how can I help you? The waitress glanced at the STG-44 assault rifle and felt scared. Open a room for us. Gao Jun said. Yes, sir. 1305. Please follow me. The waiter leaned forward slightly, motioning Gao Jun and the other man to follow him. They went all the way up to the 13th floor. After opening the door, Gao Jun stuffed a US dollar bill into the other man's chest and said, You can go down. Thank you, sir. The waitress bowed and left. Let's see if there's a third eye. I don't want to see me on some website tomorrow morning. Hotels have this kind of gray income, but it can only be understood but not expressed in words. Many young couples go to book a room, and they may be treated as resources. The old Taoist priest nimbly got up from the bed, took out a blade, carefully removed the lampshade above his head, and searched carefully, behind the TV, in the corner, in the trash can, in the toilet. These are all easy places to put a camera. Damn, there really is one here. The old Taoist priest in the toilet shouted. Gao Jun hurried in and saw him squatting at the faucet of the sink. There was a lens of only a few centimeters on the tile edge next to it. It was easy to overlook if you didn't look carefully. Is there any way to destroy him? Gao Jun asks. The old Taoist priest smiled sinisterly, put the blade in his mouth, took a bullet from the magazine, slashed the blade hard, poured out some gunpowder, stuffed it into the gap in the corner of the wall, lit a lighter, and the flame ignited instantly. The temperature of this gunpowder is 200 degrees the moment it ignites. Even the most durable pinhole camera cannot withstand this temperature, and a burning smell comes out. The old Taoist priest looked at his masterpiece and smiled proudly. You still want to show off this little bit of skill? Gao Jun also gave him a thumbs up and was really curious in his heart. How come this old Taoist priest knew a little bit about everything? Sooner or later, he will have to speak out. Gao Jun is a bit picky about his bed, and sleeping here is not as comfortable as sleeping in the ruins of Ruilep. It was the middle of the night, and with the old Taoist priest snoring, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed a cigarette, stood on the balcony, leaned against the railing, took a deep breath, and looked at the morning star in the distance. He found that he actually felt a little homesick. the two gaga that haunted his dreams. He suddenly had an idea and looked forward. In the dim moonlight, he saw an off-road vehicle parked not far outside the hotel wall. 3 or 5 figures jumped out of the car and fiddled with something in the trunk. Gao Jun had a bad premonition in his heart, and suddenly, his eyes opened suddenly. Fuck! RPG! A shell flew over with a tail flame and a sharp sound. He was so frightened that he fell forward on the bed, landing right on top of the old Taoist priest, almost popping his eyeballs out. You bastard! Boo! Before the old Taoist priest could finish his curse, the huge explosion made his ears ring, and he quickly lay on the ground with his butt sticking up. Puff, puff, puff. After the explosion, Gao Jun hurriedly pulled the old Taoist priest up and said in fear, "Hurry and grab your weapons." Who blew it up? The old Taoist priest was still confused and acted completely based on his consciousness. Gao Jun also cursed. How should I know? I was just smoking a cigarette. You can't afford to shoot me with an RPG. There must be someone they want to kill in the Movenpick Hotel. I'm just a small arms dealer. Even if there are enemies, they shouldn't be to this extent. The corridor was full of screaming people and some naked men and women. No elevator, take the stairs. Gao Jun pulled the old Taoist priest and went the other way, brushing past the crowd so that they could survive. In panic, blind obedience will only lead to death. Chapter 28, Time Bomb. The corridor of the Movenpick Hotel is only 2.5 meters wide. Even if Gao Jun squeezed through, he would still be like duckweed floating on the sea, swaying from side to side when he reached the stairs. When they were wrapped up and reached the 6th floor, a burst of rapid gunfire was heard. The 2 men running in front fell in a pool of blood, and the rest ran back screaming in fear. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, you'd better stop. I don't want to kill anyone. A white man flashed by the stairs above, holding a German MP5 in one hand, making a clicking sound and looking at everyone with a mocking expression on his face. At the back, 2 or 3 gunmen also blocked the stairs. It was like there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Gao Jun hid in the crowd and exchanged glances with the old Taoist priest. The latter stepped forward and covered Gao Jun with his body. The back is yours, the front is mine. On the count of 3 move. Gao Jun pulled the trigger slightly, staring at the white man through his glasses, and muttered, 1, 2, 3. The old Taoist priest quickly turned around and stuck close to Gao Jun's body, holding his rifle horizontally, and fired a volley of bullets. 30 bullets flew out, catching the opponent off guard. Gao Jun was not willing to be left behind, and shot the white man right in the forehead. Chug! The white man's body stiffened, his eyes widened in disbelief, but as he fell to the ground, his finger pulled the trigger, and the bullet hit the ceiling, sparks flying instantly. The gunshots deeply shocked the crowd. Next to Gao Jun, there was a fat woman who was dancing and screaming with her eyes closed. The flesh on her body was swaying everywhere, which was an eyesore. If you scream again, I'll shoot you and send you to meet them. Gao Jun was overwhelmed and threatened in a vicious whisper. Woo! The woman's voice suddenly stopped. She covered her mouth and shook her head in horror. Gao Jun nodded in satisfaction, signaled the old Taoist priest to be on guard, straightened his body, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, to cut a long story short, you have all seen the scene here. It is very dangerous, but we are willing to protect you and get you out. OMG, you are such a nice person. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you Chinese? It turns out that the Chinese are the best people. The crowd suddenly became noisy. It was like countless flies flapping their wings in Gao Jun's ears, giving him a headache. Angrily, he fired a few shots into the air, his face full of ferocity. I'm not a good person. I'm just a businessman. Let me make a deal with you. $10,000 each. Most of those who can afford to stay at the Movenpick Hotel are businessmen from neighboring countries or local tycoons who can afford this amount of money. But there are always people who think that some people's sacrifices are necessary. Hey, brother, you Chinese are not like this. I have seen them, and they're very kind. What's the difference between you and a robber? A middle-aged man in a suit with a few thin hairs hanging on his head said dissatisfiedly. Bullshit. They're just cowards. Don't try this on me. If you piss me off, I'll shoot you. If you don't want to pay, get out. Gao Jun cursed directly, glaring. You save this little money. Go eat shit. The impression that Chinese people give to the world is that of being simple, kind, and hardworking. But sometimes it goes too far, and others just think you are weak and can be bullied or even insult you. If it were in Ruilep, Gao Jun wouldn't mind giving these people a bullet to let them know, fuck you. The middle-aged man's face turned red with anger, and the corners of his mouth twitched as if he had stroke. He hurriedly took out a pill from his chest and stuffed it into his mouth. There are still 10 seconds. If you don't agree, my partner and I will leave first. Gao Jun looked at his watch, his face full of impatience. When it came to life and money, they naturally chose the former. Within 5 seconds, they all expressed their willingness to pay. Gao Jun's expression softened after seeing this. Let's go. He led the way in front, and the old Taoist priest followed behind to block the way as they ran downstairs. Perhaps they were lucky, and when they reached the second floor in one breath, the security personnel of Ruilep Company came to meet them and protected the group of people to retreat towards the courtyard. But for some reason, Gao Jun's heart was trembling, his right eyebrow was shaking. He turned his head and looked toward the toilet along the corridor. He could vaguely hear the sound of dripping. It sounded like the ticking of a stopwatch, but Gao Jun's first thought was time bomb. Get down! Gao Jun didn't have time to think. He roared and rolled on the ground several times, holding his head. When he roared, the first person to react was the old Taoist priest. He trusted the other party unconditionally and also made protective actions. Boom! After the explosion in the toilet, a huge fire was set off. The shock wave shattered the glass into pieces, and everything within a 10-meter radius was turned to pieces. The person who installs the time bomb must be an expert, who can deliver a devastating blow at the right time and place. There were wounded people everywhere. Some of them struggled to get up from the ground, their faces covered in blood, and they just covered their faces and cried in fear. In the corner of the hall, Gao Jun slowly climbed up, supporting himself on his knees. He was covered in dust, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was cut by flying glass. He looked at the crowd around him in confusion, and he could not hear a single sound. Can't you hear? He slapped his head in panic. At this moment, the old Taoist priest was also scanning the area not far away. When he saw Gao Jun, he hurried over and shouted, Junzi, are you okay? What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Gao Jun just saw the old Taoist's face moving and asked loudly. The old Taoist priest was shocked when he saw this and stared. Did he get deafened by the explosion? The ears are an important weapon for soldiers. If they are injured, they will basically say goodbye to the battlefield. Every year, nearly 50 American soldiers stationed in Ruilep are forced to retire from active service due to ear problems. They are no longer able to adapt to the battlefield. Don't talk yet. Opening your mouth might cause the wound to get hurt. The old Taoist priest patted Gao Jun's wrist to show his comfort, then helped him run toward the medical staff outside the hotel, shouting, Doctor, doctor, come and save him. The medical staff nearby rushed over, stuffed Gao Jun into the ambulance, and gave him a comprehensive examination. The old Taoist priest was smoking a cigarette outside the car in frustration. This is just too damn unlucky. Why does everything so unlucky keep happening to him? He glanced at Gao Jun in the car. Does this guy have natural bad luck? If there are explosions from time to time in the future, who can stand it? Hearing the noise behind him, he quickly stamped out his cigarette and asked anxiously, How is it, doctor? It's okay. It's just an eardrum injury, not a rupture. It just needs some relief. The old Taoist priest breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his ears were fine, it would be fine. He got in the car, but before he could sit properly, Gao Jun grabbed his hand. Damn, what are you doing? He suddenly met Gao Jun's eyes, saw the nervousness in his pupils, and felt a little itchy in his palms. It turned out that the other party was writing stroke by stroke. After reciting silently in his mind, he was suddenly startled. Danger! There's! Chapter 29, Sword Bearer. Danger! There's a gunman here. The words written by Gao Jun made the old Taoist priest feel uneasy. His face trembled, and he subconsciously looked towards the doctor at the car door. I didn't look carefully just now, but now I see some clues. The doctor was wrapped very tightly and never took off his mask, as if he was afraid that others would see his appearance. There was not even the slightest smell of disinfectant on his body. This is a bit unreasonable. The sleeve was blown up by the wind, and the sharp-eyed old Taoist saw a long sword painted on the back of the doctor's wrist. Guardian! His expression changed instantly, and he looked at Gao Jun nervously, mouthing, Oops! Kill him. Gao Jun was so fierce, the old Taoist priest was startled. He nodded slightly, trying to slow down his beating heart. His voice was slightly hoarse. Doctor, please come in. My brother seems to be not doing well. The doctor outside the ambulance door frowned slightly, looked deeply at the burning building and the screaming crowd, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth behind the mask. But he lowered his head in an instant, responded, turned around, and jumped into the car. Crack! As soon as he climbed up, the old Taoist priest closed the door. Gao Jun, who was lying on the bed, suddenly jumped up, grabbed the doctor's neck, pressed him on the seat, and kneed him in the chest. After covering his mouth, the old Taoist priest rushed over and stabbed the dagger into his heart cleanly. Woo-woo. The doctor's struggle gradually subsided. His pupils slowly dilated, and he looked at the old Taoist priest with empty eyes, as if he still had his eyes open. Gao Jun threw the body on the ground, slightly lifted the curtain of the ambulance, and looked out. The police force from Bora also arrived one after another. We have to find a way to leave. We have a dirty background, and this man died here. Don't deal with the police. Let's retreat first, Gao Jun said in a deep voice. Given the efficiency of the Ruilep government, they should punish those guilty of suspected crimes with the most serious consequences. Shouldn't they be locked up for a month or so? How do we retreat? Our pickup truck is still outside. The old Taoist priest dusted himself off and leaned back in his seat helplessly. Strangely enough, after the fight, Gao Jun could hear a little better. Gao Jun frowned and looked around the car. Then, an idea struck him. He took off the white coat from the corpse and put it on himself. He kicked the old Taoist priest on the arm and said fiercely, "Don't try to be so blind. Lift him upstairs. Smear some blood on your face, and let's get out of here." The old Taoist priest was slightly stunned, slapped his thigh, and cried out in surprise, "Junzi, you are amazing. You have so many strange ideas in your head. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up." The two men hurriedly carried the body up, and the old Taoist priest pretended to be an injured person on the side. Gao Jun put on a mask and drove out. The Movenpick Hotel was surrounded by 3 circles inwards and 3 circles on the right. Occasionally, you could see some war correspondents wearing bulletproof vests and helmets standing outside, nervously filming. Perhaps because there were too many wounded, the police outside did not pay much attention to the fire trucks and let them drive out smoothly. Damn it, I was scared to death. The old Taoist priest's hands and feet were quite weak. He collapsed in his seat and said self-deprecatingly, "It's been a long time since I had such an exciting time. I remember when I beat the monkey." Having said this, he seemed to come to his senses, chuckled, stopped talking, and just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Gao Jun glanced in the rearview mirror and thought to himself, "I let it slip? Yo-ho. He really has been to the battlefield. Even this old bastard has his moments of dozing off, and in the blink of an eye, he's revealed everything." Squeak! Suddenly, a Toyota sedan came out from the side of the road. The ambulance could not stop in time and hit the side, hitting the Toyota and flipping it over several times. The steering wheel was pressing against his chest, and Gao Jun's face turned pale instantly. After taking a few deep breaths, his complexion gradually recovered. "Don't get off the car yet. There are people behind," the old Taoist priest said softly, covering his forehead and pointing outside the car window. After a few sharp brake sounds, several pickup trucks were seen chasing from behind. Before the car stopped, 4 or 5 militants jumped out and fired at the cars, howling and cheering. I don't know who had the brain wired up, but a grenade was thrown into the flames in a parabolic trajectory. Fuck! Gao Jun's hair stood on end. He raised his weapon while trembling, kicked the old Taoist priest out of the car, and then jumped down and hid in the alley on the side. There were also some sharp-eyed militants among them. They screamed and scattered. They didn't run far before the car's fuel tank exploded. The power of a car explosion is very strong. Once a host in a European country did an experiment. He ran in a straight line, and a car exploded behind him. He wanted to see how powerful the shockwave was. The experiment proved that the hospital wireless network is very good. He was lucky this time and only broke a few ribs. Gao Jun glanced up and lowered his head to avoid being hit by the flying objects. Idiot! Who threw the grenade? A bearded, middle-aged man among the militants in the distance cursed angrily. A young boy walked out from among them. Before he could say anything, the middle-aged man shot him in the head. Bang! The body fell heavily to the ground, and the militants around it seemed to be accustomed to it. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. The middle-aged man spat at the corpse. Then he glanced at the ambulance, and his expression suddenly changed. He raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets. Then he ran over and opened the door. Seeing only a corpse inside, He took a closer look and said in a lost voice, "McAdam, do the two know each other? Are these people also from the Guardian organization?" Gao Jun's face darkened slightly, and he put his hand back, indicating that they should retreat first. The old Taoist priest hunched over and climbed up. This movement did not make much sound, and the two men did not gain any advantage by running away. They were gradually retreating. "Search quickly. There must be people around. We can't let them get away." The bearded man reacted and stomped his feet and roared excitedly. Chapter 30. 3 Treasures of Criminals. "Run," Gao Jun said resolutely, turned around, and ran away. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the militants. "Boss, I see people here." The AK-47 in his hand was firing, and the ground behind him was splashed with mud. Gao Jun raised the gun to protect his head, and his feet suddenly stopped. He knelt down to snipe the rifle, and relying on the sparks from the opponent's gun muzzle, he fired decisively. After the gunshot, the other party groaned and screamed, "Enemy elite." This group of criminals are like cowhide fresh, with particularly strong vitality. They live freely in places like Ruilep, especially the battles against NATO and Ruilep army, which have given them rich experience in dealing with elite teams. "Pull the big guy up," the bearded man shouted, waving his hands. A burst of high beams came on, and a pickup truck drove to the entrance of the cave. An armed man nimbly climbed onto the hood of the truck and pulled open the cover at the back, revealing a Type 63 107mm rocket launcher inside. One of the 3 legendary criminal treasures. The Type 63 107mm rocket launcher is simple, practical, cheap, and reliable. The gun can be modified to be fired from any larger truck, becoming a true self-propelled rocket launcher. The gun's towing tools can be found everywhere, including jeeps, cars, agricultural tricycles, tractors. 2 people or a donkey can pull a 12-barrel rocket launcher around. The 12 launch tubes can be disassembled and used separately, allowing each soldier to carry 2 barrels or 4 shells on a mountain march. The Type 63 and the later improved Type 81, both of which have a documented production run of 8,000, have been officially produced. Guerrillas around the world have produced countless unauthorized Chinese copies, earning them the reputation of being the AK-47 of artillery. Legend has it that the most famous example of the 107 rocket launcher was during the Indochina War in 1966, when the Vietnamese monkey guerrillas used 4 107 rockets and 250 rounds of artillery shells to attack the Bien Hoa air base occupied by the U.S. military, destroying 74 B-52 bombers and killing or wounding nearly 1,000 U.S. soldiers. Of course, this battle example is always a bit exaggerated, and the U.S. military is not a weakling. Self-propelled rocket launcher. The old Taoist priest widened his eyes, his mouth full of bitterness. There is very little place to hide in this narrow passage, so you can only rely on luck. Gao Jun was furious because he did not have enough strength. If other large security companies broke out inside Ruilep, Chinook transport planes would send reinforcements within 10 minutes at the shortest. If it was more extreme, like Blackwater, they could form an offensive and defensive alliance with the local U.S. military to ensure the casualties of their employees. Damn it, if I don't die this time, I'll definitely recruit more soldiers and expand my power. This thought only stayed in Gao Jun's mind for a few seconds. The most urgent thing now was to survive. "Junzi, there's a family here," the old Taoist priest huddled in a corner not far away shouted. "Break the door. Hide inside." Gao Jun made a quick decision. The old Taoist raised his foot and kicked the door a few times. Seeing that the door did not budge, he shouted anxiously, "Junzi, the door is blocked." Gao Jun threw 2 M18 grenades over and said fiercely, "Blow it up." The old Taoist priest took off his belt with trembling hands, tied the 2 M18s together, placed them in the corner of the door, pulled the fuse, and hid to the side with his head in his hands. There was a loud bang, and the walls of the old alley behind him shook a few times. He covered his mouth and ran over to see that the door had been blown open nearly 2 meters. "Junzi, retreat." Gao Jun bent down, and the 2 men trotted into the house, glancing at each other warily. "Who?" The old Taoist priest uttered a sigh and pointed his gun at a corner where a thin woman holding a baby was hiding and trembling in fear. "Don't speak." Gao Jun frowned, pressed down the old Taoist gun, put his finger on his lips, and said to the woman. The woman covered her child's mouth. The child, who was only a few weeks old, obviously didn't understand what was happening outside. Tears flashed in his two innocent eyes. He stretched out his little hands and grabbed the dust in the air. "Where's the back door?" Gao Jun wiped the sweat off his face, leaned forward, and tried to look fierce. "You'd better not lie to me. I don't want to kill anyone. His time is very limited. After the rocket launchers outside cover him, these people will definitely rush up." The woman pointed in a direction with a trembling hand. Inside, Gao Jun's expression eased slightly, and he glanced at the child in her arms, snapped his tongue, and shook the little guy. But this made the woman nervous, and she hugged him tighter, lowering her head and not daring to look directly at him. "You should leave early too. Those people outside are not good people." Gao Jun said something, and called the old Taoist priest and the other man to climb out from the back door, find a small path, and slip away from the battlefield like a loach. Not long after they left, the bearded man rushed in with a group of people. Seeing the woman, he pulled her up and said fiercely, "Where are those two people from before? Don't hurt me." The woman screamed in horror, and the baby in her arms also opened her mouth and started crying. For a moment, the room was in chaos. "Damn Shiite bitch." The bearded man slapped the woman to the ground. As if he was still angry, he took the child from the woman's arms, lifted him up, and threw him to the ground with force. The crying stopped abruptly. Blood splattered on the woman's face. Her pupils gradually dilated and her mouth opened wide. She cried out in pain, but no sound came out. "Child, give me back my child." Finally, a lung-wrenching scream. The woman pounced on him, threatening to attack him with her claws and fangs bared. "Kill her." The bearded man's eyes were full of coldness. He pointed the gun at the other person and pulled the trigger. "I can't run anymore." The old Taoist priest held onto the wall, his legs shaking. As he got older, his physical strength declined rapidly. By then, Gao Jun, whose physical fitness was very poor before, would be exhausted after running a few hundred meters. However, he completed the task of sales of $10,000 and was rewarded with 3 skills: basic physical fitness, blasting breakthrough, and basic vehicle driving. This kind of weighted running is not a difficult task for him now. "I've never been chased away like this before. I'll get my revenge sooner or later." Gao Jun casually touched his pocket and took out 2 pieces of chocolate. He threw them to the old Taoist priest, who couldn't wait to stuff them into his mouth to fill his stomach, and said mumbled. The old Taoist priest automatically blocked out these words. The U.S. military didn't even dare to say that in Ruilep, let alone a newly established security company with only 4 people. "Where are we going now?" Gao Jun looked at his watch in the moonlight. "There's still an hour left. It'll be almost dawn. Let's go. Let's go find that bitch. Samara." "Of course, Basra is too scary tonight. I almost lost today." Gao Jun patted his butt and stood up and said, "You really have a strong taste." The old Taoist looked at him with disdain on his face, but envied him in his heart. After stuffing his insoles, he hurriedly chased after him. "Wait for me." Chapter 31, Trade Capital. Samara lay lazily on the sofa. A criminal attack occurred at the Movenpick Hotel in Bara early this morning, resulting in 43 deaths and 73 missing. The criminal organization Swordbearer claims responsibility for this incident. The female host on TV said solemnly. Samara tiredly pried her eyelids open. After inhaling the drug, her brain was still a little slow to react. After a long moment of confusion, she slowly opened her eyes, uttered a soft sat up straight, and frowned. "Movenpick Hotel? That little man seems to live here? I hope nothing happens to you." She muttered to herself, paused, and then said to herself, "I'm just concerned about my business." Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door. Samara pulled a piece of reese over her body and said, "Come in." One of the younger brothers bent his waist, raised his head slightly, glanced at the graceful figure, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any further. Samara was a famous poisonous rose in Para. "Sister, the Chinese are here." "Oh." Samara's eyes lit up, and her legs quickly switched. A flash of scenery passed through her. "Please invite them in." Samara, damn it. Gao Jun had just walked in and wanted to say hello politely, but when he saw this scene, he immediately burst into swearing. His eyes were bloodshot, and his brain was lacking oxygen. The old Taoist priest couldn't stand it first, but when he saw Samara's face, he was not interested even if she took off all her clothes. He gently tugged at Gao Jun's sleeve and said in Chinese, peeking out, "This woman wants to have sex with you? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe I'm too hot." Gao Jun retorted, touching his chin. He walked to the sofa and looked at her unscrupulously, not hiding the aggression in his eyes. What men pursue throughout their lives are nothing more than three things: power, money, and women. "Want to touch it?" Samara asked teasingly. "You were playing with fire, woman," said Gao Jun. Samara exhaled. "I missed you." Who could stand this being so proactive? Regardless of whether she was ugly or beautiful, Gao Jun roughly carried her in a princess hug and walked to the side room. "Fuck you." The old Taoist priest was so angry that he wanted to pull out a grenade and throw it in to send this pair of bastards to heaven. He gritted his teeth, covered his ears, and ran out to smoke. Out of sight, out of mind. "Would you like to try mine?" Samara raised her head and smiled, opening the cigarette box on the bedside table and motioning. Gao Jun took out a cigarette curiously, put it under his nose, and sniffed it carefully. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and his face darkened. "You smoke this?" He smelled the scent of marijuana from it. When he was in his hometown, someone in the neighboring village was secretly growing it on the mountain. He would never forget this smell. Nothing can make people feel ecstatic. Men will always betray me. Only this can make me climax. Seeing Gao Jun's unhappy expression, Samara climbed up from his arms, smiled faintly, and put the cigarette in her mouth. Before he could even light up the cigarette, Gao Jun reached out and snatched it away. "I don't want my woman to get involved with this kind of stuff." Samara was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Little man, I don't belong to you. I will never belong to any man in my life." She lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and shook her mouth proudly. "I belong to freedom, and I also belong to the Ruilep gang." Gao Jun smoked dully, and after finishing the lion, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Is what I want ready?" Samara climbed out of bed, walked to a safe, turned the combination a few times, took out a file bag from it, and threw it to Gao Jun. "Everything you want is in it. Where is my ammunition? I will stay in Dolby for a week. You can come to Badasi to find me after a week." Gao Jun quickly put on his clothes, took the file, and looked at it for a few seconds. After making sure there was no problem, he waved his hand and left without looking back. "Daman, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Samara was shaking with anger and threw a pillow at me. After walking out of the factory, Gao Jun saw the old Taoist priest sleeping outside. "Wake up!" He kicked gently with his toes. The old Taoist frowned, yawned, glanced at Gao Jun, and asked casually, "Have you finished playing? You have a foul mouth." Gao Jun threw the file bag at him. "Take your certificate with you. We don't have much time. We have to rush to the airport. Take a look at that car. Can we steal it?" He pointed to a Land Rover Defender and said, "Watch me." The old Taoist priest walked over, glanced around, pried open the car door, and got in. As he gasped for breath, he saw two headlights light up. Gao Jun was stunned and trotted over, jumping onto the seat. "Great! With this skill, you won't have to starve to death anymore. I'll take you on a tour of New York next time." New York is home to the world's largest car theft ring, and 911 receives dozens of calls reporting luxury car thefts every day. The old Taoist priest shook his beard proudly and staggered towards the Bala International Airport. Samara is really capable. This identity certificate is really useful. The old Taoist priest with the fake identity is a Chinese from Ruilep named Su Dompa. He wanted Dubi to do business. The inspectors looked at him repeatedly several times, but didn't see any clues, so they let him go. Dubi was not allowed to bring guns into the country, so the two men's weapons and equipment were kept at the airport, and they paid nearly $1,000 for this. Both countries belong to the country of Thibaut, and it only takes 4 to 5 hours to travel from Pala to Dubi. When the plane landed safely at Dolby International Airport, everyone on board applauded spontaneously to express their gratitude to the captain for the safe flight. Walking out of the terminal, Gao Jun took a deep, greedy breath, feeling good. The air here is much better than in Ruilep. At least there is no smell of burnt gunpowder or thick blood in the air. When you look up, you can see endless skyscrapers. The taxis outside have 4 circles on their wheels, and the atmosphere of the rich is overwhelming. "Hey, Chinese." Just when Gao Jun and the old Taoist priest were dazzled, an excited greeting came from the side. "Chapter 32, Xia Montag." Gao Jun frowned and looked at the person who spoke. It was a strange combination. A young girl in white long tubes and 2 long braids was sitting on a suitcase, shaking her little feet and smiling happily while holding a cell phone. She was letting a man in black push her. Next to her was a young man with his side-parted hair and foundation on his face. He looked quite effeminate and was looking at Gao Jun with a twinkle in his eyes. 9 out of 10 Lolita girls are rich, and one is incredibly rich. Look, that girl is so pretentious, she's completely over the top. The old Taoist priest stroked his chin beside him, his tone lamenting. Did you see that sissy's watch? A Greenwich 2. Market value, 4.6 million. Dollar. Nonsense. Of course it's RMB. The old Taoist rolled his eyes. Gao Jun smacked his lips. How much arms would it cost to sell this? Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. Is there anything wrong? Gao Jun asked in a deep voice. Nothing, just a little curious. The young man grinned and said, Are you guys here in Dublin to beg? This was originally just a joke on the domestic internet, but Gao Jun had been in Ruilep for so many years that he had no idea what was happening back home. Seeing the other party say this, he thought he was being mocked. His eyelids drooped and his face darkened. Kid, you'll easily get hurt if you talk like that. Gao Jun didn't realize that his seriousness carried with him a sense of iron and blood. It was hard to explain, but it made people feel extremely pressured. The black-clad man behind him changed his expression and quickly stood in front of the young man, protecting him. He flashed with vigilance and moved his right foot back slightly to take a defensive posture. His hand also subconsciously touched his waist, revealing a can of anti-wolf V-shaped spray. You're not allowed to carry weapons in Dolby, and most of the time there is no need to do so. Remember, Dolby is one of the safest places in the world. This idea is a bit tough. The old Taoist priest said softly, glancing around, There are police at 12 o'clock. Gao Jun's expression relaxed, and he said coldly, Brother, take better care of your naughty kids from now on, or they'll beat you even harder. After saying this, he threw the M14 backpack on his back and left with the old Taoist priest in a dashing manner. Brother Luo, that man's eyes were so scary. The sissy swallowed. They've killed people, Luo Zhao said in a deep voice. Perhaps he was also frightened by his own words. He lowered his head slightly and was silent for a moment. Mercenaries. These 3 words seemed to have a special magic. Even the lowly who had been staring at her phone looked up in surprise, with a hint of curiosity flashing in her pupils. Brother Luo, are mercenaries very powerful? Her voice was soft and tender, making people want to protect her. Luo Zhao shook his head. No, they're a bunch of scum, a group of warriors without faith, just as disgusting as flies. They are worshippers of money. As long as they have money, they can do whatever they want. But in his mind he added, a group of vultures eyeing money. Their number is terrifying. Loli kept staring at Gao Jun's departing back, shaking her little feet, not knowing what she was thinking. Hey, Junzi, that girl just now was really attractive. The old Taoist nudged Gao Jun with his elbow, his eyes lecherous. And she's from a wealthy family. Why don't you try to seduce her? You'll save 20 years of hard work and gain both wealth and beauty. Do you want me to buy some sandpaper and whiten your skin? Go and be a gigolo. Gao Jun cursed viciously and kicked him on the butt. The frightened old Taoist priest jumped onto the road. Just then, a taxi drove over and scared the driver so much that he stepped on the brakes. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out. When he stuck his head out of the car to curse angrily, Gao Jun opened the car door and got in. The driver swallowed back the curse words that were on the tip of his tongue. You can't get angry at the guests. This is professional ethics. The most important thing is that the Dubai Tourism Bureau is not just there to do nothing. One complaint is enough to make him lose his stable job. Go to the Armani Hotel, Gao Jun said. This is also a famous hotel in Dolby. As for why we don't go to Yuan Fan Hotel, it's because it's too damn expensive. The low season is from June to August, with prices around 7,000 renminbi. The high season is from September to May, with prices ranging from 9,000 renminbi to 13,000 renminbi. These are the prices for the most basic room types. And of course, as a luxury hotel, the most basic room type is a one-bedroom suite. What makes the poor hate it the most is that if you don't make a hotel reservation or dine at the hotel, you cannot enter the hotel at will. The Armani Hotel is the best hotel in Dolby travel, except for the sailboat. The average price is 3,000 renminbi per night, so Gao Jun has invested a lot of money. This new and prestigious hotel is located in the Dolby City Cake Tower, the world's tallest building built at a cost of 1.5 billion US dollars. It gives people a sense of oppression for being high above. Gao Jun stood among the equally shocked crowd, with his head held high, unable to see the top. At this time, a sense of insignificance made Gao Jun feel very uneasy. Come on, let's go in. Gao Jun squeezed through the crowd into the tower, went up to the 8th floor, and at the hotel entrance, he saw a group of people he least wanted to see. The sissy was complaining angrily to the man in black, who was shaking his head helplessly and explaining something. The little girl, however, was bored and was spinning around in a box. She saw Gao Jun and the other man at a glance, jumped down from the box, and said something unknown. The sissy shook her head in fear and hid behind Luo Zhao. Oh, it's really fate. The old Taoist priest smiled and pushed Gao Jun. Hey, that little girl is coming over here. Gao Jun raised his head, slightly panicked. The little girl was standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. Her little head just reached Gao Jun's chest. One of them lowered her head, while the other raised her head. They looked at each other. Hello, my name is Xiai Mo. The little girl suddenly smiled and stretched out her hand to introduce herself. Gao Jun felt uneasy, but he put on a calm face and responded perfunctorily. His throat was a little hoarse with nervousness. Please make way. He used his rough hands to gently push the other person's small body to the side, but the other person stood there stubbornly without moving. Gao Yunis Iplaos jumps. Hey, little girl, I really don't believe I can't cure you. He had a fierce look on his face, grabbed Xiao Mo's arms with both hands, and lifted them up with force. The latter's body, which was no more than 100 pounds, was lifted up lightly and put aside. Looking at the other party's stunned eyes, Gao Jun felt very proud. He touched Xiao Mo's head for some unknown reason, feeling very happy. Little girl, I can't push you anymore. Gao Jun hummed a little tune proudly and walked into the Armani Hotel. The old Taoist priest covered his face with his hands. Straight man. Chapter 33, Sniper Killing in the Street. Hey, Junzi, do you know that it's easy for you to stay single like this? After entering the guest room, the old Taoist priest threw his backpack on the carpet and began his taunting stunts. I had a girlfriend. Gao Yun Faunu, seriously. I have intimate contact with her every night. If I find someone else, she will be jealous. The old Taoist priest was stunned. Why haven't I seen her? Gao Jun smiled strangely, pouted, and kissed the back of his right hand. The old Taoist was slightly stunned, and when he realized what was happening, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up a disposable slipper and threw it at Gao Jun, but Gao Jun dodged it. He leaned against the wall and asked, Where should we go first? Dahung Law Firm. I've made an appointment with a business lawyer who can help me with everything. When did you make the appointment? The old Taoist asked in surprise. On the plane, Gao Jun shook the outdated iPhone 4 in his hand. It's the information age now. Hurry up. If we're late, those lawyers will suck our blood. Without taking a break, the two men rushed downstairs, hailed a taxi, and got in. Dahung Law Firm was established in January 1993 in Beijing with the approval of the Ministry of Justice. The Dubai branch is a regional institution serving neighboring countries and is also one of the well-known comprehensive law firms in the industry. When Gao Jun arrived at the location, the agreed lawyer was already waiting in the office. Mirabelle, a white woman in her late 50s, politely stood up and invited Gao Jun to sit down. Then she said, Mr. Gao, I understand your requirements. We can help you register an offshore company in the Thibault Alliance, but I'd like to know what your company's main business scope is. As if she was afraid Gao Jun would misunderstand, she quickly replied, Of course, this is just my personal curiosity. If it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't say anything. Gao Jun crossed his legs and spread his hands. Of course, our company mainly undertakes various military activities. It's a private security and military company. Like Blackwater, Mirabelle became interested and straightened her body. Well, theoretically, yes. Of course, we won't attack civilians. Gao Jun teased. After all, bullets do cost money. Mirabelle was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Gao, you are such an interesting person. If you need this kind of service in the future, you can contact me, and I will select the best and most professional fighters for you. The two were chatting animatedly, and the old Taoist priest on the side could only cover his face with a newspaper to hide his embarrassment. Is Gao Jun planning to use a young calf to replace the old grass? But you have to say, Mirabelle has a very plump figure, and her temperament is full of rationality. Any man can't help but take a second look at her. The old Taoist priest accidentally glanced at an article in the corner of the newspaper and felt like he had discovered a new world. The Dubi Overseas Chinese newspaper is hiring a male editor, master's degree, with at least 5 years of work experience. Salari, 25,000 Thibault Alliance Thibault Coin. The film crew is recruiting a female bulldog actress for the lead role in the endless love between a human and a dog. Audiwage, 1500 Thibault Alliance Thibault Coin. We're hiring a local tour guide. Female, around 25, Spanish-speaking, with a driver's license, and available for overnight tours. Daily salary, 7,000 Thibault Alliance coins. The old Taoist priest was dumbfounded by the various bizarre recruitment advertisements. Asking for women to accompany him overnight. Isn't that just hiring a prostitute? Can Dubi's newspaper be so open? He couldn't help but tell Gao Jun about his doubts. The latter was also a little confused, but Mirabel smiled and explained. This is a poster magazine, the largest foreign-language newspaper in the entire Dolby. The job advertisements in it are the favorites of all the outsiders who come to work in Dolby. It covers 80% of the jobs in Dolby, which indirectly drives sales. You come here to seek fortune. Mirabel's words were very subtle, but Gao Jun and the old Taoist priest were both smart people, so how could they not understand what she meant? It simply means that under this vast expanse of gold, dirty deals are magnified. Gao Jun suddenly had an idea and asked anxiously, "Can anyone post a job ad?" "Of course, as long as we pay the poster magazine a certain amount of compensation, it will be fine," Mirabel replied. "Junzi, you're not planning to recruit people up there, are you?" The old Taoist priest seemed to understand something and exclaimed in surprise. "If Blackwater can advertise on national American television, why can't we? If the license is approved, we'll be a legal security company." Gao Jun poked his head. "It's time to change our mindset." The old Taoist priest shrugged and said, "Well, you're the boss. You have the final say." He leaned back, crossed his legs, picked up a magazine, and started reading. Mirabel was a quick-witted person. She pursed her lips and smiled, took out a business card from the drawer, and handed it to Gao Jun. "This is the personal phone number of Editor-in-Chief Eustace. Just say you are Mirabel's friend, and he will give me this face." Gao Jun put the business card away, thought for a moment, placed a bank card on the table, and pushed it in front of Mirabel. "Here's $30,000. Besides the registration capital and handling fees, the rest is your hard work fee. $50,000. Mirabel's heart trembled. A desire flashed in her eyes. Outsiders think that lawyers are a high-income group, and they're not short of money. But only Mirabel herself knows that when the income is higher, the level of consumption also increases a lot. The money spent on luxury goods alone is close to $60,000 a year. She controlled her impulse, smiled, and nodded at Gao Jun. "If you need anything in the future, Mr. Gao can contact me." Seeing that Mirabel was no longer interested in this, Gao Jun said goodbye and walked out of Deheng Law Firm. "As soon as I went downstairs, I heard a roar and a convoy of cars came driving over. Leading the way was a Chrysler Wrangler with 3 Audi A8s surrounding it, tightly encircling the Bach 57 in the middle. It slowly came down under the gaze of the crowd, and 2 men in black jumped out of the Wranglers and stood in front of the convoy, looking at the crowd vigilantly, while several bodyguards got out of the Audis, forming a safe encirclement, protecting a T-bow man from getting off the Bach 57. "They're all masters." Gao Jun looked at their positions with a serious expression. He suddenly forgot something very important. Mercenaries are not the same as bodyguards. There is still an essential difference between the two. Bodyguards need to learn more. Protecting their employers is a science, while going to the battlefield requires courage. "Looks like I'll have to hire a personal security instructor. There's still a lot to learn." Gao Jun had no interest in looking at the local tycoon. He patted the old Taoist priest on the shoulder and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a flash of light from a tall building in the distance. His mind went blank, and he shouted in a lost voice, "Sniper!" But was too late. Gao Jun heard a very crisp gunshot. Chapter 34, Ash. Those bodyguards were not pushovers either. Instead, they were well-trained. When Gao Jun just shouted, a black bodyguard subconsciously stood in front of the man from T-bow country. A companion behind him quickly opened the suitcase, which turned into a personal bulletproof shield, protecting the other party and quickly retreating. The sniper bullet successfully passed through the black man's chest. He fell to the ground and died without even a scream. Scout rifle. A white bodyguard's pupils shrank slightly. He pressed his employer's neck and lowered his entire body. When he was about to stuff him into the car, screams came from the panicked crowd. An SUV was running rampant, crushing the crowd. 3 or 5 people who didn't have time to run were pinned to the ground in an instant. Several unidentified people wearing scarves popped out of the car, holding Ghost M4 submachine guns and firing at the crowd. Are these people crazy? Gao Jun felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw the other party coming towards him. He lay down beside the black man's body and retracted his vital parts as much as possible. The crosshairs of his submachine gun were not accurate under the high-speed movement, and Gao Jun's first thought was, criminal attack. Junzi. Suddenly, Gao Jun heard the old Taoist priest shout behind him. He lay on the ground and looked back in confusion. He saw the old man hiding behind the Maybach 57, holding two Beretta 92F pistols in his left and right hands. When he saw Gao Jun looking at him, he threw one of them over from the ground. I took it from the corpse, he shouted, pointing at another bodyguard who fell to the ground. Gao Jun quickly made an okay gesture to him. The 92 f9mm pistol is produced by the Italian company Beretta and is one of the more advanced pistols in the world today. It was developed based on the Type 92 series of pistols. It was selected as the new standard pistol in the U.S. pistol selection test and named the M9 pistol. It has now been officially equipped by the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. Its main features are high shooting accuracy, good maintainability, and low failure rate. According to tests, the gun has strong adaptability in adverse combat conditions such as wind, sand, dust, mud, and water, and its barrel has a service life of up to 10,000 rounds. During the Beslan hostage crisis that shocked the world, the Russian military recovered nearly 130 rounds of homemade 92F pistol ammunition from the bodies of 333 hostages. Since then, this pistol has been revered by many criminal organizations as a holy artifact. As a mercenary, knowing a little bit about every weapon is a must. As soon as Gao Jun got the pistol, he felt something was wrong. The gun weighed about 1.145 kilograms, and with a capacity of 15 rounds of bullets, it must have weighed more, but the weight was obviously insufficient. When he took out the magazine and took a look, he wanted to curse. I don't know if the bodyguard let down his guard and thought he wouldn't be attacked in Dolby. There were only 7 bullets in the magazine. Garbage. Stinky shit. Gao Jun cursed with a dark face, carefully got up, and fired several shots at the right rear wheel of the SUV. Many tragic examples have proved that when driving at high speed, the danger of the rear 2 tires bursting is the greatest, and it is very easy to roll over. Bang! A quick collision sound attracted Gao Jun's attention. Although the SUV did not overturn, it hit a thick street lamp, directly flipping over the front cover and causing the airbags inside to pop out. A cloud of thick smoke rose up, and the rear door of the car was kicked open from the inside. 2 attackers, holding their chests, rolled down from it. Old man, give me the gun. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, and he shouted to the old Taoist priest. He has always called himself an opportunist, and his favorite animal is vultures because Gao Jun likes their insidiousness and patience. If these attackers had had more numbers or more firepower, he would have been running the fuck away by now. Anyway, if something goes wrong, it's not him who will die. He has no impulse to be the savior of the world. He just wants to survive and make money, then talk about conscience in his spare time. Seeing Gao Jun's urging, the old Taoist priest unconditionally believed him and threw the gun over. He then bent over and trotted into the protection circle of the doobie tycoon. As soon as he approached, the bodyguards pointed their guns at him. Scared, he quickly raised his hands and said, "Hey, buddy, we are helping you." "Who are you?" The white man in the lead vigilantly held up the bulletproof shield in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "We're just passing merchants." The old Taoist paused, then began to advertise his company. "We're from Zulong Company, a private security company." The white man's facial expression relaxed slightly, but he still shook his head firmly. "Sir, please don't come near us. My employer does not welcome strangers." "You second uncle." The old Taoist cursed in Chinese angrily when he heard this. Don't these foreigners just not trust him? He raised the universal middle finger and could only change his position with a sullen face. At this time, Gao Jun was in a state of tension. He hid behind the bunker and raised his gun. One attacker fell to the ground in pain, holding his shoulder. The other one shrank behind and dared not show his head. He only shot at the fallen wounded occasionally. This behavior is despicable. Woo woo woo. There was a burst of aircraft noise in the air. Gao Jun looked up and saw 2 Apaches approaching at low altitude. The words AH were written in heavy black on their fuselages. Quick reaction force? It took them nearly 10 minutes to get here. Are they going to eat shit? Gao Jun felt relieved and couldn't help cursing. Dubi has no army of its own and is one of the chieftains that make up the Tibo Confederation. The Tibo Alliance is a sovereign state with its own army. Its weapons and equipment mainly come from Western countries, such as the United States. It also has a good relationship with the United States. AH means brother in Tibo language. Moreover, it is a special forces unit that was formed with the help of South Korea and is of very short history. Of course, its combat record is very brilliant. As an anti-terrorist special forces unit that has been carrying out missions in the Central Island area for a long time, it faces challenges from many aspects. In order to improve its combat effectiveness, the rich people spend a lot of money and select retired U.S. Navy SEAL officers to serve as military consultants. What's more, almost every soldier is equipped with level 4 bulletproof vests, and each team is equipped with an Apache. Equipped with a Mod 733 5.5 6mm assault rifle and a handheld global positioning system receiver, equipped by some special forces. They can call for support from the Air Force of the Tibo Alliance when necessary in the field. Only the Oil Kingdom can spend money so recklessly. After arriving at the scene, 2 AH teams were quickly lowered from above with the main purpose of killing the attackers. When they saw Gao Jun holding a pistol, they raised their guns, frightening Gao Jun so much that he quickly dropped his weapon, raised his hands, and shouted, "I am a businessman in self-defense." Seeing him drop his weapon, an AH member walked over cautiously, motioned Gao Jun to lie down, and took out a high-voltage electric baton from his backpack. Magnetic! Taking advantage of Gao Jun's unpreparedness, he stabbed him in the armpit, and the electric shock made his whole body tremble. "I fuck your mom." After cursing his mother, Gao Jun rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 35, Lawyer Team. Outside the special ward of Dubi Al-Hazara Hospital, a group of Filipino nurses were whispering to each other and looking into the ward with strange expressions. "Don't steal mine." Gao Jun stuffed his mouth with food and took a bowl from the table. Like a rabbit guarding its food, he bared his front teeth at the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest didn't get angry. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders, tapped his feet with his oily hands, and asked casually, "Did you leave this matter to that woman? Besides her, do we know any other lawyers in Dolby?" Gao Jun said helplessly. He had been in the hospital for 3 days. He had complete entry documents, and most importantly, the testimony of Hamadan, a member of the royal family of Natbo, who stated that he was just a businessman who came to Dubi, which cleared Gao Jun of suspicion. Originally, this matter was over, but the sinister old Taoist priest started to think of bad ideas. This matter definitely cannot be understood so easily. Even a hit-and-run case requires compensation, let alone such a misunderstanding. The Dubi government must provide compensation. According to him, it means kill the local tyrants, divide the land. Gao Jun wasn't a saint, and his ancestors were right. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of an opportunity is a fool. He called Mirabel. This criminal attack had already spread throughout the world, and Mirabel was still in shock. After all, it happened right below the Deheng law firm. The woman was so scared that she hid in the bathroom and only crawled out in a panic after the situation calmed down. When Mirabel received Gao Jun's call, his first thought was, "Here comes the money." She was determined to let Gao Jun stay in the hospital while she went to the local government to negotiate compensation. But you know what? That woman's figure is really alluring. If my teacher was like this, I would have gone to Tsinghua University or Peking University long ago. Gao Jun sucked the remaining juice on his fingers and said with a sigh. The old Taoist priest chuckled and said, "Have you ever heard that as long as you are brave enough, the teacher will give you maternity leave?" Puff! Gao Jun couldn't help but spit out the soup in his mouth. He coughed hard, his face flushed, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Get lost. Do you think I'm such a hungry person?" That woman. Before he could finish his words, his eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. "Hey, a gentleman doesn't talk about others behind their backs." I don't know when Mirabel stood at the door of the ward, with a gloomy face and a look of dissatisfaction. Gao Jun was instantly embarrassed. This was hard to explain, but thankfully Mirabel didn't delve into it. She simply tossed the stacks of documents to Gao Jun, pulled up a chair, and crossed her legs. "Take a look at this first. I fought for this for you. If you agree, sign it." "What?" Gao Jun opened the file in confusion and read it carefully line by line and column. The further he read, the wider his eyes became. $3 million. When he saw the compensation figure, he exclaimed in a low voice. The old Taoist priest, who was still chewing something, suddenly leaned his head over, burped, and asked in surprise, "How can these wealthy people be so generous? They can't afford not to be generous. If this matter isn't handled properly, it could be a devastating blow to Dubai's tourism industry," Mirabel explained, a bit regretfully. "Originally, I was planning to ask for $10 million in compensation, but Mr. Gao's company is located in Tibo country. If things get too awkward with them, it'll be detrimental to future development. However, there are a number of other provisions regarding Mr. Gao's compensation." Gao Jun agreed with this statement, especially when he saw the 3-year tax exemption. He couldn't help laughing out loud. The PMC industry is a feared industry by governments around the world. While Europe and North America allow it to exist, the taxes on it are ridiculously high. For example, Blackwater pays nearly 40% of its annual turnover in taxes. It is said that its turnover in 2010 was $15 billion US. This shows how serious capitalist exploitation is. Gao Jun does not rule out buying a large piece of land in the United States to use as a training ground in the future, but at this time he is still in the territory of Tibo country, and this tax exemption is one of his best gifts at the moment. "Thank you very much, Ms. Mirabel," Gao Jun said sincerely. "This is what I should do." Mirabel was very disappointed. He thought Gao Jun would say something, but he didn't expect it to be just a light remark. Gao Jun had actually been staring at Mirabel's facial expression. Seeing her expressing her inner desires without any concealment, he suddenly had an idea. "Ms. Mirabel, I would like to hire you as the chief legal advisor for my Zulong security company. What do you think?" "Oh, okay," Mirabel answered casually, but just as she finished speaking, she looked up in shock. "What? You want me to be the legal advisor of Zulong Company?" "Yes." Gao Jun nodded with a smile. "I admire your dedication. You can form your team, and I will cover all expenses and salaries. Of course, you don't need to resign from Daheng." Gao Jun had the idea of forming a team of lawyers a long time ago. After all, mercenaries are money followers who walk the fine line of the law. On the battlefield, only bullets have the final say, but in court, a lawyer's mouth can bring the dead back to life. Gao Jun didn't do it casually. He checked Mirabel's resume and found it was quite gorgeous. He graduated from Yale Law School in 1995 and has been involved in more than 10 major murder cases, the most famous of which was the suitcase head case. Mirabel was a member of the defense team at the time. He is also a member of the board of directors of the American Bar Association and a partner of the Daheng law firm of the Tibo Alliance. It would be more accurate to say that Gao Jun saw the potential behind Mirabel rather than her ability. Under what circumstances can you pull the other party onto your own warship? Buying the same interests. What do you think? I can give you an annual salary of $500,000 US. Gao Jun smiled and squinted his eyes, lying on the hospital bed, looking like he had everything under control. This number hit Mirabel's heart, and her breathing became a little rapid. She didn't bother to think too much and simply nodded in agreement. After all, it was just her job, and she wasn't asked to go to the battlefield and fight for her life. "Welcome to join us." Gao Jun signed the document, handed it to Mirabel, and said, "The first thing I need to trouble you with is to ask the Dubai government to transfer the money to me as soon as possible." Mirabel was also in a good mood. She poked Gao Jun on the head in a weird way and blinked. "Do you think you can make money just by lying down?" Gao Jun was slightly startled. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, "When can I be discharged from the hospital? It's available anytime. There's no disease that money can't cure." Chapter 36. The Gunners. Walking out of Al-Hazara Hospital, Gao Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Freedom tastes sweet. The old Taoist priest squeezed out a mouthful of spit and spat it toward the corner, but he didn't see that there was a beggar lying on the side. The spit almost hit him in the face. The beggar was so angry that he sat up and cursed a few words. With a disgusted look on his face, he took out a $20 bill with Andrew Jackson printed on it from his pocket, wiped the spit on the ground, and threw it into the trash can. "Oh my God." Gao Jun looked at it with his eyes wide open. He used $20 to mop the floor. This made the $3 million US bank card in his pocket tremble. It turned out that Dolby was a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers were everywhere, and there were rich people everywhere. At this time, the old Taoist priest next to him rolled his eyes, ran to the trash can, and took out $20 from it. He smiled triumphantly and stuffed it into his pocket with disgust. "Fuck you." Gao Jun couldn't help but kick him, his face darkening as he growled in a low voice. Are you dirty or not? Who would have thought that the old Taoist priest would calmly pat his butt and roll his eyes? Money isn't dirty. People are. It's like spitting out this thing myself, so what's the harm in taking it back? This makes so damn sense. Gao Jun was unable to refute and could only put on a gloomy face, distance himself from him, stop a taxi, and get in. The old Taoist priest reacted quickly and got in the back seat very quickly. Chinese. The driver was a middle-aged man with a big beard. He asked in surprise when he saw Gao Jun. What's wrong? Gao Jun asked with a frown, moving his but slightly towards the car door and slowly closing the door lock with his fingers. You know, the Chinese have always been labeled as pigs, especially in Europe. Many thieves or thugs like to prey on the Chinese because they are patient, but according to past experience, even if they are patient, it will not have any effect. Gao Jun touched the door lock not to run away, but to close the door first and then kill the other party. The driver didn't notice anything. Instead, he smiled and pointed at himself. I'm Pakistani. Welcome, Chinese brothers. Pakistani? Gao Jun finally felt relieved. Compared with other countries' hostility towards the Eastern Giant, Pakistan could be considered a brother of the Chinese. However, after he arrived in Ruilep, he understood one thing. I'm not betraying you, just because the price I offered is not enough. Please drive. We are in a hurry and want to go to Dolby Shopping Center, Gao Jun said with a fake smile. Upon hearing this, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove off. This guy's a chatterbox, and he keeps smacking his mouth. Gao Jun's forehead is so big that he feels angry. By the time they arrive at the Dolby Shopping Center, the Pakistani brothers are about to reveal all his secrets. Old man, give me money. As soon as the car stopped, Gao Jun couldn't wait to get out and shouted to the old Taoist priest who was obviously stunned. The old Taoist priest agreed, and with stiff hands and feet, he took out the stack of $20 bills from his pocket and threw it over. Dublin Mall is a shopping mall to be built by Emaar Properties in Dublin, United Arab Emirates. It used to be the largest mall in the Central Island area. Due to Dolby's openness and internationalization, it has almost become a shopping center for many people in the entire Central Island Bay Area, and even Europe, Asia, and Africa. The luxury goods filling the entire floor are dizzying. I don't know if it's because of the previous criminal attack, but this landmark building, which should be bustling with people, is now deserted, which seems a bit weird. Gao Jun came here this time to get himself some golden clothes to improve his image. After all, today's society is realistic, and the impression you give people at first sight is the most important. There are not so many people who pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers. A poor guy is a poor guy. If a person has no money, he is a fucking salted fish. If you have money in your pocket, you will feel confident. Whatever you like, the boss will buy it for you. Gao Jun waved his hand arrogantly, but his generosity did not get a response from the old Taoist priest. He turned his head in confusion and saw the latter, shrugging his shoulders with a strange look on his face. Junzi, I think you are really destined to be with someone. As he spoke, he pointed towards the elevator entrance. Gao Jun looked at him in confusion, then turned around and started to run. Xiaomo and a few others were standing at the elevator entrance. Nyang Yang and Luo Zhao looked at each other in confusion. This was too much of a coincidence. Dolby is so big, nearly 3,980 square kilometers, and we are just eyeing this small piece of land. Xiaomo's eyes lit up, but suddenly she seemed to think of something, and she trotted over with a dark face and pouting lips. Gao Jun's eyebrows jumped, and the old Taoist priest muttered beside him, Junzi, you carry it yourself. This old man was quite good at passing the buck, and quietly moved a few steps to the side. Gao Jun was already thinking, if he turned around and ran, would it be embarrassing? Just as he was trying to figure it out, a flash of red light appeared on Xiaomo's shoulder and then slowly moved towards her head. Infrared catcher. The term instantly popped up in Gao Jun's mind, and he suddenly shouted, the gunners! He pounced on her like a cheetah, hugged Xiaomo in front of her terrified gaze, protected his head with his right hand, rolled tactically, and hid behind a billboard. Old man, it's exactly 7 o'clock. Gao Yun shouted. This sudden change frightened Luo, Zhao, and Yang Yang, and even more horrifying was the English that Gao Jun spoke. Gunman. These two words were like a cannonball dropped into the river, instantly causing it to boil over. No one knew which idiot screamed first, but the only people on the first floor of the entire mall also started to panic. Old man, second floor. Gao Jun shouted, and the old Taoist priest was about to go upstairs quickly, but Luo Zhao was faster than him. He ran up against the elevator. His physical strength and speed made people dumbfounded. Definitely a trained professional. Gao Jun had been staring at Luo Zhao. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as if burned by something. He was startled and looked around. It turned out that Xiaomo's hand had touched his earring at some point, and she retracted her hand in fear after being glared at by Gao Jun. What for? Gao Yun asked unhappily. Nothing, nothing. Xiaomo lowered her head, shrank her head, and smiled to herself. I just think you're handsome. Chapter 37. Eustace. Found it. Luo Zhao, who was upstairs, walked down the stairs with a dark face. He grabbed a German G-36 assault rifle in his right hand and angrily smashed it to the ground. It shattered into pieces in an instant. It's just a toy gun. Grass. Gao Jun glanced at the scattered parts and cursed. Where's that guy? I'll beat him to death. The person ran away. Luo Zhao was clearly filled with resentment. After a pause, he frowned and said, Mr. Gao, I know your profession is unique and has developed your professional reactions. Could you please not make such a fuss? This is Dolby. We're just here for tourism and don't want to have anything to do with you or your forces. Brother Luo, Xiaomo stomped her feet in displeasure, extremely angry. Miss Xia, this is my responsibility. A look of determination flashed across Luo Zhao's sharp face. Gao Jun dusted himself off and said to the old Taoist priest without refutation, Let's go. Why are you so arrogant? The old Taoist glanced at Luo Zhao with dissatisfaction, raised his middle finger, and trotted after him. Xiaomo called out a few times from behind, but Gao Jun didn't even turn his head. He felt angry and stepped on Luo Zhao's instep. The latter's face twitched in pain, but his back remained straight. Luo Zhao, what are you going to do? What gives you the right to restrict me from making friends? Luo Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in a serious voice, Miss Xia, he's a mercenary. He might die in the African jungle in the next second, becoming food for wild beasts. Besides, your parents won't allow you to have anything to do with him. Cousin, just listen to Brother Luo. He doesn't look like a good person. The sissy also said we'd better stay away from him. Xiaomo raised her head stubbornly, with a rebellious look in her eyes. I'm an adult now. No one can control me. At this time, the same conversation was taking place outside the door. Hey, Junzi, that girl seems to really like you. Don't you plan to develop the relationship? The old Taoist smacked his lips regretfully. Gao Yun looked helpless. He turned around and took out a cigarette from the old Taoist's pocket while he was not paying attention. With a flick of his wrist, a cigarette flew out and he caught it in his mouth. He tilted his head and lit the lighter. The scent of Chow Yun fat filled his face. Old man, are we worthy? Gao Jun shook his head bitterly. We're just selling our lives. When and how we die is not up to us. Do you want to have a girlfriend? And let her worry about you. These words seemed helpless, yet full of truth. After all, war kills people, and after every war, all that is left behind are trauma and widows. The old Taoist priest was speechless when he heard this, and finally gave a wry smile. Yes, extravagant feelings are not as direct as spending money on prostitution. Bingo! Gao Jun snapped his fingers. So, don't overthink it. We still have important things to do in Dolby. Let me give Editor-in-Chief Eustace a call first. He suddenly winked and flirted with a woman next to him. He had noticed that the woman had been staring at him. It was a white woman in a suspender skirt. She walked over gracefully. She was actually a head taller than Gao Jun. She licked her tongue and said, Get laid? Oh my God. So direct? This startled Gao Jun, but he was quite generous. Wear a condom. The white woman's eyes lit up, and with a sly smile, she put her hand on Gao Jun's shoulder, wanted to help him walk to a nearby hotel. But Gao Jun instantly slapped her hand away and spread it open. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm a lesbian. At that moment, the phone in his hand also connected. Gao Jun shrugged and turned away, leaving the white woman with a pale face, swinging her bag in the spot. Fuck. 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 The old Taoist saw this scene and smiled bitterly. Editor-in-Chief Eustace on the opposite side became noticeably more relaxed when he heard that Gao Jun was introduced by Mirabelle. Mr. Gao, what kind of people do you need to recruit? What are the requirements? Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, Candidates must be under 35 years old and proficient in at least one type of firearms. Other special skills are also acceptable. Veterans are preferred. Drug use is not permitted. Workplace, Ruilep. Monthly salary, 20,000 US dollars with mission allowances when necessary and various life insurance policies. Interview location, Armani Hotel. Eustace on the other end was obviously shocked by the conditions and salary, but he had seen the world after all and asked in doubt, PMC? Yes, Zulong Security Consulting Company. Gao Jun said generously. These private security companies are not a terrible thing. There are currently nearly 40,000 registered PMC companies in Russia. They are elite warriors who bring in countless US dollars around the world. The huge profits in this industry are unimaginable. Capitalists will not do business without returns. Dolby, a world-class metropolis, is also where some companies recruit. Okay, that's $30,000 total. Is that okay? Eustace asked as soon as the sound of keyboard typing came from the other side of the phone. Gao Jun's face tweeted. This money was so easy to earn, but the $3 million in his pocket gave him confidence. Sure, I'll deposit the money into your designated account. My only requirement is that it be done quickly. Of course. Eustace agreed with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Mr. Gao, I know a few black headhunters who have information on some talented people. Do you want to contact them? Black headhunters, as the name suggests, are brokers who introduce special talents. Of course, please ask them to come to the Armani Hotel to see me tomorrow. I don't have much time, said Gao Jun. Eustace liked such generous and straightforward customers. After saying a few nice words, he hung up the phone and jumped up from his chair excitedly, his face full of excitement. He and those brokers naturally had a vested interest relationship. Otherwise, he would not have taken the trouble to introduce customers. At Dolby, the binding of interests was very normal. He couldn't wait to make a call. Diwali, I've arranged a sponsor for you. After Gao Jun finished the most important thing, he finally felt a little tired and was too lazy to go shopping. He just stuffed tens of thousands of dollars into the old Taoist priest's pocket and asked him to buy some nice clothes for the two of them. After returning to the hotel, he threw himself onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had a dream. The flames of war in Ruilep blew up the rise of Zulong Company. Here, he was the biggest force. His words are more deterrent than those of the U.S. military, and all major powers are watching his movements. My stomach suddenly made a rumble, and I woke up from the dream. Chapter 38, Arms Broker. Are you awake? The old Taoist priest stood in front of the floor-length mirror, fiddling with his suit. This originally slim-fitting formal suit looked a little sleazy on him. You're such a good sleeper. I didn't wake you up when I came back yesterday. If you weren't still breathing on your own, I would have thought you had died suddenly. Gao Jun sat up, shook his head, and casually grabbed a bottle of Bling H2O from the table. He raised his head and drank half a bottle. Only then did he feel half alive again. He looked outside with half-open eyes and said hoarsely, "What time is it now?" "It's 11:30 in the afternoon." The old Taoist priest glanced at his watch and straightened his tie. Satisfied with his appearance, he turned around and said, "Eustace called just now. He's waiting downstairs." Gao Jun nodded, jumped off the bed, stretched his body, and his lazy joints made a sound. He gestured with his chin. "Let's go down." "Don't you want to change into a suit?" the old Taoist priest shouted. "No need to be so formal." In the lobby of the Armani Hotel, moving slow music was humming, and a few couples were whispering to each other. Gao Jun walked out of the elevator, turned a Rolex on his wrist habitually, and looked around eagle-eyed. Finally, he's settling on the direction of the deepest corner. A thin old man with white hair, a high-nose bridge, a broad forehead, a typical European and American skin color, and a well-tailored suit on his body. He looked at his watch from time to time, with a slightly anxious look on his face. Around him sat several men of different skin colors and heights, but the only thing they had in common was their iron-blooded temperament. One of the men with long hair followed Eustace impatiently. "Our friends can't wait any longer," Gao Jun said to the old Taoist priest with a smile, and strode towards him with his head held high. "Eustace, when the hell is that bastard going to get here? I've had 2 cups of coffee, and my bladder is about to explode." Eustace patted the long-haired man's arm helplessly. "Achiol, can you be more patient?" "Patience? Fuck. Time is worth dollars. You've killed my chance to make money." Achiol angrily retorted, "If that bastard can't offer me a satisfactory price, I'll break his neck." Eustace and the other brokers looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and could only curse in their hearts. Idiot Turks. But it has to be admitted that among all of Dubi's military brokers, Akyol has a certain status. He once served in the Turkish SAS Underwater Defense Force. While this Special Forces unit doesn't have the same impressive combat record as the Turkish Army's Special Operations Brigade, it still made significant contributions, playing a key role in preventing organized crime from smuggling weapons of mass destruction from Central Asia in the post-9/11 era. Indeed, in northwestern China, SWAT officers once discovered Turkish Special Forces tattoos on the bodies of criminals they killed. As a NATO member, Turkey naturally follows a Western-style military training system, with nearly all its equipment and training modeled after the U.S. model. The SAS, trained by the U.S. Underwater Demolition Group, uses tactics, personnel, and equipment similar to those of the U.S. military, resulting in an 80 elimination rate. Coincidentally, although both are SAS, there is still a clear gap between them and the British Special Air Service. After all, the saying, husky among dogs and turkey among countries, is not nonsense. These descendants of the Turks got angry and even dared to blow themselves up. I heard you were going to break my neck. I don't think you can do that with these little arms. Eustace was sipping his coffee when a teasing, mocking voice came over and almost choked him. He raised his head nervously and saw a young man with short hair. He thought to himself, oh no, this Akyol was not a kind person. He once dared to clamor to rob the largest Dubi national bank. The irritating intelligence department was squatting at his door every day. Sure enough, Akyol stood up in an instant, frowning and glaring at Gao Jun. Are you the one who asked us to come here? Sir, I'm doing business with you, but that's not the attitude. Gao Jun shrugged and said to others, Akyol, don't break the rules. A scarred man said in a deep voice, and the others stared at him with unhappy expressions. Akyol was furious. You'll regret this, you bastard. I'll never let you leave, Dolby. Gao Jun dodged, picked up the ashtray, and smashed it hard on Akyol's head in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Then he kicked him onto the sofa, grabbed his forehead, and continued to smash it. If you want to mess with me, I'll kill you first. The ashtray smashed the man's body into a bloody mess, leaving his nose crooked and his eyes slanted. Eustace jumped to the side in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. When he realized what was happening, he quickly shouted, Mr. Gao, stop it. Gao Jun finally hit it hard, blew on it, and slowly stood up. He took a few sheets of paper from the toilet paper drawer, wiped the blood off his hands, and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, let's pick a good place. The smell of blood is too strong here. Call an ambulance. Don't die here. The old Taoist priest responded with a smile and called Dolby Hospital. Eustace and the others looked at each other and had to follow Gao Jun into the private room next door. He had seen this Mr. Gao before. He was not as honest as he looked. He would beat people to death if he got the upper hand. In fact, Gao Jun was not afraid at all. Akyol must be considered a little famous in the eyes of the Dubi government, and he was engaged in a shady arms brokerage business. As long as no one was killed, the Dubi government was too lazy to intervene. At most, it would be considered an unfair fight between colleagues. Please take a seat, everyone. Order whatever you want to drink. It's on me. After entering the private room, Gao Jun sat on the sofa and said with a smile. Eustace covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Mr. Gao, you're welcome. Let's get down to business first. Gao Jun sat up straight and looked at Scarface and the others. Wouldn't you like to introduce yourself? My name is Polonanov, and I'm Belarusian. Scarface spoke directly, simply, and clearly. I'm Macro, an American. He is a white man with particularly well-developed pectoral muscles. Modric from Croatia, I have a lot of resources at my disposal. Gao Jun patiently waited for them to finish speaking, then tapped his fingers on the table. Gentlemen, as long as your people satisfy me, the rewards will naturally satisfy you as well. These are the outstanding talents I sorted out. Macro took out a thick file from his bag and handed it to Gao Jun confidently. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Gao Jun didn't take action. He looked at the others. Scarface and Modric also took out booklets. What's more, the former also had a USB flash drive. If you need it, I have detailed information and personal medical examination reports here. Fuck. Macro's heart skipped a beat. How come these damn Belarusians are so well prepared? Gao Jun also looked at Polonanov in surprise and was very satisfied. He liked serious people. He picked up the file in front of Polonanov and just turned a page when his brows couldn't help but frown. Chapter 39, Naughty Kids Special Forces. Name, Peter. Gender, male. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 178 pounds. Service, Ursuri Special Forces, rank of corporal. Proficient in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, small arms shooting, aircraft operation, combat diving, and battlefield medicine. Next to the simple roster was a photo of a man with a West Asian appearance wearing camouflage, smoking a cigar, growing a beard, and carrying an M16 on his shoulder. But Gao Jun's first reaction was, fake. The troops belong to the Ursuri country's Naughty Kids Special Forces. They are completely different from other troops. Their organizational form is similar to that of a family, and once you join, you have to serve them for life. This unit is the pride of the Ursuri National Defense Force. Its combat skills, combat effectiveness, and morale are all exemplary. In particular, officers in this unit are promoted quickly, with many high-ranking generals coming from this unit. Its core members are rarely seen in external private security companies. Gao Jun's face was unhappy. He knew in his heart that this was almost a common tactic used by military brokers. Exaggeration was just a common method. He shook his head and put the list aside. Macro kept staring at Gao Jun and found that his face looked strange. He was very surprised. Compared with Polanov, he was a pure businessman and was gifted in reading people's expressions. It was said that the latter started doing this business after being injured on the battlefield and having no other choice. Mr. Gao, how about taking a look at mine? Macro couldn't wait to push his roster in front of Gao Jun and said with a smile. Polanov frowned slightly. Mr. Gao, are my resources enough to satisfy you? This left Gao Jun speechless and then a little annoyed. This guy was a little ungrateful. He sneered and leaned forward. Mr. Polanov, I like honest people. Peter's resume you wrote here is too impressive. Of course there were some smart people. Eustace flipped open the roster and glanced at it, feeling a bit puzzled. After all, he didn't know much about the PMC industry. But Modric, who was standing next to him, also looked over and saw everything clearly. His expression suddenly turned strange. Naughty Kids Special Forces? The sound was very soft, but everyone in the private room could hear it clearly. Macro was the first to burst out laughing, sarcastically saying, this brat doesn't want to be a high-ranking official, but comes here to be a mercenary. Polanov's expression remained normal, except for the slight tremor of the scar on his face. He said firmly, why not? He was expelled from the army. Gao Jun was stunned. Each of these naughty soldiers was a national treasure of the Ursuri kingdom. Training them was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Moreover, given the army's protective nature, it was rare for them to be expelled from the military unless they had done something that would infuriate the people. What did he do? Asked Eustace, feeling tickled. Polanov pursed his lips and stared at Gao Jun. He just wanted a job that can support himself. What is he doing now? As a baggage carrier at the docks, said Polanov. Gao Jun knew about the wharf. It was the largest artificial wharf in the world and one of the largest waterfront area master development plans in the world. How could a world-class elite soldier fall to this point? Gao Jun felt it was a pity. Time and decadence are the biggest enemies of talents. Special soldiers like Peter who have participated in wars are prone to depression if they do not have a stable income. The suicide rate is 30 times that of ordinary people. Such talents must be obtained. Please remove Peter's name from me. He will be a member of our company from now on. Ask him if he is willing. Gao Jun said. Polanov's icy face actually showed a hint of a smile. As long as I get the roster, I have already called to inquire about it. I can take full responsibility. This Polanov doesn't look like a Belarusian at all. After a short time together, Gao Jun has gotten a feel for his character. Compared with Macro and others, he doesn't seem like a businessman, but rather like an elder who helps his relatives to have a bright future. This is a trait that Gao Jun admires. And not to mention, the quality of Polanov's roster is extraordinary. In addition to Peter, Gao Jun also selected 3 people, 2 Fijian gunners and 1 Spanish machine gunner. Of course, Macro also has his advantages. His people are generally technical talents. Gao Jun picked out a firearms repairman and a vehicle technician from them. Of course, they were both retired soldiers, but they were not special forces. They were enough to serve as logistics personnel. Modric was in a bit of a dilemma. No one caught Gao Jun's eye, so he could only smile apologetically at the Croatian. Modric was not angry. He decided a few times, left a business card to Gao Jun, and left. There was no point in staying here any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's calculate the commission. Gao Jun crossed his legs. $12,000. Polanov said succinctly. I have 15,000 here. Macro smiled and rubbed his hands. Gao Jun looked at him deeply and didn't say much. Some things become just stories if you talk too much. He just paid the money. I'll be in Dolby for 2 days at most. I hope they can come sooner. Don't worry, Gao. As long as your money is in place, they will definitely come. Macro stuffed the money into his bag, and even Eustace received a substantial introduction fee. Polonanov nodded, picked up his bag, and walked away without looking back. Why does this person look weird? Muttered the old Taoist priest. Perhaps because of the US dollar, Eustace couldn't help but say a little more. I heard that Polonanov used to be in the 81st Russian Guards Motorized Rifle Regiment. He participated in 2 Chechen wars. His lover had a severe hemorrhage during childbirth and died together with her. After retiring from the army, he worked as a broker. That's just his personality. Please don't be offended, Mr. Gao. 81st Guards Motorized Rifle Regiment? Gao Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the only Russian regiment participating in the Chechen War that was fully staffed with Soviet troops previously stationed in East Germany. It also became the only unit under the 27th Guards Motorized Infantry Division equipped with T-80 tanks. A truly elite force. Everyone who has been to the battlefield is a hero. Gao Jun didn't know what he was thinking when he suddenly said this. Eustace couldn't understand Gao Jun's inner fluctuations and thoughts. He just sat on the sofa sipping coffee. He stayed for a mission. He wanted to see if the recruitment advertisement in the newspaper was useful. If someone really came to apply, Gao Jun would be happy and give them a reward. Hold on tight to the thighs of rich people. Chapter 40, Bird Helicopter. The influence of posters is still obvious in Dolby. That afternoon, a few big and strong men came for the interview, but they were all A-grade goods that looked good but were useless. One black man even boasted that he was an instructor of the Congolese Special Forces and shamelessly asked Gao Jun to pay him 2 months' salary first, which made Gao Jun laugh. Badasi. That place is still relying on peacekeeping forces to consolidate its regime. So where do the special forces come from? For those who were trying to take advantage of the situation and extort money, Gao Jun would politely ask the hotel security to invite them over. The black man was still shouting when the old Taoist kicked him in the stomach. His face turned green immediately, and he lay on the ground, almost vomiting stomach acid. It's true that there are all kinds of people in the world, Gao Jun said with a helpless smile, supported his knees, and stood up from the sofa, extending his hand to Eustace. Amber, please. Eustace was also somewhat helpless, and said with a wry smile, My friend, I will keep an eye out for some talented people for you in the future. Gao Jun stuffed a check from Dolby Bank into Eustace's pocket and patted him on the shoulder. This is a gift from me. Thank you for your hard work in the future. Nothing can maintain a relationship better than US dollars. Eustace smiled happily, gave Gao Jun a hug without hesitation, and left with a satisfied smile on his face. Junzi, giving this old man another 30,000 US dollars. Isn't that too generous? The old Taoist priest felt painful and twisted the cigarette, but into the ashtray in frustration. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Eustace's back. Old man, do you know what a male wolf needs to do most before challenging the Wolf King? What? Pretend to be ordinary and kind, then wait for the right moment to bite the Wolf King to death. At that time, all the efforts you have made will be recovered. Gao Jun said it lightly, but the old Taoist felt a chill down his spine as he looked at him in shock. At this moment, Eustace, who had walked to the door, turned around and waved goodbye. Alas, an old wolf met an ambitious hunter. The old Taoist priest sighed, but passion burst out in his eyes. He found a long-lost passion. Pull down those damn PMC industry kings from the top. This era needs to change. Gao Jun had just laid down on the bed when he returned to the room when the long-lost system sound suddenly popped up in his mind. Hidden side quest. Recruiting employees complete. Reward. 2 AH-6 helicopters will be given to the host upon returning to Ruilep. Gao Jun suddenly sat up, his eyes filled with surprise. Finally, 2 decent means of transport arrived. The little bird helicopter has an empty weight of less than 700 kilograms and a maximum takeoff weight of 1.6 tons. It can be said to be the lightest military helicopter. Compared with military helicopters that are often named after ferocious animals such as tiger and eagle, the McDonnell Douglas AH-6 helicopter is truly a little bird. But although it is small, it has a wide range of uses and is extremely popular in both civilian and military circles. From 1968 to the present, it has been sold in dozens of countries. Its maximum speed can reach 281 kilometers per hour, and its maximum range is 420 kilometers. In other words, Gao Jun can deliver employees to all places in Badasi within half an hour. Moreover, the little bird helicopter can carry people. The AH-6 can carry up to 6 people. In addition to the pilot and co-pilot, it can carry 2 people, and 4 people can sit directly on the wings. If Gao Jun was given a Black Hawk, he would still think his head was too big. The advantage of the bird is that it is very flexible. On the afternoon of October 3, 1993, the U.S. Special Forces dispatched 8 Black Hawk helicopters and 4 Little Bird helicopters from the U.S. military airport in Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, and headed to an Olympic hotel 3 miles away to capture senior officials of local warlord aided and clashed with local militia. During the operation, the Little Bird helicopters relied on their small and flexible features to land on the narrow streets and quickly took off to escape the danger zone after dropping off the Special Forces. In contrast, the clumsy Black Hawk helicopters could only hover in the air to rappel Special Forces, which not only caused accidental falls, but also directly caused 2 of them to be shot down by RPG-7 rocket launchers. After this battle, the huge advantages of the Little Bird helicopter in special operations became known to the world. I used to often watch helicopters from other private insurance companies flying ostentatiously over Badasi's head, and now I finally have my own little bird. Junzi, what's wrong with you? The old Taoist priest felt the whole bed shaking. He was stunned, holding the mineral water. He looked at Gao Jun in confusion and found that the latter was trembling all over. It's okay. I can't hold it anymore. Gao Jun said casually, waving his hand, covering himself with the quilt, hiding inside and smiling sinisterly. Then why aren't you going? As soon as the laughter from under the quilt stopped, Gao Jun muttered impatiently, hold it back. Go to sleep. The old Taoist priest's wrinkled face trembled, and his eyes widened. Is it such a fierce bladder? He drank the mineral water in one gulp, wiped the sweat from his head, hesitated for a moment, pulled his quilt over, and spent the night on the balcony. The next day, at about 6 o'clock, Gao Jun's biological clock woke up naturally. He stretched lazily, and when he saw that there was no one around him, he was startled and came out wearing only his big shorts. He pushed open the door of the toilet first. What was going on? Did he think that the old man was hungry and came here to find something to eat? Junzi, what are you looking for? The old Taoist priest, wrapped in a quilt, stared at the dark circles under his eyes and yawned as he walked in from the balcony. Ichu, why are you going outside? Gao Jun asked in confusion. Don't you know why I'm going? The old Taoist muttered to himself, curling his lips in a somewhat complaining manner, and said nonsense. I, the old Taoist, have to swallow the essence of the sun and the moon early in the morning and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gao Jun didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking. He raised his middle finger, cursed a few times, and then got down to business. Let's buy the return tickets this afternoon. So urgent. Dolby is so comfortable here. I feel uncomfortable all over. Ruilep is more suitable for me. The jerk you're talking about must be me. Gao Jun said, self-deprecatingly. The old Taoist rubbed his finger joints and nodded with deep feeling. Then I will pack my things first. Call Mirabel first. I told her yesterday to help me prepare some contracts. Gao Jun picked up the phone from the bedside table, walked to the balcony, put one hand on his waist, and pressed a series of numbers. Mirabel on the other end was obviously moving violently, and rough howling could be heard from the other side. Get to the Armani Hotel in 40 minutes and bring the contract. After finally calling his brother, who had raised his head back to go back to sleep, Gao Jun threw the cigarette but down from the upstairs and called Macro and others. When they heard that Gao Jun was busy going back, they were also shocked and hurriedly promised to bring the person over within an hour. After hanging up the phone, Macro climbed out of the pile of women naked and couldn't wait to make a phone call. Lori, get up and go to the Armani Hotel. Chapter 41. Return to Ruilep. Gao Jun smoked nearly a pack of Marlboro in the hotel lobby when Mirabel, that bitch, arrived in the hotel, wearing high heels, sunglasses, and carrying an LV bag, her graceful figure. The men having breakfast nearby couldn't help but be drawn to her, but she remained aloof and dismissive. She walked straight to the sofa across from Gao Jun, crossed her legs, and complained, "Boss, could you please not call me in critical situations anymore?" She looked around and said shyly in a low voice, "I almost didn't recover." Gao Jun's eyes twitched, and he glanced at her lightly. He didn't know if Mirabelle did it on purpose, but her thighs didn't tighten, allowing Gao Jun to see a bit of her beauty. Ahem. He covered his mouth to hide it, his eyes wandering. Did you bring the contract? Mirabelle leaned forward slightly, perfectly outlining her entire chest. Boss, shouldn't we talk about something else first? Gao Jun leaned his head over and whispered a few words in Mirabelle's ear. The woman's face suddenly turned ugly. She straightened her body in fear. She hurriedly took out the contract from her bag, put it on the table, and stammered, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. She picked up the bag and left in a hurry. What did you say to her that scared her like this? Gao Jun straightened the contract and said, I just told him that I'm an HIV carrier. The old Taoist priest was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. No wonder he ran away so quickly in fright. Anyone would be scared to death when they heard about HIV. About 10 minutes after Mirabelle left, Poloninoff and Macro arrived at the same time, each followed by several people. Mr. Gao. Gao Jun glanced at Peter for a little longer, and his first impression was that Peter had sharp eyes and exuded confidence, even arrogance. Even after leaving the army, the military smell on your body is hard to erase. This is the pride of a world-class Special Forces soldier. Here is your contract. If you have no questions, just sign it. Gao Jun distributed the contract to everyone, clasped his fingers together, and crossed his legs. The salary above is $20,000, not including various benefits and mission subsidies. This is considered the highest salary in the entire PMC industry. You should know that Blackwater employees only earn close to $300,000 a year when they have missions. Of course, in addition to salary, some hard and soft power are also a factor to check whether a private insurance company is strong. For example, the world-famous Venezuelan Hunter Academy was jointly organized by Blackwater and the local government. It has more or less brought a lot of influence to Blackwater, and it can be said that it has planted a seed of friendship. If these graduates from the academy retire in the future, they can bring fresh blood to Blackwater. Although the gap is huge, at least Zulong is moving forward. The people Macro and Poloninoff brought with them weren't troublemakers. After signing their names quickly, they shouted to Gao Jun, booze. The noise was quite loud, and some customers who didn't know what was going on were whispering to each other. Gao Jun snapped his fingers and squinted his face. Don't blame me for being blunt. Zulong Company operates a full-time elimination system. I don't need employees who pretend to obey, but actually disobey. Just remember, I'm the one who pays you. The two logistics personnel brought by Macro looked stern and looked at each other. It seemed that this Chinese was not easy to fool. It seemed that they would suffer in the future. Let's go to the airport. After standing at the hotel door and watching Macro and Poloninoff leave, Gao Jun put away his smile and spoke to the people behind him. A clever Fijian gunman trotted to the edge of the hotel, found two SUVs, and headed straight for Dublin Airport. It might just be a coincidence. As soon as Gao Jun got out of the car, a few familiar faces jumped out of a taxi not far away. Brother Gao. Xia Mo kicked her legs in surprise and trotted over. She looked at Gao Jun with her head held high and a smile as beautiful as a flower. I just felt that I would meet you today. Gao Jun touched his nose with a depressed look on his face. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Zhao caught up with him. He frowned and glanced at the people behind Gao Jun. They were all strong young men, and some of them had deep calluses on their hands. Their index fingers shook unconsciously from time to time, which was a typical trigger-pulling action. He grabbed Xiaomo's arm and said in a deep voice, Miss, we're going to board the plane. Xiaomo struggled violently, but Luo Zhao's hand wouldn't let go, and he tried to drag her away. Seeing that she couldn't break free, the little girl quickly shouted, Brother Gao, my phone number is 138,789 X times X times X. You must contact me. It seems that this girl is relying on you. If it weren't for that bodyguard, you would have been the first to get the first kill now. The old Taoist sighed regretfully. I've seen him before. At this time, Peter, who was behind him, suddenly spoke. Gao Jun turned back in confusion. Peter hesitated as he continued. At the Elna International Special Forces competition, when he was a member of the Chinese delegation, I once saw him take down 3 French bastards by himself. Did you fight? Gao Jun asked back. I can't beat him, but his shooting isn't as good as mine. Peter's eyes were tangled. He's as cunning as a fox. In the wild, he always finds your weakness and bites you. If his physical strength hadn't been so weakened by the end, I'm afraid they would have really killed him. Perhaps speaking of memories, Peter spoke eloquently. I remember he once wrote a sentence on the dagger. Brave and fearless. The brave are fearless. Gao Jun's expression was solemn, but for some reason, a flicker of pride flashed through his heart. He and Luo Zhao were clearly at odds, but upon hearing the praise from this elite soldier of the Ursuri Kingdom, he still shared the honor. You should know that the Elna Assault International Scout Competition began in 1992. The venue was chosen in the primeval forests of northeastern Estonia, which is considered to be the worst combat environment in the world. The competition is famous around the world for being thrilling and brutal beyond imagination, with real guns and real bullets that simulate actual combat. During the competition, scouts from various countries had to carry 30 to 40 kilograms of weapons, equipment, and survival supplies. In the fierce battle with no supplies and more than 1,000 hypothetical enemies blocking them in front and pursuing them from behind, they had to rush nearly 200 kilometers for 4 days and 3 nights, and complete 19 formal competition courses and 3 performance courses, such as rowing in complex waters, beach landing, and enemy reconnaissance. The scouts were tested by life and death, physical and mental torture, courage and willpower, and challenged their physical, intellectual, and skill limits. This is a contest of comprehensive combat effectiveness of scouts from various countries, and is called the Death Competition by the military of various countries. Every year, a large number of people become disabled or die, but special forces from every country are proud to participate in the competition, because special forces is the proudest profession for men. Flight MU-4678 from Dubai to Ruilep has been boarded. Passengers are requested to proceed as soon as possible. The airport announcement woke Gao Jun from his trance. He whispered, "Let's go." But what he is thinking, I am afraid only he knows. Chapter 42, Hijacking. Gao Jun was lying on the seat, flipping through a magazine, when he smelled a pungent body odor. His nose wrinkled, and he looked towards the aisle in confusion. Several men in Thibaut robes and carrying black bags were looking for seats. Gao Jun didn't care. After all, some people inevitably had strange smells, and he was used to it. Just as he was about to look away, he casually saw that one of the Thibaut people was wearing a yellow diamond ring on his left hand. Tiffany. Gao Jun recognized the brand immediately, pursed his lips, and shook his head slightly. Interesting taste. At that moment, the plane's takeoff warning sounded. Gao Jun squinted his eyes and tilted his head back, feeling the weightlessness brought by the plane's liftoff. Suddenly, his mind was startled, and a flash of thunder flashed through his mind. His eyes suddenly opened, and he hurriedly tilted his head and nudged the old Taoist priest. "Old man, do you remember what he told me last time? What color is the most taboo for the Thibaut people?" "Of course they don't mind the color yellow, don't they?" the old Taoist priest asked suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Gao Jun suddenly straightened up in shock and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it. I just saw a Thibaut man wearing a yellow diamond ring. I thought it looked weird, but now I think it's a fake. Pretend to be a Thibaut citizen and get on the plane? Is there something shameful about his true identity?" Fear flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. "You mean they have other intentions?" The two looked at each other and gasped. Hijacking. According to data released by the U.S. Bureau of Investigation in 2004, terrorism worldwide is constantly evolving, with hijacking being the most common tactic. Furthermore, the sensational effect is even greater, which is exactly what criminals need. It's like 9/11. How about asking the conductor? The old Taoist priest suggested after hesitating for a moment. Gao Jun gave a wry smile and nodded at the old man with his chin. "Look at him. How can he help us?" At the back of the cabin, there was a fat flight attendant in uniform, sleeping soundly with his head held high. The old Taoist priest felt a darkening sensation on his forehead. This was too unreliable. The size of the flight attendants could fill up the aisle. If they encountered criminals, wouldn't they be used as targets? So what do we do now? Let's talk to our people first and act accordingly. Gao Jun thought of a safe solution. The old Taoist touched his nose, stood up, and pretended to walk toward the bathroom. However, when he passed by Peter, he made a dangerous gesture secretly and pointed at the people of Thibaut in the distance. Peter was stunned for a moment, frowned, sat up, and looked towards the front of the first-class cabin. He seemed to understand something in an instant. His face changed, and he cursed the national curse of Ursuri. This is nearly 30,000 feet. If something happens, Even if Peter is an elite soldier of the Ursary Special Forces, he can only watch helplessly. The army doesn't teach you how to avoid death. At this moment, Peter's pupils shrank, and he saw several Tebow people in front of him stand up. The bearded leader tore off his clothes and took out two Czech CZ-83 pistols from them. In Peter's horrified eyes, he fired 2 shots at the stewardess who was taking a nap nearby, directly at her forehead. The gunshot startled everyone. A silver-haired old woman wearing glasses kept shouting in fear, "OMG! OMG! Ladies, I don't like noise." The bearded man grinned and fired several shots at the old woman, who immediately fell in a pool of blood. He looked around fiercely and roared, "From now on, I, Absalom, have the final say on this plane. Hill, take control of the cockpit and call Dolby Tower. I want to speak to their head of government." Absalom shouted frantically, "If they dare to refuse, I will let this plane crash into the cake tower." The criminal named Hill pointed at a few people, sneered twice, and roughly kicked the control room door. The soundproofing inside was quite good. The captain and co-pilot were discussing the scenery in Dolby. When they heard someone kicking the door, the co-pilot stood up from his seat and said in dissatisfaction, "Who is this? The crew outside don't care." As soon as he opened the door while cursing, he'll put the pistol into his mouth. "Sir, you talk too much." Boo! At such a close distance, half of the co-pilot's face was smashed, and the control room was splattered with blood and brain matter. Several people raised their hands in panic and begged, "Don't kill me." "Of course we won't kill you, but please cooperate with us and contact the Dolby Tower." Gao Jun lowered his head, pretending to be cooperative, and exchanged glances with Peter, who was sitting diagonally behind him. The two of them seemed to be in sync with each other and nodded to each other at the same time. Everything was said without words. "Stand up right there." Suddenly, Absalom shouted, and Gao Jun suddenly raised his head and frowned. The damn bastard pointed at a Fijian gunman named Gmamba, who raised his hand and subconsciously looked at Gao Jun. However, this action made Absalom a little impatient. He hit Gmamba on the forehead with the butt of the gun. He gasped in pain and held his head in agony. Blood flowed out from between his fingers and covered his entire face in the blink of an eye. "Come out." Absalom dragged Gmamba out, forced him to kneel in the middle of the passage, and put a gun to the back of his head from behind. Gmamba's body trembled noticeably, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Even though his whole body was trembling, he still pursed his lips and tried not to make any sound. Gao Jun glanced at the others and found that Peter had put his hands behind his back. This was a gesture of faith before the special forces of the Ursary country attacked. Gao Jun glared at him and pressed his palm down slightly, signaling Peter to calm down. It would be irrational to show up at this time. Alone and without even a firewood stick, he was no match for these vicious criminals. In this narrow space, if Peter shows his head, he will be dead. Absalom's index finger slowly pressed the trigger. Seeing that Gmamba was about to die, Gao Jun bravely prepared to stand up when he heard Hill running out from inside. "We've contacted Dolby Tower. The city secretary is not there. Only the deputy secretary is there. The highest leader of the city of Dolby is the secretary general of the city government, and the city government is composed of the municipal commission and the city government. He wants to talk to you on the phone." Absalom took back the pistol and kicked Gmamba in the back, knocking him to the ground. "I hope they will agree to our request, otherwise I will give them an unforgettable experience." He took Hill back to the command module, leaving only 2 gunners in the first-class cabin. The 2 men were like rookies, not standing separately at all. Instead, they faced the tail of the plane at the same time, which was equivalent to exposing their backs to Peter. Gao Jun's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity. Chapter 43, Time Bomb. Boris is angry. He slammed his hand on the table, scowling. A hijacking actually happened during his tenure. If he understood Chinese culture, he would definitely shout, "NM." As the person in charge of the aviation administration, Boris has an unshirkable responsibility. He is ready to go home and retire, but the prerequisite is that the passengers on the plane must not be in any danger. "Secretary General Boris, the criminal leader wants to speak to you." The contact person called out. Boris quickly grabbed the phone, frowning and saying, "This is Boris. What do you want?" "I demand the release of Cyrus Deek," Absalom said directly. Boris suddenly realized that it was indeed a premeditated hijacking. He certainly knew that Cyrus Dick, a small-time leader of the Badasi militants, had once planned an attack on the important city of Ruilep, but was intercepted by the U.S. Intelligence Department, who sent an elite SEAL team to capture him and imprison him in Dubai prison. Cyrus Dick is a typical warmongerer who believes that only violence can solve all the filth in the world and make the Ysel world pure. While studying at the Ria Theological Seminary, he organized a large-scale parade called Allah, Welcome Back, but the consequences were heartbreaking. It turned into a violent protest parade with looting, smashing, and burning, creating class confrontation. No less than 50 students were beaten to death or injured on the spot. He himself was imprisoned by the Ria government for sedition, but as the saying goes, some people are born criminals. Cyrus Dick actually escaped from the Ria prison with just a spoon. This further fueled his arrogance, and he declared, "We will make Ria pay the price." From the time he joined the Badasi armed forces until his arrest, he indirectly or directly caused the deaths of no less than 300 people. He was also on the U.S. military's global wanted list, and the reward was even as high as $1 million. The U.S. military had to work extremely hard to finally bring him to justice. Impossible. Boris wanted to refuse the other party firmly, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he found it extremely difficult to say them. "You have no right to refuse me," Absalom sneered. "I'll give you 10 minutes, or, for every minute that passes, I'll shoot one hostage." Boris's heart sank. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of gunfire from the other end of the phone, along with Absalom's angry curses. Boris was horrified. "Don't hurt the hostages." Beep, beep, beep. Before the words could be transmitted, the connection on the other end was cut off. Bang! Boris angrily slammed the microphone in his hand onto the instrument. Notify AH. Firefighters, medical personnel, all in place. Boris was anxious here, and Absalom was so angry that he was almost jumping up and down. This story started 5 minutes ago. Gao Jun saw that there were only 2 criminals in the first-class cabin. He glanced at Peter and stretched his right thumb across his neck. "Kill them." Peter nodded slightly, tilted his body, his eyes as fierce as a lion playing a game, and took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, pounced on him, knocked one of them down, grabbed the other's neck with both hands, and twisted it in the opposite direction. There was a crisp snapping sound, and he was extremely fierce and quick. Another criminal was about to scream when he saw this, but the old Taoist priest who had been waiting for a long time covered his mouth and twisted his body back with force. Both sides struggled, and although the old Taoist priest was old, he was very strong. The blue veins on the corners of his forehead were coiled like a dragon, and he suffocated the other person to death. This kind of situation, which takes about 30 seconds to 1 minute, is enough for a young person to fall into a coma and lose self-awareness. As soon as the old Taoist priest loosened his grip, the criminal's body went limp like a dead dog, and he collapsed to the ground. Gao Jun picked up 2 CZ-83 pistols on the ground, handed one to Peter, and took out a few bullets from the 2 corpses. "Fuck, with just these few guys, you're already imitating others to hijack a plane?" Gao Jun kicked the corpse in dissatisfaction, cursing and saying to Peter, "You and this old man go to the economy class. I'll take control of the cockpit, and the rest of you stay to calm the crowd. If anyone dares to make a noise, I'll beat them to death." "How about I go to the cockpit?" Peter said, and then, as if Gao Jun had misunderstood, he said, "I've trained in anti-hijacking training before, and this Boeing 737 happens to be one of the models I trained on." This is true. The Ursary National Anti-Terrorism Force is recognized as a top anti-terrorist force. They have business ties with Azerbaijan Airlines, which provides various types of aircraft for their training. This model is common among anti-terrorist special forces in various countries around the world. So, Peter was quite confident when he said this. But Gao Ju was also a proud man. He flicked the pistol with his fingers nimbly, not wanting to say anything more. He just said 2 words, "Action." Peter frowned, and then he heard the old Taoist priest say with a smile, "Sometimes you have to trust your boss. He is more powerful than you think." Peter seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion, "Is he a PLA Special Forces soldier?" Many presidents of PMC companies are retired Special Forces soldiers. The founder of Blackwater is a Navy SEAL. The old Taoist smiled meaningfully and shrugged, "Maybe." After saying that, he walked towards the economy class at the back. This made Peter confused. He turned around and looked deeply at Gao Jun, who was hiding outside the control room, and followed the old Taoist priest without saying a word. The rest of the Zulon Company employees followed Gao Jun's instructions and comforted the panicked customers. If they encountered anyone who was disobedient, these bastards would not hesitate to beat them up and make them scream for help. Gao Jun pushed the door of the control room, revealing a crack, and looked inside with his right eye. Absalom and Hill had their backs to each other and didn't notice that there were eyes staring at them from behind. Gao Jun was secretly delighted and secretly opened the safety of his pistol and aimed at Absalom's back. As long as he killed him, everything would be over. He pulled the trigger firmly with his index finger, raised the muzzle, and fired the bullet. As luck would have it, Hill accidentally took a step behind Absalom, and the bullet hit Hill in the back. He screamed and fell on the console. "Oh, fuck!" Two curse words in different languages rang out at the same time. Absalom glanced at Hill with anger in his eyes, turned around, and fired in one go. Gao Jun was very cunning. When he found that the shot missed, he knew that the other party would definitely fight back. He kicked his feet, rolled forward a few meters, and hid in a corner. The shot missed, and Absalom became a little anxious, so he started shooting at Gao Jun randomly. The 15 bullets didn't hit anything, and the gun was empty in a few seconds. Absalom's face was dark, and he took out the magazine from his pocket in panic. At this time, Gao Jun couldn't hold back any longer and shot the other party in the thigh. Absalom screamed, clutching his thigh, his face pale, panting rapidly, his eyes flashing with madness. He tore open his underwear and saw a bomb strapped to his body. He pressed the button and pointed the gun at his head. He roared, "Long live the Lord." Gunshots death. Chapter 44, Mysterious Power of the East. Gao Jun held the gun in one hand vigilantly and kicked Absalom's head, knocking half of his skull off. Blood dyed his entire body red. Looking at the time bomb counting down, Gao Jun felt a little overwhelmed. "I'm dead, and you still want to give me another blow." He cursed angrily, and suddenly felt some movement in front of him, so he quickly raised his gun. Don't kill me." The captain in the pilot uniform sat down on the ground, tears and snot on his face, raised his hands and cried bitterly. Gao Jun was already unhappy, and when he heard the crying and shouting, he shouted in disgust, "Shut up." The captain quickly covered his mouth, only his two eyes staring at Gao Jun in horror. "Go fly the plane. You're just an eyesore here." Gao Jun waved his hands impatiently and said viciously, "Fly it properly, or we'll die together." The captain was so frightened that his legs and feet went weak. He supported himself with the help of others and climbed up with a sad face. He crawled back to his seat almost as fast as he could. While operating the plane, he was so cautious that he couldn't help but look back occasionally for fear that Gao Jun would shoot him from behind. Gao Jun put the safety on his pistol, put on the back of his waistband, pulled Absalom's feet, and dragged him to the bathroom. When passing through the aisle, the passengers were all looking at him with wide eyes. "Close your eyes. Sit down." Gao Jun. Several brave passengers touched their noses and sat down awkwardly. He dragged the body into the toilet, helped it sit up, frowned, and looked at the numbers jumping on the time bomb. His scalp felt numb. "Junzi, the back is taken care of." What's this?" As the old Taoist priest half-stepped in from the toilet door, Gao Jun suddenly turned around and roared in a low voice, "Get out. There's a bomb." "Bomb." The old Taoist paused and Kong shrank slightly. If the bomb exploded at this moment, the plane would disintegrate, and everyone would die. After pushing the old Taoist priest away, Peter walked in, half-squatted down, frowned, and carefully observed the time bomb, getting a general idea of what was going on. The key to a time bomb lies in the timing device and the triggering device. Explosives can be selected based on different needs. Ordinary, high explosive, solid, liquid, gas, plastic, etc. This is a typical mechanical, clock-style timing. Gao Jun scratched his ear and said, "Don't give me these theories. I just want to say, damn it, how do we tear it down?" Peter suddenly became quiet and pointed at the two red and blue wires on the side of the bomb. "Just cut one of the wires correctly, and that's it." Isn't this a life-or-death struggle? The old Taoist priest at the back finally couldn't help but speak. "Do you have any other ideas?" Peter asked back, leaving the old man speechless. He shrank his head and hid somewhere to smoke a cigarette and calm down. "Do you want to do it, or should I?" Peter said in a calm voice, staring at Gao Jun. Gao Jun twisted his nose, twisted his mouth hard, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. "I'll do it." Peter nodded, gave up his seat, and just leaned against the toilet, watching quietly. Where else can I go at this time? There was no way to escape, so I had to stay here. If I failed, I would die. Perhaps if I got close enough, I could be blown to ash instantly, and I wouldn't have to worry about the plane disintegrating and falling somewhere. Gao Jun calmly clasped his hands together. Under Peter's puzzled gaze, he tapped the 2 lines with his index finger, mumbling, "Whoever the little rooster taps, I choose." Peter was confused as he listened and didn't dare to disturb Gao Jun. He thought this must be the power of Oriental fantasy. When he was in the naughty kids unit, he had seen those Chinese soldiers. In the most difficult times, they never thought of giving up but loyalty. They were different from Western soldiers. The SEALs had all been captured, but they seemed determined to die. He had been lucky enough to witness that scene. He called these unreasonable things Eastern power. After Gao Jun finished reciting the spell, his hand stopped on the red line. "This thread can't be cut," Peter exclaimed. In the West, there are many numbers and colors that are considered unlucky or unfriendly. For example, red symbolizes danger, terror, and fear in their world, while white represents purity to them. But in China, white symbolizes the whole family is coming to your house for dinner. This is a cultural difference, and Peter is naturally resistant to it. Gao Jun didn't even raise his head and used the iron piece on the magazine in his hand to cut the red line hard. This action is like welding on an atomic bomb. If you are unlucky, everything will be ruined. The nervous sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks and seeped into his lips with an unconcealable bitterness. You know, bomb disposal is known as the most dangerous job in the world. It's like wearing a bomb disposal suit. To put it jokingly, you don't have to be torn into pieces when you die. At least you can leave a complete body. Gao Jun had never felt his mind so concentrated before he heard a crisp snapping sound, and the red line broke in the middle. This! Gao Jun sucked in a breath of cold air, staring at the time bomb without blinking. After waiting for nearly 10 seconds, his whole body suddenly relaxed, and he collapsed back against the sink, gasping for breath. No, it didn't explode. Peter looked at the scene in surprise, and then he was ecstatic. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he jumped up, raised his hands, and cheered unscrupulously. For the first time, he felt that his life was saved. When the old Taoist priest heard the cheers at the door, he was startled. Then his old face relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The ground was full of cigarette butts, all half-smoked, a bit extravagant. "Go to the control room first and contact the people down there," Gao Jun ordered. He took Peter's hand and stood up, saying self-deprecatingly, "I'm still a little nervous about not being able to touch the ground. My legs are still a little weak." Peter nodded and half-dragged Gao Jun towards the control room. "Hey, brother." Gao Jun slapped the captain on the shoulder. The latter shuddered with fear, his eyes wide open. "Contact the tower. Let's land nearby and let the damned ones come up and collect the bodies." Upon hearing this, the captain's face slowly turned into a smile of joy. He nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice and quickly contacted the tower below. Boris rubbed his head in pain and asked Colonel Adolphus Amherst, who was wearing a military uniform beside him, "Does AH have any solutions?" Adolphus Amherst is the commander of the AH, a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Special Warfare School, a counterterrorism expert, and the only person Boris can currently point to. "We can't get close. The only way is to wait until it runs out of fuel and is forced to land." Adolphus shook his head. "They're all gluttons." Boris slammed his pen on the table, furious. "Do we have to rely on the Lord now?" Just as he was furious, an AH member came running in. "Colonel, there's news on the plane. They've requested permission to land soon. The criminals have all been killed." Inside the command post, there was a sudden and eerie silence. Chapter 45, Amman Airport. Boris was the first to react. Like a bull, the 1.65-meter-tall Boris grabbed the AH soldier's shirt and shook it vigorously, his face flushed and his neck thick as he roared, "Say it again." The soldier was completely stunned. He glanced at his direct superior, Adolphus, who nodded slightly with his hands folded. Then he continued, "We just received news from hijacked flight MU-4678. All the criminals on board have been killed, the time bomb has been defused, and Captain Moss has requested to land." "How could this happen?" Boris looked at Adolphus in disbelief. Adolphus, who had a good sense of humor, shrugged and said, "Maybe it's really the blessing of the Lord God." "Where is MU-4678 now?" "Over Yada. Bully's Fulned. Contact the Yada Aviation Authority and request that MU-4678 land at their Emma airport. Inform them of the situation and make preparations." "Yes." The Yada Aviation Department acted quite quickly. After receiving the message from Dolby, all relevant departments were brought over within half an hour. One could even see several troop carriers parked inside, with several soldiers standing there wearing special woolen hoods, Kevlar bulletproof vests, and gold badges on their chests. This is the Ada Royal Special Forces, the first special forces in the world of Tebow. Today, it has about 100 members, all of whom are known for their bravery, loyalty, and trustworthiness. Being in a wealthy country, their equipment are all world-leading, including German-made G-36C short-barreled rifles, Super Puma helicopters, Kevlar bulletproof vests, etc. And because of its unique geographical environment, this force is called Desert Knife by Western countries. They are brave men walking in the endless sea of sand. The fact that this force was dispatched here also shows that the Yadim military attaché's great importance to this hijacking incident. Around nightfall, the roar of an airplane was heard in the distance at Emma Airport. The plane landed steadily on the tarmac in front of everyone's eyes. The Ada Royal Special Forces, who had been waiting impatiently, formed a combat team and slowly approached. They did not dare to attack by force, but surrounded the plane first. Anti-hijacking has always been a headache for special forces in various countries in training. Because of its small aircraft space and inflexible combat, it is particularly easy to cause casualties among hostages. For example, there was once a group of Taliban hijackers who landed in Malta to refuel. Malta had no anti-terrorist forces and could only ask the Kingdom of Rahab and the United States for help. At this time, the famous Rahab Special Forces, Lightning Special Forces, appeared. This most elite Special Forces unit of the Rahab Kingdom military was established after the Third Central Island War. The Lightning Force members are elite members selected from the Rahab Kingdom Army and have participated in both Central Island Wars. They fully demonstrated the fine Russian tradition of killing the hostages first and then the criminals. The exchange of fire lasted just over a minute, but it resulted in heavy casualties. 62 people were killed and 28 were injured, bringing the total to 88. Subsequent analysis revealed that at least 4 passengers were mistakenly killed by the Rahab Special Forces, and the Boeing 737 was destroyed, resulting in significant losses. This video has been treasured by countries around the world. It's nothing more than telling the Special Forces members not to act pretentiously. As soon as the Ada Royal Special Forces approached, the emergency escape exit of the cabin popped out. The surviving flight attendant stood at the door and waved her hands vigorously and was the first to slide down the escape door. As soon as she was anxious, the military police next to her came over and motioned her to squat down with her head in her hands and keep her hands within visible range. "I'm a cabin crew member." The flight attendant squatted down obediently, but she didn't forget her identity and shouted, "Let everyone slide down slowly." The hostages, who had been frightened for a long time, were finally able to release their guard and started crying and shouting. Some of them even fainted as soon as they touched the ground and were immediately carried into the ambulance. Gao Jun and others were the last to get off the plane, and they were surrounded by people with guns. "What are you doing? We are legitimate passengers." Mamba raised his hands and shouted at the top of his voice, "We are heroes, not criminals." Gao Jun's face also looked very ugly. If he were given a gun, he would shoot everyone in front of him. "I want to see your highest commander." "I am." A middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd and looked at the military rank on his shoulder. It was a colonel. "I am Colonel Austin of the Ministry of Defense. I just want to ask, are you planning to arrest us?" Gao Jun asked back with a frown. Austin looked Gao Jun up and down. Actually, he was a little bit unconvinced that those armed hijackers were killed by the skinny Asian man in front of him. It was too ridiculous. But from the bodies dragged down from the plane, it could be seen that the killing method was completely professional and skillful. "Sir, I have reason to doubt your profession," Austin retorted without giving in. "We're affiliated with Zulong Private Security Company. You can easily find the company's documents on Dolby. We're victims. I can contact my lawyer and let her know how angry I am." Gao Jun stepped forward, staring into Austin's eyes, spit flying. "You're threatening a businessman's most basic legal rights." Austin's face turned pale. He really wanted to punch the man in front of him to let him know that this was Ada, but he didn't have the courage. Merchants were a protected class everywhere. What's more, Austin already knew that these were a group of damn mercenaries. "I just need your cooperation, sir." Austin suppressed the gun of the soldier next to him. "No, no, no." Cooperation shouldn't involve pointing G36C rifles at our chests. It should involve treating us to coffee. Can't you afford that? Gao Jun sarcastically pointed at the reporters approaching from a distance. They're willing to hear my opinion on this matter. Austin took a look and saw that the reporters were like sharks smelling blood, attacking the military and police lines with all their might. Let's go. Take all the hostages to the Ada Desert Hotel. Austin glared at Gao Jun with gritted teeth. And prepare 2 tubes of coffee for our victims. That's how it should be. Gao Jun straightened his clothes with satisfaction and got into the explosion-proof personnel carrier. As soon as he sat down, Jamamba patted his chest and smiled bitterly. Boss, you are really amazing. Aren't you afraid that they will do something out of the ordinary? We're not here to do anything. Why are you afraid? Gao Jun tilted his neck and leaned back relaxedly. You have to remember, we are the victims and I have the money to sue. This is said with full confidence. Chapter 46, Maximizing Benefits. Yada Desert Hotel. Austin slammed a cup of coffee in front of Gao Jun, sat on the sofa opposite with a sullen face, and leaned forward slightly. His eyes gave people a sense of oppression, which is very common in any interrogation method. But the people on the other side don't buy it. Gao Jun was fighting in Ruilep, so he could still bear this pressure. Peter is a special forces soldier, and counterinterrogation is one of his skills, so this won't have any effect on him at all. And the old Taoist priest, this guy's a piece of shit. A veteran soldier who came down from the Yueho battlefield. Would he be afraid of your little tricks? Mr. Gao, I will record the following answers. Please cooperate with me. Austin put a recorder on the table and said seriously. This approach made Gao Jun look at it with a new eye. He glanced at it in surprise and nodded in agreement. Austin felt relieved. He was really afraid that Gao Jun would not cooperate. I want to know, what are you doing in Dolby? I have business activities in Dolby. You can consult Ms. Mirabelle from DeHang Law Firm about this store. She can testify for me. Of course, the Dolby government probably also has a file on me. Gao Jun took a sip of coffee, tapped his legs, and said with a smile, Then why are you going back to Ruilep? Gao Jun spread his hands innocently and smiled bitterly. Colonel, my company is in Ruilep. Is it wrong for me to go back? This made Austin's face turn red, and he realized that the person in front of him really didn't give him any face. Austin chatted about a few issues casually and was too lazy to stay here any longer. He picked up the recorder, said a few words to the hotel staff next to him in a stiff voice, and left with a cold face. Bah, what a scoundrel. The old Taoist priest scooped out a ball of black mud from his nose, rolled it into a ball, and flicked it. The trajectory of the mud drew a parabola in a strange way, and it fell into Peter's teacup by some strange coincidence. The muscles on Peter's face trembled suddenly, and he looked at the old Taoist priest fiercely. I didn't mean it. The old Taoist shuddered and shook his head with a dry laugh. Just at this moment, Gao Jun called out to the old man, and he hurried over. Junzi, what's going on? Gao Jun looked deeply at the reporters gathered at the hotel entrance and sneered. Let's cause some trouble for Austin. Find a hotel staff member and tell them that this hijacking was handled by our Zulong. Well, the old Taoist priest was stunned, but he realized immediately that Gao Jun was advertising. According to past routines, if something like this happened, the government would definitely try to elevate its status as much as possible. If it was shameless, it would simply swallow up the credit. Afterwards, what else could be done? Gao Jun wanted to expose this matter before the press conference. It also made Zulong Security Company famous. Great. It's really great. The old man gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, Only you can come up with this idea. Is this a compliment or sarcasm? Before Gao Jun could react, the old Taoist priest had already slipped away in a hurry. He didn't take it to heart and just smiled sinisterly to himself. At dawn the next day, the hijacking process was posted online by interested people. For a moment, Zulong Private Security Company rushed into everyone's sight with a domineering attitude. Bastard. Austin was busy all night and was woken up after only an hour of sleep. When he heard the news, the first person he thought of was Gao Jun. He kicked over the table in front of him with the anger of a lion, picked up the pistol on the bed, and ran towards the Yada Desert Hotel with a group of people. When he arrived at the hotel, the entrance was already surrounded by reporters. Get out of here. You can't interview here. Austin kicked the tripod with a red face, grabbed the neck of a white reporter, and shouted, I don't know where he got the courage to treat the uncrowned king like this. The adjutant nearby was shocked when he saw this scene and quickly grabbed Austin, who was gradually losing control, and said, "Colonel, calm down. These are reporters." The captured white reporter's eyes were filled with fear, but more of excitement. He deliberately asked in English, "Colonel, are you so angry because the government played the role of a bystander in this hijacking?" Austin was an official after all. After forcing himself to calm down, he pushed the other person away with a dark face and said, "Sorry, I don't speak English." The reporters were left staring blankly at each other. When Austin walked into the hotel, the first thing he saw was a man in a suit sitting in the lobby with his legs crossed and chatting. Opposite him was a man in a suit, but because his back was facing Austin, he couldn't see his face clearly. "Damn bastard." Austin rushed over fiercely, stomped his foot on the coffee table, and glared at Gao Jun. "Did you betray us?" Gao Jun glared back, not to be outdone. He sneered and pressed the cigarette, but in his hand, into the ashtray. "Colonel Austin, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Mr. Felix, do you understand?" "Felix?" Austin frowned. This name seemed familiar. He looked back in confusion. His eyes widened instantly, and his whole face fell. He saw that Felix was a middle-aged man with a weird appearance, half-drooped eyebrows, and the weirdest thing about him was his different-sized eyes. But this face is well known throughout the world of Ada and Thibaut. Clay Felix, a Raleigh native and media tycoon, is ranked 211th on the Forbes list, with a net worth of approximately $7.3 billion. This businessman, respected by the king, was actually being disrespectful in front of him. Austin was so frightened that he quickly took his feet off the coffee table and stood stiffly beside it. "Mr. Felix." Clay Felix glanced at him with his triangular eyes and said with a smile, "Colonel, Mr. Gao and I are discussing business. What can I do for you?" Austin didn't think this smile was kind. You know, he controls 80% of Ada's media, and he's also a legal member of a society. No, I just want to talk to Mr. Gao. We have all read his file, and there is no problem. The compensation issue is also under negotiation." Austin's mind was still very quick, and he quickly gave a perfect explanation. Gao Jun also climbed up the pole, stood up, and grabbed Austin's hand, shaking it vigorously, saying, "Thank you, thank you." But once he got close to the other person's ear, his true colors were revealed. "Be more patient next time. Otherwise, you'll easily suffer." Austin's pupils shrank slightly. His chest heaved rapidly with breath. He snorted coldly, turned around, and left. He already knew that this situation was beyond the control of a small colonel like him. "Mr. Gao, I wonder what you think of my proposal just now." Chapter 47, Big Contract. Felix came here to discuss business. He plans to open a TV station in Ruilep, and the preparatory personnel are already in place, but security issues have always bothered him. He contacted Benital, the most famous security company in Sweden, but they asked for $3 million US. This immediately made Felix pull back his foot. He had spent less than $2 million US to open a hospital in Badasi, which also included the expenses of running the hospital, which was a little beyond his budget. Others include Blackwater, Combat Support Cooperative, Cubic Defense Tools, etc., most of which are priced at this price. He was not confident if he found an ordinary small security company. Just when he was in a state of panic, the deeds of Zulong were exposed, which made his eyes light up. In order to understand it more clearly, he canceled a morning meeting and came in person. "Of course, we can send a team to be stationed at Badasi Felix radio station until your entire interior is completed, but the price is a little expensive," Gao Jun said after thinking for a while. Felix's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be casual. "How much?" To be honest, Gao Jun was also a little nervous. This was his first business deal, so he was naturally nervous, fearing that if he called out a price, he would scare the other party away. But he also had some understanding of the market price. Large private security companies have specialized assessment agencies that will analyze the task and then give a reasonable price. Generally speaking, the price of a group defense mission like this ranges from $1.5 million US to $4 million US. Of course, this includes employee bonuses, pensions, insurance, etc., and the company actually earns very little. $100,000 or $300,000. Pay first. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and, after nearly 3 minutes, decided on a figure. Seeing Felix about to speak, he gave a wry smile and warned him, "Mr. Felix, this is already a discount from our Zulong company. Our employees have all served in world-renowned special forces and have combat experience in any environment." Felix suddenly smiled and picked up the red wine in front of him. I wish us a happy cooperation. Gao Jun verliefd. You will be wise in your choice today. Felix only smiled politely at this remark. After all, as a businessman, he had seen many people with more confidence than Gao Jun, but they usually fell badly. He hoped that this man in front of him would not let him down, because failure means death. After the old man left Gao Jun's contact information and address, he got up and left. Gao Jun accompanied him to the hotel entrance before he could finally hold back his excitement and waved his fist. The military and police guarding outside looked at him as if he was a lunatic. 1,300,000. This deal must be done well. If I can get in touch with Felix, will I still have money to earn in the future? He hummed a little tune and ran back to the room, where a group of people were playing bridge. Stop playing, pack up, and get back to Ruilep early. There's work to do. Can we leave now? Didn't that stupid colonel place 2 secret sentries at the door? The old Taoist asked with a frown, throwing the wet tissue in his hand into the trash can, not knowing what the sticky thing was. Gao Jun couldn't help laughing again when he thought of Austin's gloomy face when he left. He briefly told the old Taoist priest what had happened. The group of people laughed very heartily. They'd been annoyed with that bullying for a long time. After packing their luggage, the group walked out of the hotel. The military police, seemingly having received orders, watched them leave. Because of the hijacking, the airport was temporarily closed and all flights were canceled at midnight. Gao Jun had no choice but to find a local car dealership and generously bought 2 broken Hummers, paying a total of nearly $30,000. This is still expensive. You know, on the auction website GovPlane, you can buy a Hummer produced in the 1990s for $7,000. Dump trucks and tractors often seen on battlefields sell for $15,000. Construction cranes used to build military outposts sell for between $20,000 and $23,000. These are U.S. military inventory, which they have no use for and so hand over to private disposal sites. Ada Emma is about 1,000 kilometers away from Badasi. The group crossed the border directly and drove there. Several people took turns driving, and it took nearly 13 hours. The journey was smooth. Damn it, I'm finally back. Gao Jun sighed as he looked at the Badasi city wall not far away. Dolby almost lost his life in this industry. Let's walk along the roadside. Only dead people are allowed to pass through the gate. I don't want to be hit by artillery later. He pointed to a small shady road on the side and said to Jamamba, who was driving. Driving into the city, you can still see scattered Ruilep people in the streets and alleys. They walk on the streets like zombies, with lifeless eyes. Instead, there are a few children with naked buttocks, holding mud in their hands, looking at the domineering Hummer curiously. Is this Ruilep? Mamba smacked his lips, looking around. He's very kind, too. Kind, Gao Jun said coldly. If you still think that way, it won't be long before your wife takes your pension and marries someone else. This is Ruilep, one of the most chaotic places in Tibo country. Be careful with your head when you sleep at night, otherwise a grenade thrown through the window could kill you instantly. Jamamba seemed to be frightened by Gao Jun's description. His head trembled and he stopped talking for a moment. Don't scare him to death later. The old Taoist priest, lying in the back seat, laughed while holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth. After circling the city for nearly 10 minutes, I finally saw the garrison. The gate was closed, and a crooked sign hung outside read, Zulong Security Company. I don't know where Muhammad and his men got this piece of broken wood. I'll go down and knock on the door. The old Taoist priest got out of the car on his own initiative. He took 2 steps forward when he suddenly felt a chill on his tailbone. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet hit him right in front of him. The flying stones hit his face, and he was so frightened that cold sweat broke out instantly. Stop! This is a private factory. Please leave the cordon. A childish and awkward English voice came from the roof. The sudden sound of an alarm could be heard inside, and the sound of chaotic footsteps came one after another. Gao Jun frowned when he saw this scene. Could it be that this factory was taken away by someone? His heart sank. Muhammad and Little Helm must not be in any danger. He quickly jumped out of the car and asked in a hoarse voice, I'm Gao Jun. Booze! A surprise shout came from the roof of the guardroom. Little Hal waved his hands excitedly with M24 on his back. Several children about his age stood beside him, looking at Gao Jun curiously. Chapter 48, Boy Scouts. Xiao Hare ran out in a hurry, pushed the door open with all his strength, clasped his hands respectfully, and glanced curiously at Peter behind Gao Jun. He could smell the scent of war from this man. Gao Jun pulled out a pack of American spirits from his pocket, threw it to Xiao Hair, pointed at the children, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Xiao Hair stuffed the cigarette into his trouser pocket. When he heard Gao Jun's question, he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "This is the employee we recruited." "Nonsense." Gao Jun's cold eyes and his shout scared the children so much that they became panic-stricken and at a loss. "We are a private security company, not militants. Are you going to use them as Boy Scouts? That's outrageous. Where is Muhammad? Where are the others? Where did they end up?" Xiao Har blushed with embarrassment. "Boss, how about we go inside and talk? Stop being so careless. You guys are causing trouble when I'm not here." Gao Jun glared at them and walked into the factory with his head held high, even though he was cursing. The two Fijian gunmen were smart enough to take on the job of guard post, so the newcomers had to do more work. "Boss, they're all orphans from Badasi." Gao Jun frowned and signaled Xiao Hair to continue talking with his eyes. "They were all brought here by Ludwig. They used to live outside Badasi, and then the village was attacked by an air raid by those bastards, and they were all killed." Little Hal hung his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. "Wait, Ludwig, you mean that muscular guy?" Gao Jun put away the cigarette he was about to light and turned around in surprise. "Didn't he leave?" Gao Jun still remembered that guy. He spoke in a sarcastic tone, and the two of them had a fight. He left, but he found that there was no peace in Ruilep. He also went to Europe, but he found that apart from fighting, it seemed that he really couldn't do anything else. Little Hal's tone revealed a calmness that was completely inconsistent with his age. Perhaps this is the mental journey that a child from Ruilep must go through. Later, he brought these orphans here, and Muhammad kept them all. Little Hal raised his head and looked at Gao Jun with hope. "Boss, don't drive them away. If they leave here, they will be captured by the Custer people in the north." Gao Jun's eyes narrowed as he pondered, but he finally shook his head. Xiao Hao and the others' eyes dimmed as Gao Jun continued. "Frontline employees won't do. You'll follow Nicholson in logistics, helping to repair guns and vehicles." Nicholson is the gun repairman. He has served in the U.S. Marine Corps Aviation for 10 years and is an experienced technician. He was a very kind person. When he heard Gao Jun's words, he smiled and said, "I was thinking that I'm a little overwhelmed by myself. If I could recruit some helpers, I'd feel more comfortable. Your apprentice salary will be $500 per month. If Nicholson thinks you are capable of becoming masters, your salary will naturally increase." Gao Jun said with his chin lowered, as if he was kidnapping a child. When these little guys heard the $500, their eyes lit up. You should know that the wages in Ruilep are very low now. The British Army has recruited nearly 30,000 scouts in Ruilep. The salary is only $3 a day, but of course food and accommodation are provided, which is pretty good. If you join some criminal organizations, you can earn less than $1 a day and use drugs to control children. For example, you can see this kind of Boy Scouts in military movies such as Wolf Warrior and Operation Red Sea. They're cheap and their lives are worthless. Do your best. Gao Jun's heart softened when he saw the longing in the eyes of these children, who were only in their teens. He raised his hand and rubbed the child's forehead a few times before returning to the main topic. "Where are Muhammad and the others?" They both accepted a mission to protect officials from the United Nations Child Protection Organization in Bada Square. "How much?" Gao Jun now completely immersed himself in the role of the businessman, and the first thing he opened his mouth was to ask about the price. $2,000, Little Hal said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. He added, "They're just there to make up the numbers. The internal security is provided by soldiers from the U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division." Bam! Gao Jun jumped up as if his but was on fire, cursing, "You're broke. Going on a mission for just $2,000? I'm ashamed. Go call them back." This Muhammad has completely lowered the status of Zulon Company. $2,000? Damn. Do you think this is recruiting security guards in the country? This is Ruilep, a place where you need to fight for your life. Seeing Gao Jun's unhappy expression, Xiao Hao winked at a child behind him, and the child quickly turned around and ran to inform him. "From now on, you can live in those houses first. You can live wherever you want. We will make arrangements when there are more people." Gao Jun pointed to the spare room and said to Xiao Hao, "You will be an old man in the future. Go to the warehouse and get some new sheets to help them put them on." Little Hal's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice, jumping and skipping with the other children. His laughter seemed to release the pressure in his heart, and pierced the smoke of the Ruilep war surrounding the Zulon company. Just as Peter and the others were arranged, the system prompted that the bird helicopter had arrived. This made him impatient, and he ran to the designated helipad in the factory. There were 2 camouflaged bird helicopters on display, with the words Zulon written in seal script on the fuselage. Gao Jun's hand was shaking and his eyes were shining, just like an old client seeing a new model. With this little bird helicopter, the employee's combat range has been directly widened a lot. In modern local combat, what matters is the delivery capacity. Gao Jun can now confidently say that in Badasi, he is also a powerful private security company. Fuck. A loud curse shattered Gao Jun's silent dream. He turned around with some dissatisfaction and saw Muhammad, whom he had not seen for a long time, with his mouth wide open and a look of disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of his sockets. Isn't the meat shield standing next to him Ludwig? At this moment, he was also full of surprise. Gao, is this what you brought back? Muhammad stuttered. Gao Jun had already figured it out, so he casually made up a few words. I'm an arms dealer. Can I get this little thing? This statement does not stand up to scrutiny. If you dig deeper, there will definitely be loopholes. But Muhammad's mind is now full of this little bird helicopter. He has already climbed into the cab and felt around. If we put a heavy machine gun on top of this, it would be a fucking killer. Do you know how to drive? Don't tinker with it, or it might break. Gao Jun said with concern. You're kidding. Muhammad seemed to be stimulated, twisted his mouth, and started to operate skillfully. He actually started it. Chapter 49, Mentality. Has he really driven one before? Gao Jun was surprised. Ludwig, standing by, looked quite accustomed to it. How could the commander of the 36th Assault Battalion not know how to fly a bird? What? He's the commander of the Assault Battalion. Gao Jun's brain circuit short-circuited instantly. This guy is so disgusting and vulgar. Yet he's the top leader of the Ruilep Special Forces? Of course he was. Now he's an employee of Zulon Company. Said Ludwig. What mistake did he make? The muscular man was silent for a moment, then said softly he was filmed killing a prisoner by an American military plane. Later, the higher-ups couldn't handle it anymore, so they retired him. Gao Jun post. This was completely unexpected. From a national hero to a mercenary, the bitterness of this was probably only known to Muhammad himself. Gao Jun made a stop gesture towards Muhammad's yellow hand, signaling him to come down quickly. The bearded man parked the bird safely, jumped off the plane, and clapped his hands triumphantly. How's it going? From now on, this one's yours. Patting his shoulder, Gao Jun said meaningfully, if you've got the talent, don't hide it. The Ruilep government doesn't have the final say here. I'll introduce you to my new friend later this evening. After saying that, Gao Jun put his hands behind his back, looked at Muhammad with a strange look, and walked back in a leisurely manner. What happened to him? Was his head blown off by a grenade? Muhammad asked in confusion. No, I just told him about your past. Ludwig shrugged. Seeing the bearded man frowning, he hurriedly said, Muhammad, you've been hiding some things all your life. That's called self-abuse. Speak it out, and it will all be over. Ludwig knew that Muhammad had severe post-war syndrome. This is a fatal disease. This is a type of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is often manifested by nightmares and drastic personality changes. A report released by the U.S. military in 2012 showed that the rate of domestic violence committed by veterans increased by 33%, violent crime increased by 64%, and child abuse cases increased by 43%. For every 100,000 soldiers who serve, 30 commit suicide. The brutality of war leaves some soldiers unable to shake off the trauma of what they saw or did on the battlefield, and this trauma doesn't end with their service. However, the National Institute of Mental Health states that many soldiers who attempt suicide actually suffered from mental illness before enlisting. This is typical American shamelessness. He once hid in a corner and planned to commit suicide, but was rescued. This could be considered as an inducement for Muhammad to quit the commandos. Shut up. Who would have thought that Ludwig's kind advice would make Muhammad roar excitedly, grabbing the former's collar, eyes red. I never regret what I did. But you know, the brother of the bastard you killed is looking for you all over the world. Ludwig pushed Muhammad to the ground. He wants to kill you to avenge his brother. Muhammad didn't even try to remove it. He made a pistol gesture with his fingers, pointed it at his head, and fired a shot, mocking himself. Haven't I died before? These words were like a cold wind, making Ludwig shiver all over. I never regret the decision I made. That was the life the Lord God chose for me. The bearded man got up, patted his butt, lit a cigarette, hummed a sad song of Ruilep, and walked away. In the evening, Gao Jun specially got a few cans of beef and compressed biscuit from the warehouse, and also bought braised lamb heads from the Badasi hotel and put them together on the table as a welcoming banquet. Xiao Hao and the other children stared at the braised lamb head with hungry expressions. They covered their stomachs, licked their tongues, and swallowed their saliva. Stop watching and do it. We are all family. There is no need to be reserved. Gao Jun smiled, rolled up his sleeves, tore off a whole piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing that boss was eating like this, Peter and others wondered why they should be reserved. If it's too late, it would be a good deed to leave some soup. This little brat, he's eating me out of money. He devoured the sheep's head in no time, and the wine was all over the floor. Hey! Gao Jun lay on the ground, burping. A stale fumes of wine rose from his throat. A bit drunken, he roared at the top of his lungs. For the sake of sacrifice, there are great ambitions. We dare to change the sun and the moon to create a new world. Huh? Gao, what do you mean? Are you drunk? Muhammad actually drank alcohol. You know, their faith does not allow them to drink alcohol. This guy will be beaten to death outside. Do you know what I was thinking on my first day in Ruilep? Gao Jun, his eyes hazy with drunkenness, grinned through gritted teeth. Fuck, this damn place shouldn't exist in this world. But do you know what I'm thinking now? I hope the war lasts a little longer. I still need to make money from this. Tell me, am I really that bad? Xiao Hao and the other children looked at each other, not daring to speak. Mohammed held the compressed biscuits and said, You think too highly of yourself. Are there no other vampires besides you? When you make money in the future, it will be enough if you can lead the Ruilep people to survive. After he said that, he leaned his body on Ludwig's head. You're drunk. Ludwig frowned. No, I'm not drunk. I saw Monica. Mohammed's lips trembled, and a few tears slid down and into his mouth, bitterly. She told me, Dad, my body hurts. My daughter. Ludwig gnawed on the can with an expressionless face. He knew that Monica was Mohammed's only daughter, and she was raped and killed by militants after the war. Let's carry them back. They're prone to getting sick outside. Peter grabbed Gao Jun's collar, pulled him up, and roughly carried him on his shoulders. Gao Jun seemed to be dreaming, with his head drooping slightly. He patted Peter's back and muttered in his sleep, I want to get rich, I want to get rich. Peter didn't understand Chinese, so he just cursed inwardly, bastard. After carrying Gao Jun back to the dormitory, he threw him on the bed like a dead dog, casually pulled the quilt over him, and left him alone. Ding, ding, ding. A sharp cell phone sound suddenly rang out. Gao Jun's head swelled as he struggled to open his phone. He spoke hoarsely in Chinese, that grandson. Hi, I am Felix. Ding. Gao Jun's, but seemed to be installed with springs. He sat up stiffly and said in panic, Mr. Felix, are you still sleeping? Felix's voice was soft. No, I'm practicing Chinese kung fu. Gao Jun was very skilled at making up stories. Fearing the other party might delve further, he changed the subject. Has the preparatory team arrived? Yes. I need your help. Don't worry. Leave this matter to us. Please send me the address, and I will bring people there later. Felix on the other end nodded in satisfaction and agreed to deposit the US dollars into Gao Jun's card. When he was about to hang up, the old man suddenly said, Gao, I have learned a little Chinese. This made Gao Jun roll his eyes helplessly. As expected, all businessmen are sinister. Chapter 50, Survive. Little Hal. Gao Jun was confused and stuttered. His throat felt dry and irritated, but no one responded. He could only slowly get up with a swollen head. He pulled out a half-full bottle of Finjiyujing from the bedside and rubbed it on his temples. The tartness instantly made him tremble all over and feel much more refreshed. He shook his head, gasped, and was surprised. This guy's really energetic. After putting the Finjiyujing into his pocket, Gao Jun went out of the house and saw Peter running with several little kids. Little Hal and the others were armed with 2 STG-44 assault rifles, 5 grenades slung over their left and right arms, and sandbags tied to their legs. If anyone ran too far, Peter would kick them. There were several footprints left on Little Hal's, but Gao Jun took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He liked the smell of nicotine. He found a stone, sat down, and watched them quietly. It seemed like Peter really intended to train these kids into special forces. After an hour and a half of physical training, They were exhausted and looked like dogs, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Is this necessary? They're just kids, and they're just dealing with logistics. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, threw a cigarette over, and said, "Boss, do you know how the naughty Special Forces logistics training is done?" Peter stroked his cigarette, but in addition to the same training as the combat troops, they also need to learn to hide in the mountains while carrying 20-pound artillery shells. Is it so perverted? Gao Jun was a little scared when he heard it. No wonder the PLA troops said that the best ones were in the kitchen squad. It turned out that there really were hidden dragons and crouching tigers there. The training of the naughty kid Special Forces is extremely cruel. The Special Forces of Ursary attach great importance to the training of special tactics, such as mountain warfare, desert warfare, street fighting, and night fighting. The training was incredibly intense. For example, the 1,000-meter obstacle course featured nearly 100 obstacles and perils, including rock faces, caves, minefields, swamps, air defense zones, and areas with corpses. Each was presented in a completely realistic manner, nearly to the point of exhaustion. The intensity and difficulty were unimaginable to anyone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Even Commander and his fellow Green Berets were stunned. During shooting training, every participant must master the use of various firearms and conduct live-fire exercises. From the moment the gun is drawn to the moment the first bullet hits the target, no more than 1 second is allowed. Any longer than this, even if the target is hit, results in 0 points. Only those with consistently excellent shooting performance have the potential to become a sniper. The training content, duration, and standards far exceed those of other branches of the military. War won't spare you just because you're special. Will those bastards give up on slaughtering them just because they're young? Peter said solemnly, pointing at the exhausted little Hal. If you want to survive forever in despair, you have to be stronger than everyone else, strong enough to break your opponent's neck and make him kneel and scream. Only those who survive are warriors, and those who die are just dead. This was quite radical. Just as Gao Jun frowned, Peter seemed sentimental again. I just want them to survive. These words weighed on Gao Jun like a huge rock, making him breathless. He lowered his head for a moment, then raised it again and smiled. You're right. I'll think about it carefully. But we have to complete our mission now. Call everyone over. The second half of the sentence was directed at little Hal. Young man, just take it easy. When everyone rushed over, they were all professional soldiers. They seemed to understand that Gao Jun was going to speak, and they couldn't help but stand in a row. This was the most basic discipline engraved in their bones. I received a call from my employer, asking us to protect his employees in Ruilep. I will be leading this mission myself. Peter, Gmamba, the old Taoist priest, and Ludwig will be with me. The rest of us will stay behind as the second echelon, led by Muhammad. Yes, boss. Come with me to get the equipment. Ludwig, you can choose a machine gun later. Gao Jun brought everyone to the warehouse. This armory was only opened by Gao Jun. The moment he pushed open the door, he heard everyone behind him gasp. Everyone, take your pick. We at Zulong Company have no shortage of arms. Gao Jun said proudly, moving aside half a body length. OMG. Peter, a well-informed man, was also shocked by the sheer number of weapons and ammunition. He felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but walk in. His eyes couldn't help but glance towards the American weapons area. Is this an M1919A6 heavy machine gun? The black hole in the gun muzzle makes people feel cold. This kind of powerful weapon is not allowed to be possessed by individuals in any country. If you like, just carry it. Let's go to the commanding heights and get more bullets. Anyone who comes will be defeated. Gao Jun said. Peter hesitated for a while, then shook his head. Forget it. We are here to carry out a mission. If we take this kind of weapon out, I'm afraid the Americans will blow us all up. He shrugged helplessly and joked. Gao Jun also nodded in agreement. If the U.S. military saw this powerful weapon, wouldn't they invite him and others for tea? Before it develops, try to keep a low profile. Just at this moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. Ouch! Gmamba screamed, hugged a Garand rifle, and said excitedly, M1, classic M1. This is the most perfect gun in the history of the U.S. military. Having experienced World War II and the Korean War, the M1 Garand rifle has high reliability, high shooting accuracy, and is easy to disassemble and clean. It has proven to be a reliable, durable, and effective rifle. The M1 rifle performed outstandingly on most battlefields of World War II, including the Pacific Islands, Southeast Asian jungles, African deserts, and European battlefields. It is recognized as the best rifle in World War II. Many gun enthusiasts have endless imaginations about this gun. The price of this M1 varies in different continents of the United States. Since there are at least nearly 10 million of them in the world, the price of this gun is not very high. $500. This is the price set by Gao Jun. It cannot be said to be cheap, but it certainly cannot be said to be expensive either. For those enthusiasts who truly love collecting, it is just a small amount of money. Booze. Can I use this gun? Kmenba est Gao Jun novosly. Gao Jun spread his hands and asked, why not? I've already told you that you can use anything here that looks good to you. Jamamba blew a kiss to Gao Jun, almost making him vomit. All right, put all the ammunition on the back seat. We're about to leave. We can't be late. Gao Jun urged. Take over anything you like. Is this the world of arms dealers? A group of people happily loaded the ammunition onto the Hummer, drove out of the door, and sped towards the Badass Fashion Building. Chapter 51, Preparatory Group. Bada's Fashion Building is a large shopping mall built when Saddam was still in power. It covers an area of nearly 200 acres. It used to be the most prosperous place in the entire Badas, but later it was half destroyed by artillery fire. But even with its broken body, it is still the pride of Badasi. The Hummer honked its horn loudly as it sped past. The wind blew Gao Jun's hair back. After taking a deep puff of thick cigarette, he threw the cigarette but back in a dashing arc and fell into the pool. The fashionable building was visible to the naked eye, but once we reached the door, the car couldn't get in. Outside, there was a chaotic crowd of 20 or 30 people, holding iron weapons, surrounding a dozen or so fashionable men and women, looking them up and down with greedy eyes. I could vaguely hear them shouting, robbery, money, women. Stop here. Gao Jun patted the shoulder of the driver, supported himself with his hands, leaned back, and just held his hands, watching carefully. Boss, is this the person we're looking for? Asked Mamba. Aside from some idiot who just arrived in Ruilep, I really can't understand who would dress like that and go out on the street. Gao Jun had a sense of humor. It's like a dog in a golden robe walking into a wolf's den. Can it come out alive? Mamba and Peter in the back seat looked at each other and didn't find anything funny, but since the boss had made a joke, they couldn't help but laugh, so they just made a few perfunctory noises, their facial expressions looking very stiff. Look, they're going to use the knife. Gao Jun looked over and saw that the robbers seemed to have lost control and were tearing and snatching things with all their might. Some of the more daring ones had even set their sights on the few women left. Let go, let me go. A girl wearing glasses shouted in horror. No, we'll pay. A middle-aged man from the preparation team pressed on the suitcase in panic. Thump, thump, thump. Seeing that the tragedy was about to happen, Gao Jun picked up the STG-44 and fired half of the magazine's bullets into the sky. The originally chaotic noise stopped instantly. Everyone looked over at the same time and saw a man in camouflage uniform chewing gum as he jumped out of a Hummer. He was followed by several men dressed similarly. What was even more outrageous was that one of the muscular men was holding a Type 99 light machine gun, which was frightening to watch. I'm here, you can go away. Gao Jun glanced at them and knew at a glance that most of these people were gangs in the neighborhood. They were not presentable, and at most they did some dirty things like stealing and cheating. Gao Jun was too lazy to say more. You, who are you? We saw this first. A thin young man shouted timidly, his eyes occasionally looking at the STG-44 assault rifle in Gao Jun's hand, and his saliva showed longing, joy, fear, and terror. Gao Jun sneered, pulled the bolt, and pointed the gun at them. Either get out or die. His eyes were fierce, like the king of the jungle, making people dare not look directly at him. These gang members looked at each other, and finally, as if things were getting better, they ran away. Never try to reason with the gunmen in Ruilep. They will teach you that there is nothing left to say. You should just leave as soon as possible, just like you're doing now. Gao Jun passed the gun to Mamba, who caught it swiftly and put it on his back. He bent down and picked up a pair of pink lace glasses. Amidst the nervous breathing of the preparation team, he personally placed the glasses on a girl's face and exclaimed with satisfaction, "Beautiful." This made the little girl blush. She lowered her head and hid behind her companions in panic. We're from Zulong Private Security Company. I'm Gao Jun. Mr. Felix asked me to protect you. Who's in charge here? Gao Jun glanced at the middle-aged man. The latter, regaining his composure, nodded hurriedly at Gao Jun. My name is Jeffrey. I'm a senior engineer at Felix Company and the leader of the preparatory team for this mission. Why couldn't you come earlier? I want to complain to Mr. Felix." At this moment, a dissatisfied male voice suddenly rang out. Jeffrey's face changed, and he turned around and scolded, "Harris, shut up." Harris seemed to respect Jeffrey very much. When he heard his words, he lowered his head, but he was obviously a little angry. He clenched his fists, and his breathing was very rapid. "Interesting." Gao Jun curled the corner of his mouth and walked towards Harris. "Mr. Gao, Harris didn't mean it," Jeffrey said hurriedly with an ugly look on his face. "Don't worry, I can't bear to kill such a cute boy." Gao Jun pushed Jeffrey's body lightly to the side. Just as the latter wanted to continue climbing up, he was blocked by Manga. Harris stared with fear. "Don't come over here. I'm an employee of Felix Company. Aren't you here to protect me?" He was so nervous that he staggered and fell to the ground. Gao Jun grabbed Harris's shoulders and helped him up, muttering in his ear, "I won't kill you, but if you keep talking nonsense, do you see that muscular man? He's a gay." Harris shuddered. Ludwig's figure was too shocking. He was actually gay. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Be careful, don't fall," Gao Jun deliberately said in a low voice, straightened his collar, and smiled at Jeffrey, who was also nervous. "Which floor are you on? We can go up." Jeffrey looked at Harris and didn't find anything different about him, so he breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the stairs with a headache. "The first to third floors are all ours." Peter, the old Taoist priest, and Luther helped them get their things. "Mamba and I will go in and take a look first." Gao Jun gave the order quickly and made a warning gesture to Muhammad in the car. The latter nodded okay and shrank back with the M24 sniper rifle on his back. Gao Jun was actually quite cautious. He wanted to scan through the area layer by layer first. Who knew if someone had nothing to do after eating and put a few tinder bombs inside, killing everyone? He and Jamamba conducted a cross-search. Every corner was carefully examined. After sweeping the first floor, Gao Jun made a safe gesture to Peter and the others downstairs from the window. Peter was also experienced, and the old Taoist priest was also a seasoned man. Although they looked indifferent on the surface, they were nervous inside. They were all veterans who had survived the battlefield, and they all understood that it was vigilance that allowed them to live longer. "Is this necessary?" Jeffrey muttered to himself with a headache when he saw that Gao Jun and others were making things so complicated. Peter happened to hear this from the side. His eyes were still scanning the surroundings as he said, "At that time, the whole world didn't believe that there was a Tacoma curse in the United States, but it still came true. Even they could be shot, let alone you. It's not safe here." Chapter 52, Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you won't go out unless you have something important to do, especially at night. After Gao Jun brought Jamamba down from the third floor, he saw the preparatory team busy at work. He clapped his hands and gestured, shooting a wicked look at Harris and pointed at his temple. "You're easy to get shot in the head by a sniper. They'll love to drill a hole in your forehead while you're taking a shit." His malicious threats obviously frightened several little girls, and even Jeffrey looked rather unhappy. You definitely don't want to die lying in shit, do you?" Gao Jun smacked his lips, still a bit unsatisfied. "This smells really stinky." Jeffrey felt a chill run down his spine and quickly stopped Gao Jun from speaking excitedly. He smiled wryly and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Gao. I've already contacted the boss. Mr. Felix told me to follow your instructions regarding Ruilep's security. We absolutely won't cause you any trouble." "That's best." Gao Jun nodded and turned around, just in time to see the little girl with glasses staring at him. When their eyes met, the latter dodged back in fear. There are not many girls who are so reserved. "What's your name?" Gao Jun whistled frivolously. "Love, Alice." The little girl was at a loss, and a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful blue eyes. What a beautiful name. Gao Jun might have been addicted to playing. He gently teased the other person's chin, laughed, and went to assign tasks. Alice seemed to be frozen, her mouth opened wide, and finally her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. He didn't notice the anger in Harris's eyes not far away. He stared at Gao Jun and muttered something under his breath that only he could hear. But judging by his toes, it was definitely not a good thing. The darkness gradually fell. Standing on the top floor of the building, one could see the fiery clouds in the distant sky, covering the entire Ruilep with fear, as if announcing that this once empire had stepped into the abyss of despair. Gao Jun, holding a can of beef, shouted to Muhammad, who was standing guard above, "Let's eat." Muhammad leaned the M24 against the railing, turned over, rubbed his hands, took out a cigarette from his arms, and couldn't wait to puff on it. Smoke less. Smoking too much can easily lead to lung cancer. Gao Jun rolled his eyes. Aren't there many deaths among non-smokers in Ruilep? Muhammad chuckled. I remember you Chinese don't care about anything. Chicken shit sex. The last 4 words were spoken in awkward Chinese, which confused Gao Jun. Why can't I understand it? He motioned for Muhammad to repeat himself, and the latter thought Gao Jun thought what he said was good, and proudly opened the can of beef. Chicken shit sex pleasure. Gao Jun suddenly understood, and finally understood that the bearded man was really right about enjoying life while he could. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and mumbled with beef in his mouth. Next time I'll have to teach you how to speak Chinese properly. Confucius would have to crawl out of his coffin if you said that. Confucius? I know. There used to be a Confucius Institute in Ruilep. I think it was shooting the sun. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Jun nearly choked to death on a mouthful of beef. He patted his chest vigorously before recovering. Just as he was about to speak, the intercom beside him rang with a magnetic tone, and then Peter's voice came out. Gao, there's something going on here. There seems to be someone at the 3 o'clock direction. Mohammed dropped the can of beef, ran to the corner of the wall, knelt down, picked up the M24, and looked in the direction reported by Peter through the sniper scope. For a sniper, finding the target quickly is a must. 300 meters, a gunfight broke out between 2 groups of people. The number of people is unknown. One group is running towards us within effective range. Damn it. Gao Jun knew that he had encountered a defeated army. In the city of Badasi, in addition to the government army and the rebel army, there were also many black forces. In addition, the Badasi government could not respond effectively, which further fostered their arrogance. Sometimes, they would fight each other for half a day in order to grab territory. This kind of thing was commonplace. Prepare for battle. Gao Jun turned on the intercom and announced, if you come within 100 meters, I'll fire warning shots. If you come within 80 meters, I'll shoot you on the spot. Will this cause trouble? Muhammad asked worriedly. Why bother with so much? We are first and foremost an armed and violent group. If they rush into our protective circle, are you going to engage them in hand-to-hand combat? Gao Jun clicked. Execute the mission. Jason Morgan held his employer's head with his right hand, turned and fired the Beretta 92F pistol in his left hand, all in one go. His knife-like face was filled with melancholy, and his pure Germanic features were particularly obvious. Hiding behind a scrap car, he fired his last bullet and put his pistol on hold. He fumbled around his body, his face changing. He raised his head and shouted to his companions on the other side. Parent, any more bullets? The companion who was pinned down by the AK-47 and dared not look up subconsciously touched his pocket and said in despair, It's gone. The employer was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. He stuck his butt out in fear, his glasses wide open. I don't want to die. I paid. You have to ensure my safety. Jason Morgan frowned and glanced back. Parent, let's retreat to the building behind us. This was the last desperate resistance when they were at the end of their rope. Morgan knew better than anyone that when they ran out of bullets, they could only choose death. These damn pursuers won't let them get out alive. If I find out who leaked the information, I will kill him. Morgan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The identity of this employer was a secret. He was the illegitimate son of a Chable president. He had the right to get a share of the money from his playboy father. This amount of money was enough to drive people crazy. When Jason Morgan took on the mission, few people on the team knew the identity of his employer. Besides him, that is, the boss. Could it be that the boss betrayed him? This instantaneous guess made Morgan shudder all over, a little bit unbelievable. But his only rationality told him that this idea was very reliable. No wonder the boss, who had always disliked me, suddenly gave me this task. He must have taken 2 payments and planned to get rid of me at the same time. Damn Spanish bastards. Just as he and Perrin approached the building, Muhammad on the top floor took a deep breath, tilted his head, put his finger on the trigger, and prayed to the Lord. Bang! Gunshot. But in fact, the bullet had already been fired. The speed of the M24 sniper rifle bullet is 805 meters per second. The bullet hit Morgan right in front of his toes. He was so scared that he was cold all over. Chapter 53, Dragunov SVD Sniper Rifle. Sniper, take cover. Morgan's heart tightened. and the back of his suit was wet. He actually lost himself in thought on the battlefield, hiding behind a mud barrel. He understood in an instant that the sniper was giving him a warning and a lesson, just like a wild animal declaring its sovereignty. The beast used urine, and he used bullets. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and an atmosphere of despair is gradually spreading. "Sir, it looks like we're at our wits' end." Morgan's eyes remained calm as he tore off the decorative bullet from his neck and loaded it into the magazine. With a crisp click, the bullet was instantly loaded into the chamber. He locked the safety with his thumb and said, "Just hold on, it'll be over. Let me die with dignity." The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his fingers turning white, tightly pinching his suit pants, closing his eyes, drooping his head, and his voice trembling. This was a private agreement between him and Morgan. If he was really desperate, he didn't want to be humiliated before he died. Among the major armed private insurance companies, this is an unwritten rule. If there's no way out, please let your employer die with dignity. After all, most of those who need to recruit armed private security are wealthy people and politicians who have many enemies. If they fall into the hands of the enemy, they can only be brutally treated. Close your eyes, it'll be quick. Morgan's fingers slowly pulled the trigger, words of comfort drifting from his lips. "Morgan, stop it," Perrin beside him suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. Perrin turned his head in fear, but the middle-aged man did not die tragically as he had imagined. Instead, he was still kneeling on the ground, unable to hold back the painful screams. He lay on the ground and shivered. On the earth wall behind him, a light smoke of gunpowder was rising. Morgan was also sweating profusely. At the last moment, fortunately, he subconsciously deflected his gun. Perrin reacted, bent over, and quickly rushed over, nervously supporting the middle-aged man. Seeing that he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and ignored him. He said to Morgan, "I have an idea. That sniper clearly had the opportunity to kill us just now, but he only warned us and obviously didn't want to join this battle. Why don't we drag them in?" Perrin's eyes were like those of a hawk. "That way, we'll have a way to survive. But what if they come to settle the score with us afterwards?" Morgan frowned. It wasn't that he was nagging, but his long career as a private contractor made him not want to make enemies with anyone. However, this question seemed very old-fashioned at this moment. At least in Perrin's opinion, it was full of decadence. "Do we have any choice now? Fuck, we are about to die. Why should we care about them? At worst, we can give them some money afterwards. Can they still go against the US dollar? Brother, God will support us in doing this." Perrin lowered his voice excitedly. Seeing that Morgan was still hesitating, he anxiously stretched his head out and saw several militants holding guns and searching forward. "Don't think about it anymore. We can't handle it anymore." Morgan gritted his teeth and nodded. "I'll be the bait, and you drag those soldiers into the station circle." Perrin's face lit up with joy, and he quickly made an okay gesture. Muhammad was staring at Morgan through the sniper scope upstairs. He didn't even react when an ant crawled up his trouser leg. If possible, he probably wouldn't even bother to blink. The bearded man's heart suddenly tightened, and he saw Morgan rushing out from behind the cover, as ferocious as a jaguar, moving in a zigzag pattern. After running 3 or 5 meters, his body paused, curled up into a ball, and rolled to the side. His tactical moves were extremely beautiful. Muhammad was also very determined and shot. This was a tactical maneuver about sniper avoidance. Morgan was like a battlefield artist. Every dodge seemed to be predicted in advance. Muhammad fired 2 shots in a row, but both missed. Muhammad couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is an elite soldier. He picked up the intercom beside him. "Booze. Someone is approaching." Gao Jun, who was on the 2nd floor, cursed softly when he heard this, leaned against the window, and observed carefully with a Zeiss telescope. His brain was working rapidly, calculating Morgan's purpose. When Perrin cunningly led several militants into the protection circle, Gao Jun understood it instantly. Damn it, these people are going to drag us in. Gao Jun's face darkened. He felt extremely unhappy about being schemed against. He shouted into the intercom, "Fuck them. Kill them." Ludwig was leaning against the door on the 1st floor, smoking a cigarette and holding a Type 99 rifle. He turned around and stood in front of the door, and 30 bullets in a magazine were fired. The building in front of him was completely flat, and these militants had no idea that there were still people inside. They were knocked to the ground in an instant. The remaining militants were so frightened that they quickly shrank their heads. When they reacted, there was a sharp shout from their leader. A boy about 17 or 18 years old, with a scar on his cheek, held a Dragunov SVD sniper rifle in his hand and hunched his waist. He slowly moved towards the commanding heights and waited until he leaned against a corner flattened by a shell. The boy raised the gun and observed the surroundings first. He was just the muzzle of the gun on the roof of the opposite building. There is no human figure in sight, so this target cannot be used. He could only continue shopping from a high vantage point, and finally his target was on the second floor, where an arm was sticking out of the window. "Cute baby." When a young man opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse as a saw. He licked his tongue, narrowed his eyes, aimed at the arm, pulled the bolt, and fired decisively. Unfortunately, the bullet missed the target by a little bit and only made a human outline outside the wall near the arm. This gave Gmamba a big shock. He squatted on the ground in panic and shouted in fear, "Sniper! The enemy has a sniper! Muhammad, fuck you, find him and kill him. Are you asleep?" Gao Jun roared loudly into the walkie-talkie, the veins on his face popping out, and it was obvious that he was so angry that the other sniper touched him on the head, and his life was in the other's hands. Muhammad did not explain. It was indeed his mistake. He quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun and started searching. The young man cursed under his breath and angrily slammed the Dragunov SVD sniper rifle in his hand. In fact, it is not that his sniping skills are not good, but this sniper rifle was born in the 1950s and is the world's first dedicated sniper rifle. At that time, the SVD's accuracy was quite outstanding, far higher than most sniper rifles during World War II. Its design goal was to provide accurate fire support for infantry at medium and long distances, which was also the main design concept of sniper rifles at that time. In modern times, sniper rifles have become more specialized and require higher accuracy. The sniper rifles that were guaranteed to hit the target during World War II and the early Cold War have begun to become outdated. The new generation of sniper rifles are required to hit a specific part of the target, such as the head or an exposed limb, to achieve maximum effect. In addition, sniper rifles need to fire special sniper bullets, which are very expensive and difficult for ordinary militants to obtain. They can usually only use ordinary bullets instead. It is no wonder that snipers always outline. Chapter 54. Shoot on the spot. The boy was as slippery as a loach. When he saw that his shot missed the target, he moved to another position. Although he was young, he was very cunning. Of course, this is also one of the survival rules of snipers. If those who shoot from behind do not learn to be smart, they would have been shot into a sieve by random bullets. Muhammad was obviously a veteran. He had never told anyone that he had trained at the U.S. Army Sniper School for 3 weeks. So he was at least a professional. Whether in terms of vision, experience, or combat techniques, he was obviously superior to his opponent. Even though the young man hid well, he was still found by him. A broken mirror in the corner of the wall revealed a tiny reflection. "Finally found you, cunning rat." Muhammad relaxed his body slightly and habitually moved his right foot half a step behind him, placing the butt of the gun on his shoulder. He remembered that the instructor at the Army Sniper School had said, "A sniper is someone who pours his soul into the gun and becomes one with it. You can treat it like the person you love most, but you also have to choose to trust it. On the battlefield, no one else can be trusted except it." This sentence has always been engraved in his bones and is also his motto. "My friend, I believe you," Muhammad whispered softly. Through the sniper scope, he could clearly see that the other party's head was gradually raised, and the pair of slightly childish glasses were full of ferocity. Muhammad was slightly stunned. It was actually a child? But just a moment later, he came to his senses, his expression still serious, and every muscle on his face could change the trajectory of the bullet. Even if he fell to the ground, the bearded man would kill him without hesitation. On the battlefield, there are only 2 kinds of people, comrades and enemies. It is so cruel. Sniper. With a gunshot, it was clearly seen through the sniper scope that the opponent's skull was flipped over, and he fell backward and died. Call. Muhammad leaned over the railing, exhausted from the prolonged mental strain. He reached for the intercom and said, "Pull out the nails." Over. Ludwig, who was feeling a bit irritated at being oppressed on the first floor, heard the news and rushed out with his Type 99 rifle. This B-type rifle was only suitable for doing dirty work like Rambo. Gao Jun, who was on the second floor, was almost scared to death and hurriedly shouted, "Muhammad and Gmamba stay. The rest of the people, charge forward. It's true that Ludwig is easily impulsive, but this guy is really suitable for the role of a strong attacker in the team. The militants under fire suppression didn't dare to raise their heads, and with Muhammad shooting from the roof, the battle ended too easily. Spread out and search. Gao Jun, standing at the end of the inverted triangle formation, glanced around with his fierce eyes. If you find any wounded, kill them on the spot. He doesn't need any captives. Keeping such things would only bring disaster. He'd better kill them and reincarnate them sooner. Everyone likes to do the detrimental skill of shooting again. Sometimes, you look at your originally arrogant opponent lying on the ground, looking at you beggingly, hoping that you could spare him. That feeling makes people feel extremely vain. Who come out? Peter suddenly roared, and a burst of bullets burst out, hitting a stone pillar, instantly sending a cloud of dust rising. When there was only one bullet left, he swiftly removed the empty magazine and quickly pulled the live rounds from the belt. This action took less than 2 seconds. This quick magazine change action has always been the specialty of special forces. Even ordinary frontline combat troops in the PLA often practice this. In a narrow space, whoever can change the magazine first is likely to be the last to survive. Hey, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Perrin hid behind the bunker and threw out 2 pistols. The old Taoist priest stepped forward with his guns raised and kicked the 2 Beretta 92F pistols aside. Put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. Morgan and the others had no choice but to do as they were told and put their hands in a conspicuous place. Gao Jun walked over, took a few looks, and immediately recognized that it was this bastard who dragged him and others into the battlefield. He walked over and hit Perrin hard on the forehead with the butt of his gun. Ouch! Perrin screamed and rolled over in pain, holding the right side of his head. Morgan stood up instantly with red eyes when he saw this, but Peter kicked him on the shoulder and pointed the gun at him. Don't move. Gao Jun was filled with anger and started punching and kicking Pailon. In an instant, his face was beaten into a pig's head, and even the old Taoist couldn't bear to look at it. When Gao Jun was tired of fighting, he stood up, took a long breath, and said with a cold look in his eyes, "Kill them." Everyone was frightened by Gao Jun's order. Pailon, who had been beaten to a pulp and lay on the ground like a dead dog, struggled to raise his head slightly, trying to widen his swollen eyes. From the depths of his throat, he let out a scream of pleading. At this moment, Morgan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up, holding a blade in his hand, and slashed towards Peter's neck. Dirty trick. Fortunately, Peter remained alert throughout the whole process. He was startled and instinctively dodged backwards. With a loud bang, a cut was made on the clothes on his arm. The sharpness of the cut made Peter tremble with fear. When Morgan saw that he had failed, horror flashed in his eyes and his whole body went cold. He knew that he had met an expert hunter. If he dared to run at this moment, the sniper rifle on the roof would instantly make a big hole in his chest. This guy was very single and just raised his hands. "I surrender." "Peter, what the hell? You want to hit me?" Morgan kicked him in the head with a whip kick. Before he was knocked unconscious, his only thought was, "I'm done. Deal with it cleanly." Gao Jun ordered with a stern face. Just as he turned to leave, the middle-aged employer screamed miserably, "Don't kill us. I can pay. A lot of money." Gao Jun's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the word money. He walked up to the middle-aged man, head lowered, and said, $500,000 for a life. Hiss. The middle-aged man twitched his face and said in embarrassment, "I don't have that much money right now." Gao Jun's expression suddenly changed, and he threw an uppercut, knocking the man to the ground. "Are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I'll put a grenade in your crotch and blow you up." No, I can make a deal. If it goes through, I'm willing to pay $10 million US. The middle-aged man shouted in horror. $10 million US? What are you doing? Gao Junxiang asked impatiently. "I'm an illegitimate child. My father is the president of a listed company. He doesn't have much time left to live. I am eligible to inherit the estate. I want you to help me kill my only half-brother. When I inherit everything, I will give you 10 million. Gao Jun tilted his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder as if brushing off the dust on him. He leaned his head over and chuckled. "Do you think I'm a fool? If I sell you to your brother, do you think would the money be more secure?" The middle-aged man's pupils shrank rapidly. Chapter 55, Insidious and Cunning. No. My brother is a vulture. He won't give you money. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, slandering his brother at the top of his lungs, pounding the ground hard. Why am I, Atli, a bastard? He was deeply unwilling to give up. He rubbed his palms on the ground, and his 5 fingers were instantly covered in blood. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with madness. I will give you all my money. I want that bastard to die with me. Atli crawled forward on his knees, tightly grasped Gao Jun's trouser leg, gnashed his teeth, and looked crazy. I know where he is. He is in Khan. Kill him. Kill him. This guy's gone crazy. But Gao Jun likes doing business with crazy people the most. He squatted down, narrowed his eyes, grabbed Atli's chin, and said in a deep voice, Do you want to kill him with your own hands? Think. We'll help you kidnap him, and then hand him over to you for $5 million US. Gao Jun said this very directly. Isn't it just kidnapping? That private insurance company has never done this? In fact, there are generally 2 types of mercenaries in various countries around the world today. Regular mercenaries and private mercenaries. Before the 1980s, mercenaries were individuals or small groups hired by a country or an interest group to instigate coups, kidnap and assassinate, and loot property. They were once called war animals. With the increasing complexity of the international situation, a new system has emerged. Mercenary companies. Mercenaries dispatched by these organizations are now called private mercenaries. Therefore, modern mercenaries no longer operate as scattered individuals as in the past. Instead, they organize into so-called war service companies, private military enterprises, or security companies, adopting modern business models and establishing corporate management systems to undertake external business. They are a common sight in many hotspots. In Ruilep, 1 in every 5 soldiers is a foreign mercenary. To sum it up in one sentence, they all started out as gangsters. Gao Jun can have a grudge against anyone except money. He brought this group of brothers here to make a fortune. I don't have that much money. Can I buy it on credit? Atli nodded hurriedly when he heard Gao Jun's plan, but asked cautiously, fearing that Gao Jun would be angry. That won't do. We don't have credit in this business. How much money do you have on you right now? I have $300,000 in the Raffidian bank. Atli quickly took off his leather shoes, pulled out the insoles, picked up a stone, cut a hole in the insole, pulled out a black bank card from the insole, and handed it to Gao Jun. The password is 123,321. Gao Jun pinched his nose and had the urge to kick the other person away. This bank card was hidden so damn deeply. He took the bank card, on which was written in Tibo, Raffidian Bank. Raffidian Bank is the largest bank in Shripa. It has 165 branches in Shripa, as well as branches in Cairo, Beirut, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Sana'a, and Emma. Its headquarters is located in the heart of Badasi. These 300,000 are far from enough. Gao Jun shook his head and said. Atli's face darkened, and Gao Jun continued. But I can give you another plan. What? It's not a good place to talk business here. Let's go inside. Gao Jun turned around and walked back into the building. Ludwig beside him picked up Atli and half-dragged him behind. The others, Perrin and Morgan, were even worse off. They were directly grabbed by the feet and dragged inside. As soon as Gao Jun entered the building, Jeffrey bravely walked out of the side room. Before he could say anything, Gao Jun tilted his head and said with a smile, Everyone, the situation outside has been resolved. You can continue working. After saying this, he took Atli to the 3rd floor. Only the old Taoist priest and Jamamba were left on this floor to do the aftermath work. There was a small, fully equipped conference room on the 3rd floor. Ludwig threw Atli on the sofa and frowned as he asked Gao Jun, Do you want to beat him up first? Atli shrank into a ball in fear. Don't hit me. I'm a businessman. It's not nice to get physical with me. Gao Jun placed the assault rifle on the table and personally filled 2 glasses of water, handing them to Atli. Don't worry, I never get angry with my partners. Thank you, thank you. Atli was really thirsty. He held the paper cup in both hands, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. After he finished drinking, Gao Jun leaned back on the sofa, tapped his legs, and got down to business. Another option is for 300,000 yuan. I'll provide you with weapons, ammunition, and a little bird helicopter to take you con. The rest is up to you. This is the set meal that Gao Jun came up with. Atli's eyes widened, and he boldly asked, Will this cost $300,000? Gao Jun uncrossed his legs, supported his knees with his hands, leaned forward slightly, and said with a cold look, Mr. Atli, 300,000 is all I need. Do you need more? At this point, Atli dared not say anything. He could only nod in agreement, like a chicken pecking at rice. Can you let Morgan and the others go? We are in this together. Why not? We are partners. Gao Jun raised his paper cup and said, "Cheers." Gao Jun had long realized that Morgan and Perrin were veterans of the battlefield, but he was still unhappy about being dragged into the battle by them. It would be better to send them away as soon as possible since they were an eyesore. "When can I act?" asked Atli. "Tonight will do. Now you can have a good rest." Gao Jun winked at Ludwig, who nodded and dragged Atli out of the meeting room. After they left, Gao Jun's smile faded. He looked at Peter and said, "After you send them to Khan tonight, you don't have to come back first. I will arrange for Muhammad to take Ludwig and others on another little bird to support you. If the other side wins the battle inside, you will retreat. If Atli wins, you will send him to hell." Gao Jun didn't know what kind of consortium Atli's father belonged to, but he knew that if Atli inherited the estate, given his character, he would definitely take revenge on him. The best way was to destroy him together. There was a gleam in Peter's eyes, but he nodded without saying a word, indicating that he understood. What Gao Jun admired most was this aspect of the other person's character. Never ask questions that shouldn't be asked. He felt like he had really found a treasure. He looked out the window. The sky was gray and gloomy, with only a ray of light curled up in a corner. This was exactly what he felt in his heart right now. He wanted to expand the light, but he found that darkness could keep him alive. Chapter 56, Samara is Coming. That night, Peter and his group secretly took Edza and others out of the building and did not return until dawn the next morning. They still smelled of gunpowder on their bodies and were seen by Jeffrey, who happened to get up to go to the bathroom. The guy shuddered, and his long urination stopped instantly, and he became much more sober. But the clever thing about this guy is that he doesn't have that much curiosity. Gao Jun didn't sleep all night. His eyes were a little red, and he sat on the sofa in the conference room, deep in thought. When Peter and others came in, he raised his head and raised his eyebrows slightly, the meaning of which was self-evident. In the end, Edza won. When he was celebrating, Muhammad shot him in the head from 400 meters away. Even Perrin was shot to death, but only Morgan escaped. Peter said with a blush, "After all, there were so many people, and yet he let that person slip away right under his nose." Gao Jun's heart sank slightly, but his expression remained calm. Lucky little bug. Perhaps God couldn't bear to see him get beaten to death and saved him. But next time, I want to crush him to death. He stood up and looked Peter straight in the eye. "I'll deposit $10,000 into each of your payroll accounts later. You did a great job this time." Peter breathed a sigh of relief. The boss in front of him looked even more charming after not seeing him for a night. If he was a simple honeypot before, now he was an unpredictable fox. The insidiousness under his smile could kill an experienced hunter. "Thank you, boss," Peter said in a hissing voice. Others like Muhammad didn't care so much. They just knew that the $10,000 was enough to squander for a while. After they all left the meeting room, Gao Jun was left alone in the room. In the darkness, only a pair of eyes glowed green. The work of the preparatory group is actually very simple. They only need to provide certain technical assistance to the locals. 3 days have passed since the forced battle, and no blind forces have come here to cause trouble. But on the evening of the third day, the atmosphere became weird. A UH-60 helicopter flew over their heads and slowly landed on a helipad above the building. Gao Jun and his group had gloomy faces the whole time. Just now, he received a call from Felix. The old man opposite still looked half dead, but these words made Gao Jun want to jump to the other party. "Mr. Gao, my employees have reported that you're unfriendly and somewhat irresponsible. I've already asked the 8th Special Operations Division of the Tory Leap Army for help. Their General Bernard Chamberlain has promised to send a 10-man team to take over the mission. Please hand over the task to them. As for the commission, it will still be paid in full." TMD. Felix was fired by his employer at Zulon Company. Although he said it in a subtle way, his meaning was very direct. "Get out. I'm replacing you. This is unbearable for anyone, especially those in an industry that relies on reputation to make a living." Damn it. Gao Jun's face was twitching. After the call was hung up, he slammed the phone in his hand to the ground, swearing continuously. His eyes swept across the preparatory group with a cold look and finally stared at Harris. Who else could it be except this bastard? At this moment, the door of the UH-60 helicopter opened and fully armed soldiers jumped out from both sides. "This is so cool." Colt Mod 733 5.56mm assault rifle, SOE tactical vest, Danner military boots, bayonet, thermal imaging night vision goggles. This is a replica of the U.S. military. As soon as they came down, this group of people turned their eyes to Gao Jun and others and looked at each other. The leading Ruilep soldier muttered a few words in a deep voice, and everyone behind him burst into laughter. However, Muhammad's face changed, and he was about to rush forward to argue, but was held back by Gao Jun. I'm Frank Garland, Major of the 8th Special Forces Division. I'm responsible for your safety. Jeffrey was the leader, and he had already received a call from the company headquarters, but Alice didn't know. She asked confusedly, then, what about Mr. Gao and the others? They? Frank Garland sneered, looking down on him with contempt. They should go away. Fuck. Say that again. Ludwig held the machine gun, furious like a black bear. As soon as he started to use his weapons, Peter and others beside him also opened the safety and raised the muzzles of their guns viciously. The other party was not a pushover either. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Frank Garland's face was extremely grim. As a soldier of the 8th Special Operations Division, he had participated in dozens of battles and was known for his bravery. These damned mercenaries actually dared to climb over his head. It made his face burn with pain. But before he could say anything, Gao Jun's lighter flickered, and he lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring in a very cool manner. How about let's die together? Jeffrey's eyes widened in disbelief. Harris was trembling all over, muttering to himself, how dare he? A hint of admiration flashed in Alice's beautiful eyes. Even Peter and the others felt the adrenaline rushing through them, straightening their spines and putting on a hard face. Frank Garland was so angry that his nose was crooked. He wanted to shout, shoot, but he couldn't figure out Gao Jun's character. This tough guy was not afraid of death at all. From now on, speak more clearly, otherwise you will lose your head at any time. Gao Jun's hand formed a gun shape and pointed it at Frank Garland's forehead. Boo! Let's go. Let's pack up and make room for these uncles to pee. Gao Jun laughed and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he stopped and tilted his head to look at Harris in the crowd. He nodded generously. You can't go back to Ruilep. Harris was so frightened that his courage shrank, his eyes full of panic. He wanted to explain, but Gao Jun and others had already left. Jeffrey looked at Harris in confusion, then understood in an instant and sighed slightly. Couldn't this damn British guy learn his lesson? But after all, they were colleagues, so he didn't say much. He just patted Harris on the shoulder to comfort him. Booze, are we leaving now? Manga asked cautiously, carrying his equipment. If you don't leave, are you really going to do it? Gao Jun cursed angrily. Can you beat them? Manga smiled awkwardly, shrank his neck, and muttered. So that was scary just now. Just as I got into the Hummer, the old Taoist priest behind me handed me his phone. It's Samara calling. Gao Jun was stunned. He picked up the phone and said hello. Then Samara's soft voice came from the other end. Honey, guess where I am? Honey? Do you still need to be responsible for the last bed? The most important thing is that these words sound particularly unreliable coming from Samara. I don't want to be your dear. You are likely to bring bad luck to your husband. Gao Jun said. Damn you bastard. I really want to blow up your factory and make you smell bad. Gao Jun's heart moved and he frowned. Have you been to Badasi? Chapter 57, Maxim Machine Gun. When I saw Samara in the Zulon Company's conference room, this woman was supporting her chin, frowning and thinking. I hadn't seen her for more than half a month, and her face was full of fatigue. 2 of her men were standing behind her. Both of them were injured. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Samara subconsciously raised her head. Her eyes became more focused, and the corners of her mouth stretched out, revealing a very relaxed smile. Why are you so embarrassed? Gao Jun asked with a frown. According to Samara in the past, even if she was ugly, she would put on several layers of makeup on her face and dress tightly. But today, it seems that her clothes don't match at all, as if they were just wrapped casually. If a woman doesn't even care about herself, it means her heart is in turmoil. I started a war with another gang, and 13 of my brothers died. Damn it! Samara slammed his fist on the table in anger, roaring fiercely. Those bastards have some weapons. I came here today to buy some weapons and then kill them. This woman is also very direct, and her tone is mostly unfriendly. What do you want? As long as you have money, I can bring you artillery. Gao Jun rubbed his hands, his face full of materialism. I promised you a 20% discount before, and the discount is for large quantities. Samara suddenly stood up. How much do you think I'm worth? What do you think? Gao Jun asked back. The old Taoist priest at the back was about to ask people to leave. Maybe this couple became interested in this? Unexpectedly, Gao Jun put her clothes back on and said to Samara in a serious tone, "Don't treat yourself badly. What's the difference between you and that woman?" Samara didn't get angry, but replied, "Do you think I'm dirty?" Gao Jun didn't give much explanation, just lowered his head and remained silent. Samara's face suddenly turned ugly. She stood up, her eyes once again filled with cold determination, but only she could see the despair deep within. If she was born in a prosperous country, would she need to be raped by that disgusting butcher while hugging a piece of pork when she was a teenager? Take me to see the munitions. Gao Jun nodded. Just now, when he saw Samara, he suddenly felt soft-hearted. This woman is so tired. When Samara saw the dazzling array of weapons, he said to Gao Jun seriously, "How about you support me? 1 German weapon and 3 boxes of grenades every month. That's about $1,000. You can buy a beautiful woman in Ruilep. So you want to raise a beautiful snake?" Gao Jun didn't want to be swallowed by her anytime soon, so he changed the subject with a wry smile. "Tell him what you need. I'll give you a low price." He pointed at Xiao Hao. After saying that, he hurried out of the warehouse. He couldn't stand Samara's gaze, it was too hot. Gao Jun moved a bench and sat outside the warehouse door. He was like an old man guarding the gate, tapping his legs. The ground was full of cigarette butts. He was thinking about future development plans in his mind. Unknowingly, it was late at night. "Gao!" Samara inside called out softly, bringing Gao Jun back to his senses from his daydreaming state. He jumped up from a stool and walked back into the warehouse. There was a large pile of weapons on the ground inside, stacked up like a small hill. What did she buy? Booze. I've written it all down here. Take a look. Little Hal's face was a little excited. This was a big order. Gao Jun took the notebook and took a look. There were a lot of things written on it. 10 MP 28-2 submachine guns, 10 MP 18I submachine guns, 1 Johnson M 1941 semi-automatic, 13 TT, 33 Tokarev pistols, a number of bullets, 3 boxes of grenades. Those were just the small stuff. The big deal was a Maxim heavy machine gun. This is a truly fully automatic machine gun. Its automatic action is completed by the energy of gunpowder gas. It can fire more than 600 rounds per minute. From World War II to the turn of the century, this machine gun was still equipped by a small number of troops in Europe. It was ahead of its time. Strangely enough, European troops during World War II were not equipped with this weapon, only a small number of them. However, the Russo-Japanese War reversed this trend, with a British observer at the time even saying, when a soldier hears the sound of a Maxim machine gun, the best fate for him is to lie on the ground holding his head. Those who look down on the Maxim machine gun understand that today's contempt is like looking down on the Indians back then. It is impossible for ordinary militants to equip them because the bullets are too expensive. With an average price of $5 per shot, Gao Jun felt that Samara was forced into a corner. Otherwise, how could he bleed so much? Gao Jun quickly calculated the amount in his mind, and after repeating it several times, he smiled broadly. A total of 450,000 US dollars. Samara frowned slightly, then looked up at Gao Jun, his eyes saying, "You're not going to cheat me, are you?" Gao Jun shrugged innocently and handed him a notebook. "This Maxim originally cost $330,000, but I'll save you $30,000. It includes the 11.43 millimeters ammunition, so it's not expensive at all." Gao Jun didn't know how much it sold for elsewhere, and he had never seen anyone else sell it. If he put this Maxim heavy machine gun upstairs, who could get close to it as long as the barrel didn't explode? It was definitely a powerful weapon. If it weren't for his unclear relationship with Samara, he wouldn't have bothered to sell it to him. "Give me something else." Samara picked up the M1A1 bazooka hanging on the wall. During World War II, and for a considerable period afterward, the bazooka series of rocket launchers was the preeminent anti-tank weapon in the U.S. Army's arsenal. As the forerunner of similar caliber rocket launchers, its immense fame eclipsed other anti-tank weapons of the period. Some even assert that the invention of the bazooka was America's greatest contribution to the development of anti-tank weaponry during World War II. Its introduction reassured U.S. infantrymen against German tank attacks and challenged the well-known assumption that tanks were the most effective anti-tank weapon. The price of this M1A1 bazooka is $1,200 US. Gao Jun was willing to spend this little money. Of course, this is a discount for big customers like you. Just think of it as a small gift. These things are enough for you to continue being a snakehead in Bara. Samara finally smiled. Thank you, Gao. Gao Jun smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. Do you need mercenaries? We can help you fight. Do you still work for PMC? Expanding our business. Business is tough right now. Gao Jun said nonchalantly, $50,000 a day. That's a good deal. After all, Mr. Felix was a rare victim, and security and combat were two different prices. $50,000 was almost as much as a top-tier mercenary in Ruilep during the chaotic period. Samara laughed bitterly, patted his pocket, and said helplessly, no money. Chapter 58, Sniper. Gao Jun looked surprised and glanced at Samara with doubt, as if to say, Are you kidding me? Are you out of money? Samara shook his head in pain. 80% of my property in Bara was taken away. You have to know that Bara is the second largest city in Ruilep. Samara has been there for nearly 10 years. Gao Jun knows that she's involved in smuggling, selling Y, and even occasionally has contact with kidnapping and extortion abroad. This woman is the Iron Lady of Bara. The opponent who can push her to this level should not be underestimated. Who is the other party? Gao Jun asks. Hellhound. Samara suddenly raised his head, looking ferocious. Alfred put his hand into Bara. Gao Jun frowned. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He seemed to remember that he had had some dirty dealings with him before. Wasn't it that Muhammad snatched the M24 sniper rifle from him? Just at this moment, Xiao Hair next to him opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Gao Jun happened to catch a glimpse of this from the corner of his eye. What? If you have something to say, just say it now. Don't be like a woman and hesitate. Boss, when we went to Dolby before, Bearded Man and I saw several sneaky nails guarding outside the factory. One of them had the symbol of a hellhound tattooed on his forehead. Fuck, Gao Jun cursed. Samara looked at him strangely. Do you have a grudge against that fat pig? Seeing that Gao Jun didn't refute, he laughed even harder, tears streaming down his face. You're finished. You offended him. He won't let you go. Gao Jun's eyebrows were twisted into a Chan shape. He felt angry when he saw Samara smile. He grabbed her chin and pushed her against the wall, putting a fierce look close to her ear. I'm afraid his teeth will break. If he wants to cause trouble for me, I will kill him first. He ravaged Samara hard as if in revenge, and with a dark face, he ordered Xiao Hair, go call Peter over. Xiao Hair responded, put on some oil on his feet, and ran quite fast. Are you going to take action? Samara held on with her body a little weak. Just now, Gao Jun's tone towards her earrings actually made her react slightly. I don't like my opponent still alive. Gao Jun said coldly, turned around and walked away. When he reached the warehouse door, he slowed down his pace again. Just go back and guard your bala. I don't want you to come back in a mess and ask me to support you next time. Samara looked at Gao Jun's departing back and gradually became dazed. Boss. When Peter was about to reach the warehouse, he saw a figure standing in the alley next to it. Only the flame of a cigarette but flickered in the darkness. He and Xiao Hair looked at each other and called out softly, Come here, Xiao Hair. Go watch over that woman and don't let her steal our treasure. Gao Jun seemed to want to break the heaviness in his tone with a teasing joke. Peter subconsciously touched the pistol on his waist. It was not because he wanted to attack Gao Jun, but it was a professional habit. When facing an unknown place, weapons can bring people a sense of security. There is nothing that cannot be solved with a bullet. He blended into the darkness, and just as he approached, he heard Gao Jun's question, Can I trust you? Peter was stunned, lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. Okay. Gao Jun Smythe, this former corporal from the Ursary Special Forces, whom he brought out from Dolby Wharf, always gave people a calm feeling. Perhaps it was the natural caution of a soldier that prevented him from expressing emotions too much, but he was definitely an excellent executor. In your previous missions, how far away was the target you killed with a sniper rifle? Gao Jun had checked Peter's file and found that he was proficient in all kinds of firearms. This was no joke. You know, in the Special Forces, there's a clear division of labor. Assaulters, snipers, demolitionists, all have dedicated people to take on the roles. If it is written in the file that he is proficient in firearms, it means that Peter once had some success as a sniper. I once used an Iwoden .338 sniper rifle to kill an enemy 1,056 meters away on the battlefield in South Africa. Although Peter said it lightly, Gao Jun could still hear the pride in his tone. The world's longest sniper kill distance was achieved in 2017 at the Ruilep battlefield, where an anonymous Canadian Special Forces sniper hit an enemy at a distance of 3,540 meters, 3,871 yards. The weapon used was a Macmillan TAC 50 sniper rifle, which was a full 1,000 meters higher than the second place. 1056 meters may not make it into the list, but it is enough to show that Peter is a good sniper. Take the M24 with you at night, and let's go kill someone, Gao Jun said viciously. Peter didn't ask anyone. In his heart, there were only a few words: absolute obedience. A Hummer drove out of the Zulon Company headquarters in the night. The M24 lay quietly in the back of the car, covered by a layer of green tarpaulin. Gao Jun sat in the passenger seat, playing with a Ruger 08 and repeatedly formulating the mission in his mind. Tomorrow, July 14th, is Republic Day in Ruilep. On this day, the Iranian government will convene all domestic and foreign media to hold a press conference. All the important figures in Badasi will attend. Gao Jun found Alfred's name on the government website. The godfather of the Hellhound Gang will attend the subsequent meeting as a Democrat. This is an opportunity, but it is also crazy to snipe a celebrity with a seemingly legitimate identity in front of the world's media. It's so fucking exciting just thinking about it. Perhaps because they understood that tomorrow's meeting was very important, the night control in Badasi City was extremely strict. Gao Jun and his companions encountered at least 3 waves of checkpoints on the road. Fortunately, Peter was also a veteran among them, and he drove the Hummer around in the alleys. But in the end, I was stuck in a dead end. Gao Jun patted the front of the car helplessly and said, "Let's go down and walk." Peter nodded, pulled open the tarpaulin, put the M24 sniper rifle on his back, and held the sniper scope box in his hand. The two of them walked towards their destination on foot. The place Gao Jun chose was a residential house with a water tower on top. The height was just over 2 meters higher than the surrounding buildings, and it was estimated to be 1,200 meters away from the Iranian government, but still within the killing range. You should know that although the effective range of M24 is 800 meters. However, the first thing to ensure effective range is accuracy. The so-called out of range means that there is no guarantee of hitting the target. However, the lethality is still more than enough. The effective range is a data with reference value only. In other words, a bullet's accuracy is no longer reliable beyond its effective range, but it can still be lethal. A bullet at this point is also called a stray bullet. The sniper's job is to control the stray bullets as much as possible and focus on the target person. Therefore, snipers are sometimes called assassins. Chapter 59, Assassin. It's a long night. Let's replenish some energy first. Gao Jun, who was acting as an observer, took out a D-bar chocolate from his pocket with great effort and handed it to Peter. Peter took the chocolate, turned over, and just as he put the D-bar into his mouth, his whole face turned green in an instant. He lay down beside the water tower and began to retch. Gao Jun rested his head on the corner of the water tower and didn't think it was strange. This D-bar is a famous chocolate from the World War II era, but it tastes terrible, but it contains the energy that soldiers need. For American snipers in World War II, this chocolate was an essential supplement. Gao Jun looked at the other D-bar in his hand, shuddered, silently put it back in his pocket, pulled his clothes, lay down on the edge of the water tower, found a stable position, picked up the telescope, and stared carefully into the distance. "Boss, someone's coming." Gao Jun felt someone push him in his daze. He was already in a light sleep and startled. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and opened his eyes wide. Where is it? He picked up an 8x30 Zeiss telescope to cover up his embarrassment. Gao Jun looked around and saw that the entrance to the presidential palace was surrounded by a group of soldiers in 3 layers, wearing masks and holding weapons, guarding the surroundings vigilantly, while the group of reporters lined up in a long queue and passed through the security one by one. He looked around slowly, and just as he was about to shake his head, an Audi car stopped steadily outside the presidential palace, and a familiar fat man got out. "Alfred," Gao Jun murmured softly. The fat man with the Cartier watch at 10 o'clock is him. Peter was like a cheetah that had been prepared for a long time. He opened one eye and closed the other and looked through the sniper scope. He had seen Alfred's photo and recognized the fat man at a glance. There was a bodyguard standing behind him. A middle-aged man walked out of the presidential palace and gave Alfred a warm hug. "Report wind speed direction, distance. Gao Jun endured the pain and pulled out a strand of hair, placed it in front of the water tower, and felt the breeze on his fingers. Wind direction, east by south, wind speed. Force 2, distance, 1,178 meters. Peter quickly adjusted the direction, aimed the cross on the sniper scope at Alfred, and put his finger on the trigger. Alfred warmly shook the hand of Ludwig Meller, the high-ranking official from Ruilep who had been his mentor. It was he who had pulled him out of the dead and enabled him to start anew. Alfred had enough respect for Ludwig. The situation in Bara has been stalemated for too long, and many people inside are already dissatisfied with you. Those rotten maggots should be left on the front lines. Alfred continued to smile, but his tone was filled with grimness. Don't they know how much benefit a complete Ruilep can bring us? Ludwig shook his head and sighed. I can't help you for much longer. I have to retire from this position. My health is getting worse and worse. But don't worry, as long as I'm alive, the idiots inside will have to pretend to be smart. Don't worry, the Bara issue is almost over, Alfred said with a smile. After the meeting, I have a bottle of fine wine shipped from the Chateau Latour winery in France. We can have a drink. Of course. Ludwig also responded with a smile. While the two were talking, he stepped into the door. Alfred followed behind him, and half of his body had already walked in. Ludwig seemed to suddenly think of something, turned his head, and was about to speak. Suddenly, Alfred's head exploded right before his eyes. His skull was peeled back, a faint, stiff smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Blood splattered all over Ludwig, shocking him so much that his heart suddenly contracted. His eyes widened, and his pupils gradually grew larger. Boom! Alfred's fat body fell to the ground, and the dull sound finally brought out the conscious scream. There's a sniper, Mr. Alfred was shot. The black bodyguard shouted in fear, frantically picking up half of Alfred's head and trying to take him back with trembling hands, but it was doomed to be futile. The only remaining eye on Alfred's body stared into the distance. Target hit, retreat. Gao Jun jumped up quickly. Seeing that Peter was about to put away his sniper rifle, he quickly said, We don't want this gun anymore. If we had waited until everything was cleaned up, the military and police would have arrived long ago. The two of them quickly ran down the stairs. On a broken wooden table on the ground floor, Gao Jun had prepared 2 sets of Ruilep local white robes, as well as a fake beard and a hood. For a sniper, disguise or camouflage is a compulsory course. Just like most special forces in the world will let soldiers learn makeup, the main goal is to survive after completing the mission. After they walked out of the house, the two of them changed drastically. No matter their figure or dress, as long as they didn't speak, people would think they were real Ruilep people. This shows that their skills are quite mature. If they were the bodyguards during the downfall of Yasamu, they would probably have been beaten to death by now. Soldiers and police can be seen running around everywhere on the road, and pedestrians are also in a hurry, fearing that they will get into trouble. The two of them sneaked out of the central area and waited in a small alley with few people. Gao Jun stole a pickup truck and ran away in a hurry. Asshole! Idiot! Investigate and catch the assassin. Konrad Adenauer roared angrily at the police chief and military commander in front of him. The scar on his forehead looked like a ferocious dragon, making him look even more vicious. If you can't catch the person, I will send you to court-martial, and I will personally send you to see God. Everyone standing below shuddered, swallowed their saliva, and quickly agreed. They knew their boss was a man of his word. This guy had once served in the 9th Brigade of the German Border Police. After retiring, he applied for citizenship in the German Republic and rose through the ranks, ultimately becoming the current head of the Badasi security forces. After this group of men left, Konrad Adenauer sat on a chair with a dark face. He went to the scene of Alfred's death. Judging from the bullet, it should have been fired from an M24 sniper rifle, and the distance should have been more than 1,000 meters. And judging from the location of the sniper attack, this was a soldier with rich combat experience. Konrad Adenauer was very confident in his judgment. He used to be a member of the Communications Reconnaissance Battalion of the 9th Battalion. Investigation, counter-investigation, interrogation are all his specialties. You know, the 9th Squadron, known as the German Jaguar, has always been elite. The German Border Guard Group No. 9 is abbreviated as GSG-9. It has strong combat capabilities and is especially well known for its anti-hijacking expertise. It has made remarkable achievements in the anti-terrorism front over the years. It is affiliated with the Ministry of the Interior and will only be deployed in cases of serious kidnapping, murder, hostage-taking, violence, and to protect state guests and heads of government. The officers who retired from there are the targets of recruitment by all countries and forces. He loved a challenge, so he came to Ruilep. Facing an unknown enemy, he felt the blood boiling in his bones. I'll catch you. Konrad Adenauer mom uret grimly. Chapter 60. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Peter drove a photon pickup truck like a bird of prey. Even though there was an uphill slope ahead, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed up, bumping heavily to the ground. Gao Jun, the passenger seat's head, hit the roof directly, and he howled in pain. Is this how you learn to drive in the Special Forces? Gao Jun covered his butt and shouted loudly over the accelerator. When we were in the army, the instructor said that as long as your accelerator can be faster than the bullet, you can survive. Peter replied, of course, the most important thing is that the military vehicles are solid and durable. No matter how hard they are beaten, they will not be damaged at all. Therefore, many people say that the military drivers drive wildly, and it is not without reason. On the way back to Zulon Company, Gao Jun walked back with his hands on the handles and his butt drooping. As soon as the car stopped safely in the factory, he couldn't wait to jump out of the passenger seat. He saw little Hal jogging over. He rubbed his butt and said to Peter, go and have a rest first. You'll have a day off today. Peter made an okay gesture, glanced at little Hal, raised his hand to say hello, and walked back to the dormitory. Booze. What about the woman? Gao Jun asks. She left with her weapons, and this is the check she left behind. Little Hal excitedly spread out his palm, inside which was a check folded into a square with some sweat stains on it. Gao Jun laughed. This check won't fly away. Why do you have to hold it so tightly? Little Hal scratched his head with a wry smile. Hasn't this been the first time you've seen so much money? 400,000 US dollars is a huge sum of money for anyone. The fact that little Hal didn't have any bad intentions shows that he is a good person. You know, in South Africa, a life is only worth a few $1,000s, and the price is clearly marked. Gao Jun kissed the check. The smell of the wet ink on it stimulated his cerebral cortex. He chuckled and put the check in his pocket. He asked Xiao Hao, does the woman have anything to say to me? Bang! Little Hal slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. That woman told the boss that even if she didn't eat you this time, she won't let you go next time. Gao Jun's face froze, and a fire rose in his lower abdomen as he remembered Samara's wildness in bed. At this moment, the system prompt sound came to my mind. Post-arm sales exceed 500,000 US dollars. Reward skills, 18 Black Dragon techniques, unique skills, basic aircraft piloting, activate the world arms dealer rankings. Next goal, sales of 5 million US dollars. 18 moves of the Black Dragon, arms dealer rankings, $5 million. Gao Jun felt a headache from the shock. He was busy with one thing after another. He had heard a little about the 18 Hands of Black Dragon, whose full name is the 18 Hands of Grappling by the Heilongjiang Provincial Armed Police. It was a set of boxing techniques to defeat the enemy that was summarized by the Heilongjiang Provincial Armed Police Corps after many years of experience in actual combat. The 18 Hands of Black Dragon was created in 1981 and popularized in 1983. Later, it was banned by the army because its moves were too insidious. This is a high-intensity, hard-hitting, life-or-death boxing style. Practicing it instills a sinister mentality and ruthless attacks, easily leading to obsession and loss of emotional control. Currently, it's practically forbidden to practice in all units except for specialized units, such as field reconnaissance companies. This is a killer move. Gao Jun felt relieved. At least he had one more unique skill. I have to find a chance to practice with Peter. Forget it. Let's find Ludwig. This guy is strong and shouldn't be in any danger. Gao Jun. When he thought of Luther lying on the ground, groaning and screaming, he couldn't help laughing. Booze! Little Hal called out softly, shrinking his neck, feeling a little scared. Why did the boss smile so sinisterly? But after calling out once, Gao Jun still didn't respond, so he bravely pushed him. Gao Jun came to his senses and wiped his forehead. It's okay, I was just thinking about something. Okay, you go back first. I'll call you if there's anything. Little Hal nodded and ran away. After running 20 or 30 meters, he couldn't help but look back. He found the boss grinning there again. Could the boss have sustained brain damage? Then what is this ranking? Just as Gao Jun had this thought, A virtual screen appeared in front of him, with 4 words written on it in a glittering golden light: World Ranking. Gao Jun was very familiar with the names of the top few: Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. They are all well-known world-class arms dealers. They have more or less national backgrounds, and most importantly, their products are also world-class. Gao Jun kept searching and finally found the name of Zulong Private Security Company almost at the bottom. When he saw the ranking, he wanted to curse. Número 180002. Would I be so low? Gao Jun was reluctant to believe it, but wasn't the person's portrait behind the screen exactly himself? For example, Lockheed Martin, with $39.5 billion in arms sales and its flagship product, the F-22 fighter jet, is a global leader in aviation, aerospace, and electronics, controlling the production and launch of all U.S. military satellites. In missile technology, it is the primary manufacturer of U.S. intercontinental missiles. It also boasts strengths in strategic missile systems, strategic missile defense systems, tactical missile systems, anti-tank missiles, and airborne electronics. Boeing, with arms sales of $31.1 billion, is one of the world's largest manufacturers of civil and military aircraft, with its flagship product being the E-3 early warning aircraft. In addition, Boeing designs and manufactures rotorcraft, electronic and defense systems, missiles, satellites, launch vehicles, and advanced information and communication systems. As a major service provider to NASA, Boeing operates the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station. Even Komatsu Manufacturing, ranked 100th, saw arms sales reach $308 million. They produce 70% of the island nation's tank turrets, as well as command vehicles, combat vehicles, and more. Compared with them, the $500,000 written on the back of Zulong Private Security Company was like a slap in the face to Gao Jun's old face. He used to be secretly happy about his small achievement, but now it seems it's just fucking garbage. What's even more outrageous is that even the 18,001st North African arms dealer had sales of nearly 4 million. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades. You still need to work hard. Gao Jun sighed, his heart filled with fog. He scanned the screen carefully again and found a line of words at the bottom. He widened his eyes and read, "For every 1,000 places the host rises, there will be a special reward." Gao Jun still has a 70% understanding of the system's features. This special reward is absolutely generous. No, we can't wait for customers to come to us. We have to find someone to sell the arms. Gao Jun touched his chin and thought. Chapter 61, Mechanism Reform. This $1 million in sales brought Gao Jun such a rich harvest. If it was 10 million, Gao Jun couldn't help but roll his Adam's apple, and his breathing became rapid. There's a saying that goes, what drives the progress of human civilization is always greed and ambition. The goal is nothing more than power, money, or a sense of superiority. Gao Jun is also an ordinary person, and he also wants to pursue what ordinary people want. We must sell arms, as US dollars are the ticket to the aristocracy. He was squatting in the shade, with 3 or 5 cigarette butts at his feet, thinking when he suddenly heard a soft call in his ear. He turned his head with a frown and saw Muhammad and others not far away, waving their hands and jogging towards him. Gao Jun stood up and stamped his numb thigh, then glanced at the others. What are you planning to do? Muhammad's old face turned red, and the old Taoist priest also pouted and said nothing, with his head lowered. This Mamba was a bit too honest. Fijians are still somewhat simple in nature. He smiled awkwardly and said, Boss, they said they would take me to a prostitute. Hey, the bearded man grabbed Mamba's collar in dissatisfaction and glared at him. Did I tell you that we're going to buy some necessities? Gao Jun grabbed Muhammad by the collar and cursed him viciously. Don't think about these messed up things. Be careful not to get AIDS. Muhammad spread his hands awkwardly and stammered. We still have so much work to do. Call everyone into the meeting room. I think our company needs some reform. Reform. Muhammad and the old Taoist priest looked at each other, and a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. The good days are over. The conference room was decorated very formally. On the wall in front were 2 maps of Ruilep and Badasi, and in the center was a red Chinese flag. Originally, Xiao Hare wanted to take it down, but was stopped by Gao Jun. Seeing a familiar national flag in a foreign country always adds a bit of satisfaction to an empty heart. Gao Jun sat in the main seat, tapping the table with his fingers, his eyes sweeping over everyone. Everyone he stared had their hair on end, and involuntarily stopped talking and sat up straight. The original noise gradually died down. "Where's Nicholson?" Gao Jun asked with a frown when he found that the last seat was empty. "Boss, I'm coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Nicholson came running in breathlessly, his face covered in oil, smeared with it. He explained awkwardly, "I was just helping those little guys get familiar with the machinery." Gao Jun's brows relaxed, and he said softly, "Sit down and don't be late again." Nicholson nodded hurriedly, carefully pulled out a bench, and sat down. "I've brought everyone here today to reform the company's internal mechanisms." Gao Jun, having been around this group for a long time and possessing a bit of a military flair, got straight to the point. "I plan to expand the company into a logistics department, security guard department, and an air support department. These 3 departments are what Gao Jun thinks he needs most right now. Many things like finance, public relations, production are still too far away for the current Zulon company. The main reason is that they cannot be set up. There are only a few people in total, so there is not much need for them." It was obvious that this group of people had heard the news. They looked at each other and then looked eagerly at Gao Jun. So many departments also meant that someone among them would be promoted. Nicholson, the head of the logistics department, is primarily responsible for the company's internal firearms and vehicle maintenance. "I will personally oversee the security guard department, which will be responsible for employer security, arms sales, and combat mission execution. The team members are Gao Jun, Lao Daoshi, Luther, Jamamba, and Miles, another Fijian gunman. The head of the air security support department is Muhammad, primarily responsible for combat support. They're the company's second-tier unit. The team members are Peter, Little Hal, and Luke, the Spanish machine gunner." After reading out the appointments, Gao Jun glanced at everyone quietly. They all had different expressions. Some were happy, and some were disappointed. This was all within Gao Jun's expectations. After all, if you want to support a company, you have to rely on layers of management, not just your own charm to maintain it. If you do that, it will fall apart sooner or later. This is also what many people say, that as a company grows bigger, it becomes less and less humane, but this is a path that must be taken, and Gao Jun will never regret it. Ding ding. He knocked on the table and continued. "With this appointment, there will be a substantial salary increase. Supervisors will receive $15,000 per month, and all allowances during combat missions will increase by 50%. The rest of the staff will see a 70% increase on their original salary. Just for this salary, Gao Jun has to pay nearly $200,000 a month." When they heard about the salary increase, everyone, including the serious Peter, felt relieved. No one would refuse US dollars. Wasn't it money that they came to Ruilep? "Thank you, boss." Jamamba, who was good at creating a good atmosphere, stood up, grinned, and started to applaud. The others suddenly realized what was going on and hurried to follow. For a moment, the conference room was filled with thunderous applause, which made Gao Jun's old face red. "Of course, there's another reason why I'm calling you all here. Our company is experiencing rapid growth, and we're in urgent need of hires. If you know any comrades or friends, please introduce them. But one thing is for sure, absolutely no drugs. The salary is excellent, and I'm afraid no other small private insurance company offers better benefits than ours. This is true. The world of mercenaries is so big, and the remuneration determines the attractiveness of a company. For example, the South African Private Armed Forces Company EO, which is known as the world's largest private armed force, is actually a subsidiary of the South African Strategic Resources Company. Apart from a small number of professional mercenaries, most of the others are just cannon fodder, who have undergone temporary training. The BBC once interviewed one of them. Their salary was pitifully low, and most importantly, if they made a mistake, they would face hellish punishment. Gao Jun was afraid that these guys were hiding something. So he said generously, "Anyone who introduces someone and gets hired, I can give a personal reward of $5,000. Booze. Luke raised his hands with his eyes blazing. "Anyone? Of course, but you must not touch drugs. What's wrong? Do you have a choice? It seems that my $5,000 will be given away." Gao Jun said teasingly. Luke chuckled. "I have a friend named John Shaddle who once served in the U.S. Army's Delta Force, but he's a little sick." Delta Force? Gao Jun's eyes lit up. This was the U.S. Army's ace special forces, one of the best trained, best equipped, and best funded special forces in the world. Their training facilities and level of simulation were unmatched by any other nation's special forces. What's wrong? Luke rubbed his hands together awkwardly. He's kind of gay. Chapter 62, Sick Dog. Homosexual. Gao Jun's tongue was instantly tied, and his eyes widened in disbelief. There are gays in a world-famous anti-terrorist force? You know, the U.S. military has a ban on homosexuality and does not allow same-sex couples to serve in the U.S. military. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are homosexuals within the military. Ahem. Gao Jun hesitated, his heart sank, and he instinctively refused. Luke was afraid Gao Jun would say no, so he rushed to promote John Shaddle before he could. Boss, don't underestimate him because he's just a troublemaker. He's very fierce on the battlefield and is nicknamed Sick Dog. He serves as a fire support, is very skilled in jungle combat, and is an expert in wilderness survival. He can create traps according to the size of wild animals. Wild jungle expert. This deeply gripped Gao Jun's mind, and his expression became tangled. Jungle warfare has always been a headache for every country. The special environment of the tropical rainforest makes combat particularly difficult. A research report from the U.S. Department of Defense shows that 80 of future large-scale military conflicts may occur in tropical jungle areas. Even now, the specter of jungle warfare still looms around the world. Small-scale jungle military conflicts still exist in countries such as Colombia, Sierra Leone, and Congo. If Zulong Company had an employee who was familiar with jungle warfare, it could expand its business a lot. Isn't he just a gay? The worst that can happen is that I'll keep an eye on him. If that doesn't work, I'll just find some other girls to serve him. Gao Jun gritted his teeth and nodded at Luke. Okay, ask him where he is and if he's willing to come over. Boss, he's in Ruilep. Luke was impatient. After he got out of Delta Force, he found 7 or 8 jobs, but he couldn't hold them for long. So, in a rage, he came to Ruilep looking for work. This should be what the old saying means. A true warrior only belongs on the battlefield. I'll call him right now. Luke took out his cell phone in public and waited anxiously for it to ring twice. When he answered it, there was a violent explosion followed by a hoarse roar. Fuck. That piece of shit is calling me right now. Luke was on speakerphone, and the sound carried throughout the conference room. He blushed, raised his head in embarrassment, gave Gao Jun an apologetic smile, and put the phone to his lips. Sick dog, this is Luke. Those bastards are coming up. Ryan, watch your position. John Shaddle, who was clearly busy directing the battle, didn't hear anything and cursed in dissatisfaction. You call me ruble? I want US dollars. Fuck. Luke also got angry, his face red, and he growled. I'm Luke. Luke. John Shaddle paused, then cried out, help me. I'm going to die. There were heavy gunfire and occasional explosions on the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that the situation was very tense. Luke looked at Gao Jun nervously, covering the microphone. Booze. As long as he's willing to pay $80,000, we'll support him. A thief never leaves empty-handed, and a businessman never rises without profit. Although Gao Jun wants to recruit John Shadier, he is not an employee of Zulong after all. If he wants armed support, he needs money. Luke was embarrassed, but he still conveyed Gao Jun's words. The sick dog on the other side got furious when he heard it. Fuck. We are friends, and you still want to ask me for money. I'm not a human anymore. I'm an employee of a PMC company. Luke explained, but John Shaddle grew impatient. Okay. $80,000, I agree. Come rescue me. We're in a village 20 kilometers north of Badasi. After he finished speaking, the phone went on busy. Gao Jun stood up and glanced at Peter. Everyone, gather your equipment and assemble at the helipad. Move. Yes. 2 little bird helicopters roared and rose into the sky. Gao Jun sat on the wings outside, gave a thumbs up to Nicholson and others below, and flew towards the destination. When the pedestrians on the streets in the city saw the 2 helicopters flying out of the city, they all covered their hats and watched them go. Of course, there were also some spies from various forces here. Not long after, the news that 2 helicopters flew out of Zulong Company spread, which invisibly provided additional advertising. The northern part of Badasi was a desolate land. The 2 little birds opened up a distance and sped away quickly. The 20-kilometer journey was just a blink of an eye. When they were approaching their destination, they heard gunshots. Gao Jun patted the glass of the cab and pointed his thumb down to indicate landing. This little bird helicopter is mainly responsible for transportation work. Although it has strong combat capabilities, there are several employees hanging outside it, making it a real target. Gao Jun doesn't want to be killed before he even starts his mission by being fired at by a volley of bullets from the enemy. Peter returned an okay gesture and descended steadily. When he was nearly 1 meter from the ground, Gao Jun jumped down from above and rolled on the ground to relieve some of the force. The wind from the helicopter rotor was a bit painful. He knelt with his sniper rifle and looked around vigilantly. After everyone got down, he made a gesture to move forward. The two columns of people moved forward quickly, and when they reached a hill, they could see everything below clearly. A DSHK 12.7mm heavy machine gun was mounted on a pickup truck, and an armed man wearing a green turban was operating it in the back. This heavy machine gun, which was discontinued in 1935, had a slow rate of fire, but amazing lethality. The bullet chain made a clicking sound, and the mud houses in the village were riddled with bullet holes. And beside the low wall outside the village, a dozen militants were huddled together, shooting inside. The resistance in the village was a bit sporadic and could not form an effective attack at all. Gao Jun concluded that if it had been another 5 minutes, the people here would probably have been finished. Big Beard, kill the one sweeping the machine gun first, and the rest of the first and second columns will encircle and destroy the enemy from both sides. Do you understand? Gao Jun asked, looking at Peter and Muhammad who were surrounding him on both sides. Action. As he finished speaking, the two teams moved in different directions at the same time. Muhammad knelt down, holding up the rifle in his hand, took a deep breath, aimed the crosshairs of the machine gunner on the pickup truck, pulled the trigger, and the bullet went through the opponent's back. Inertia caused the opponent's chest to hit the machine gun, and he fell limply from the pickup truck. The DSHK 12.7mm heavy machine gun was originally a noise maker on the battlefield, but when it stopped suddenly, it made the ears of both sides feel empty. There are enemies behind us. The militant reacted quickly and turned the gun around, but before he could fire, he was shot. He covered his thigh and was so terrified that he lost his voice. Gao Jun rushed forward quite fast. When he had used up all the bullets from his rifle, he had already run to the side of the pickup truck. When he raised his head, he bumped into a hiding militant. Both sides were stunned at the same time. The opponent panicked and hurriedly raised his gun, but Gao Jun's cerebral cortex remained unusually calm. He pulled out the Colt M1911 pistol from his thigh holster, tapped his heel, and shot the opponent in the forehead. Chapter 63, Cooking Class. Sick dog. Luke, holding an all-time-max 100 light machine gun, fired a burst of bullets at the fallen militant, causing his chest to burst. He then shouted to the village at the top of his voice, "I'm Luke. I'm here to save you." This all-time-max 100 light machine gun was brought here by someone from Lakichuo. This guy said he bought it for self-defense when he was traveling in South Africa. No one would believe that. This Spanish bastard is not honest either. Luke's shouts echoed throughout the village, and after a moment, a reply finally came. "And I'm here." A weak voice came from the old mud house on the side. Luke's eyes lit up, and he kicked the door open. He saw a black man lying on the ground. He opened his eyes tiredly and smiled, revealing his big front teeth. "I'm still alive." Luke also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he heard a voice behind him. "If you can't pay $80,000, I'm not sure you can still survive." Booze. Luke's face changed, and he moved half a body away. Gao Jun walked over with a gun slung over his shoulder with malicious eyes. John Shaddle was also taken aback for a moment, but then his expression straightened up. "Hey, brothers, your aunt's friends, right? Thanks for saving me. We'll go to Badass later, and I'll find you some girls to cool you down. Forget about this small amount of money. Don't worry about it." Gao Jun's eyelids twitched, and he tilted his head with a half-smile. "Guys, someone is planning to owe money. I like this kind of guy the most." Muhammad grinned and pulled out his Nepalese army knife. "Help me hold him down and let him bleed." Ludwig had to do the dirty work of pushing things sideways. This guy's arms were thicker than Gao Jun's calves. He squeezed his fingers with a sinister smile, making crisp sounds. Luke opened his mouth in embarrassment, and out of the corner of his eye he saw Gmamba behind Gao Jun winking at him. He pursed his lips. He was not a fool, and after a quick thought, he guessed what was going on. Boss is trying to trick the sick dog. After figuring this out, Luke breathed a sigh of relief and took a step back. Meeting John Shaddle's pleading eyes, he pretended to be innocent and spread out his hands. "Sick dog, it seems you need to pay, otherwise you may not be able to defeat the wild dogs in Ruilep." John Shaddle waved his hands in dissatisfaction. "And you're so disloyal. We're brothers. You, don't come over here." These last words were addressed to Muhammad. The bearded man was also an expert with a knife. He swung the knife and placed it on Yashadir's neck, muttering to himself, "Let's remove his arm first." "Stop! Stop! Pay back the money," Muhammad said viciously. John Shadow grimaced. "I really don't have any money. Look, my pockets are cleaner than my face. Stop talking nonsense, kill him, and let's go." Gao Jun pretended to be impatient, but made a gesture to Luke, who was watching the fun, without any expression. Luke knew it was his turn. "Boss, can you please listen to me?" He walked out in a difficult manner, rubbing his hands, frowning, and looking at John Shadier. The sick dog was also looking at him hopefully at this time. "Aren't we short of people? How about let him work and pay back the money?" Luke said. "Aren't we short of a cook in our company?" Gao Jun looked at Luke in surprise. Why would this guy use this trick? A retired corporal from the U.S. Army's Delta Force is assigned to the kitchen staff? Do you think this is the PLA? Are all the kitchen staff experts? This is too fucking luxurious. Even John Shaddle was dissatisfied. "Fuftund, you want to be a cook? I'm Sick Dog Shaddle, the most powerful man in the Delta Force." When he said the last word, man, he paused obviously, and his tone became less firm. "It looks like this guy is still a little bottom. When you're retired, didn't you wash dishes in a Chinese noodle restaurant in Chinatown?" Luke exposed it directly. In fact, the U.S. military is very humane in placing retired soldiers, especially special forces like Delta, which are exposed to more confidential information. The government generally places them in state-owned units and private enterprises. If they are stable, they will not have to worry about food and drink. But perhaps because they are unwilling to do so, many retired soldiers don't want to live their lives in a muddle. They want to get rich and spend the rest of their lives in US dollars. But what is the result? Among the beggars on the street, there are also retired Marines. Of course, this is a minority, but it also illustrates one thing. Most American soldiers start from scratch. It's no surprise that John Shadil washed dishes. What you said does make some sense. Gao Jun touched his chin and agreed with Luke. "Is there a salary?" John Shadil asked with his head hung down. "Your salary will be used first to repay the debt. I'll give it to you once I've paid it off." Gao Jun tried to keep a straight face, but he was actually smiling. "Luke, take him with you. Don't let our chef get away. By the way, where are your other comrades?" Gao Jun asked, remembering that someone had been talking to a sick dog on the phone. John Shaddle was silent for a moment. He was killed in the explosion. A group of people returned to the company in a little bird helicopter, and Nicholson brought bad news. "Boss, there's a man who calls himself Colonel Conrad Adenauer of the security department waiting for you in the conference room." Gao Jun was shocked and looked at Peter. He came to him so soon. His throat was raised to the point of choking, but he nodded calmly, dragged the sick dog over, and pointed at Nicholson. "From now on, you will follow him. Of course, you will also need to carry out combat missions. I will give you a bonus based on your performance. Be gentle, man." John Shaddle rubbed his arm painfully, looked Nicholson up and down, his eyes shining. In the latter's confused eyes, he grabbed his hand and began to introduce himself. Nicholson shuddered all over. He knew this guy was a homosexual during the meeting. He looked at Gao Jun awkwardly. But Gao Jun's mind is now full of how to deal with the uninvited plague god in the conference room. "Peter, come with me. The rest of you could disperse." Gao Jun untied his belt and threw the rifle to Gmamba, but left only a pistol for emergency use. The two walked towards the conference room. Seeing that no one was around, Peter asked in a low voice, "Has the matter been discovered?" "It shouldn't be so fast. If there is no direct evidence, we will never admit it. Here, it's not just the Ruilep government that has the final say." Gao Jun's face was gloomy. In fact, he had a plan B in his mind. Only a dead person could make it impossible to continue the investigation. But he didn't want to do this plan, and he couldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary. Whether Konrad Adenauer is dead or alive is really up to him alone to decide. Chapter 64, Konrad Adenauer. Gao Jun stopped at the door of the conference room and slowly opened the safety of his pistol under Peter's puzzled gaze. Then he changed his face into a smiling one, opened the door, and walked in. He saw Konrad Adenauer at a glance, a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he heard the door open, he also raised his head. There was a sharp flash in his deep eyes. He was surprised at Gao Jun's youth, but he stood up very gentlemanly and greeted him first. "Mr. Gao?" "Hello, I'm Konrad Adenauer, head of security at Ruilep." "Hello." Gao Jun extended his hand and shook hands with the other party, feeling a little relieved. This was a friendly start. It seemed that this guy didn't have much evidence against him. Conrad then glanced at Peter. Professional habit made him look at the other person's eyes first. He remembered that the Ninth Squadron had once invited a famous psychologist to teach them. He said, "No one can hide their feelings in their eyes. They hide their emotions deeply, but they can't hide the stories of the past." Conrad saw in Peter's eyes that he was one of his kind. Wandering warrior. "Is this person a former soldier?" he asked with interest. "I used to make a living," Peter said seriously, carrying sandbags at the docks. Conrad chuckled faintly, holding the paper cup in front of him. Without asking any more questions, he rested his elbows on the table and stared at Gao Jun. "I came here today because I only have one question for you, Mr. Gao. Where were you on July 14th? Are you questioning or torturing me? Then I think I have the right to call my lawyer." Gao Jun leaned back and laughed dryly. "Mr. Gao, are you feeling guilty about something?" Conrad continued to play it down. Gao Jun shrugged. "Maybe. I'm timid and prone to saying the wrong thing. I think my legal team will be able to answer your questions for me. Can't we just chat like friends?" "Of course, I love making friends. I'll give you a gift." Gao Jun pulled out his pistol, placed it on the table, turned it towards him, and handed it to him. "This is a Colt M1911 pistol. Browning has endowed it with beautiful power. I hope you like it." When the pistol hit the table, Peter's heart tightened. He thought Gao Jun would not be able to help but blow the German guy's head off. But who would have thought that this would happen? As a gift? There's still a few bullets in here. Conrad's eyes flashed with surprise, and he saw at a glance that the fuse was already on. What does he mean? Is this Chinese man warning himself not to interfere too much? Is this a threat? Or is he admitting that he is the murderer behind Alfred's death? Countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the head of Ruilep's security department. He had taught himself logical reasoning and was not a reckless man who could only rely on his fists. He had the wisdom to survive in Ruilep. This is a cunning fox, the wisdom of the Orientals. Conrad liked to evaluate his opponents in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "A loner who no one trusts." "Thank you for the gift, Mr. Gao, but I'm sorry, I don't have any gifts with me. I can only give it to you next time." Conrad took the pistol and clicked the safety with his thumb. No. "Mr. Conrad, I think you're too polite. Can we discuss cooperation?" In Gao Jun's eyes, everyone can squeeze out some profit, and he wants to get some orders through the Germans. Facing Conrad's puzzled look, Gao Jun made no secret of his greed. "I heard that the Ruilep security force wants to equip itself with some heavy weapons. I think I can help you." "You still sell arms?" Conrad frowned. "Why not? This is my main job. Of course, I could do anything that makes money." Conrad could never have imagined that he would see someone selling arms in front of a Ruilep government official. He wanted to explode, but Gao Jun's next words made him fall into deep thought. "Sir, how long can you stay in this position? Sometimes you have to think more about yourself and your family. If you decide to buy a batch of goods from me, I can give you a large reward. The country's money is not your own." Gao Jun felt that his eloquence was not very good. If those domestic healthcare product manufacturers came here, they would definitely be able to fool this guy. Seeing Conrad's silence, Gao Jun knew it was time to name his price. He stood up, walked over to Conrad, and stuffed the Raffidan bank card that Edza had given him into his pocket. He lowered his head and said, "Here's $300,000. Do you feel my sincerity, sir?" $300,000. Conrad's pupils shrank. He felt his blood pool, and his breathing gradually became rapid. You know, his annual salary in the security department is only $200,000, which is enough for his drug-addicted daughter in Hanover to live a happy life. What heavy weapons do you have here?" Conrad's voice trembled. He was like a butcher who was destroying his own beliefs. His conscience told him that this money was dirty and smelled of blood. But his skinny daughter, lying on the bed, looked at him beggingly, writhing in pain. "Dad, take this money. It can keep me alive. I don't want to die. Maybe it's time to think about my family." Gao Jun smiled. If one cannot defeat a person's conscience, it only means that the price is not enough. In front of $300,000, Conrad was obviously tempted. "I have SG-43 Goryanov heavy machine guns, MG-42 general-purpose machine guns, M2HB heavy machine guns, and a small number of machine guns, including the Surodong 20mm machine gun and the Type 89 grenade launcher. There are too many." Gao Jun seemed to be showing off. Finally, he shook his head and sighed, saying helplessly, "I can't even count them myself." Conrad's cheeks trembled. He was so familiar with these names. He had encountered these things many times in Ruilep. These antiques from World War II were only withdrawn from service in recent years. There were so many high-end weapons in this small private insurance company with only 20 employees. His first thought was that Gao Jun was an agent who had withdrawn from a certain consortium. Tomorrow, someone will come to discuss the arms deal with you. Conrad stood up and took a deep breath. If those weapons don't pass inspection, there's nothing I can do. Of course, I still have confidence in my babies, Gao Jun said with a smile. Conrad nodded slightly and walked out with his slightly tired body. When he reached the door, he stopped again without turning around and asked, "Did you kill Alfred?" "Sir, the world is so beautiful. There is no need to settle accounts with a dead person." Gao Jun didn't answer directly, but just spoke vaguely in a sinister tone. Conrad was silent for a moment and said, "I understand." Chapter 65, Finding Faults. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, watched Conrad leave, picked up the teacup and drank it all. "Boss, will he change his mind?" Peter hesitated for a moment and then expressed his concerns. "Peter, there's a saying back home. Everyone comes for profit, and everyone goes for profit." Gao Jun glanced at him meaningfully. "Poverty is a sin. If I can bring him benefits, his ambition will slowly grow. Do you think he'll give up on me as his financial backer?" Peter lowered his head and said nothing. He asked himself, if the $300,000 was given to him, he might be reserved and struggle, but he would not refuse it. This is probably human nature. This is how the world is. What drives people is interests. When Conrad returned to the base, he was in a state of disarray. He ignored the secretary's greeting, locked himself in the office, sat on the chair, and gradually became lost in thought. The office was completely silent. A sudden gust of wind shattered the glass, bringing Conrad back to his senses. He rubbed his face vigorously and muttered to himself, "This country is finished." He couldn't sacrifice himself for Ruilep, so he let it create value for himself. After figuring this out, his originally depressed mood relaxed a lot. He dialed the phone on the table and said, "Ask Reinhardt to come to my office." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Before he could even start smoking a cigarette, the office door was rudely pushed open. A burly man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, walked in and whistled at Conrad in a frivolous manner. "Hey, buddy, did you hear you were looking for me?" "Reinhardt, you forgot to knock again." Conrad frowned at the fellow villager he had brought from Germany, his tone slightly dissatisfied. "Is this how you, the CCT, train soldiers?" Reinhardt, a German-American who served in the CCT Air Force Combat Control Group and was a parachute expert. The prototype of the CCT was the Army Pathfinder, a new combat group established by the U.S. Army at the end of World War II. It was used to identify and guide airborne troops to the drop zone before they were airdropped. It was also the rumored Air Force Scout. To join CCT, one must first meet the following conditions: be able to fly for a long time in multiple airspaces, be able to parachute from high altitudes, and have accurate and keen navigation and map reading skills. Students who enter the selection course first undergo all-terrain combat training, including parachute infiltration, underwater navigation, and ground combat. The difficulty and intensity of the course are comparable to other U.S. Special Forces, ensuring that they can successfully cooperate with Special Forces in actual combat and complete infiltration and evacuation missions. All in all, this is a hopeless action force. When Reinhardt was injured and could no longer carry out missions on the battlefield, Conrad couldn't bear to see a former warrior numb himself with alcohol every day, so he brought him to Ruilep. This guy also became a fierce general under his command, and once led the Iraqi Special Operations Team to kill an anti-government armed leader. Those idiots from CCT. Reinhardt picked his nose, cursed incoherently, and crossed his legs. He was also feeling resentful. Conrad shook his head helplessly. "I asked you to come here because I want you to go somewhere tomorrow." He told him about Gao Jun's situation, and of course, he automatically concealed the matter of the $300,000. Gao Jun, Chinese? Arms dealer? Heavy machine gun. Reinhardt rubbed his forehead, frowning. "Conrad, are you telling me a fairy tale? How can such a small arms dealer have such strong capital?" Conrad pursed his lips, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Who the hell knows when someone like this would show up in this damn place? But I'm telling you, this guy is not a good person. When you go there tomorrow, don't do anything weird. Don't worry, I don't like to cause trouble. Reinhardt rolled his eyes and said this, but only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. At 8 o'clock the next day, 3 Hummer troop carriers drove into the Zulong Company headquarters on time. Gao Jun, who had received the news a long time ago, wore a formal suit and was followed by a group of people standing at the door to greet him. After all, this was a big customer, and he should be given due respect. Reinhardt got out of the Hummer in the middle and saw the smiling Chinese man at a glance. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, their eyes were so small. "Hello. Welcome to Zulong Company. My name is..." Gao Jun was about to introduce himself when he was interrupted by the other party. "I know your name is Gao Jun, a Chinese. I'm the leader of the Special Operations Team of the Ruilep Security Department. My name is Reinhardt." He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Gao Jun with a smile on his face. Gao Jun's face darkened, and the slight pain in his palm made him realize that the big man in front of him was not friendly. But don't think that Gao Jun is half a head shorter than Reinhardt, but his strength is equally outstanding. Maybe in other places it is better to swallow your anger, but here, in my territory, you still want to be arrogant? He squeezed it back hard. "Would you like to go in and have a cup of tea first?" Reinhardt's face trembled with pain, his face flushed red. He gritted his teeth. "No need for tea, right? Let's check out the goods first." He pulled his hand back with all his might, put it behind his back, and moved it a few times. It felt a little numb, and he said with a stern face, "If the quality isn't up to standard, we won't buy it." Of course, this is what Mr. Conrad and I agreed on. Gao Jun made way for half a seat, spread out his hands, and pointed in the direction of the warehouse. "Please follow me." The warehouse is located in the right corner of the company, which requires passing the helipad. When Reinhardt saw the shiny little bird helicopter, his glasses lit up. Paratroopers have an eternal passion for aircraft. "Do you have birds in your company?" "We are also engaged in the PMC industry, and these are all necessary means of transportation," Gao Jun replied. Reinhardt retracted his gaze. "PMC? Mercenaries?" It seems Mr. Gao's business is doing quite well. Just to make a living. Money's hard to come by these days. Gao Jun rolled his eyes, noticing Reinhardt's interest. "How about this? After the deal's over, I'll have Peter take you on a flight." The subconscious meaning of this statement is that if the transaction fails, you can just get out. "Thanks, but I'm not interested." Reinhardt shrugged. "Damn it. This guy is so stubborn." Gao Jun frowned slightly, but then his expression returned to normal. It turned out that he was here to cause trouble. When Gao Jun pushed open the warehouse, the mountains of weapons inside stimulated everyone's cerebral cortex. Really, there are really so many weapons. Reinhardt widened his eyes and was slightly dazed. There were many models here that he had never seen before. Gao Jun glanced at him and chuckled secretly. "I can even raise an army from this arsenal." This is the former Soviet Union's SG-43 Gulyanov heavy machine gun. The entire gun is 1,708 millimeters long. The gun body weighs 13.8 kilograms, and the effective range is 1,000 m. The rifling is bright, and the barrel is clean. It is a good gun that has just been put on the market. "Mr. Reinhardt, let's take a look," Gao Jun said, patting a heavy machine gun. Chapter 66. Money leads the way. Reinhardt didn't need Gao Jun to tell him anything. He opened his right eye and looked carefully through the barrel of the SG-43 Gulyanov heavy machine gun. CCT requires all soldiers to be proficient in NATO's mainstream firearms, which makes almost all of them firearms experts. With just one glance, he could tell that this SG-43 was indeed, as Gao Jun said, with bright rifling, and was basically a perfect weapon that had just appeared. He stood up somewhat unwillingly. "Are there any other heavy weapons?" "Of course, Mr. Reinhardt. This is the Oerlikon 20mm cannon. Made in Switzerland, it typically uses a 60-round drum magazine. It was used both as an aircraft cannon and as an anti-aircraft gun on surface ships during World War II. This is the M1919A6 heavy machine gun. I'm sure everyone knows its name. And this is the best machine gun in the world during World War II. The German MG42 general-purpose machine gun. It is the perfect product of the creator. All enemies fear its gunfire." Gao Jun knew all these weapons by heart and reported some accurate data, which shocked Reinhardt. "Do you have a shooting range here? I want to test the gun." Gao Jun was startled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, our company has just been established, and some of the facilities are not yet complete. So there aren't any?" Reinhardt was startled and interrupted Gao Jun. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, but I can't prove the operability of these weapons. I dare not purchase them." Fuck operability. Gao Jun's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. "You'd better ask Mr. Conrad." Reinhardt wanted to refuse, but then he remembered Conrad's warning to him before they came. "If there's anything you don't understand, be sure to call me." You wait. He knew Conrad's character. This tough guy from a 9th Squadron was the kind of person who would speak the truth up front. Normally, he could joke with him for the sake of his compatriots, but if something went wrong, this guy wouldn't mind giving him a hard time. Reinhardt called Conrad in front of Gao Jun and bluntly stated his opinion. "Conrad, I don't mind buying these defective products that cannot be authenticated." "Defective product?" Conrad, who was in the office, frowned and asked, "Did you look carefully?" "Of course. Don't you trust my character?" Reinhardt laughed. Gao Jun couldn't help but frown slightly at this scene. He immediately took action. "I'll talk to Mr. Conrad." "That's not necessary. Just listen." Reinhardt dodged Gao Jun with a sneer and a smile. He is an extreme nationalist at heart. Or you could say he is racist. At first sight, he didn't like Gao Jun's squinting eyes when he smiled. Gao Jun had been holding back his anger for a long time. He raised his foot and kicked Reinhardt in the stomach. He didn't hold back, and the opponent was not prepared. How could he have thought that the opponent would dare to attack him? He staggered and was grabbed by the shoulders by Gao Jun, who followed up and kneed him, causing him to roll his eyes. "Fuck your mother. You're trying to trick me." Gao Jun kicked the fallen Reinhardt several more times. The security soldiers who came with him reacted and were about to draw their guns when they were killed by Peter and others beside them. Ludwig grabbed a soldier's waist and slammed him against the wall, almost making the soldier cough up stomach acid. Gao Jun picked up Reinhardt's phone and said gloomily to the phone, "Conrad, did you send this fool here to be a clown? What did you do to him?" Conrad on the other end of the phone heard the noise and asked anxiously, "We can't do anything to him now, but if you break our agreement, I don't mind giving you some of his gadgets." Gao Jun grabbed Reinhardt's head viciously and pulled his hair. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Conrad said excitedly, "Fuck, I told you yesterday that if the appraisers find it unqualified, there's nothing I can do." "Really? But I have a little thing here that I'm sure you'd like to listen to." Gao Jun took out his mobile phone and played a recording. "Sir, how long can you stay in this position? Sometimes you have to think more about yourself and your family. If you decide to buy a batch of goods from me, I can give you a large reward. The country's money is not your own. Here's $300,000 if you help me. Think about it. I can give you more feedback." "Damn it, you recorded this." Conrad roared angrily, startling the secretary outside the door, who thought something had happened and rushed in. "What's wrong? Get out. Who asked you to come in? Get out." He picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it over, scaring the secretary so much that she screamed and closed the door in panic. Gao Jun paused the recording and sneered, "Mr. Conrad, our transaction was going smoothly. I didn't want to scare you with this prepared gadget, but your people really disappoint me. I don't mind sending this recording to the Ruilep government. You have no integrity." Conrad said something very funny. As expected, Gao Jun laughed so hard that tears came out when he heard this. No. I'm already very trustworthy, but this is the Central Island, so I have to leave some room for error. Otherwise, some things won't be clear. For example, $300,000. Am I right, Mr. Conrad?" After hunting geese all day, he finally got his eyes pecked out by the geese. Conrad stood by the window, his liver trembling with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner resentment, and his voice rasped, "I agree to buy weapons from you, but you have to delete the recording." He was laying out a plan here, purchasing weapons, but he didn't say how many. Wouldn't it be okay for Reinhardt to just casually get a few heavy machine guns? But he is not the only smart person. Does he want to play dumb in front of Gao Jun? Of course, but it has to be no less than $2 million. $2 million? Conrad couldn't help but raise his voice. He glanced at the door and said in a low voice, "The Ministry of the Interior has only allocated a total of $3 million. Isn't this too much? $3 million is equivalent to more than 20 million renminbi. For a security department that has to monitor the entire country, this amount of money is better than nothing. Don't worry, I'll give you your share. $3 million, and I'll give you a 5% commission. What do you think? That's $150,000. But for a $3 million outlay, you got $450,000 in benefits. I'm afraid even a robbery couldn't have happened so quickly." Gao Jun also invested a lot of money this time, and he felt the pain, but in order to increase sales, as long as he did not lose money, it would be fine. This number hit Conrad's heart deeply again, and his breathing stagnated. This greed was endless. After the first time, it was extremely easy to get it the second time. Please give the phone to Reinhardt. Chapter 67, Training Plan. Although Reinhardt was beaten black and blue, his ears were still very sharp. Conrad actually had an exchange of interests with the Chinese in front of him. Fuck, he swore incoherently. Through the slits of his eyes, he saw Gao Jun approaching with a half-smile and putting the phone to his ear. Mr. Conrad, I have something to tell you. Reinhardt shouted excitedly in German. You are betraying me. I'm 47, but Natalie is only 19. I have to think about her. Natalie is Conrad's drug-addicted daughter. Reinhardt has met her once. The skinny girl lying on the bed has few hairs left. She was tied to a chair by Conrad. She has a low voice, red eyes, and the whole dormitory is filled with a foul stench. That is a believer who has been completely abandoned by God. Listen, no matter what, you must purchase heavy weapons from him. I can give you 50,000 US dollars. Consider it. I beg you. Conrad's words sounded pleading at the end. Reinhardt sighed deeply and didn't reply. He simply hung up the phone. He raised his head and looked at Gao Jun with a complicated expression, pulling at the bruise at the corner of his mouth. I underestimated you, Chinese. You are more insidious than I thought. Thank you for the compliment. Gao Jun said meaningfully. Simple means there's no future, right? Reinhardt touched his face and looked at Gao Jun deeply with his deep eyes. He had served in the CCT for 10 years and had been to the battlefield with various special forces. He was already familiar with the rule that those who could survive were insidious people, and a fox would always be a fox. He groaned, supported himself on his knees, and climbed up. He looked back at his men who had been beaten miserably, glanced at Peter and the others with a little surprise, and laughed dryly. It seems that Mr. Gao has elite soldiers and generals under his command. He brought with him a special operations team, which he also trained personally. Although there's still a big gap compared with elite soldiers, ordinary mercenaries are really not good enough, especially in hand-to-hand combat. Reinhardt himself is proficient in usury fighting skills. The fact that he was knocked down by Gao Jun just now was purely an accident. Peter once served in the Usury Naughty Kids Special Forces. Ludwig was from Ruilep UFT, and the others have also received professional military training. They are outstanding troops from various countries. It can be considered that Gao Jun is showing off. I'm afraid that few small-scale private security companies can have such strong employee capital. Reinhardt's right eyebrow twitched, and he was also surprised. This unprepossessing young man actually came from the country of Usury. He pursed his lips, regretting his recklessness in his heart. If Gao Jun was an unscrupulous thug, he would probably have become a corpse by now. But the German's stubbornness prevented him from letting go of his ridiculous dignity. He could only darken his face and mutter, $3 million is probably enough to buy everything you have here. Gao Jun was stunned when he heard this and glanced at the warehouse. The system required replenishment every 2 weeks, and the warehouse had been checked by that woman in Samara before. Moreover, no matter how powerful the weapons of World War II were, they were antiques after all and could not be sold at a high price. Their only goods worth 1.7 million US dollars at most, including 6 SG-43 Gualanov heavy machine guns, 6 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns, 4 M2HB heavy machine guns, 2 static German Flak 38 20mm machine guns, and a number of bullets, etc. How about you just give me the rest of the money? Reinhardt. Gao Jun rubbed his nose, feeling that his words were a bit frivolous. As he stroked his chin, he caught a glimpse of a security guard huddled and rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach. His eyes lit up. How about, I'll help you train them with the remaining money. You still do this? As long as we can make money, we'll do it. Gao Jun bared his front teeth and rubbed his hands. Who can resist money? He pointed at the soldiers and said, In 3 months, I will train you a group of men who have seen blood. Reinhardt hesitated, so Gao Jun continued to tempt him. I will send our most elite instructors to teach them the most advanced special operations concepts. Of course, I will also take them to familiarize themselves with various battlefield environments. This is Gao Jun's real purpose. Recruiting people is so troublesome nowadays, I can use the excuse of training them and let them work for me. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay salary, but you still have to pay training fees. It's simply a genius idea. Sure enough, without the capitalist's assets, there must first be the capitalist's exploitation. Mr. Reinhardt, an indoor eagle can never become a capable aerial assassin. You don't want your hard-earned reputation to be trampled upon by a bunch of third-rate mercenaries, do you? You could see that Conrad had high hopes for this task force. Okay, but we still have internal tasks. I can arrange 10 people to receive training in the early stage. Reinhardt felt that what Gao Jun said made sense. Although this bastard was not a good person, what he said still made some sense. Minimize casualties. Gao Jun vaguely brushed off this request. I'll try my best. There will always be casualties in war. The only thing we need to do is to reduce the casualties among Zulong Company's employees. Both of them were practical men. After discussing some details, Reinhardt drove the heavy weapons in the car back first. The security department didn't have a special warehouse to store the remaining equipment, so they had to leave it with Gao Jun. For this, they paid a fee of $10,000. As he left, Reinhardt kept cursing Gao Jun, Grandet. These two German guys still had some credibility. That afternoon, Gao Jun received $2.85 million in his personal account. He smiled so hard that his mouth was crooked. He generously asked the logistics chef to add more food and even gave each person a reward of $10,000. John Shaddle, who had been left behind to escape, looked at the stack of US dollars in his hand with a strange look in his eyes. Is this for me? Luke, who had delivered the money, was secretly eating from the big pot in the kitchen. Hearing his doubts, he nodded vaguely. Boss said that even though the sick dog just arrived, he is one of us after all, so we still have to give him what he deserves. John Shadyer lowered his head, not knowing why he felt warm in his heart. Fuck, there's sand in my eyes, he muttered. He had brought a few guys to Ruilep. Wasn't it for these damned US dollars? But he didn't make any money, and several people died, and he lost all his pants. Sick dog, this place is better than you think. At least you're not alone anymore. Luke patted John Shaddle's shoulder and said with a smile, stealing a piece of beef. Think about it yourself first. I have to go take over. John Shaddle stared at the cauldron in a daze for a long time. Chapter 68. The price has increased, sir. That night, except for the necessary sentries, everyone else was drunk. Even more outrageous, Gao Jun saw, dazed, that sick dog, John Shaddle, his eyes blurry from drinking. He lay beside Ludwig, his hands rubbing against his chest muscles, burping. Darling, your chest is so broad. Ludwig responded without thinking. Gao Jun didn't read what happened next. He tilted his head and passed out drunk. Fuck, I'm going to kill you. Early in the morning, there was a pig-slaughtering scream in Zulong Company, which alarmed everyone. Gao Jun put on a coat, grabbed the pistol under the pillow, and ran out. In the yard outside the dormitory, Ludwig had red eyes and was holding Shadyer under him, pinching him tightly with both hands. The most important thing was, both of them were naked. You bastard, you actually took advantage of me being drunk and insulted me. Cough, cough. Shadyer rolled his eyes and his tongue hung at the corner of his mouth. The old Taoist priest and others who were watching the excitement on the side saw that something was wrong and rushed over, frantically pulling Ludwig away. The guy roared in grief and anger. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. What's going on? Gao Jun. He had drunk too much alcohol, his throat was a little hoarse, and his steps were a little unsteady. Boss, he's crazy. He wants to beat me as soon as he wakes up in the morning. Look, there's a shoe print on my butt. Shadyer complained aggrievedly. But this only irritated Ludwig even more. He roared like a giant bear, his veins popping out. You stinky piece of shit. Why didn't you tell me? Why are you naked in my bed? And hugging me? Puff! Mohammed was enjoying his bowl of noodles, but when he heard this, he spat it out. He choked, and his face became swollen. A noodle playfully popped out of his nostril. There was a dead silence in the air. The strong man was beaten up? Gao Jun's eyelids twitched, and his face became gloomy and unfriendly. Noticing the tension, Shadyer hurriedly explained, I think I drank too much yesterday. I can't remember anything that happened afterwards. He was halfway through his words when he caught a glimpse of Ludwig's murderous gaze. He swallowed in fear and continued, but I swear I absolutely didn't do anything. You damn fat. Hey, don't talk nonsense, big stupid bear. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Gao Jun frowned and said, Shut up. Go back and put on your clothes. What's the point of being naked? Are you showing off? He pointed at the two of them, ugly as hell. No matter how thick-skinned Shadyer and Ludwig were, They still stammered and ran away with their hands covering their crotches and blushing faces. Just as Gao Jun was about to scold the onlookers, Xiao Hao came running over from a distance, panting, holding a cell phone in his hand. "Boss, there's a call for you." "Who?" Gao Jun asked puzzledly as he took the phone. He said his name was Felix. Gao Jun paused and frowned. What did this media tycoon want from him? It seems that the two of them have no work intersection. But no matter what the other party said, they were all rich people, so face had to be given. Gao Jun pinched his nose and said, "Hey, Mr. Felix. I need your help, Gao." Felix on the other side said with fatigue in his tone, "Something happened to the preparatory team. Jeffrey was shot and killed, and the others were kidnapped." "Jeffrey is dead?" The first impression that came to Gao Jun's mind was that of an honest middle-aged man. He frowned. "Where's Frank Garland from the 8th Special Forces Division?" "Don't mention him," Felix interrupted in a deep voice, and Gao Jun tactfully shut up. Even a tycoon who had been playing the game in the business world for a long time could be emotionally disturbed. It seemed that Frank Garland had really irritated him. As soon as the battle broke out, he and his men were killed. Gao Jun's expression turned slightly grim. Although Frank Garland was annoying, the 8th Special Operations Division was still an elite unit, and they had a distinguished record in Ruilep unless they were surrounded by a large number of militants. Not every unit is called KSSO. Not every unit can send out 16 people to break out of an encirclement of 300 criminals. "I'm sorry, Mr. Felix, my employees, and I don't intend to take on this task. Please find someone else." Gao Jun refused. He felt a little happy in his heart. "You deserve it. If I hadn't replaced him, would such a thing have happened? If you trust the people of the 8th Division so much, then you should just die together." "Gao, are you blaming me?" Felix sighed. "I admit I misjudged him. Who knew Bernard Chamberlain's recruits would turn out to be a bunch of good-for-nothings? They've brought shame to the Thibault people. I can offer you $400,000, Gao. You're a businessman. You wouldn't give up a chance to make money just for a momentary outburst of anger, would you?" In fact, Felix is also very smart. $400,000 is not a high amount. You have to look at the price to be paid. He can put pressure on the Ruilep Ministry of the Interior to send special forces to rescue, but the follow-up matters are too troublesome. If there are deaths, there will be compensation for pensions. Private security companies don't have this trouble. They just pay a sum of money, and whether they make a profit or a loss depends on their ability. Gao Jun was indeed moved, but he wanted to negotiate the price. $400,000 is too low. I want $800,000. Gao, the island country hostage crisis only cost $400,000. Felix said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. The island hostage incident involved a young couple being kidnapped by Badasi. The island government spent $400,000 to hire a private security company called Basalt to successfully rescue the two hostages. As for the casualties of Basalt, it has always been a mystery. Mr. Felix, the price has gone up. Gao Jun did the math for the other party. There are 2 Japanese hostages, and the cost is $400,000, which is an average of $200,000 per person. Your preparation team has 4 or 5 people, so $800,000 is a fair price. Gao Jun can sit down and bargain with Felix slowly, but does the other party have the confidence to do so? If something happens to the preparatory group, it will be a serious blow to the image of the entire Felix group. I promise you, but you must bring everyone back. This is my responsibility, but I have one more request. Gao Jun curled his lips. I need 6 sets of Special Forces individual equipment, like those from the 8th Special Forces Division. Gao Jun became jealous when he saw the individual equipment of those guys, especially the GPNVG 18 head-mounted night vision goggles, which made Gao Jun want to grab it. This was actually exhibited at the SHOT Show a long time ago, and the price was only $15,000 at that time. This machine uses a 16mm image intensifier tube, which is 25% lighter than ordinary ones, but the price is a decrease in clarity. It is actually a variant of the Ambus 10-night vision goggles, but it is especially suitable for mercenaries like Gao Jun. And the Colt Mod 733 5.5 6mm assault rifle, SOE tactical vest. This entire set of equipment would cost at least close to $30,000, which is quite luxurious. Felix on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and agreed. I'll tell General Chamberlain about this matter, and they'll hand it over to you. Please. Chapter 69, Codename. I don't know how much pressure Felix put on the 8th Special Forces Division. The person who came to take over was a lieutenant colonel in his early 30s. Of course, in this damn place called Central Island, military ranks are extremely unreliable. There are even 16-year-old generals in South Africa. However, the lieutenant colonel was obviously very unhappy with Gao Jun. He had a gloomy face the whole time. After leaving behind 6 individual equipment and intelligence, he drove back in the jeep without stopping for a moment. When he arrived at the door, he honked the horn several times at Xiao Hao in a demonstrative manner. What a bad temper. I really want to deflate his tires. Muhammad spat to the side and said disdainfully, "What a bullshit. Don't you still have to rely on us?" Gao Jun didn't care. He squatted down and touched the Colt Mod 733 assault rifle with shining eyes. This gun is specially used by the U.S. Special Forces. It weighs 2.44 kilograms. It is widely used because of its fast firing rate and accurate lethality, especially in street fighting. He pulled the bolt hard, and the pleasant sound was indeed much more exciting than those old World War II weapons. Peter, Muhammad, Luke, Luther, and Sick Dog form an action team with me. We'll act at night, and the rest of you will stay behind to provide support. Those whose names were not called looked a little disappointed. After all, they were mercenaries in essence, and fighting meant fighting for US dollars. Gao Jun found a stone and sat down, opened the information inside, scanned it quickly, and frowned involuntarily. Edmund Carter, a Rhine native, graduated from Tehran University and leader of the Badasi. He is cruel and cunning by nature, and his actions are vicious and cold. 3 bomb attacks were launched against the U.S. military camp in Badasi, with a total casualties of more than 20 people. At the same time, religious people of different sects were massacred. The reward for his capture is $480,000 US dollars on the U.S. military's wanted list. U.S. intelligence agencies confirmed that it is in the desert outside the city of Badasi, near the village of Nelachu. Nello Hill Village? Gao Jun frowned, rolled up the intelligence, stuffed it into his pocket, and shouted, "Xiao Hao, bring me the map of Badasi in the conference room." Little Hao in the distance responded with his feet moving quickly. No matter where this kid ran, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. In just half a cigarette's time, Little Hao ran back panting, sticking out his tongue like a dog to cool down, and wiping the sweat from his forehead with the torn clothes. "Didn't I pay you your salary? Go buy some decent clothes, and don't wear this all day long." Gao Jun glanced at him and said in a low voice. Little Hao was startled. He lifted his sleeve and could see far away through the hole. He scratched his head and said, "Boss, this shirt is still wearable. Save the money for future big things." Gao Jun didn't try to persuade him much, but nodded slightly, spread out the map of Badasi, opened his eyes wide, and searched slowly. Finally, we found Nalokiu village in the upper right corner of Badasi, about 120 kilometers from the city. This is well within the range of the bird helicopter, but the only drawback is that we can't be sure where the hostages are, and the bird helicopter could easily alert the enemy. Then the only option left is to drive to your destination. Have Nicholson fill up the Humvee's tank. Gao Jun stood up and dusted off his butt. Take everything you don't need out of the car. The car is too heavy to drive in the desert. Okay, I'll go tell him right away. Little Hal cleverly took on the responsibility of a communicator. The time in Ruilep is 5 hours later than that in China. In summer, the days and nights are slightly longer, so the action team had dinner early. After eating and drinking, the 6 people drove 2 Hummers and quietly left the city under the cover of night. Keep 10 meters between the vehicles and drive at full speed towards the southeast. The main purpose of our trip is to rescue the hostages and avoid getting too involved in the battle. Gao Jun held the pull ring with one hand, looked ahead, and shared information with everyone through the headset. The Badasi desert at night was endless, and the empty coldness made people helpless. There was only the faint light of the Hummer and the grinding sound of the chariot. Perhaps because they knew that the war was coming, everyone was silent. "Sick Dog, do you have anything to eat?" Luke held his stomach and nudged the dozing Shadier with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Shadier frowned impatiently and closed his eyes. "No, you're hungry right after eating this?" "I'm just nervous." Luke was embarrassed. He swallowed his saliva and wanted to ask Ludwig who was driving in front. But after thinking about it, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. Asking this big brother for food was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. This guy didn't turn off his earphones when he asked the question, so Gao Jun in the car behind him heard it clearly. I still have some chocolate here. Take some to fill your stomach for a while." Gao Jun's voice came from the headset. Hearing the boss say this, Luke's face turned a little red, but he was really hungry after all, so he had to thank him. Peter, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly said, "Boss, I think you should give yourself a nickname on the battlefield. Don't be so foolish as to reveal your real name. Our work is shady, and it would be quite troublesome if they traced it back to your name." Hearing the nickname, Muhammad, who was driving, agreed. He smacked his lips and whistled. "I had a nickname when I was in the 36th Battalion. Machine Gun. Isn't it impressive? Isn't it domineering? How about boss? Give him a nickname similar to mine. How about RPG?" Gao Jun patted Muhammad's shoulder and said with a smile, "Look at your waist strength, Badasi Red Light District Machine Gun King." He was joking on purpose, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. After listening to Gao Jun's explanation, Peter also chuckled. "That won't work. Our boss's code name is a cannonball. If someone bombards us with an RPG in the future, we can say, 'Hey, the RPG is coming.' Oh my God, I think it's the boss flying over here." Gao Jun smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Forget it. The name RPG is too impressive. Let's just call him Second Master." When Gao Jun said his new nickname, his heart moved. In fact, Gao Jun wanted to be a middleman before, but after coming to Ruilep, he felt that he could do bigger things and become a businessman with a gun in his left hand and money in his right hand. The nickname Erdogan was too ugly, so he just called him Eerie, and he could take advantage of him. Most importantly, everyone in China knows who was called Yi in ancient times. It was Guangong. To get involved, you have to find someone to back you up and pay your respects to feel at ease. The others also said their nicknames one by one. Ludwig's nickname was Wild Bear. It was quite suitable for his physique, but Peter's was a bit strange, a single word, beast. According to him, in the Christian faith, this describes the meaning of God's servants and worshippers. The nicknames were all over the place, but the effect was obvious. Luke's originally nervous state of mind gradually relaxed. Chapter 70, Action Team. The desert outside the village of Inialacho was somewhat eerie and lonely. Occasionally, a few poisonous snakes with their tongues flashing moved slowly, greedily searching for prey with cold eyes. Not far away, a few figures were crouching in the darkness. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to spot any clues at all. Intelligence shows that a group of Badasi militants have gathered in this village, and the hostages are very likely among them. The purpose of our trip is to rescue the hostages. Gao Jun repeated the task while pressing the earphone, put down the night vision goggles, and saw a flash of green in front of his eyes. Machine guns. Occupy the commanding heights and observe. Receive. Muhammad threw the rifle behind him, bent his body, used his hands and feet, and jumped onto a tilted poplar tree like a wild monkey. He patted a thick trunk, leaned against it, and monitored the surrounding environment through the night vision goggles. The rest of you moved forward quickly. Gao Jun slowly got up and gave orders into the headset. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. The night is the best cover God gives to warriors. The group quietly walked on the soft desert and reached the outskirts of Nalokiu village. Second Master, a target has been spotted at the 10 o'clock direction. Muhammad's report came from the headset. Gao Jun waved his hand and clapped his hands a few times, signaling everyone to stop. Through the night vision goggles, one could see a yawning militant with an AK-47 on his back, smoking a cigarette with both hands beside a wooden fence, facing the direction the team had to take. Gao Jun turned around, patted Peter behind him, and stroked his neck with his right hand. "Kill him." Peter nodded, threw the rifle behind him, his eyes flashing with ferocity like a vulture. He drew out a dagger, held it in his mouth, and crawled over in a low posture. Each move was like a gecko climbing a wall, and he tried not to make any sound. His whole body was pressed tightly against the ground, his combat uniform blending into the color of the desert. When he was close to the wooden railing, he raised his head, gradually raised his hands, and suddenly grabbed the man's collar, covered his mouth, and pulled him down. Ouch! The militant struggled in fear, and the dagger cut his neck fiercely, and his blood vessels surged like a tide. Peter still didn't loosen his grip. The veteran on the battlefield knew that when his throat was cut, he still had about 3 seconds to scream a warning. A small detail could determine the success or failure of an operation. After the other party's pupils gradually dilated, Peter moved his hand away, glanced around vigilantly, and whispered, "Target cleared. Area safe." Gao Jun quickly jumped into the wall and gestured with his hands. 2 teams disperse. Like a pair of partners who had a tacit understanding for a long time, the sick dog behind patted Luke and Ludwig on the shoulders, reminding them to follow and infiltrate along the corner of the village. Gao Jun and Peter searched house by house. In the distance, Muhammad leaned meticulously on the sniper scope, holding an M24 sniper rifle in his hand. Conrad had his confidant send the gun back, apparently in this way to tell Gao Jun that the matter with Alfred was settled. Muhammad's body tensed up. Sick dog, there are enemies ahead of you. As soon as the warning was transmitted through the headset, gunshots suddenly rang out over there. Fuck, we've been discovered by the secret sentry. Ant falls down. Ant falls down. The anxious cry of the sick dog was heard in the headset. In special operations, when a comrade is injured, he is signaled by falling down. Death is not considered, because death can only be confirmed after the war, but it also represents the loss of combat effectiveness. Gao Jun's heart sank, but he gave the order firmly. Fire! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a grenade from his tactical vest and threw it in through the window. After an explosion, Peter kicked the door open and shot at the militants lying on the ground inside. Ding, ding, ding. The entire village of Nalukiu was filled with sirens, and groups of armed men rushed out with weapons. A DSHK 12.7mm heavy machine gun was mounted on one or two floors of a small building. The gunman wearing a black scarf ran up anxiously to take position, turned on the safety, and fired at Gao Jun and others. Heavy machine gun. Machine cannon hit him. Gao Jun shrank his head and slammed into the weed curtain, hiding behind the cabinet and roaring. Muhammad loaded the bullet, aimed at the gunman who was firing through the night vision scope, and fired. Bang! The bullets hit the bulletproof plate of the machine gun, scaring the gunner and the assistant gunner so much that they lowered their heads and shouted to the surroundings. Muhammad, who missed the target, cursed softly, took a deep breath, and shot the deputy shooter on his exposed calf. The assistant gunner swayed while holding his broken leg and bumped into the machine gunner's shoulder, sending the other party out in an instant. Before he could dodge, a bullet hit him right between his eyebrows, and he fell to the ground and died. Pull out the machine guns, the bearded man said, then slid down from the poplar tree and rushed into the village. Gao Jun, who had been suppressed by fire inside and was a little angry, rolled out of the hut and fired at the Badasi elements, killing several of them. He called Peter to run towards the largest building in the village, but the two did not run at full speed. Instead, Peter hid behind Gao Jun and let the latter shoot and kill his way out. Changing, Gao Jun shouted, indicating that he wanted to change the magazine and asked Peter to cover him. This is the professional term of the Navy SEALs, which is gradually spreading to other countries. The two exchanged positions and moved forward alternately. Sick dog, please report the situation. Ant was shot in the eye socket. Shadier was very nervous. Have Barbarian Bear lead him to the second point. The rest of you should focus on attacking the white-roofed houses in the village. After receiving the order, Ludwig carried the seriously injured Luke on his back and ran out under the cover of the sick dog. Kill the hostages. Sitting in the main room, Edmund Carter rested his AK-47 before him. Perhaps due to his long years in the desert, his skin looked chapped, but his beard was clearly carefully groomed with a well-balanced, vibrant color. Surrounded by 3 or 4 head-bandaged militants, only his eyes revealed a fanatical energy. Yes, Chief. Edmund Carter watched the departing servant, picked up the AK-47 in front of him, and stood up. Let the enemy repent before the Lord. In fact, his action this time was entirely aimed at Fran of the 8th Special Forces Division. He also kidnapped the members of the preparatory group in order to extort some working capital to finance the Great Holy War. But he unexpectedly attracted an elite rescue force, and his own men suffered heavy casualties. But as for regrets, Edmund Carter always believed that when he sacrificed his life for the revival of Ruilep, everything he had done would be worth it. There will surely be a day when Mia will once again bring hope to humanity. A group of people rushed out of the main house howling. Gao Jun, who was outside the door, heard the noise and shouted to Peter, "Fire in the hole." Chapter 71. Poverty is the original sin. Peter originally planned to take out an ordinary grenade, but after hesitating, he switched to an M15 white phosphorus grenade. The M15 white phosphorus grenade weighs about 400 grams and can kill or seriously injure anyone within a 17-meter radius. Once the shrapnel enters the skin, it is difficult to remove. If the skin is not kept moist, the shrapnel may even burn, causing secondary damage to the enemy. This Edmund Carter was destined to be a tragic figure. Before he could rush out, he saw a smoking grenade rolling in from the doorway. FFF. Who knows what he is shouting? He opened his mouth and howled in horror, but the next second, shrapnel penetrated the back of his neck. Oh. Edmund Carter's knees gave way, and he knelt on the ground, his eyes wide open, his hands clutching his throat. His eyelids twitched constantly, and he collapsed, dead, unable to catch his breath. Gao Jun, who had been huddled in the corner by the door, waited until the grenade exploded before rushing in, crouching low. He immediately spotted Edmund Carter, dressed and adorned in a different way. He grabbed his hair and pulled his head, revealing his bloodied face. He then compared it with the photo in his memory. "Is this Edmund Carter?" Peter asked. "No, it's $480,000. Peter rolled his eyes helplessly, and at this moment, the news from the sick dog came from the headset. The enemy has been eliminated and the hostages have been found. Gao Jun stood up with a thud, kicked Edmund Carter in the head, grabbed the collar, dragged the body to the door, and ran towards the sick dog. In a cellar next to the main house, he met the members of the preparatory team who had not been seen for a long time. Harris was lying on the ground with a fist-sized hole in his chest, his eyes wide open in unwillingness. It was obvious that there was no way he could survive. Gao Jun had really predicted that this guy would not be able to escape from Ruilep. Several other female staff members were huddled up in fear, pulling at their clothes, looking dazed. Their faces and necks were covered in bruises. Gao Jun felt a sinking feeling in his heart. They might have been abused. In war, this is the norm. Local armed groups in many places have the bad habit of keeping sex slaves to allow these beasts to vent their animal desires. Therefore, women are never needed in the front line fighting. If you're captured, what awaits you is a life worse than death. Gao Jun saw the familiar Alice with her eyes wide open, leaning against a dark corner. The glasses that once smiled now looked so depressed and desperate. "Alice." He walked over, squatted down, and called softly, "I'm here to take you home." Alice's body trembled, and she suddenly hugged Gao Jun's neck, crying out loudly. What she experienced in the past few days was like a nightmare for a girl who was only in her 20s. For some reason, Gao Jun felt a pain in his heart. He was afraid that it was his conscience that was weakening. "Mr. Felix, I'm sorry to tell you that when we arrived, Harris was already dead," Gao Jun said solemnly. As for the others, when he said this, he turned his head and looked at Alice, who was sleeping on his shoulder. She was holding his arm tightly, tears streaming down her eyes, and her body was trembling slightly. Gao Jun patted her shoulder and sighed. "I think you'd better find some psychiatrists for them." "Gao, thank you very much for this. The remaining balance will be transferred to your account tomorrow. Please take care of them for me for a few days. The PR team from Felix Group will be rushing to Ruilep. This is what I should do." Gao Jun hung up the phone and looked at Conrad, who was smoking outside the ward with a depressed look on his face. He hesitated and said, "Thank you, my friend." Conrad was pulled out of bed by Gao Jun. After the battle, Luke's injuries were severe, and Gao Jun had no choice but to call for Nicholson's assistance. They used the Little Bird helicopter to transport the wounded man to the Royal Hospital of Ruilep. However, since it was a gunshot wound, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he summoned Conrad. Of course, Gao Jun promised him $30,000, otherwise the security minister wouldn't have arrived so promptly. Thanks to Gao Jun's connections, he managed to get a doctor who had studied in Germany to perform the surgery. Hearing Gao Jun's words, Conrad paused and said in a low voice, "I don't want to be friends with you." This sounded like a childish child speaking in anger. Gao Jun shook his head and smiled bitterly. He moved half his butt, patted the empty chair, and motioned Conrad to come and sit over. Conrad hesitated, but still walked over, but only half of his butt was touched. He crossed his legs, turned his back to him, and smoked a dry cigarette. "You know what? Sometimes we really seem to." Gao Jun didn't care. He removed the magazine from the rifle and took out the bullets. "I don't want to be like an arms dealer who only cares about money and makes the most unscrupulous money in the world." Conrad did not miss any opportunity to mock. He flicked his cigarette and glanced at him with disdain. Gao Jun's face remained calm. "I admit that Franklin's stinky face disgusts me, but the damn thing is the whole world likes it. He represents wealth. You can't deny that I'm richer than you." Conrad was about to retort when Gao Jun interrupted him again. "Don't talk to me about spiritual prosperity. It's pure bullshit. You were once the elite of the 9th Squadron. You believed in the iron blood of the German tanks, but without it, what did it give you memories, youth fuck? A bunch of bastards. Can they let you drink fine wine, or let you call girls without restraint in a nightclub, or even make you smoke marijuana like crazy? Gao Jun stared at him intently, gritting his teeth and saying, I never want to go back to poverty. As long as I have money, who can control me? Unexpectedly, Conrad grabbed Gao Jun by the collar, his eyes red, and screamed in a low voice, GSG, 9 is my pride. You can't insult it. Is pride worth money? Gao Jun est disdainfully. When you accepted the 300,000 yuan I gave you, you gave up your pride. You, like me, are a slave to the US dollar and a worshiper of money. Conrad gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffed up, his face ferocious, as if he wanted to devour Gao Jun. The latter still looked at him fearlessly. I just don't want to live a dull life. If I don't make a name for myself, I'd rather die. Looking at the stubborn young man in front of him, whose tone did not conceal his ambition, Conrad seemed to be facing the shadow of another man who was equally unruly, equally arrogant, and also fighting for the so-called unwillingness. You two look so much alike. He blurted out involuntarily. Who? Vasily Alba. Conrad was afraid Gao Jun didn't recognize him, so he explained, he's someone who, like you, wants to transcend the ordinary. Of course, he's a hero, and you're a disgusting businessman. Chapter 72, 2% Plan. Gao Jun didn't comment on Conrad's evaluation. He carefully pulled his numb arm out of Alice's arms, raised half of his butt, and took out half a pack of crushed cigarettes from the butt pocket of his combat uniform. With a casual shake, the cigarette holder popped out of the cigarette box. Gao Jun took a cigarette and gestured to Conrad. I'm not used to hitting other people. Conrad glanced at her arrogantly, pouting and saying with disdain. Gao Jun shrugged and blew out a smoke ring in ecstasy. Hey, sir, smoking is not allowed in the hospital. The black security guard next to him bravely reminded him. He glanced at the assault rifle leaning against the side, swallowed his saliva, and groaned in his heart. Many people in Ruilep have very bad tempers, fearing that they will anger Gao Jun and get shot. This kind of thing has happened before. Excuse me, sir, I want to be alone. Gao Jun pulled out a $100 bill and stuffed it into the black man's hand. The black man was startled, his eyes greedily scanning the dollar in his hand, then buried it in his underwear like a treasure, grinning. Of course, sir, call me if you need anything. See? He's happy. Because of the US dollars. Gao Jun looked at the black security guard's back and said with a smile, he's smart. He knows I have money. Why would he bother with money? Of course, Conrad knew that this damn profiteer was brainwashing him. As a retired officer of GS9, his position was firmer than anyone else's, but it seemed as if there were two little people in his mind arguing fiercely with each other. As a soldier, you must be loyal to your profession. You work for the Ruilep government. You cannot sell them out for profit. Hey, man, the Ruilep people's country is ruined. They have no future. They might not even survive tomorrow. Why should we be loyal to them? How about we change masters? I think the US dollar has the smell I like. Gao Jun watched Conrad's brows, sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. The cigarette on his fingers gradually burned out, and his lips trembled slightly with nervousness. He's making a decision. Just as Gao Jun was about to say a few more words about money being the most important thing, the emergency light in the operating room dimmed, and a doctor wearing a mask came out with a frown on his brow. Sick Dog and others who were sitting outside the operating room hurriedly stood up and surrounded the doctor. Now, was the doctor? Shadiel, who had the deepest feelings for Luke, asked anxiously. His life is saved, but his right eyeball was removed and the nerves were damaged. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in strenuous activities in the future, said the doctor. At first, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard he was still alive, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, didn't it directly prove that Luke was doomed? Fuck. Shadiel cursed under his breath and kicked the trash can next to him, scaring the nurse so much that she hid behind the doctor in fear. Sick Dog, Gao Jun said calmly, calm down. As soon as he stood up, Alice seemed to sense something, opened her eyes, and clung to him tightly in fear. Gao Jun tilted his head to look at her, took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and extinguished the flame with his toes. He patted Alice's head and walked over to the doctor. What's the worst possible outcome? The doctor hesitated for a moment, vegetative state. The structure of the brain is the biggest mystery since the development of medicine. The fact that Luke survived his injuries is already the biggest miracle. During the Chechen War in 2000, a Russian soldier was hit in the forehead in a sniper battle. The bullet was stuck in the middle of the forehead. After retreating, he saw a piece of iron on his head. His comrades were afraid that the wound would get infected, so they wanted to treat it quickly. However, there were no tools on the battlefield, so they roughly disinfected it with alcohol and then used pliers to clamp the bullet, and he survived. The probability of this happening is 1 in a million. This is not the result I want. Gao Jun frowned and sighed as if stating a fact. The doctor's heart tightened, his legs weakening with fear. This is just the worst possible outcome. Ruilep medical equipment, and I can't give him better follow-up treatment. I don't mind going abroad. Where? Grimm Hospital in Germany. My medical school teacher, there is an expert there. He's a famous neurosurgeon. Shadier and others frowned. The medical expenses were a bit tricky. Please contact your teacher. I'll cover the rest of the expenses. Gao Jun pets Shadier's shoulder. I won't let my employees die over money. From now on, Zulon Company will allocate 2% of its annual turnover for employees' medical treatment and living expenses after they become disabled. Upon hearing this decision, even Conrad turned around in surprise. In fact, in any PMC company, the treatment of disabled mercenaries is simple and rough. Either you're given a sum of money to get out, but the amount is pitifully small, or they could take a pay cut and do logistical work within the company. But this is often a torment for proud mercenaries. Almost no company is willing to spend a large amount of medical expenses for an employee who is destined to be disabled, which is of no benefit to military contractors who pursue profit above all else. This industry is more cold-blooded than it appears. Gao Jun's 2% plan can be considered an innovation, and it is also a kind of protection for employees. This made everyone feel warm in their hearts. Have Nicholson contact someone and charter a plane to Berlin, Germany, and do it quickly. I'll contact them right away. Peter nodded and walked out to make a phone call. Boss, thank you. Shadier's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Gao Jun nodded and said, go check on the ants first. Sick Dog and the others responded obediently and trotted into the operating room, where they could hear quiet shouts coming from them. I have to admit that if you go into politics, you will definitely be a great liar, Conrad said, standing behind Gao Jun. Who said I'm a liar? Gao Jun turned around and said bluntly, the US dollars I spend on my employees will be earned back for me, but if the morale of the team is low, it will be difficult to lead. Anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. Conrad also realized that his eloquence was no match for Gao Jun's. He picked up his coat, put it on, turned around, and left, pausing. I'll send the first batch of students over in a few days. You better not let me down. Gao Jun shook his head and smiled. This German guy has such a damn self-esteem. This is a relationship that can be established without money. Nicholson chartered the flight for $15,000 per hour. Mohammed led the second team to escort the ambulance to the airport. Looking at the M2 heavy machine gun mounted on the back of the pickup truck, Little Hal sat on the ammunition box with his hat tilted on his head and saluted Gao Jun. This brat. Gao Jun cursed with a smile. Boss, then should I go to Germany with you? Nicholson asked. Well, I'll transfer money to your account. Call me if you need anything. Gao Jun felt helpless in letting this rough guy go. But when he needed people, he found out, damn, they were all rough and rough men. Nicholson is relatively careful. Chapter 73, Lawlessness. Boss, let's go back to. After watching the convoy leave, Peter whispered, seeing Gao Jun nod. He asked Miles to drive the Hummer over, and the rest of the people protected the remaining staff of the preparatory team and got them into the car. Everyone will be assigned to the back car. Gao Jun frowned. I'll take the front car. Generally, the lead vehicle in a convoy is the most dangerous. If there is a mine or a sudden attack, 80% of the lead vehicles will become targets, and the mortality rate is also extremely high. He was about to open the truck door when Alice followed him, tears welling up in her eyes and a droopy mouth. She hugged Gao Jun's waist and pressed her head against him tightly, crying and trembling, I'm afraid. People who have suffered serious injuries are prone to post-injury disorder. If their emotions fluctuate greatly, they may do extreme things. This is similar to post-war syndrome. Viper, you take the back car. Gmamba glanced at Alice, grabbed his rifle, opened the door and got out of the car, then got into the back car with a depressed look on his face. What? Were you kicked out? Ludwig, who was driving, tilted his head, and sneered. What do you think that woman means by clinging to the boss like that? Mamba put his hands on the front seat, curiosity on his face. Ludwig coughed and prepared to pretend a few more times. Then he heard the old Taoist priest leaning over, smoking a cigarette, his eyes open, and saying with a smile, "Men and women are nothing more than the same thing in bed." Jamamba and Luther looked at each other and gave the old Taoist priest a thumbs up at the same time. The convoy was moving on the silent and bumpy road. The whole city was filled with sporadic gunshots. Frightened Alice pinched Gao Jun's arm in fear and looked around. The narrow space of the Hummer made her feel scared. Gao Jun frowned and patted her arm comfortingly. "Miles, drive faster." Although the night was not peaceful, no one was so bored as to attack the convoy that looked difficult to deal with, and they returned to the company base safely. Arrange a dormitory for them. Make sure it's big enough, and then find 2 brothers to watch over them at night. Gao Jun pointed at Muhammad, who got off the car behind, and gave the order. I want to be with you." Alice grabbed Gao Jun and said hopefully. Gao Jun grabbed her neck with his backhand and pressed his head against her forehead, looking at her calmly. "It's all over. You don't have to be afraid anymore. No one can hurt you here. Believe me, you can sleep well tonight." Alice seemed about to say something else, but Peter half forced her away. "She's emotionally unstable." The old Taoist priest had stood beside Gao Jun at some point and sighed. "I'm afraid she might harm herself." Gao Jun's pupils tightened, and he frowned. "Didn't I get some morphine last time? Inject it into her, tie her up with a rope at night, and gag her. Just make sure she doesn't die. Isn't this too radical?" Morphine is an analgesic that can make people feel drowsy. It is the main alkaloid of opium and can relieve tension and mental depression in the human body. For example, the U.S. military's ground forces are equipped with addictive stimulants, such as morphine. Of course, if this stimulant is injected too much, it can easily cause brain death. Gao Jun stared at the old Taoist priest and shrugged. "We're not just good men and women. In the PMC industry, money is everything. I'm not Mr. Felix's super nanny. Do I have to rescue them from the Badasi and give them psychological counseling?" The old Taoist priest was speechless for a moment, and he continued to laugh. "Of course, if Mr. Felix is willing to pay, I don't mind letting Alice sleep with me tonight, if that makes her feel good." Gao Jun's words are full of strong negative energy, as if everything is influenced by the US dollar. "Don't think too much. Professionals will be here tomorrow. Have a good rest tonight." After saying that, Gao Jun didn't know where the mood came from, humming a little tune and walked towards the dormitory. "He's become hard-hearted." The old Taoist priest lowered his head and spoke softly, as if describing the situation, yet also lamenting the impermanence of life. "He has lost his conscience. This damn war-torn place, I never thought people would grow up so fast." The next day, around 8 or 9 o'clock, a JLTV, Joint Light Vehicle, a patrol car similar to the U.S. military's LATV, was parked in front of the Zulon Company. There are 3 Humvees protecting the front and back, a standard convoy escort formation. 3 or 4 gunmen dressed as mercenaries, wearing short-sleeved shirts, bulletproof vests, and baseball caps, jumped out of the Hummer in front. They looked around, chewed gum, and were very alert. "Male dog, go check it out." A white man wearing sunglasses stood up from the Hummer, blew a whistle, pointed to someone, and said, "Fuck, you want me to go again?" The male dog complained in dissatisfaction, but lowered his voice for fear of being heard by others. The male dog picked up a stone and carefully threw it at the iron gate. There was a burst of sparks and a somewhat harsh cracking sound. "Hey, dog, do you need me to say hello to all the female members of your family?" The white man jumped out of the car, cursing, and arrogantly fired a volley of bullets at the iron gate, roaring loudly. Don't ever think that mercenaries are just a group of reckless men who are after money. In fact, they're sometimes a group of hopeless lunatics. The restlessness inherent in these guys was fully unleashed in Ruilep, and the violence in their human nature grew even more intense. In 2006, American newspapers broke the news that the U.S. military had been harmed by mercenaries. A U.S. military transport vehicle collided with a mercenary's Humvee, causing damage to the front of the Humvee. These furious guys picked up their weapons, forced the U.S. soldiers to roll down, and made them kneel on the ground to surrender, demanding that the U.S. military repair their Humvee before they could leave. This incident was considered a great humiliation by the U.S. military, but also shows the lawlessness of mercenaries. Roar, roar, roar. After the white man finished shooting the bullet with red eyes, He winked at the male dog triumphantly, carried the rifle nonchalantly, and walked forward 2 steps. The male dog's face was not looking good, and he tilted his neck in anger. His peripheral vision just happened to catch a glimpse of the muzzle of the gun on the roof of the building at the door. Attention! His pupil shrank, and he roared. Da-da-da. The M2 heavy machine gun was sweeping the Humvee in front without any mercy. The 12.7 by 99 millimeters bullets caused the front cover of the Humvee to explode instantly. The cars behind saw that something was wrong and shifted into reverse. Back off! Back off! Fire! Fire! These mercenaries were all experienced fighters, and they got up and fought back. All the employees of Zulon Company, startled by the gunshots and alarms, picked up their weapons and ran towards the gate. Fuck it. Who's tired of living? Miles, pull out the Type 92 infantry cannon at the dormitory door and blow him up. Chapter 74, JLTV. Miles responded and called out to several Boy Scouts to pull off the underwear hanging on the barrel of the Type 92 infantry gun and throw it away. The gun weighs only 0.212 tons and can be pulled entirely by manpower. Don't be fooled by this antique from the 1930s, but its firing range is very wide. The horizontal firing range is 90 degrees, and the elevation angle is also close to 90 degrees. This is mainly because the Type 92 infantry gun is small in size and light in weight, and has a low center of gravity. Therefore, it can withstand a relatively large range of firing angle adjustment. It can flexibly apply the firing angle, especially the elevation angle that is said to be able to reach more than 80 degrees. Although the people of that country are not very good, they're good at shooting. Reload. Miles picked up a 70 millimeters high-explosive bomb and quickly loaded it into the ammunition box. He covered his ears with one hand, pulled the wire, and the gun body shook, and black smoke came out of the muzzle. The high-explosive bomb flew out in a parabola at a speed of 198 meters per second. The male dog hiding behind the shelter of the building suddenly felt frightened. This was the veteran's acquired intuition. He tilted his head and nervously glanced at the battle situation. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed, "Cannonball! Dodge!" He didn't care about the stray bullets, and frantically dodged to the side with his head in his hands. His face was hideous and terrifying, and a fire was burning fiercely in his lungs. Bang! The shell went straight into the body of the Hummer, which had been riddled with holes like a sieve, and exploded in front of the horrified eyes of the bystanders. No. The white man's face lost its previous arrogance, and his upper body was shredded by the scattered debris. Although the initial velocity of the Type 92 infantry gun shells is low, it is powerful enough to hit unprotected vehicles and armored vehicles, and the radius of the killing area is close to 5 meters, which is enough to teach these mercenaries who are looking for trouble a lesson. The male dog trembled, covering his numb ears, his eyes bloodshot. He saw that the convoy, with the exception of a United Light vehicle, which had long since avoided the situation, had blown up the entire Humvee that the mercenaries were riding in. Several people were lying motionless on the ground. Damn it! The male dog opened his mouth and cursed, not knowing who he was targeting. He stood up, covering his injured leg. The iron gate was opened, and he saw a group of people with weapons more elite than his own pouring out. From the other side's footsteps, body shapes, and tactical movements, the male dog knew that this was a group of well-trained soldiers. Judging from the looks of these guys, they're actually going to shoot again. The sweat on the dog's forehead stood out in the sunlight. The corners of his eyes were tense and tense. He stood up in panic and waved his hands. Stop! We're the escort team hired by the Felix Group. Gao Jun frowned and stood at the back, watching a black man waving his hands vigorously and speaking English with a South African accent, which he could not understand clearly. What did he say? Gao Jun asked Miles, who was also confused, and patted Ludwig's shoulder. Cover me. He raised his gun, approached the male dog, and pressed down with one hand. Put your hands where I can see them, and kneel down. But the male dog's ears were buzzing from the high-explosive bombs, and he couldn't understand what Miles said at all. He thought he was being shot, and he couldn't help but hissing fiercely, No. Kneel down. I am the male dog of the Devil Mercenary Group. On your knees. Miles raised his voice and was a little nervous. Suddenly, the male dog put his hands in his pockets, as if he was going to take something out. Miles was already in a tense state, with his index finger on the trigger. When he saw the other party's posture, he shot decisively. The muzzle of the gun trembled, the male dog's body shook, and a bloody hole appeared on his temple. He tried hard to stand firm, but his feet went weak, and he fell to the ground and died. Shoot him. After Miles came to his senses, he waved behind him, signaling everyone to surround the United Light motor vehicle and pointed at the terrified driver inside. Come out. The door of the United Light vehicle was open from the inside. A smooth hand stretched out tremblingly, and a panicked female voice came from inside. Don't kill us. Miles held onto the car door and saw several well-dressed men and women huddled inside. The one who was speaking was one of them. She was wearing black-framed glasses and an OL dress. She held the bag in front of her body, and a look of panic flashed across her pretty face. Get off. Miles shook the gun and said in a deep voice. The group of people didn't dare to disobey and got out of the car trembling. When Gao Jun saw the way these people were dressed, he frowned and finally decided on a logo on a woman's handbag. Are you the PR team of Felix Group? Yes. The lady who had just spoken nodded hurriedly. I'm Catherine from the PR team. Gao Jun tilted his head, his expression unfriendly. Who are those idiots? They're a group of mercenaries we hired in Ruilep, responsible for our safety. Catherine finished speaking in one breath, then hesitantly asked carefully, Are you Mr. Gao? You can call me Second Master. Gao Jun interrupted with a dark face and said to Miles, Clean up and throw the body outside to feed the wild dogs. Catherine clenched her fists in fear when she heard that. She still remembers Mr. Felix once calling her into his office and calling Gao Jun an interesting guy. Fuck. Damn it, Boss Yada, is this fun? Just now, they were bombarding us with artillery, and in less than half an hour, all the mercenaries were dead, and we even had to feed their bodies to the dogs. He is simply an emotionless butcher. Come with me. Gao Jun turned around and looked at the joint light vehicle. This vehicle is the latest transportation tool equipped by the U.S. military, and its performance is not inferior to the Hummer. It weighs 6.4 tons, is equipped with a 6.6-liter diesel engine, has a maximum power of about 300 horsepower, and can reach a maximum speed of 70 miles per hour. Compared to it, the old Hummer seems a bit overwhelmed. The military Humvee has been in use since 1985. It is not only an important vehicle for the United States in ground combat, but is also used by many countries. However, its weak defense has always been a serious disadvantage, and it is difficult to protect against landmines. In the eyes of American soldiers, the Hummer has always been a cumbersome vehicle with a huge body and a pitifully small interior capacity. In the eyes of the enemy, its high recognition and its thin skin and big filling feature make it a sitting duck for IEDs, improvised explosive devices. In terms of protection and speed, this patrol car is stronger than the Hummer. Gao Jun's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers at Ludwig and pointed at the JLTV, saying, Drive into the company. This is a treasure. Seeing this JLTV, which is even wilder than a Hummer, Ludwig was already drooling. After hearing what the boss said, a smile finally flashed across the face of the private director. He rubbed his itchy hands and went in under the helpless eyes of Catherine and others. They could only watch the company's assets being swallowed. Chapter 75, Psychologist. When Catherine and her group saw the haggard Alice and others, their brows couldn't help but frown. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that their condition was very unstable and they were in a trance. Some of them even had difficulty in basic communication, with their heads down and their eyes empty. Dr. Morans. Catherine looked anxiously at her companions. A young man with a middle-parted hair and light makeup forced a smile, and his eyes occasionally glanced at Gao Jun, who was sitting in the main seat. He obviously hasn't recovered from the gunfight just now. His voice was somewhat neutral, and he was about to touch Alice's wrist when Alice suddenly held her head and screamed, tearing her hair hard, like a wounded beast, disguising herself with screams and waving her claws, scratching a hole in Catherine's arm. Shall we give him some morphine? Miles was quick-witted, but also lacked common sense. Mamba next to him wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. He could only touch his nose and smile awkwardly at Catherine and others who were glaring at him. You bastard. Morphine is fatal to the human body. You are being extremely irresponsible to your patients. I must report this to Mr. Felix. Morin stood up and shouted, slamming the table. This scene scared everyone. Who could have thought that Dr. Morans, who had been so weak along the way, would be so irritable? Only Catherine wailed in her heart. This Morans was indeed a fool. This guy once studied psychology at Stanford University. He once had a fight with his mentor in the office because of a certain theory, and the elderly mentor was beaten with blood all over his face. This guy was asked by Stanford University to conduct a school-wide review, but he was even more lawless and said in front of thousands of students, "Ignorant heresy is eroding Stanford." The old principal was almost too angry and decided to kick him out of the school on the spot. Later, Morans went to study with the famous psychology expert Anthony Robbins. He was a bad guy who refused to sit still. When he followed Anthony Robbins to give speeches in other places, he criticized the other party in front of all the guests. I almost threw out the word garbage. Anthony Robbins was so angry that he picked up a stool to hit him. But you know what? This Morans had practiced a few moves in a Chinese martial arts school before, so he was very good at fighting and beat his opponent without any resistance. Morans became a huge hit, and became a huge hit in the entire American and European psychology circles. No one would recruit such a weirdo who would beat up division commanders and leaders at will. Later, Morans seemed to realize that he was hated by everyone in Europe. In order to make a living, he had to come to Central Island and finally join Felix's company as a mental health counselor. Do you know where the person who slammed the table at me has gone? Gao Jun raised his head with a sneer. I killed him. Catherine's face changed, and she quickly pulled Morans' wrist and whispered to persuade him. This Morans is a complete idiot. He thinks this is Europe. This is Ruilep. Besides, even if they fought, with his weak arms and legs, how much trouble could he cause? You can kill me, but you can't shut me up, Morans said angrily and unwillingly, but his clenched fist showed that his heart was not as strong as he appeared. Bang! He flipped the safety on the Colt and slammed it down on the table. Ever play with it? Ever seen a bullet to the head and brains splatter everywhere? Ever seen a wounded person writhing on the ground, clutching their legs? Morant's face turned green. He grunted and swallowed his saliva. Although he was tough, he didn't really want to die. Boog! Squeak! Gao Jun suddenly stood up and kicked the table, leaving a white mark on the ground and making a harsh sound. The others were so frightened that they jumped down from their chairs in a hurry and huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. Gao Jun grabbed Morin's collar and spat viciously in his face. You think you're so awesome if they're dead. What's the point of your psychological counseling? This is Ruilep, not your safe little home. You can hold the disc and think of your woman. Here, they're still alive. It's the best gift God has given them. Don't tell me that morphine doesn't work. The fact that he's alive and waiting for you is my best explanation. Only when one is alive can one have the opportunity to speak truth. After Gao Jun finished speaking, he pushed Morins, pointed at the old Taoist priest with a dark face, and said, "You handle the things here, don't make trouble." When he passed by Alice, he hesitated and gave her a hug. He then lay beside her and said comfortingly, "Stay alive. I'll be watching over you in Ruilep." Alice's eyelashes trembled slightly. After leaving the depressing reception room, Gao Jun let out a breath. He raised his head and squinted his eyes to look at the sky. Under the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, Ruilep was still freezing cold. When he walked out, just now, Alice's eyes were heartbreaking. But the world is so unfair. He will not give up the opportunity to rape you just because you are weak. And what is this person who keeps struggling for? Isn't it just to avoid being raped a few times? If a man does not care for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. After staying under the scorching sun and his skin was sunburned, Gao Jun realized it clearly. He was squinting and had just found a shady place to sit down when the cell phone in his trouser pocket rang. A series of unfamiliar passwords. Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button. "Hello. Dear." The soft voice from the other end made people unable to help but harden. "Samara." Gao Jun immediately recognized the woman's voice and asked in confusion, "Did you change your phone number?" Samara smiled brightly. "I opened this number just for you. You're the only one on it." If it were any other time, Gao Jun might have engaged in a verbal exchange with Samara, but today he wasn't in the mood. He said impatiently, "Just say what you want to say. You stinky men really forget everything once you put on your pants." Samara snorted coldly, but was still full of joy. The situation in Bara has stabilized. Those damn Cerberus guys are out. From now on, I have the final say here. Congratulations. Just congratulations? I'm already in Badasi. You better wash yourself clean. The female monster tempted. You came to Badasi? What happened again? Gao Jun found the slides. Samara feigned surprise and shouted, "How could you not know about such a big thing? The Central Island region's arms fair will be held in 3 days at the Peninsula Palace Hotel in Badasi. Countless arms dealers and PMC companies will be there. That time, it will be a grand occasion. Chapter 76, Formal Channels. Gao Jun wanted to slap himself. He didn't even know about such an important trade fair. It was Samara, that bitch, who told him. He seemed to have heard the woman's laughter on the other end of the phone. This is a shame for Gao Jun, who has always called himself a dollar worshiper. But he wanted to pretend that he knew, but he was a little unable to put it into words, so he could only hum a few words. Honey, I think you can also go to the trade show. No matter what, only when your reputation spreads will others remember you. Samara chuckled meaningfully. The US dollar will only favor those who seize the opportunity. This woman has a much broader vision than ordinary men to be able to make it in that haunted place like Bala. The arms market in Ruilep is so big. Apart from the vast majority of shares held by a few major countries, the rest of the food is being eaten by countless people. If you want to fight your way out of it, you have to come up with some good stuff that others don't have. Samara suggested. Gao Jun frowned and replied, then casually hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he sent a string of messages to Conrad. Peninsula Hotel, I want a booth. Conrad and he are now in the same boat, which is what is meant by a community of interests. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the phone vibrated slightly. Number 17A. It turned out that it was easy to get things done when one had connections in the court. Gao Jun curled his lips and was about to reply when he heard a series of footsteps. He looked up and saw the old Taoist priest leading a group of people out of the reception room. As soon as he saw Gao Jun, he trotted over. Nailed it. Well, it's all taken care of, but they want us to send someone to give them a ride. Gao Jun stood up, patted his butt, and pursed his lips. Take Luther and Miles to escort them to the airport. The old Taoist priest nodded in reply and shouted, inviting everyone to get on the Hummer. Alice was helped into the car. Sitting inside, she glanced at Gao Jun reluctantly, pinching the corner of her clothes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Catherine asked nervously, Alice? What's wrong? Alice pursed her lips stubbornly, shook her head, and suddenly fell silent. Perhaps only she could understand how tired the man was standing. After watching a group of people leave, Gao Jun stood with his hands behind his back and felt a little headache. His warehouse is filled with rifles, grenades, or light weapons from the Second World War, with a few mountain cannons at most. These items could not cause any huge sensation at the exhibition, and people thought it was an antique dealer. He walked into the warehouse unconsciously, opened a rolling door, and casually glanced around, and he found a bigger BUG. Damn it, the trade show requires a weapons channel resource certificate. To prove that the weapons came from legitimate sources, of course, the ability to forge certificates is also within the capabilities of major arms dealers. He frowned and cursed. What a mess. You should at least clean up this system for me. Perhaps this complaint was heard, and the system was furious. Search for vulnerabilities and upgrade the system. Gao Jun was startled by the sudden incident. His pupils felt a pain, and an illusory screen flashed before his eyes. The layout was completely different from the original one. There were several options on it now, including airplanes, tanks, heavy artillery, mountain artillery, and so on. Click in and take a look. There are introductions to many weapons. T-34 medium tank, exchange amount, 1.5 million US dollars. Tiger tank, exchange funds, 750,000 US dollars. BF-109 fighter jet, exchange amount, 13 million US dollars. P-51 fighter jet, exchange amount, 10 million US dollars. Below are densely packed weapons from the First and Second World Wars. Compared with the previous ones, this is version 1.0 of the system. Gao Jun's mouth was watering with greed, but once he saw the exchanged funds displayed, he felt much more relieved. Poverty makes me upright. This guy, none of the planes and tanks can be paid back. All his belongings were not enough to buy fuel for a P-51 fighter plane to fly around a few times. Now he finally understood what it meant that war was fought with money. You can't buy even a penny without money. Gao Jun huddled in the corner of the warehouse, looking rather miserable. He could only look at the line of heavy artillery, where the prices were much more affordable. What about 105mm S? K-18 howitzer, 128mm K-44 howitzer, Miss France. The amount ranged from several $1,000,000 to a few $1,000s, but without exception, Gao Jun still had kidney pain. These heavy artillery pieces, which were famous during World War II, were all ridiculously expensive. although their calibers were large. Gao Jun was still terrified of the thought of cutting a few pieces of flesh from them. Each weapon automatically generates a qualification certificate, and no one can tell the difference, said the system. Okay. Gao Jun kept sliding on it, and when he was about to reach the bottom, he finally found something good. Okay, that's it. Time flies. Gao Jun has been busy for the past 3 days. Luke's condition has been brought under control. Bird experts all over the world are the same. Once the money is in place, they will find a way to fix it for you. When he received Nicholson's call, Commander Gao breathed a sigh of relief and was able to adjust his mentality to face the upcoming trade fair. Boss, bring everything. Peter opened the door of the pickup truck's cab and spoke to Gao Jun, who was squinting his eyes. His heart was in turmoil because this JLTV was towing an M114 155mm howitzer. The M114 howitzer is a 155mm towed howitzer equipped by the U.S. military in 1942. This type of howitzer consists of a barrel, recoil mechanism, and gun mount. The M114 howitzer has a combat weight of 5,761 kilograms, a maximum muzzle velocity of 563.9 meters per second, a maximum range of 14.6 kilometers, and a maximum rate of fire of 6 rounds per minute. It can fire a variety of conventional ammunition and nuclear bombs. Even today, after the end of World War II, the Vietnamese monkey is still in use and regarded as a treasure. However, the M107 shells it uses weigh 43 kilograms each and are extremely difficult to transport, which is a bit tricky. But Peter understood that this big thing was for people on the road to sea, and the real good stuff was neatly placed in the back pocket of the pickup truck. The Peninsula Palace Hotel is located in the southwestern part of Badasi. Before the war, this place was also a beautiful place. This hotel was built on the ruins. Because of the upcoming trade fair, the surrounding area was decorated. In the distance stood a few children in ragged clothes, their faces dirty and their glasses wide open, looking hopefully at the floating and swaying balloons. The colorful balloons brought a touch of brightness to their childhood. At least, it was not the gray of gunfire now. There were many kinds of special cars parked at the door. People who knew each other gathered in a circle and walked into the Peninsula Palace, flattering each other. Thump, thump, thump. A resounding sound rang out in front of the Peninsula Palace, startling many people. They stood on the steps and looked behind them in confusion, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost on their faces. M114 155mm howitzer. Chapter 77. Deal Defense Holding. As soon as Gao Jun and Peter got out of the pickup truck, the staring businessmen started talking. Asian, do you know him from FLB? Someone asked curiously. I haven't seen this before. I don't think this type of M114 155mm howitzer is very common anymore. New here? Here to share the cake again. These arms dealers were either curious, cautious, or sarcastic and mocking. Peter, it seems they don't welcome us very much. Gao Jun glanced around and nodded meaningfully. Peter looked in the direction he pointed and saw a group of people pointing and talking in this direction. Finally, a short and fat man in a suit walked out from the group. His hair was combed back, and he had a pair of black eyes. His small eyes were only a slit when squinted, and there was a dimple at the corner of his mouth. But Gao Jun was very alert in his heart, knowing that those who looked harmless were actually the most evil-minded. Never judge a person by how kind he looks, because interest can distort people's hearts. Hello. My name is Griezmann, and I'm German. The short, fat man introduced himself familiarly, adding, I work for Deal Defense Holding in Germany. I'm currently the head of the Central Island region. Deal Defense Holding? Gao Jun felt that the name was familiar, so he calmly picked up the arms dealer rankings and took a look. Finally found this company at 94th place, whose revenue last year alone was as high as $483 million US. Nearly half of Germany's tank turrets, patrol vehicles, and weapons for special forces were developed by this company. Of course, its main focus is on the South African market, trying to share the pie in that backward country. Don't ever think that South Africa is poor. Countless capitalist countries have taken root there, and it is considered the next East. Of course, the premise is that black people can be as hard-working as Orientals. Gao Jun naturally wouldn't give a cold shoulder to Griezmann, who is currently showing goodwill. He forced a fake smile and shook hands with him. Hello, I'm Gao Jun, the head of Ruilep Zulon Company. Zulon, Greensman's tone was a little off, his eyes rolled around, trying hard to think, but he had no impression of this company. Does this mean that the guy in front of him is just a small arms dealer? Greensman's eyes lit up like a shark that smelled blood. His favorite hobby was to attack these small arms dealers and then seize all their equipment in an open manner. Heavy artillery like the M114 155mm howitzer sold for $40,000 during World War II. Considering the current currency inflation, Grinzelman is fully confident that it can be sold at a sky-high price of nearly $150,000 in South Africa. Nothing can make more money than arms, because behind arms is war. All war-torn countries are nothing more than a testing ground for arms dealers or a certain country's weapons. At this time, Gao Jun was targeted by him. Grinzelman never does anything without confidence. The whole world knows that Orientals are the most low-key. If he were to fail in this endeavor, it would be a real laughingstock. Mr. Gao, shall we go in together? He took the initiative to invite and naturally half-dragged Gao Jun inside. Gao Jun was stunned and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He looked at Peter, and both of them sneered. I don't know if there's hatred without reason in this world, but chatting up people for no reason definitely has a purpose. Sure enough, from the entrance to the Peninsula Hotel, which was only a few hundred meters away, Greenzamon asked several questions and eavesdropped on Gao Jun, just to find out whether Gao Jun had any background. But who is Gao Jun? This guy is not a good person either. He is capable of waving the flag and pretending to be a tiger. Mr. Gao seems to be very powerful in Central Island. I wonder if we can work together in the future. Greenzamon pushed his glasses and said sincerely. Gao Jun's lips flashed with a hint of scorn, but he immediately retracted it and continued. If Mr. Greenzamon wants to develop in Central Island, I can provide some convenience. When the time comes, I can introduce you to a few interesting friends. I believe you'll be satisfied. Oh, I love making friends the most. That would be great. Gao Jun raised his head and suddenly saw Conrad standing not far away. He turned around and apologized. Excuse me, Mr. Glinsman, I have a friend. I need to go say hello first. Mr. Gao, please feel free. Gao Jun smiled and nodded, then walked towards Conrad with Peter. Greenzamon behind him was a little short, so he stood on tiptoe, trying hard to see who that friend was. When he saw the tall and strong figure, his pupils suddenly widened. Conrad. He had met the head of Ruilep's security department before, and there was his information on the table in his office. This guy was called Sharpblade. He was a tough nut to crack. He had found several women himself, but they were all sent back by Conrad. This guy is dishonest. Grinsman cursed in German slang and walked away with a dark face. He knew that the piece of meat was lost. What were you talking about just now? Conrad asked as he handed Gao Jun a glass of red wine. A vulture thinks I'm a piece of rotten meat. Gao Jun took the red wine, smiled sarcastically, and clinked glasses with the other party. Conrad glanced at everyone in the hall. The air here is filled with the stench of war. Everyone is eager to blow up their opponents here. Gao Jun glanced sideways and thought, this guy is a little bit of an angry young man. He pretended to take a deep breath and shook his head to retort. What I smell is the smell of US dollars. Are you, a piece of rotten meat, plotting against the vulture? Gao Jun shrugged and changed the subject. When does the trade fair start? Conrad checked his watch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This time, we're having an open-air trade fair. He pointed to a dining table in the corner. Lunch is ready. Shall we fill our stomachs first? Of course, I've been hungry for a long time. When Greenzamon returned to his small circle, a group of people surrounded him. How is it? Have you figured it out? A middle-aged man with gray hair and wearing a suit asked anxiously. Their circle is nothing more than to consolidate their share of the local market and suppress all competitive opponents. Gao Jun's heavy artillery may not be significant to them, but it cannot be ignored. Are there not many cases of armored patrol vehicles being blown up by homemade mines? Greenzamon had just opened his mouth when a thought flashed through his mind, forcing out a sinister smile. That's a rookie. From Asia, his family has a little money, and he's looking for some excitement. He said he has a lot of these heavy artillery in his warehouse, and he's as innocent as a little white rabbit. He planned to let these allies bang their heads against the wall first. If the door wall is really cracked, he is sticking his tongue in. For him, a partner who is not willing to sell himself is worthless. Chapter 78, Conflict. The middle-aged man with white hair really brightened up when he heard this. You mean this is a small fish? The small fish will be swallowed by the big fish. They have done this kind of thing many times, and the struggle between arms dealers is even more bloody. Yuri, I advise you to take another look. This is not your Congo. Those bastards from the Central Island will not allow you to extend your tentacles here. Grinzamon glanced at the other circle with a meaningful look, pretending to be worried. Glinsman, when did you become so cowardly? Yuri glanced at Glinsman with disdain. Where's your ambition? I remember you daring to engage in a gunfight with local militias in South Africa, personally carrying an RPG and blasting the enemy's lead vehicle. Grinzamon sighed. At this age, I'm a little afraid of death. It's always better to be careful. He said this, but he was laughing so hard in his heart. Yuri really hasn't learned his lesson yet. This guy had no intention of forming an alliance with him in the first place. He was forced to cooperate by Grinzamon with a gun to his head. From the very beginning, Yuri has always been hostile to him and has always been sarcastic. Grinsman had long wanted to kill the other party. Now, isn't this a good opportunity? Yuri curled his lips, looked greedily at the howitzer at the door, licked his lips, and muttered to himself, "Fat little fish." By noon, those arms dealers from farther away had arrived, which made the Peninsula Hotel much more lively for a while. Gao Jun stood on the flower bed on the second floor, with some shock in his eyes. The open space below had already been marked out into neatly arranged exhibition booths, and employees of arms dealers were constantly directing the staff to display the weapons and equipment they brought. Aren't you going down to make arrangements? Conrad crossed his legs, puffed on a Cuban cigar, and blew smoke rings. I spent a lot of effort to get this booth 17A. It's near the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. Don't waste it. I brought some small gadgets. I can't compare to those arms dealers who master the latest technology, so I can only bring some things that are slightly more attractive. Gao Jun said with a frivolous smile, I just came here to gain a reputation. Conrad didn't continue. He was not Gao Jun's nanny. Apart from their relationship of interests, there was not much conflict between them. This kind of relationship is not unbreakable. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Conrad, something happened downstairs. When Reinhardt opened the door, he saw Gao Jun at a glance. His face froze, and the old wounds on his face still hurt. Why was this old man here? Conrad stood up with a stern expression. What happened? He was appointed as the security chief for this trade fair. If anything happened, it would definitely be a major blow to the Ruilep government, which was trying hard to restore its image. There's trouble in 17A, Reinhardt said anxiously. 17A? Conrad was stunned and couldn't help but look at Gao Jun behind him. That was this gentleman's sales booth. Gao Jun dropped his cigarette, but on the ground, and shook his head with a sneer. Finally, someone has spoken out, but are they trying to make trouble for me? He pulled out the Tokarev TT-33 pistol hidden at his waist, flipped the safety, and raised his chin at Conrad. Persimmons have thorns. No, don't shoot here. Conrad's face darkened, and he grabbed Gao Jun. You're not allowed to fire a gun during the trade show. This will be opposed by all the arms dealers. No one wants their life to be threatened. There are snipers above the Peninsula Hotel. If anyone opens fire, they will be killed on the spot. Then I can always beat someone to death with my fists. Gao Jun pushed away Reinhardt, who was blocking his way, and ran downstairs. He also saw Grinzamon in the hall. The fat man was walking around the crowd with a glass of wine in his hand. In fact, he was staring at the stairs. When he saw Gao Jun running down, he greeted him with a smile. Mr. Gao, have a drink? Gao Jun took a deep look at the fat man with a kind smile. His gloomy face suddenly smiled, and he leaned close to Greensman's ear. Wait, let me kill a bird first. A squawking bird. Greensman's eyelids twitched, but he concealed it perfectly. Then we should roast and eat this squawking bird, so as not to disturb our conversation. Of course, Gao Jun said with a forced smile. Grinzamon took a sip of red wine, looked at Gao Jun's back, and whispered, It would be best if both birds had their necks strangled. Yuri was knocking on the exhibition stand, and he was followed by several black South African bodyguards, who were wearing sunglasses and looking at him unkindly with their arms folded. In this chaotic place, called Central Island, there weren't as many rules as in Europe. Whoever had the bigger fist got the better booth. The top 30 booths usually belonged to arms dealers under the control of large companies. This was a rule. Respect for the strong. But Yuri discovered a little pheasant among these booths, and he, who already had some bad intentions, could no longer restrain himself. I'm telling you, I want this place. Peter thought he had met a buyer who came to inquire about the property, but now it seems that this was an unwelcome visitor. He remained calm as he said to Yuri, who was speaking rudely, "Get lost. You've been talking too much nonsense. If you don't want to die, shut up." He doesn't care who the other person is. He won't give up the place he occupies. Yuri pointed at Peter angrily and shouted, "Trash. Don't think that just because you a dog followed a yellow monkey, you can talk to me like that." Hearing Yuri's words, Peter's anger rose up. He took out the Tokarev TT-33 pistol hidden in his back, pointed it at Yuri's nose, and shouted, "Apologize. Otherwise, I will jump you and send you back to your mother's womb." Seeing Peter draw his gun, Yuri's black bodyguard also pulled out the pistol from his waist, and for a moment, they were at loggerheads. The arms dealers who were watching the fun around were not afraid of the trouble and even cheered each other on. Gao Jun, who was rushing over, saw this and said urgently, "Peter, don't shoot." Yuri turned around, spread his hands, and made a face at Peter. "Your master is here. This yellow monkey is so timid. What I like most are those Asian women. They feel comfortable when I hold them in my hands." Hearing his foul language, Peter glared at him. Gao Jun just happened to walk over and punched Yuri's Adam's apple. But to his surprise, Yuri seemed to have one eye and tilted his head, dodging the punch. He opened his mouth and shouted in panic, "Kill this monkey!" The move Gao Jun just used was one of the 18 Black Dragon moves. This kind of move would not be interrupted, and each move was continuous. When he saw Yuri was about to run, he kicked him to the ground, rode on Yuri's arrow, clenched his right fist, and hit him fiercely on the temple. Yuri's pupils shrank, and his eyes became bloodshot. Blood oozed out of his nostrils, and he twitched and twisted in pain. Chapter 79, Profit Comes First. The bodyguards brought by Yuri rushed towards Gao Jun with flaming eyes and shouting incomprehensible slang. Peter, who was on the other side of the exhibition stand, pushed himself over with his hands and jumped over. As soon as he stood on the ground, he kicked a black man with a bayonet in the waist, who was behind Gao Jun and trying to launch a sneak attack. The black bodyguard's ferocious facial expression froze instantly. He covered his waist in pain and tried to move backwards in fear. Gao Jun picked up the German military shovel on the exhibition stand and slashed the stunned black bodyguard with one shovel, directly cutting off half of the other's head. You should know that the German army shovel was a deadly weapon in trench fighting during World War II. In the narrow trenches, it was not conducive to the use of rifles with bayonets because they were too long, which would be a hindrance in the trench and even difficult to turn around. This is when the advantage of the engineer shovel is revealed. It is neither too long nor too short, and it is flexible and powerful. It can be used to stab, chop, hit, and block. Moreover, once it hits the vital part, it is absolutely a decisive blow. In the famous World War I novel, All Quiet on the Western Front, there's a classic line, "Don't use your bayonet. It will get stuck in the enemy's ribs, and you'll be dead when you pull it out. You should use your spade to hit him in the neck, and his head will be gone." Someone is dead. The situation has completely gotten out of control, and the onlookers could not have imagined that someone would kill them. After all, they're all arms dealers and have to maintain a false appearance. Gao Jun, his face covered in blood, felt his adrenaline surge. He roared and rushed towards the report closest to him. His ferocious expression scared the other party. But he was a mercenary in South Africa after all, so the bodyguard rushed over with a bayonet in his hand, roaring. Gao Jun chopped forward, but the black bodyguard quickly dodged, causing his iron hook to miss the target. Startled, he saw the black man grinning and stabbing Gao Jun with his bayonet from top to bottom. This method of killing was to cut Gao Jun's stomach in half. In the face of extreme danger, Gao Jun's mind was unusually calm. He simply threw away the German iron hook that made him lose his balance and rolled to the ground in embarrassment. Although the action was ugly, at least he survived. The other party didn't expect Gao Jun to dodge, and in desperation, he continued to chase him with red eyes, but Peter was faster than him and kicked the black bodyguard directly in the crotch. Ho, ho, ho. The black bodyguard opened his mouth in pain. The bayonet in his hand fell to the ground weakly, and he covered his crotch with trembling hands. Just as he was about to shout, Gao Jun threw him to the ground, bent his body, and pressed his knee to the other's chest. He held him down with both hands and said through gritted teeth, "In your next life, remember to shoot instead of fists." After saying that, Gao Jun picked up the bayonet on the ground and nailed it into the opponent's neck, nailing him to the ground. This was extremely painful. The poor creature kicked his feet hard and opened his mouth wide, trying to take a few breaths, but the next second, his body trembled and he died with his eyes open. Of the 5 bodyguards Yuri brought, 3 died and 2 were seriously injured, including himself, who was now lying on the ground half dead. Only Gao Jun and Peter were standing, and the murderous aura around them silenced everyone around them. Griezmann, standing by the French window at the door, looked serious, shaking his goblet, his expression changing from gloomy to sad. It's a bit hard. Conrad arrived late and glanced at the corpse on the ground, his eyes twitching slightly. He had actually been hiding aside and saw it clearly. The way the opponent cut off half of his head was extremely cruel and decisive. He made a gesture to Reinhardt, who brought several security personnel to drag the body away. Someone else washed it clean. The steps were very skillful. The arms dealers around dispersed when they saw that the excitement was over. However, some of them looked at Gao Jun deeply before leaving. "I'm afraid you're going to become famous this time," Conrad said. "Who is this guy?" Gao Jun asked back. "He's from Congo, and he's a dealer for an arms dealer. He's quite famous in South Africa." Conrad had already investigated this guy. He has a shady background. If you make an enemy of him, he might retaliate against you. Revenge? Gao Jun sneered at Yuri as he watched him being dragged away. "Next time, I'll blow his head off." Of course, he has the confidence to say this. Arms dealers are different from mercenaries. The latter are battlefields wherever they have business, while the former are more like a company that strives to expand its influence outward. But the arms dealers, as a group, have a strong sense of territorial protection. Except for those particularly large arms dealers who are unable to resist or dare not resist, it is very difficult for others to come in. To be frank, those South African bastards should just stay in that undeveloped land and eat shit. This central island is already full of people. Of course, Conrad would not doubt Gao Jun's words. This guy was ruthless and a mad dog. Anyone who touched his food would be torn off a piece of their flesh. "Conrad, the big shot is coming." Reinhardt leaned over and whispered, pointing to the entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. Gao Jun, who was standing by, heard everything clearly. He raised his head and saw a pure black bulletproof RV parked outside. A team of security personnel cordoned off the surrounding area. A middle-aged man exuding the aura of a superior got out of the car. What can change a person's temperament is power. "Who is this?" Gao Jun asked curiously, and suddenly found that Conrad was talking softly with his lips and ignored him. Gao Jun tilted his head and saw that it turned out that this guy had a miniature headset placed in his cochlea and was giving remote commands. Then Reinhard turned around and glanced at Conrad. "Marit." Gao Jun was shocked. Even Prime Minister Ruilep came. "Is there something special about this?" After Conrad finished giving his orders, Gao Jun grabbed him, dragged him aside by his shoulders, and whispered, "Tell me, is there anything else going on at this weapons exhibition?" "Don't lie to me." Gao Jun opened his mouth wide. Conrad glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "I just heard too. The Ruilep government plans to select several arms dealers to re-equip its troops." Gao Jun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was delighted, but he suppressed his excitement. "Isn't it true that all the equipment of the Ruilep troops was provided by the U.S. military?" "Ruilep has no money." Conrad sneered. "This makes sense. Countries only care about basic interests. Ruilep's oil fields have long been divided up. At this time, who would do a business that loses money? Marit has nowhere to retreat." Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He must have a piece of the cake. Chapter 80, Old Antique. 2 p.m. 2 Ruilep military F-16 fighter jets flew low over Badasi, and the tide balloons were released into the sky, and some colors appeared in the originally foggy sky. Gao Jun, who was sitting in a side seat, was playing with the chewing gum in his hand. He looked up and applauded from time to time while listening to Marit's speech. This leader's speech is the most meaningless. It's nothing more than official rhetoric. However, at the end of the meeting, Mariette dropped a bombshell. She placed her hands on the table, scanning the crowd of arms dealers, and announced, starting today, nearly 30,000 troops, including those from the 22nd Infantry Battalion of the 1st Army Division, will undergo a uniform upgrade worth approximately $27.6 million. Gao Jun broke the chewing gum in his hand in an instant, and his narrowed eyes flashed with greed and desire. Except for a few agents who looked calm, most arms dealers were stunned, and then ecstatic. 27.6 million. Even if we can't make the biggest profit, the little that is released will be enough to increase sales this year. We must take it down. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses on Gao Jun's left spoke to his assistant with rapid breathing, clenching his fists nervously. He tremblingly took out a bottle of medicine from the top of his pocket, lit 3 pills, and put them in his mouth, closed his eyes, and took a long breath. MD, is this causing a heart attack? Gao Jun lay back with a frown on his face. He knew the shortcomings of his weapons and equipment. They were too old, which was the most important drawback. In today's world where equipment is changing with each passing day, you can't let people go to the battlefield with semi-automatic rifles. This thing is no different from a fire stick. The only things that can still be used on the battlefield are heavy weapons and some light small equipment. But this is also an advantage. The price is cheap. Boss. After the simple opening ceremony, Peter stood up and stretched and found that Gao Jun was still sitting with his legs crossed and his eyes were absent-minded. He gently pushed his shoulder and whispered, Gao Jun cheered up, wiped his face, and looked at the arms dealer in front of him with a gloomy look. I can't admit defeat before we even fight. He tried hard to suppress the gloom in his heart, threw the chewing gum on the ground, and said to Peter, Let's go meet these colleagues. Of course, it is not possible that only arms dealers come to the trade fair. There are also many representatives of various forces who wander around the various trade fair booths, looking for what they want. Perhaps Gao Jun left such a deep impression on people that among the booths in row A, only booth 17A had a slightly larger flow of people. But many people looked surprised when they saw the weapons on the booth. Some even covered their mouths and chuckled. Are they selling antiques or buying weapons? I saw that his booth was filled with equipment from World War II. German, 98K, MG-34 general-purpose machine gun, and the so-called tank killer, Panzerfaust rocket. The Iron Fist rocket is currently a favorite of various armed forces on the battlefield in South Africa. It is not expensive, portable, and is specifically targeted at patrol vehicles of some countries. It can hit them with one shot. Soviet, DP, 1928 Degtyarev machine gun, Semenov 12.7mm anti-tank gun. The American ones are relatively simple, with only the M2HB heavy machine gun. This heavy machine gun is commonly equipped on armored vehicles and is used for fire suppression. Of course, Gao Jun later wrote a line of words on a piece of wood with a pen. Have everything that one expects to find. Of course, it was also marked at the end, World War II only. The tone was quite loud, and the buyers surrounding the booth also made some joking remarks. Sir, you may have gone too far. There were so many weapons and equipment in World War II. Do you have them all? Planes and tanks. The speaker was an old man in a suit and a coquettish red hairpin, with a still charming young woman on his right. Peter was not good at speaking. He turned and looked at Gao Jun. Of course, as long as you can afford US dollars, planes and tanks are fine. Gao Jun rubbed his hands and squinted. World War II P-39 Air Cobra, P-35A, Bf-108 fighter planes. These are all classic models. If you need them, please contact me. I can give you the best discount. As he said that, he handed over the business card he had printed earlier. This is something that few buyers would decide on the spot. The old man also became interested. He took out his glasses from his jacket pocket and carefully examined the business card. Zulong? Gao. Private security. He looked at Gao Jun in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Our Zulong company is also a PMC. We'll make money if we can. Gao Jun said it very subtly, but the old man understood. What does just make money mean? We'll do anything, even murder and arson. The old man put the business card away with great satisfaction, patted the young woman's but with a lecherous look, and said, Dear, give a business card to the little friend I just met. The young woman smiled and nodded, then took out a gold-plated business card, winked at him, and handed it to Gao Jun. Brazilian Tropical Beast Fur Company. Hiram Goyle. It only has the company name and a phone number on it. Gao Jun raised his eyebrows, feeling relieved. This company was probably involved in smuggling wild animals. In Brazil and even South America, such companies are very rampant. The local government has also considered using armed forces to break them up. But you have to know that the profits from animal smuggling can drive people crazy. If their cake is touched, these bosses will fight to the death. What's the matter, Mr. Gower? You won't accept my friendship? Hiram Goyle shrugged. Why not? Gao Jun pondered for a moment, then smiled and put the business card in his pocket. I never say no to US dollars. I don't care what you do, as long as I can make a fortune. Such blatant remarks about the supremacy of the US dollar are almost materialistic. This surprised the buyers, including Hiram Goyle. Mr. Gao is quite brave in speaking the truth. He doesn't seem like a reserved Oriental at all. I'm just being straightforward. Gao Jun tilted his head. What I love most is doing business with rich people. So, I'm actually a rich man. Hiram Goyle laughed heartily and made a phone gesture. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. After saying that, he carried the young woman away from the booth. Looking at his back, Gao Jun smiled meaningfully. You do yours, I do mine. The exhibition booth was so large that Gao Jun's remarks about money spread quickly. Many people were mocking and laughing, but some people's eyes were shining, wanting to meet this Asian with a strange personality. This instantly attracted a lot of attention to booth 17A, and some people like these antiques to a greater or lesser extent. Rich people like to show off and add some stuff to their treasure trove, which makes Gao Jun's sales soar. Chapter 81, Mutation. Standing in the VIP room of the Peninsula Hotel, facing the window, Marit held a cigar in her hand, her brows furrowed. President Ruilep was under pressure all over because he found that his power as a pawn was being slowly exploited. He looked down from above. When his eyes caught sight of one spot, his face lit up with surprise. He asked everyone around him, "Whose booth is that?" Someone familiar with the situation stood on tiptoe to peek outside and quickly replied, "Prime Minister, that's booth 17A. It's a company called Zulong. The commercial department says they primarily engage in private security." Private security? Marit's face twitched involuntarily, and she opened her eyes wide, just in time to see Gao Jun and several buyers with West African complexions carrying MG-34s and walking toward a temporary shooting range not far away. For many light weapons, if the purchaser is not sure about the specifications of the weapon, he can only test the gun. A burly West Asian man was lying on the ground with a headset on his ear. Peter half knelt beside him, helping him with the ammunition belt. The MG-34 has a unique trigger design. There is a double semicircular trigger inside the trigger guard. The upper semicircular one is for semi-automatic mode, printed with an E, while the lower semicircular one with a push-type safety is for full automatic mode, printed with a D. The gun tester skillfully fired at the bow toe in the distance. He knew the shortcomings of this gun. Due to its high rate of fire, 800 to 900 rounds per minute, the barrel was more likely to overheat and malfunction. This is where the shortcomings of World War II weapons lie. They are extremely unstable and will explode if they are fired for too long and overheat. After firing nearly 200 rounds of bullets, the gun tester got up, nodded to his boss, and gave a thumbs up. "It seems that Mr. Hebrew is very satisfied, my friend," West African buyer Soros said with a relaxed smile. "This is a great gun. It doesn't look like a World War II antique at all. All the parts look like they came out of a new factory. What's even more surprising is that its performance is more stable than many weapons I've seen from the 1960s and 1970s. Hebrew rubbed his aching shoulder, his face full of doubt. "Mr. Gao, as far as I know, it seems that no military factory is still producing MG-34s. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Gao Jun curiously, including Peter, who was also curious. They had never seen the boss purchase goods from other places, but the supply in that warehouse seemed to be endless. It was like God was playing a joke. Gao Jun glanced at everyone, feeling a little nervous, but more of a secret joy. "Don't worry about that." He calmly took out a stack of weapon certificates and handed them to Soros. "These are all from legal sources. When you see the origin mark, Barents Island, Norway." Soros felt a slight headache. Norway claimed to have 150,000 islands, but he had never heard of Barents Island. He gave up the idea of investigating it. "We have legal military manufacturers on Barents Island, and we can check them at the Norwegian Ministry of Commerce." Gao Jun had an expression that said, "Go ahead and check, or I'll be the loser if you can't find any." He is really not panicking. The source of this weapon was completely resolved when the system was updated. Of course, there is no such factory on Barents Island, but the system hacked into the Norwegian Ministry of Commerce and added it in. It's just a layer of skin. Even if there really is someone with nothing to do who comes to investigate, since I have a mouth on my body, don't I have enough reasons? Of course, if Gao Jun becomes rich in the future, he will still buy a military industry company so that he can cover up the lie. Soros and Hebrew looked at each other, their eyes conveying a lot of information. "I wish you a happy cooperation." Soros hugged Gao Jun's shoulders affectionately and winked. "Mr. Gao, please give me some discounts. 20% off." Gao Jun said firmly, and then smiled sinisterly like an old fox. I love making friends the most. How can you avoid taking advantage of your friends? Soros had been in the business world for so many years that the word friend meant nothing to him. He feigned a relaxed demeanor and said, I have a winery in Spain. Mr. Gao, please come visit when you're free. Then I'll inevitably bother you later. The two of them were hypocritically flattering each other, which made Hebrew and Peter behind them feel a little uneasy. Just as the two were walking back to the exhibition stand, they suddenly heard screams one after another behind them. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly shrunk their necks and looked back. They saw two heavy pickup trucks rushing out from nowhere and rampaging through the crowd. This sudden scene scared everyone. Stand back. Hebrew hurriedly pulled Soros and called on the bodyguard around him to escort him away. Peter pulled out two pistols from behind his clothes and threw them to Gao Jun. The two of them also quickly hid to the side. Fuck. Conrad, who was resting on a high-rise building, heard the loud commotion and instantly jumped up, shouting into his headset, Enemy. Team 2, evacuate the crowd. Team 1, secure. The military and police outside the area hurried to evacuate the crowd, and teams of well-equipped Special Forces soldiers armed with live ammunition quickly gathered. Because the crowd was still a little panicked, they all pointed their guns downwards to avoid accidental discharge and injury. But the attacker in the car didn't have so many scruples. The window at the back seat of the car opened, and half of a person appeared. He was wearing a mask and holding an MP-40 submachine gun in his hand, firing at the crowd. Most of the people who could come to the trade fair were people in this line of work. The bodyguards around him protected him and fought back with their weapons drawn. There was a burst of gunfire for a while. Peter, cover me. Gao Jun happened to be standing on the side of the truck. At least 60 to 70% of the bullets were aimed at his forehead. He was so scared that he curled up his limbs. When he bent his head, he saw the weapons on his own display stand. He patted Peter on the shoulder and shouted. Peter reached back to grab the spare magazine and fired several shots at the truck. He slapped Gao Jun's butt, and the latter stepped forward and rushed out like a wild horse. This was also the tacit cooperation between the two. Gao Jun rolled 3 steps and jumped 2 steps, grabbed the Iron Fist rocket launcher on the messy exhibition stand, and took out an extra-caliber hollow-charge armor-piercing shell from under the table, which is also a common ammunition for this type of rocket launcher. Most of the metal components of the armor-piercing projectile are stamped from low-carbon steel. Except for the windshield, all components are secure by crimping and spot welding. The liner is made from an alloy of 92.2% zinc, 7.35% aluminum, and 0.045% copper, with a wall thickness of 2.7 millimeters. It uses a 1:1 mixture of TNT and RDX. Simply put, this is used to blow up tanks. He knelt on one knee, raised his fist to his shoulder, unlocked the safety, and aimed at the heavy truck that was still recklessly ramming into him. Peter, get out of the way. Gao Jun yelled and pressed the launch button for several shots. Call out. Boom! The armor-piercing shell hit the truck's tire, and the huge explosion blew off half of the truck weighing several tons, causing it to roll on the spot. There were also some unlucky people around who were swept far away by the gust of wind. Chapter 82. The Intelligence Department Eats Shit. Get closer. Gao Jun quickly threw the Iron Fist bazooka to the ground, picked up a PPSH-43 submachine gun with a light tow, crouched down, and gestured to Peter, follow me. The attacker in another heavy pickup truck hurriedly turned the steering wheel, but the truck was strong enough not to overturn due to inertia, but just made a sharp turn on the spot. The right rear door was not closed tightly, and a slender attacker with a black scarf was thrown out and rolled on the ground in a mess. Gao Jun saw through it at a glance. With such a curvy figure, this person is actually a woman? Branna, get in the car. The driver of the pickup truck called out anxiously, and then shooed his companions out of the back seat like they were shooing flies. Go support Branna. This woman must be of very high status. Kill her. This thought grew wildly in Gao Jun's mind. A woman with a weapon is an enemy. He fired several shots at Branna, who was crawling up. The bullet passed through the opponent's popliteal fossa, and the running Branna fell to the ground instantly, opening her mouth and screaming in a language that Gao Jun could not understand. Her eyes stared fiercely in Gao Jun's direction. She didn't look like a woman at all, dragging her broken leg and crawling on the ground. Reinhardt, open fire and kill them. Conrad ran down from upstairs and saw that the crowd was almost evacuated and roared angrily into the microphone. Reinhardt, who was already full of anger, shouted at the members of the action team around him to suppress the enemy with firepower. Grenade! With red eyes, he shouted to his deputy, "Blow them up." The deputy hurriedly took out a grenade, but before he threw it, he was hit by several bullets. The cheap bulletproof vest could not stop the bullets. Bell fell. "Drag him out quickly." Reinhardt picked up the grenade and threw it forward. With a loud bang, a huge crater was created, sand and soil splashed everywhere, and half of Branna's body was blown into a bloody mess. When the other attackers saw this scene, their eyes were about to burst, and they shouted a few times in panic, covering the driver's hand that stretched out from the passenger seat and dragged the seriously injured Branna into the car. "Get out! Get out!" The driver pressed down on Branna's gushing blood vessels with one hand. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face looked extremely ferocious. "Branna, the Lord God will protect you." Just as he finished speaking, the entire heavy pickup truck shook, the top and bottom of the truck spun around, and a long line was dragged on the ground. A group of military police surrounded the car, roughly smashing the window with their rifle butts. They grabbed the driver by the hair and dragged him out. The driver's face was covered in blood, half of it swollen like a steamed bun, and blood was oozing from all his orifices. The great Lord God will choose his Rongqing again. Glory belongs to all the people. Disperse. Gao Jun's face changed behind him, and he pulled Peter back, holding his head. Bang! This damn guy actually placed a bomb in his own body. Crazy perverted. The fierce destructive power caused heavy losses to the surrounding military and police, and wailing sounds continued to be heard. This kind of bomb is often extremely powerful, and the windows of the Peninsula Hotel were shattered. Conrad's scalp tingled as he looked at the devastated ground, his anger evident in his words. But the only thing that made him feel relieved was that Mariette was escorted out through the back door by bodyguards when the gunfight just started. This group of people were definitely coming for him. Killing Marit can make Ruilep, which was originally stabilizing, boil again, which is in the interests of some people. Conrad, the attackers are all dead. Reinhardt also had a gloomy face. He had received news that his deputy had been killed, and the action team had suffered heavy casualties. This made his heart bleed. Conrad's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he couldn't help but kick the trash can at the bottom. Fuck, did the people in the intelligence department grow up eating shit? They didn't even have a premonition of this attack. This was a premeditated attack. Reinhardt put his hands on his hips, breathing heavily. Just then, he heard someone behind him say, "I just heard one of the women is named Branna." Conrad and the other man looked back and saw Peter supporting Gao Jun. The latter had a slight knee injury, walked with a limp, and his face was dirty. "This trade fair is a disaster, damn it. I'm lucky to be alive." "You said one of them was called Branna?" Conrad was shocked. This was important news. As long as the name was correct, it could definitely be found in the U.S. military intelligence system. "I don't care who she is, damn it. I just want to know who will compensate me for my losses." Gao Jun said, gritting his teeth. The M114 155mm howitzer he used for display was blown up, and the barrel and the gun body were directly separated. If he took it back to sell as scrap metal, people might not even buy it. How could he not be angry? "Gao, the Ruilep government will definitely give you reasonable compensation. This matter is not something I can control." Conrad signaled Gao Jun to calm down. "If you don't compensate me, I'll sue you all." Gao Jun poked his chest with his finger and said, "My legal team has been in trouble for a long time. Peter, let's go." He snorted coldly, covered his waist, turned, and left. "Bah, what a traitor." Reinhardt spat at Gao Jun and raised his middle finger. Conrad was even more direct, handing the pistol to him. "If you don't like him, shoot him from behind." "Well, this is a bit cowardly." Rolling his eyes at him, Conrad said helplessly, "If you were rich, you could be so arrogant." Everything in this world spreads very quickly. When the incident happened to the trade fair that afternoon, the Ruilep government had no time and no ability to cover it up. Within an hour, the news spread throughout the world. The criminal attack that occurred today in front of the Badasi Peninsula Hotel resulted in 76 deaths and more than 340 injuries. No organization has claimed responsibility for this incident so far. "Oh!" Gao Jun lay on the bed with a sullen face, cursing in Mandarin. "These bastards dare not take responsibility for what they did." Only the old Taoist priest could understand the Chinese. He shook his head and said, "Today's incident was too serious. Some of the dead were prominent arms dealers. Which organization dares to admit this? Anyway, I think the Ruilep government is in trouble and will have to clean up the mess themselves. You know what? I'm very upset. This time, Gao Jun switched to Tibo Mandarin, his eyes drooping. Ruilep's intelligence system is shameful. I think we need to form our own intelligence department. I don't want to die in obscurity. This was an idea Gao Jun had long had. The intelligence department has the ability to see and hear from afar. Most companies engaged in the mercenary industry have their own intelligence departments, and it is rumored that they engage in intelligence sharing and intelligence trafficking with the FBI and ICPO. If you receive a mission in the future and the information given by the other party is different from the reality, this small mistake is enough to kill you. But we don't have any intelligence talent we know, said Muhammad. Recruit people. As long as there's money, I don't believe no one will come. Call Eustace from Dolby first. Gao Jun had never been so determined. Chapter 83. 6 cents. Just as Eustace was about to take another pill, the Huawei phone on the bedside table rang. Ever since a Chilean media outlet called 24 Horas de CL reported that a Huawei phone had protected a young man from a bullet, the phone has been selling well in hotspots. Damn it, who would call me at this time? Eustace took his hand off the girl in dissatisfaction, turned over with a curse, and took the phone with his backhand. When he saw the caller ID, his originally impatient expression changed instantly. In the girl's opinion, it's like a dog seeing a bone given by its owner. She was curious and tilted her head softly. Darling, who is it? Hush. Eustace put his finger to his mouth, pointed at the phone, and lip-synced, rich young man. He stood up, casually wrapped himself in a bath towel, and walked to the balcony. Looking at the night view outside, he adjusted his tone before continuing. Haha, Mr. Gao, long time no see. How's business been lately? Not good. Gao Jun's voice, as cold as a snake, came over, startling Eustace. I was almost blown to death yesterday. Do you think I could be any better? Huh. Mr. Gao, are you okay? Where are you hurt? Eustace became nervous. He was not pretending, but was really afraid that something might happen to Gao Jun. He had just tasted the sweetness from the other party, and the agency fees were enough for him to live a carefree life for a while. Contact Polanov and others for me, and tell them that I want people. I want as many people as they have, but don't dilute my offer. If they give me some rubbish to kill, I'll be very angry. Gao Jun slowed down his tone a little. Eustace was startled and asked involuntarily, all of them? Yes, have them bring their people to Badasi to find me. I'll cover all the expenses. Gao Jun paused before continuing, don't worry, I won't let you get less of your share. Okay, I'll definitely bring it to them. Eustace grinned heartily. The thought of another round of money coming in made him feel like a cat scratching his heart. He wanted to run to the house of Polanov and the others and shout at them, you bastards, don't sleep. The money's coming. I came to see you so late because I have something to ask of you. Mr. Gao, please go ahead. Eustace touched the railing and moved a few steps to the side, letting the wind outside blow his silver hair. His long experience in the business world made him understand that what came next was Gao Jun's real purpose. Gao Jun, who was also lying on the bed, sat up straight and said, I want you to help me find someone who is familiar with intelligence. Intelligence talent? Eustace raised his eyebrows. Since he could sit in the position of editor-in-chief, he must know a lot. Intelligence talents have always been an important part of every country's security, and mature intelligence talents are very scarce. In order to train preparatory talents for the CIA, the United States has top colleges, including the Defense Intelligence College, the National Intelligence University, the Sherman Kent School of Intelligence Analysis, etc. These places are said to be forbidden areas where even birds cannot fly in. It is very difficult to find such people. Eustace tidied his words and prepared to politely refuse when he heard Gao Jun speak first. I don't believe in selfishness that can't be shaken by profit. If you can help me find it, I can give you $100,000 for this alone. Gurgle. Eustace couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes instantly filled with greed. Without hesitation, he patted his chest and promised, I promise to help Mr. Gao find the talent he needs. Gao Jun on the other end of the phone gave a few words of encouragement with great satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Eustace ran back to the room impatiently, took out a stack of US dollars from his trouser pocket, and stuffed it into the girl's arms. Gao Jun tilted his head back on the bed. Actually, he had been feeling uneasy since returning from the trade fair. It wasn't because he was afraid, but rather felt like a storm was about to come. He felt that Branna was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Why would those attackers desperately cover her and let her retreat? You might have disturbed a hornet's nest. G-Pow, go contact Conrad and ask him whether he has found out who the attacker was today. Gao Jun suddenly said. Muhammad was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he stuffed the compressed biscuits in his hand into his mouth and nodded. Beast, reinforce our company's defenses. Install the M2 HB heavy machine guns. Besides the visible sentries, we also need covert sentries at night. The 86-year-old Leagamma is a famous gun, powerful enough to shoot a person or a car into a sieve. Peter raised his head and saw Gao Jun frowning, and his heart sank slightly. He had never seen his boss so worried. He responded and took the rest of the people out to set up the defense line. I hope my hunch is wrong. The headquarters of Ruilep Security Department is a small Western-style building. Conrad had a gloomy face and was holding a piece of paper in his hand. There was a photo in the upper right corner. It showed a curvy girl holding an AK-47 and pointing it toward the sky. There was a heroic and murderous look between her eyebrows. There were several corpses in civilian clothes at her feet, but they couldn't hide the girl's smile. It made people feel a chill from the soles of their feet. Of course, the most important thing is the girl's information. Even though Conrad read it several times, he still felt mixed emotions. Brana ben la lantern. Chapter 84. Calculating each other. Name, Brana Baladi. Age, 23. Identity, a descendant of the Barati family, daughter of Grand Barati, leader of the Ruilep Freedom Organization. He once participated in the massacre of indigenous people in the Canadian and American hills, ambushed a British patrol team station in Fallujah, and killed 3 people from the SFSG Special Support Battalion on the spot, including a major. The U.S. military is wanted worldwide for him, with a reward of up to $650,000. Is this news true? Conrad put the information sheet on the table, tapping the table with his right hand uncontrollably, frowning. This is the intelligence sent by the British MI5. Reinhardt, who was standing in front of the table, spoke seriously without a smirk, which was rare. Conrad paused. M15? Are they involved in this matter? I don't know about that, but he asked us to hand over Brannau's body to them. They thought it was a good opportunity to dismantle the Freedom Organization. Oh, Conrad shook his head and laughed disdainfully. These British bastards still can't change their habit of eating shit. Do they still think they're the boss of Europe now? Shut them up. These bastards are still living in the era when the sun never sets and always regard themselves as the big brother of Europe. But we have to find a way to deal with this. Reinhardt leaned forward, his eyes flashing. The Barati family are all crazy. Grand's daughter died here, and he will definitely seek revenge. Find someone to join us in facing the revenge of the Freedom Organization. Who? Conrad's eyes lit up. He was determined to find someone to take the blame for his death, at least someone with a tough bone. Just as Reinhardt was about to say the name, the phone on the table vibrated. Yes, isn't it here? He laughed out loud instantly. What? The Baladi family? Ahem. Gao Jun almost choked to death on his own saliva. Muhammad also spread his hands with a helpless smile. This is what Conrad told me. Oh, and he also asked me to say something to you. What good news can that damn guy bring me? Gao Jun said angrily. That guy is a disaster. Muhammad touched the tip of his nose and complained his heart, saying that before the disaster came, could the other person look at himself first? Say what? He said you were the one who fired the shot that broke Brannau's thigh. For your safety, the Ruilep Security Department intends to form a partnership agreement with us to deal with the growing number of criminal attacks. Before Muhammad could finish, Gao Jun jumped up as if his boat was on fire, roaring with a red face and thick neck. See, this bastard has a good idea. Isn't it just to let us share the pressure for them? He's trying to drag us down with him. He knew how wild the Baladi family, known as the crime family, was. The family is said to be one of the richest families in Tebow, besides the royal family. The family's Badasi construction group has strong assets of $5 billion and is one of the largest companies in Tebow. They are rich and powerful. When El Baradei was killed by the U.S. military, there were fanatics within the family who clamored to use extraordinary means to make the USA regret its decision. They later created a series of troubles in various hotspots around the world, even causing headaches for the world's top powers. Gao Jun sat on the bed with a gloomy face. He had originally just planned to be a stable arms dealer, but who knew that he would be tricked by someone. This made him, who had always been arrogant, feel like a brick was pressing down on him, and he couldn't kick it. "Boss, should we agree to Conrad's agreement?" Muhammad asked in a low voice. "Can you resurrect Branna?" Gao Jun rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Conrad has long been convinced that I won't refuse, but we have to bite back. Otherwise, I will be furious tonight." Gao Jun's cunning eyes swirled around, and he thought of a trick. He motioned for Muhammad to lean his ear closer. Then he whispered something in his ear several times. The latter's eyes gradually lit up, and in the end, he couldn't help but slap his forehead and chuckled. "Boss, this trick is a bit mean. We must act quickly, otherwise once Conrad makes his move, we'll really be in a vulnerable position." "Okay, I'll go right away," Muhammad responded quickly. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes as he watched him leave. "You want me to be your scapegoat? I'll make you cannon fodder first." That afternoon, all domestic and foreign media outlets stationed in Ruilep received anonymous calls. He only said one sentence. The woman shot dead in the attack outside the Peninsula Hotel was from a branch of the family. Her father was the leader of the Freedom Organization. Conrad, the head of Ruilep's security department, declared this a great victory. Their next target will be Gran. When these reporters heard this, their G-spots were instantly ignited, and they rushed to the Ruilep security department fearlessly to verify the matter. For them, this is news. In Europe, North America, and other places, the El Baradei family is a taboo, but is also a headline star that can increase newspaper sales. Conrad and Reinhardt were secretly delighted in the office, but this incident made them stunned in an instant. Looking down from the window, they saw a dense crowd of reporters below, squeezing the guards at the door like duckweed in the sea. They were in a panic and were afraid that they would hurt these old men and escalate the situation into a political incident. "Scarce!" Conrad, in a rage, blurted out a German catchphrase and kicked his desk, but he forgot that the desk weighed at least several hundred pounds. He hugged his foot in pain and fell into the chair. He didn't know whether the tears came from the pain or anger. That damn Chinese guy must have done this. No one else knows Brannau's identity. It had to be him. Reinhardt clenched his fist and pounded it on the table, his eyes blazing. "He's taking revenge on us." The two German guys were so angry that they were puffing their beards and glaring at each other, and kept cursing. But when they got tired of cursing, they could only hang their heads dejectedly. This time they had shot themselves in the foot. "What should we do now?" Reinhardt asked, his face drawn with his hands. Even though this report is fake, these unscrupulous reporters will definitely make a big splash. When that happens, we'll be a wall-blocking Zulon company. Conrad was sulking, the noise of the reporters around him making him uneasy. He just threw in the towel and said, "We can't hide this anymore. Let's just hold a press conference and thank our partners." He emphasized the word partner. This is like falling into a toilet and having to pull each other up. At least both of them have shit on their bodies, so they won't laugh at each other. Chapter 85, Reputation. Nari, known as the Rebels' Frontier Station. This was the only fierce battle zone where defensive battles and street fighting took place during the 2003 Ruilep War. The U.S. military suffered a major setback here. In a small Western-style building that is simply decorated but heavily guarded, the atmosphere is tense and undercurrents are surging in the air. A thin man wearing a traditional Thibaut robe sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the female news reporter on TV. According to Major Reinhardt, a spokesman for the Ruilep Security Department, it has been confirmed that the attackers who attacked the Al Jazeera Hotel arms exhibition were from the Freedom Organization. Among those killed, a woman has been identified as Barana El Baradei. The camera shifted, and Reinhardt's face appeared on the TV. He said seriously, "This was an organized and premeditated attack. The casualties caused cannot be underestimated. However, I would like to express my special thanks to Zulon Private Security Company. Without their help, we would not have been able to kill the attackers led by Branna." Before the rest of the report was finished, the skinny man grabbed the CZ-83 pistol on the table, stood up and fired several shots at the TV, making the display screen glass fly. After a while, the TV flashed with fire and emitted black smoke. The bodyguards standing beside him all had stern expressions and dared not breathe. "Branna, my daughter." This person is none other than Gran Baladi, who is ranked 435th on the ICPO bounty list with a bounty of $1.3 million US. You should know that ICPO is the International Criminal Police Organization, and the red notices it issues are recognized by all countries in the world, while the U.S. military's bounty order is only aimed at the enemies of the United States and cannot be generalized. The higher your rank in ICPO, the higher the reward. Naturally, these criminals are becoming more and more cunning. Even Gran can only be ranked around 400th, which shows how notorious he is on the list. Gran raised his head and sighed deeply. His daughter, who was the most outstanding and had the best chance of succeeding him, died tragically, which made him feel heartbroken. Revenge. His eyes were red and his teeth were gnashing. In his head, he kept repeating crazy thoughts. I'm going to do something big. Kill everyone who hurt my daughter, including that security company. Blow them up. Yes, Chief. The close follower beside him answered quickly, fearing that his slow response would upset the other party. Inside Badasi and Zulon Company, Gao Jun sat on the stone in the yard, holding a cigarette in his hand, but he hadn't smoked a single puff. He just frowned tightly, looking a little worried. Just when he was daydreaming, the cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated, shaking his thigh so much that it made him feel numb. His face darkened with impatience, and when he saw the caller ID, his eyes turned red. Fuck, damn bastard, you wanna die, why are you dragging me? He picked up the phone and started cursing. Only he knew the depression in his heart. It was not that he was really afraid of getting into trouble, but he felt that the Zulon company was thriving, but this momentum was about to be cut off, so he was inevitably angry. Hearing this curse, Conrad on the other end laughed. He'd been tricked by Gao Jun countless times, and this time he finally got back at him. Hey Gao, at least your company's reputation has spread. Fuck reputation. Gao Jun it. He would rather not have this reputation. Hey man, I know what you're afraid of. Let me tell you something. Gran and his family were expelled from the Badasi family 3 years ago. They won't allow their children to participate in terrorist activities, at least not on the surface. Upon hearing this, Gao Jun breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. This was mainly because the Badasi family was so rich. The rich scare him. Is there anything in this world that money can't solve? If so, it means that the money is not enough. But you gave me another opponent for nothing. He was still very stubborn. Who knew that upon hearing this, Conrad would burst into a cold laugh. Gao, don't you have any enemies now? I'm slowly encroaching on Ruilep's arms trade, and even the entire Central Island. Your ambition is growing. Do you think these Thibaut people will let you go? When you really try to take their cake, that's when they'll fight you to the death. He finished speaking in one breath, a little out of breath. After taking a breath, he said meaningfully, no one's success is completely clean. The pile of corpses under your feet is the best respect for the winner. You have no way to retreat, because if you want to survive, you must kill everyone who stands in your way, including your friends. Gao Jun was shocked that Conrad could say such profound words, and then he heard him sigh. This is what my father told me. He is a veteran of World War II and a survivor of the Battle of Kiev. After he finished speaking, Conrad died, leaving Gao Jun alone with a face full of thought. He was no longer the timid village kid in his country. He was an arms dealer. In his life, he could no longer be like those fledglings, returning home when tired. He could only rush forward through all obstacles. Damn it, if anyone delays me from making money, I'll chop him to death. Gao Jun threw the scalding cigarette, but heavily, onto the ground. Looking up, he saw a few people smoking in the alley not far away. He was so angry that he started to curse. MB, who told you to smoke? And you're being lazy? Have you cleaned your weapons and equipment? If you're lazy again, I'll dock your wages. Peter, are you acting like a thinker here? Get down here, have nothing better to do, and run around the playground a few times. Fuck, what are you doing clinging to the wall, wild bear? Are you planning to dig a hole in it? Gao Jun walked around the company. Everything he saw was people being cursed. They smiled awkwardly and ran away, but everyone felt that the depression in their hearts had dissipated a lot. Boss, Little Hal bravely ran over. When he met Gao Jun's gaze, he shrank back in fear and pointed at the door. There's a guy named Soros outside looking for you. Shorosh, here comes the money. Gao Jun's expression relaxed, and he gently kicked Xiao Hao on the butt. We can't neglect the guests. Go open the door quickly. Little Hal shouted into the intercom, strapped to his shoulder. Jermamba, the boss said to open the door. Jermamba on the other end agreed and shouted as he pushed open the door full of gun muzzles. A Cadillac drove in slowly. Soros, who was sitting in the right back seat, rolled down the window and waved kindly to Miles and others. Boss, have we really made our choice? I think we should be more cautious, said Heber in the passenger seat. Soros, still smiling, said, Hebrew, my friend, can't you see the good in this Chinese man? When the attack happened, he was calmer than anyone else. I'm afraid he's good enough to be an elite soldier in your army. Not everyone can enter the signal flag. Hebrew frowned and said proudly. Soros was used to his temper and just smiled without saying anything back. He had spent a huge sum of money to get him from signal flag, and capable people were bound to be proud. Chapter 86, Acquisition. Soros got out of the car, and Hebrew and another bodyguard stood beside him, as usual. It could be seen that their positions were very particular, and they would use their bodies to block the route from the vantage point from time to time. When necessary, they could use their bodies to quickly block the sniper's attack. Welcome, Mr. Soros. Gao Jun's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He was naturally happy that the god of wealth had come to his door. Mr. Gao, under the surprised gazes of Hebrew and the others, Soros laughed and gave Gao Jun a hug. This was a little puzzling to them. The boss was a bit of misophobe and would never show such seemingly affectionate gestures, even to his parents. Gao Jun didn't understand and just thought it was Soros' enthusiasm. Gao, you know what, you were Superman yesterday? I can't wait to fight with you. Soros waved his fist a few times and praised. Gao Jun smiled reservedly. This kind of nonsense is meaningless. Mr. Soros. Hey, Gao, my friends call me Wild Duck. You can call me that too. Wild Duck. Gao Jun was confused. This translates to Wild Duck. Is there anyone who calls it by this name? Should I tell him that this is a term exclusive to a certain profession in China? After thinking about it, he nodded readily. It's my pleasure, Wild Duck. Soros smiled like a child and looked around. Won't you take me on a tour of your company? Since the other party has made this request, the god of wealth must be served well. Gao Jun personally took them on a tour. When they saw the new JLTV vehicle, even Hebrew was drooling. Men are always curious about things that are masculine and sharp. Men's toys should be wild and unrestrained, not learn makeup from women. Soros was half pulled, half dragged by Gao Jun. He looked back every few steps, gazing at the JLTV gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and asked hopefully, Gao, is that car for sale? I can offer a high price. No, that's not right. A friend of mine sent it to me. I have no right to sell it. The JLTV is a patrol vehicle that's not currently available on the market on a large scale. It's a rare sight in the U.S. military's combat sequence. Felix must have used a lot of connections to get one. The fact that it was confiscated already caused a slight drop in the relationship between the two sides. If he were to sell it privately, that's a pity. Soros shook his head in disappointment, feeling a little bored and with no desire to continue shopping. He took out a Noka Vintage's collection chocolate from his suit pocket and casually threw it to Gao Jun. Gao Jun has seen a lot of things, but only now does he know what luxury is. Noka Vintage's collection is the most expensive chocolate in the world today, costing an average of $845 per pound, and 1 pound weighs 453 grams. This is a luxury that only the rich can afford. Gao Jun hesitated and put it in his mouth. It tasted slightly bitter, but it was not much different from ordinary chocolate. Could this be the legendary taste buds of the poor? Gao, I actually have something else to discuss with you this time. Hearing Soros' shout, Gao Jun said, Wild Duck, you go. I want to acquire your company. Soros turned around and said seriously, What? Ahem. Gao Jun opened his mouth and spat out the chocolate residue on his tongue. He waved his hands, his throat dry and bitter. I'm sorry, Mr. Soros. I have no intention of selling the company. Not now. Not in the future. Gao, won't you listen to my bid? Soros asked anxiously. Gao Jun clapped his hands, spread them out, and said self-deprecatingly, Soros, you'd better not mention the price. I'm afraid my little heart can't bear it. But no matter what, I won't sell it. Soros looked at Gao Jun deeply and shrugged helplessly. Okay, let's try another way. I want to invest in your company. $10 million in exchange for 20% of the shares. Soros, can I ask why you want to acquire our company? Gao Jun frowned and asked in confusion. My family has contracted an oil project in the north of Ruilep, but lacks a certain amount of armed security. The services of other companies are too expensive and exceed our budget. It would be better to select a potential PMC company to acquire or inject capital to provide services to the family. Soros said it generously without hiding anything. In fact, this guy had a little idea that he didn't tell anyone, because he discovered that Zulong was a combination of an arms dealer and a military contractor. This kind of system can generally only be seen in the world's top PMC companies. The other small military contractors do not have the ability or funds to complete the integration of this system. Gao Jun was also amazed when he heard this. This guy has oil at home. It's worth noting that Ruilep previously updated its proven oil reserves, increasing them from 115 billion barrels to 143.1 billion barrels. If confirmed, this figure would surpass that of Ria and rank third globally, behind only Tibo in Venezuela. At the current price of $76 per barrel, the price of this entire Ruilep oil is even equivalent to the GDP of the United States for nearly 100 years. The more he calculated, the more Gao Jun felt his brain was not enough, and his eyes were full of dollar. I really want to kidnap this young master in front of me. But his only remaining rationality made him try to calm down and look at Soros with a glowing look. This was a truly big fat fish. Wild duck, let's go to the office and talk it out. Gao Jun changed his name quickly, pulled Soros affectionately, turned to Little Hal, and said, "Go get the tea leaves from the drawer in my room." Little Hal smacked his lips. This boss was really generous now. When he found some tea leaves, he watched them very closely, as if he was afraid that someone would steal them and drink them. In the office, after inviting Soros to sit down, Gao Jun personally made them a cup of tea and said with a smile, "This is our excellent Longjing tea, which is rare abroad. Wild duck, you should try it." Soros took a sip and raised his eyebrows. I like the taste. I've been to Rongqing in China before. The food there is delicious. In that case, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely treat you to a meal of China's famous Manchuhan banquet. When Soros heard this, his eyes lit up. The two of them got along very happily and laughed from time to time. Seeing that the time was almost up, Gao Jun put the teacup aside and said, "Wild duck, I will not allow my company to accept external capital injection. Maybe in the future, but not now." He didn't want the board of directors to make a fuss behind him while he was taking action outside. "Hey Gao, this is not good news," Soros said depressedly. "My friend, you can leave the security of your oil field to us. Our employees are from major special forces around the world. They are experienced in combat and have excellent discipline. You can rest assured." Gao Jun leaned forward slightly, and his true intentions were revealed. Chapter 87. Sleepy, here comes the pillow. This is a big order. If Zulong Company can get this order, it will have enough money to make a fortune this year. Now, with Ruilep as a springboard, the rapidly developing military contractors have contracted 50% of USA's military activities, with a total contract value of up to $500 billion US. Among these, apart from fighting for the country, the most profitable one is armed security. For example, Military Professional Resources Incorporated, MPRI, is responsible for the security of the United Nations headquarters. If even the slightest bit of finger ties are exposed, I'll be scrambling for my head. Soros was a little moved, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Hebrew. Gao Jun saw this scene clearly. He was slightly surprised. It seemed that this Hebrew was no ordinary bodyguard. He moved his stool, turned to look at him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Hebrew, what do you think?" Hebrew smiled bitterly and said tactfully, "Mr. Gao, we hope to find a strong company to cooperate with. You know, the refugees in Ruilep are very restless. Please rest assured about this." Gao Jun stood up and refilled the two men's tea with a kettle. As if stating a fact, he said, "Mr. Hebrew, you might not know this, but we also have a security partnership with the Felix Group, the tycoon from Central Island. They were previously planning to expand into the Ruilep market, and we were the ones protecting the preparatory team. We even recently reached a cooperation agreement with the Ruilep Security Department. If we don't pull out this tiger skin, when will we pull it out?" At least, when he mentioned the Felix Group, Hebrew's eyes changed significantly, with suspicion, surprise, and confusion. "The JTLV in the yard belongs to Mr. Felix," Gao Jun said with a smile. Soros suddenly realized that although this guy was a bit of a gentleman at heart, he obviously had very little social experience. He quickly interjected, "Gao, then next time you have the chance, you must introduce Mr. Felix to me. I admire him very much." Hebrew sighed on the side. Now that it was said, why didn't the other party take advantage of it? As expected, Gao Jun's mouth was full of smiles. "Of course, that's fine. My friend, Mr. Felix, also likes new friends very much. This blank check doesn't cost any money anyway, so let's just write it out first. To do business, you have to learn how to talk big before you can do it." "Yes, we are friends." Soros smiled innocently and turned to Zyber. "I believe Gao Nun can complete this escort mission. What do you think? Should we ask the board of directors first?" Hebrew asked in a low voice. With a glance, he saw that Soros's face had darkened, and he immediately shut up obediently. This gentleman was not easy to please. He had long been dissatisfied with the old men on the board of directors. Wasn't he the first to be criticized? He grumbled in his heart, but without saying anything more, he picked up the newspaper on the table and started playing ostrich. Is this a grudge between wealthy families? Gao Jun is just a spectator and has no right to express his opinion. Soros's face was almost covered with the words, "I'm unhappy." His good mood was obviously ruined. He didn't want to talk anymore and simply revealed his true colors. "Gao, my family's capital chain is tight. I can't offer a large amount." He pondered for a moment. $5.6 million. The deadline is 6 months, and the number of personnel must be at least 6. They will primarily be responsible for the safety of the oil field executives and their entourage. We will leave the rest to local forces. $5.6 million US. 6 months? The average monthly salary is $900,000 US. If you spread this price out, including the additional allowances and salaries of employees, the company actually doesn't make much profit. No wonder large companies are unwilling to take it. If a few people are killed or injured, the company will lose money on the compensation. Gao Jun frowned and said with difficulty, "This price is indeed a bit low." Soros was anxious. "Hi. But for the sake of our friend, we still accepted the order. But Wild Duck, I only have one request. I hope the money can be deposited into my account as soon as possible." Gao Jun's small treasury has been depleted, and he still has a lot of things to do. For example, if he wants to exchange weapons and equipment from the system, he needs a large sum of money. He also needs to set up an intelligence agency, which is very expensive. Of course. Soros patted his chest and said, "Tell me the account number later. The money will be deposited to me. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Gao Jun raised the teacup and said respectfully. Soros and Hebrew also hurriedly raised the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The Cadillac slowly drove out of Zulone Company. Soros waved to Gao Jun and others who were seeing him off with a friendly gesture and rolled up the car window. What a warm friend. Hebrew's eyelids twitched. He had something to say. Gao Jun didn't give him a good impression. He was just a jerk who pursued money above all else. For him, who came from a signal flag background, this was a provocation to his faith. Soros was secretly delighted. In fact, his family gave him a fluctuation of $8 million, and he and Gao Jun gave him $5.6 million. The rest of the money naturally flowed into his own pocket. These things are enough for him to have another mistress in the United States. Gao Jun's face was almost frozen with laughter. It was rare to see such a fool. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, then turned around and said, "Peter, let's cheer up. Everyone, our mission is coming." "Boss, is this guy reliable?" Peter, who had been following him all the way, asked doubtfully, "I always feel like he's not very stable. Why bother giving a damn if he's reliable or not? As long as he can give me money, I'll do it even if it means I die." Gao Jun tapped Peter's chest, his eyes widening. "Don't worry about the employer. All you need to know is that we'll do the work if he pays us." After he finished speaking, he turned and left with a cold face. It was not that he was making a fuss, but this was really a taboo in the PMC industry. When everyone stepped into this industry, you were a worshiper of money, and you should never be curious about something. Peter, who was scolded badly, did not show any anger on his face. He just touched his chin and thought deeply about something. When Gao Jun returned to the office, the phone in his pocket rang rapidly as soon as his butt touched the chair. When he saw the caller ID, his brows jumped. "Eustace." A voice almost flattering came from the other end. "Mr. Gao, Polaninoff and others have arrived in Badasi, you see." "So soon?" Gao Jun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "How long has it been? This efficiency is too fast." Moreover, he was already worried about the lack of manpower. It seems that God is taking care of him. Eustace chuckled. "Mr. Gao, US dollars can buy anything, including time." His words made some sense. He swung the pen in his hand and asked, "Where are they? How many people came?" "Polaninoff just told me they're at the north gate of the Badasi ruins, and there are over 60 of them." Chapter 88. Strength and money are linked. More than 60 people? Gao Jun was delighted. These people were enough to solve his urgent problems and even free up their hands to take on other tasks. "Mr. Gao, my referral fee." The phone rang, and Eustace laughed rather sheepishly. "Don't worry, but you have to wait until I have inspected the goods." Who knows if you have stuffed some children into them for me? If you satisfy me, I will not be short of your money. Thank you, Mr. Gao, Eustace said, not forgetting to mention the past. I already have a target for the intelligence talent you asked me to find, and I will definitely not let you down. Gao Jun's eyes flickered when he heard this, and his tone became much more affectionate. I look forward to you bringing me good news. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jun grabbed the intercom on the table and said, Manxiong, Beast, and Machine Gun, each drive a Humvee. Sick Dog, pull out the JLTV to clear the way. We have to go pick up our new partner. Got it. Several people responded over the intercom. Gao Jun put the Colt on the table into the holster, put on the rifle, and walked out of the dormitory. He jumped into the Hummer at the door and gestured to the prepared convoy to move forward. As Xiao Hare saluted crookedly, they drove towards the north gate of the ruins. At this moment, outside the north gate of the ruins, the situation is tense. The two groups were facing each other. One group was generally tall and muscular, while the other group was civilians wearing common Ruilep clothes. They all had weapons in their hands, but only the few Ruilep people in the lead were holding the terrible Type 14 Nambu pistols and arrogantly pointing their guns at Polanov. Friends, we don't want to cause trouble. The Belarusian stood in front of the crowd, pressed his hands, and signaled the guys behind him not to be impulsive. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was afraid that the group of Ruilep people who called themselves gangsters in front of them would be beaten to death. Standing next to him was a plain-looking man with a crew cut who looked Jewish, but he was a retired sergeant from the 13th Squadron of the Il-Sarui Navy. He had a wealth of experience in naval combat, having fought in over 100 battles. This man named Abel loves to cruelly break his opponent's neck. In addition to him, the more than 60 people behind him also include retired veterans of special forces, such as Sea Dogs, Sewer Soldiers, and Cobras. This group of people are very difficult to get along with, and they all have bad tempers. Old man, this is Badasi. If you want to survive, you have to join us. Otherwise, you will have to lie in the Badasi cemetery at night. The leading gangster threatened, shaking the antique in his hand. But this was probably the funniest joke Polanov had ever heard. Relying on a few shotguns in their hands, these gangsters actually wanted them to join. Polanov frowned. He still had some violent genes of the old Russians in his bones. If he couldn't convince them, he would just break their necks. When he took a slight step and was about to break the other party's wrist, a shrill horn suddenly sounded, startling everyone and making them look over. The golden light of the JLTV was dazzling. There were 3 models of this type of vehicle. The one from Zulon Company was a folding force type suitable for battlefield patrols. It had various muzzles and a machine gun on it. The muzzle was thicker than a dick. Gentlemen, are you having a party here? Gao Jun jumped out of the Humvee, and Peter followed him like a shadow, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, his finger slightly resting on the trigger of his rifle. When he walked over, the gangsters consciously made way for him and stared at him seriously. Yellow skin? Asian. The leading gangster had a gloomy face and stood in front of Gao Jun, asking cautiously. He kept glancing at the JLTV with his peripheral vision, and every pore in his body was filled with fear. Sir, would you like me to treat you to afternoon tea? Gao Jun said with a half-smile, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I only have a few bullets here. Just as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, he stuffed the Colt into the man's mouth and pulled his hair fiercely. Dyer, get out. Click. The sick dog, Shadier, stood up, pulled the car-mounted machine gun, and pointed the gun at everyone. The others also got out of the car with unfriendly eyes. Whoa! The gang leader widened his eyes in horror, and a begging sound almost like a wail came out of his throat. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his knees were a little weak. If Gao Jun hadn't been holding him with half a hand, he would have knelt on the ground. The Badasi gang is another level of vampires. They are just a group of refugees who have risen up with the trend and bully civilians with the weapons in their hands. They can't afford to offend the regular army, and they dare not touch mercenaries. They can only survive in the cracks. Even if there are too many of them, this vehicle-mounted machine gun can kill them all. Roll. Gao Jun opened his eyes and kicked the opponent in the hip. The pain made him roll on the ground for several times. He covered his butt and fled with a group of people. They were just a bunch of little scum, so Gao Jun didn't bother to pay much attention. He took Polanov's hand affectionately and smiled. Welcome to Badass, my friend. Polanov was also a little surprised by JTLV's arrogance, but after coming back to his senses, he tried to force a smile on his stiff face and greeted Peter and others who he was familiar with. "Let me see. Are these the employees you found for me?" Gao Jun opened his glasses wide, glanced back, and nodded with satisfaction. "They look really good. However, Polananov, I have to test them." "Sir, that's certainly possible," Polananov agreed, adding that this was also the employer's right. Gao Jun snapped his fingers and stood in front of the candidates, hands on his hips. "Hello, guys. I'm the chairman of Zulon Company. You can call me Second Master. Of course, if I join you, I prefer you to call me boss." "Aren't we considered to have started work now?" someone asked in a hoarse voice. "Of course, you have to come up with enough capital for me to pay in US dollars." Gao Jun opened the car door and invited Polananov to get in. Standing on a Hummer, he pointed ahead and said, "It's nearly 10 kilometers to my company. This is easy for you, right, gentlemen?" He tapped his watch and rubbed his chin as he spoke. "My assessment of you determines the salary you will receive in the company. If you want to earn more, you must show your ability to satisfy me." Chapter 89, Recruitment. Running 10 kilometers lightly is the basic standard for a qualified soldier. Looking in a rearview mirror, Gao Jun saw these people with disdainful looks on their faces, some of them even going so far as to playfully joke around with the people around them. He shook his head and smiled meaningfully. Polananov had been observing Gao Jun's expression. When he saw that smile, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Gao, don't worry. I just prepared some appetizers for my little friends. Hey, Abel, can we really make money here? I always feel that Asians are not very reliable." A black man showed his big front teeth and said familiarly while standing next to the elite members of the 13th Squadron. Abel frowned. "Damn it, this black man's mouth stinks," as if he had eaten shit. But the black man didn't notice the disgust on Abel's face. He even made a face and shook the fat on his face in a sarcastic tone. 10 kilometers? OMG, are you looking down on me? Even if I walk on my hands, I'm faster than that Asian. Bang. As soon as the guy finished speaking, there was a sudden loud noise in the distance of Badasi, which scared all the people who were running and made them shrink their necks and lie on the ground trembling with fear. Veterans with rich combat experience like Abel quickly found cover, with every muscle in their body tensed. Peter recorded the scene before him, and after a few good performances, he frowned, closed his notebook, pointed at one person, and said coldly, "You, leave the team." The person who was called out was the black man who had been pestering Abel just now. He was holding his head, his face was pale, and there was some unknown liquid on his crotch. "This is simply a ripoff." No. Are you going to murder us?" The black man screamed miserably, looking around with frightened eyes. "Leave," Peter repeated again. "Fuck, I don't accept it." The black man stood up and roared ferociously. Peter's eyes darkened, and he swung his left leg, kicking the man squarely in the chest. The nearly 1.9-meter-tall, 170-pound black man was flung back like a cannonball, his chest slightly dented, and it was obvious that several ribs were broken. "Gentlemen, I don't want you to take my words as bullshit. This is Ruilep. Even if I kill you, no one can punish me." Peter swept his eyes over the crowd, and everyone he met couldn't help but lower their heads. Abel and several other retired Special Forces soldiers were shocked. The man in front of them was very powerful. Peter named a few more candidates whose performances were equally disappointing. With the experience of the black man as a lesson, no one dared to step forward to refute him, and they could only leave the team with regret. "Polananov, there are too many kids sneaking in," Gao Jun said dissatisfiedly. The Belarusian was a bit of a fool. Seeing Gao Jun was a little unhappy, he quickly explained with a wry smile, "Mr. Gao, I can't introduce so many retired soldiers by myself. Many of them are from other brokers. I'm only responsible for bringing them here." Gao Jun finally relaxed a little, but he also said sternly, "I hope this is the last time." Polananov nodded sullenly, leaning against the car window, his eyes filled with worry, muttering in his heart that it seemed that Gao Jun was very picky. He knew that the black man who was kicked away by Peter, although not a frontline combat force, was also a technical talent in the French logistics, but he was eliminated. At present, it seemed that it was very good that 2/3 of the 60 people could be retained. There are still a few kilometers to go, and there will definitely be new surprises. Polananov guessed correctly. In just a 10-kilometer journey, these candidates experienced shelling, gunfights, massacres, etc. Of course, this was not played by someone Gao Jun hired, but the real Ruilep. The sick dogs and other people guarding on both sides sent dangerous messages more than once. Obviously, someone was eyeing their convoy, but they loosed their fangs because they thought the target was too tough. Many people who did not perform well were picked out by Peter. When they arrived at the company, only 37 or 38 people were left out of the 60. Polananov's face flushed red. The veteran had never felt so ashamed. Although it is common for them to be rejected as military brokers, he often makes paranoid demands of himself. This is the dignity of a veteran. All the 25 people he brought were present, but he still felt a burning pain on his face. Gao Jun got out of the car and looked at the remaining people, nodding with satisfaction. Gentlemen, congratulations on being accepted as employees of the company, but don't be too happy. I insist on elimination throughout the process here. If you can't satisfy me, I'll have to ask you to get out. Sick dog, take them to sign the contract, and ask them to report the units they have served, years of service, and specialties. Gao Jun said to Shadier. Since Nicholson was not there, the cook squad leader was doing the job part-time. Yes, boss. Shadier clapped his hands with a sinister smile. Welcome to us, guys. You can call me Sick Dog. I once served in the U.S. Army Delta Special Forces. Everyone, including Polanov, looked surprised. Although the Delta Force's combat record over the past 20 years can be said to be the most dismal of all special forces, it is therefore described as the special forces that will never become brides. Among them, the largest assault operation of the unit in recent years was the search for military strongman Eddie in Somalia on October 3, 1993. It left a tragic page in the combat history of the Delta Force because it violated the principle that special forces should avoid conducting assaults during the day. It resulted in 18 deaths, 73 injuries, and hundreds of Somali soldiers were killed. It was a terrible failure. However, this force has highly qualified personnel, high-tech equipment, strong combat capabilities, and high mobility, which enables it to perform commendably in international anti-terrorism activities. All I can say is that although this unit suffered a miserable fate, its reputation remains. In the team, several Special Forces soldiers, including Abel, had their eyes lit up and were full of desire to fight. They looked at each other and followed the sick dog towards the meeting room. Polanov, each person who is admitted will receive $3,000, and those who are not admitted will receive $500 in compensation. I will transfer the money to your account. Gao Jun. Thank you, sir. A hint of joy flashed in Polananov's eyes. Gao Jun laughed heartily, slightly ahead of the other party, chatting about family past events. This Polananov's personality was a bit cold and introverted, and he only answered when Gao Jun asked once. Polanov, is there anyone else at home? My wife is still in Minsk, and my daughter is at Yale University in the United States. Speaking of his wife and children, Polanov had a hint of happiness on his lips. Yale University? One outstanding girl, Gao Jun praised. He took 2 steps and asked casually, I'm afraid the tuition is very expensive. Polanov smiled wryly and shook his head. Tuition is close to $60,000 to $70,000, and including other expenses, it's probably over $100,000. Business is tough right now. If it weren't for Mr. Gao's support, I'd probably have left Dolby by now. There was a hint of fatigue in his tone. There were too many military brokers like him on the Central Island. Many large PMC companies had their own recruitment channels, while small companies could not afford to recruit too many. This was the first time Polanov had encountered a company like Zulong in his career. Gao Jun raised the corner of his mouth. Why don't you? Come and help me. Chapter 90, Killing Weapon. How about you come and help me? Gao Jun's words instantly made Polanov's heart tighten. He looked up in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. I'm short of a vice president, and I think you're a good fit. Vice president. Polanov was stunned and speechless. As the company developed more and more rapidly, Gao Jun felt that he was under more pressure. Many things were beyond his ability to handle alone, so he had to find a capable assistant. He first conducted a long internal investigation within the company. The old Taoist priest is too lazy, Muhammad is too lustful, Peter is too confused, Nicholson is too honest. None of them is worth mentioning. Polanov has the stubbornness of a Russian veteran, the tact of a businessman, and most importantly, his abilities are not weak either. He is a qualified candidate. Mr. Gao, is this a joke? Polanov came to his senses and laughed dryly. Gao Jun. What I hate most is people who waste my time. Do you think I'm that boring? We're both men. Let's not beat around the bush. Be direct. Do you want to do it? Annual salary of $300,000, including a 2% profit share on sales. Dry. Polonanov was also a very decisive person. He only knew that if he refused, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Welcome to join us. Gao Jun's expression relaxed, and he clapped his hands and laughed. It's my honor, too. The resumes of the people Polonanov brought are quite pleasing to the eye. Abel, Sergeant, serving in the 13th Squadron of the Ursuri Kingdom. Nickname Ghoul. Manfred Marion, Sergeant, serving in the Cyprus Navy Hunter Squadron, proficient in water combat. Nickname Water Ghost. Augustus Franks, Sergeant 2nd Class, serve in the Austrian EKO, Cobra, Special Forces, proficient in CBQ warfare. Nickname Golden Shield. These are first-class, world-class Special Forces. Those who can retire from them are at least sergeants, which shows that their military skills and combat qualities have reached the limit of the human body. Apart from them, the rest are not small fry either, and some of them are even technical talents. Each of them is an important source of fresh blood for Zulon Company. Gao Jun closed the roster, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. A smile crossed his face as he looked at Polonanov, who was sitting on the sofa, familiarizing himself with the job. He said, Ivan, I'm a little curious. Where did you recruit all these talented people? Do you have any special channels? Polonanov laughed. Boss, the economic crisis is raging around the world right now. Many governments are simply unable to accommodate these retired soldiers with outstanding military achievements. They can only let them drift like duckweed, choosing their own fate. But how can hands used to handling weapons adapt to anything else? So, every time I retire, I travel to various countries and always manage to catch some big fish. At this point, he smacked his lips as if expressing envy. I once saw a Blackwater bus at the gate of the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, USA. They brought a job fair directly into the barracks, and they recruited the most elite soldiers there. Gao Jun's face twitched. It was impossible for him to say that he was not envious. But he also knew that companies like Blackwater had achieved their current status through the hard work of several generations. If he didn't want to be a loser, he had to climb up. Our company will definitely be able to do the same in the future. Gao Jun consoled him, adding, we'll just take the bus directly to Beach City, SEAL Team 6. Polonanov was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. His young boss really dared to dream anything. Gao Jun, who was daydreaming, was clearly in a very good mood. He put his feet on the table and asked with his chin raised, Ivan, what do you think of our company? Do you have any good suggestions? The Belarusian was very straightforward. He frowned and said, this situation is too chaotic. Boss, I think the foundation of our company still lies in the arms business. With our current strength, other industries are probably not enough to challenge others' cakes. They can only serve as additional income. You mean you wanted to focus on arms? Gao Jun asked, scratching his head, feeling a bit of a headache. But the arms business isn't like the PMC industry. It's not easy to find buyers who can take on large amounts of arms. This is a helpless situation faced by small arms dealers. If the shackles of channels can be broken, Zulon Company will surely develop rapidly. Boss, we don't actually need to contact customers ourselves. Ruilep has plenty of speculators. We just need to recruit a few agents and give them a certain amount of dividends. I think there will be many people willing to do it. If they recruit other agents, we can buy goods from them. We only need to control the final supply. Grass. Gao Jun slapped his forehead. Isn't this a pyramid scheme? How could he have forgotten this? So many smart people in the country have been cheated. So can't this fool the Ruilep people? This is a powerful weapon. Amway in Europe has caused many people to lose their families. Of course, compared with them, Polonanov's is not the most basic pyramid scheme. After all, the profits brought by the arms business are crazy enough. Polonanov spoke with great enthusiasm, and only after he had spoken until his mouth was dry did he look at Gao Jun hopefully. Boss, what do you think of this? Gao Jun pondered for a moment. He was hesitating whether to bring out the domestic hierarchy system and deposit system, but he always felt that this was a bit too much. He just wanted to make money, but did not want to be the king of pyramid scheme. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope to establish the agent as soon as possible. Okay. Polonanov looked calm and did not show any complacency after his suggestion was adopted. This was what made Gao Jun satisfied. The two discussed it again and broke down many things into details. I have received a fixed security mission. Someone asked us to protect their oil fields north of Ruilep. I plan to lead an elite team to take over tomorrow. Badas, I'm sorry to bother you. Please call me if you have any questions. Gao Jun said. Polananov pursed his lips and nodded. Leave it to me. I won't let you down. Gao Jun specially convened a meeting to announce the appointment of Polananov. At this time, the benefits of having the final say were reflected. Even though several old men were dissatisfied, they did not dare to jump out to refute Gao Jun's decision. They only expressed their dissatisfaction with scattered applause. Polananov looked calm. Coming from the army, he knew that if he wanted to be respected, he had to show his strength to make others look up to him. You can call me Ivan, or you can call me Rifle. In private, I welcome you to challenge me. Gao Jun has been sitting on the side watching, marveling at this. Ivan is at least close to 50 years old, but he has such a hot temper. The company is going to be lively in the future. After Polananov introduced himself, Gao Jun announced the plan incorporation, which would expand the original security guard department into an air detachment and a ground combat detachment, and incorporate 8 special forces, including the zombie able and 20 retired soldiers from other units into them, while the rest would be incorporated into the remaining air support security department. This can more effectively implement combat modes in all directions. Chapter 91, SOS. AB, a city in northern Ruilep and the capital of the Castor Autonomous Region, is a veritable transportation hub and a battleground for military strategists. Compared with Badas, there are fewer traces of civilization here and more industrial atmosphere. The scattered and messy ruins of factories and muddy and uneasy mountain roads always make people feel nervous and afraid of being ambushed accidentally. You know, this generation of Custer people has always lived in war. The Soros family's oil field is on the side of the mountain, completely obscured by tall mountain trees, and is very hidden. OMG. Ghoul, drive slower. Half of the tire is about to hang off the cliff. Ludwig, who was sitting in the passenger seat, held the handlebars tightly with both hands, his face a little pale. Hey, Bear, why do you look so effeminate? Abel glanced at the burly man who was almost sticking his head out of the car to vomit. That doesn't even match your physique. Fuck, do you believe I can break your neck down there? Ludwig tried hard to look fierce, but before he could finish his words, his face turned pale again. It's not that he was carsick, but Abel drove too wildly. He could even make a 90-degree turn gracefully. Gao Jun, who was sitting in the back car, was so scared that his eyelids were twitching. Mr. Gao, your company's employees are truly skilled and courageous. A bald, middle-aged man in the back seat of the Hummer complimented him, tilting his gold-rimmed glasses. Even our veteran workers drive very carefully on this well-worn road. Every oil truck has snow chains installed on its tires, just in case there's an accident. Don't worry about them, Mr. Fink. How many barrels of oil can you produce at a time? This is what Gao Jun was curious about. The middle-aged man was an inspector sent by Soros, a typical German. Fink chuckled, his words vaguely stated, "We'll need at least 10 million barrels to recoup our costs. Anything less, and we'll be bleeding money. 10 million barrels. That's nearly 700 million US dollars. Sure enough, the energy business is one of the most profitable businesses in the world. If Gao Jun didn't know some inside information, it would be easy for this guy to fool him. However, seeing that Fink didn't want to say more, Gao Jun didn't ask any more questions. He just squinted his eyes and chatted with him. After waiting for about half an hour, the originally crowded scene in front of me suddenly became empty, and the sound of sparse engines came to my ears. In the simple open-air collection site, there were occasionally a few vague figures in the distance. When they heard the sound of the convoy, they all turned around and pointed. Drive in. Just as Gao Jun gave the order, 2 Tebow people wearing sailor shirts and flip-flops came out of the sentry post next to him, holding AK-47s in their hands, shouting something in the convoy, and the smell of gunpowder was strong when they raised their guns. Mr. Fink, it's your turn now. Gao Jun signaled the convoy to stop and said to the bald man who was taking out his cell phone next to him. Fink made an OK sign and confidently pressed the OK button. However, as the call dragged on, his expression stiffened. Let me try another one. His expression remained unchanged as he cursed a few times. I don't know where these damn guys went. They must have been drunk again last night. Are you using this excuse to numb yourself? Gao Jun frowned. What happened? Fink shook his head, his face darkening. Let's go in. I don't believe anyone outside dares to stop us. Gao Jun's face twitched at this. Where did this German get his confidence from? Did he really think he was holding a fire poker? A volley of bullets would be enough to turn several people into sieves. Ding, ding, ding. Fink's phone rang crisply. The screen lit up, and a text message came in. Oh no, something's wrong. Fink glanced at him impatiently, then suddenly cried out in surprise. He anxiously shook his phone and pulled Gao Jun's hand. Mr. Gao, Ult sent me a life-saving message. The International Emergency Rescue Signal was displayed on the screen. SOS. Gao Jun's heart sank, and his sixth sense instantly kicked in. As if frightened, he turned his head sharply and saw the T-bow man at the entrance of the oil field with a ferocious look on his face, his finger on the trigger. Enemy spotted. Ghouls killed him. Da-da-da. As soon as Gao Jun finished speaking, the enemy on the opposite side opened fire. Fortunately, Abel and Luther in the lead car were alert. They rolled off the car in a panic and hid behind the car using their hands and feet, barely escaping the disaster. Fire, fire. Golden shield, protect Mr. Fink. Water ghost, beast, cover me. Gao Jun fired a burst of shots with his gun lowered and ordered with his head lowered. Augustus Franks responded, opened the car door, grabbed the terrified Fink, dragged him out of the car, held his head down, and risked his life to walk away from the battlefield. Fake. The zombie was lying on the ground. He saw the opponent's ankle from under the car and shot him directly. The T-bow man screamed and just fell to the ground. A bloody hole appeared on his head instantly. He was deader than dead. Sector secure. Move on. Gao Jun waved his hand, and all the members formed a battle formation and headed straight for the oil field. I suspect the target has been kidnapped. The enemy and location are unknown, but we have received the money and we must rescue the employer. The current time is 10:10. In 40 minutes, if the battle is not over, we will withdraw. Do you understand? Gao Jun held the headset and said seriously. Receive. Gao Jun gestured to Peter, indicating that each of them should lead a team to advance from the left and right. In fact, according to combat principles, fighting on unknown terrain will first make you weaker. In addition, the enemy is unknown. If it were other special forces, they would have given up the mission long ago. But Gao Jun and his group's whereabouts were discovered. If they left at this point, the hostages inside would certainly be in danger, and the 5.6 million would have to be returned intact. His only idea now was to take advantage of the other party's unstable footing and stab him in the ribs. Gao Jun was followed by zombies and water ghosts, who kept a distance of nearly 5 meters and ran nearly 100 meters inside. His vision was blocked by the stacked paint buckets. As soon as he turned the corner, he ran into a T-bow man who was changing magazines and was also staring at him with wide eyes. The two of them came to their senses at the same time, but their opponent had not yet had time to load the magazine. Gao Jun raised his hand and fired a shot, and the opponent fell down. A mob. This was the only thought in his mind. They were even worse than the militants from Badasi. They looked like civilians who had just picked up weapons. Chapter 92. Allah is immortal. In a simple flat-roofed hut in the oil field, a man wearing a baseball cap and a dark brown short-sleeve shirt was fat and had a scary scar running from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. He was holding a fish snake grass in his mouth, and his triangular eyes reflected a look of cruelty. Shit. Damn Spanish bastards. I knew they wouldn't pay the ransom peacefully. They thought we were too gentle. He angrily roared a few vulgar words in the T-bow dialect, stood up, walked to the bound hostages in the corner, grabbed a middle-aged woman's hair, and said through gritted teeth, Ms. Gray, your boss makes me unhappy. Woo-woo. The middle-aged woman struggled and pleaded with frightened eyes. But the scarred man turned a blind eye and dragged the other person on the ground by his hair. The other hostages were just trembling in fear. Who would dare to jump out? He pulled the middle-aged woman to the door, stepped on her exquisitely dressed face with his flip-flops, took out a Glock 18, aimed it at Gray's chest, and fired 3 shots, hitting her heart. There was no hope of saving her. The person in charge of this oil field was shot dead on the spot. Hearing the gunfire outside the door, the scar man raised his head and pointed at the remaining militants in the house. All of you go out and kill them. Lucas. Someone hesitated and looked at each other. I say, go out and kill them. Lucas raised his pistol and opened his bloody mouth. Don't make me kill you. Damn it. Man, Turkish bastard. The remaining militants cursed madly in their hearts, but had no choice but to rush out. When they all rushed out, Lucas stood among the hostages. Only here did he feel safe. Gao Jun, who was already nearing the center, saw 3 militants rushing out of the hut. His eyes were stern, and he shouted to Marion behind him, Water ghosts, bazooka, bomb them. Marion used to serve as an assaulter in the Cyprus maritime hunting team. His height of less than 1.7 meters allowed him to pass through any narrow area when fighting in the water. Of course, his muscles were taut and his endurance was great, so he did not have enough physical strength, let alone other skills and tactics. Hearing Gao Jun's order, the water ghost took off the bazooka on his back and carried it on his shoulders. Abel next to him played the role of assistant shooter and loader. The origin of the name of the bazooka is actually very confusing. The German army initially called it a shoulder-fired cannon, and American soldiers jokingly called it Playboy George Cannon. The latter name, with obvious pornographic connotations, was obviously not suitable for formal occasions, so some people called it bazooka. This name came from a thick wind instrument used by an American radio comedy star named Bob Burns during his performances. This instrument is very similar in shape to a rocket launcher tube. Later, its powerful killing power on the battlefield made it famous far and wide. The tailflame area is safe, Abel said in a deep voice. The submariner fired a shot at the target through the sight. Swoosh! With a sound of tail dragging, it exploded in the crowd in the terrified eyes of the militants. The flying fragments and shock waves even flipped one of them into the air, and he fell heavily to the ground. Beautiful! Gao Jun gave a thumbs up and said into the headset, "Beast, head towards the center." He had just jumped on his steps and was about to lift the curtain when he was startled and fell backwards. With the inertia of the backpack, he rolled down the steps in a mess, his eyes full of lingering fear. He was almost killed by the grandson inside. "Come on, if you dare to come in, I will kill the hostages," the scar man in the house said madly and unscrupulously. Gao Jun gestured to Peter to make a detour and go around to the back. The latter nodded slightly, threw his rifle behind him, took out his pistol, and walked lightly around to the back of the hut. He also saw an open window from the back, and he secretly stuck half of his head out. This was a good position, and he could see a burly middle-aged man standing in the middle, with several hostages kneeling or sitting beside him. "I only want $1 million. If the Spaniard promises to get me out of Ruilep, I will release the hostages." Gao Jun listened to the terms and raised his eyebrows. Spaniards? Could it be Soros? He didn't reply, which made the scar man inside panic. He became even more violent, kicking the hostages around him, his face flushed. "I want money. I want to get out of this damn place." Peter licked his dry tongue and stood up carefully. The height of the hut to the window was only about 1 meter. He tried hard to control himself and not make any sound, but it always backfired. The small wooden bamboo on the window was only half the thickness of a little finger. When it was accidentally touched, its toughness caused it to bounce. The sound made the scarred man, who was already extremely nervous, turn his head suddenly. Not good. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Peter clearly saw the other person's eyes become fierce. "Bastard." The scar man raised his hand and was about to shoot, but suddenly he saw a petite female hostage next to him banging her head against his waist. She was unstable, and the bullet hit the wall next to her. If Peter gives the other party another chance, he will just commit suicide. He pounced on the scar man like a cheetah, hugged his abdomen, threw him to the ground, grabbed his arm, twisted it, and with a click, the small arm was twisted into 90 degrees. This was not the end of the story. Peter raised his fist and hit the man on the temple. The scarred man's eyes turned white and he fainted. Gao Jun and others who heard the noise outside rushed in, glanced around, tilted the muzzle of the gun, bent down to pick up the Glock 18, wiped it with his fingers, threw it to Peter, and looked at the hostage. "Are you the managers of the oil field?" The hostage, whose ropes had been loosened, was still in shock, and seemed to have not heard Gao Jun's words at all. Yes, sir." Just when Gao Jun was getting impatient, a crisp female voice said. Gao Jun walked over and saw a woman with East Asian complexion staring timidly. "Asian? Chinese? Korean? Japanese? Islander, sir. My name is Matsushita Nanako, and I'm a translator at the oil field. Where is your person in charge?" Ms. Gray was shot dead. Nanako Matsushita pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Gao Jun felt a headache and pointed at the scarred man lying on the ground and asked, "Do you know who they are?" "They're security personnel hired by the group. I heard they're members of the local armed group Allah is immortal." It turned out to be an insider. No wonder he was kidnapped so easily. "It seems I have to have a good talk with Mr. Soros about what happened today," Gao Jun said in a deep voice, but in his heart he had already started thinking about how to use this incident to gain enough benefits for himself. Chapter 93. Cutting off someone's financial resources. When Soros received Gao Jun's call, he was so frightened that he almost jumped off the top floor of the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas. His face turned pale with fear. He pushed away the girl next to him, sat up nervously and asked, "Is anyone in trouble?" Ms. Gray was shot. Soros felt a chill in his crotch. That was an old minister in the family who supported his faction and was also a capable subordinate of his father. He seemed to see his old father roaring and cursing. "Where are the others?" he continued to ask, suppressing his panic. Gao Jun glanced at the manager, who was trembling in his chair. "The others are fine, but I think you should take them back to see a psychiatrist." "Shit." Soros completely disregarded his gentlemanly manners. "Gao, I'll be right back. Please be sure to take care of me." "Wild duck, we are friends. I will take care of it." As Soros thanked him, Gao Jun hung up the phone and walked over to Matsushita Nanako, holding his rifle. "Mr. Soros will come to pick you up." "Really?" A black girl with glasses said with an accent, shaking her head. "I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go back to Spain. This place is not friendly at all." Ruilep is indeed like hell for ordinary people. Once upon a time, an American couple decided to cycle through Ruilep to prove that people are kind. 2 months later, they were found tortured to death. Their bodies were rotting and maggot-filled. "If you feel tired, you can go and have a rest. With us here, nothing will happen," Gao Jun said with full energy. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the hut. He ordered the zombies and water ghosts to guard the door, and he took the rest of the people to survey the terrain. After all, they would have to stay here for a long time. Early the next morning, Soros rushed over in a hurry. Gao Jun was shocked when he saw him for the first time. His eyes were swollen, bloodshot, and his hair was shabby. The Hebrew beside him followed, with his hands on his hips, frowning, and lowering his head as if saying something. "Wild duck," Gao Jun shouted. Soros suddenly raised his head and jumped up as if he had a spring under his butt. He trotted over and tightly grasped Gao Jun's hand. A grateful look on his face said, "Gao, I've heard Fink say that if these managers all get into trouble without your help, our family will have no choice but to resign from the board of directors." He was right. Last night, he received a call from Soros and was almost scolded. At the emergency meeting held by the family, some opponents even believed that Soros's family was unable to manage the oil fields and asked them to hand over the management rights. If it weren't for the father's tough measures, the duck in hand would have flown away. It can be said that Gao Jun saved his financial prospects. "This is my responsibility." Gao Jun shrugged, his eyes darkening. "But I've discovered that this oil field still has a huge security risk." After this incident, Soros was like a frightened bird. His spirit collapsed. What hidden danger? First, I discovered that the oil field's protective measures are practically useless. Secondly, there's no heavy firepower at all. This wouldn't be a good thing if we encountered a large-scale enemy. Remember, in 2007, refugees stormed a mine in Kenya, South Africa, resulting in the deaths of 13 employees of Shamrock Jungle. The economic losses reached $13.5 million. Clover Jungle is an American private security company founded by retired personnel of the U.S. Delta Force. It was established in Chicago in 2007 and is headquartered in Virginia. It has more than 5,000 employees. During the Ruilep War, one of its major orders exceeded $1.5 billion. Even a large company like this would suffer heavy losses if it encountered a mob in Kenya. If Zulong encountered it, I'm afraid. Special Forces soldiers are also human beings, not Gundams covered in golden armor. I suggest equipping it with heavy firepower or even small artillery. Gao Jun raised his voice slightly. Hebrew immediately turned his gaze towards Gao Jun. It seemed that the veteran soldier with the signal flag already knew what the other party was planning. Although Soros was the family's key successor, he was still too young and was being led around by Gao Jun. He anxiously said, "Whatever weapons you need, I'll buy them as long as they can guarantee the safety of the oil fields." "Dear Wild Duck, have you forgotten that I am an arms dealer?" Gao Jun slowly took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was densely covered with various types of weapons and equipment. After Soros took it, Hebrew leaned his head over. After reading just one line, he almost vomited blood. 88mm gun multiplied by 3. 20mm machine gun multiplied by 3. 28mm PK-44 Krupp heavy anti-tank gun X1. The following also include world-famous heavy machine guns, such as MG-42 and Soviet DSHK. These weapons and equipment can be organized into an elite force in South Africa. Even the regular army equipment in many hotspots is not so luxurious. Cunning Chinese. Hebrew saw the total of $3.75 million marked at the bottom of the paper and couldn't help but mutter a few words. He glared at Gao Jun in dissatisfaction. He turned his head and saw Soros frowning and deep in thought. He was immediately startled and quickly tugged on his sleeve. He leaned his head over and whispered, "Soros, we're running low on liquidity. If we want to purchase this equipment, we can only ask the board of directors. Those vampires will definitely not agree, and your father will also question it." Soros was startled. Then he looked up at Gao Jun and gave him a helpless smile. "Gao, I can't afford this money." "Shit." Gao Jun cursed in his heart, glaring at Hebrew fiercely with a sullen expression. This grandson was killing his parents by cutting off their financial resources, yet he still had to put on a smiling face. "Wild duck, we're friends. If the funds are blocked, you only need to pay part of the payment, and the rest can be paid on credit." But these words made Soros nervous. He's not stupid, though he is naive. But his father taught him a truth since he was a child. No one will consider you wholeheartedly. All they care about is the US dollars you have and the family behind you. Gao Jun's deliberateness made him wary, and he refused with a forced smile. "I'm so sorry, but we in the Soros family don't have a tradition of buying on credit. Gao, I only have $300,000 on me. Let's just buy some heavy machine guns and small artillery." Gao Jun was stunned. He also felt that the other party was gradually distancing himself from him. He sighed helplessly in his heart, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Hebrew. It was this bastard who made him lose millions. "You'd better not fall in my hands, otherwise I will kill you." Chapter 94. Killed in Action. The $300,000 arms deal was finalized very quickly. Following Hebrew's suggestion, Soros purchased 3 Soviet DSHK heavy machine guns and 2 20mm machine guns. Once these were placed outside the oil field, even small, fragile tanks would kneel down and call them daddy. During World War II, Germany's 20mm machine gun was used to shoot down planes. There is a scene in the movie Saving Private Ryan where the tracks of a Tiger tank were blown off, and a group of infantrymen wanted to go up and open the can of the Tiger, but the German soldiers pushed out a 20mm machine gun with a shield. After a burst of fire, the group of infantrymen who were hit either had their legs, heads, or waists broken. The power was extremely terrifying. "Gao, I hope these equipment can be deployed to the oil field as soon as possible." Soros rubbed his temples with some exhaustion. "No more accidents here. For the sake of our friendship, I will send another elite team into the oil field. A security team of more than a dozen people is enough to deal with a small-scale battle." Gao Jun said generously. Soros was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He hugged Gao Jun and kept repeating, "Thank you, Gao. God will be with you, Emmanuel." Gao Jun slowly placed his hand on the other's back and spoke softly. It was not because he had a change of heart, but for the sake of long-term interests. A team of 6 was not enough to guard such a large oil field. If something went wrong, their reputation would be ruined. Small PMC companies rely on reputation. "I'll ask my employees to get some wine, and I'll have a drink with you?" Gao Jun suggested with a smile. Soros let go of Gao Jun and said with a sad face, "My father asked Fink to stay as the acting head of the oil field and took the rest of the people back to Spain." "So anxious." Soros showed a helpless expression. "There be another chance. Next month is my birthday party. I welcome you to my Spanish hacienda. Let's have a drink together." He paused, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "I'll introduce you to the most beautiful lady in all of Spain." Just at this moment, Fink also came over with Nanako Matsushita and others. He first greeted Soros, then smiled and nodded to Gao Jun. He finally realized that if he wanted to survive in this ghost place, it would be best not to offend these people with guns. He had a complete understanding of how Ms. Gray died. Scarface was playing cards with a few people in the lounge, and the menopausal Ms. Gray had an argument with them, and then she was shot to death. Soros was well aware of this and gave Fink a warning look. The safety of this oil field is entirely in the hands of Mr. Gao. If he needs anything, just cooperate. It's best not to make any more mistakes. Please rest assured, Master Soros. Fink lowered his head and was very humble. Soros was very satisfied with the other party's attitude. After chatting with Gao Jun for a few more words, he took the management team into the car, started the engine, and slowly drove away. "Mr. Gao, please wait a moment." Just as Gao Jun was about to turn around, He heard a soft voice behind him and saw Nanako Matsushita trotting over with her skirt lifted. "Ms. Matsushita, is there anything else?" Matsushita Nanako blushed as she handed Gao Jun a crystal pendant and whispered, "This is the protective crystal I got from Nishi Honganji Temple. I've been wearing it. Thank you for saving my life this time, and may the Buddha bless you." This is not necessary." Gao Jun scratched his head at a loss. It was the first time he received a gift from a girl, and it made his scalp tingle. "Take it. This is my gift." Matsushita Nanako smiled broadly, her special charm shining in the sunshine of Ruilep. She hesitated for a long time, her big watery eyes wide open. "If possible, please come to Tokyo." After saying that, she bowed shyly and trotted away. This made Gao Jun confused. He lowered his head and looked at the crystal pendant in his hand, which had a hint of a girl's fragrance on it. "What a lovely girl," the old bald man said enviously. "It seems she is pursuing her prince." "Prince?" Gao Jun frowned and threw the crystal pendant away in front of Fink's surprised gaze. "I'm not a prince. I never was, and I won't be in the future. I'm just the leader of the mercenaries. US dollars are my best sexual partner." But Peter, who was standing behind him, could see clearly that the boss's back muscles were tightening and he was nervous. These words seemed like a ridiculous cover-up. At least that's what Peter thought. Fink looked at Gao Jun's back and smacked his lips, but he saw Peter running towards the crystal bracelet with the zombies and water ghosts, and he lowered his head to search. A strange combination. After returning to the lounge, Gao Jun drank 3 times of cold water before he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. That Japanese woman was really exciting. If she was a gangster like Samara or a street vendor, he would have been unable to resist pressing on her. But after all, they were all girls from decent families, and there were some things he still couldn't do. When I was young, I'd listen to the radio. The soothing ringtone of the cell phone plays the world-famous song, Yesterday Again. "Hey, Ivan, boss." Poloninov's voice was deep and magnetic. "I already have several candidates for agent. Can you come back and confirm them?" "So fast." Gao Jun was also surprised. "Belarus efficiency is too high. I found an information dealer in Badasi and asked them to spread the word that our company is looking to recruit agents. All they have to do is pay them a small sum of money. There's no shortage of people in Ruilep who want to get rich overnight." "Okay, let them prepare their information, and then you can ask someone to check it out. If there's anything they're hiding, we'll eliminate it. I don't want my agent to be a dishonest baboon." "Okay, boss. Do you have any other instructions?" Gao Jun was just about to tell Soros about his agreement when his phone vibrated. Another call came in, and it was from that bastard Conrad. "Wait a moment. I'll take a call first." He gathered his emotions, intending to deliver a series of intimidating blows right from the start. But who knew, just as he was about to answer, Conrad's hoarse voice rang out. "We're under attack. We're under attack. Fuck. Reinhardt's been shot and killed." There were bursts of gunfire and even occasional artillery fire from the other side, which made the phone's signal very unstable. Gao Jun's heart tightened. "Where is it?" 33 grado 26 21.72 N 43 grado 14 38.28 E. "Get closer to the blood lake. Come. Quickly." The intermittent voice suddenly stopped. "Shit." Gao Jun cursed and called Polonov back, his hands clenching nervously. As soon as the call was connected, he shouted anxiously, "Quick! Pull out the air support unit to rescue them. Equip the machine guns and rocket launchers. Kill them." He repeated the location and Conrad's characteristics, gritting his teeth and saying, "We must rescue him." Chapter 95, Rescue. After hanging up, Polonov grabbed the microphone on the table. "All Air Support Security Department personnel, gather your weapons and equipment and assemble on the tarmac. I repeat, you bastards, the war has begun. This is your chance to make some American dollars. Don't delay. Anyone who doesn't arrive within 2 minutes will be kicked out of the company." His voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker in the company. The employees who were training or resting suddenly jumped up, their eyes shining, and ran back to the dormitory shouting to put on their weapons and equipment. In order to equip these guys with enough weapons, Gao Jun exchanged 3 Goryanov SG-43 heavy machine guns and 5 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns for 30 Russian-made AK-102 assault rifles. The AK-102 is a Russian-made carbine, a modern version of the AK-47 family. It uses an orange plastic magazine, comes with a silencer and is chambered for the 5.56mm NATO SS-109 cartridge. The AK-102 is a shorter assault rifle version of the AK-101, similar to the older AKS-74U. It fires NATO standard rounds, and this 1980s-era rifle is still in service with many military units, including the Royal Malaysian Navy's Special Forces Unit, the Pascal. When the group arrived at the helipad, Hal had already mounted machine guns and rocket launchers on the two Little Bird helicopters. Polonanov was standing in front, fully armed, wearing a light blue mask. His black training uniform made his muscles look very symmetrical. It was hard to tell that he was a veteran who was nearly 50 years old. The boss has ordered us to rush to the vicinity of Ruilep Blood Lake to support the attacked Ruilep security Minister Conrad. We must rescue him no matter what. The Belarusian raised a finger. Don't let the boss down. Get on the helicopter. Against the force of the propeller wind, Polonanov patted the buttocks of every employee who boarded the plane, which was his favorite action during the Chechen battle. May the great Jesus bless you. The Blood Lake, located outside Sadr City, once caused a huge disturbance in Ruilep because of its bright and terrifying color. After the Ruilep War, it was used by reactionary armed forces to train armed personnel, mainly for suicide attacks against Badasi. In 2009, the U.S. military took the lead in retaking this place, but NATO convoys were often attacked here. This time, Conrad was in trouble. He huddled behind the bunker, the wound on his right leg tied with his belt, a half-smoked cigarette, but in his mouth, his face trembling with pain, sweat and blood flowing down his cheeks, holding an MP-443 Raven semi-automatic pistol in his hand and pressing the remaining bullets in his pocket into the magazine. All around were burning and overturned cars, and more than a dozen bodies were lying. He brought 18 members of the security department's action team to the Blood Lake to carry out a mission, but they were ambushed. 3 rocket launchers were fired from the slanted woods. Reinhardt in the lead car was killed on the spot, and the right palm, with the wedding ring, fell not far away. My members are all dead. Now it's my turn. Conrad released the safety and listened to the approaching footsteps. The GSG-9 veteran remained calm. He took a deep breath, emerged from cover, and, dragging his crippled leg, he knelt and fired at the 3 militants approaching him. They groaned a few times. Kill him quickly. Reinforcements from the Ruilep government are coming. An armed commander shouted loudly, signaling everyone to come over and suppress the fire at the place where Conrad was hiding. The bullet hit the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Whoa! The strong sound of the propeller can easily cause tinnitus. Polonanov, who was sitting outside, squinted his eyes and looked around carefully. Rifling. Look ahead, there's a gunfight. Miles next to him suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Come over." Polonanov knocked on the glass of the cab and gestured. The 2 planes flew in a vertical line, blowing down the surrounding weeds. The sudden intrusion of this unknown person obviously startled everyone, but when Conrad saw the name of Zulon Company painted on the fuselage, his face lit up with joy. He lowered his body, lay in the pit, and waved his hands vigorously. "Shoot! Shoot it down!" the militants shouted at each other. But before they could take action, Mohammed, who was flying the plane, controlled the 30mm machine gun and aimed it at the plow below. Air Force One, land first, Polonanov ordered and gestured to Mohammed. Keep your fire. Another Little Bird helicopter slowly descended from behind. Once it had completely touched the ground, the employees on both sides jumped out in unison and approached in battle formation. The time has come to sacrifice for the great Ruilep. Long live the Lord. The militants who were at a disadvantage had no intention of retreating, so the commander rushed out with his men. Unfortunately, he was hit by a cannon and half of his body was blown apart. Fire in the hole. Shadier, the sick dog in front of the ground action team, shouted, then squatted down, took out a fragmentation grenade from his combat uniform, and threw it out while kneeling. The team members behind him did the same thing, and in a moment, the area within 50 meters in front was blown up. Stay in your combat positions. Squad 1, follow me. Shadier ordered, searching forward quickly with his gun raised. He could feel the burning heat of the ground beneath his feet, even through his combat boots. He was as cautious as a venomous snake, looking around. Suddenly, he heard a movement near the ruins of the vehicle at his feet. "Who? Come out!" he shouted loudly. Don't kill me, don't kill me." A bearded militant walked out, trembling with his hands raised, looking terrified. Shadier took just one look and fired a shot with a cold face. The bullet went straight through the opponent's eye socket and came out from the back of his head. The militant still had an expression of disbelief on his face. "We don't want any prisoners. Reshoot." It's not that he's cruel, but he's learned a painful lesson. The craziest of these militants will leave bombs in their bodies. Conrad lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, but he was obviously relieved. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and Polanov stood beside him. He glanced at his wound and asked, "Can you still stand up? Stay alive. There is no soldier who cannot get up." Conrad tried hard to stand up, and Polanov just watched him. He was not standing idly by, but he understood the pride in the heart of a true soldier. Conrad struggled to get up, his face grimacing. "If you can't kill me, I'll kill you." Tapter devines de Tya. Conrad gazed at the chaotic battlefield, limping past Polanov and walking to a pit. He squatted down and, with trembling hands, picked up a severed finger. There was a tattoo on it. Sort of God. This is Reinhardt's favorite sentence. Conrad carefully pulled off a piece of gauze and wrapped the severed finger. His deep voice was filled with fatigue. "Brothers, I'll take you home." Just as he was about to stand up, he found a bullet casing in the pit with a short sentence engraved on it. He squinted his eyes and read it carefully. "Freedom belongs to Ruilep. Freedom Organization." Conrad's eyes instantly turned red. As a minister of security of Ruilep, he certainly understood the origin of this. The militants led by Gran once rushed towards various government offices while shouting holy words and carrying bombs. Polanov stood behind him, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. He shouted at everyone to speed up the cleanup of the battlefield and patted Conrad on the shoulder. "We should go. The night is not unkind." Conrad was used to this kind of storm in GSG-9. Tears were just a way for a coward to express his feelings. He preferred revenge. "Please contact Gao for me. I want to ask him how much Gran's head costs." Polanov was startled, then nodded slightly. "I'll pass it on for you." Gao Jun, who was far away in the northern city of Abbey, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Conrad was fine. He had gone to rescue Conrad at a loss, just for his status as the head of the security department of Ruilep. This is enough to generate returns for himself later. If it can't generate benefits for Gao Jun, no one will save you. He is reluctant to pay for the fuel of the bird helicopter. "Boss, there's something else I want to tell you." Polanov hesitated. "What?" "He wants Gran dead. He wants to know how much it will cost to kill him." Gao Jun rolled his eyes and cursed. "Fuck him. If I could kill him, why would I be so panicked? That's bullshit. Don't pay any attention to him." As soon as Polanov answered, there was a sound of snatching on the other end of the phone, as if there was an argument. "Hello, I'm Konrad. Gao, help me avenge Reinhardt. I'll get you at least $5 million for that nearly $30 million costume replacement order." $5 million? Gao Jun's brow twitched slightly. "It seems that what you said doesn't count." "Gao, I've been in Ruilep for so many years, and I have people supporting me up there." Conrad's voice was strong and firm. It is impossible to say that he is not tempted. After all, Gao Jun is very anxious. He needs US dollars to unlock more skills in the system and to set up more important departments. If the PMC industry wants to go further, it can only keep burning money. But reason is better than greed. "I don't know where Gran is." Gao Jun said with a hint of regret. "I'm afraid I can't help you." But who knew that Conrad would reveal a secret directly? "Gao, do you know why I went to Blood Lake?" "Because I met an intelligence dealer there. For $50,000. He told me Gran's approximate address." Gao Jun's breathing suddenly took a breath. "Such a powerful intelligence dealer? Is that guy reliable?" "He's from the CIA." "Tell me the address, and then tell me how you want Gran to die." Gao Jun immediately changed his tone. "This is all due to the CIA's great reputation. The CIA is one of the world's 4 major intelligence agencies, headquartered in Langley, Virginia, USA. Its main mission is to collect and analyze intelligence on foreign governments, companies, criminal organizations, individuals, politics, culture, technology, etc., both openly and secretly, coordinate the activities of other domestic intelligence agencies, and report this intelligence to various departments of the U.S. government. The record is very brilliant. It has played an important role in countless major events in history, such as the Watergate scandal. The CIA is divided into 4 main divisions: management, operations, technology, and intelligence. Intelligence technicians often hold advanced degrees or are experts in specific fields. The agency's organization, personnel, funding, and activities are strictly confidential, even to Congress, placing it above the law. Their emblem is distinctive and striking, featuring a silver shield centered on a blue, gold-rimmed circular base. At the center of the shield is a compass rose with 16 red points. Atop the shield is the head of the American national bird, the bald eagle, symbolizing the CIA's role as a formidable barrier protecting America's security. The 16 points of the compass rose symbolize the CIA's global reach, with intelligence data converging from all corners to the center. The bald eagle symbolizes strength, courage, freedom, and immortality, while also representing alertness, agility, and ruthlessness, precisely the CIA's hallmark. But sometimes, although these guys can't distinguish between friend and foe when they go crazy, they are definitely good at gathering intelligence. For example, they played an indispensable role in the killing of el-Baradei. This information must have been sold by an insider in the CIA. It's not like no one has done this before. Conrad was obviously surprised by Gao Jun's change of attitude. After a slight pause, he said in a ferocious tone, "I just want him dead. I can't return to Germany if he's alive. I can't face Reinhardt's family. I brought him from the prosperity of Berlin to this damned Ruilep. Okay, just wait for the news." Gao Jun said calmly without hesitation and hung up the phone. He didn't care about Conrad's anger. Although it may sound a bit unfair, some of the words are very direct. No one forces anyone to come to this war-torn city. Everyone comes here for US dollars, power, and desires. Naturally, they have to pay for what they get. It's just that Reinhardt went to see God first. It's that simple. We've accepted this matter, but I don't want you to lie to me about your promise to me. Otherwise, I can save you or kill you. Gao Jun snorted coldly and muttered to himself with a slightly warning tone. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Conrad threw the phone back to Polanov, who was standing next to him. Without even saying thank you, he got into the little bird helicopter, hung his head, and just looked at the severed finger. Of course, he knew how big the Chinese man's appetite was. He could have called the government forces in Ruilep at the Blood Lake for help, but he instinctively believed in Gao Jun. It was not because the other party was so friendly, but because he understood that countless people in Ruilep wanted to take his position, but only Gao Jun wanted him to sit there. When the interests of two people are tied together, this is what is called selflessness. Kraut. Polanov cursed a few times, jumped on the plane, and shouted into the headset, "Return." The two little birds circled up and slowly floated towards the old city of Badasi. Chapter 97. Swing. Gao Jun certainly understood that the possibility of attacking and killing Gran was very slim. Otherwise, if the CIA had already discovered his location, would they not take action? First of all, the cost was too high and the benefits were too little. For example, the U.S. spent nearly $500 million to kill BLD. Wouldn't that be better spent on domestic development? But why did Obama insist on carrying it out? Because he knew that if he wanted to maintain his position, he had to kill the world's #1 criminal and gain the support of the people at home. War is just another continuation of politics. Gran's status is much lower. At most, he can only make small moves in Ruilep. He is not worthy of being mentioned. Naturally, the U.S. military will not go to the trouble of sending SEAL Team 6. Let nature take its course. At most, when luck comes, he might be killed by an airstrike. Maybe, when I have time, I should go to Bada's Poseidon Square to meet the new owner here. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes. The soldiers were reluctant to take action, but he was willing to help eradicate this cancer. Of course, he had to get some benefits. Mr. Gao, Fink had stood behind him at some point. The bald old man was holding 2 glasses of red wine. He smiled with a hint of the mature charm of an old man. "Thank you for helping the Soros family solve their problem." Gao Jun smiled subtly. "Mr. Fink, this is part of our company's job." He took the red wine, and the two of them clinked glasses lightly. Gao Jun raised his head and drank it in one gulp, still frowning. Red wine is definitely not something we rough guys are used to drinking. This confused Fink, but he smiled politely. "Mr. Gao, you're quite an interesting man." He pointed to the open space in the oil field ahead and invited, "Can I walk with you?" Of course. Gao Jun answered with a shrug, but he gradually became alert in his heart. He seemed to have little connection with this old bald man, but he was so intimate with him. There must be something fishy going on. The two walked slowly side by side, the blood-red sunset dragging a shadow. Mr. Gao and young Master Soros are good friends? Fink asked tentatively. He's just my employer. Gao Jun seemed to understand something and said mischievously, he gave me US dollars. Gao Jun understands better than anyone that for Soros, only those who can be used are his friends. Some courtesies are nothing more than for deeper interests, so he said this without feeling guilty at all. Sometimes, don't take yourself too seriously, and don't believe the other person's lies too easily. Ruilep believes in US dollars. Fink's eyes lit up, and he covered his mouth and coughed a few times. I have a business deal here. I wonder if Mr. Gao is willing to take it over. Tell me about it. Go to La Modelo prison and help me save someone. Fink held up a finger. I'll pay $1 million. Fuck you. Gao Jun wanted to give this idiot the middle finger on the spot. You should know that La Modelo prison has always been known as the most crowded and violent prison in Latin America. There are both revolutionary armed forces, guerrillas, and members of government paramilitary organizations in the prison, in addition to various drug gangs. This prison is very violent, and the worst part is that these violent people are free to own weapons. Due to official corruption, many guns can be smuggled into prisons freely, costing around $1,000, even grenades. In 2000, 25 people died in prison due to fighting. In 2016, more than 100 dismembered bodies were found in the prison sewers. Compared to them, prisons in other parts of the world are simply too comfortable. Of course, in order to control these guys, the government has also stationed troops not far from the prison. Unless they use large weapons to bombard them, otherwise, they will definitely be turned into a bird's nest. Gao Jun simply retorted in Chinese, with a smile on his face, but imimpi in his heart. Fink didn't understand Chinese, but seeing Gao Jun smile, he thought he had agreed, and clapped his hands happily. Gao, you Chinese are really good people. No, no, no. Gao Jun quickly shook his head and knocked his head. I am a good person, but that doesn't mean I am a fool. After saying that, he turned around and left. Fink was anxious in the back. Hey, Gao, this price is negotiable. But Gao Jun didn't even pause. He stamped his feet in anger and lowered his voice angrily. Damn Chinaman. If you don't go, there will always be someone willing to fight for this money. As soon as Gao Jun returned to the oil field, he saw a bonfire party going on inside. A black girl was dancing sexily in the middle of the field, making some ambiguous moves in a teasing manner. The zombie Abel and the water ghost Marion were whistling with laughter, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on her. Peter, Gao Jun shouted, folding his hands. The Ursarai man, who was busy gnawing on a leg of lamb, trotted over and rubbed his greasy hands on him. Boss, what's going on? I have some matters to attend to in Badasi, so I'll leave everything here to you. I'll send another team over, and you'll be in charge. Gao Jun glanced at Abel and the others with his chin. These guys are a bit tough. If they dare to mess around, I'll crush them to death. Don't worry, boss. Peter nodded steadily. Gao Jun patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, this is a test for you. When a mission is over, I will give you a salary increase based on your performance. Do a good job. Mercenaries are in it for money, and Gao Jun is never stingy with his men. Thank you, boss. You guys play first, I'll go back and rest. Gao Jun said with a smile, waved to Abel and others who had just turned their heads, and went back into the house. As soon as Peter sat back down by the campfire, Abel came over and sat down next to him. He asked quietly, What does the boss want from you? He's going back tomorrow. Let me watch you. OMG, the boss is finally leaving. Doesn't that mean we are free? The water ghost Marion happened to come over. Upon hearing the news, he couldn't help but jump up and waved his fist with excitement on his face. You'd better behave yourself, Peter warned, standing up and glaring at him, or I'll blow your head off. Marion touched his nose in frustration, glanced at Peter's muscular body, and could only raise his hands in surrender. Okay, I will be honest. He still has self-knowledge. If he confronts the other party with force, he will be seeking death. Peter snorted coldly, put his hands in his pockets, and left with a sullen look on his face, leaving Abel and Marion looking at each other in bewilderment. Don't bother with him. He just has a dead face. Abel shrugged, patted his butt, and stood up. Under Marion's puzzled gaze, he walked to the black girl, hooked his arms around her neck, bit her earring teasingly, and seemed to be saying something, which made her laugh with her hands shaking, and they went into the small dark room together. Damn it! Marion cursed softly and looked at his right hand in embarrassment. Baby, I have to work you hard again. Chapter 98, Gunfight. At dawn the next day, a scrapped Hummer rushed out of the oil field. Gao Jun was wearing a pair of sunglasses. There were 2 guns on the passenger seat, a Mod 733 5.56mm assault rifle and a Beretta 92F pistol. The safety of both guns were on so that he could draw his guns quickly in case of danger. The main road from AB in the north to Badasi was built during the Yasmu era. Originally, it was a major transportation route connecting the south and the north, but now it is just a bumpy road. Gao Jun drove the Hummer with great enthusiasm, and with the exhaust pipe roaring, he didn't even bother to step on the brakes. Just as he was driving and listening to the radio, he saw several cars honking their horns and roaring towards him from the corner ahead, with their headlights still on. In the front was a dark green SUV, speeding towards Gao Jun. About 100 or 200 meters behind, there were 3 cars chasing closely. Behind one of the pickup trucks stood a rough man, holding a machine gun and spitting out flames continuously. Just hearing the sound was a bit scary. Grass. Gao Jun kustklimli. He was standing in the path of several cars. If he was unlucky, a stray bullet would be enough to kill him. He quickly grabbed his gun, got out from the passenger side, and crouched down to run into the dense trees on the side. In Ruilep, such inexplicable gunfights are very frequent, and the pursuit and massacre are always so surprising. Gao Jun lay tightly on a slightly soft area, observing vigilantly with one eye. Just as the off-road vehicle in the front was about to overtake Gao Jun's Hummer, 2 streams of fire shot out from the chasing car behind, dragging its tail as it chased the fleeing car. Just when Gao Jun was shocked and thought that the other party was doomed to die, the off-road vehicle suddenly did a high-speed drift in a strange posture. The 2 rockets were not Sidewinder missiles and could not bite the enemy, so they barely escaped. Tiger Claw. Gao Jun was stunned. This car driving skill was too amazing. You know, it is extremely difficult to control the timing when a car is driving at high speed, and it is easy to overturn if you are not careful. However, because this action itself is difficult, it is too late to turn the car around immediately. The people in the car seemed to understand as well. They opened the door and jumped out. 2 burly men protected a child who looked a little young and lay on the ground. They held short-handled Buffalo submachine guns in their hands and fired at the target enemy. The pursuers probably didn't expect that the people in the car could have such firepower. The driver was also unlucky. His shoulder blade was shot through by one blow. His hand slipped, and he crashed directly into the gable. The engine started to emit black smoke instantly. Gao Jun saw it clearly from above. The child was definitely a very important person. When retreating, the child ran very slowly, and the 2 men pulled him gently, moving very lightly and cross-covering each other. But at this moment, the big man who was running a little slower groaned, staggered, and fell to the ground. Harold, I've been shot in the lung. Hurry and take Hope to the hills. IOF support is coming soon. Godin. Harold tried to run back anxiously, but the other man held a gun to his chest, spitting blood from his mouth and shouting angrily, "Get out! Uncle Godin!" The child was trembling with fear. "I'll block it for you." Seeing his friend so determined, Harold could only grit his teeth, grab Hope's neck, and run towards the mountain. Listening to the gunshots behind him, his veins throbbing. Gao Jun was hiding up there, and when he saw the 2 people running up the mountain, he couldn't help but curse. These damn guys were actually coming towards him. If they wanted to die, get out of the way. But it was too late for Gao Jun to move. The pursuers behind him were also climbing up, and a barrage of bullets was fired at him. Gao Jun felt a gust of wind across his right cheek, which frightened his scalp so much that it went numb. His long experience on the battlefield taught him that that was a bullet. If it had been a little more off, he would have been lying on the ground like a corpse. Before death came the next moment, Gao Jun kicked his feet and crawled out. Harold was startled by his sudden appearance. He raised his gun and shouted, "Who is it?" "Not an enemy." Gao Jun responded, not too angrily, "I'm a victim dragged in by you." He had no place to vent his anger, so he raised his middle finger. If he had the chance, he would have wanted to sell these 2 guys out. Of course, those idiots below would listen to him, but it was obviously unlikely. When the pursuers saw Gao Jun, they were also shocked, but when they reacted, the frequency of their shooting increased. "Run up." Gao Jun fired a series of shots, but when he realized he could no longer suppress the opponent's momentum, he turned around and ran. His thigh muscles were tense, and he ran quite fast. Of course, he also called out to Harold before running humanely. "Fuck, if you give me a vacant space now, I will use my tanks to crush you bastards to death. Gao Jun cursed in his heart. Just as he was running happily, Harold behind him suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, covering his bullet-ridden leg. Little Hope also fell heavily to the ground, trembling helplessly. Sir, save him. Hao shouted anxiously to Gao Jun. Gao Jun paused, but without hesitation. He turned around and left. Are you kidding me? You need to be able to save yourself. Uncle Harold, I am scared. The child spoke, and it was a female voice. She was terrified and wanted to pull him up, but how could a 16 or 17-year-old girl pull Harold's huge body? She could only cry helplessly. Don't be afraid, Little Hope. The Habsburg family has never had any crying descendants. Stay alive. Your father is waiting for you in Europe. Harold became a little excited at the end of his speech, but the pursuers below were even more excited. Shoot, kill them, men, roared the leader. Little Hope had never experienced such a tragic situation before. She was somewhat at a loss. Her pupils constricted, and the primitive fear in her bones made her mind go blank. Just when she was desperate, a huge black shadow pounced on her from the side. The strong hand protected her head, and a strong voice pierced her eardrums. Idiot, don't close your eyes on the battlefield. Little Hope glanced over and saw Gao Jun's frowning face with a sharp profile. I must have hurt my head. That's why I came back. Gao Jun frowned and cursed in a low voice, impatiently rubbing Little Hope's short hair. Lie down and don't move, or you'll die. After saying that, he took up a high point and fired a burst of shots at the pursuers below. He changed his position after firing a few shots. The 3 magazines he had on him were used up in an instant. Fuck. Gao Jun helplessly threw his rifle aside, took out his pistol, and said anxiously and angrily, I'm done for. Chapter 99, Dirty Brigade. Crack. The familiar sound of an empty chamber made Gao Jun feel a chill in his heart. He gritted his teeth and looked down. The pursuers below also became angry. They carried an M72 light rocket launcher and fired at Gao Jun. Gao Jun didn't know what he cursed. He protected the important parts of his body and wanted to run away, but the rocket was faster and hit the rock behind him. The shockwave lifted him up, and he rolled down the slope. Gao. His whole body seemed to be falling apart. He lay on his back on the ground, his face covered with bruises, with some grass stuck between his eyebrows. He was holding his chest, looking quite painful. Based on his experience, the internal injuries were quite serious. Let you be the hero. It's over. His eyelids were getting tired, and just as they were about to close, he caught sight of 2 H-64A attack helicopters flying from a distance. On the fuselage was painted an eagle soaring over the green map of Ruilep, with a Ruilep flag on top. This is the IWF logo, Shurap Special Forces. Nickname, the Dirty Brigade. Mainly responsible for doing some government work that is not allowed on the surface. He is a direct disciple of the U.S. Army's Green Berets. Rumor has it that the full staff is close to 400, but due to frequent combat attrition, the speed of blood replenishment is also abnormally fast. Mounted beneath the nose of the AH-64A is an M-203E-130mm single-barrel chain gun with a normal rate of fire of 625 rounds per minute, a maximum rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute, and a muzzle velocity of 808 meters per second. The turret traverses 110 degrees left and right and carries an internal ammunition load of 1,100 to 1,200 rounds. The M-203E-1 primarily fires the M789 high-explosive armor-piercing HE round, capable of penetrating the vulnerable sides and roof of lightly armored vehicles and main battle tanks, with a personnel kill radius of approximately 5 meters. The M788 target training round is also available. Apache! Retreat! Retreat! The leader of the pursuers roared in fear, turned around, and ran without hesitation, and the AK-47 in his hand had long been thrown into the weeds beside him. If anyone runs slowly, he can only blame his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. Da-da-da. The machine gun was emitting flames, and several unlucky people were killed on the spot. The 30mm caliber was enough to tear people into pieces. Several heavily armed IOF soldiers were quickly rappelled from either side of another Apache. Their equipment was elite but varied, most commonly equipped with Rock River Arms LAR, 15 rifles fitted with original M16 polymer handguards, and Empik Comp M4 scopes. All wore Diamondback Tactical RBV Predator body armor and slash PVS 7 night vision goggles. This piece of equipment is enough to equip an ordinary Class B Division infantry platoon in the PLA. They all wore black face coverings, and the armband on their right arms bore a famous battle motto, "From here to death." These guys are really fierce. The fact that they're recognized by the Green Berets shows their strength. All their equipment is equipped by the U.S. military. With this burst of fire, more than a dozen pursuers were killed in an instant. Gao Jun tried hard to open his eyes, and when he saw several soldiers protecting Hope, he felt relieved and fainted. Fuck! Under everyone's astonishment, Polonanov, who had just been speaking at the meeting, slammed his phone on the table, spit out the cigarette in his mouth, and propped his hands on the table. He glared and said, "The boss was injured in the explosion. He's been transferred to Badasi Hospital." Most of the people sitting here were selected by Gao Jun himself. For them, apart from the relationship between superiors and subordinates, there is also emotional connection. Shit. Sick Dog Shadyer jumped up, rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Delta Force logo on his arm, and snarled, "Who did this? I'm gonna knock his head off right now." Not to mention other people like Little Hal, Miles, Gamamba, and others, who were all filled with righteous indignation. Polonanov was a veteran after all. He suppressed his anger, poked his tongue, and slammed the table. The noisy meeting room suddenly quieted down. "Are you done arguing?" Seeing that the old guy was angry, everyone strangely shut their mouths and dared not say anything. You know, when Gao Jun led the team to the oil field, there was actually a Canadian who thought he was young, and his physical fitness was definitely better than the Belarusian who was nearly 50 years old, so he didn't care much about obedience. But the next day, Polonanov taught him a lesson and dragged him to the fighting arena to start fighting. The iron door was closed at the time, and the other employees had no idea what was happening inside. They only heard screams. The Canadian had 3 broken ribs and a broken nose. From then on, everyone understood that this old guy didn't like heat very well. Little Hal and Miles, follow me to the hospital. The rest of you, get out and run 10 kilometers. After saying this, Polonanov grabbed his cap from the table, put on his weapons, and just as he stepped out the door, he leaned back and warned, "If anyone doesn't do what I say when I come back, they will lose all their bonuses this month." It is impossible to enforce discipline on these people. The only way is to deduct their wages until they feel the pain, and then they will naturally learn their lesson. Mohammed glanced at everyone with a wry smile, then spread his hands helplessly. "Brothers, if you don't want to starve at the end of the month, stand up now and get out to the playground." Snort. Gao Jun tried hard to open his eyes. The smell of low-quality disinfectant came into his nostrils, which made his lungs choke. But even this slight cough made him see stars in pain. "You're awake." Gao Jun tilted his head and saw the little girl named Hope, her face covered in dirt. Her eyes were wide open, her eyelashes fluttering, and she nervously pulled the armrest of the hospital bed, her face full of surprise. "What's wrong?" "I'm Fine." Gao Jun put his arm on his forehead, his voice a little hoarse. "Why haven't you gone home yet?" Although he didn't know the girl's background, it was definitely not simple. The Habsburg family always sounded very familiar. "Habsburg," he muttered softly. "Your family must have been aristocratic in the past." Hope's tone was vague, his eyes rolling around as he scratched the back of his head with an awkward smile. 6 or 7 out of 10 people in Europe are aristocrats. My family is down and out now, and it's only because my father does some business. Then your father must be very rich. Gao Jun's tone suddenly became strange, and he seemed a little excited. Hope took a small step back, feeling a little nervous. It's okay. I saved his daughter and nearly lost my life. Should I give him some financial compensation?" Gao Jun's eyes were shining, and he smiled in a very mercenary way. Even his bones didn't hurt. US dollars are the fundamental medicine for healing. Hope was somewhat disappointed with Gao Jun's performance. He rubbed the corner of his clothes and frowned. "Did you really save me just for the US dollars?" "That's not the case." After hearing Gao Jun's words, little Hope didn't have time to be happy before he heard him counting on his fingers on the bed and saying, "Pounds, euros, Canadian dollars. It's all fine. I don't mind." Chapter 100. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Little Hope clenched his fists in anger. His face flushed red with anger. Crack! The little canine teeth made a crisp sound when grinding. Just when she wanted to turn around and leave, the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside, and a group of burly men rushed in anxiously. Hope was washed to the corner like duckweed in the sea. Boss, where are you hurt? Damn it. The black man shadier almost pounced on him. But fortunately, he was stopped by Polananov. Otherwise, Gao Jun's face would have been covered with tears and snot. No, it's okay. Why are you here? Gao Jun struggled to sit up, and Xiao Hao quickly reached out to help him. He replied, "We received a call from the hospital and rushed over immediately. Many people wanted to come, but they were held back by Ivan. You guys are so thoughtful." Gao Jun smiled and waved his hands. "It's just that I encountered a gunfight on the way back and got dragged into it. If it weren't for my good luck, I would be dead now." Shady Ear's brow twitched, his face fierce. "Is that man dead? If not, I'll shoot him a few more times. He'll be a nuisance if he stays alive." Gao Jun doesn't mind scaring little Hope. Otherwise, the little guy will be reluctant to pay. "Look, isn't our little guest hiding in the corner?" He nodded with his chin, and several people looked over at the same time. The fierce look instantly scared little Hope so much that his face turned pale. What? What are you going to do?" "Hey, don't scare our child. He is a nobleman from the Obla family," Gao Jun said. Little Hope waved his hands in dissatisfaction. "We are the Habsburg family." "Don't be wrong, sir. You are provoking our family." "Habsburg?" Polananov, who had been hiding nearby, raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. He pushed Shadow and the others aside, leaned over with his big eyes, sat on his knees, looked at little Hope, and blew his beard. "Miss, you said you were from the Habsburg family? Please call me Cyril Hope Hubs." Polananov's expression changed, and his voice became a little humble. "Hello, miss." "Ivan." Gao Jun waved from the hospital bed, and the Belarusian hurried over. Meeting Gao Jun's puzzled eyes, he whispered a few words in his ear. Gao Jun's glasses lit up instantly. "Damn it. Mobile credit card. This little guy can withdraw money." According to Polananov, this is a real noble surname. His furtive search was for a German feudal ruling family with numerous branches in European history, with its main branch in Austria, also known as the House of Austria. Its ancestors were a branch of the Germanic people, whose ancestors came from France and originally lived in Alsace, France. Later, they migrated eastward to the Aargau canton in northern Switzerland and gradually expanded throughout the German region. The Habsburgs were founded by their bishop, Werner of Strasbourg. Their reign lasted from 1282 until the end of World War I, making them the second longest and most extensive feudal family in European history. Rudolf I of the Habsburg family was elected Holy Roman Emperor. The Holy Roman Emperor had been hereditary from 1438 to 1918, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, marking the end of the Habsburg dynasty's rule. Today, some descendants of the Habsburg royal family still survive and have settled in Austria, Liechtenstein, and Germany. Their current head is Otto von Habsburg, the last crown prince of Austria and former member of the European Parliament. Their holdings encompass over 60 categories, including energy, military, and renewable resources, with total assets rumored to be approaching $130 billion. A true behemoth, the product of centuries of family heritage. I don't know what class this Hope belongs to, but he is definitely rich. When the little girl saw Gao Jun's bright eyes, she took a step back in fear. At this moment, the phone in her pocket rang. Hope quickly picked it up and cried, "Uncle Neil, I'm in room 302. Someone wants to eat me." "Hey, girl, I'm allergic to short ribs." This was originally a joke, but who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the ward was directly kicked open, and two strong men wearing sunglasses rushed in, holding P228 automatic pistols in their hands. "Put your hands up!" "Fuck." Shadiel was even faster. He grabbed the rifle at his feet, pulled the bolt, and roared at the two men, "Shoot." Little Hal and Polananov reacted quickly as well, holding their guns with unfriendly expressions. The two burly men were stunned for a moment, their eyes agape behind their sunglasses. Is this really the way to do this? Just opening the door, is this how they welcome me? A pistol can't be faster than a rifle. Bastards, put down your guns. Shady Ear also had some cold sweat on his forehead. "Come on, I'm going to put a few holes in your body." Little Hal was also very stubborn, staring at you. "Let's see who falls first." "Don't fire. Hold it down. Hold it down," Polananov said calmly, frowning and asking, "Who are you?" Little Hope suddenly ran towards one of the men who looked slightly taller than her and hugged him around the waist. "Uncle Neil." The little girl hid behind him in fear and made a face at Gao Jun. "Miss, the master already knows that you were attacked. He is very dissatisfied with the actions of the Ruilep government and asked me to take you back as soon as possible." Neil's voice had a heavy metal sound, like the sound of two baskets colliding. "I'm fine, Uncle Harold and the others." Little Hope cried with a pout. After all, Harold was seriously injured. There are no less than 10 gunshot wounds on his body, and his intestines were pierced. He died on the spot when he was sent to the hospital. His body and Godun's body were lying nearby. Neil pursed his lips and fell silent. He just raised his head, glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his eyes on Gao Jun. His voice was very cold. "What do you want?" "US dollars. Equally valuable to her life," Gao Jun said without further ado, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he pulled up a gray webpage on his phone. "I just found some news on Wanted. Help me kill a little girl with my physical description. Reward, $7 million. The Chinese translation of Wanted is Wanted Person. It is a private bounty website where many freelance mercenaries will accept missions. Most of them are recruitment displays for governments and anti-government armed forces in various hotspots. Of course, there are occasional private assignments. It is equivalent to half a killer website. Moreover, this website takes a commission of up to 20%, but because of its accurate information and high degree of freedom, it was once very popular among many mercenaries. It is rumored that there is a superpower behind it." Neil's bronze skin tightened subconsciously. "Sir, I just want money. Don't make trouble for yourself." Chapter 101 Beast. Neil and his companions kept holding the 830G P228 automatic pistol in their hands without any trembling in their hands. It can be seen that muscle memory has been formed in the joints of their arms. Only elites would behave like this. "Sir, your request is a bit excessive." Neil was not to be outdone. The Habsburg family will definitely investigate the news of the bounty and want it to the end. No one can threaten the safety of a noble. In fact, in most parts of Europe, the remnants of feudal society still remain, and many nobles still control the economic and political lifeline of their country. For example, the Kennedy family, one of the 12 major families in the USA, has held the highest power for decades. Even if the greatest of them was shot, it was only a major loss for them, but not a serious loss. Real nobles enjoy real service. Gao Jun saw that Neil was a little excited, so he slowed down his tone a little. "Mr. Neil, what can I gain from this? You don't want others to think that the Habsburgs are just a bunch of Frank Abagnales who write blank checks." Frank Abagnale is a security consultant. He is known for his early exploits of check forgery, impersonation, deception, and escape. In the 1960s, starting at the age of 6, he forged checks worth $2.5 million in 26 countries over a 5-year period, earning him a wanted list in multiple countries. He disguised himself as a bank depositor, a U.S. pilot, a doctor, and even earned a degree from Columbia University to become a professor's assistant. He possesses a high IQ. But many countries that have suffered greatly from him use his name as a curse word, meaning liar. As expected, Neil's face was a little annoyed. Isn't the Habsburg friendship enough? People can't be like vultures. "Sir, this is Ruilep. Are you suspecting a mercenary?" Gao Jun's voice rose, his eyes fierce. "Be careful, or someone will hit you in the head." This sentence is the most threatening since November 22nd, 1963. Gao Jun is also a person who picks on the weak. He is using thorns to disguise himself as a tough guy. Neil is at most a bodyguard leader. No matter how fiercely he quarrels with him, the Habsburg family will not blame him. You know, the most fundamental thing is that he saved hope. He just wants to fight for greater interests. "Uncle Neil." Just when everyone was holding their breath, the little girl suddenly spoke, and her childish voice instantly diluted the tense atmosphere in the ward and suddenly relaxed. Hope pulled his sleeve and bit his lip. Although he is a bad guy, he saved Hope. Father said that the Habsburg family is the family that keeps its promises the most. Gao Jun smiled. He knew he had won. This little guy had simply sold out his family. Neil's mouth twitched, his nose wrinkled, and after glaring at him in dissatisfaction, he took a deep breath and shoved the gun back into its holster, muzzle downward. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a pen and wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Then he handed it to Gao Jun and said unfriendlily, "This is for you. If you contact him, just say, Cobra asked you to deliver shipment. He'll understand." After he finished speaking, he took Hope and left. The little girl was still a little polite. Before leaving, she struggled to break free from Neil's hand, trotted to the bedside, and looked at Gao Jun. "You are ugly, but you are a hero. I will remember you. Then please be careful in the future." Gao Jun got what he wanted. so he gave the other party face. He smiled on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart and said with gritted teeth, "Next time, I won't be so fragile." Hope swore, raising his little fist. After Neil took the girl away, Gao Jun unfolded the piece of paper, which only had a name and phone number written on it. Vasily Alba. Huh, that name sounds so familiar. Gao Jun suddenly raised his voice, frowned, touched his chin, and then caught the flash of inspiration and slapped his thigh hard. I remember, Conrad told me. He still remembered Conrad's words at the time. His ambition was very similar to his. A true hero? He didn't pay attention at the time, but when he saw the name, his curiosity suddenly surged. He put the piece of paper on the hospital bed and couldn't wait to ask Polaninoff for his phone number and call Conrad. As soon as the call was connected, a deep and powerful voice came from the other end. "I'm Gao." Conrad was visibly silent for a few seconds before he said quietly, "You're not dead yet?" From the sound, it was obvious that Gao Jun was injured, and he really hoped that he would be killed in the explosion. "Don't worry, I will die after you. I even want to pee on your tombstone." Gao Jun also said venomously. He believed that he could not lose in a fight, and he must not be a coward in an argument. But Conrad clearly had no interest in arguing. He knew Gao Jun was the kind of person who would easily take advantage of others, so he didn't bother to say more and went straight to the point. "What do you want to talk to me about now?" "I'm in Ruilep, Harmony Valley Cemetery." This place means Harmony Valley in Tebow. It's said to be the largest cemetery in the world. Because of the war, the number of people buried there daily has doubled. Many mercenaries and even Ruilep government officials are hiding there. Gao Jun curled his lips and picked up the paper with his left hand. "I remember you mentioned a man named Vasily Alba. What exactly does he do?" "Ping pong pong." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rather harsh sound of pots and pans hitting the ground from the other end of the phone. "Why are you asking him?" Conrad's voice was a little nervous. "Nothing, I'm just curious." Gao Jun then lied. "I was bored in the ward, so I just started to think about it." Conrad would never believe what he said. This guy was just a profiteer chasing after US dollars. Such a person would wish he could split his time in half, but it would still not be enough. Why would he waste time thinking about someone who was of no use to him? There is only one possibility, that the two people have a conflict of interest. I have to say, Conrad's brain is really good. In that instant, he guessed the general situation. He opened his mouth, pursed it a few times, and then rasped, "I think you'd better not go to him." "Never go to him." "Why?" Gao Jun was still determined to get to the bottom of things. "If you are a wolf, he is a tiger. His ferocity scares me." Conrad spoke frankly about his fear and did not feel shy at all. This was beyond Gao Jun's expectation. The Germans in GSG 9 were not the kind of people who would admit defeat. But little did he know that this only piqued Gao Jun's interest. He scratched his head and said anxiously, "Please explain it clearly. Keep it simple." "He's from the KGB. Chapter 102, KGB. Gao Jun's face was distorted with fear. The muscles on his cheeks drooped loosely, and his mouth looked like a small round hole. He was completely stunned, as if he had lost his voice and was numb. He could neither speak nor had the strength to speak. KGB. I'm afraid few people know this English name, but if translated it means Krobo, the greatest intelligence organization the planet ever had. The predecessor of the KGB was the Chaika, founded by Dzerzhinsky and the State Security Bureau under the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. The early Soviet intelligence agency, the Chaika, had its headquarters at 2 Kovaya Street in Petrograd, St. Petersburg. In 1918, the Soviet government moved its capital to Moscow, and the Chaika headquarters also moved to 11 Lubyanka Square near the Moscow Kremlin in 1920. After its dissolution in 1991, it was restructured into the Russian Federal Security Service. Its first directorate also established the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, which is known as the four major intelligence organizations in the world together with the CIA, MI6, and Mossad. According to internal documents released after its dissolution, Krobel had nearly 100,000 employees worldwide, including ordinary workers, CEOs of listed companies, corporate executives, and world-renowned writers like Hemingway, even leaders of world organizations like Samaranch. The budget alone was close to $10 billion in the 1990s. To this day, a certain emperor is still proud of his experience of working in Krobo. Before Gao Jun could digest this fragment, Conrad on the other end of the phone continued to drop a bombshell. is the grandson of the former Soviet Union's heroic sniper Vasily Zaitsev. He also served as the deputy director of the second of the KGB's 10 bureaus. Kneel down. Gao Jun was really impressed by this. No matter what his identity was, he was a hero. At least to his country, he was a hero. You should know that Vasily Zaitsev killed 400 German soldiers during World War II, and the snipers he trained killed about 10,000 enemies. The most exciting battle was with Heinz Torvald, the headmaster of the German sniper school at the time. It made sniper battles at the time particularly exciting. It also let other countries know that snipers could do this. This Vasily Alba is a scion of a military family. The main task of the KGB's Second Bureau is to carry out all external actions, including assassination of targets. Gao Jun's expression shifted. Logically speaking, Vasily Alba knew more than anyone else. How could such a person be released? If he couldn't be used, the KGB would definitely kill him immediately. Conrad, standing opposite Gao Jun, seemed to understand Gao Jun's thoughts, so he spoke out first. Don't ask me too much. I don't know the details. I just heard that he once wanted to assassinate Yeltsin. Hiss. Gao Jun took a breath of cold air. This brother is too powerful. He actually planned to do this great undertaking that will last for eternity. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Then what? Apparently, he failed. I heard he fled to Ruilep. Conrad hesitated, then said in a warning tone, Gao, I think this kind of person is too dangerous. If it's not necessary, it's best not to get along with him. Otherwise, I'm afraid his fangs will suck you dry. In a place like Ruilep, people will change. Conrad's words, which described Vasily Alba as a vampire, were thick with sarcasm. Maybe he once admired the other person. Hearing Conrad's exhortation, Gao Jun laughed instead. Lying on the bed, he made a sinister sound from the depths of his throat, like an old weasel at night thinking about the rooster next door. His laughter made Polanov, who was standing beside the bed, shudder. My friend, he's old, Gao Jun said meaningfully. No matter how brave he was in the past, he's afraid of death now. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy response from the phone, Conrad was startled. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes, but then he put the phone back in his pocket with an expressionless face, tightened his windbreaker, looked at the newly erected tombstone in front of him, bowed deeply, and left quietly. His steps were firm, and his face was full of peace. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jun immediately disconnected his drip and got off the bed, clutching his ribs. Ivan, go pay the bill and we'll be discharged. The smell of the low-quality disinfectant here is disgusting. I'm about to vomit. He paused and continued, vomiting from both sides. Boss, your illness hasn't healed yet. Little Hal said a little worriedly. No, it's ready. Can't you smell it? Gao Jun kissed the paper, trying to look intoxicated. US dollars. Money. This cost my life, so I can't waste it. Polanov smiled bitterly. Faced with such a greedy boss, he could only agree helplessly. When Shadier came out of the hospital, he had originally planned to drive directly back to the company. However, when he reached Badasi Street, Gao Jun suddenly patted his shoulder and gestured with his thumbs. Turn right. Huh? Boss, this seems to be the way to Poseidon Square. We need to go visit the new owner first, since we're just passing by. Gao Jun said with a smile, checking his scratched Rolex. We need to get the time right. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, so it won't be a bother if I go there at this time. Little Hal and Shadier are both too young and mentally retarded. Only Belarusians probably understand that Gao Jun is planning to rely on a bigger thigh. There is nothing bigger than the U.S. military base in Poseidon Square. When the Humvee was a little further away from the entrance of the U.S. military camp, Gao Jun and Polanov got out, leaving the others behind. They wanted to park outside, but ever since a group of government soldiers accidentally stalled their car at the door and were riddled with bullets, not many people dared to park. This was also because the U.S. military was scared. Countless painful lessons told them not to trust any car passing through the camp, including baby carriages. Stop. Leave the cordon. When Gao Jun and Polanov just walked not far from the camp, an American soldier shouted loudly. The sentry on the post suddenly pulled out the heavy machine gun with a bad look. Gao Jun and the other man raised their hands, stood still, and shouted, Hey, gentlemen, I'm a businessman, a partner of the Ruilep Security Department, and Colonel Conrad asked me to visit Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Foster. Gao Jun had learned the name Eugene Foster from Conrad before. He was very skilled at using the name of Tiger as a banner. Conrad would definitely help him to get it over with. There was no doubt about that. Several American soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them dodged and ran back. The American soldier's tone softened. Please wait outside the border. The lieutenant colonel will give you the fastest response. Of course. Gao Jun took 2 steps back, always keeping his hands within the other party's sight. If he was misunderstood, it would be unfair. Chapter 103, Flying Carriage. Boss, I don't think we need to contact these guys, Polananov said in a low voice. Gao Jun glanced at his deputy's face and instantly understood what he was worried about. It was nothing more than a thief not being able to quarrel with a soldier. After all, although Zulong Company is disguised as a formal private security company, it is ultimately mercenaries and warmongers. The difference in status can easily lead to confrontation between the two sides. As for Blackwater, the background itself is different, and the largest shareholder is from the USA. Ivan, you have to change your mindset. We Chinese have an old saying, a county magistrate is not as good as an incumbent. Some relationships you don't care about can actually save your life at a critical moment. Although Polananov is capable of taking action, he still has an old-fashioned style. He is serious and stern. Gao Jun has heard that the company's employees privately say that he has facial paralysis, and there's a reason for that. But Polananov obviously didn't hear what Gao Jun said, and his eyes were full of confusion. Just as Gao Jun was about to pour more words into his head, the soldier at the door suddenly trotted in. 5 meters from them, he stopped, his finger on the trigger, but his expression softened. Gentlemen, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Foster permits you to enter. Please surrender your weapons. There's a metal door inside. If it's detected, it will be bad for both of you. Gao Jun and Polananov looked at each other, and at the same time handed over the pistols at their waists and put them on the ground. The latter also pulled up his trouser legs and pulled out the dagger inside. It turned out to be the Mitsubishi bayonet commonly seen in China. You have all of this? Gao Jun asked in surprise. A triangular bayonet is a knife with a 3-sided blade and a sharp edge. Its purpose is to reduce weight while maintaining its strength. The material requirements are lower than those of a bayonet. The Type 56 triangular bayonet is a pinnacle of Chinese military technology, inheriting the profound knowledge of ancient Chinese weapons. The most insidious thing is the bleeding groove. Insert here, wow, it feels so good. The two followed the soldiers into the military camp. The first thing they saw was the shiny CH-47 parked on the tarmac. Gulp! Gao Jun couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He wanted to rush up and give her a kiss, with fire flashing in his greedy little eyes. The CH-47 Chinook helicopter is a multi-purpose, twin-engine, twin-propeller medium transport helicopter developed and manufactured by Boeing of the United States. Its twin-rotor tandem structure eliminates the vertical propeller at the tail of a general helicopter, allowing the aircraft to take off and land vertically and reach speeds of up to 165 miles per hour. Its primary mission is to transport troops to artillery battlefields for supply. The CH-47 has been sold to 16 countries, with the U.S. military and the UK's Royal Air Force being the largest customers. The Chinook can be equipped with a Gatling gun and can also transport military vehicles and tanks. The Chinook boasts all-weather flight capabilities, enabling it to operate in harsh high-temperature and high-altitude climates. It can also conduct aerial refueling, providing long-range support capabilities. Some models feature a watertight upper fuselage compartment, enabling water takeoff and landing. It can carry 33 to 35 armed soldiers, an artillery platoon, and can also lift large equipment such as artillery. Its fiberglass propellers are highly resistant to damage, allowing it to return safely to base even after being struck by 23mm armor-piercing incendiary and high-explosive incendiary rounds. During the Gulf War, the aircraft was widely used to establish refueling and ammunition replenishment stations, support deep-depth operations, and conduct long-range rescue missions. On the first day of ground combat, it delivered 595,526 liters of fuel, a large amount of ammunition, food, and water, and airlifted howitzers for ground troops. This aircraft was primarily deployed with the U.S. 101st Airborne Division. During the ground combat phase of the Gulf War, the division employed numerous Chinook transport helicopters for large-scale south-to-north maneuvers and airdrops behind forward positions of the Shrewsbury Army. The CH-47D transport helicopters lacked a global positioning system, making accurate navigation difficult in the featureless desert environment. Furthermore, the aircraft's rotor blades, engines, and oil radiators were susceptible to wind and sand erosion. Nickname: Flying Carriage. Boss, stop looking, let's go in. Polonanov patted Gao Jun's, but glanced at the soldier leading the way. Although the latter concealed it well, the obvious mockery in his eyes could still be seen clearly, which made the Belarusian's old face a little red. Huh? Oh! Gao Jun came back to his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and squinted his eyes involuntarily. People who were familiar with him knew that this guy was starting to have some tricks up his sleeve. They walked into a wooden barracks. The furnishings inside were very clean and tidy. A map hung on the wall. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses and looking very gentle, sat behind a table. When he heard the voice, he looked up and stood up enthusiastically. He walked around and grabbed Polonanov's hand tightly. Welcome to visit the troops. I am Eugene Foster. You can call me Potter. That's what my friends call me. Sympathy? Gao Jun raised his head suddenly and immediately saw the mischief and cunning flash in Eugene Foster's eyes. Damn it. This was a trick. The old guy must have guessed something, so he took the initiative and attacked first. It turned out that he was targeting his wallet. In fact, Gao Jun has also heard of a kind of fraternity in Ruilep. During every traditional American festival, Ruilep businessmen or government organizations will send people to give money, gifts. It varies, but they give things anyway. But he underestimated his opponent. Gao Jun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He immediately shook the other man's hand and said, "It's my honor to meet such an excellent commander like Potter. Your soldiers make Ruilep happy." Eugene Foster's lips, which hadn't been smug for long, suddenly tightened, and the scar in his heart was bloodied and exposed. Everyone fucking knows why his predecessor, Lieutenant Colonel Kalkloff, resigned and was even sent to a second-line unit to retire after returning to the country. It was because what his soldiers did in the Badasi area was exposed. It's a small thing. Several American soldiers were planning to shirk their bill at a Ruilep restaurant, so they deliberately threw a dead rat into the food. When they tried to argue with the owner, they shot and wounded him. But who knew that the incident was actually recorded? This caused an uproar in the world. A suicide attack occurred outside the camp that night, although it was handled beautifully and did not cause any damage. In order to ease the anger in Ruilep, Kalkloff, who was originally thought to have the opportunity to become a brigadier general, was directly dismissed and returned home. Gao Jun's words were pure sarcasm. At least that's what Eugene Foster thought. He suppressed his displeasure and nodded cheekily. The great United States will bring new life to Ruilep. God is my witness. Chapter 104, Pattern. Lieutenant Colonel, this is the Lord's territory. God has no say in this. Gao Jun complained in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to agree and gave Eugene Foster a thumbs up. I believe that one greatness is always created by another greatness. Anyway, there's nothing to lose by praising them a few times. Deep down, these Americans just think that they're the overlords of the world. Just think of Gao Jun's move as coaxing a child. But this trick is really practical. Eugene Foster's expression softened considerably. He pulled out a white handkerchief from the pocket of his military jacket, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then extended his right hand, inviting the two to sit down. This old guy is carrying a white handkerchief? Isn't he planning to use it when he surrenders? Gao Jun wondered in his heart. He really couldn't rule out this possibility. The concept of soldiers in Western countries is to be greedy for life. It should be to preserve strength. Mr. Gao, are you from China? Eugene Foster took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a handkerchief like a very considerate woman. Suddenly he thought of something and asked. It's obvious that the Japanese and Koreans aren't as generous as I am. They'd rather spend their dollars on women's bellies. Gao Jun raised his hand sarcastically and whistled obscenely. Instead of being like me, willing to give dollars to those who need it most. Eugene Foster looked at Gao Jun deeply. It's rare to find a Chinese as generous as Gao in Ruilep, and he's a military contractor. Gao Jun was not surprised at all that the other party knew his background. If he didn't know, he would be surprised instead. The temptation of US dollars knows no nationality or occupation. Gao Jun lowered his voice deliberately and meaningfully, his voice full of temptation. Eugene Foster's eyes flashed, and he began to laugh. Gao Jun asked Polonanov for a check, wrote down a number on it, and gently pushed it over on the table. This is a small gift from me. When Eugene Foster was about to refuse, he glanced at the string of blinding zeros at the back, which instantly blocked the words in his throat with his tongue. He didn't even have the courage to refuse. The environment in Ruilep is too harsh. This is our admiration for American soldiers. Lieutenant Colonel Porter must not refuse, Gao Jun said. Eugene Foster tilted his head and thought for a long time. He took out the Mont Blanc pen from his jacket pocket, pulled out a piece of paper, and swiftly wrote a string of numbers on it. Mr. Gao, this is my personal phone number. You can contact me anytime. Then I will inevitably have to bother you in the future. Gao Jun carefully folded the paper into several layers, put it in his waist bag, and pretended to pat it a few times. In fact, his eyes were always on the other person. A hint of satisfaction clearly climbed up the corners of Eugene Foster's mouth. To others, this is called a show, but for Gao Jun, this is called survival. After chatting with Eugene Foster for a few words, Gao Jun stood up and said goodbye without talking about business at all. Polonanov was scratching his head anxiously. He saw several zeros written on the check and felt very distressed. But he still had a sense of propriety. After the two of them left the military camp, this guy couldn't help but say, "Boss, $100,000. Just give it away like that. You didn't even ask for anything." "Who said I didn't mention it?" Gao Jun asked back, patting his pocket triumphantly. "That phone in here isn't worth $100,000, Ivan. The success of something isn't determined by its current value to us, but by how much value it can give me back. Broaden your horizons." Gao Jun felt a little smug. He touched his body, and after a pause, he naturally put his hand into Polonanov's pocket, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He did it in one go, humming a little tune as he moved towards the Hummer. "Boss, the doctor said you need to rest, and it's best not to smoke." Little Hal was sharp-eyed. He quickly opened the door and jumped down, saying worriedly, "Bang." Gao Jun shook his head lightly and puffed out cigarettes. "What do you know, kid? If a man doesn't smoke, women won't touch him. If a man doesn't take care of himself, women won't like him. If you want to live 100 years, cough, cough, cough." But who knew that before he could finish his words, Gao Jun choked to death before the cigarette could even come up from his lungs. His face instantly turned red, and he started to roll his eyes. Most importantly, his ribs hurt. After struggling to climb into the car, Gao Jun leaned back in his seat, clutching his chest. Excessive joy leads to sorrow. At first, Polonanov and others were shocked, but after understanding the whole situation, they tried hard to hold back their laughter. "If you dare to laugh at me, your salary will be deducted." Just when everyone was about to lose control, Polonanov's mobile phone rang. The old Russian quickly picked it up, covered his mouth to hide his embarrassment, and spoke in a low voice to the person on the other end of the phone. After waiting for about a minute, he hung up the phone excitedly, turned his head, and looked at Gao Jun with shining eyes. "Boss, business is coming. Muhammad just told me that a buyer from Kawuda has come to our door." "Kawuda?" Gao Jun clutched his chest and frowned. "That damn place is so safe. How could there be any big business there?" "Boss, although there is no war to fight over there are always some people who want to start a war," Polonanov said quietly. "You mean someone wants to kill me?" Gao Jun's eyes lit up. These words were like a shot in the arm, instantly bringing him back to life. He slapped Shadyer, who was driving, and cursed, "Sick dog. Step on the gas. Faster. I need to make money." "Okay." Shadyer responded, and the Hummer howled and rushed out. In the military camp, Eugene Foster rubbed his temples tiredly with both hands and placed a check for $100,000 intact on the table. "Lieutenant Colonel, you called me." At this time, an officer with the rank of major and a slicked back hair lifted the door curtain and walked in. "My logistics officer is here. Please sit down." Eugene Foster waited for the other party to sit down, then pushed the check over and said, "Ezekiel, it's time to give the boys something else to do all day. Eating biscuits and beef all day, I already feel like my shit is protesting against me." This kind of American humor would have certainly made people laugh before, but now Ezekiel's eyes widened in fear. $100,000. He looked up in disbelief and asked anxiously, "Lieutenant Colonel, this money? You should know that the salary of a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army is about $6,000 a month. But because he serves on the battlefield of Ruilep, the total welfare benefits are only a little over $20,000. $100,000 is definitely a huge sum of money. This is a condolence money given to us by a businessman. Feel free to use it," Eugene Foster said with a smile. "Merchant." Ezekiel was stunned for a moment. then stood up with a grim expression. Are those capitalists from the south of Ruilep again? If it were those guys, I would have ordered the guards to shoot long ago. Eugene Foster tidied his words and continued. A man who I believe is challenging the interests of the entire Ruilep arms group. Ezekiel's eyes suddenly widened. He had never heard his boss praise someone like this before. It was too much and seemed a little unreal, but he was smart enough not to express any opinion. He was just curious about what he had missed. Chapter 105 List. Boom! The Hummer rushed into the company, and the door behind it was quickly closed. Gao Jun jumped out of the car impatiently. He immediately saw the Mercedes-Benz S600 bulletproof car parked in the parking space. His eyes flickered, and he bared his teeth and asked the employee who was approaching, "Where are Peter and the others?" "In the conference room," the employee replied quickly. "Ivan, let's go over there. Xiaohei, you guys go and rest first." Gao Jun gave a few simple instructions and walked towards the meeting room in a hurry, which gradually turned into a jog. The Mercedes-Benz S600 is a bulletproof car that only the wealthy can afford. You should know that bulletproof cars are about 5 times more expensive than regular cars of the same brand. As the pinnacle of armored vehicles, the Mercedes-Benz S600 is designed to withstand U.S. military M16 hand grenades. It's primarily marketed to politicians, business people, and those working in the financial industry. Maybe this is a big order. When he reached the door of the conference room, Gao Jun saw 2 bodyguards in black standing at the door. They crossed their arms in front of their bodies, subtly twisting the rings on their little fingers, and their eyes behind their sunglasses looked at them vigilantly. When they saw Gao Jun and his partner, one of the bodyguards stood up and involuntarily reached into his suit with one hand. "Sir, you can't get close here. I am Gao Jun. I heard a distinguished guest was coming, so I had to rush back to entertain him." Gao Jun smiled and held out his hand, indicating that he had no weapons. "I'm the boss of Zulon Company." The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, and the one who was one step behind turned around, pushed open the door, and trotted in. "Sir, we need to make a report. Please stand back." Gao Jun was so disgusted that he was asked to leave in his own place. If it had happened before, he would have jumped up and cleaned out his ears, slapped him. Today, for the sake of US dollars, he will let the other party run rampant for a while. But he is actually more curious about the background of this customer. It didn't take too long before the reporting bodyguard came out, glanced at Gao Jun, and nodded to his companions. "Sir, please come in." Gao Jun straightened his clothes and strode into the conference room. The spacious interior was simply decorated, and he immediately spotted a man in his early 30s sitting in the main seat. He was wearing a shirt with the buttons undone, and a cheetah tattoo was clearly visible inside. He crossed his legs, held a cigar in his mouth, and talked freely, with a strong sense of confidence on his lips. Mohammed, who had just gotten off his seat, was sweating profusely, and his robe was covered in sweat stains. When he saw Gao Jun coming in, he let out a long sigh, stood up from his chair, and called out respectfully. After Gao Jun responded, he looked at the man, smiled, and extended his hand. "Hello, sir. I am the president of Zulon Company. My name is Gao Jun." "So you are Mr. Gao." The man stood up and spoke fluent Chinese. Gao Jun was so shocked that his tongue was hanging, and he was stunned. "My name is Edgar. Mr. Gao, you can call me by my Chinese name, AI Paida," the man introduced himself. "I studied at Tsinghua University in your country and have been in China for 5 years." Gao Jun suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. Chinese is a difficult language to learn. It's amazing that Mr. Apted can speak it so fluently. Ape was also a little relieved by the praise. The Chinese words directly brought the 2 people closer together, and they were just short of holding hands and calling each other good friends. But in Polananov's opinion, the 2 of them were just pretending to be nice to each other. "Gao, you have to help me." After chatting for a long time, Ape twitched his eyebrows and sighed. "He's having a hard time in Kuo." "Are you crying miserably?" Gao Jun had a loyal expression on his face. "Ape, if you have any questions, just tell me. If I can help, I will do my best to help." Ape was touched. "My family is considered a wealthy family in Kao." This guy began to talk about his tragic past. It turned out that Kao's regime had been reshuffled since the Gulf War. Ape's father was the largest old political party in the country. After the new party came to power, their assets shrank a lot. Naturally, they were unwilling to just sit there and wait for death, so they planned to use force to take back their territory. Armed rebellion? Gao Jun's eyes flashed, and he blurted out, "This ape is too bold. You know, Kawu is also a hunting ground for big power games, and every US dollar in it is marked with its owner. We have no way out. Ape was stunned for a moment, but he didn't refute. He stared straight at Gao Jun. Everyone wants us dead, but I just want to live. Sometimes, having money is also a burden. Gao Jun pondered for a moment. Apt, did you know that we sell weapons from World War II? Thank you for the reminder. Ape nodded, moved. Although our family is not as strong as before, we are not powerless. Let me tell you, we have a group of vested interests standing behind us. They're already dissatisfied with those old interest groups. It's time to challenge them. Gao Jun suddenly realized that there was politics behind every war, and politics was just a continuation of the economy. I have everything you need, Muhammad. Where's our list of belongings? I'll get right away. Muhammad slapped his thigh and stood up. He hurried to the table, opened the drawer, and took out a thick book. He handed it to Ape with both hands. Sir, these are our company's goods. You can take a look. Ape thanked him and curiously opened the first page. He was instantly attracted by a photo inside. A mighty and majestic tank stands in the middle of it, and a large caliber gun muzzle on it is scary. Is this a KV-2 heavy tank? Ape exclaimed. KV-2 heavy tank. On the eve of World War II, the Soviet Northwestern Front Command requested that 4 experimental KV-1s be equipped with 152mm howitzers. The KTZ Design Bureau's best designers were called in to complete the project. 2 weeks later, a new experimental vehicle design was completed. Initially, the designers decided to install the 152mm Mod 1909/1930 howitzer, which was eventually replaced by the more modern 152mm M10 Model 1938/1940 howitzer. A new, larger turret was also designed to accommodate this heavy gun, designated the MT1. Following its official military adoption, it was given the designation KV-2, and Soviet soldiers nicknamed it Dreadnought. Equipped with a 152mm howitzer, it possessed formidable firepower, and its massive hull earned the Germans the nickname Giant. The KV-2 heavy tank was a development of the KV-1, featuring a 152mm howitzer mounted on the KV-1 chassis. Its most memorable feature was its enormous heptagonal cube-shaped turret. Its unusual appearance earned it the nickname Mobile Toilet. Equipped with a 152mm howitzer, the KV-2 was far more powerful than any other tank, and its armor was 75 to 110mm thick. German tanks could not destroy the KV-2 from any angle. The price is marked below, $700,000. Chapter 106, Fat Bill. Ape stared at Gao Jun with his mouth wide open, his eyes flashing with surprise, doubt, and confusion. Gao, you even have tanks here? Gao Jun chuckled and said, Ape, our Zulon company sells all kinds of World War II weapons and equipment. We can sell anything you can think of, but of course you have to have money. Then I can have an atomic bomb? Ape blurted out subconsciously. Of course, he was just there to watch the fun. After he asked the question, he wanted to slap himself. This question was so damn stupid. If Gao Jun thinks that I am playing a trick on him, then this business will be difficult to do. He was about to explain, but Gao Jun's expression darkened when he heard this. He frowned and thought for a moment before nodding slightly. Theoretically, you can, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. $30 billion. I'll give you a whole one. Ahem. Apparently, Applegate nearly bit off his tongue. A sound pierced his ear, and it felt like a sharp needle had pricked it. His entire body felt numb. Can you really get it? Gao Jun glanced at him meaningfully, and this look made Ape feel cold in his heart. He shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, my friend. I was just joking. I can't come up with $30 billion. I'd better pick something practical. This wasn't Gao Jun's random price quote. For example, the Eastern Giant had spent a total of $2.7 billion to develop this deterrent weapon, but the benefits he had already reaped were incomparable. At least it had allowed an ancient nation, cradled for nearly a century, to stand up. With its back strong, no one dared to act recklessly. The success of the economy depends on the strength of national defense. This is an eternal truth. Gao Jun wasn't disappointed. He shrugged, pulled his chair closer to Ape, and helped him flip to the end of the list. He said, Mr. Ape, these are the most common heavy and light weapons from World War II. Aside from some older parts, our company's products are all of the best quality. We also provide after-sales service. If anything unexpected happens, we will provide compensation based on the cause. Gao Jun had already thought of this after-sale service plan, and he was just trying it out on a major client like Aped. As for the maintenance personnel, he planned to personally travel to Germany soon to visit the injured Luke and to initiate some business activities with some arsenals. Ape's eyes lit up. My trip wasn't in vain, Gao. You Chinese really know how to do business. I have the utmost respect for every customer, Gao Jun replied. And if you purchase a sufficient quantity of weapons and equipment, we'll also handle the shipping. You just need to receive it in Kavuda. He paused. Even if we fail, the customer won't be held responsible. Zulon Company will shoulder all the consequences. Gao Jun's words hit the G-spot of Apple. He was a little worried about the transportation problem. If he took care of it himself, some people would definitely react. Gao Jun said that he had channels, which was exactly what Ape needed at the moment. The muscles on his face gradually relaxed, and Gao Jun noticed that the movement of his little finger being rubbed subconsciously suddenly stopped. Gao, it seems that I have no reason to refuse you. Ape spread his hands with a wry smile. I think we can talk about the price. Ape was indeed the son of a businessman, having learned business from birth. Gao Jun was completely outmatched, losing ground verbally. Finally, he smiled bitterly and spread his hands. Ape, your price is too low. I really don't have much profit. Plus, I have to help you transport it into Kavuda. If anything goes wrong, I'll lose money. I can't return the guns, but I can sell you the 3 KV-2 tanks for a total of 1.87 million. As he spoke, he kept staring at Ape. If the other party continued to lower the price, he would be ready to throw in the towel. It seems, I really need to find some eloquent agents. Gao Jun sighed in his heart. It turned out that doing business still requires professionals. People like him already feel exhausted. But Ape, perhaps also anxious, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He handed the filled list to Gao Jun and said carefully, Gao, I hope what happened today won't get out. Don't worry, everyone here is my brother. They will never betray me. That's good. Please deliver these items to Dabuk province on the Kavuda border within 2 weeks. Ape patted Gao Jun's hand, his expression like a comrade working hard. I'll pay 40% of the cost first. What's the total? Hearing this doubtful question, Gao Jun hurriedly helped him calculate. Ape, you bought 3 KV-2 tanks for a total of 1.87 million, 200 G42 heavy machine guns for a total of 6.78 million, 178 American M2 heavy machine guns for a total of 5.63 million, 700 Mauser 98 Burmese shots for 2.1 million, 400 MP40 submachine guns for $1 million US, and some other bullets, a total of 17.68 million. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, his heart suddenly stopped, and he looked at AI, pied in hopefully, 40%, a total of 7,072,000 US. Give me a card number. Gao Jun quickly took out his bank card and reported the number. Apide made a phone call, said a few words to the other end, and hung up. After waiting for a few minutes, Gao Jun received a message that the payment was received. When he saw the string of numbers, Gao Jun's breathing gradually became rapid. He quickly put the phone back in his pocket. Ape had been staring at Gao Jun from the side, twitching his eyebrows with a half-smile, and stood up. Gao, my time is very tight. I can't stay here for long. Let's get together again when my career is successful. I send you. Gao Jun and Polanov sent Ape to the car and watched him leave. OMG. After the Mercedes-Benz disappeared around the corner, Gao Jun finally couldn't help but jumped up and waved his fist, his face flushed, and he gave the stunned Polanov a big hug. Hey, Ivan, we're going to make a killing on this deal. Gao Jun nudged him. You get 2%. That means you'll get $140,000 for this alone. Are you freaking out? Polanov was really shocked. He worked so hard at Dolby to earn a little hard-earned money, but this down payment alone made him earn more than the profit of the previous year. If he added the remaining payment, he suddenly realized that making money was so damn easy. But the Belarusian, a man of steady character, tried to remain calm even though he was happy. With a gloomy expression on his face, he whispered, Boss, this matter must not be made known to anyone, otherwise, our Zulon company will be finished. Gao Jun's joy faded upon hearing this. He looked at the warehouse, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 107. Serve the food. The Mercedes-Benz drove for a long time. Ape, who was sitting in the back seat, crossed his legs and placed one hand on both sides in a very casual manner. He was talking on the phone, and the smile on his face was almost overflowing. Father, he's taken the bait. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired, but clearly held a hint of joy. Are you ready for what's next? Once they reach Kavuta, someone will come and kill them. All those weapons will be ours, and we won't have to pay a penny for the rest of the money, Ape said proudly. That idiotic Chinese man really thinks we're asking him to buy weapons for his life. He must be dreaming of getting rich right now. Kawu is no longer in a position where we can interfere. I previously had the renowned Lehman Assessment Company evaluate Zulong's potential. They told me that this small military contractor is quite well known within Ruilep. They even have very private connections with Ruilep's security department. And the most mysterious thing about them is their arms supply chain. This is exactly what we need. Most importantly, if there's an influx of funds, this company could grow dozens of times in 10 years. Old Ape was visibly agitated. But I've sent faxes several times before, but nothing has come of it. We can't wait any longer. The fat lamb is already waiting to be hunted. All we need to do is break its neck and replace it with our head. He has done this kind of thing many times. Ape's family is indeed somewhat famous in Kawu, but they're just nicknames. Many of their properties were obtained through unfair struggles. Anyway, in this hot spot of the central island, whoever has power is the boss. Old Ape had heard of Zulong's reputation through some channels, especially his performance at the Ruilep weapons exhibition, which made his eyes light up. After further investigation, he found out that this place was owned by a Chinese. Who in the world doesn't know that Chinese people are the most honest, and also the easiest to bully? So he started to have some evil thoughts. Gao Jun had no idea that someone was targeting him. He started spitting as he looked at Polonanov, whose face was full of worry. Don't be afraid of that. We're in the business of beheading people. We'll kill anyone who stands in our way. There's no US dollar that's not stained with blood, Ivan. Think about your daughter. Why can others do it, but we can't? Gao Jun bared his fangs fiercely and growled. I don't care where the weapons are used. I'm only responsible for collecting the money. Ivan, as long as you have money, you will have status. You have fought for your country for the first half of your life. Now it's time to fight for yourself. Are you afraid? Polonanov was also startled by Gao Jun's ferocity, but at the same time, the suppressed anger in his chest was also stirred up. He stared at Gao Jun unwillingly. Are you doubting my courage? Old Ivan's mouth was filled with a foul odor, making Gao Jun's forehead feel stuffy. He tried hard to hold back vomiting, his mouth twitching. He softened his tone, patted Polonanov on the shoulder, and offered some chicken soup. Our future is the sea and the stars. This sentence, which is so old in the country, made Polonanov feel a surge of warmth in his heart. My saber is not so rusty that it cannot kill. That's the kind of ambition you should have. Gao Jun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, now I have a task for you. Our current transportation capacity alone isn't enough for these guns and ammunition. Go get a few medium-capacity trucks. What about the tanks? Asked Polonanov. This made Gao Jun scratch his head with a headache. I will take responsibility for this matter. Polonanov nodded, discussed some details with Gao Jun, and then couldn't wait to get busy. After Ivan left, Gao Jun pondered for a moment, as if hesitant. It seems that the dishes that are not yet cooked have to be served. He pulled out his phone, his thumb pressed down on the dial, and called Eugene Foster. After a few rings, the call was picked up. Hello? Who's this? Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Foster. Eugene Foster was slightly startled when he heard Gao Jun's voice. He held out his hand to refuse the guard's offer of more coffee. He gently put down the pen in his hand, frowning slightly. Gao, I'm glad you still remember my voice. Gao Jun suppressed his nervousness, walked behind the wall, and huddled up to make a phone call. Generous businessmen are always unforgettable. Eugene Foster stood up, motioned the guards to withdraw, and pulled a pack of Camel cigarettes from his coat pocket hanging on the wall. He lit one himself with familiarity, blew a puff of smoke, and squinted his eyes. Is there anything I can help you with? Gao Jun didn't know how to start the conversation at first. After all, a mistress has to act like a virtuous woman. But who knew that Eugene Foster would actually bring it up himself? For a moment, happiness came too quickly. Ahem, Lieutenant Colonel. I didn't mean to bother you, but I have some goods that need to be shipped to the Kavuta border, and the buyer is a bit anxious, so I'd like to borrow a military train carriage. Fearing a refusal, Gao Jun quickly added, I can rent it for a fee. Good. Eugene Foster's expression changed. On his desk was most of the information about Gao Jun and his company. He knew too well what kind of business the other party was doing. Arms. But the munitions that needed to be transported by military trains were only those large-scale weapons with heavy tonnage. Many thoughts flashed through the mind of this U.S. lieutenant colonel. Lieutenant-colonel. Gao Jun's voice came out of the microphone, startling Eugene Foster back to his senses. He pretended to be embarrassed. Mr. Gao, I'm afraid this won't work. Gao Yunis hat sank. Was this a prelude to rejection? I can't direct the actions of a military train captain, but I imagine he'd be very happy to meet a successful businessman, don't you? Damn Eugene Foster for beating around the bush. If you want something, just say it directly. It's like an underground party meeting. Gao Jinchong breathed a sigh of relief. If you dare to ask for it, I will give it to you immediately. Of course, I welcome you and your friends at the Ruilep Peninsula Hotel tomorrow. Gao Jun said with a licking smile and hung up the phone. In fact, there are many countries stationed in Ruilep. The joint force is composed of 120,000 U.S. troops, 45,000 British troops, more than 2,000 Australian troops, and 200 Polish troops. In addition, there are about 50,000 Ruilep rebels. Where there are many people, there is the world. Many speculators naturally set their sights on the managers of these armies. Once in Ruilep, a big businessman set his sights on the chief officer of the Polish army and spent $500,000 to steal the right to use the city of Muzina from him. This is so outrageous that it is unbelievable. Only an idiot dares to say it, and only an idiot dares to do it. Although he was forced to take it back by the American military boss afterwards, the impact of this incident was huge. It was like a gap that he told the businessmen who were still in Ruilep. Me, Garrison, Money, Chapter 108, Giant Com. After a busy day of hard work, and having just been discharged from the hospital, Gao Jun felt a wave of fatigue after hanging up the phone. He yawned and went back to the dormitory without even taking off his shoes. He fell asleep, and within 3 or 5 seconds, snoring sounds were heard in the room. As he slept through the night, the moon set and the sun rose outside the window. The early morning sunlight in Badasi was particularly dazzling, shining onto the bed. Gao Jun snored with dissatisfaction and turned over, but then suddenly opened his eyes and sat up impatiently. He looked at his watch, his face darkening. He opened the door and saw a thin figure trotting along with an ammunition box on his back, shouting at the top of his voice, "Little Hal." Little Hal's face was covered in sweat. When he heard someone calling him, he subconsciously raised his head. When he saw it was Gao Jun, he quickly put down the ammunition box, wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve, and trotted over. "Boss, damn it, the sun's already scorching, and you didn't even call me?" Gao Jun cursed casually. "Go get Poloninoff to bring 3 men with me. Be smart and don't mess with some reckless guys like Luther." Little Hal nodded like a chick pecking at rice and ran towards the office area. Gao Jun took out a cigarette and perked himself up. Just after taking a few puffs, Poloninoff came over with several capable-looking employees. The buttons of their clothes were all buttoned incorrectly, and it was obvious that they were in a hurry. "I have a dinner date with Eugene Foster today, and I don't want to be late." Gao Jun propped up his head, dropped the half-smoked cigarette but on the ground, and squinted his eyes. "Everyone, bring your pistols. Everyone who eats carries it with them." Poloninoff patted the bulging part of his waist and said seriously. Gao Jun nodded secretly and waved his hand. "Let's go to the Peninsula Hotel." The explosion that occurred at the Peninsula Hotel had a severe impact. At least 10 to 20 arms dealers were killed there, which put enormous pressure on the Peninsula Hotel and the consortium behind it. They added security on the periphery and inside. As Gao Jun and his group came in, no less than 10 pairs of eyes looked at them. A handsome white man in a suit, holding the corner of his clothes, walked over quickly. "Sir, how can I help you?" the man said with a smile, deliberately lowering his head. Although this action was well hidden, Gao Jun still saw the Afener earphones in his ears at a glance. This type of earphones weighs 5G, has a diameter of only 14 millimeters, and is 20 millimeters long, which is about the same size as an earplug. It is known as the world's smallest earphones and is equivalent to an earplug. And, judging from the amplitude of his walking and the way he subconsciously moved his right foot behind him, he is also a trained martial artist. "I need a quiet box to entertain guests. This way, please." The man pointed in a direction and made a secret gesture behind him. No odor, no obvious injuries, no exposed wounds. Seeing his gesture, the security personnel around him breathed a sigh of relief and looked away. After the man led Gao Jun and others to a relatively simple and elegant private room, He bowed slightly and said, "Please wait a moment. The waiter will be here soon." After that, he left the room. "Do you really think we're thieves?" Lanier, an Eastern European man who came with them, muttered a few words. He walked to the door handle and removed a small, delicate black, square object from the back of his grip. Eavesdropping device. Damn it. I'll go ask them what this means. Polonanov jumped up and cursed. "Ivan, sit down." Gao Jun frowned, his face discontented. He pressed his shoulder and nodded at the employee. "Sweep the area again and throw the bug down the toilet. There's no need to make any noise. I think all the private rooms must have bugs. What are they doing? Are they working for Interpol?" The Peninsula Hotel is well known in Badasi and even the entire Ruilep. Many politicians and businessmen conduct some shameful and dishonest transactions in the hotel. Many people's crimes can be put on the red warrant. Next time we need to find a safer place. Gao Jun lowered his head and sent a message to Eugene Foster on his phone. After throwing the phone on the table, he shrugged helplessly. "There are always some players who don't follow the rules, but I just hope this is the last time." Polonanov squinted his eyes with disdain and said, "I hope I can get the reward of eating shit." Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, there was a short knock on the door and the noise in the house stopped abruptly. "Go open the door." Gao Jun winks. Lanier nodded. His right hand reached for the pistol at his waist, and his left hand cautiously opened the door slowly. It was not that Gao Jun and his group were too sensitive, but in such a hot area, no place was safe. At least it is better to die cautiously than to die confusedly. Bang! After the door was fully opened, Lanier's thumb just happened to open the safety and point the muzzle of the gun downward. There was a cry of surprise, and the two waiters were seen looking shocked, and the bowls in their hands almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lanier was quick to pull it away, otherwise it would have been scattered all over the floor. Lanier was also a genius. When the waiter yelled at him, his tongue became tied. "What are you yelling about?" Shut up." He had a face full of flesh and didn't look like a kind person. The waiter was so scared that he gritted his teeth and his legs were shaking. "Come in." Lanier glared, half grabbing the waiter's arm and dragging him in. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard a click and a hand propped up the wooden door. Eugene Foster's old face stretched out in front of him. "Gao, are you planning to turn me away?" Gao Jun, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly jumped up, a smile plastered on his face. He pulled out his chair and walked over, shaking Eugene Foster's hands. "Lieutenant Colonel, we've been waiting for you for a long time." As he spoke, he looked behind him. He saw a middle-aged man with a long beard, less than 1.7 meters tall. His military uniform was drooping rather than being worn, and there were some black spots on it. The most important thing is that as soon as the middle-aged man came in, he kept staring at the waiters, but those eyes are full of desire. "I'm afraid it's the train conductor." Gao Jun understood and touched his chin meaningfully, but still pretended to be confused and looked very surprised. "Lieutenant Colonel, is this a friend? Let me introduce you to Claude Coombe, Major in the U.S. Army." "Train conductor," Eugene Foster said. Seeing the man's lecherous gaze, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He nudged him with his elbow and glared, "Major Coombe, this is Gao Jun, the president of Zulon Company." Although Foster warned him with his eyes, Coombe was not afraid at all. After all, the system was different, and matters concerning military rank were all bullshit. He opened his mouth, and there were black spots on his teeth. "Tall? You can call me Giant Coombe." Chapter 109, Survival of the Fittest. Gao Jun's eyelids twitched as he looked at Coombe, whose height only reached Eugene Foster's shoulders. This nickname was too inappropriate, wasn't it? A giant? But Gao Jun had seen many shameless people after all, and he had long been immune to this. He led the two of them to their seats with a smirk. Coombe was very coquettish and deliberately squeezed next to a waitress who looked coquettish. If she had not had a little common sense, she would have stuffed her hand into the other person's skirt. The waiter probably knew that there was a wolf sitting next to him, so he served the dishes very quickly. He kept his head down and remained silent, with his cheeks flushed. Gao Jun rolled his eyes and whispered something in Polananov's ear. The latter was slightly startled, nodded, and followed the waiter out. "I'll toast you too." Gao Jun raised his goblet, swirled the red wine inside, and drank it all in one gulp. The stimulation of alcohol made him frown and smack his lips. "Come, eat. This is the Mediterranean lobster I ordered. The meat is tender and chewy." The drinking culture is roughly the same in all other countries except China. As the glasses clinked, the distance between them narrowed. Eugene Foster also joined in the conversation, helping Gao Jun to keep Kun drunk. The giant's eyes suddenly became confused, and he lay on the table and began to daydream. Major calm. Gao Jun called out softly twice. I've booked a room for you at the Peninsula Hotel. There are entertainment activities there. Would you like to go up and take a look? Entertainment activities? Calm, still half drunk, raised his head and burped. What activities? Gao Jun laughed loudly and muttered a few words beside him. Calm's originally cloudy eyes lit up instantly. He licked his tongue, stood up shakily, stretched out his index finger, pointed at Gao Jun. His feet felt light-footed, his words were slurred, and he raised his thumb. Gao, you're in D, my friend. Don't worry. Leave anything you need to me. That's really troublesome, Major Calm. Gao Jun supported him. She'd been waiting for this sentence. She took out a check from her pocket, stuffed it into his pocket, and shouted at the door. Lanier, help me get the guest to room 202. Lanier, who was guarding the door, pushed it open and came in, carefully half-pulling Calm upstairs. Lieutenant Colonel, want to go up and play too? I've also booked a room for you. Gao Jun gave him a look that all men understood. Click. Eugene Foster blushed, leaning back in his chair. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag, rubbing his stomach and looking vacantly. Gao, I'm not Calm. That guy's just a scoundrel who can't control his genitals. Do you know why I want to help you contact Calm? Gao Jun was puzzled. His first thought was that the dollar offensive had worked, but then he realized that since the other party had asked that question, it couldn't be that. He frowned, tried to read Eugene Foster's facial expression to see if there was any clue. I want you to help me kill a man. Eugene Foster paused and said firmly, his name is Juba. Yupa. Gao Jun was startled, a little confused, and then he heard the other party continue, he's from II? Grass. Gao Jun immediately remembered this godlike name. In his latest blog post, Juba claimed to have successfully sniped over 130 U.S. soldiers. His blog has garnered over 33,000 visitors. His most famous sniper attack was when his bullet struck Major General Delamy of the 6th Division in the eyebrow, causing him to collapse and die. The consequences of this incident were very serious, and a term popped up in everyone's mind, anti-American armed sniper. He killed my brother, my only brother, Eugene Foster said fiercely, as if he had just realized something. I saw him get his head blown off by a sniper. The cross I bought him is covered in blood. My condolences. Gao Jun patted his shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and said, although I really want to help you, I don't want to provoke those bastards for no reason again. The II gang is too clingy. Gao Jun has been having a headache lately. Kill him. I'll help you solve all your problems in Badass. Eugene Foster said with a gloomy face, offering his price. I can also sell you the discarded supplies in the barracks at a very low price. Gao, I just want revenge for my brother. Damn it. How could Gao Jun not be tempted? Although Eugene Foster's performance on the battlefield was not outstanding, as the commander of the garrison, his power in Badasi was as heavy as Mount Tai. Gao Jun pondered for a long time, his expression changing 7 or 8 times before finally stealing his resolve and shaking his head. Lieutenant Colonel, I don't want to provoke him. Besides, Juba is so elusive, no one can figure out his true identity. Even your CIA is at a loss. Do you think I can uncover him? Eugene Foster was disappointed when Gao Jun refused. He dropped his cigarette but into his goblet, stood up, picked up his hat from the table, and said wearily, Gao, if you figure it out, remember to call me. I'll be waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he patted Gao Jun on the shoulder and left the private room. Gao Jun's expression relaxed. He took a sip of red wine and spat on the ground. Ugh, your brother died. What the hell is your business? You want to drag me down with you? Do you really think I don't have a brain? At this time, Plananov also pushed the door open and walked in. Boss, it's done. I placed 2 cameras in room 202, and I also asked the waitress to trick Calm into revealing some of the U.S. military's dirty tricks. This is enough to use as a handle for us. Calm doesn't want to go to the military court, so he has no choice but to cooperate with us. Chapter 110, Prophet Vulture. Gao Jun never believed in the bullshit drunken truth. The most effective way to tie Calm to the boat of Prophet is to find his weak spot and leave him helpless. I don't want that waitress to work here anymore. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, brushed off the cigarette ash Eugene Foster had left on his clothes, and stood by the French window. Give her some money and get her out of Ruilep. No matter where she goes, I don't want her to stay here. Polonanov folded his hands and said in a deep voice, I will tell her. What if she doesn't want to? Gao Jun paused, turned around, and stared at the Belarusian. Do you still need me to teach you something like this? Ivan, I understand. The latter was silent for a moment and exhaled. Seeing Poloninov's hesitant look, Gao Jun understood that the Russian veteran had his own pride, and he must have felt uncomfortable about attacking a powerless woman. Gao Jun poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed them to him, shaking his head in a melancholy manner. Ivan, I have no way out. He leaned against the wall lazily and tiredly, pointing at his head. A lot of people want to blow my head off. I'm challenging Ruilep and even the entire Central Island. I want to survive. Do you really think the civil unrest in Ruilep or the unrest in XLY are just about regime change? They're just a few superpowers vying for their own interests. If I want to continue living, I'll sooner or later challenge their interests. I don't want to die, so I can only send those who stand in my way to see God. Gao Jun patted his chest and complained. Do you know how depressed I am, Ivan? As Zulon Company grew bigger, Gao Jun realized that his brain was not sharp enough. The people on top of the pyramid are already full, looking at him vigilantly, wanting to crush him to death, and the useless people below are all waiting for him to make a mistake with red eyes. At that time, they will rush up and tear him apart, dividing the interest chain that he has built with great difficulty. He doesn't want to make a mistake, and he can't make a mistake. Then, if we block your way, will you kill us? Polonov suddenly asked. Gao Jun was startled, turned around, and looked into the distance. After a long pause, he finally shook his head in a hoarse voice. I don't know, but I don't think that day will come, because you've been following me. If I die, you won't benefit. He will. Even if Gao Jun explained it, no matter how beautifully he spoke, Polonov could clearly hear the profound meaning behind it. The other party's unconsciously clenched fist seemed to say, don't stand in my way, no one can stand in my way. He is a real businessman, a capitalist who can sell the rope to hang himself for money. For a moment, the private room was extremely quiet, which was so eerie that the employees guarding the door were all nervous and frightened. As Major Combs staggered out of the room, clutching his aching head, the light from the corridor blinded him. He shielded his eyes with his hand. In his daze, he heard footsteps and a gruff voice, Sir, my boss is waiting for you downstairs. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 pairs of hands rested on his arms. Combs' heart tightened, and he quickly shook his head like a butchered pig. Let me go, I don't know you. Sir, don't make things difficult for us. The man's voice was obviously a little impatient. Combs' waist suddenly stiffened, and the cold touch instantly made his scalp numb. His screams stopped abruptly, and his teeth trembled. This made Lanier's eyes full of disdain. It seemed that there were all kinds of people in the U.S. military. If he met someone smoking marijuana on the battlefield in the future, he would think it was normal. He half-dragged Com to a corner downstairs and threw him firmly on the sofa. Com was shaking and trembling at a loss. When he felt a little desperate, he heard a familiar voice saying with a smile, Major, are you having fun? Com was stunned. He suddenly raised his head and saw the person sitting opposite him. He was full of disbelief. Gao! Then his facial muscles tensed, and he frowned in dissatisfaction. Hey, this joke is not funny at all. But for the sake of that girl yesterday, I forgive you. Gao Jun still had a faint smile on his face and clasped his hands together. Major Com, as long as you are satisfied, I talked to you about the issue of the military train before. Before he could finish his words, Com interrupted him. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and said cunningly, Mr. Gao, this matter is a bit troublesome. You know, although I'm a sergeant, there are some things that I cannot decide. How about this? Next time, I will invite a few more officers with a say, and we can discuss it together. This is an addiction to extortion. Yesterday, that woman was really good at sucking. She forced him to take 2 small pills to maintain his virility. When Com thought of yesterday's battle, he reacted. He licked his tongue with desire and looked at Gao Jun, thinking, can you help me call the waitress from yesterday? Polonov, who was sitting nearby, covered his face with his hands and complained in his heart. Can't this idiot see the situation? Gao Jun picked up the fruit knife on the table, carefully cut a small piece of watermelon, and stuffed it into his mouth. This slow movement seemed to be a signal. Lanier, who was standing behind Com, grabbed his hair and pulled it back hard. The sudden and sharp pain made Com want to scream, but just after he uttered a syllable, a rag appeared in his mouth. Lanier and another employee pressed him down on the sofa and punched him in the stomach. Com's eyes were bloodshot, his nose was broken, and blood kept flowing out. Snap! Lanier grabbed his hair and pressed him to the table. Woo-woo! Calm howled dryly, glaring at Gao Jun, who was fiddling with a smartphone. A sarcastic smile flickered across his face, and he tooted, "Major, I didn't expect you to be such a quick shooter." As he spoke, he turned the screen around and placed it in front of Com, pointing at the two white bodies on the screen and sighed, "It seems that you need to spend some time exercising." Com's pupils suddenly shrank, and he struggled fiercely. "Don't worry, besides these, I have a lot of useful information. Do you want to listen to the audio?" Gao Jun selected a backup audio file, and a faint, drunken voice came through. "Honey, you're much prettier than the women I've played with in Las Vegas casinos. You asked me where my money comes from? I'm the commander of a military train. There's something missing from the supplies on the train. Who knows? Not even God knows." Com's face suddenly turned pale, and he became as limp as a dead dog. "What do you think would happen if I posted these points online? For example, on Lifehacker, the largest website in the United States, would it cause a reaction?" Chapter 111, Agent. Satan. The Chinese man in front of me is definitely a devil. Com was shaking with fear. The other party had been setting a trap for him from the very beginning. He shook his head unwillingly, with an almost pleading look in his eyes. "Mr. Major, I'm just a businessman. I don't like being fooled. I like honest friends." Gao Jun took out a piece of paper and casually covered the blood from Com's nostrils. "What do you think?" "Woo-woo." Com nodded vigorously, raising his chin. Gao Jun clapped his hands in satisfaction, stood up, and whispered something in Com's ear. The latter trembled all over, and his pleading became louder, banging his head hard on the table. "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate. I'm not the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing them. I can give you $50,000 and guarantee the safety of your family." After Gao Jun finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with Polonanov and others, leaving Com lying on the ground in despair, staring blankly at the ceiling of the Peninsula Hotel. He was too lazy to take the rag out of his mouth, his heart full of despair. Eugene Foster. He suddenly tore off the rag and gritted his teeth. "It must be this damn old bastard and Gao Jun who are trying to get me into trouble. This person's imagination is easily twisted, and he is even very sure of his own ideas. The more he thinks about it, the more possible it seems." He wiped his nose, and the blood from his nose spread all over his face. Coupled with the ferocious expression on his face, he looks like a clay statue in a rural temple in China. "Sir, are you okay?" The staff of Peninsula Hotel were also shocked and hurried forward to ask. "Get out of here." Com pushed the other person away roughly, walked out of the door angrily, and kicked the trash can with all his might when passing by it. "Have you contacted the trucks the company needs?" Gao Jun asked seriously as he got on the Hummer. "I have contacted the agency and rented 4 Scania heavy-duty trucks, all with a load capacity of more than 15 tons. They are 3 meters high, nearly 8 meters long, and 2 meters and 80 centimeters wide. Enough for us to transport weapons and equipment." Polonanov replied quickly. Scania is a Swedish truck and bus manufacturer founded in Malmö, southern Sweden, in 1891. With products sold in over 100 countries and regions, Scania is one of the world's leading heavy-duty truck and bus manufacturers. Leveraging its technologically advanced modular systems, Scania has become the most profitable company in the commercial vehicle industry. This brand of trucks has always been a favorite of outlaws. This one can be driven on any dilapidated terrain, and even some bullets cannot penetrate the tire that is nearly 25 cm thick. Gao Jun nodded in satisfaction. "There must be no accidents with this order. I will personally lead the team to Kavuta and have the remaining members of the security department accompany me. You will stay behind. I have a feeling this trip might not be very safe." "Okay." Polonanov nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then took the initiative to say, "Boss, I found a few agents for the positions you asked me to recruit last time. How about checking them out? 30 minutes, let them get to the company. If they exceed the time limit, they will automatically give up. I don't have much time to waste here." Gao Jun raised his hand to look at his watch and answered with a frown. He was also very impatient, but after all, this agency itself was an extension of another kind of interest. Many companies had agents in hotspots, but they just sold different things and had different identities. Peel was a wanderer, or rather a speculator looking for opportunities. He had served in the U.S. as a soldier for several years and had even been dispatched to the Aconate to fight. However, as a logistics officer, he had never even been to the battlefield. After retiring, his meager pension was not enough for him to splurge in the casino. By chance, he heard that gold was common in Ruilep, and as long as he was lucky, he could make a fortune. But apparently, the world is not very kind. On his first day there, he was robbed at gunpoint by a group of gangsters, leaving him with only his underwear. If he hadn't met Jackson, an Ecuadorian who ran a restaurant in Ruilep, he would have starved to death. Hey, Pierre, my brother told me yesterday that they're short of a dog butcher at the slaughterhouse. Do you want to go? Jackson, nibbling on hard bread, suddenly seemed to think of something and looked up. It costs nearly 1,000 Ripley coins a month. This is equivalent to 5 renminbi and 70 cents, $0 and 80 cents. Kill the dog. Pierre paused, feeling somewhat resistant. However, when he thought about how he had been eating and drinking for free for almost 2 months without making any contribution, he felt a little guilty. He was about to agree when the cell phone in his pocket rang. He hurriedly pulled it out, and his eyes lit up when he saw the caller ID. Hello, sir. Interview today? Oh, okay, I'll be right over. After Pierre hung up the phone, he saw the time and jumped up with a weird cry, shouting anxiously, Jackson, lend me your razor quickly. I saw a suit in your closet. Let me wear it too. What's wrong with you? What interview? Jackson asked confusedly. An arms company is looking for agents. I'm signing up. Huh? Arms business. Jackson's jaw nearly dropped. Then he shook his head. No, you can't go. Those damn arms dealers are blood-sucking leeches. This isn't a serious job. If it weren't for them, would Ruilep be in such a mess? Pierre rolled his eyes, patted his trouser pocket, and turned it inside out. Do you know what this is? What? Poor. Fuck. We are so fucking poor that we can't even afford to eat. What else do we want? Jackson, I know you have a sense of justice, but this is how society is. If I don't go, can others not go? We can't continue to be like this. I think this is my chance. We have to leave this slum. What do you think? Pierre spread his hands. We should move to a safer place. But, Jackson hesitated, but this is too dangerous. It's okay, don't worry. I'll carry the cross you gave me last time. Pierre kissed the cross around his neck affectionately. I believe God will bless me, Emmanuel. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Peel, Jackson had to reluctantly agree and even diligently help the other party to put down his folded trouser legs. If you ignore the gender relationship, the two really look like close partners. Wait until I come back. I don't want you to eat this damn black bread anymore. Pierre hugged Jackson and whispered in his ear, then walked out of the house with firm steps. Chapter 112, Wolf Nature. When he came to the headquarters of Zulon Company again, Pierre was still shocked by the visually shocking bullet holes on the iron gate. There were many thick blood stains on the ground in front. He squatted down, picked up a bullet shell from the mud, put it under his nose, and sniffed it hard. The residual smell of gunpowder gave him goosebumps all over his body. This is the smell of munitions. Hey, brat, what are you doing? The sound of the gun bolt suddenly brought Pierre back to reality. He raised his head in fear and saw 2 fully armed gunmen standing in front of him, staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Pierre raised his hands in fear and said in panic, Don't shoot. I'm here to apply for a job. Apply? The head employee revealed the tattoo on his right arm, a snarling venomous snake, and looked Pierre up and down. An ill-fitting suit, a pale briefcase, and leather shoes with peeling leather on them. This is a typical European street vendor. Pierre felt a little embarrassed by being stared at. He nervously tugged at the corner of his suit and asked nervously, Can I come in? Viper, don't cause trouble, the employee behind him shouted with a frown. I know. You don't need to remind me. Viper waved his hand in dissatisfaction, pulled Pierre over, put him against the wall, and touched him up and down. Huh? Pierre's crotch tightened, and he turned away embarrassedly. Sir, there's no need to touch here. Viper curled his lips in disdain, opened the iron door, and motioned him to go in, but also warned him seriously. Boy, don't let me find out you're doing anything naughty. Go to the office upstairs. Pierre nodded hurriedly and trotted in with his briefcase. He was as nervous as a lost child. He bravely asked people for the location of the office. When he climbed up the stairs, there were no less than 10 men and women of different skin colors standing at the door. When he heard the footsteps, his colleague looked over with an unfriendly look. Pierre raised his hand to greet them, but they all snorted and turned away. This forced him to force a smile, rub his nose, and sit down in a random spot. From his position, he could just see the scene inside the office through the window. There were 3 examiners with an Asian man sitting in the middle. They said a few words to the interviewee, a black man. The latter stood up a little dejectedly, sighed, pushed open the door and walked out, then threw the documents in his hand into the trash can in disappointment. "Hey, sir, what did the examiner ask just now?" Pierre hurriedly pulled the other person and asked. "Get out of here. Don't bother me." The black man was very dissatisfied and was about to push Pierre away. "I'll give you 50 Ruilep coins, and you tell me what just happened in there." The black man's eyes lit up. 50 Ruilep coins? Sure, pay first. Pierre took out a green banknote from his socks with some pain and handed it to the other party. The black man looked like he had obtained a precious treasure and did not mind the remaining foot odor on it at all. He just puckered up his thick lips and kissed it. "Now you can speak. Actually, that Chinese bastard in there is bullying me. He asked me how I can get someone else's bank card within 15 minutes. Fuck. Damn it. How is that possible?" The black man was obviously very resentful. He was cursing, spitting, and frowning. When Pierre heard this request, his heart sank. This request was too high. If he had such pickup skills, why did he still come here to be an agent? "Next, Pierre Douglas." Poloninoff shouted from the door. "Here." Pierre raised his hand and walked over fearfully, his mind working quickly. "Relax, kid." Poloninoff patted his shoulder. The strong palm made Pierre's heart warm. He nodded firmly, took a deep breath, and followed him into the office. Gao Jun raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Pierre, then flipped through his file. Pierre Douglas, former 82nd Airborne Division. Combat experience in the Khaganate? Have you ever been on the battlefield, sir? This sudden question threw at him, and Pierre was stunned, but he nodded quickly. "Yes, I once fought in the Khaganate." This is very vague. This kid is very smart. He knows that some things cannot be said clearly. After all, arms dealers are the ones who roll around on the battlefield. If he lets the Asian in front of him know that he is just a stick man in the logistics department, then would he still be needed? Peel really needs this job. Gao Jun glanced at Pierre doubtfully, his chin trembling. "I just want to ask you a question. If I gave you 15 minutes to get someone's bank card number, what would you do?" Pierre's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he came. "Can't we change the question?" Meeting the questioning looks from Gao Jun and the others, his mind began to race like a motor. When he caught a glimpse of impatience on Gao Jun's face, his heart tightened and he blurted out, "Impersonating a government official." After he said that, the inspiration behind it burst out. "Yes, I can pretend to be a bank employee or a security officer. I believe I can deceive the people in Ruilep." Gao Jun's eyes lit up, and he wrote quickly on the notebook with the pen in his hand. "Go on. I think this is the gentlest method. If I feel desperate, I will resort to violence when necessary." After saying this smoothly, Pierre got to the point. Time creates benefits. As long as I can finally reap the rewards, I don't mind who uses some means. This idea struck a chord with Gao Jun. He smiled slightly and looked at Poloninoff. "It seems not all the people here are useless. You've been accepted." Pierre lifted his butt and stood up directly, his face flushed at a loss, and finally put his hands together. "Thank you. You go and wait first. Once this batch of interviews is finished, I will naturally discuss the benefits with you." Gao Jun's expression relaxed. Pierre nodded quickly and walked out with a happy look on his face. He felt his legs were a little light. After walking out the door, he couldn't help but waved his fist. The group of people outside looked at him enviously. This guy has food to eat. The results of the subsequent interview were very bleak, and Gao Jun asked many classic questions. For example, how can you get a pedestrian to give you 100 yuan within 1 minute? If you fall to the ground because of hunger, there's a bank opposite you and a bun shop on your right. Which one would you rob? Many interviewees were as innocent as blank slates. One woman even replied, "Why would I rob? I can earn a salary through my own hard work." Fuck. Gao Jun almost cursed the other party to death. What is an agent? He needs someone with wolfish nature. Such a big cake needs a dog-like person to bite it, not a gentle girl. Chapter 113. The Most Generous Lieutenant Colonel Foster. "Stop looking for such trash," Gao Jun said to Poloninoff in dissatisfaction, turning his gaze to the 3 remaining heroes. Besides Pierre, there were 2 others, one of whom was a woman in her 20s, Evangeline Cooper from Venezuela. At that time, Gao Jun asked her, "If you were asked to sell $300,000 worth of goods a month and you met a big client, how would you persuade him?" Evangeline Cooper said directly, "If I can do it by spreading my legs, I'm happy to do it." Just these less than 20 words made Gao Jun instantly decide that she was a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals and was very popular in Ruilep. You are my chosen agents. I have 3 locations. Seoul, a major city in the north of Ruilep, Bara, a city in the south, and the Wyong Plateau, near the country of Tebetibo, in the west. Let me be clear, Wyong Plateau and Seoul are especially vulnerable to the IIA. If you're not careful in these 2 places, you could easily lose your life. Boss, poverty is more terrible than death, said another Greek man. Montgomery, seriously. If bullet holes were worth money, I'd rather let them drill more of them with their heavy machine guns before I die. You can choose for yourself. I just want to say that opportunities and dangers go hand in hand. Sure, Wyong Plateau. Who knew that these 3 people would shout at the same time, and no one chose the slightly more comfortable Bara. Gao Jun glanced at several people, and even the soft-tempered Pierre glared at him with a red face and thick neck. Gao Jun's eyes flashed with admiration. He liked people who dare to fight the most. Those who were content with the status quo were actually just mediocre. At least that was the case in Ruilep. He tilted his head and thought carefully for a moment before speaking. Montgomery will be in charge of Sir, the Wyong Plateau will be under Peel, and Evangeline Cooper will go to Bara. Boss, Evangeline Cooper was anxious, and Gao Jun waved his hand, signaling her to be silent. Montgomery and Peel's base salary is $3,000 per month, and you're allowed to take 7 percentage points of commission. Evangeline Cooper's base salary is $5,000, and her commission is 6 percentage points. Gao Jun held up a finger, his eyes narrowed seductively. I'm afraid no one can get a higher percentage than me. 7 points. Montgomery and Peel's eyes turned red. If the arms could be sold for $1 million, wouldn't that mean nearly $70,000 would belong to them? Only these shady industries can afford such high commissions. Evangeline Cooper thought about it carefully for a moment and didn't have any objections. After all, Bara was a safe place, and staying alive meant long-term profit. The few of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then signed this contract. Gao Jun pushed the prepared contract over and took out a pen and said. Watching them sign their names swiftly, he winked at the old Taoist priest beside him. The latter picked up the sack at his feet and took out several stacks of US dollars from it, which naturally attracted the attention of the 3 people. $20,000 per person as startup capital. If you lose, I will sell you to an African tribe as compensation. Gao Jun bared his front teeth, full of viciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let me down. Boss, are you really willing to let them take such a large sum of money? Poloninoff stood at the window and watched as the 3 of them trotted out of the company with satisfaction, feeling disgusted in his heart. This is $60,000, which is equivalent to selling at least 3 M1919 heavy machine guns. They're smart people. They know their future income will be enough to make them wealthy. It's not worth it for 20,000 yuan. Gao Jun pointed at his eyes, staring at Poloninoff, and said word by word, I believe my eyes. I see ambition in them. You should contact the agent yourself. Ask them to pay a 50% deposit first when purchasing goods. Okay, boss. Gao Jun picked up the disposable paper cup on the table, took a sip, and moistened his throat. Contact the middleman and have the truck drive in. We'll load the aped goods tonight. Okay. Poloninoff replied. I'll make a phone call. After watching Ivan walk out the door, Gao Jun silently read the system and quickly exchanged the weapons and equipment that Ape needed. 3 kV. 2 heavy tanks were exchanged for a total of 600,000. The other guns were worth less than $4 million in total. The total cost was less than 500,000, but it was sold for about 18 million. Sure enough, this fucking thing makes a lot of money. At the bottom of the system, a line of tiny characters as tiny as an ant moving its finger read, 5 million sales mission completed. Do you want to claim the reward? Gao Jun slapped his head and almost forgot about it. His deposit had completed the sales. He licked his lips and clicked to receive it. Post-arm sales have exceeded 5 million. Reward skills, tank driving, mastery, terrain survey, beginner. Current arms dealer ranking is 17,555th. Next sales target is 15 million. Please keep up the good work, host. Tank driving? This skill is a bit useless. I have vowed to be an arms tycoon, but there will be very few opportunities for me to go to the battlefield in the future, let alone drive a tank and be the majestic attacker. It's better than nothing. Gao Jun smacked his lips, looking at the terrain survey with a dull look. Most importantly, there was a direct payment that had allowed her to advance by nearly 500 ranks. Once the remaining funds arrived, it would be enough to advance her to 1,000 ranks, and she would receive a special reward. Beep beep. Just as Gao Jun was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Startled, he quickly snapped out of his trance and sighed. He glanced at the caller ID, raised his eyebrows, and a half-smile formed on his lips. He picked up the phone and heard Eugene Foster's roar. Gao, what do you want? What's going on with Calm? This is the time to ask for punishment. Lieutenant Colonel Porter, calm down first. This is not my method. It is the waiter's own hobby. I just showed it to Major Calm. If he needs it, I can return it to him. Gao Jun lay back on the chair and said with a smile. Calm, his face swollen and purple, had been listening intently. When he heard Gao Jun's words, he panicked and gestured to Eugene Foster, waving his hands and lowering his voice. Damn it. Hand him over. Idiot. Eugene Foster's face darkened, clutching the phone. Do you think he doesn't have a backup? Coombe was now completely dependent on Eugene Foster, so he didn't dare to retort. He could only lower his head in a coquettish manner, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Gao, what do you want? Hey, Lieutenant Colonel Porter, that's not right. I want to thank you for helping me ship the goods to the Kavuta border. Gao Jun paused and expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have met Major Calm. Thank you very much. Americans are really the most generous. Chapter 114, Smiling Tiger. Eugene Foster's cell phone was on loudspeaker, and Calm next to him could hear it clearly. He suddenly raised his head with his eyes blazing. He could even imagine the disgusting face of the Chinese man on the other end of the phone. Gao! Eugene Foster couldn't help but raise his voice. He felt bitter. Who the hell knew Gao Jun could be so shameless? Honey traps, surveillance footage, blackmail. Wasn't this the KGB's favorite trick? He rubbed his temples with a slight headache. Gao, it's easy to lose our friendship if you do this. No, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Foster, I think you're wrong. Guess what Major Calm got from me? Gao Jun straightened his hips. Seeing Polanov standing at the door and gesturing at him, he held his breath. I'm sorry, I have something to do here. Please tell Major Calm that I'll bring my goods to him tonight and ask him to make it convenient. OMG, I almost forgot. I don't think it's safe to keep these videos on me. If I suddenly die one day and someone else gets them, it won't be good. Don't worry, I've put them in the safest place. It's very safe. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he hung up the phone. A sinister smile stretched across his lips, and he muttered to himself, I caught you in a weak spot, and you still want to get away so easily? Friendship? Fuck you. Boss, the truck is here. Polanov walked over and said after seeing Gao Jun finish the call. Gather everyone to load the cargo. Park the 3 tanks in the warehouse, cover them with green sheeting, and tow them to the train station. Polanov blinked. There were tanks in the warehouse? When did they get in? His mind was in a mess, but seeing Gao Jun's confident look, he didn't ask any more questions and just nodded in agreement. Eugene Foster's face darkened as he listened to the busy tone on the phone. Finally, unable to contain his anger, he slammed the phone against the wall. Shit. Damn Chinese yellow monkey. Calm's face was gloomy, his eyes were sharp, and he whispered fiercely, Lieutenant Colonel, how about we find a few people to kill him? Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was punched on the right cheek. His brow bone was instantly cracked, his forehead was covered in blood, and his eyeballs were crooked. Eugene Foster was also filled with anger. Did you just pull your head out from under a woman? Didn't you hear his threats? If he dies, we're all finished. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Covering half of his face, Calm looked a little ferocious, and biting his gums as if they were about to break, but he still resisted the urge to fight back. He did not forget which unit the old man opposite him came from. The people of the 75th Ranger Regiment were all unreasonable. Then, what should I do now? Calm asked vaguely, feeling indignant. They've already caught you, what can you do? Just do as they say. Eugene Foster was at his wit's end. But don't worry, I understand what this Chinese man wants. He won't kill you all at once. He's after long-term benefits. You're like a sheep in his pen, waiting to be sheared. This is a bit shameful. Come. Eugene Foster rested his hands on the edge of the table, frowning and pursing his lips. He trailed off in a deep voice. You'll be retiring in 3 years, right? I heard some people at the Joint Command have long felt you're unsuitable for this position. Calm's pupils condensed, His whole body turned cold. He looked up at Eugene Foster, who sighed and said, "Perhaps Ruilep would be a good place." After he finished speaking, he patted Com on the shoulder and walked out of the command center, leaving the latter alone in a daze. "Gentle, you idiot, these are grenades and bullets, not the inflatable doll in your house." Gao Jun saw a black employee acting clumsily, and he kicked him and cursed angrily. The black employee rubbed his butt awkwardly, lowered his head and didn't dare to stop, and rushed into the warehouse to get busy. "Boss, take a look. This is the route map I made. We passed through the Gil province from the southwest and entered the Kavuta area via Yumur. It has always been very chaotic here, and the Custer people are not safe there. But this also means that we have a great chance of crossing the border." Polonanov unfolded the map in his hand. There were winding routes drawn on it with different pens and inks. It was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into it. "Have you ever calculated how long it will take?" "About 5 days. Polonanov said the time with a hint of uncertainty. After all, the distance from Badasi to Jiaha on the Kavuta border was only 2,000 kilometers. Saying 5 days would be laughable. Afraid Gao Jun would get angry. He smiled bitterly and said, "The roads in Ruilep are full of potholes and cannon holes. It's very difficult to travel." Actually, Ruilep wasn't like this before. As the wealthiest country in the Central Island, second only to Thibaut, Ruilep offered completely free education and medical care, along with comprehensive social welfare. It could be said that many Ruilep residents earn money without actually working. Because their country provided them with income, their infrastructure was also very complete. Yet, such a country collapsed. Transportation between the north and the south is difficult, and even groups of bandits may appear on the roads. These are all things that Gao Jun needs to consider. In 2004, a convoy entering Ruilep from Thibaut was hijacked. There were daily necessities, canned food, on the vehicles, with a total value of nearly $2 million. The most important thing is that the media later revealed that these were Australian military supplies. These were the lives and property of 2,000 soldiers who were in Ruilep at the time. This made Kangaroo furious, and he strongly demanded that the bandits hand over the military supplies. But who would care? The vicious bandits had hidden themselves away in the mountains, undetectable. Later, it was heard that it was thanks to aid from several other countries that Australia was able to survive the food shortage period. We have people in the passenger seat of every car. Even if the drivers go to the toilet, they have to follow them. If they act recklessly, they will be killed. Gao Jun glanced at the drivers who were squatting in the distance and were still in a daze, and said with a cold face, "I'll arrange it," said Polonanov. Gao Jun reached out and snatched the 2 packs of cigarettes from the Belarusian's pocket. With a forced smile, he walked towards the driver and began handing out cigarettes as if he were familiar with them. "I'm going to trouble you guys for the next few days. I'll increase the price we agreed on by 10%. Those who drive the trucks are generally local people from Ruilep. They may have been wealthy families before, but now it seems that they are not well dressed. When they hear that Gao Jun has taken the initiative to improve their treatment, their eyes light up, they respectfully take the cigarette with both hands and stand up to express their gratitude. "Boss, where are you going to transport these weapons?" Suddenly, a young man asked curiously, and this question instantly made the temperature of the atmosphere drop a lot. Chapter 115, Conspiracy and Intrigue. Anyone who can get a job to make a living in Ruilep today has learned to read people's expressions. The young man realized that he had said the wrong thing when he saw the atmosphere was not right. He was a little at a loss. "I'm just curious. I won't ask anymore." Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, and seeing the other man's nervous expression, he bent down and picked up the cigarette that the other man had dropped in shock. He wiped off the dirt and put it into the other man's mouth. He slowly took out his lighter and lit it for him. He said in a friendly manner, "It's normal to be curious, but if you're too curious, it's easy to get killed." The young man's face turned pale with fright. His lips began to tremble, and his eyes were full of fear. Gao Jun smiled and reached out to help him straighten his clothes. He said softly, "I hope this is the last time. Next time, you'll have to apologize to God." I understand." Gao Jun smiled, blew a smoke ring, and said to the alert employee, "Take good care of our drivers." "Okay, boss." Boom, boom, boom. A burst of engine sounds rang out in the warehouse, and 3 KV-2s were driven out. PMC companies like Gao Jun have no shortage of people who could drive tanks and helicopters. After all, for Special Forces soldiers, It is a must to practice to skillfully operate every weapon and equipment. Muhammad jumped off the lead truck swiftly and directed his employees to cover the tank with camouflage green cloth and use an iron hook to drop it to the rear of the tractor truck. Gao Jun walked over and checked his watch. It's a little after 9 in the evening. The military train will leave the train station at 11:30 sharp. Before then, you should transport the tanks there and hand them over to a U.S. Army major named Com. I'll lead the convoy to Kavuta. Polanov will take care of the family affairs. If you have any questions, go to him. Muhammad agreed and patted his chest to make a promise. When I come back, it will be time for us to expand outward. Gao Jun pets Muhammad's shoulder. By then, I won't forget you who followed me the first time. We are friends and brothers. Muhammad felt warm in his heart and said in a hoarse voice, I'll wait for you to come back and celebrate. The nights were always cold. Gao Jun, stationed in the center, held the handlebars with one hand and gave orders through his headset. The front and rear vehicles should not exceed 10 meters. Shadier, have the guards break up into groups. Old Taoist, keep the lead vehicle at a safe speed. Receive. After a burst of noise in the headset, the voices of 2 people came out. The convoy was so heavy that many speculators hiding in the dark had greedy eyes, but more were cautious. The fact that they could act so unscrupulously at night meant that they were either confident in their own strength or had a remarkable background. Lieutenant Colonel, just as you said, Zulong Company has 4 or 5 heavy trucks heading out of the city. Logistics Officer Ezekiel hurriedly opened the curtain, his face covered in sweat, and trotted in. That's the intelligence we just received. Eugene Foster, who was working, raised his eyes, and a sinister look flashed behind his thick glasses. In fact, he had been feeling resentful for a long time. As the head of the U.S. military and badass, he had never seen a businessman so arrogant in front of him, openly plotting and secretly doing bad things, and he could only stare blankly. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. But this old fox is also a cautious person. If Gao Jun stayed, he really wouldn't dare to move. But now that the Chinese man has left, maybe he can find a few stupid guys to test his brains. Go contact Charlie and tell him that if he is willing to help me do something, I will fully support him in taking over the position of leader of the Cerberus gang. Eugene Foster said in a low voice. Ever since the death of Godfather Alfred, the Cerberus gang has been driven crazy by this huge chain of interests and has been torn into 3 groups headed by 3 important figures. Among them, Charlie is the intelligence chief under Alfred, the person he once trusted the most, and the one with the greatest chance of inheriting this position. But there are different voices in the Ruilep government. Some eagles think Charlie is disobedient. Unable to provide them with a certain degree of financial support, they were willing to support Alfred's illegitimate son as the head of the family. In this situation, Charlie once approached Eugene Foster, hoping that he could help him. Eugene Foster didn't express his opinion at the time, but now, he thought it was time to give it a try. He put his face close to Ezekiel's ear and muttered a few words. The latter's face turned serious and he was shocked. Whether he succeeds or not, I will support him. Ezekiel agreed, returned to the dormitory, changed into casual clothes, and left the camp. Gao Jun, who was in a daze, suddenly gave a start and opened his eyes suddenly. His chest felt tight and sweaty. He rolled down the window and let the cold wind blow through him. He woke up a lot and glanced at the driver, yawning. Where are we? Bora, Kongu. We should be able to reach Jiaha province tomorrow afternoon. The driver replied with a tired face. Even though the tugboat was equipped with 2 drivers, driving for 3 consecutive days was unbearable for even an Iron Man. The most important thing was that he felt like his prostate was about to burst out from sitting. Gao Jun twisted his neck and just raised his butt to move when he suddenly heard a loud explosion in front of him. Boo! Squeak! The driver was so frightened that he quickly stepped on the brakes. Inertia almost made Gao Jun hit the glass. Fortunately, he reacted in time and grabbed the door handle with his hand to steady himself. He widened his eyes and quickly turned on the headset. Alert! Everyone alert! The door of the heavy truck behind them was pushed open, and a group of heavily armed employees quickly dispersed. The assigned sniper also quickly dove into the bushes. Shadier, rifle in hand and scarf in hand, looked around vigilantly. Extend the cordon 20 meters outward, and the observers will be in the trees. Hearing his order, a petite employee put his gun on his back, climbed up a 20-meter-high tree nimbly, and lay on the thick trunk to observe carefully. The first car reports the situation. Gao Jun said anxiously. Boss, we hit a homemade tripwire mine, and the right wheel of our heavy truck was blown apart. The old Taoist priest said in a muffled voice, We're repairing it. Homemade mines? Gao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. This must have been privately made by the militants. They didn't control the amount of gunpowder well. It was enough to injure people, but it was unlikely to overturn a heavy truck. The tires could withstand the impact of several hundred kilograms. Sick dog, send someone to scout the road ahead and check carefully to see if there are any landmines. Gao Jun ordered into the headset. Receive. Shady Ear pointed at a few people, bent over, and jogged forward. If it was a homemade mine, the militants would definitely be very careful when burying it. The more careful they were, the easier it would be to find a flaw. In many cases, professional soldiers could see it with the naked eye. Just as Gao Jun was trying to appease the driver, a burst of rapid gunfire suddenly rang out, and Shatter's roar rang out from the headset. There's an ambush. Chapter 116, Special Forces. Gao Jun's face turned pale, and he held the earphone and shouted anxiously. Sick dog. Sick dog. Fake. Taoist priest, take Group 1 and stay here. Group 2, follow me. Keep communicating through headsets. Gao Jun took out 2 magazines from the bottom of the co-pilot seat, stuffed them into his combat vest, pulled the bolt to load the bullet, and ran towards Shady Ear with his employees. Scatter. Gao Jun waved his hand, lowered his footsteps, and carefully observed the surrounding situation with his naked eyes. The path was full of mud, and the surrounding weeds and bushes were nearly half a meter high. Unknown insects chirped one after another, and occasionally 1 or 2 jumped out, scaring everyone. The atmosphere became weird. Gao Jun was on the right, nearly 10 meters away from the nearest employee. Just as he passed a tall tree, a flash of alertness flashed through his mind. Just as he raised his gun, a figure jumped down from the tree. The huge impact pressed Gao Jun to the ground. A bayonet in his hand stabbed at his neck viciously and resolutely. If he was hit by this knife, there would be no way to survive. Pong! Gao Jun was not frightened enough yet. He blocked the attack with the butt of his gun, hitting the opponent's wrist. Then he exerted force with his abdomen and hit the attacker's chest with his head, causing a dull sound. He took advantage of the gap and pushed the opponent off his body. But it was obvious that the attacker had received professional training. When his attack failed and he saw the employees surrounding him, a murderous look flashed his eyes and he stared at Gao Jun. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to catch this commander-looking guy. Gao Jun also stared at him solemnly. Through the darkness, he could only see that the other person was very thin and had a face similar to that of an East Asian. Who are you? Hey! But what greeted Gao Jun's question was the attacker rushing towards him with a bayonet, attacking viciously and with a tenacity that showed he was invincible. This life-and-death fight head-on is all about momentum. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Zhang Fei scared Xiahou Jie to death at Dangyang Bridge. All he did was rely on momentum. The reflection from the bayonet shone on Gao Jun's face, causing his eyelids to twitch, and he tilted his head. When he heard a strong wind in his ears, he dodged in panic. Sizzle. A tear cut a big hole in his coat. If Gao Jun had been a step later, he would have been ripped open. The attacker didn't expect him to dodge it. He was shocked and wanted to retract his strength, but it was too late. He felt pain in his leg and could not help but kneel on one knee on the ground with a hand around his neck. This is strangulation. Of course the attacker knew that when his back was exposed to the other party, that would be the moment of his death. He struggled hard, even making obscene gestures, try to grab the balls with his backhand. Gao Jun stood behind him, holding the knife in one hand, and stabbed with all his might. After 3 or 5 slashes, the attacker fell to the ground like a dead dog, lying lifeless on the ground. Gao Jun squatted down and ripped open the corpse's shirt. On it, he saw the words on hung. MDB. Gao Jun cursed under his breath, but remained calm. He said in the headset, Everyone, stay put. Sen Biggs. Come closer. Got it. A slightly sharp voice came from the headset. A black shadow trotted over quickly from the side. He was a purebred French white man. Shaju was a highly educated intellectual who had studied at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris for 2 years. However, this guy thought that his student life was a complete waste and dropped out of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. This institution of higher learning, founded in 1794, has had only a few students drop out over the past few hundred years, and he is one of them. That's not all. He believed that men should learn violence and bloodiness, so he joined the battlefield of the Khanate as a free mercenary. After several baptisms of battle, he gradually grew a lot and was recruited into Zulong by Gao Jun. "Look, what does this mean?" Gao Jun asked, pointing at the words on the corpse. Shaju frowned. "This seems to be Vietnamese, and it seems to mean hero." "Hero?" Gao Jun was startled, his brows furrowed in thoughtlessly. He half-crouched and tutayed. "This seems to be a status symbol." These words seemed to penetrate Gao Jun's brain nerves, making his eyes light up. "UFO Special Forces." He clearly remembered an article about the Vietnamese monkey special forces, describing them as fearless and fearless, with Vietnamese characters inscribed on their bodies. Furthermore, experts had once ranked the combat effectiveness of special forces from around the world, and surprisingly, the Vietnamese monkey special forces were ranked 7th, behind world-renowned special forces like the U.S. Green Berets, the U.S. Navy SEALs, and the U.K.'s 22nd Special Air Service. They were the only Asian Special Forces unit to make the top 10. This ranking does reflect the strength of the Vietnamese Special Forces, because this elusive and invisible force has frightened many troops that have fought against it and called it the B-52 of the Vietnamese Army. To achieve suddenness in combat operations, in addition to exploiting adverse weather and terrain for cover, members often employed highly sophisticated camouflage techniques. They sometimes disguised themselves as enemy soldiers or local civilians to deceive the enemy and gather intelligence. To prevent exposure while lurking, members sometimes applied color-changing agents to their clothing and covered exposed parts of their bodies with mud. To prevent the enemy's police dogs, poultry, and livestock from alerting them, they sometimes smeared garlic, pepper, and chili powder on their coats. Even the real jungle chameleon would be awed by their variety and ingenuity in camouflage. They would attack the enemy unexpectedly, and if they were at a disadvantage or face danger, they would quickly take off their uniforms, transform themselves into civilians, and escape. Their equipment was typically poor, and based on the available information, it was impossible to discern the cause. However, their general equipment included daggers, 82mm recoilless rifles, 82mm mortars, 60mm mortars, and anti-tank guns, grenade launchers, individual rocket launchers, light machine guns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and pistols, various types of hand grenades, and directional mines, homemade explosive packs and time bombs tailored to the target's characteristics, and 2-watt walkie-talkies, 15-watt shortwave radios, and ultra-shortwave walkie-talkies, all of which could be considered antiques. How did these monkeys get from Asia to the Central Island? Gao Jun was confused, but he only understood one thing. These monkeys like to fight guerrilla warfare the most, and this dense forest and mountains is a paradise for monkeys. Everyone, cheer up and pay attention to your feet and your head, or you will die without knowing how. Gao Jun ordered into the headset and waved his hand, signaling Shaju to follow him and continue moving forward. No one saw a figure with leaves tied all over his body, dragging a corpse through the weeds with some difficulty. The humid air and scattered leaves covered up the bloody smell in the air. Chapter 117, Roasted Monkey. Boss, we found blood and bullet casings here. The employee acting as the frontline observer shouted anxiously through the headset. Gao Jun's face paled, and he hurried over. An employee was leaning forward, carefully and cautiously extracting a bullet casing from the dirt. It's a 7.62 by 39mm rifle round. The blood is still warm. The battle just happened. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Jun was about to speak when a burst of gunfire rang out from the right side of the team. An employee stood up and shouted, "Enemy spotted at 6 o'clock." As he said that, he stood up and chased after him. "Don't chase," Gao Jun shouted, but it was too late. The employee stepped into a trap one step at a time. There were sharp bamboo sticks stuck in it, which went straight through the employee's Dana military boots. Screams were heard in all directions. The center of gravity of his body fell back, and there was a crisp sound of breaking. The employee opened his eyes, his heartbeat trembled, and his lips turned white. Boom! A layer of dust rose immediately around the trap. Gao Jun's face was horrific, his lips stained with blood, his eyes red, and his chest tight, unable to vent his anger. But reason told him that as a commander, he had to remain calm. He pressed a microphone and spoke in a low, tyrannical voice. 2 people in a group conduct a thorough search. The distance between the groups must not exceed 10 meters. These employees were all elite soldiers who had retired from the army. They were very proud in their hearts and had never suffered such a loss before. Upon hearing this, they responded with a few words of agreement and called on their teammates to search. They were very careful for fear of stepping into a trap and following in his footsteps. Everyone knows that these Vietnamese monkeys are masters of disguise and dirty tricks. As the saying goes, blending into the environment, making the fake look real. This saying is fully reflected in them. Bare-chested, wearing shorts and caps, their bodies smeared with mud, they resembled mud monkeys. The Vietnamese Army's skill at guerrilla warfare was well known. During the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese Army fully exploited the local terrain, setting various camouflage and traps, leaving the U.S. military reeling. No matter how powerful the U.S. weapons were, they were still outmaneuvered by the Vietnamese. Even the traditional strong force of the U.S. military, Delta, was defeated by him and retreated in embarrassment after leaving behind more than a dozen corpses. Maybe they just regarded Gao Jun and his group as prey. But this prey also has fangs. Gao Jun was followed by a sand pig. He had just pushed away the thorns blocking his way when he suddenly felt his ankle tighten and dragged him down. Gao Jun saw out of the corner of his eye that a Vietnamese monkey had stood up behind him. The monkey was covered in camouflage and could not be seen at all due to the cover of darkness. Shit! The sand pig, who was 2 or 3 meters away, raised his hand and was about to shoot, cursing, but before he could pull the trigger, a group of leaves that had just been lying on the ground suddenly jumped out, pressed down the sand pig's neck, pulled out a dagger, and quickly stabbed it into the opponent's right shoulder. This was because the sand pig struggled hard and made the opponent move a little bit. If it was a few centimeters lower, he would have died. Gao Jun turned around and pulled out the pistol tied to his thigh as quickly as possible. He shot the enemy in the head who was still dragging him. The close-range shot lifted the opponent's crown directly. With his mouth wide open and helpless eyes, he fell back into the pit below him. After firing the gun, Gao Jun stood up and fired 2 or 3 shots at the back of the monkey that was fighting with the sandboar. Fuck! Shaju pushed the corpse away and climbed up, kicking the other party in frustration. He quickly pulled out a tourniquet from his small pocket and applied pressure to the scary wound. Boss, these monkeys are too insidious. We can't fight them in this forest. Their eyesight is far greater than ours, Sand Pig said with a pale face. I think we should force them out. How do we do it? This patch of weeds may not be big, but it's at least 80,000 to 90,000 square feet. How can we force it? Incendiary bombs, burn them out. Shaju said viciously, I don't believe these damn bastards won't come out. The fire will burn them like roasted monkeys. Such cases do exist. During the 10-Year War, when encountering positions guarded by such special forces, especially those in areas with dense tree trunks, in order to maintain combat speed, some skilled and courageous people would come out to burn the mountain. Either get out or die. Although this method is not very good, it is obviously the best way to deal with these bastards. But Sick Dog and the others. After Shaju made his suggestion, he also said with some concern, they might be dead. Gao Jun interrupted, raising his hand with a fierce look on his face. What we should be thinking about now is how to avenge them. I don't believe such an elite team would become bandits. Even if they're covering it up well, I can smell the tainted PY deal behind it. Gao Jun wasn't the type to be fussy. He said bluntly, let's retreat. Prepare the incendiary bombs. After receiving the order, the already frightened employees hurriedly retreated, but they had not forgotten the basic combat moves. After retreating to the edge of the path, they fired more than a dozen German DM-24 incendiary smoke grenades. This type of grenade is an improved version of the DM-19 incendiary smoke grenade developed by the German company Buck Chemitechnik. It is primarily used for creating smoke screens and arson. It consists of a shell, ignition device, and incendiary smoke agent. It contains no explosive charge and is safe and reliable to operate. Upon impact, the projectile produces flames and thick smoke, capable of igniting any combustible material. The combustion temperature reaches approximately 1,200 degrees Celsius, and the burning time is approximately 5 minutes. The dense smoke barrier formed during combustion can both blind the enemy and provide cover for the enemy, while also causing a strong, irritating cough that has a certain dispersing effect. When this dry little leaf met the open flame, it caught fire immediately. In less than a minute, flames shot up into the sky. Hurry up and dig a simple isolation zone. Gao Jun is a thoughtful person. He doesn't like to give opportunities to others, but he doesn't want the fire to swallow him up as well. So he said with squinting eyes. The scorching heat and the flash of fire startled Gao Jun, who took a few steps back. As soon as he found his footing, his eyes focused, and he saw a figure rushing out of the firelight, roaring with his mouth wide open, and thick smoke billowing from his tongue and mouth. Kill him, Gao Jun said coldly. This scene obviously frightened Shaju and others. Even though they were veterans, they had never seen such a scene before. However, they had strong psychological qualities. Shaju raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets, and then fired the remaining dozen or so bullets. At least 7 or 8 of them hit the fireman. The figure suddenly paused, and he roared incoherently, as if he had used up all his strength. I saw the Buddha. Chapter 118, Sick Duck Dies. The scorching heat of the fire scorched the air, and sweat slowly dripped down Gao Jun's temples, flowing along his resolute face into his mouth, like nutrients nourishing the gloom at the corners of his mouth. Shoot anyone who runs out of there. But what about the sick dogs? Sand Pig asked in fear after opening his eyes wide. God bless them. Gao Jun pressed his eyelids and had a calm expression. He had calculated in his mind that the probability of the sick dog escaping from the Vietnamese monkeys was less than 20%, while the probability of surviving the fire was 30%. In other words, unless it was truly blessed by God, the god of death would not let go. Gao Jun also wanted to show mercy. He wanted Bingo and the others to die more than anyone else. That would mean he would have to pay out a large sum of money in compensation. But he had to force himself to be more ruthless than anyone else. His life did not belong to him, but to everyone tied to him in a profit group. The most excruciating fear is knowing the deadline of your own death. Not all Vietnamese monkeys are brave warriors who are ready to die. There are always some who want to survive greedily. Don't kill us. We surrender. A frightened voice with awkward English was trembling, and a person wrapped in a white quilt was thrown out. 3 or 4 naked-chested Vietnamese monkeys raised their hands, supporting a seriously injured man in the middle. In the light of the fire, Gao Jun could clearly see the burn on his right cheek. Get down. Get down. Put your hands above your head. Shaju and several employees surrounded him and shouted harshly. The frightened monkeys hugged their heads and lay on the ground. We ask you to respect the Geneva Convention and treat prisoners well. The only monkey who could speak English raised his head, puffed out his cheeks, and opened his eyes with the whites of his eyes. Gao Jun was startled, then with a sly grin pulled the bolt and walked over on the muddy path. Under Gao Jun's horrified gaze, he thrust the pistol against his forehead, his right eye trembling. Fuck the Geneva Convention. Mercenaries don't enjoy this right. All you have to enjoy is the boredom of a body bag. As soon as he finished speaking, the trigger was pulled, a gunshot rang out, and it went straight through his ear. The Yueho translator screamed instantly, covering his broken wound and rolling on the ground. Gao Jun raised his foot and stepped on his face, pressing him firmly into the dirt. He looked down at him condescendingly. Kill the rest. No. The Yueho translator quickly opened his eyes, his red pupils flashing with struggle, and begged for mercy in an almost pleading tone. Don't kill them. We can buy them back with money. Sorry, sir. Your request is denied. Gao Jun smiled and opened his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at the Sand Pig. Shoot. Shaju gritted his teeth, automatically switched the safety to continuous fire, and fired directly at the other prisoners. The group of people didn't even make a sound and were directly collapsed like dead dogs. The Yueho translator howled, gritted his teeth, and pounded the ground weakly. The splashed mud covered his face, and he felt a little regretful. If I had known, I shouldn't have taken this mission. I want to know why you were targeting us. The translator Yueho raised his eyes moving, and said in a hoarse voice, Do you want to know? Gao Jun's nostrils flared, and he unknowingly leaned his head forward. Who knew that when the opponent was about 10 centimeters away, he suddenly jumped up and opened his mouth to bite him. Gao Jun's heart was already tense, and he subconsciously retracted his head. He could clearly hear the sound of the opponent's upper and lower jaws hitting each other. Shit! Shaju angrily kicked Yueho translator on the side of his face. The toe of his combat boots was very hard, and Shaju didn't hold back when he kicked. So he kicked the opponent's chin directly and broke it. You're looking for death. Gao Jun said with a ferocious expression, "Since you don't want to talk about it, I'll send you to Satan." As he spoke, he plunged the dagger directly into the opponent's heart, twisted it 90 degrees, and kicked the corpse far away. Throw the body into the fire. Since the boss had given such an order, the employees had no choice but to obey. They carried the bodies and shouted slogans as they threw them into the fire. After Gao Jun watched them turn into ashes, he frowned and told the employees to retreat in the direction of the convoy. Just as they were about to approach the convoy, the old Taoist priest's voice came from the headset. "Boss, the sick dog is back." "What?" Gao Jun paused. His originally gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. Even Shaju and others looked at each other in disbelief. He really survived? They hurriedly ran back, and all the headlights of the convoy were turned on, making the space as bright as day in an instant. A group of people formed a circle, and when they saw Gao Jun, they hurriedly made way for him. The sick dog sat on the ground with wounds all over his face, his body leaning against the tire. There was a scar on his face that ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth. The wound was so painful to look at. He was standing on one foot with a cigarette in his mouth. The blood dripping on the cigarette made it instantly become much more pungent. The sick dog heard the footsteps and turned around with difficulty. He looked at Gao Jun, showing his big front teeth, and smiled. "I'm still alive. This sentence is painful and full of luck. Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Help bandage the wound." Gao Jun came to his senses and yelled at the sand pig. He squatted down, supported the other's staggering body, and said word by word, "I have roasted those damn monkeys." Shadiel smiled and nodded. "I'm a little tired. I want to sleep for a while." "No, you absolutely cannot sleep. If you sleep, I will deduct your salary." Gao Jun was shocked and shouted anxiously, "Boss, if possible, please give my pension to my mom in Rio de Janeiro." Shadier's body trembled, his glasses widened, and he suddenly grabbed Gao Jun's arm and said, this sentence seemed to have absorbed all his nutrients and strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his chest began to rise and fall rapidly, his head tilted, and the veins on his neck began to burst. Finally, as if he couldn't catch his breath, his body relaxed, and he slid directly off the tire. "Sick dog! Sick dog!" Gao Jun shook Shadier hard with red eyes. "Boss, the sick dog is gone." Shaju hesitated and patted Gao Jun's shoulder to comfort him. Gao Jun picked up the rifle on the ground, took off the safety, and fired a burst of bullets into the sky, roaring hysterically at the top of his lungs. If he hadn't seen the sick dog, he could have comforted himself in his heart that the dog was already dead, killed by the monkey. He could have tried his best to be cold-blooded. He didn't want all his employees to see his weak side. But when his comrade died before his eyes, it was another test. After Gao Jun fired 2 magazines in succession, his hand trembled and dropped. He shook his head for a moment, turned around, and said hoarsely, "Pick up the dead dog and keep moving forward. Those scum hiding in the back will definitely jump out. I'm going to twist their heads off." Chapter 119, Mutual Interests. 3 dead and 5 injured. The ambush filled the convoy with depression. In the rear carriage, Shaju took off his helmet, leaned his head back, and his body swayed slightly with the shaking of the car body. Sand pig. Suddenly, a tall, thin man with a goatee and a hooked nose sitting next to him said tiredly, "Why do I feel like this trip won't be that easy?" Sand pig tilted his head and glanced around. "Is this industry that requires you to work so hard really that easy? Do you think it's so easy to make money from capitalists? Behind every penny in Ruilep is a dead person. Apostle, if you want to make money, you'd better shut up your complaints." "Boss, I don't want to hear your negativity." "I'm not scared," the strong man protested dissatisfiedly, and then muttered, "I'm just a little worried. Just be prepared to trade your life for money." Shaju was too lazy to say more. He waved his hand impatiently, put his helmet on his face, and pretended to doze off. The sturdy man curled his lips and muttered a few words to himself, then folded his hands, leaned his body, and laughed as if he had thought of something. Gao Jun put his hand on the window, his face calm, but the driver sitting next to him kept glancing over from time to time with some fear in his pupils because the smell of blood and the feeling of oppression on Gao Jun were too strong. It's like a wild beast that has accumulated all its strength, waiting for the day when it will bar its fangs and reveal its ferocity. Just when he was still in a daze, a text message suddenly came on his mobile phone. The phone number was a series of virtual numbers, but when Gao Jun saw the content, his pupils shrank. He put the phone back into his pocket without any expression, and a fierce look was revealed in the depths of his eyes. 2 days later, the convoy arrived at the border of Kavuda. During these 2 days, everyone was on high alert, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Gao Jun drove the goods to the Dugao Plain as requested by Aped. The plain is 275 meters above sea level, making it the highest place in the country. Perhaps because of the high altitude and the far-reaching view, the communication here is the best. I called Ape from the high point, and the call was connected after just 2 rings. A noble public relations in Jiahe, a border city in Kavuda. Continuous and obscene moans continued to sound from here. Her eyes were like those of hungry wolves, and a low moan came from deep in her mouth. The girl cooperated well and pursed her lips while letting out a sound of intoxication. But if someone looked at her directly, they could definitely see the deep disdain in her eyes. "Here, this is for you today." After calming down for a moment, Ape grabbed a handful of money from the table, stuffed it into the other person's arms, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. He was taught by his father since he was a child that women can be won with money. Never talk about love with them. If you have such time, you might as well think about how to make money. After watching the girl walk away with her hips swaying, Ape was about to take some K to clear his head when he saw the phone on the table move. He glanced at it, his eyes flickering slightly and the corners of his mouth twitching, which brought back his bad memories. Those Vietnamese monkeys are truly unreliable. I spent $700,000, and I might as well have raised a leopard. These guys were mercenaries he hired through a military broker. The broker boasted that they were the top special forces group in Asia, and that ambushes were their forte. But who knew? They were so damn useless. Ape tried to calm down and forced a dry laugh. "Hey, Gao, my friend, did your goods arrive? I'm already here at Dugao Plains. When will you come?" "Great, I'll be right over." "Wait a moment," Gao Jun suddenly said. Ape raised his eyebrows and tried to look relaxed. "What's wrong?" "I want to see the money first. You know, I won't feel comfortable until I have US dollars in my card." Gao Jun's voice was a little low. "This is my rule." "I see." After hanging up the phone, Apple's face darkened, but suddenly he remembered something and smiled sinisterly. "Just because it's yours now doesn't mean it will always be yours in the future." Meanwhile, on the Dugao Plain, Gao Jun held his head high. The old Taoist priest had unknowingly stood behind him, reporting to him with a serious face. "Everything is ready, but, boss, are you sure you want to do this? This would be too drastic, and I'm afraid of international condemnation." He seemed to have seen the bad reaction from society afterwards. "I don't care about that. There are so many people in the world who hate mercenaries. Are you still afraid?" Gao Jun said, "I just want the result. That's the most empty thing. If we all die, who cares about the empty reputation afterward?" The old Taoist priest is also Chinese. He understands what is in Gao Jun's bones. He hides it very well at ordinary times, but once it reaches the ignition point, all the negative emotions in his bones will burst out. It can be said to be stubbornness, or it can be said to be self-destructive. Go down and make the arrangements. We are only waiting to welcome our friends. Golden Harvest. Ape was decked out in state-of-the-art equipment, including a Remington 11-87, a semi-automatic shotgun manufactured by the American Remington Arms Company, firing either 12-gauge or 20-gauge shells. Based on the Remington 1100, it was a common sight in military and police forces worldwide, boasting astonishing lethality. In front of him stood a one-eyed man with a cigar in his mouth. He looked at Ape's outfit, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and hummed. "Isn't Ape just an Asian? Why would he be so heavily armed? If you hadn't come looking for me, I wouldn't have bothered with him, even if he was an arms dealer." The one-eyed man was not interested in Gao Jun, and he didn't care much about his identity as an arms dealer either. After all, it was all for the US dollars. He had never lacked money from others in Kawu, and his long-term high position undoubtedly made him look down on Gao Jun. Don't underestimate anyone's abilities, Crocker. Cockroaches have lived for so long, yet they reproduce more rampantly than humans. Ape loaded the bullet into his gun and raised his head. Seeing the other man's unwavering devotion, his tone changed. Of course, a down-and-out arms dealer from Ruilep can't compare to the Major General of Kavuda's Jiahe province. After all, Crocker, you're a top West Point graduate. Ape had long known what kind of person he was. No, it should be said that all of Kawu's businessmen knew what kind of person this young general in the country was. He was an extreme pro-American. As long as he praised him in the United States, he would be happy. In comparison, it was as if the United States was his homeland. The people I brought over are already on their way. That batch of goods is ours. Once we sell it to Central Africa, I can exchange it for a small uranium mine. Chapter 120, Assault and Kill. Dugao Plain. The cold wind from the north of Kawuda is always indifferent. Gao Jun's old face felt a little painful, and the cigarette in his mouth flickered. He leaned against the heavy truck with a solemn expression. The only thing hidden in his windbreaker was a German HKP-7 pistol, which he had looted from the Vietnamese translator. Suddenly, Gao Jun looked up as if he had sensed something. He looked into the distance. The slight roar of the motor stimulated the quiet place. 5 or 6 vehicles of various colors kicked up dust and rushed over aggressively. Boss, target, 3 pickup trucks, 2 T-19 half-track armored personnel carriers. Unknown number of personnel, none equipped with heavy weapons. On a hill, 200 meters away, an employee was lying close to the ground, scanning the enemy through the sniper scope, lowering his voice and reporting through the headset. His finger was on the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun was slowly moving along with the car body. Puff! Spitting out the cigarette, but in his mouth, Gao Jun climbed onto the heavy truck with a gloomy face, started the ignition and shifted gears in one go, took a deep breath, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, with madness flashing in the depths of his pupils. Jane Milford was a soldier, or at least that's what he thought. He was rich. Their army was equipped with world-class equipment, and they fought the damned Ruilep people to their death. His mission should be to go to the battlefield, not pretend to be a rat in the gutter, spying on the omnivorous benefits. But his direct superior, Croc, was the benefactor who promoted him, and he had unconditional trust in the latter. Since Crocker asked him to kill a few scoundrels who illegally broke into the Kavuta border, he would do as he wished. Captain, the other party seems to be rushing towards us. Suddenly, the driver seemed to have seen something, pointed to the front, and shouted in horror with a trembling voice. Jane Milford's thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and raised his head with a hint of impatience. His pupils suddenly shrank. The heavy pickup truck, which was at least a meter taller than the T-19 half-track armored personnel carrier, rushed towards him in a crushing posture. Quick, get out of the way! Jane Milford screamed. The driver, whose mental state was not very good, subconsciously swerved the steering wheel, but it was too late. The heavy truck directly overturned the side of the vehicle. The several-ton military vehicle was as fragile as a newborn baby against the heavy truck weighing more than 10 tons. It pushed the other truck and dragged it on the ground, leaving a long line. When the convoy behind saw this scene, they were so scared that they stepped on the brakes. Shouting at each other, some of them jumped out of the car with weapons in hand and fired at the front of the heavy truck. After the collision, Gao Jun cleverly climbed onto the back seat and jumped out of the car. He ducked awkwardly behind the heavy truck, turned around, raised his gun, and fired back, shouting at the employees, "Kill them! Kill them! Boss, as you wish!" There was a hint of ridicule in Shaju's voice, and then 3 figures jumped out from a depression in the plane. They ran forward a few steps, then squatted down, carrying a rocket launcher-like weapon on their shoulders. With a long whistle, the shells flashed with fire and hit the target. A pickup truck at the rear of the convoy was blown and rolled 3 times. The militants who had used the pickup truck as cover were unable to dodge and were instantly knocked several meters away by the shockwave. They fell to the ground, groaning in pain. This unit is notorious for its poor performance. The soldiers they hired with money had almost 0 combat skills. This kind of old soldier is also common among Kawuda, especially when Jane Milford's life or death was unknown. And without a commander, this group of people were more like a group of farmers holding weapons than soldiers. There's an ambush. Retreat. Retreat quickly. I don't know who shouted that, but these militants turned around and ran away in a hurry. Some of the rational ones knew to fight back with their guns, but the frightened ones even dropped their guns. This is simply disgusting. When encountering such an enemy, they naturally would not show mercy. After the rifle bullets were used up, everyone quickly pulled out their pistols and continued firing. Don't kill me. A soldier hiding under the car raised his hands and trembled. What nonsense! Gao Jun grabbed the man's collar and firmly pressed the gun to his forehead. Without even stopping, the gun went off. The man was dead. The spurting blood and brain matter covered his entire face. Gao Jun wiped his sleeve casually and said, "Kill them all. Move the convoy to destination number 2 and wait for news from the Taoist priest. The street command employees began to torture, to kill. They even began to abuse the corpse. Jane Milford was dragged from the car, a bloody hole in her forehead, the wound covered in mud. She was already breathing more than she was breathing. After being stripped naked by the sand pigs, her body was hung from a tree trunk. After shouting to each other, they drove the convoy away from the Dugao plain. Golden Harvest. A medium-sized pickup truck that looked ordinary in Kawuda stopped in front of the noble mansion. The passenger window was slowly pulled down, revealing an old face with a veil and sunglasses. There's a sentry in the northwest and 3 guards directly ahead. The defense is pretty lax. Everyone knows the boss's orders. Charge in, kill Aped and his accomplices, and finish them off right there. Once you're done, I'll meet you on the right flank of the side door. Do you understand? The old Taoist priest spoke in a hoarse voice. Although his English still sounded stiff, at least it had some charm. Clear. There were 5 people sitting in the pickup truck, all wearing the traditional costumes of the Tibo people, and they nodded in response. Action. The door of the pickup truck was suddenly pushed open, and 5 people rushed down like cheetahs, cooperating with each other tacitly. The old Taoist priest turned up the volume of the tape recorder, which was playing Evacuate Kavuda. His body swayed to the rhythm of the music. After closing the windows, he sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and left the spot. That night, Kavuda TV station urgently broadcast the news that the country's wealthy man Aped and a young military leader Crocker were killed in their mansion in Jia. The murderer is currently at large, and no organization has claimed responsibility at this time. As soon as the news came out, many dark eyes hidden deep in the darkness suddenly focused, and all forces began to think about it, but only a few people who knew the inside story turned their eyes to Ruilep. Chapter 121, Player. Destination number 2 is near a small jungle on the border between Kavuda and Ruilep, which is perfect for hiding vehicles. Gao Jun was leaning against the tire, smoking a cigarette. There was nearly a pack of cigarette butts under his feet. The driver of the heavy truck next to him was so embarrassed that he wanted to kick Gao Jun and cursed him, "Idiot! This is the fuel tank." Of course, he didn't have the courage. "Boss, the Taoist priest and his companions are back." The sentry on guard outside announced through his headset. A loudspeaker blared behind him. Gao Jun suddenly turned around, his lips curled up, and he stood straight, watching the old Taoist priest and his companions get out of the car. Then he went up to them and gave them a hug. "Looks like we succeeded. I'm afraid the Kavuda government forces will blockade the border soon," the Taoist said solemnly, turning his head to look around. "I think we should retreat first, and quickly." Gao Jun thought this made a lot of sense. After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, he gave a firm order. "Everyone, abandon the heavy trucks and take small cars to leave and enter Ruilep." Huh? So much munitions were lost just like that. All the employees were shocked when they heard this. Shaju even shouted out loud, "There are over $10 million worth of goods in here. If you want, just stay here." Gao Jun had a gloomy face and jumped into the car without any nonsense. The employees looked at each other, weighed the pros and cons, and could only shake their heads helplessly and climb into the car. No matter how important the money was, it had to be spent with one's life. It would be sad if the money was still there after one died. But there are always people who like to stimulate their greed. More than $10 million? When all the drivers heard this number, their tongues clenched and their eyes widened. Some of their Adam's apples rolled up and down, and after looking at each other, they actually took a step back at the same time. The sudden sound of footsteps instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Are you planning to stay?" Gao Jun asked in a deep voice. We don't want to go back to Ruilep. I want to make a fortune in Kavuda," a driver said boldly. Gao Jun looked at them calmly, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, then you can stay here, but I hope you don't tell anyone that we went that way." "Don't worry, we're tight-lipped." Seeing Gao Jun give in, several drivers breathed a sigh of relief, patted their chests, and the joy in their eyes was overflowing, and they made assurances in a hurried tone. Gao Jun turned his head back and exchanged glances with the old Taoist priest. He then instructed the employee in the driver's seat, "Drive." Several small cars with black-tail fins drove towards the terrain and disappeared from sight in an instant. "Ha ha! Stupid Chinese. These goods worth more than 10 million belong to us. If we sell them all, we will get rich." An excited driver jumped onto the trunk of a heavy truck, touching the neatly placed heavy machine guns on it with trembling hands, his saliva almost drooling. The remaining few people below were afraid that the other party would eat it all for themselves, so they also hurriedly climbed onto the trunk using their hands and feet. Everyone was laughing so hard that they fell backwards. Just when everyone was excited, the door of the rear compartment was suddenly closed. This sudden scene made everyone silent for a moment. After reacting, they panicked and slammed the iron door. The old Taoist priest covered his mouth with one hand, lit the cigarette in his hand, and complained, "I have to do this kind of work. I'm almost like a nanny." Although he grumbled, he still pointed at the employee who was pouring gasoline into the heavy truck and said responsibly, "Pour it evenly. I don't want to have to clean up the mess later." With half of his hand in his pocket, after waiting for nearly 10 seconds, several employees threw the oil barrels to the side and looked at the old Taoist priest at the same time. "Sip." The old Taoist frowned, sucked the cigarette flame hard, pinched it between his fingers, and flicked it lightly. The cigarette but drew a moving parabola in the air and fell into the pile of oil. Boom! The fire started to spread. "Hey man, don't be too greedy. Only a dead person would keep their mouth shut." He squinted his eyes as if talking to himself, and suddenly took a deep breath. "Wu Yin Tianzuan, let's go." At this moment, Gao Jun, sitting in the passenger seat, tensed his hands, the veins on his palms clearly visible. He held his phone in his palms, and the anonymous person on the phone sent another text message. "Have the extra people finally been dealt with?" The man seemed to be staring at Gao Jun with a pair of eyes, watching everything he did with sarcasm, which made Gao Jun feel numb, as if his scalp was torn. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and pressed the key. "Who are you?" "Me? Player." The man replied very quickly. "Player." Gao Jun was stunned. His fingers paused, not knowing how to reply, and then he heard a crisp prompt sound. "Don't you think there are too many players in the entire ZD region? It's time to eliminate some of these old bastards. This tiny arms pie can no longer accommodate too many people. Perhaps we can cooperate." This time the text message was very long, but through the words, Gao Jun seemed to see an ambitious person. "I don't like working with people who are secretive." Gao Jun replied firmly. This time, the other party was a little slow to respond. After waiting for nearly a minute, he replied, "When you return to Badasi, someone will come to find you. I come with good intentions. The information I provide you is my gift. See you in Badasi, Mr. Gao." The other party was obviously very familiar with him and knew everything about him. Gao Jun, already suspicious, frowned. He placed his hand on the edge of the car window and began to tap rhythmically. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled. The employee driving beside him was a little nervous and almost let go of the steering wheel. He hated to see his boss laugh the most. Everyone knew that when the boss laughed, it was really terrifying and meant someone was going to be in trouble. Ambitionist? Speculator? Gao Yunis eyes flashed coldly. Can a head be as hard as a bullet? The Kavuda government reacted very quickly, mainly because the country was a small place, and it was hard not to hear the fire and explosions in the jungle. There was some ammunition in the heavy pickup truck, which made the rescue operation very difficult. In the end, they had to send a water-dropping plane from Jiahe City, which took a lot of effort to put down the fire. Several piles of corpses that were almost burned to charcoal were found inside. Damn it! The commander on the scene kicked the car tire with a grim face. The murder case in Jiahe was already a headache. The higher-ups had set a deadline to catch the murderer. There was originally a clue, but now it was all cut off here. What should I do, General? How do I know what to do? Just go back and wait to die. The commander waved his hands in frustration and scratched his head hard, almost scratching all his hair out. Chapter 122. The times are moving forward. Even when darkness fell, Gao Jun did not feel sleepy at all. He pushed the chair back, opened his eyes, and looked at the starry sky above his head. The vast darkness made him feel insignificant. Congratulations to the host. Sales have exceeded $20 million. We are currently ranked 16,550th among arms dealers. Our next sales target is to exceed $50 million. Congratulations to the host. Your ranking has risen by over 1,000 places, and you have obtained the skill, Basic Disguise. Congratulations to the host. A single sale has exceeded $15 million. Special rewards. Advanced Era. Opening the Cold War era firearms sales mode. Players are free to explore other weapon categories. Gao Jun's glasses, which were originally squinting, suddenly widened, and his body sat up instantly, as if it was installed with a spring. "Boss, what's wrong?" The employee driving the car was startled and asked quickly, thinking he had discovered the enemy, so he quickly grabbed the rifle at his feet and asked. Gao Jun glanced at him, his eyelids twitching. "It's nothing. I just had to hold my pee." As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down for a while, without noticing the MMP on his employee's face. "Finally, I don't have to sell antiques anymore." The weapons and equipment from the Cold War era may be only 20 to 30 years old, but at least some of them have influenced the entire era. For example, there's an assault rifle called AK-47. It created a legend, Kalashnikov. Kalashnikov, a mechanic who became a tank driver during World War II, designed the weapon while recovering from a wound he sustained during the war. But the truth is likely more complicated, as the design was clearly influenced by the American M1 Garand rifle and the German STG-44 assault rifle. With approximately 75 million produced, the AK-47 is likely the most produced firearm in history, and millions of AK-47s are still in use by armed forces, guerrilla groups, and militants around the world. From Nicaragua to Central Asia, from the streets of Los Angeles to the ghettos of Mogadishu, the AK-47 is instantly recognizable for its 30-round magazine and angular design. It's lightweight, durable, and easy to learn to shoot. It's also so easy to use that children often use it in conflicts around the world. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 80,000 people die from AK-47s every year. Whether others admit it or not, this is a true killing gun. Never before has a gun been so legendary. Gao Jun couldn't wait to call up the screen, and sure enough, he saw that the Cold War period was lit up on it. The guns below were glowing green, and the other weapons and equipment were still locked, indicating that they were not activated. AK-47 $200. The system automatically reduces the price due to excessive quantities. FNFAL Battle Rifle, $1,200. Armalite 0.243 mm and 7.62 mm, $1,700. Brown Precision Tactical Rifle, $15,000. The famous guns above were all blinding Gao Jun's eyes, especially the prices at the back were very cheap, even affordable. Compared with the old antique guns, this was only the normal mode, and the previous version was basically the hell mode version. Many of these rifles are still in use today, and their voices are heard all over the world. Gao Jun's favorite is the FNFAL Battle Rifle. The FAL automatic rifle was a favorite weapon of Western mercenaries in the 1960s and 1970s, earning it the nickname one of the greatest mercenary weapons of the 20th century by a U.S. mercenary magazine. Due to its ease of production and affordability, the FNFAL quickly became the standard issue rifle for NATO forces and quickly spread to over 90 countries in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Many other countries copied or licensed the FNFAL, making it one of the most produced, most widely deployed, and most widely used military rifles since World War II. This gas-operated automatic weapon utilizes a shift bolt locking mechanism, is capable of single or continuous fire, and is fed from either 20 or 10-round magazines. The standard automatic rifle uses a fixed wooden or plastic buttstock, a barrel length of 533 millimeters, a flash suppressor that also serves as a grenade launcher, a carrying handle, and a gas regulator for easy use in various environmental conditions to ensure reliable mechanism operation. The FAL from Belgium's FN, the G3 from Germany's HK, and the M14 from the United States were all automatic rifles of the same era and caliber. The M14 performed poorly in the jungles of Vietnam, which resulted in the downsizing of standard American rifles. One of the M14's shortcomings was its difficulty controlling bursts of fire, but users of the FAL and G3 didn't report this problem. The FAL and its variants saw the most combat experience, with the British SAS Special Air Service using the FAL/L1A1 as their primary weapon in the jungles of Malaya, the mountains of Amarna, and the deserts of Aden. Despite the trend towards smaller rifles, the FAL remained in widespread use until 1987, when the Belgian army decided to adopt the 5.56 mm FNC. FN discontinued FAL production, and many other countries that had previously used the FAL replaced it with 5.56 mm rifles. However, the Belgian FNFAL and its variants remain in widespread use, particularly in African countries. In that damn place, almost any gun can be sold. Compared with the picky Ruilep people, That place is simply a paradise. Gao Jun has long been unable to resist the desire to occupy the African market. Of course, for now, he has to keep an eye on his hometown first. Compared with other companies, he still has too little foundation. If he wants to invade the other party's market, he cannot fight a protracted war to attack a certain interest group. He has to use a crushing posture. There are so many tricks involved here, and things in the business world are sometimes more cruel than war. 3 days later, the lightly equipped convoy returned to Badasi. Gao Jun clearly felt that the number of soldiers on the streets was at least twice as many, all armed with live ammunition. The convoy was stopped no less than 3 times from entering the city to returning to the company. If Gao Jun had not stopped them, these arrogant employees would have almost shot each other. "Hey, man, what's going on? What happened? Are those bastards going to attack us?" Gao Jun jumped out of the car and saw that the Ruilep soldier with the rank of major handed him a cigarette in a very familiar manner and asked with a smile. The major was also taken aback. He subconsciously took the cigarette, tilted his head, and let Gao Jun light it. After taking a deep puff, he blew out a smoke ring, his face full of depression, and shook his hand. "Those bastards don't have the ability to do this. We will teach them a lesson. There was a murder in the city. A high-ranking official died." "High official?" Gao Jun narrowed his eyes. "Do you know that high-ranking official?" The major tilted his head, looking thoughtful, and made a clicking sound. "I heard someone say that last time. Let me think about it." He kept tapping his forehead with his hand. Perhaps this trick really worked, and it opened his mind. He suddenly blurted out, "Eugene Foster?" "Yes, that's the name. I remember it now." Chapter 123, Violent Means. Eugene Foster. Gao Jun was startled for a moment when he heard this, and then his expression changed drastically. He grabbed the major's arm and asked nervously, "Eugene is it?" He was afraid that the other party's English was wrong, so he emphasized it several times. When he saw the other party nod in confirmation, sweat beads formed on his forehead. "Then do you know who the murderer is?" As if afraid that the major would make excuses, Gao Jun looked around, took out a large denomination Ruilep banknote from his pocket, and quickly stuffed it into the major's arms. The major's eyes lit up, and he covered his mouth to cover up. "I think I heard the murderer's name is Ezekiel." Gao Jun was so surprised that it was like a thunder exploded above his head. Of course he knew this name. Badasi, the head of the logistics department of the M Army, was also one of Foster's most trusted people. Under the major's puzzled gaze, Gao Jun hurriedly jumped into the car and said, "Hurry back to the company." This Eugene Foster was his thorn in Badasi's side. The grasshopper that was finally tied together by interests is now dead. The initial investment has been wasted. All the way, Gao Jun kept frowning, his face gloomy, and he didn't say a word. When the convoy arrived at the company's gate, the air was still filled with the lingering smell of gunpowder. The strong smell of blood made everyone's faces change. The bullet holes on the walls and iron doors made people with claustrophobia feel their scalps tingling. Shit! Before the car stopped, Gao Jun quickly opened the door and jumped out with a bit of panic in his eyes. He wanted nothing to happen to this nest. The employees nearby also realized that something was wrong and quickly formed 2 cordon lines, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Knock, knock, knock." He knocked on the door hard. The iron sheet was quite reliable. It was leaking, but it was still very strong when knocked on. The footsteps inside were a little messy. Gao Jun felt someone leaning against the door. No one spoke first, and the atmosphere became a little weird. Gao Jun couldn't help but reach for the pistol at his waist and gestured to the 3 employees behind him. The 3 raised their guns and gently loaded the bullets, their breathing becoming nervous. "Who?" Finally, the person inside couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Gao Jun's eyes suddenly opened, and he fired a shot at the iron gate. Fire! After roaring, he rolled on the ground and hid next to a relatively thick mud wall. Thump, thump, thump. The employees fired through the iron gate, and the people inside reacted quickly and fired back. The sound from inside could also be heard. "We've been discovered. Hurry. Let the people inside move quickly." Sandpig. Fuse. Sandpig stuck tightly to the wall, took out a sticky bomb from his tactical backpack, touched it to the door with his backhand, turned his head, and heard a loud and violent explosion. The iron door suffered an impact that he should not have suffered and was blown directly into the sky. The employee who had been ready to go nearby shifted the butt of his rifle to his other shoulder, dodged slightly, and fired several shots at several enemies who were still covering their heads and injured by the explosion. Seeing this, Gao Jun patted his shoulder and ordered into the headset, "Old Taoist priest, leave a few people to guard the door, and the rest of you rush in." Receive. It was also a mess here with corpses everywhere, but many of them were militants wearing thin clothes. This was the only thing that made Gao Jun feel relieved. There were sporadic gunshots in the factory. Did this mean that people were resisting? Move on. Maintain fire. Snipers occupy the tall buildings. Gao Jun's brain formed orders at the fastest speed, and he led his team members to penetrate deeper quickly. He didn't know if it was because the militants were not strong enough, but there were only 2 or 3 people in the range, and they were all killed cleanly and neatly. When the sniper shot down a man near the window, his neck happened to be lying on the ground, and a familiar tattoo was seen on it at a glance. "Hellhound!" He muttered a few words, then cursed angrily. "Fuck! I didn't deal with you guys, and now you're looking for trouble with me?" "Boss, enemies spotted in the warehouse, requesting support." Another team's voice came from the headset. As soon as the words fell, explosions rang out one after another. "Hold on. These damn idiots dare to come to our factory. What's this? Is this a provocation? We have to send them to see the Lord God." Gao Jun yelled in his heart. He wanted to kill Polanov now. This stupid Belarusian couldn't even stand a family. He usually pretended to be very capable, but when the critical moment came, he was incompetent. Just as Gao Jun was heading to support the warehouse, he was startled by the old Taoist priest's loud shout. "Boss, there are 2 military vehicles at the door. They are the Ruilep people." Gao Jun's heart sank when he heard this. He didn't think the Ruilep people were just there to watch the fun. Gao Jun's eyes were red as he whispered, "Stop them. Once I've removed the thorns inside, I'll come to support you." It seems someone has sensed the threat from Zulon Company and has started to use tough measures, trying to eliminate their influence in Badasi. In front of Zulon Company, the old Taoist priest held a gun in one hand, blocking the Ruilep people. He glanced at the rank of the leader and shook his head. "Major, this is private territory. I'm afraid you are not welcome here." "Get out of here, Asian. This is Badasi, Ruilep's territory. Go back to your China." The major was obviously very unkind and pushed the old Taoist priest hard, but who knew that the latter would just dodge away. The major, whose center of gravity was unstable, almost fell flat on his face. When he finally stood firm, a strong wind blew beside his head, and the old Taoist priest hit the other's temple with an elbow, knocking him down cleanly. "Major!" The deputy behind him was shocked. The Ruilep people pulled out their guns and pointed them at each other. The employees guarding the iron gate were also brave. They took off the safety and stared at each other. "You'd better not move, or I'll shoot him in the head." The old Taoist stepped on the major's head and glared at him. "Go back. Let the major go, you damned mercenaries." The deputy was furious and was interrupted by the old Taoist priest before he could finish his words. "I don't want to have to say it again." The deputy's face turned red and black. The Ruilep troops were already in a state of disarray. It was common for some to have part-time jobs. This time they just took a part-time job and planned to get involved, but it seems it's not easy to kick someone when they're down. Just when the deputy was feeling a little embarrassed, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He quickly picked it up. The old Taoist priest kept staring at him, and his expression kept changing from confusion and fear at the beginning to surprise in the end. "Be careful." The old Taoist priest secretly warned the employee next to him. After the adjutant hung up the phone, he held up his head and said in a gloomy voice, "Kill them." Chapter 124, Selective Death. "Avoid! Avoid!" The old Taoist's pupils contracted, and after a sharp shot blew off the major's head, he nimbly dove to the side, his legs tucked up like shrimps. In the next second, the place where he had just stood was eroded by the bullet. Other employees weren't so lucky. The 2 men were unable to dodge and were shot and fell to the ground. These Ruilep people were really ruthless and fired more than 10 shots at the 2 men. The special M193 bullets of the M16 series rifles made a dull sound when they hit the human body. "Get down! Get down!" The old Taoist priest ordered the remaining employees to lie down, half lift their buttocks, and with some difficulty took out a grenade. He pulled the ring, climbed up, and half squatted, counting silently in his heart. After about 2 seconds, he threw the grenade out. The average time for a grenade to explode is 4 to 7 seconds. As soon as this one was thrown, it exploded in midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The old Taoist priest covered his ears and saw stars. His feet were trembling a little, his head was dizzy, and there was a bloody taste in his gums that made him feel nauseous. When he opened his mouth, his tongue was a little knotted. "Go ahead and kill him." The adjutant looked crazy. The employer on the phone just now said that if he could destroy the Zulon company, he would give him 100,000 US dollars. This money allowed him to sell out his chief officer, the major, without hesitation. He held up the M16A2 and inserted a fully loaded magazine into the receiver. There was a slight click when the magazine was inserted accurately, and the bullet was loaded into the chamber. The firepower suppressed the other employees and made them unable to raise their heads. What this group of people like most is to fight a battle with the wind. When they saw the old Taoist priest and others being suppressed, they rushed over muttering nonsense. The old Taoist gritted his teeth and prepared to pull out the glory bullet, but his butt trembled slightly, as if the ground was shaking. The sound of mechanical grinding bones was very harsh, but the sound was indescribably familiar. Oh my God, this is impossible. The old Taoist priest widened his glasses. There was a loud bang, and the wall was directly knocked down. A black hole of a cannon barrel came into view first, followed by a huge body. Tiger tank. There were some familiar-looking people among the Ruilep people, and they were so scared that their mouths were twisted and their eyes almost popped out. "Damn it, it's your turn now." Gao Jun, sitting in the driver's seat, smirked at the terrified Ruilep people in front of him and shouted to the employees behind him, "Load the ammunition." The Tiger tank is one of the most representative German tanks of World War II. With a crew of 5 and a weight of 57 tons, it was classified as a heavy tank generally. Tanks weighing over 40 tons are considered heavy tanks. Its engine developed 700 horsepower and had a maximum speed of 45 kilometers per hour. It had 8 forward gears and 4 reverse gears, and its 72.5 centimeters wide tracks enabled it to cross vertical obstacles of 0.79 meters and trenches of 2.29 meters. Its thickest armor reached 110 millimeters, and later Tiger tanks had a special coating on their turrets to protect against magnetic explosives. It was equipped with an 88 mm KWK 36L/56 cannon and two 7.92 mm G34 machine guns. The tank's gun could penetrate 110 millimeters of armor at a range of 2,000 meters. Use FUG-5 type communication equipment. The Tiger tank was Germany's most formidable weapon against the Soviet Red Army. The Germans often deployed individual Tiger battalions against Soviet tank brigades and even tank corps. The Soviet T-34 and KV-1 were no match for it, and the Tiger tank was a nightmare for both the Soviets and the Allies. Its drawbacks included a short range, bulky size, vulnerability to damage, and slow turret traverse. However, it could fire from beyond enemy range. A total of 1,354 Tiger E-tanks were produced. When talking about the Tiger tank, one person has to be mentioned: Otto Carius, platoon commander of the 2nd Company of the 502nd Tiger Heavy Tank Battalion of the Wehrmacht, widely recognized as the German tank-destroying king of World War II. On July 22, 1944, at the village of Narvia, 2 Tiger tanks under Carius's command destroyed 20 Soviet heavy tanks in 20 minutes. His personal credits for destroying approximately 170 tanks and 130 anti-tank guns, most of which were obtained on the Eastern Front. Even if this is an antique, the fire poker in the hands of the Ruilep people will never be able to penetrate the armor. The shells are loaded. Fire! Gao Jun roared at the top of his voice. The vehicle shuddered, cracking the dirt road as a high-explosive shell blasted toward the crowd of people in Ruilep. The Tiger tank's high-explosive shell weighed 9 kilograms and contained 0.7 kilograms of explosive material. The explosive was amytal. The fuse used was a ZZS/30-time fuse, with a programmable detonation time between 2 and 35 seconds. Alternatively, a Z23/28 trigger fuse could be used, detonating the moment of impact. The high-explosive shell's targets included infantry, buildings, and artillery positions, and its damage was caused by the large amount of fragments produced by the explosion. This group of people didn't have time to disperse before they were directly blown away in the air. Without even a scream, they were instantly blown into the air. Their broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, and a shallow pit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared on the ground. The lethality can be seen from this. Run! A few lucky soldiers were shaking with fear. Their legs were weak, and they ran backwards weakly. Want to run now? It's too late, Gao Jun muttered to himself, full of murderous intent. The tank stepped on the accelerator and reached a maximum speed of 45 kilometers per hour. Even if the man ran faster, it was too late. Gao Jun brutally knocked down the slowest running soldier, and the tracks crushed his body. No! Help! Help me! The soldier screamed miserably, reaching out to grab his comrade in front of him. But seeing that the other party didn't even turn his head, he spat out blood and roared and cursed resentfully. Unforgivable. The bones cracked under the pressure, and blood oozed out from the tracks. As the tracks passed by, Gao Jun felt that most of the anger in his heart had dissipated. The same was true for the people behind. This short distance of nearly 100 meters was covered with blood and minced meat. The old Taoist priest behind him also felt a discomfort in his tail, mainly because this scene was like hell. When the tiger tank stopped, Gao Jun pushed himself up with both hands and climbed out from the top door. He just sat on it, his whole body covered with sweat. He let the breeze blow over him, holding a cigarette in his mouth in a very stylish manner. After lighting it, he let out a long breath, and the hostility between his brows disappeared a lot. Well, one employee finally couldn't hold it in any longer and bent over to vomit. His face turned pale, and he looked at Gao Jun with some horror. Just as the old Taoist priest was about to speak, a small whirlwind rolled up above his head. The harsh sound of the propellers could not be ignored. He raised his head in confusion and looked over, and saw two bird helicopters flying back in a panic. Let's go and listen to Ivan's explanation. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to speak, but the old Taoist knew that if the other party could not give a satisfactory answer, he might. Chapter 125, World Treasure. Poloninov's face no longer had its usual calmness. When he got off the little bird helicopter, if it weren't for the support of little Hal beside him, his knees would have fallen to the ground in an instant. Ivan, the boss, is coming. Muhammad's light words were like thunder, which frightened Polonov so much that the back of his head felt a little cold. It seemed as if his neck lacked lubrication. When he raised it with difficulty, he could hear the tense, grinding sound of bones. Gao! When Polonov saw Gao Jun, who was taking advantage of the company, his mouth felt a little bitter. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. He lowered his head in shame. Ivan, raise your head. Gao Jun shouted at the silent Belarusian in front of him. He took a step forward. The man's head was exactly half a head taller than his, and spit flew everywhere. Do you think you can let this go by keeping silent? Shit, I find that you are tougher than anyone else when you hit someone, but you are actually a wimp. Finally, the bearded Muhammad couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly took a step to the side and explained, Boss, we've been tricked. Gao Jun's right eyebrow trembled slightly. What's going on? Muhammad poured out everything in his mind. It turned out that when Gao Jun and others were escorting the arms to Kavuta, a group of mercenaries operating near Badas were surrounded by rebels on an abandoned hillside. They contacted Zulon Company through an intermediary and asked them to help with the rescue, and were willing to pay $300,000. Polonov assessed the risks of the battle and felt that the money was worth making. So he asked several employees to stay behind to guard the house while the rest went to provide support. However, when they arrived at their destination, there was no fighting around at all. This made Polonov feel something was wrong instantly. Just as he was about to withdraw, he found that he was surrounded. Those damn attackers were all elite fighters, but under the cover of the little bird helicopter, they still left 5 bodies behind and ran away. Polonov, who felt something was wrong, retreated in panic. Fortunately, Gao Jun came back at this time, otherwise the old nest would have been raided. Muhammad spoke simply and clearly, and he explained the whole thing clearly. Boss, I think someone is plotting against us. Gao Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a creepy laugh. Interesting. We've finally touched upon the interests of some people. Some people are finally getting impatient. Find that middleman and kill him. Post a reward on the wanted website. $200,000. I want his head. Gao Jun speaks it. First, get some interest. We can't afford to lose money. Want to panic? Not really. Once one foot steps into the interest chain, it is impossible for some people to retreat, and the people behind them will not allow it. If you want to survive, you have to kill everyone who blocks your way. When a $200,000 reward appears on a wanted website, someone will always take notice. In a remote hut in Badasi, A man dressed in a black robe, a veil on his face, and a wig on his head was huddled in a corner, covering his mouth while talking on the phone. A man's voice came out of his mouth, and he was very excited. "Damn it, you talk like farts. It must be that Chinese guy who offered money for my head. I don't know where to run away." The voice on the other end of the phone sank. "Go into the city, someone will pick you up." After the other party finished speaking, he hung up without waiting for his reply. Hearing the busy tone, McKay's eyes turned white with anger, and he stamped his feet, gritting his teeth. Capitalists are all poisonous snakes. Even though he cursed, he still hurriedly put on his veil, picked up his skirt, jumped down, opened the door, and sneaked out. Mercenaries can be seen everywhere on the streets of Badasi. This place has long been a paradise for this group of people. They are even more useful than the army. They block the corners in broad daylight and question the men passing by one. McKay got into the crowd and walked forward along with the flow of people. Next, the mercenary pinched the chin of the thin man, named Ruilep, looked around carefully several times, waved his hand impatiently, and when he saw that the next person was a woman in a black robe, he didn't even bother to raise his head. In this area, women symbolize exclusive property. According to the doctrine, they should obey their men and cannot make eye contact or physical contact with any man other than their husbands. This could easily ignite a powder keg. In 2014, a group of mercenaries from Africa, as if they had never seen a woman before, actually raped this place, directly triggering a large-scale riot. Even though they had weapons, the desperate Ruilep people were like wolves, burning these Africans to death with a fire and parading their bodies through the streets. From then on, this kind of thing happened much less frequently. Just as McKay was about to follow the flow of people, he suddenly heard a shout in his ear. "You! Stop!" McKay shuddered all over, felt a chill on his back, and steadied his feet. He saw the mercenary leader walking towards him in military boots, walking from behind to the front of him. McKay's palms were instantly filled with sweat. Ahem! Suddenly, the mercenary leader seemed to have thought of something. He laughed heartily, revealing his big buck teeth. He reached out and quickly took off McKay's veil and exclaimed strangely, "Do women in Ruilep still have beards?" McKay was horrified and wanted to run away, but the black robe was quite long, and he slipped. He was pinned down by the mercenaries who rushed over from behind. After the hood was ripped off, a group of people burst into laughter. $200,000. "Let's go. Brothers, let's go collect the reward." Gao Jun at the company welcomed a guest. Sitting in the office was a burly old man with half of his head covered in white hair, which made him look out of place. He always had a smile on his face and spoke in a gentle and soft voice. "Is this the information you told me?" Gao Jun couldn't help but speak first. "I don't have this." The old man shook his head and said modestly, "I'm just the one who put it forward." "Who are you then?" Gao Jun asked with narrowed eyes. He felt as if he was beginning to come into contact with some huge force. The old man raised his head and said firmly, "World Treasure. You can call us that, but we are just a merchant consortium." "World Treasure? World Treasure?" This name is really domineering. I'm afraid he is an ambitious person. "What do you mean by looking for me?" Our chables have calculated that the arms trade can generate at least $1 trillion in profits in the future. But this money has flowed into the hands of a few major countries. We can't compete with them, but we can eliminate some players and pool their wealth. You also want to become the leader, just like you Chinese say, the ladder to the sky. Chapter 126, Invitation. The old man said it lightly, but what Gao Jun saw was a beast with its bloody mouth wide open, ready to swallow the US dollars on the table. Seeing Gao Jun's face full of doubt, the old man took out a letter from his pocket, put it on the table, and began to speak. "Mr. Gao, this is a small gift from the core members of the guild. Please accept it. They asked me to bring you a message. The crocodiles by the river should first calm down, arm their teeth, and wait until night when everyone is asleep before crawling out and biting people." Gao Jungsu narrowed his eyes, but still couldn't help but spread out the letter out of curiosity. His eyes were instantly attracted to it. "Dear Zulong Company, hello. The German Ministry of Defense invites you to attend the Veterans Employment Fair at the Olympic Stadium in Berlin on July 1st, 2009. This is actually an invitation letter. Those here are not ordinary soldiers. Most of them come from world-famous special forces such as KSK, GSG-9, and HVK. They possess absolutely professional combat skills. The German Ministry of Defense has invited many large security companies, and Zulong is the only one with an annual turnover of less than 100 million US dollars. The old man smiled lightly, but his pride was still visible. This is indeed a great gift, especially for a high-tech company like Gao Jun, where talent is the bottom line. Gao Jun is not a young boy. Since the other party has given him such a huge benefit, he must want to get enough benefits from him. No businessman is stupid. If you are useless, who will care about you? This is interest. This is society. You want me to do this? We want to support you to become the second victor, but... The old man said something shocking, and even Gao Jun's heart trembled. Who doesn't know this arms dealer, Victor Bout, known as the Merchant of Death? He is a legend and a true idol. An international arms dealer and drug smuggler worth 6 billion pounds, 59.6 billion yuan. Bout, accused of inciting and supporting wars around the world, evaded capture for nearly 20 years, and his story was adapted into the Hollywood film Lord of War. In 2008, the United States sent agents to lure Bout to Thailand and captured him in one fell swoop. Bout's arrest was regarded by the United States as a great victory in preventing the flow of weapons to the black market. Bout, a former GRU major and arms dealer, is suspected of using his private fleet to supply weapons to illegal organizations and sending large quantities of arms to several civil wars in Africa. He is also the subject of the book Merchants of Death by Douglas Farah and Stephen Braun. According to Lee S. Wuliski, he is the most powerful figure in the illegal arms smuggling world. Don't think this guy is a reckless man. At the age of 18, Bout joined the former Soviet Air Force as a navigator. He was then sent to the Moscow Military Foreign Languages Academy to study foreign languages. He can speak Russian, Uzbek, English, Portuguese, French, and other languages fluently, and is said to be proficient in Chinese. In addition, he also obtained a degree in economics, which laid the foundation for his later career. What's even weirder is that this guy seems to have two sides to his personality. He is actually a good person. According to a UN report, his company's transport aircraft have been leased by the United States, Britain, France, Belgium, and even the UN. He has repeatedly transported supplies for UN peacekeepers. Bout is also a significant donor to UNICEF. In addition, Bout is a vegetarian and ecologist, and his belief is to protect the tropical rainforest. Bout worked in Africa for 10 years. His plane can transport cargo to any corner of the African jungle. He also used his camera to record the various rare animals and plants he saw and studied a large number of isolated African tribes. Bout also has his own unique perspective on Africa, believing that it is Western aid that has harmed Africa, disrupting its social and ecological balance. He highly admires the dwarf tribes of the African jungle, as they are fully integrated with the environment, free from war and AIDS. Maybe this is the fine line between madness and genius. When he was arrested, his arms empire collapsed, but he was not sentenced to death. He lived well in prison, enjoying the hard-earned, quiet life. You want me to become him? Gao Jun confirmed again. Of course, but don't worry. The Moscow oligarchs who initially supported Victor Bout are unable to support him in this new era. The hooligans who get a chance will naturally beat him to death. Just like the ending of Lord of War, it tells us that the real Lords of War are actually the 5 most powerful people sitting in the United Nations. We won't provoke them. We can even discuss with them about how to divide the profits. The old man clenched his fists and spoke in a low voice. If it were a young and foolish man, he would definitely be fooled to death by this old man. No matter how powerful the power is, it is just power. It cannot be shown on the surface and cannot be seen in the light. If the other party is ruthless, it would be a blessing from his ancestors if he could be spared from death. Never try to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. One of the world's top 10 confusions. I can beat a tiger. Although Gao Jun is ambitious, he still knows his own limitations. His expression was uncertain, with a gleam in his eyes as he looked at the old man. The latter picked up the tea and moved his body slightly back. There were even traces of dimples at the corners of his mouth, but this did not look cute at all on a man, especially an old man. How much profit do you want to get from me? This is the most crucial point that Gao Jun wants to know. He finally figured it out. This piece of cake is too big, so big that it makes people afraid, scared, and want to give up. But the benefits are like a naked girl who keeps waving her hands and posing at Gao Jun. When Gao Jun realizes that he can't do it alone, he has to find a trustworthy guy, at least one who doesn't have AIDS, to take turns with her. The old man stretched out his hands and made a gesture. 70%. We want 70% of the sales. This is really a huge demand, and he is not afraid of being choked to death. But isn't it true that shopping malls charge exorbitant prices and then pay back the money cheaply? Gao Jun shook his head and said stingily, 20%. The old man looked angry, his hands on the table. Mr. Gao, are you insulting me? That's the price I offered. I don't think this lousy invitation and some intelligence are worth that much. Gao Jun shook his head and raised 2 thumbs up. The bigger my business grows, the richer the 20% return will be. I'm giving you 70%. You might as well just take over my company. Having said that, he paused, raised his head with a half-smile, and stared at the other person. Of course, you have to hide well, otherwise my bullet might shoot through your head. Chapter 127. Chess Piece. Gao Jun's words were full of threats, but the old man just slumped his right shoulder slightly. His face remained calm. Having seen strong winds and heavy rains, he had long understood that the most useless thing was harsh words. The old man chuckled softly and very familiarly pulled the teapot from the table and filled their cups. Mr. Gao, your price is too low. The boss behind you will be unhappy. I'm just an employee. Please don't make things difficult for me. Gao Jun is as fleshed. This old man was quite shrewd. He originally wanted to provoke the other party and make him lose his mind so that he could take the initiative. But it seems that he miscalculated. Although he felt a little regretful in his heart, he still had to show strong aggressiveness on his face. You need to eat, and my brothers need to eat too. I can't let them follow me hungry. Gao Jun lowered his head, his eyes becoming fierce. Will you pay them? The old man interrupted Gao Jun helplessly and spread his hands and said, Sir, your price is really the biggest insult to us. It seems that we can't convince each other today, so we can only leave the cooperation for next time. After he said that, he pretended to get up, but his eyes were always fixed on Gao Jun. Gao Jun could naturally see the old man's intention, which was nothing more than wanting to take the initiative back into his hands. 3 floors. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. Gao Jun supported his knees with both hands. Seeing that the other party was about to speak, he extended his hand. You can't make the decision either. Just tell the boss behind you. If you agree, then you agree. If not, he paused and pushed the invitation back on the table. His meaning was self-evident. The old man pondered for a moment, gestured to Gao Jun to wait in a very gentlemanly manner, and walked out to make a phone call. Gao Jun crossed his legs and leaned back. Only when his back touched the sofa did he feel at ease. About 3 minutes later, the old man pushed the door open and came back with a look of relief on his face. Mr. Gao, the members have agreed to your request, but they have a condition. Speaking, if they buy from you in the future, they need to pay 4 levels below the market price. 4 floors cheaper? Gao Jun quickly calculated in his mind and nodded readily. Okay. Anyway, he exchanged these weapons from the system. At worst, he could raise the price a bit in the future. He could never let himself suffer a loss. It's a pleasure working with you. The old man handed Gao Jun a credit card from his pocket. This is our junior membership ID. We can borrow $700,000 from Santander Bank. $700,000? This was a bit insignificant for Gao Jun, who had ample funds, but what he cared about was Santander Bank. Banco Santander, also known as Banco Santander, was founded in 1857 and is headquartered in Santander, northern Spain. It is the 9th largest bank in the world and the 2nd largest in Europe, with an annual turnover of nearly $100 billion. Ferrari's funding chain comes from them. Seeing Gao Jun's puzzled look, the old man pursed his lips and nodded. Santon's Bank is also our member. Watching the old man leave, Gao Jun still felt like he was dreaming. Joining right now? Furthermore, it looked like the power of world treasure was absolutely terrifying. It might be one of the most powerful forces on this planet. Boss, why do I feel like this isn't a good thing? Muhammad muttered, rubbing his head. Nothing good can come of this bunch of rich people getting together. Gao Jun glanced at him, and the bearded man was instantly frightened and shook his head quickly. No, boss. I didn't say you. The fundamental purpose of businessmen is to pursue profit. War is the continuation of politics, and politics is the evolution of economics. Some people, once they have money, like to mess around, like manipulating a country. Gao Jun paused, then said in a deep voice, they're perfectly capable of doing this, just like the Freemasons. Freemasonry, literally meaning free stonemason, and its full name is Free and Accepted Masons, appeared in Britain in the 18th century. It is a religious brotherhood organization and is currently the largest secret organization in the world. Many famous people and politicians in the world are Freemasons. They are the ones who challenge the world order. They want to build a brand new world. Famous members include the head of the Li family in Hong Kong, Weigua, who once had a glorious moment in Taiwan, and even world-class inventors such as Edison and Einstein are members. Their strength has penetrated into various industries. Of course, many of their actions have violated taboos, and many countries have adopted a policy of prohibition against them. According to legend, they once helped the people of Ursary to restore their country and assassinated the pride of the Kennedy family. All this was just for profit. Gao Jun understood very well the benefits that joining such a club would bring him, but he also understood that he was just a pawn. If one day they're no longer useful, they will definitely kill themselves first and then let the next one take their place. If they want to survive, they have to show their own interests. But I just want to climb up. I want to see who is sitting on the top of the mountain and then put a bullet into their mouth. Gao Jun murmured in a low voice. Of course, Polonanov and others beside him could hear the voice clearly. The old man was sitting in his Audi bulletproof car, with a Bluetooth in his ear, talking on the phone with a respectful expression. Boss, I don't understand why you're so attracted to that Chinese guy. I think there are many people who are more capable than him. Lionel. The voice on the other side sounded a bit old. He called out the name with great effort and coughed hard. It seemed that he was not in good health. After a moment's rest, he said, "You don't doubt my eyesight." "I dare not. I dare not," Lionel said hastily, adding a little flattery. "There is no one in all Europe who has better vision than you. Those damn Americans are too greedy. They've propped up Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, and Northrop Grumman, and they're even trying to get into our new energy industry. We need to put a nail in their eyes. And this Chinese guy is the most suitable candidate among the candidates finally evaluated by C09. C09 assessment? Lionel smacked his lips. This assessment organization is one of the most authoritative institutions in the association. Most of the talents in it are top talents from various accounting firms and law firms in the world. They can use the most scientific methods to calculate a person's future potential. From now on, you will stay in Badasi and communicate with that Chinese person through a single line. Although Lionel was a little reluctant, he also knew who he depended on for his livelihood, so he had to agree reluctantly. Chapter 128, Berlin. Gao Jun's thoughts were so erratic that ordinary people couldn't understand them. He suddenly turned around, pointed at Polonanov, and said, "The pension for the fallen employees must be calculated as soon as possible. I don't want my brothers who rely on me for a living to be delayed and getting paid by me." Polonanov rubbed the joints of his right hand and said with a heavy breath, "Okay, boss. Ivan, I hope this is the last time. Today is June 25th. I will fly to Germany tomorrow. I will go to the hospital to see Luke, and then go to the job fair." Gao Jun patted the Belarusian's shoulder, his voice slightly gentler. The veteran of the Chechen War has his own pride, and he will not allow himself to fall in the same place twice. "Who are you taking?" Polonanov paused, then said, "I think Sandpig and Machine Gun are suitable." When Mohammed heard his name, his eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Gao Jun eagerly. He was already feeling a little itchy in this damn place, Ruilep. Every day when he woke up, he smelled foot odor and gunpowder. Even when he went to visit a prostitute, he was afraid that he would be killed by a shell. I've heard that German girls are hot. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but lick his tongue, and his lower abdomen felt a little hot. "Do you want to go?" Gao Jun turned his head with a solemn expression. Mohammed stood by, rubbing his hands, and said with a wry smile, "I listened to the boss." "Okay, then don't go." Mohammed's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He quickly grabbed Gao Jun's arm and said in an almost flattering tone, "Boss, I want to go." Gao Jun looked serious and glared at him. "If you want to go, just say so. Don't hesitate. If you do this again next time, you will stay home and mop the toilet." The latter nodded hurriedly and almost raised his hand to swear. "Notify Ruilep Airlines and book 3 tickets for tomorrow's flight to Berlin." "Do you want to send some weapons over?" asked Polonanov. Gao Jun smiled and shook his head, saying, "We still have to give the Germans some respect on their territory." Berlin, Germany, the city of singles. Coming out of the airport, Gao Jun and his 2 companions, dressed in fashionable suits, naturally attracted attention. Their tall and strong figures made them natural clothes hangers. They were chewing gum in their mouths, wearing sunglasses, and exuding a dissolute aura. Young girls kept turning their heads, and the bold ones even cast flirtatious glances. "Oh, I love this place." Muhammad unleashed his inner spirit, humming a little tune with his mouth tilted. "These girls, but they're so pretty." Machine cannon, can you please shut your mouth? You've been talking about women all the way. OMG, my head is about to explode. Shaju said angrily. Muhammad glanced at him. "Are you gay?" The sand pig gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said with red eyes, "You are the gay. Normal men like women. Like me." The bearded man shrugged and pointed at himself. "This place is simply heaven." "Then do you want to stay here?" Gao Jun, who was pulling a suitcase, said lightly without even turning his head. Muhammad, who was so proud just now, suddenly became timid, lowered his head, and dared not speak. Gao Jun, who was about to walk out of the terminal, suddenly stopped, tilted his head, and looked to the right. I saw a portly African man violently tugging at a woman's bag. Was this broad day robbery? A tourist walked by, glanced at him, and then hurried away. It seems that Germany is not very friendly either. Since the refugees were allowed in, public security has deteriorated rapidly, leaving the police with a headache, but they are helpless. Gao Jun threw the suitcase to Muhammad and walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets. "Hilf mir! Hilf mir!" The lady shouted in German with fear. The robber was obviously a little angry and kicked her chest hard. The lady screamed and fell to the ground. Her long black hair fluttered, revealing an Asian face. But this lady was also strong-willed, and even after falling to the ground, she was still holding the other person's feet. "Damn it, let me go." The robber growled in a low voice. He was a little panicked. After all, there were still many policemen in the airport. If he didn't run away, it would be too late. He took out a small fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed the lady. Ouch! The German women watching nearby covered their mouths and screamed, closing their eyes as if they couldn't bear to watch this scene. The lady was also frightened and closed her eyes in fear and helplessness. "Snap! Sir, it's not very gentlemanly of you to treat a lady like this," a strong voice said seriously. The woman slowly opened her eyes with fluttering eyelashes, only to see an Asian man standing in front of her. He grabbed the robber's wrist with one hand, and as soon as he let go, the robber fell to one knee and cried out in pain. "Let go! Let go!" This scene was very abrupt. The sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window shone on Gao Jun as if it was draped over him, making people a little dizzy. "Make way, please make way." It was almost the same as in the movies. The police arrived late. The two policemen looked at the murder weapon on the ground and the robber pinned to the ground, and then they understood. "Sir, just hand him over to us," an older policeman with a hooked nose said, and he took out the handcuffs swiftly and handcuffed the man. When he saw the redness and swelling on the robber's wrist, he was secretly shocked. It must have taken a lot of strength. "You're done, bastard. Wait for your revenge." The African man didn't know where he got the courage from, and cursed at the top of his voice, "Wait for your body to return to Asia, idiot." As he was speaking, he happened to pass by Muhammad and the other two. The African stretched out his foot and tripped them. The African lost his balance and fell to the ground. The two policemen were almost dragged down with them. Shaju pretended to help the two men up, but his body just blocked Muhammad behind him. The bearded man was also insidious. He placed the suitcase next to the African man's head, which just happened to cover his lower body. He raised his foot and stomped on the latter's forehead several times until the other's teeth fell out. Then he calmly followed the crowd out of the terminal. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" When the two policemen saw the wound on the African man's face, they were also stunned and asked questions. I was beaten." He spoke with a leaky mouth, pointing towards the door, crying, "Run away, run away." "Sir, what's going on?" The two policemen were confused and looked at Shaju with frowns. Shaju spread out his hands in a very humble manner. "I don't know what happened. I was just helping you guys." "Where are your friends?" No, who said he's my friend? He's just a stranger standing next to me. I don't know, such an ugly idiot." Shaju looked at his watch and said apologetically, "If everything is fine, I think I'll leave first." As he spoke, he put his sunglasses back on, greeted Gao Jun, and left the two policemen with grim faces. Chapter 129, Biendi. Gao Jun bent down to pick up the lady's handbag, dusted it off, and handed it to the lady who was covering her chest. Thank you. The lady said gratefully, But perhaps because she spoke too fast, she coughed rapidly and her face turned a little pale. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Gao Jun frowned. The lady squatted down, wanting to refuse, but the pain was unbearable. She hesitated and nodded. Excuse me, I'll call a friend first. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Jun reached out and helped the other person up. This scene was seen clearly by Shaju and the other man outside. OMG, boss is interested in women. Mohammed muttered in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Isn't this normal? Sand Pig asked with his head tilted in confusion. You have been here for a short time and don't know anything about the boss's past. When Mohammed got excited, he had no control over his mouth and wanted to spit out everything about Gao Jun. Shaju's head swelled when he heard this. He quickly made a stop gesture and pointed inside. Are you saying that the boss has taken a fancy to this woman? The bearded man smiled and said, Men and women are just for the sake of piling. Hello, senior. I'm Li Zimu. I'm injured. Could you bring the bag from my bedside table over here? Which hospital is it? He spoke in a fluent Sichuan accent, his tone full of anxiety. Berlin Hospital in Germany. Gao Jun said from the side. Huh. Li Zimu raised his head in confusion, covering the microphone. Chinese. Just now, two Chinese people were speaking English to each other. Gao Jun nodded slightly, checked the time, and his tone gradually became impatient. I have something urgent to do. Seeing Gao Jun's indifference, Li Zimu hurriedly picked up her bag and staggered behind him, cautiously saying to the other end of the phone, Senior, I won't talk to you for now. After leaving the terminal, Mohammed and the other man came to meet them. They looked at Li Zimu with strange eyes and had a meaningful smile on their lips. Li Muzi got goosebumps all over his body from being stared at. Just when he couldn't stand it anymore, he heard the passenger's screams. An extended version of Rolls-Royce Ghost slowly drove in. The little angel with its wings spread exuded the smell of a rich man in the Berlin sunlight. This car is so beautiful, Li Muzi murmured, a little envious, and sniffled. Under her puzzled gaze, the Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of her. A well-dressed blond man jumped out from the passenger seat, trotted over to Gao Jun, and called out affectionately, Boss. Our logistics officer has also started driving a luxury car. Gao Jun smiled when he saw Nicholson. Nicholson touched his nose awkwardly, patted his pocket, and said, I rented this. I can't afford it. In this damn place like Germany, I have to tear a dollar in half to use it. You're starting to cry poor. You know we're in Ruilep. Mohammed was so angry that he wanted to curse, but the alert Sand Pig elbowed him in the waist. He secretly glanced at Lizimo, who shut up instantly. Let's get in the car and go to the hospital first. Gao Jun hesitated for a moment, then held the car door open and said to Li Zimu, Ladies first. Li Zimu's head was in a mess. Are these people the second generation of rich people? Hearing Gao Jun's words, she perked up, quickly responded, and got into the car. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside and the famous wines on display, her eyes lit up. Ma'am, if you want, you can take it and taste it. Li Zimu was a little reserved. He held his bag and moved his butt inside. After hesitating for a moment, he took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Gao Jun and others. He stuffed it into his bag in a panic. He didn't dare to look up for fear that the other party would see his little movements, but he pricked up his ears to listen to the other party's communication. How's Ant's injury? He's out of danger and has been transferred to a general ward, but Dr. Albin Hurley said he can't do any more strenuous exercise. Nicholson said in a low voice. Mohammed and Shaju also felt a little heavy-hearted. In fact, it is better for a mercenary to die sometimes because the pension is enough for his family to live a good life. But if he is injured, he may be a sickly person for the rest of his life, and life will be worse than death. Let Ant make his own choice later. If he's willing, I'll transfer him to logistics. Gao Jun was addicted to smoking, and he couldn't help but reach for cigarettes. However, he found none, as they were confiscated when he boarded the plane. Nicholson saw this and took a box of cigars from the cabinet in the car. He smiled and said, Authentic Cuban cigars, try them. Gao Jun smelled the scent, and his mouth started to secrete. He took a puff and put it under his nose, exclaiming, This taste is indeed different. Mohammed, who had been eager to try it for a long time, couldn't wait to dig out one and laugh triumphantly. Suddenly, he glanced at it, paused, and frowned. It seems like we're being watched. Shaju's face changed, and he involuntarily reached for his waist, but naturally found nothing. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Gao Jun. Just as Gao Jun was about to stand up to look, Nicholson smiled bitterly and stopped him. Boss, they are from the BND. They came to Germany for medical treatment since Ant, and we have been targeted. BND? Federal Intelligence Bureau. Gao Jun rubbed his fingers together and said calmly, let them be. If these dogs want to eat shit, just let them follow. Gao Jun was not surprised at all. After all, these Germans were not vegetarians. The BND is a highly organized organization, with 4 levels of organization under its top leadership: Bureau, Division, Section, and Group. Bureau 1 is responsible for collecting and analyzing intelligence from neighboring countries. Bureau 2 is responsible for developing preventative measures against Russian espionage and also serves as an organizational arm. And Bureau 3 is responsible for collecting and researching domestic intelligence and monitoring the activities of other international organizations in Germany. All subordinate organizations outside of the BND headquarters are disguised as commercial companies, but these companies are not actually engaged in business. The BND requires every staff member to live a life of secrecy, even after leaving the organization. Every morning, BND staff arrive at work on the Bureau shuttle bus. They rarely use the bus, avoiding contact with outsiders. Sometimes a family of parents and children, all BND staff, will board the bus. The atmosphere of strict secrecy at BND headquarters is so strict that, with the exception of the cafeteria menu, everything is kept secret. Maybe, after Gao Jun got off the plane, the sanitation worker sweeping the floor was actually a BND staff member. Chapter 130. Courage in the Face of Despair. BND. Li Zimu clenched her hands on her knees into fists, with a hint of tension on her face. She certainly knew what BND was, and she also roughly knew what their main duties were. What kind of good person will be targeted by an intelligence organization? This is definitely not some ordinary rich second generation. Thinking of the word Ruilep that Muhammad had accidentally mentioned just now, she couldn't help but feel panicked, lowered her head, and her eyes were wandering. Just when she was nervous, she heard someone calling her a few times. She raised her head immediately, her face pale. Gao Jun frowned slightly and took a deep sip of his cigar. You are a student, right? Yes. Where do you go to school? Berlin University. Gao Jun's face immediately relaxed, and he said seriously, we have a part-time job here. Would you like to take it? I need a translator. $500 a day, for a week. If it's less than 7 days, it will be counted as 7 days. Muhammad selected $500 bills from a stack of money and placed them next to Li Zimu. In front of the latter, he swiped the bills, making a pleasant sound. Even if the family that could come to Germany to study didn't have a mind, they were still a well-off family. But the $500 still made Li Zimu's heart tremble. He glared at him fiercely, tried hard to look away, and suddenly said, I won't help you commit a crime. Gao Jun's thumb, holding his cigar, twitched as he glanced over. We are just ordinary businessmen, and... Then he pressed the cigar into the ashtray, dragged out a sound, and looked at Li Zimu. I just see that you are also Chinese. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will come. Li Zimu certainly knew that there were a lot of international students in the school willing to work for a salary of $3,500 a week. Li Zimu was in dire need of money. She hesitated for a moment before nodding. But I hope to get half of the reward first. Machine gun, give it to her. Gao Jun crossed his legs and waved his hand without hesitation. It feels so good to be rich. Green Hospital. This world-class comprehensive hospital, covering nearly 1,000 acres, boasts 8 doctors enjoying Germany's highest subsidies, 2 of whom have been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Medicine. They excel in ophthalmology, psychiatry, and neurology. The Rolls-Royce was parked at the door, and it was hard not to attract attention. When they saw an Asian man coming down, people around him consciously made way and saluted. No matter where you are, rich people always enjoy being looked up to. Zimu. Just as they were about to enter the hospital, they heard someone shouting behind them. Gao Jun, who was walking in front, turned around in surprise and saw a girl in a blue plaid skirt and pigtails staring at him. Her bangs were blowing in the wind. She pouted and trotted over. Are you hurt? Where are you hurt? This seems to be the senior sister that Li Zimu mentioned. Senior sister, it's okay. I just bumped into it accidentally. I'll just go take some pictures. Li Zimu said softly. She didn't want to tell the truth, so as not to make the other person worry. The senior student breathed a sigh of relief and finally looked at Gao Jun and the others and whispered, Who are they? I saw you getting out of the Rolls-Royce just now, and I thought I was seeing things. Li Zimu hesitated and glanced at Gao Jun. After I was injured, it was Mr. Gao who brought me here. Seeing the two women talking in low voices, Gao Jun, who didn't have much patience, said, "Ask your friend to accompany you to see the doctor. You can come to me after you're done." He wasn't willing to waste his time here. To put it bluntly, he was making tens of thousands of dollars every minute. Looking at the backs of Gao Jun and the others, the senior student's curiosity instantly surged. Although Gao Jun seemed difficult to get along with, he was rich. She half moved over and nudged Li Zimu with her shoulder, blinking. "This guy is so handsome. Is he from China?" Li Zimu said anxiously, "Senior sister, it's best not to get close to them. They're not good people." The senior looked at the anxious Li Zimu and laughed out loud. "Don't worry, I won't compete with you for it. But you should also be careful. These second-generation rich are not good stuff. Don't let them get it too early." Li Zimu's reaction time was a little slow. When the senior sister flashed her eyes mischievously, she finally reacted and her neck began to turn red. Nicholson very familiarly led Gao Jun and the others to the ward. The nurses they met along the way all greeted him, and some even waved and shouted, "Little Tiger, remember to meet me tonight." "Little Tiger?" Gao Jun glanced at the employees, most of whom were well-proportioned, fair-skinned, and beautiful. Although he didn't want to interfere in the private lives of his employees, he couldn't help but say, "Be careful. Don't let yourself be squeezed dry. If you don't work hard, you'll die of drought, and if you don't work hard, you'll die of flooding." Shaju's face was filled with envy. Muhammad patted Nicholson's abdomen indignantly and said, "Hey, do all German girls like ugly ones?" Nicholson's face flushed with laughter. He pushed Muhammad away and stammered, "Boss, we're just friends. She just, asked me to go to her house to clear the drain." Before he could finish, Gao Jun interrupted him and said, "I can't control these things. You just need to be careful and don't get anything dirty on you." Mercenaries make a living by putting their heads on their belts, and most of them are energetic men. Instead of holding back, it's better to indulge themselves appropriately. "Okay, I understand, boss." Nicholson nodded gratefully and pointed to a ward. "This is it." As he spoke, he pushed open the door and looked at Luke, who was wrapped in gauze, and said, "Aunt, I brought the boss over." Luke turned his head excitedly, trembling as he tried to get off the bed, but Gao Jun held his shoulders and gently pushed him back, saying gently, "You should heal your wound first." "Boss." Luke's lips trembled slightly, and he stuttered a little. His hand couldn't help but climb up Gao Jun's arm, his voice hoarse. "Am I useless?" Gao Jun's face froze. He never expected Luke to ask this question, which made him unable to answer for a moment. He pursed his lips. Seeing this, Luke seemed to have lost all his strength and leaned decadently on the hospital bed. "Aunt, but you're still alive." Gao Jun's cheeks were swollen from being bitten. "You're still alive." Zulong doesn't allow her employees to bow to fate. Does losing and I mean hopelessness? If you want, you can help Nicholson with logistics, and you can still kill those who are trying to steal my business. Luke's eyes moved slightly, and a light was rekindled in his eyes. "We only have men who have been destroyed. We never have men lying on the ground pretending to be dead or defeated." Gao Jun smiled and extended his hand. "Welcome back to the team, Warrior Aunt." "Warrior," Luke murmured several times, held Gao Jun's hand, and turned his head calmly. Chapter 131, Gangster. At the end of the hospital corridor, Gao Jun held the railing with one hand, looking at the traffic on the avenue through the window, his brows furrowed, and smoking a cigarette. Hearing footsteps behind him, he didn't even turn his head, but just said to the air, "Are you calmed down? We agreed that once Luke is discharged from the hospital, he will come to the logistics department to help me." Nicholson nodded repeatedly with gratitude on his face. As long as he can figure it out himself, that's all. Gao Jun put the cigarette but in the trash can and looked back at the spacious hospital. "What do you think of this place?" Nicholson had several question marks in his head, and he was a little confused. "I want to establish business relations with the Berlin hospital. It would be best if they could send a few doctors to Badass. Our company's medical department needs to be established. I don't want to have to run to Badass Hospital the next time I get shot." This was the reason why Gao Jun came to Berlin early. He was fed up with Badass Hospital. It charged high fees and had poor technology. He had thought many times that if he didn't stay in Ruilep, he would just push the door open and launch a rocket launcher in the middle of the night to blow the hell up. Nicholson grinned, feeling excited, but he still said rationally, Isn't this too much? I'm afraid they won't agree. Gao Jun didn't directly answer Nicholson's question. He just smiled and said, if 1 wad of dollars can't solve the problem, then 2 wads will solve it. Any sensible housewife will just lie in bed. Nicholson shrugged. Of course, boss, you're right. But I'm afraid we won't be able to meet the director of Green Hospital. Leave this matter to me. As Nicholson stared at him with doubt, Gao Jun called Lionel, who was far away in Badasi. When the other party heard that he was asking about Green Hospital, he smiled instantly and said, Mr. Gao, don't worry, someone will contact you later. As a junior member, you have the right to share information. Of course, if you want other members to help you, you'd better show the sincerity they need. Gao Jun curled his lips and said, I don't eat white rice. Fearing that Lionel would talk more nonsense, Gao Jun hung up the phone and shook the phone at Nicholson. What a stinking piece of shit. About half a cigarette later, a phone call came in from an unfamiliar number. Gao Jun's heart moved slightly. Hello, hello. Hello, Mr. Gao. The voice on the other end was heavy and had a hint of seriousness. Yes. Director Smith of Green Hospital and I are good friends. I can help you. The man was clearly a decisive person. I heard that Mr. Gao is in charge of security. I need a team of bodyguards of no less than 5 people. I can pay you a sufficient commission, but of course it will be slightly lower than the market price. Gao Jun felt that his eyes had been opened. Did everyone here speak so straightforwardly? However, the advantage of doing business with such people is that you don't have to waste everyone's time. How long will it take? Half a month. I hope I'm elite enough. I don't want to be shot in the head while I'm sleeping at night. $200,000. Gao Jun gave a flat price, fearing the other party would find it too expensive. He added, we will ship the weapons over. Just tell me where you are, and my employees will go over. After the mission is completed, you can pay. Gao Jun's head actually still hurt. He found that he was short of manpower. If he wanted to sell arms on major battlefields, he had to be equipped with enough armed personnel. For example, in the areas where several agents were located, according to the style of major arms companies, almost everyone would be equipped with elite teams, and when necessary, they would use force to seize the market. But Zulong Company has developed too fast, and there is some staff connection gap, which is why he is so concerned about the veteran recruitment fair organized by the German Ministry of Defense. Okay, I'll send you the address. The other party said readily and hung up the phone. Looking at his busy phone, Gao Jun said with a wry, self-deprecating smile, this is the first time I've discovered how simple doing business can be. Nicholson gave a wry smile and was about to speak when he heard loud exclamations and screams coming from the nurse's station. The two looked over at the same time in confusion. The distance was a little far, so they couldn't see clearly, but they seemed to see someone they knew. Boss, that seems to be Ms. Lee, right? Nicholson squinted his eyes and asked uncertainly. Gao Jun's face darkened slightly. He put his hands in his pockets and said, I'll go take a look. How could this woman be so troublesome? The most important thing is whether you have bad luck, because you will encounter bad things no matter where you go. Li Zima's hair was being pulled forcefully. The robber who had just been apprehended by the police now had a fierce look on his face, his teeth slightly bared. Where's that Chinese man? No one has ever dared to offend our Meng Jiqi like this. I'm going to chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. The Meng Jizi is the largest foreign African gang in Germany. What they like most is to chop off people's heads. This has caused the deaths of at least nearly 10 foreign tourists. Their purpose is nothing more than robbery and murder. The backgrounds of these people are also very complicated. Many of them were gang members when they were in Africa. Coupled with the stupidity of the local police, the nights in Berlin almost no longer belong to light. Now it's even more outrageous that he came to the hospital in broad daylight to seek revenge. I don't know whether this kind of thing is stupid or brave. The senior student was also stopped by several African guys, who looked at her with provocative expressions and even went so far as to reach out their hands, which scared the senior student so much that she screamed. I don't know, Li Zimu said painfully, looking at the nurses with pleading eyes. But these nurses were even more frightened. They huddled in the corner and shivered, not even daring to raise their eyes. Then I'll sell you to the red light district. Chinese women like you are the cheapest. You can definitely fetch a good price. Seeing Li Zimu trembling with fear and his face pale, the African laughed sinisterly and shouted, Yellow monkey, I stole my woman, and he didn't even dare to fart. When I catch him, I will kill you in front of him. Hearing this, Gao Jun became instantly furious. He hadn't felt so angry in a long time. He pulled up the iron trash can beside the corridor with one hand, tensed the muscles in his feet, and quickly rushed toward the other party. The African guy was not very vigilant to begin with, and by the time he heard the noise, it was too late. A trash can weighing more than 10 pounds hit him on the forehead. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Blood oozed from his nostrils, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. "I'm here!" Gao Jun roared in Chinese, then raised his foot and chopped down, kicking the African man in the spine. Click! The African guy's head tightened, and his eyes became bloodshot. Gao Jun's favorite thing in a fight is to strike with a fatal blow. He would gather his strength, bend his legs, and kick his opponent on the forehead. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, his body weighing 180 kilograms flew out like a kite, hit the wall, and the screams stopped abruptly. Chapter 132, The Essence of Violence. Gao Jun understood Europe's discrimination against Asians, but when did even black pigs start to stand above the yellow people? If you can't talk to these bastards, then use your fists. Gao Jun turned his gaze towards the other Africans and raised his middle finger directly. Chimpanzee. Nothing. How could they bear such insults? Regardless of the number of people around them, they pulled out a small axe from their waist and pointed the blade at Gao Jun viciously, trying hard to look fierce. After looking at each other, they roared softly and rushed forward. The U.S. Delta Force once released a video saying that when facing a gangster with a sharp knife, the best way is to turn around and run. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you could be knocked down by a kitchen knife. Gao Jun protected Li Zimu with both hands and noticed the firefighting equipment on the wall next to him. His expression changed, and he hit the glass 3 times with his right elbow. With a wail, the glass shattered to the ground. When it comes to ruthlessness, Gao Jun is a vulture. He is more willing to risk his life than anyone else. Gao Jun picked up the fire axe with both hands and showed a trick with a grim smile. But he still turned the axe rationally and used the unopened side to chop down the forehead of the fast-moving African man. This almost scared the other party to death, and he hurriedly used the small axe in his hand to block, but the fire axe in Gao Jun's hand weighed nearly 12 pounds and almost broke the opponent's wrist. It hit the African man's shoulder blade directly, and the other half of his body cooperated and collapsed below the horizontal line, and he fell to the ground howling miserably. Then the fire axe swept across, hitting him directly on the forehead. The action was clean and impeccable. At this time, Nicholson also called out his helpers and rushed over unreasonably. From 2 meters away, he kicked an African man to the ground and punched him hard in the eye sockets and nose. If the punches hurt, he would kick him directly. This guy was very sinister. Meng Jiqi. Gao Jun squatted down and grabbed the hair of an African man wearing a nose brace. Cough, cough. Blood kept coming out of the latter's mouth, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Yellow monkey, ah! Before he could finish his words, Gao Jun swung his fire axe at the base of his thigh, causing his leg to bend into an S shape. Next time, I'll change the blade. I'm asking you. I don't want to hear nonsense. Where is Meng Jiqi's headquarters? Who is the leader? Gao Jun asked in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the other man's, and he saw fear in his pupils. This is exactly the effect we want. It is the same principle as the saying that good people are often bullied and good horses are often ridden. Reason and law are merely the means that those in power like to use to control those at the bottom. The most primitive and highest level competition among human beings is still violence. In the Kurfürstendamm Park. Kurfürstendamm is one of the 10 most famous pedestrian streets in Berlin, Germany. But what makes it famous is the racing parties at night. Thank you for your cooperation. Gao Jun stood up with a smile. The African man was about to breathe a sigh of relief while enduring the pain, but he saw the Chinese man pick up the axe and break his other leg directly. Looking at the African man writhing in pain, Gao Jun shrugged helplessly. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit compulsive. Seeing that one of your legs is fine, I feel a little uncomfortable. He raised his head, glanced at Muhammad and others, and threw the fire axe to the ground. Destroy them. Li Muzi and her senior sister, who were covering their faces, had their eyelashes trembling with fear. This scene was completely beyond the comprehension of normal people. They had never seen such a cruel scene. Seeing the familiar methods used by Muhammad and others, Li Muzi had a thought that he considered absurd. This is definitely not the first time they have done this. Muzi, who are they? The senior student couldn't help but take a step back. The voice was trembling, and Gao Jun heard it clearly. He turned around suddenly, smiled frivolously and said, "I'm a good person." But this smile was so creepy in the eyes of the two of them. Looking at the African man rolling on the ground, especially with the sound of police cars outside, everyone understood that this matter might not end well. "Boss," Muhammad raised his eyes and asked with a questioning look, "why are you panicking? Our legal department should use." Mirabel was sitting in her office entertaining a client when the Apple phone in her LV bag started ringing. "Sorry, wait a moment." She smiled apologetically, opened her purse, and when she saw the caller ID, she was slightly startled, but then she smiled. "Come to Germany. I heard someone." After Gao Jun on the other end of the phone was connected, he didn't even let Mirabel speak and explain the whole thing first. Mirabel is an international lawyer, and she has some knowledge of the laws of various mainstream countries. For example, federal law stipulates that if intentional injury constitutes a crime, the offender shall generally be sentenced to imprisonment of not more than 5 years. Among them, if intentional injury is committed by the following means, the offender shall be sentenced to imprisonment of not less than 6 months and not more than 10 years. If the circumstances are relatively minor, the offender shall be sentenced to imprisonment of not more than 3 years. It was obvious that Gao Jun called her because he definitely didn't want to go in. "Boss, I'm afraid." Mirabel rubbed his temples with a headache. This man really gets into trouble. Just as he was halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Gao Jun. "Mirabel, I don't give you money to support useless people. Don't let me down." This was like pointing at her nose and scolding her. The woman was unhappy inside, but after all, Gao Jun was her financial backer, and she had a team behind her that needed his money to support her. The saying that money makes you boss is true all over the world. "I'll be right over. Please don't worry," Mirabel said, holding back her breath. After hanging up the phone, her expression turned very ugly. She took a few deep breaths and forced a smile at the bald client in front of her. "I'm sorry, Mr. Julian. I can only hand your case over to other colleagues." "Why?" The other party frowned in dissatisfaction. "I chose you." "I'm so sorry. I have to go to Germany on important matters." Julian's face suddenly drooped, and he was very dissatisfied, but he still pretended to be a gentleman. He just glanced at her up and down. "Ms. Mirabel, do you have to be so anxious? I have booked a luxury suite at the Yuan Fan Hotel and shipped some top-grade wine from Spain. We can discuss the case together. What do you say?" As he spoke, he started to act like a hooligan, and the hand on the table slowly moved towards Mirabel. Mirabel looked at him with disgust, pulled her hand away, and frowned. "Mr. Julian, please be respectful. Dublin is a city that respects women." Julian's face flushed instantly. He was about to curse when he saw the recorder on the table. He swallowed it back and could only snort coldly and walk away. Chapter 133. The Man Blessed by God. As soon as Gao Jun hung up the phone, the police below rushed up. These people were quite considerate. A team of well-equipped police officers, armed with submachine guns, shouted warnings from more than 10 meters away. "Get down. Cover your head." That armband with a turkey on it, but it says SEK, German Special Operations Commando Unit. It is a special police force affiliated with the police of various German states. Its main responsibilities are similar to those of GSG-9, but the former is directly under the jurisdiction of the states, while the latter is only under the command of the German Federal Police Headquarters. It is well-equipped and well-trained, and enjoys diplomatic immunity in various countries around the world. The most important responsibility is to fight terrorism. Of course, this unit often makes some jokes. For example, members are often seen wearing jeans with cheese mill caps at the corners of their mouths. Gao Jun and others were all experienced people. Seeing that this group of people were coming with great momentum, they cooperated by squatting down with their heads in their hands. Be timid when you need to be timid. Never try to reason with others. These policemen were quite considerate of human rights. They put black bags on Gao Jun and several others' heads, and followed 2 SEK members behind them. They pushed Gao Jun and others into the police car. As soon as the car door was closed, Gao Jun got goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't because of fear, but the subconscious feeling of being stared at. Embarrassment. Only the sound of his breathing was clearly audible. "Boss," Sand Pig murmured as if he couldn't bear the atmosphere. "Shut up." Gao Jun heard a muffled, scolding voice, as if something was pointing at his head. "You damn outsiders, can't you cause trouble in Berlin? I really want to shoot you and send you bastards to see God." That cold, hard feeling is too familiar. Having a gun pointed at your head might seem cool, But Gao Jun didn't like the feeling of having his death in someone else's hands. He shook his handcuffed, aching palms, and calmly shook the black bag over his head. Is this how you welcome guests from the German Ministry of Defense? I'm an invited businessman. I was attacked and forced to resist. The German Ministry of Defense? A moment of silence fell inside the police car. Sir, this is not a reason for you to hurt others. German law does not allow people to trample on others. Everyone enjoys the protection of the police. The person who spoke this time was quite capable. Gao Jun's mouth revealed a sarcastic sneer. Including Chinese? This rhetorical question left the other party speechless. Everyone knew that Chinese people in Germany had been treated poorly over the years. They were ostracized by many social classes, and some white people believed that Asians were only suitable for manual labor, such as washing dishes and sweeping the floor. Even international students often faced difficulties renting housing. Gao Jun leaned back as far as he could and stretched comfortably. Gentlemen, this is not 100 years ago. If you resort to lynching, my legal team will sue you out. I have plenty of money. Also, please don't talk to me before my lawyer arrives. I refuse to cooperate. Don't make me angry. I have never seen such an arrogant person. They also arrested some Chinese people, and those people were trembling as soon as they got on the police car, not daring to speak. But Gao Jun was right about one thing. He was rich and could afford a team of lawyers, which was enough to make the Berlin Police Department look bad. Capitalists can trample on the law anywhere. Perhaps he was really intimidated by Gao Jun, and nothing unpleasant happened until he arrived at the police station. However, when he got out of the car, Gao Jun could clearly feel the unkindness of the police behind him. They pushed him roughly and even skipped the interrogation. They just took off the hoods and pushed them directly into the detention room without saying anything more. These guys are so cruel. Shaju pulled the corner of his mouth and showed his hands, which were covered with bruises. Gao Jun took a look and then closed his eyes again, moving his thumbs slightly without any expression. Berlin Airport, Germany. Mirabel was carrying a suitcase, followed by nearly 10 young men and women, but without exception, they all had a strong aura. When their eyes swept around, no passenger dared to look them in the eye. Captain, are we going to the Berlin Police Department now? A long-legged blonde woman wearing an OL business suit and glasses strode forward and asked softly. Mirabel looked at the longins in her hand and shook her head helplessly. Our employer is not an easy person to get along with. If we arrive too late, we might have to compete with those gypsies for disgusting sewer food for the rest of the quarter. Gypsies have always been an unwelcome, ridiculed, and discriminated race in Europe and other places. I've never met the big boss. Is he fierce? Mirabel nodded without hesitation. He's a villain, a capitalist without a gentleman's heart. Christiana, you'll understand when you meet her. Seeing Mirabel almost jumping up and down, Christiana covered her mouth and chuckled, but there was something meaningful in her eyes. In the town of Pulich, a southern suburb of Munich, there is a yard close to the Suisse Bridge. There are about 20 old-style office buildings with 2 to 3 floors and simple warehouses. The houses are surrounded by 2,000-meter-long and 3-meter-high concrete wall. The lights are flickering, and it is extremely quiet. Occasionally, people are hurriedly walking along the moonlight. In a stone house with very ordinary decoration, Arlo Buck wearily placed his glasses on the table, his hands resting on his temples, exhausted. As the first African deputy helmsman of the BND since 1956, he was mainly responsible for domestic intelligence gathering. Important intelligence on Germany's 357,021 square kilometers was piled up on the table every day, making his brain hurt. Damn it, why did you have to run all the way to Germany when you could just stay in Ruilep? Arlo Buck angrily punched the document in front of him. It happened to be Gao Jun's photo, with the word extreme danger written in German underneath. This is how the employees below evaluate Gao Jun intelligence organizations in various countries have different measures to distinguish incoming personnel. For example, the United States uses 4 levels, A, B, C, D, to classify the severity of situations. The BND is divided into 3 levels: general, dangerous, and extremely dangerous. The fact that Gao Jun was listed as dangerous meant that they had almost complete information about him. And Gao Jun's information was also written on the document. Name, Gao Jun. Nationality, China. Identity, President of Zulong International Security Company, Senior Mercenary. Nickname, Vulture. Detailed information, a warmonger active in Ruilep, with good relations with the local government. Most of his employees are retired soldiers from major special forces around the world, with extremely strong combat capabilities. According to intelligence, he sells arms in the Central Island generation. He accepted the invitation of the German Ministry of Defense to participate in a retired soldiers' job fair at the Olympic Stadium. It described Gao Jun's story from the beginning so clearly that even Arlo Buck was terrified. This is a man blessed by God. Chapter 134. Smith. The document also describes many battle scenes in detail, and even photos of the scenes after the battle are clearly visible, which shows the power of BND. Arlo Buck closed his eyes and tapped the table rhythmically, feeling particularly dull in this sealed space. Crack! Suddenly, the phone on the table rang rapidly. His fingers paused slightly, and when the sound stopped, he suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the receiver. His professional habit prevented him from speaking first. A group of lawyers are at the Berlin police station. I'm afraid they were called by that Chinese man. He might be released soon. The voice on the other invisibly sank. The intelligence has changed. I saw them coming out of the door. At the entrance of the police station, a very old and common Volkswagen Golf was parked on the side of the road. A BND employee was looking outside through the window, watching Gao Jun walk out of the police station surrounded by Mirabelle and others. Arlo Buck frowned slightly. Don't worry about him. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble for us, just follow him and keep reporting his intelligence. Okay, the BND employee replied, putting the phone in his pocket. He exhaled, took the black bread handed to him by his colleague in the driver's seat, took a bite, and mumbled, I don't know what this Asian guy did. Let's take turns keeping an eye on him. My colleague shook his head and was about to speak when his eyes narrowed, and he pointed out the window. Someone's coming. The BND employee turned around quickly and saw a burly man with a European face who had been standing next to the Asian man, walking towards him with bad intentions. He was so scared that he couldn't help but put his hand into the seat and grab the loaded pistol. If something unexpected happened, he had to protect himself first. Bang, bang. The sand pig knocked on the glass. The employee scratched the glass and looked puzzled. Sir, what's going on? Shaju leaned half of his body through the window and glanced at the black bread on the back seat. Gentlemen, my boss saw that you were working too hard, so he asked me to give you some money. Remember to buy something to eat tonight, he said, throwing them 2 green euro notes, shrugged, smiled, and waved away. The BND employee was almost suffocated by anger, and finally put the banknotes away in anger and stuffed them into his pocket. Mirabelle said in an almost helpless tone, Mr. Gao, it's best for you to follow the laws of each country in the future. If you're deported, it will definitely be a troublesome matter. Gao Jun, cigarette in hand, squinted his eyes and glanced at her. Ms. Mirabelle, I raised you just to clean up my mess when I needed you. If I didn't, I would have thrown my dollars to the idiot black people in Africa. You have to prove the value of your existence. Whenever he opened his mouth, his words were always full of anger and provocation, and Mirabelle could only helplessly respond. But Christiana stood up unconvinced, holding the black bag in front of her body. Mr. Gao, you are not welcome in any country. No, no, no. Gao Jun spit out a circle of his eyes and said with the white of his eyes, the most unwelcome people in any place are the poor. He suddenly took a step forward and looked down at her. I'll give you $30,000 to sleep with me tonight. Muhammad, behind her, was grinning happily, looking up and down at Christiana's figure unscrupulously, and whistled provocatively, completely ignoring the disgusted looks of the others around him. 50,000. Gao Jun added another number. He noticed a slight fluctuation in the other person's eyes. He believed that if he doubled the price, this woman would definitely take off her pants in the street. Never use money to tempt a woman. No one can stop her. They all want to dream of being a princess. Just at this moment, an extended version of the Rolls-Royce stopped at the door of the police station. Nicholson jogged over swiftly, opened the door, and protected the top. Nicholson, get Ms. Mirabelle settled. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it. Nicholson was becoming more and more like a butler. Gao Jun turned around and waved towards Mirabelle and the others. He immediately saw the disappointment in Christiana's eyes and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You want to be a slut, but you also want to be a saint. After Muhammad and others got in the car, Nicholson stood outside the car window, patted the window, and told the driver, drive. As Mirabelle and others watched, the Rolls-Royce moved slowly. Waldorf Astoria, Germany, one of Berlin's best hotels. Gao Jun was wrapped in a towel, revealing the muscles of his upper body. The wounds on his body were creepy. He leaned on the balcony, looking at the bright lights and nightlife of Berlin, with an inexplicable and stern light flashing in his eyes. Darling, a pair of slender hands climbed up Gao Jun's chest muscles from behind, and a gorgeous girl with her blonde hair leaned her face against his back and licked it with her tongue. $3,000. Top-quality goods. Whenever Muhammad went anywhere, the first thing he thought of was to find a chicken, and he generously ordered one for Gao Jun. This is all delivered to his doorstep. Gao Jun is not a drifter from the mountains. Making so much money is nothing but enjoyment. Just as they were about to fight, the cell phone on the bedside table rang in an uncharacteristically loud manner. Don't worry about it. I want. The girl's eyes were red, and she was breathing orchid. The ringing of the phone was really annoying, so Gao Jun took the phone and used his other hand to press the girl's head down. After the call was connected, Gao Jun said in a slightly nonchalant tone, "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Gao. I'm Smith, the director of Green Hospital." The old man on the other end introduced himself. "I'm a friend of Counselor Marin." Gao Jun's eyes twitched, his face flushed, his lips felt dry, and he took a sip of the mineral water on the bedside table. It turned out that the person who called me just now was a congressman. Gao Jun didn't know him, but that didn't stop him from answering. This guy was great at taking advantage of others. "Dean Smith, Councilman Marin is my friend. He should have told you that I want to discuss cooperation with your hospital. Businessmen are always talking nonsense, just like a typhoon, blowing nonsense." This really confused Smith. He had suspected that there was a relationship between the two, otherwise Marin would not have called him personally. The most important thing was that most of the people who could hang out with the congressman were wealthy. Is Glen Hospital short of money? Very scarce. Smith has worked so hard to get sponsorship that his head has turned white, so of course he will welcome this opportunity that comes to his doorstep. Cooperation? Of course. I wonder if Mr. Gao is free tomorrow. Smith's voice gradually became much softer, and a smile appeared on his face. "Okay, I'll see you at the hospital tomorrow." Gao Jun threw his cell phone onto the balcony, pulled up the girl who started rolling her eyes, threw her on the bed, and pounced on her. Chapter 135, Community of Interests. Gao Jun doesn't like to get up late. That's how it is in Ruilep. Only those who are alive can open their eyes. It has gradually become a habit. Looking at the girl who was curled up in a ball, with teeth marks all over her body and frowning, Gao Jun reached out and rubbed her butt. The latter lazily stretched out her hand and patted the air, then took her thighs out of the quilt and walked out, buttoning her suit as she walked out of the room. The corridor outside was filled with smoke. Gao Jun frowned and waved to Muhammad and Shaju, who were squatting at the door. "Smoke less, or you'll cry if you get lung cancer next time." The bearded man didn't argue. He chuckled, stamped out his cigarette, but with his leather shoe, and threw into the trash can. He stood up, pulled down his wrinkled hem, and winked at him playfully. "Boss, did you enjoy yourself yesterday? That girl is the most famous socialite around here." Gao Jun rolled his eyes at the horny Ruilep man and said, "Let's not discuss these issues. Let's get down to business later. Should we kill those Africans?" Shaju excitedly waved his fist and gritted his teeth. "I'll have to send my M24 from Badasi and then blow his head off. These African guys have gone too far. We need to make them understand that gangsters should show the most basic respect to mercenaries." Gao Jun's eyelids twitched slightly as he looked at the adrenaline-fueled sand pig. "Hey, this is Germany, one of the safest countries in Europe and even the world. At least on the surface, that's the case. If we send some stuff over from Badasi, the guys downstairs will have to come up with bazookas and try to reason with us. When the B&D guys smell the blood, they'll tear off some pieces of flesh." Although Muhammad thought this made sense, he still felt a little unhappy. Is this the end of the matter? Gao Jun turned his head to look at him, grinning. "I think what the people of Berlin want most is for the Africans to go back." "You mean, please help me contact the local gang that has a grudge against the Africans. I want to discuss a business deal with them." Gao Jun straightened his clothes, facing the glowing wall, and said solemnly, "Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. We need to make those African guys understand that if you want to be a dragon, you have to coil." The three of them went down the elevator and walked out of the hotel with the waiter bowing and greeting them. The doorman at the door familiarly helped to open the door of the Rolls-Royce. After Gao Jun and others got in, he closed the door very carefully. If the paint was damaged, they would have to pay a lot of money. Nicholson, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and reported the news first. "Boss, I have arranged for Ms. Mirabel and others to stay at the Titanic Hotel in Berlin, which is very close to the police station. This is their own request." Gao Jun nodded slightly, and suddenly a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. He was actually very sensitive to fragrance, and goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. "Where did you find this driver?" Gao Jun's sudden question made everyone, including Nicholson, stunned. Then they looked at the driver at the same time. Muhammad narrowed his eyes and subconsciously put his hand into his waistband, where there was a small folding fruit knife. The driver's right shoulder trembled noticeably, but then he looked at Nicholson in confusion and gestured, "ABA, ABA. This person is actually a mute." Nicholson patted the driver's shoulder and explained to Gao Jun with a smile, "Boss, this is Louis, a Libyan refugee I rescued at the Berlin Wall a month ago. He was being beaten by some thugs, and I helped drive them away. He said he drove for a high-ranking official in Libya, so I wanted to take him in so that I could do things more conveniently in the future." "Libyan refugees?" Gao Jun asked in a low voice. Louis nodded quickly, and then his pupils shrank slightly. He heard Gao Jun chuckle and sneer. "Refugees have hairy perfume?" As soon as the word water fell, Muhammad rushed out like a cheetah. He hooked his head and clamped it tightly, with the fruit knife against Louis's neck. The stinging sensation made him breathe rapidly. Squeak! Louis subconsciously stepped on the brakes, causing the Rolls-Royce to stop and almost getting rear-ended by the car behind him. He honked his horn in dissatisfaction. "Who are you?" Gao Jun leaned over and said in a dark voice, "I don't want another body in the Spree River." Louis could feel the fruit knife had pierced his skin. A drop of blood slid down the blade. The only sound in the silence was the ticking of the second hand on the watch. "Kill him." Gao Jun finally became impatient with waiting. No, I'm an appraiser from World Treasure. Alberta Lewis. I'm Libyan." Louis raised his hands in fear and blurted out everything. "I'm responsible for evaluating you." Gao Jun spoke in a bad tone, frowned, and pulled Muhammad's arm, signaling him to relax. "Evaluate me? What do you mean?" "World Treasure will provide a suitable operational plan based on each member's potential and current capabilities for reference to increase the activeness of the club's membership." This shit is so official. Gao Jun didn't believe it. The organizers of the association wouldn't do something that had no profit. Businessmen are all shrewd. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Jun patted his beard and winked at him. The latter whispered a threat. "Behave yourself, bastard, or I'll cut off your trachea." After saying that, he pushed Louis's head hard. The Libyan man who was released covered his neck and coughed hard. "Boss, Nicholson said ashamedly. This was a matter that he had not handled carefully. If Gao Jun was an important person he was protecting, this mistake alone would be enough to make the mission fail. Still too young. Gao Jun shook his head slightly, stretched out his hand to signal Nicholson to stop talking, and waved his hand. "Let's just pretend it never happened, Louis. I don't want." "Understood." Before he could finish, Louis nodded quickly. "What happened today will not appear in the document." Only then did Gao Jun show satisfaction and gesture to continue driving. Although he doesn't like World Treasure's behavior, some things he has to endure. The most important thing is that this does not affect Gao Jun's interests. Sitting in this position, he will not and cannot act impulsively due to momentary anger. A strong person must be able to endure loneliness, control his temper, and act like a grandson. Only when he has completely become the one who determines the rules of the game will it be time to start fighting back. At this time, Gao Jun was just an ant trying to kill an elephant, at least to the other members of World Treasure. Just an ordinary police chief in Berlin is enough to give me a headache. We need to tie more people to the chariot of interests. Gao Jun felt gloomy in his heart, and evil thoughts kept flashing in his eyes. Chapter 136, Sheep Pulling. After parking the Rolls-Royce safely in front of the Green Hospital and watching Gao Jun and others walk in, Louis's face became gloomy, as if water was dripping out of it. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the international long-distance code 52. Mexico. The phone rang twice, and then it was connected. Louis said simply, "We've been discovered." Without waiting for the other party to reply, he hung up, skillfully pulled off the battery plate of the phone, and threw it out of the window. He broke the phone card into 2 pieces, gritted his teeth, swallowed it, and leaned over the steering wheel with a slightly painful expression. Dean Smith stood in the hospital office, looking down from above. He immediately spotted the alluring Rolls-Royce. His face lightened slightly as he lowered the curtain, straightened his white coat, and pushed aside the Deans. He then instructed the busy assistant outside, "Bring out my treasured Rheinhessen Riesling. A distinguished guest has arrived." The assistant, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, was slightly startled, but then responded and walked out of the office, shaking his big butt. In fact, there is something really cute about the German character. They believe that beautiful women will reduce work efficiency. Therefore, in many enterprises and institutions, most important positions, such as secretaries and assistant directors, are filled by women with a somewhat attractive appearance. When Gao Jun and his companions took the elevator all the way to the top floor, when the door opened, they saw an old man with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses coming up to greet them. He shook Gao Jun's hand warmly and said, "Welcome, Mr. Gao, to visit Green Hospital." Gao Jun was slightly startled and suddenly found this old man quite interesting. He shrugged and said, "It's my honor." Smith's smile widened. He warmly grasped Gao Jun's hand and invited him into the office. With a smile on his face, he called out to the door, "Ms. Madonna, where are our drinks?" The door opened, and Madonna, who shared the same name as the famous American socialite, was squatting on the ground with a glass of white wine. This action just happened to give him a glimpse of the scenery, but Gao Jun and others quickly withdrew their gaze. That pile of flesh was too horrifying. "Mr. Gao, please try the Riesling white wine from the Rheinhessen region. It's a favorite of the Germans." Smith picked up the wine glass and put it down in panic. The most delicious wine should be used to entertain the most distinguished guests. Zarthite, Gao Jun's German, was a little halting, and this was the only word of praise he knew. Although he still had a strong local accent, Smith was so happy that his eyes were wide open. "Dean Smith, I'm here this time to discuss cooperation with you." Gao Jun put down his glass and got straight to the point. He crossed his legs, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, and shook it. "Is that okay?" Of course, cigarettes are the best spiritual food for men. Smith moved his lower butt and pretended to tease. "The hospital often receives patients with knife wounds, and we tell them, 'Hey, buddy, have a cigarette to calm down.'" Apparently, no one found this German joke funny. Smith could only touch his nose awkwardly and take a sip of wine. "I've opened a security company and need a logistics hospital. I think Green Hospital is great, perfect for the post-injury recovery of the injured. Of course, we also welcome doctors willing to go to hotspots. I'm willing to hire them at a high salary of $20,000 per month. However, we don't need apprentices, and we'll purchase high-value accident insurance for them from DKV Insurance Company." "Security company? Va profiteers?" Smith suddenly raised his head and asked. "Yes. However, ours is just another profession. After all, the war was not started by us." Gao Jun shrugged. Security companies are legal and formal in Europe, and a model proposed by Gao Jun is also very common. For example, Germany's famous Bijur security company has connections with dozens of medical institutions, including Germany's Artemon Hospital. The surgeries on injured employees in various parts of their bodies are performed by nationally renowned doctors, which greatly reduces the disability rate. Of course, they have paid a lot for this, such as the German government's analysis and supervision of the Bijur security company's database. This is essentially a disguised form of nationalization. If that's the case, I'm afraid the cost will be a bit high. Smith tugged at his mustache and drawled out his words, his eyes full of cunning. Finally, he raised a finger and said, "A one-year contract of 500,000 euros. 500,000 euros is equivalent to nearly 600,000 US dollars. Gao Jun didn't know the price of Bijur security, but it definitely wasn't that high. Did this damn German bastard think he was a wealthy man? Was he starting to fleece the successors of socialism? "Dean Smith, we came here with sincerity. You're putting me in a difficult position," Gao Jun said dissatisfiedly. Smith spread his hands in a helpless manner. "This is already much cheaper. The Jewish hospital next door is even worse. They want you to die in the hospital so they can sell your internal organs. I'd rather they sell my internal organs than do business with someone who treats me like a fool." Gao Jun stood up angrily and tugged at his clothes. "I'll tell the Marin Hospital. It seems the Germans don't welcome their friends." Smith, who had been sure of Gao Jun, was now blinded. Aren't Chinese people said to be very generous abroad? He quickly held down the sandpig beside him and smiled awkwardly at Gao Jun. "Mr. Gao, we can still negotiate the price." "Smith, I'm also giving face to Councilor Marin. You should know that your Green Hospital is not the only one in Germany, and I know that your Green Hospital needs money to introduce new equipment. Gao Jun raised his eyelids, still looking indignant. Smith was quite smooth-talking. To be able to sit in the position of dean, his medical skills might not be top-notch in Green Hospital, but his thick skin was definitely so thick that even X-rays couldn't see through it. He rubbed his face, refilled the white wine on the table, and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Gao, we do need to introduce new equipment, but we won't sell our medical skills cheaply. For Germans, technology is their wealth and also a belief." The old man was simply saying, "If you offer too little, we won't do it. $100,000 a year." Gao Jun held up 2 fingers. Seeing Smith about to jump up, he continued, "I'm willing to provide $7 million in research funding, but I need a 5% stake in Green Hospital. Nothing can make people feel more at ease than being a shareholder yourself." This is what Gao Jun is thinking. Impossible. The board of directors won't agree. Smith jumped up as if his tail was stepped on. What a joke. Green Hospital is one of the best hospitals in Berlin. The outside world estimates that it has a huge ability to attract money. The equipment in the entire hospital alone is more than $6 million US. Adding the land and labor salaries, the annual expenditure is close to $5 million US. 5% of the shares. Is this Chinese crazy, or am I deaf? This is just my request. You can discuss it with the board of directors. If they agree, you can call me. Gao Jun put down a business card and left without staying long, taking Muhammad and Shaju with him. Smith was left with a rage, a Chinese guy who kicks someone when they're down. He had heard that the hospital's largest source of external capital, the Hamburg-based German textile and clothing manufacturer and trader Wenqi AG, had declared bankruptcy. Chapter 137, The Thug in Suit. Smith sat on the sofa and hesitated for a moment, then drank the white wine in front of him in one gulp, with a sickly flush flashing in his cheeks. Wenqi Company Limited owned 70% of the shares, and they were in urgent need of money to recycle funds. If they heard that a Chinese guy was willing to pay $7 million US in exchange for 5% of the shares, they would definitely not hesitate. Those Swabians in the country Hamburg couldn't say no to the dollar, and they were as poor as the starving toads in their fields. After thinking for a moment, Smith could only slap his head helplessly and said, "Why should I worry about it? Let the people on the board of directors worry about it themselves. Ms. Madonna, get me a car." Coming out of the office, Gao Jun and the others went to see Luke again, but it was obvious that everyone on this floor of the hospital knew them. They had broken several people's legs in the corridor. It was said that the injury could not be healed at all. It turns out that the Chinese are really ruthless. The fire axe looks a bit scary, but needless to say, they're going to chop people. Ow, how did this guy get released? Wasn't he arrested? Suit thugs. OMG, the suit thugs are back again. Don't look at him, don't look at him. I don't want him to break my legs. Although the noise around was small, Gao Jun could hear clearly. Before entering the ward, he turned around and smiled. The nurses' faces turned green with fright in an instant, and they quickly dispersed. "Boss, it seems that you don't have much charm." Muhammad held back his laughter and said with a shrug. Gao Jun also touched his nose slightly embarrassedly, raised his eyebrows, and said, "You are the only one who talks too much nonsense." He pushed the door open in annoyance. He heard a scream from inside and saw a female nurse hurriedly sticking her head out from Luke's quilt. Her face was flushed, and she covered her mouth as she ran out. But Gao Jun and others were stunned, because from between the nurse's fingers flowed an unidentified milky white liquid with a strong fishy smell. Muhammad and others just kept winking at Luke, and everything was said without words. "Boss, this, ahem. The nurse was just changing my dressing." Luke hurriedly pulled the quilt and explained awkwardly. "It seems that there is nothing wrong with his body. Machine gun. Arranged for him to be discharged." Gao Jun's voice was sinister. When it reached Luke's ears, his thing immediately withered. He lifted the quilt, stared at the gauze, and hurried out. He heard a loud and dissatisfied voice from the nurse's station, slamming the table and threatening. "Hey, bastard, can you sew? You hurt me. I really want to stick this needle in your mouth." Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white man with curly hair showing a tattoo on his arm. There was a wound from top to bottom, with several pools of blood on the ground. He was baring his yellow teeth and threatening a male doctor, scaring the doctor so much that his hand was shaking and his Adam's apple was rolling. He could not even hold the needle and thread steadily. "Useless!" The man with the rooster comb slapped the area near his wound, his mouth like a machine gun. Start sewing from here, then tie a bow for me. It's such a simple thing. Do you still need me to teach you? Seeing Gao Jun heading toward the other party, Luke whispered, Boss, leave him alone. That guy is just a gangster. Do you know him? Gao Jun asked back. Luke didn't know why his boss was so curious. He nodded and said, I used to be in the same ward with him. He was stabbed in the chest and stayed in the hospital for more than 10 days. He bragged to me every day that he was from a local German gang called the Hells Angels. They always like to get bird-like tattoos on their arms. Hells Angels, they're just a bunch of idle racers. They often take advantage of their numbers to clash with gangs. They're so bold. The German police have been keeping an eye on them for a long time. This guy's name seems to be Carlos, nicknamed Water Anus. I heard his uncle is a leader of the Hells Angels in Berlin. Gao Jun's face darkened. Isn't this a pillow sent by God? He straightened his collar and walked towards the nurse's station. Carlos was still mumbling, and a younger brother beside him was also very powerful, holding a baseball bat in his hand and hitting the table hard, squinting his eyes and looking arrogant. I'll sew it for him. Gao Jun pushed the operating doctor away, sat down on the chair with his arms and legs stretched out his hand, grabbed Carlos' wrist, and said with narrowed eyes. Carlos looked shocked and suddenly felt something was wrong. He pulled his hand away hard, but his strength was not as strong as Gao Jun's, and it didn't move at all. What are you doing? The little brother was still loyal to his duty, pointing a baseball bat at Gao Jun, but before he could finish his words, Mohammed and Shaju covered his mouth and dragged him into the toilet nearby. In an instant, muffled sounds were heard. I'm a Hell's Angel. I know. Yesterday, I beat up a few African guys here. They even threatened that I wouldn't be able to leave Berlin alive. Gao Jun grinned, pointing to a spot on the nurse's platform. I remember I broke their legs with a fire axe. You a thug in a suit? Carlos's expression suddenly changed. The swivel chair under his butt shook, and he almost fell down, but the muscles in his arms were tensed, which is the natural reaction of the human body under extreme tension. Thugs in suits? Now it was Gao Jun's turn to be slightly stunned. After coming to his senses, he nodded with satisfaction. I really like this nickname. The Africans are all looking for you. You'd better leave quickly, Carlos said almost pleadingly. Pretend I didn't see it. I won't tell anyone. Several members of the African gang had their legs broken at Green Hospital, and the incident became quite serious. Around midnight, a group of people took advantage of the darkness and attacked a bar under the control of the Hells Angels, injuring 3 people, one of whom was seriously injured. This incident made the atmosphere between the two sides tense. These Africans are a bunch of rotten shit. If they get involved with anyone, they will curse at them. Gao Jun slowly brought the needle in his hand closer to Carlos's wound. Why should I run? They're very powerful. I even heard that they have the shadow of the traditional German gang, the Bald Gang, behind them. That's why we dare not touch them. Carlos' eyes were always looking in the direction of the needle, and his voice was a little stuttering. Do you hate them? Gao Jun's questing started Carlos. He hung his head for about half a cup of tea. When Gao Jun was getting impatient, he finally spoke. They killed my best brother. They put Kirk's head in a basketball. Do you want revenge? Gao Jun said like an instigator. If I were you, I would send these black people back to where they belong. This is Germany, the homeland of the Germans, a land that only the strongest men deserve to own. He leaned his mouth forward and shouted into Carlos's ear. Kill them. Chapter 138. Instigator. Kill them. Kill them. Carlos's mind was instantly occupied by these 4 words, as if the radio was constantly playing in his mind. In fact, Kirk was not only his friend, but also Carlos' best partner. Carlos's lips moved up and down, his head suddenly raised, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice gradually became louder. I will kill them. Gao Jun patted Carlos with satisfaction and said, Take me to meet your uncle? I have a business to discuss with him. You're looking for my uncle? No way. Carlos shook his head like a rattle, looking decadent. He's just a peaceful old man. Hey, the violence he talks about every day is the behavior of barbarians. OMG, God, we are gangs, not the Virgin Mary in the church. He actually asked us to hold the Bible and pray every day. Carlos was obviously resentful towards his uncle. If he had been a little tougher, Kirk wouldn't have been hacked to death. Is that so? Hearing his description, Gao Jun's brows furrowed slightly. What he wanted was a hot-tempered leader, not a retired grandfather. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, Take me to see your uncle first. Okay, I'll take you there now. Carlos anxiously grabbed a handful of cotton from the nurse's table and pressed his wound. He gritted his teeth in pain, then bit his lip, lowered his shirt sleeves, and waved his head at Gao Jun. Let's go. Gao Jun was stunned when he saw it, and finally gave a thumbs up sincerely. This Carlos was really cruel to him. By the way, can you drag my little brother back first? Carlos said with his hands spread out as if he had thought of something. Gao Jun snapped his fingers and shouted Muhammad at the top of his voice. The door of the toilet was pushed open with a bang, and two men dragged the little brother out, but the guy was half dead and couldn't do it. Hey, guys, what did you do to my brother? Carlos pushed Sand Pig away anxiously and supported his younger brother. When he got closer, his nose wrinkled. What a strong smell of smoke. Muhammad shrugged at Gao Jun and said, "You didn't beat him. We just gave him a pack of cigarettes. He must have been poisoned by nicotine." Carlos glared at him instantly, but he was obviously relieved. "This is a hospital. Just leave it to us. Aunt, you can also take care of it." Luke was hiding not far away watching the show. When he heard Gao Jun's order, he hurried over, agreed, and asked several nurses to help drag the boy to the hospital for saline drip. Humph! Carlos still looked slightly happy, but suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and turned around and said, "It's better if someone can speak German. My uncle doesn't like people speaking English to him." German. Gao Jun slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about the person. He took out a cigarette box from his suit, with a string of numbers written on it delicately. He gestured to Carlos to wait, then took out his phone and called. On the playground of Green University, Li Zimu leaned against the senior with his right hand, his face a little pale. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind couldn't help but think of that slightly cruel scene. She still couldn't forget the fierceness on the face of Gao Jun, who looked gentle. This added a bit of shadow to her heart. However, this senior sister had a stronger psychological endurance and kept comforting Li Zimu. "Senior, I'm a little scared." Li Zimu pursed his lips. "I accepted his money before, and he asked me to be an interpreter. Do you think he will?" The second half of the sentence was left unsaid, but the senior sister was also a smart person. Of course, she understood what Li Zimu was worried about, and hesitated for a moment. "I don't think so. He's too rich to care so much, and he's been detained by the police station. He probably won't be able to get out for a while." Such comfort made Li Zimu feel at ease. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her iPhone rang instantly. Looking at the unknown number, her right eyebrow trembled hard. She swallowed her saliva and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Where are you?" Gao Jun asked dissatisfiedly. This familiar voice made Li Zimu's heart tremble. Of course, this was because of fear. He looked at the senior sister for help. The latter was also a little at a loss. She bravely picked up the phone and said, "Mr. Gao, what do you want to talk to Zimu about?" "What? You're going to disown me after taking my money?" Gao Jun said unkindly. "I need a translator now. I don't want this money. I'll return it to you," Li Zimu said quickly. Gao Jun in the hospital raised his eyebrows, turned around, and twisted his eyes. "Are you kidding me?" He didn't have much patience to listen to the other party's explanation, mainly because he still didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a woman. "I hate it most when people play tricks on me. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're a woman." The corners of Li Zimu's mouth drooped. His eyes began to mist up. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was at a loss. Because she was on speakerphone, the senior student heard everything clearly. She patted the back of her hand and hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Gao, can I come with you? I'm a doctoral student in linguistics at the University of Berlin, and I can understand some local slang." After a pause of nearly 10 seconds on the other end of the phone, Gao Jun said, "Okay, your price is the same as Li Zimu's. Please wait for us at the school gate, and we'll be right there." After finishing speaking, Gao Jun hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. The senior student shrugged helplessly at Li Zimu and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. If we want to have a stable life at Berlin University in the future, we have no choice but to agree to his request. How about we call the police?" "Do you think it's possible?" "The police don't care about that." The senior student had the boldness of a northern girl. "Okay, why think so much? I don't think this guy would do anything rash." The senior student half-dragged Li Musi towards the door. "It's incomprehensible," Gao Jun muttered after hanging up the phone. Just as he was about to signal everyone to go out, he was stopped by Muhammad. "Boss, the B&D people are still at the door." "Damn it, I almost forgot about these little bastards. Let's go from the back. Shaju, go get the car. Let's rush to the University of Berlin first." Carlos's ears were perked up the whole time. He heard everything clearly and was quite surprised when he interrupted. He chuckled and said, "Did you offend BND? Then you're in big trouble. They're just a bunch of people following you around waiting for shit. Why do you care about them?" Gao Jun sneered. This Shaju and the others also looked disdainful, as if they were just chickens and clay dogs. Of course, it is unknown whether he was just pretending, but at least Carlos began to guess in his mind, what exactly is the identity of this Gao Jun? It seems that he is not a good person. Chapter 139, Modification Maniac. A bald B&D employee was sitting in an old car in front of the hospital. He yawned, turned on the radio, and Voice of Berlin was playing. He held a can of cased dark beer in his hand, drank it all in one gulp, and burped with his mouth open. These Germans like to drink black beer. When they went to the battlefield in the past, they often put oatmeal beer in their water bottles. Sometimes when they were running, they would point the muzzle of the gun at the sky. Many people laughed at them, saying that the inventor of the random shooting technique must be a drunk German. Suddenly, his face froze, and he saw Nicholson jogging out of the door. He picked up the intercom. "Rams. Person number 3 has been spotted at door number 2. Don't worry about him. Just keep an eye on that Chinese guy." "Understood." The bald man responded lightly, threw the walkie-talkie on the passenger seat, bent down, and pulled out a white shoe box from under the seat. After opening it, he took out 2 sausages from it. Without noticing anything, Gao Jun and others bent down and got into an ordinary van through a side door and drove away. The van looks rusty from the outside, but the interior is decorated very neatly. And most importantly, there is a baffle inside the car, which is about 12 centimeters thick and can block close-range shooting from a pistol and to a certain extent can block accidental injuries from stray bullets. Moreover, there are small shooting holes every half meter, which can be used as a counterattack weapon when needed. Who modified this car? Gao Jun est curiously. Carlos whistled proudly. "Why? I modified this myself. The rust on the outside is actually a film. I put a lot of effort into sticking it on. If you park in the wild, people will just think it's an ordinary abandoned car. The tires underneath are bulletproof. I went to 15 abandoned car parks before I found this." Gao Jun's eyes lit up. "Did you modify all of this? I don't think Germany needs this kind of car. This one could probably circle Ruilep. I originally wanted to drive it, take a few gunmen, and rush into the African gang to shoot them, then run away. Who cares? As for the police, German police are as docile as sheep at night. The dark night of Berlin belongs to the gangs. Can you modify a tank?" Gao Jun's sudden words startled Carlos. He quickly steadied the steering wheel, turned his head, and asked in surprise, "Tank?" "I'm just asking." Gao Jun shrugged vaguely. Carlos was silent for a moment. "I used to be an apprentice in the HK military factory, but was later dismissed. That wasn't a good experience, but can I ask why?" HK Heckler Koch is renowned for its small arms. The MP-5 series of submachine guns was produced by the company. The XM-8, the U.S. replacement for the M16, was also commissioned to develop by the company. Its modifications are also world-renowned, and most of the automotive industry leaders from major German companies have interned there. I once increased the horsepower of a Ruilep heavy tank to 800 by modifying its aviation water-cooled gasoline engine, but I failed and wrecked it. HK saw that I was young and asked my family to pay a symbolic compensation of $10,000. But I was also fired. They laughed at my unrealistic idea. Gao Jun was quite impressed by this story. He never thought that Carlos was such a talented person. Most importantly, he had the guts to think of converting a scrap copper tank from World War II into a tank with horsepower close to that of the Cold War era, and he actually took action. This spirit was at least worthy of admiration. His face was gloomy, as if he was thinking about something, and his right index finger tapped lightly on his thigh. During the conversation, the van drove to the gate of Berlin University. Compared with the luxury cars outside, this car was too damn eye-catching. Such old vans are rarely seen in the modern city of Berlin, and this type of vehicle is mostly considered a low-end vehicle, mainly used by manual laborers. Originally, Li Zimu and his senior were watching the fun from a distance, until the back door of the van was pushed open and Gao Jun waved at them. They were shocked. The classmates around them looked at them with strange eyes, as if the faint sound of the ground was mocking them, making the two of them want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But at Gao Jun's urging, they covered their faces and jumped into the car. Glancing at the people in suits, they were all huddled on both sides like good kids, looking a little bit at a loss. "Hey," Carlos whistled and turned his head. "Welcome to my world." Stop talking nonsense and drive. Gao Jun patted the driver's seat and said to Li Zimu and the others, "You just need to be responsible for translation. Don't worry about other things and don't ask too many questions." Li Zimu tangled with the corner of his clothes, not daring to look up, and the senior student hurriedly nodded in agreement. Oberbaum Bridge. A double-decker bridge over the Spree River in Berlin, one of the city's landmarks, connects the districts of Friedrichshain and Kreuzberg, which were once divided by the Berlin Wall, and has become an important symbol of Berlin's reunification. The antique wooden bridge, built in 1732, is still very well preserved, and Berlin's largest business park has also grown around it. Carlos parked the van in front of a bar. The sign outside depicted a winged birdman, covering his lower body, eyes wide open, with a kind smile on his lips. It looked lifelike, but a little too weird. "This is the headquarters of our Berlin Hells Angels," Carlos introduced, beckoning everyone to get out of the car, shaking the car keys, and rudely pushed open the door of the hotel. There was only a bartender inside, wiping the utensils. He heard the sound, raised his head, and looked over in confusion. "Hey, isn't this Shui gone? Bringing the kids here to play again?" "Winnie, stop talking nonsense. Where's my uncle?" Carlos asked, slamming the table. "What's could the boss be doing? He's explaining the Bible to them in there, of course. OMG, I'm almost falling asleep listening to him." The bartender Winnie spread his hands helplessly. "He's such a devout Christian. If I were God, I would let him enter heaven." Carlos looked very unhappy. "I'll take my friend to see him. He doesn't like being disturbed." "That's none of your business." The bartender Winnie shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. He just kept his eyes on Gao Jun and others for a moment, then continued to wipe his utensils. "This man is very dangerous," Shaju said softly, raising his head. It turns out that his hand is holding a gun. Gao Jun's expression remained unchanged. He just used his eyes to signal Shaju to be patient. The group followed Carlos into the bar. The interior was decorated very simply, with various Christian slogans written on it. "Oh, God's world is about to come. Those who believe in him will have eternal life, and those who do not believe will perish." An exaggerated cadence came from the room, and the vocal cords seemed to be injured, with a hoarse and headache-inducing ringing sound. Chapter 140. Forced into a desperate situation. "You guys go in later and don't talk nonsense. My uncle hates people talking nonsense the most." Carlos put his hand on the door handle, turned his head, and said, with a hint of caution in his voice, "Don't worry, we are just businessmen here to discuss business." Gao Jun patted Carlos's shoulder and said with a smile. Carlos muttered, "I don't believe you." Although he said this, he still opened the door and walked in. Gao Jun followed behind and took a quick look. Inside, there were about 20 or 30 burly men sitting on the floor, their arms covered in tattoos. They all had ferocious faces and thick flesh, but they were all listless, with their heads drooping. Gao Jun even spotted a burly man snoring, clutching a Bible. On the steps above sat an old man in his 60s, with silver hair slicked back and gold-rimmed glasses. He wore a priest's robe, but a scorpion tattooed on his face made him look a little strange. As he spoke, his facial muscles undulated. "Uncle!" Carlos walked over and called out respectfully. Dan Dickinson stopped reading, nudged his glasses with his index finger, raised his head, and twitched his lips. "Carlos is back. Is the work at the tofu factory finished?" "Tofu factory?" Gao Jun and the others were a little skeptical. Would Carlos still go to work? He was just yelling in the hospital, threatening to chop someone down. Hey, doesn't his uncle know that he is beating someone's head into soy milk? Muhammad said with a low laugh, covering his mouth. Carlos' eyelids twitched slightly, and he responded vaguely, fearing that his uncle would continue to pester him. If he knew that he did not go to the tofu factory, but went to fight, wouldn't he beat him to death? He quickly pulled Gao Jun over and introduced him. "Uncle, I brought a new friend to meet you. He is. By the way, what do you do?" Gao Jun walked around Carlos and casually sat down opposite Dan Dickinson. He said to Li Zimu and the others, "Please help me translate." He still remembered what Carlos said, that when doing business, one must first learn to respect the other party's little quirks. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Dan Dickinson. My name is Gao Jun, and I'm from Ruilep." As he finished speaking, Li Zimu's simultaneous interpreter joined in. "Kent Sie sehr glücklich, Dan. Herr Dickinson, wird die hohen bewaffneten Kräfte kommt von Ruilep angerufen." You know what? This woman's translation has a very local German flavor. Although Gao Jun didn't understand it, he felt it was very cool. Dan Dickinson ignored Gao Jun's outstretched hand, holding the Bible and looking Gao Jun up and down. His thick-eyed bags trembled as he spoke a lot in a deep voice. Gao Jun subconsciously looked at Li Zimu, who was hesitant and unsure what to do. What did he say? Gao Jun asked in a deep voice, pausing for a moment. I won't blame you. Li Zimu then began to translate. Sir, I smell blood and greed from you. You are like a shark, pursuing profit. I don't like you. You are destined to go to hell. There are too many people in hell, and, the person who said these words to me has been sent to see Satan first. Gao Jun said calmly, waving his hand in front of him. His words were full of threats. The members of the Hell's Angels sitting at the bottom of the stairs became angry instantly, stood up, and shouted and cursed. Muhammad and others took out the prepared steel pipes from their sleeves, stood around Gao Jun with a fierce look in their eyes, and glared back at him unwillingly. Li Zimu and the senior schoolmate were a little scared by the sudden change in the atmosphere, and they supported each other and were very nervous. Gao Jun didn't even turn his head. He rested his hands on his knees, leaned forward slightly, and fanned his nose, as if mocking. Berlin is the German hell. She no longer belongs to you. Africans are snatching her from you, crushing her to the ground and ravaging her. Haven't you noticed that the air smells of AIDS, Mr. Dan Dickinson? Dan Dickinson involuntarily tightened his grip on the Bible, his tone finally showing a hint of uncertainty. Mr. Gao, what do you mean by that? I can help you kill them all. Gao Jun said directly, send them to hell. When Li Zimu translated this, his heart was trembling. The man in front of him was actually discussing murder? This is against the teachings. Killing is a crime. Uncle, Carlos was anxious. He waved his hands and covered his head. We are a gang. What we need to do is to throw out those bastards who came to Berlin to grab our territory, not sit here and listen to your prayers. Dan Dickinson glared at him angrily. Carlos, shut up. Have you forgotten what I said? Uncle, shut up. Carlos angrily kicked over the trash can beside him and roared in dissatisfaction while pulling his clothes. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Dan Dickinson ordered them to leave, shouting at several of his subordinates to drive them out. But who knew that his face was not annoyed at all? Instead, he looked at his watch and said to himself, I'm afraid it's too late now. Dan Dickinson's facial muscles trembled, and he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. With a loud crash, he overturned the table in front of him. What did you do? I just sent someone to greet Benny Major's mistress and send his illegitimate child to see God. Moreover, he left the Hell's Angels logo on him. Gao Jun said this lightly, but it was like a bolt from the blue to all the members of the Hell's Angels. Benny Major is the leader of the African gang, a tyrannical fellow. Everyone knows that he has a mistress in an upscale residential complex in Berlin, but no one dares to cause any trouble because he is a mad dog. Shit, are you trying to kill us? Dan Dickinson finally couldn't help but curse. Gao Jun stood up from the ground. He was exactly half a head taller than the other man. He casually blew his hair and asked, Do you have any way out? Dan Dickinson was shaking with anger, his breathing becoming increasingly rough. He really wanted to shoot the bastard in front of him, but his only rationality told him that this would be irreparable. Strike first before they react. Don't tell me. Damn it. Don't let me see you. I can't help but want to kill you. Dan Dickinson roared. Richard, take our little guy out to see the sun. He came down the stairs and grabbed Carlos's collar. You stay here too? If I hadn't promised your dead parents to take care of you, I really want to throw you out of here now. At this time, Richard also came out with 2 black boxes. When he opened them, he saw that they were full of pistols. M1911S pistol, TT-33 Tokarev pistol, CZ-75 grab. These classic guns are dazzling. Dan Dickinson skillfully loaded the bullets into the magazine, then stepped back behind his vest. He took the gloves and helmet from the henchman, pulled out the large gold chain that had been well hidden, turned around, pointed at Gao Jun, and said dissatisfiedly, Wait until I come back. Chapter 141, Scapegoat. Listening to the sound of the motorcycle roaring away outside, Shaju smacked his lips and said happily, Looks like Berlin will be busy tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Carlos suddenly grabbed Gao Jun's collar and pressed him against the wall. He pressed his elbow on Gao Jun's neck, with veins bulging on the corner of his forehead. Are you trying to kill us? Gao Jun extended his hand to signal Muhammad and the others not to come over and coughed twice. Don't you want to avenge Kirk? But I can't send my uncle to jail. With such a big commotion. Any decent member of the Berlin police force would have noticed it. If caught red-handed, they would have been sentenced to life imprisonment. If they were unlucky, they might even have been beaten to death. Do you regret it? Gao Jun asks. Carlos' eyes were red, and he hissed like a dog, staring at him with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to bite him to death. It's too late now. Gao Jun grabbed Carlos's arm and pried it apart with all his strength. The two wrestled with each other. You gave me this opportunity. Besides, do you think those Africans wouldn't have dealt with you if I hadn't been here? They're more beastly than you, and they want more. If you block their way, they'll hack you to death. We are all the same. We exist solely for profit. I choose reason first, while you choose force. You should understand better than I do the fate of the weak. Carlos's body trembled. He grew up in a gang and had seen too many deaths caused by conflicts of interest. His parents were hacked to death in the street. At that time, he was only 11 years old. Gao Jun felt Carlos's strength gradually fading. He pushed hard and struggled free. He shook his head, straightened his wrinkled suit, sat down at the table, lit a cigarette, and took a long breath. Your uncle is just afraid. He knows he can't leave this path. He comforts himself with the Bible, like a mental drug paralyzing himself. But you see, I've pushed him into a desperate situation. If he wants to survive, he has to kill me. Carlos seemed to have lost all his strength. He fell down on the steps, pulling his hair. Boss, can that old man come back alive? Mohammed smacked his lips, glanced at Carlos, and asked. If he doesn't come back, the worst that can happen is I'll just find another partner. What's the loss? Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and paused. But Nicholson is really efficient. I'm quite satisfied. The bearded man glanced at Gao Jun, his heart trembling, and he muttered in his heart, Are all Chinese people so dark? When it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, the sirens outside blared loudly, which made Carlos' heart tighten instantly. There was also a helicopter whistling overhead. Standing outside the window, he could clearly see the words KSK written on the fuselage. Even the ace German Special Forces commandos were sent out. Gao Jun's expression gradually became solemn. If he was held up, he would be in great danger. Bang! Carlos stood up and was about to run to the door, but was caught by Mohammed. He tripped with his right foot and dropped him to the ground, scolding, Where are you going? Let me go. He kept struggling, but the bearded man's arms were like steel and iron, not moving at all. Gao Jun faunde slightly. Suddenly, his head snapped around and he heard a noise at the door. Dan Dickinson and a few of his men hurried in. The moment they caught sight of Gao Jun, they became extremely jealous. Pointing at Gao Jun's forehead, they angrily shouted, I'll kill you. The expression on Dan Dickinson's face kept changing. Only he knew that he had almost gotten into trouble this time. That son of a bitch African was also risking his life. If it hadn't happened suddenly, and they hadn't been wiped out at once, the Hell's Angels would probably have become a mere chicken soup for the birds. Gao Jun laughed. Yes, he laughed happily. Now we can discuss a deal. This is enough to turn the Hell's Angels into the largest gang in Germany. Mr. Dan Dickinson will definitely go to hell in the future. Arlo Buck hung up the phone with a gloomy expression. He had just been severely reprimanded by his boss over the phone. The gang shootout that night had plunged the entire city of Berlin into panic. At least 6 people were killed and 13 were injured, 2 of them seriously. One of them was African gang leader Benny Major, who was shot 5 times and was unlikely to be saved. Can't these bastards just quiet down? He rubbed his head. If you ask me, the police station is full of shit. They can't even handle such a small thing. No matter how tough the gang is, can they be tougher than the army? As a high-ranking official of the BND, Arlo Backer had access to numerous top-secret intelligence sources. He also understood that the reason these Africans had quickly established themselves in Berlin, and even in Germany, was simply because the decision-makers needed them to do things and advocate for certain policies. To put it more bluntly, these refugees were merely bargaining chips used by those in power to vie for power. Even if you are as lowly as a refugee, I will send you to heaven as long as you can bring me a dime of benefit. Just when he was feeling depressed, his cell phone rang. Boss, we spotted Nicholson, the 3rd man, on the video footage from the shootout. Also, according to the news from the front lines, Gao Jun and his men aren't at Green Hospital at all, and they should have been gone for over 3 hours. The man on the other end was very concise with his words, but Arlo Buck's heart tightened as he listened. He was vaguely worried that this would finally come true, and those damn Chinese would never be safe. I just don't know how involved he is in this matter. The only sound in the large room was Arlo Buck's breathing. After a cup of tea, he finally made up his mind and made a call on a landline. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get information on Gao Jun. I want to arrest him." "I'm not going to take another word from you, asshole." Dundikgensen Kurset. "This isn't about cooperating and asking for a beating, Dan." Gao Jun shook his head innocently as he spoke. "I know you're afraid of the police accusing you, but I don't think you're powerless in Berlin. Sending a few scapegoats in would be the best option, wouldn't it?" Dan Dickinson frowned, not quite understanding the meaning of this. Gao Jun smiled and walked in front of his men. He glanced at the crowd, pulled out a check from his pocket, and waved it. "Here's $300,000. Anyone willing to take responsibility for what happened today will get it. I'll help find the best lawyer to help him fight the lawsuit." $300,000 is actually not a lot. If you're sentenced to prison, it will be at least 10 years. If you calculate it separately, it is not cost-effective at all. But if you give so much at once, some people will still be tempted. These thugs looked at each other, but they just didn't have the courage to come and were hesitant. "This time, let me do it." Chapter 142, Ruthless. Carlos got up from the ground with a haggard face, turned the buttons on his shirt flatly, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go." But before Hua could finish, he saw the chubby Dan Dickinson, as swift as a cheetah, kicking Carlos to the ground with one kick, glaring fiercely. "Shut up. Uncle, get lost." Dan Dickinson glared at him, spouting out each word. "You can't even talk here." He glanced at the thugs below and saw darkness hidden under their wrinkled faces. Everyone was startled. They had all been with Dan Dickinson for a long time, so how could they not know what the boss meant? "It's just that I want them to choose someone to take responsibility for this matter." This old man, who talks about morality every day with the Bible in his hand, is more ruthless than anyone else when it comes to critical moments. At this moment, the sirens outside blared, adding another straw to the already tense atmosphere. Dan Dickinson gritted his teeth and was about to lash out when someone finally stood up. "Boss, I'll go." The bartender Winnie said calmly, "I'll make the 300,000. There was a hint of reluctance in the depths of Dan Dickinson's eyes, but his death was better than Carlos's death. "I will take care of your family." The bartender Winnie laughed silently, picked up his pistol, opened the door, and walked out. "I'm afraid this is not enough. Although the German police are stupid, they are not fools." Gao Jun, who had been watching coldly, said, "You don't have to tell me." Den Dickinson yelled at Gao Jun. In such an environment, he was under tremendous pressure. With trembling hands, he raised the pistol, aimed it at his shoulder, and fired a shot. The bullet went straight through his shoulder blade. His face turned pale instantly, and he even felt unsteady on his feet. "That should be enough." "Uncle." Carlos hurriedly pulled out a clean cloth and covered Dan Dickinson's wound. Gao Jun didn't hesitate to applaud, but in his heart, he had already put Dan Dickinson on the danger list. How could a man who could be so cruel to him have mercy on the lives of others? Muhammad had some ideas. He collected the pistols and disassembled them into small parts. He either threw them into the sewer or into the wine barrel. Anyway, he threw them all away. In Germany, only firearms such as flares were allowed. Pistols and assault rifles were out of scope. Thump, thump, thump. A chaotic sound of footsteps echoed as armed SWAT officers surrounded the area. Several KSK members, standing behind bulletproof shields, raised their pistols and gestured for everyone to squat with their heads in their hands. A sturdy, middle-aged man, wearing a high-ranking police badge and a SIGP-6 pistol strapped to his waist, said sternly, "Dan Dickinson, you're under arrest." "Excuse me, sir. What crime have I committed?" The old man was very brave and was not afraid at all. "Suspected of intentional homicide. I need evidence." "Mr. Police." Dan Dickinson's toughness was clearly unexpected. The middle-aged policeman frowned slightly, looking past him and seeing Gao Jun behind him. Gao Jun also smiled at the other party, as if he had telepathy. "Excuse me, sir. You should have seen it. My good friend is injured. We've applied for medical treatment. My lawyer told me that human rights are respected in Germany. Without evidence, he's not a criminal." Gao Jun stood up from the ground and wiped his pockets. "We all have the right to remain silent." "Who are you? Why are you here?" The middle-aged policeman asked dissatisfiedly. Gao Jun's tone made him feel provoked. "I'm a businessman from Germany. As for why I'm here, it's because Dan Dickinson and I are good friends," Gao Jun said with a laugh. "If you doubt my identity, you can contact Councilman Marin. I believe he will tell you." "Councilor Marin?" The middle-aged policeman frowned involuntarily. Anyone who was involved in Berlin politics was probably aware of this rising star. He was only in his early 30s, but he was already a member of the House of Representatives. and according to rumors, he might be able to move up to the Senate. In that case, he would be one of the 69 most powerful people in Germany. That's no reason for you to commit a crime. Sir, I can sue you for defamation. Gao Jun pointed at the middle-aged policeman and raised his voice. If you can't provide evidence, I will pursue this matter to the end. You are harming a businessman with a good reputation. My legal team is happy to do this for me. The middle-aged policeman's eyes flashed, and his expression looked as uncomfortable as if he was constipated, especially since the police who searched found nothing at all. This made Gao Jun even more confident, and he stood there and looked at them fearlessly. You can go, but Dan Dickinson has to assist me in the investigation. The middle-aged policeman has reached his current position because he has a political sense. He understands what is being discussed between Germany and China. If he appears and arrests Chinese citizens without reason, he is afraid that the European media will definitely publicize this matter. In today's society, the media is like a fly that can get in anywhere. They write articles out of context with pens that distort facts. Gao Jun glanced at Dan Dickinson and nodded. Dan, go to the hospital and recuperate. You'll be fine. I'll prove your innocence, and so will the lawyers and the judge. Of course, the US dollar will prove it. This is what Gao Jun wanted to say, but he kept it in his heart. All the Hell's Angels gang members were taken away. Gao Jun just chuckled as he watched the police officers retreat like a tide. He knew that without solid evidence, Dan Dickinson would definitely be released. In Germany, the presumption of innocence is the most basic law. Ms. Mirabel doesn't mind doing the extra work. Boss, where are we going now? Let's go back to the hotel. Things here can't be resolved quickly. Tomorrow is the 1st, and we can't forget the most important thing. The company has reached a bottleneck, and there are still too few employees. I don't want to leave too many of us with nothing. At the very least, I want to make sure that 3 floors belong to Zulone Company. This job fair was hard won. Gao Jun understood that everything else he did in Germany was just a small matter, and only the job fair was the most important. If he wanted to stabilize or expand the arms cake, he must have enough manpower. Gao Jun had put in a lot of effort and could not fail at the last hurdle. Muhammad nodded and said, I'll make the arrangements. And most importantly, Gao Jun must demonstrate his abilities and let other members of the club see his potential, so as to achieve his own small interest group. Therefore, this job fair is also a game of ability. Chapter 143, Lowly. The July sun pierces the Berlin sky. As a New Age art hub, it boasts a rich and tranquil history, a vibrant scene filled with electronic music and cutting-edge art. Every year at this time, Germans, known for their seriousness and rigor, gather their friends for the annual Soel Kids, a celebration of freedom, openness, and unfettered freedom. Gao Jun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the hotel lobby, his hands folded, looking at the passers-by on the street dressed up as various toy puppets. Their cute appearance made him feel much more relaxed. Boss, the car is ready. Miss Christina is here too. Muhammad walked up to Gao Junshun and said. Gao Jun ordered and looked up at the door. The girl was waving at him, with no trace of the previous embarrassment on her face. She was wearing high heels, carrying a black bag, and her eyes were curved. Mr. Gao, Ms. Mirabel has already told me to help you complete the labor contract. Thank you for your hard work. I have invited Germany's top 3-star chef to cook his best German dishes. When we are done, you can enjoy them. Gao Jun glanced at Christina and others and said lightly, in Germany, 3-star chefs are considered top-notch. They usually only attend birthday parties of princes and nobles. Of course, as long as you businessmen can afford the US dollars, they will come too. Gao Jun looked at the Rolex on his wrist. This watch was pawned by Muhammad. He could still remember the scene vividly. It was already covered with scars, but he kept it as a reminder. It's time, let's go. Surrounded by Shaju and others, Gao Jun got into the prepared nanny car and drove towards the Berlin Olympic Stadium. The Berlin Olympic Stadium is a large sports venue located in Berlin, Germany. Built on the site of the Deutsches Stadion, originally built for the 1916 Summer Olympics, both the stadium and the existing buildings were designed by the Mach family. With an area of 37,000 square meters and a capacity of 75,000, it is one of the largest stadiums in the world. The road in front of the stadium had been controlled for a long time. Gao Jun's car was only allowed to enter the stadium after at least 2 inspections. Soldiers with guns were seen guarding the scene. It seemed that the German Ministry of Defense was paying special attention to this matter. As soon as Gao Jun got out of the car, he saw the parking lot filled with buses. Many of them were marked with different symbols and company names, but the one that caught his eye first was a large SUV, a Mercedes-Benz Unimog. A simple number painted on the right door made Gao Jun feel a strong sense of pressure. G4S. Shaju obviously saw it too, but couldn't help but exclaimed. G4S is the world's third largest private company, employing over 600,000 people in 115 countries. It's second only to Walmart, 2.2 million employees, and Hanhai Precision Industry, Foxconn's parent company, with 1.3 million employees. Founded in Copenhagen in 1901 and later relocated to the UK, the company specializes in security services ranging from small-scale properties, high-end stores, and banks to large-scale services such as celebrity bodyguards, cash and jewelry escorts, and alarm systems. But they have a very bad reputation, especially in the eyes of the British government. These people are extremely unreliable. They once acquired the operating rights to South African prisons, but frequent prisoner abuse scandals led to the resignation of former CEO Buckles. However, the new CEO has apparently been unable to turn G4S around and is rumored to be planning to enter the PMC industry, aiming to snatch food from a pack of tigers. I'm afraid the competition is getting a bit fierce this time. The lively Muhammad also said with a serious face, "It seems that they really intend to enter this industry." The people at this job fair were all professional soldiers from the German Special Forces. If I were to take them as ordinary security guards, not only would they be willing, but the annual salary is only £26,000, I would be a little embarrassed to ask. Gao Jun pinched his nose and sneered. Why panic, guys? They don't have any money. No matter how great the reputation is, it's not as good as the actual benefits. In slightly open countries, most of them have a phenomenon. They laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. This is a trend and even a tendency. The supremacy of money and interests is embedded in everyone's mind, thus giving rise to the most basic human ambition. Gao Jun's words instantly put everyone who was still worried at first to ease their worries. They had all seen the benefits of Zulong Company, which could be said to be very generous. I'm afraid no one would not be tempted. Outside the parking lot, there were people responsible for guiding each company into the venue. 3 long tables were placed outside. Some people in military uniforms sat at the back with 2 computers in front of them. These people were the staff responsible for service. It was very lively at the table. There were about 30 or 40 people wearing suits and ties, looking quite successful. However, as a mercenary, Gao Jun could tell at a glance that these colleagues had a certain aura. Greed, extravagance, and cruelty. Do you think the smiles on their faces are very hypocritical? Christina's ears felt itchy. She didn't know when Gao Jun came over and blew air beside her, which startled her, and she jumped up. It seems a bit out of place that a group of butchers with blood on their hands are starting to play the businessman's tricks. Of course, I'm also talking about myself. Gao Jun left to himself. Before Christina could speak, Gao Jun took the lead and walked in front. He did not line up behind the noisy people, but walked directly to the table, looked at a blonde female officer, and said softly, "Major, can you take us in?" The female officer was busy on the computer. Without even looking up, she simply waved her hand and said, "Mary, please entertain this gentleman." Okay. A head popped up behind her, which almost scared Gao Jun. After seeing it clearly, he spread his hands helplessly. "Ma'am, can you?" The woman in front of him was wearing a military uniform. She was only about 1.6 meters tall, wearing glasses thicker than the bottom of a bottle, and had a watermelon-style haircut. She looked so unfashionable. "Sir, are you discriminating against women?" Mary said in fluent English. Gao Jun spread his hands and said, "You know that's not what I meant." Mary wrinkled her nose cutely, raised her little fist, and threatened, "You stinky man, you make me very unhappy." Gao Jun smiled bitterly. How should he answer this? Should he kick the other person away and then warn her not to threaten him? Then I'm afraid that in the next second, I'll be kicked out by the guards here. Gao Jun was about to speak when he heard someone behind him shout, "Hey, buddy, this isn't a red light district. If you want to ask for the price, please get out of here." Chapter 144, G4S. Gao Jun turned around in surprise, only to see a group of white men in suits standing behind him. He took a closer look and saw that there were about 7 of them, all of whom were strong men over 1.85 meters tall. The leader, wearing a flirty red tie, pointed at Gao Jun and warned, Get out of the way. This isn't the place for chatting. I don't know who sent out the invitation, but a sleazy security company like yours is even allowed in. It completely lowers the quality of the entire conference. Gao Jun glanced at the logo on these guys' chests. G4S? What do these guys mean? They seem very unfriendly. Shit, you talk too much nonsense. Shaju was furious and cursed at the rude guy. Gao Jun, the lazy pig with a bad temper, frowned and said, "Didn't your company teach you manners?" Seeing Gao Jun confronting him, the personnel from other security companies turned around to watch the fun and whispered to each other. Most of them were in a mood to watch the fun. For them, this was just to add some fun to their boring trip to Germany. Polite? Don't you know how to respect your elders? Get away from me and don't let me beat you up. Hearing the other party's almost threatening words, Gao Jun's anger suddenly flared up, but his face remained calm as he looked at Mary. Can I beat him up? Sure. Beat him to death. Mary raised her little fist with hatred. These people said that Gao Jun was in the red light district. Doesn't that mean she is a prostitute? Lieutenant Mary. The female major, standing nearby, shouted in dissatisfaction. She stood up, looked at the two groups of people, and finally hesitated before saying to Gao Jun, "Sir, I think you'd better not be so radical. You'll easily escalate the conflict this way." Gao Jun laughed in anger, narrowed his eyes, and leaned towards the female major. "Do you think it's my fault?" The fierce look in his eyes was like a vulture in southern Siberia, staring at a piece of rotten meat. "Do you know what we do?" The female major subconsciously took a step back, and then she heard Gao Jun's mouth crack. "Mercenaries." He stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. "Take them down." As soon as Gao Jun finished speaking, the already angry sand pig rushed out like a hyena and smashed the head of a nearby strongman. The latter couldn't understand why the other party really attacked him this time, and was hit on the cheekbone and fell to the ground, covering his face. After this, the sand pig roared and pounded his chest, raised his foot, and kicked hard in the heart of the person who was rushing towards him. The G4S employee, who originally had a ferocious look on his face, rolled on the ground several times like a balloon. Gao Jun turned around and attacked with his knee. This was so sudden that it hit the opponent's abdomen directly, knocking him to the ground. The situation was completely out of control. Although G4S had the advantage in numbers, Gao Jun's attack was also vicious. The Black Dragon's 18 moves specifically targeted Chui Luo's area, knocking down 3 of them. The Sand Pig also seemed to have taken stimulants and knocked down 2 people. Muhammad was a little more stable and protected Christina from being affected. Nicholson found the opportunity to make a move. This violent scene also completely aroused the atmosphere of the surrounding security company employees. They waved their hands, shouted loudly, and their adrenaline glands were constantly used, which gradually affected Gao Jun's mood. Gao Jun clamped a strong man's head under his armpit, with a ferocious look on his face. He exerted all his strength and said with gritted teeth, "If you want to fight with me, I will kill you, you son of a bitch." The opponent's neck slowly made a sharp fracture sound. "Hey, do you want to kill him?" Mary quickly pushed Gao Jun, and Gao Jun came to his senses and threw the G4S employee out like trash. None of the group was still standing, and they all lay on the ground and screamed. Seeing Gao Jun and the others still standing, full of murderous intent, the onlookers applauded without hesitation. Someone shouted, "Well done. Let these greenhouse guards see what a real security company is." Of course, the German Ministry of Defense staff were dumbfounded when they saw the wounded on the ground. The female major was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Not to mention she was quite excited. "Guards! Guards! Major Louise!" Mary stood in front of Gao Jun angrily, her brow furrowed. "What do you want to do? Can't you see that they're the ones looking for trouble?" Gao Jun didn't understand the German they were speaking, but he understood that Mary was protecting him. Pointing at the stunned soldiers and the booing security company employees, he shouted to the female major, "They can all vouch for me." "Whose fault is it, Major? I believe that in the military, fists decide everything. Do you think I'm wrong?" "Yes, of course we can go to the judge and complain. What we saw was something completely different. We at Olive Security are willing to testify. So does Halliburton." Gao Jun felt relieved when he heard someone agree. He was only afraid that he would be deprived of the opportunity to attend the job fair. However, there were so many security companies willing to testify for him. If the female major wanted to take sides, she had to think about the consequences. After all, Many of them were world-famous security companies, and most of them were giants. But in fact, the army understands better than anyone that the intention of these security companies is nothing more than to suppress G4S and prevent it from inserting its hands into the PMC industry. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If this giant inserts forcefully, it will definitely take a big piece of the pie, which is not allowed in the current market. At least, no one wants someone to compete with them for benefits. It's a simple sentence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gao Jun coughed lightly, walked to the table, and frivolously adjusted the female major's hat. He said to Mary, "Second lieutenant, can you take me in?" Mary nodded rapidly, dimples forming on her face. Yes, of course. Is this Chinese kung fu? Hey, haha, you're really strong. By the way, what company are you? I need to register so I can find out where your booth is. Zulong Security Company. I'm the chairman. Mary walked around to the computer and typed a few words. She pointed her pinky finger at the message on the screen and said, registered address. Dolby booth for F? That's pretty good. Upon hearing the booth number, the female major's eyes widened. She was anxiously aware that this booth should be near the center of the stadium. This couldn't be right. She remembered that the invitation had been taken away by a big shot, accompanied by a lieutenant general. Could it be? She couldn't help but think a lot in her mind. And just at this moment, Gao Jun looked at her. She was so scared that she quickly looked away, feeling very uncomfortable and at a loss. Chapter 145, Three-Leaf Jungle. Following Mary, she muttered something to a guard. The guard looked Gao Jun up and down and let them in. Gao Jun pulled the corner of Mary's clothes, pointed at the gate, and asked doubtfully, "Is it necessary to be so strict? A lot has happened in Berlin recently. I heard there was a gunfight last night, and several people died." After hearing what Mary said, Gao Jun's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Muhammad and others helplessly. This was all his own fault. Oh, may God have mercy on them, Gao Jun said casually, but who knew Mary would suddenly stop and stare at Gao Jun with her big eyes. This gave him goosebumps. He wiped his face and said, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You're lying. When you speak, you consciously contract your facial muscles, grin, and raise the corners of your mouth. Your eye muscles aren't under conscious control, and there's no way to disguise the wrinkles at the corners of your eyes and the tilted eyebrows. All of this shows that you're lying in your heart." Gao Jun's heart trembled, and he cursed inwardly. How can this girl be so powerful? "Are you scolding me?" Mary suddenly asked again. "Don't lie to me. I'm a psychologist with an IPA certificate." IPA? Gao Jun couldn't understand the technical jargon, but Christina leaned over and explained, IPA Registered International Psychological Counselor is a key program of the IPA Global Professional Talent Certification Center of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. Certified International Psychological Counselor holders can apply to become members of the International Psychological Counseling Professional Talent Pool and join the international platform for outstanding psychological counseling talent. In other words, this second lieutenant is one of the most knowledgeable people in the world about psychology. Christina's words satisfied Mary's vanity. She smiled and said proudly, "I'm also a member of Mensa. I'm also a CCI Cisco certified network expert and a white hat." Gao Jun felt dizzy after hearing the series of titles, but he felt that they were very prestigious, especially Mensa, which is known as the club of high IQ geniuses in the world. Mensa is derived from the word round table, which means that people with similar IQs can sit together on an equal footing. Of course, there are many people here who claim to have an IQ higher than Einstein, but their future achievements are probably difficult to achieve. "What a genius!" Christina exclaimed, covering her mouth. Gao Jun's expression remained unchanged, but he began to have some thoughts in his mind. He wondered if he could dig this guy out. He snapped his fingers, smiling broadly. "Okay, genius. Now you can take us to the booth. I don't want to be stuck here on the plastic recruiting floor." Mary snorted, put her hands behind her back, and walked towards the exhibition area with Gao Jun. The German Ministry of Defense was obviously very concerned about this job fair. The area of each booth was nearly 200 square meters, and there were simple tables and chairs. When you got close, you could smell the fresh fragrance in the air. Gao Jun wiped his hands on the table and nodded in satisfaction. "This place is really well decorated. You must have spent a lot of money." Mary shook her head and said, "I heard it cost 5 million euros. Those builders are like vampires. These materials don't cost that much. Are the people in the government all idiots?" Gao Jun smiled and sighed. You're too young to understand. The construction business needs to make a living. Mary thought about it and scratched her head. No matter how smart she would never understand the greed in human nature. Of course, some of these truths can only be understood with time and experience, or after she suffers a few losses, she will understand the darkness of this society. Gao Jun asked the employees of Zulong Company to hang up the prepared banners and company profiles, and even some prepared small toys, such as a little dragon doll that turned black one day. This toy looked like it was produced in a small market in Iwu. Is this your company's mascot? Mary picked up the little dragon and looked it over several times, saying with disdain, It's too ugly. This is just the first batch of styles. We rushed it, and it will be more refined in the future. Gao Jun was also quite embarrassed. Originally, he had not planned to send small gifts, but after searching online, he found that occasional small gifts could make applicants more favorable towards the company. Under the same conditions, such small favors are still quite useful. I hope so. Mary shrugged, her indifferent look making people's teeth ache. Hey guys, how are you? Just when Gao Jun's face was turning green, a voice came from the side to greet him. A North American man stood next to him very gentlemanly, with a faint smile on his lips. He was wearing a neat suit, had a handsome face, and had slightly long wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. At first glance, he looked like a charming man. Meeting Gao Jun's puzzled gaze, the man extended his hand and introduced himself. I'm Jobdane, the director of Cottonwood's European Affairs. The old man spoke lightly, but the pride in his tone was still clearly heard. After all, Cloverleaf Jungle is also a large-scale security company, founded by retired members of the U.S. Delta Force. It was established in Chicago in 2003 and is headquartered in Virginia. It currently has 5,500 employees. During the Ruilep War, one of its largest orders was $1.5 billion. And its company logo is the most attractive part. The word triple canopy itself refers to the qualification badge of the U.S. Army Special Forces, which refers to the armband that has the qualifications of Special Forces, Rangers, and Airborne at the same time. The founding group of Triple Canopy is a group of veterans who retired from the Army Special Forces. A triple canopy patch, with 3 stripes representing the qualifications for Special Forces, Rangers, and Airborne, from top to bottom. The 3 lightning bolts on the sword represent the 3 methods of infiltration: land, sea, and air. Rumor has it that the classification levels of employees in the 3-leaf jungle also follow this model. Gao Jun. The other party came alone, so he probably didn't have any bad intentions. Moreover, San Song Lin was a senior in the industry after all, and it was a virtue for him to show proper respect to Gao Jun. Jobdane smiled. Of course I know your name. I'm afraid after today, there won't be many security companies that don't know your Zulong name. Hey man, you're famous. He seemed to be feigning envy and said with a tut, in our line of work, employers value reputation. A well-known security company can gradually fill your pockets. The world is probably going to be in chaos. Gao Jun heard the other party's hint of something, and his expression changed slightly. Oh, Mr. Job, you're an expert in this field. I must hear your opinions. If you have time after the job fair, can we have a drink? Of course, we in Clover Jungle never reject any friend. Unlike Blackwater next door, who always thinks he is the best in the world. I had heard that the relationship between the 2 companies was not very friendly. After all, they were both in the United States and were highly competitive with each other. Moreover, unlike the high-profile companies, Clover Jungle always kept a low profile. Although this made their reputation not obvious to outsiders, it was also one of the important factors for them to snatch orders from Blackwater. No government likes high-profile mercenaries. Chapter 146, Robbed. The German guy was quite punctual. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, more than a dozen buses carrying soldiers in military uniforms entered the gymnasium at the gate. Many people in the buses looked at the various booths curiously. For them, perhaps, this was the decision that changed their lives. The team was led by a German major general, who was about 50 years old. He had a serious expression on his face and stood up steadily. He kept urging the soldiers to roll down from the vehicle and occasionally use some classic German slang, which always attracted people's attention. So, it's Major General Bloomer who's leading the team, Mary said in surprise. Do you know him? Of course. Major General Bloomer is a legend. He once studied at the International Security Academy in Ursary, achieving top ranking with a commanding advantage. He then joined the Navy's KSM Special Forces as a security instructor, proficient in underwater frogman combat, coastal defense deployment, and security guards. Moreover, he is the commander of KSM in the A Khaganate. He is a general with extensive combat experience, but I heard he's retiring in a few months. Mary recited Major General Bloomer's resume like a treasure, and it was quite brilliant. You should know that the German word for special forces is Speziaker, FTE, which is the same as the English word special forces. There are only 2 units in the current German army that can truly use SF in NATO tactical notation: the Heer Army's KSK and the Navy's KSM. They are the German Army's ACE Special Forces. The KSM Frogman Combat Unit is well equipped. They are equipped with P-8C tactical pistols produced by HK, G36KA, 4 assault rifles with silencers, and GPNVG, 18 night vision goggles with a sci-fi appearance. A special forces unit formed by Austrian swimmers during World War II has carried out nearly 300 missions to date, with a total number of only a few hundred people in a special forces battalion. It is no ordinary person for Major General Bloomer to be the commander of this proud unit. You said he will retire in a few months? He doesn't seem to be that old. Gao Jun covered his mouth, moved his nose with his thumb, and asked curiously. Mary hummed, as if she had thought of something, turned her head to Gao Jun, her eyes flashing with her feet. You want Major General Bloomer? I'm not gay, Gao Jun retorted. He then looked greedily at Bloomer and whispered, but don't you think it's a waste for him to retire at only 50? He should appear on a bigger stage. He'll get a lot of money in a few months, sir. Nearly 800,000 euros. Gao Jun smiled generously. I never hesitate to spend money on talented people, because I know they can create more wealth for me. Mary raised her head and glanced at Gao Jun. This man exuded drive. Compared with other security company bosses, he seemed too young. Sometimes it was a shortcoming, but sometimes it also represented ambition. That might not be easy for you. I heard that well-known security companies like Blackwater, ICTS International, Consolidated Resources, and even Cloverleaf Jungle have all extended olive branches to him. Their benefits are definitely better than yours. What do you think? What advantages do you have? Mary's words hit the nail on the head, making Gao Jun feel very uncomfortable. However, he wasn't one to interrupt others with anger. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Mary, don't you realize that these companies are too big? Mary frowned slightly, looked at Gao Jun with her big eyes, and motioned him to continue. Sometimes, when a company is too big, it also means a waste of talent. Too many people who think they have talent leave, leaving behind mediocre people who are content with the status quo and do nothing. I don't rule out the possibility that Zulong might be like this in the future, but at least for now, I have the final say. This is our greatest advantage. You're still too young. Maybe. Mary shrugged her shoulders and whispered, but she obviously didn't like Gao Jun's almost preachy tone. She waved her hand impatiently. You're nagging like an old nun from Christ Church. I don't want to listen to your nonsense here. The job fair has started, and I have to go get busy. After Mary finished speaking, she trotted away, shaking her golden braids. Gao Jun could still hear the muttering on the wind. That horrible, nagging ghost. Christina and the others also obviously heard it, covering their mouths, and couldn't help laughing. Gao Jun stared at him awkwardly. Still laughing? Go get to work, get the contract ready, and start recruiting. Boom! Hundreds of young men rushed towards the booths like a torrent. Of course, many of them came to observe. After all, they also understood what these so-called security companies were doing. But the vast majority of people want to break into this industry and seek new excitement. These soldiers were divided into many groups. A larger number of them gathered around local German companies, asking about work benefits in German, while a smaller number of them wandered around. Zulong Company occupies a good location, which gives them a geographical advantage. In addition, Christina has been sitting in front of the booth. This woman is very tempting, especially a beautiful woman. Christina had a feeling. She saw several soldiers not far away looking at her and whispering to each other. When she looked up, she saw that the group of people were obviously frightened. Hey, gentlemen, come and take a look. Christina waved her hand and greeted them generously, which almost made the soldiers bite their tongues. Is this girl so open-minded? They pushed each other towards the Zulong booth. One of the soldiers, who looked a little shy, stammered, Do you have a brochure? Can you show me a brochure? His appearance caused his comrades behind him to laugh at him. Hey, our strategic sniper is shy. Baimu, Don't be afraid. Your comrades are behind you to block the bullets for you. Christina took this in stride. She pulled out a printed Zulong company brochure from the table and said with a smile, "Our company was founded in Dublin and is primarily active in hotspots like Central Island. We have huge potential for growth and good prospects, and we're fully equipped." This woman had a good eloquence, and her voice was soft and light, which just touched the hearts of these soldiers. More and more soldiers gathered around her, and Muhammad and others behind the booth were secretly amazed. "Is this a honey trap?" asked Shaju. "You can too, as long as you take off all your clothes and dance on this table. I feel you could be more passionate than him," Muhammad said with a smile and shrug. "Get lost." Of course, not all of these soldiers are there for sex. Some of them focus on the treatment provided by Zulong Company. "Hey, ma'am, can you tell us about the benefits?" This was beyond Christina's scope. She subconsciously looked at Gao Jun, who stood up from his chair and smiled. "Of course, gentlemen, our company divides employees into 3 levels. Chapter 147, Benefits." Gao Jun raised 3 fingers and glanced at the crowd. When he saw that everyone's attention was drawn to him, he smiled slightly. The first tier is for ordinary employees, with an average monthly salary of $4,000. After completing a mission, they will receive 1.5% to 3% of the mission compensation, depending on the difficulty. This is primarily for Special Forces soldiers with a rank of lieutenant and below. The second tier, which I call lead employees, earns $8,000 per month, plus 65 days of special vacation per year. These individuals will be trained as overseas team leaders. After the mission is completed, they will receive 4% to 7% of the mission compensation, depending on the difficulty. These individuals are primarily officers and recipients of various military medals. The third tier is for training as mid-level cadres, with an average monthly salary of $10,000, plus 80 days of vacation per year and 1 travel and recuperation trip. If necessary, they will be deployed to major hotspots to serve as commanders, primarily teaching officers above the rank of colonel. Gao Jun spoke very clearly, and the non-commissioned officers in front of him heard it clearly. Many people sighed in their hearts. In fact, there is still a certain gap between this income and that of the world-renowned security companies. Some people began to back out. But Gao Jun dragged out his words. "All personnel with special skills will receive an increase of $500 to $1,000 for each skill. They will also be fully insured by Allianz, Germany's largest insurance company. The company will also allocate 2% of its annual income for the wounded's post-operative recovery and living expenses. If killed in action, a lump sum of $150,000 will be provided. Of course, we also provide a certain amount of subsidy every Christmas." This kind of nanny-like service is really eye-catching. In fact, many security companies treat their employees as fast-moving consumer goods. If an accident occurs, their lives are cheaper than anyone else's. Even African companies will not buy insurance for their employees. An AK-4 and a pair of slippers are the standard way to commit suicide. Zulong is at the forefront of this. They want the horse to run fast, but eat less. It's a real headache when they get kicked in the back. This kind of thing has happened before. The North African director of SRF, a well-known African security company, was beaten to death by an injured employee. The reason was that the employee felt he was starving to death. It's a ridiculous thing, but it exists. At worst, I can suck the blood back from someone else. The soldiers gathered around the table and calculated secretly with their fingers. If they were employees in the first tier, they could earn an average of nearly $180,000 a year, while those in the second and third tiers could earn even more. Then can the first gear be promoted? Of course you can. We at Zulong have a special evaluation agency that will calculate based on tasks, personal qualities, etc. We will definitely not lose any talent. Gao Jun was very sure about this. He had long wanted to make drastic reforms within the company, and this was a good opportunity to do so. Moreover, he planned to put the rest of the people who stayed in the company, except for Muhammad, who was his earliest colleague, and Polanov, who was already in the management, into the second tier. As for whether you agree or not, although it may seem a bit ungrateful, if a company wants to survive, there is no room for emotion at all. Businessmen are sometimes more brutal than killers. Gao Jun was a very good speaker. He briefly explained his future plans in a few words. Christina also occasionally interjected a few words, which made many people hesitant and unable to make a decision. When Gao Jun's throat was about to smoke, he was just about to open the bottle of mineral water when he heard a slightly tired male voice from the crowd. "Count me in." A man with a square face, a long, scraggly beard, and bloodshot eyes squeezed in from the crowd, as if he had lost a lot of money gambling. But Gao Jun saw his military rank at first sight and exclaimed in surprise. He was actually a third-class sergeant major. "Gambler, you're here?" Someone familiar would greet him with a smile. "You're not going to the Baden casino? Did you lose all your salary again?" "Shut up, you damn short monkey." The sergeant pointed at the other side's broken building and cursed. "Corporal Ott, please call me Sergeant Herman." Seeing that Herman was really angry, the people nearby, who were originally thinking of joking, quickly shut their mouths and remained silent. "Which tier am I in?" Herman asked in a deep voice, supporting himself on the table with both hands. "What can you do?" Gao Jun asked back. "I'm an assaulter and demolitionist in the Zugriffsker FTE commando unit." Herman unceremoniously took the cigarette from the table, picked it up, and felt in his pocket. A clever soldier nearby quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him. "I've escorted ships in Somalia, fought pirates, and even fought underwater with frogmen from other countries." The Zugriffsker FTE Commando is the elite assault group of the Navy KSM. Its main responsibility is the boarding mission group. Its main duty is close combat. Almost all of them are elite fighters. If Herman hadn't said it, Gao Jun would have really thought that this guy was a logistics soldier raising pigs. Christina wrinkled her nose. The man's scent was too strong. She subconsciously leaned back slightly and looked at Gao Jun. Gao Jun frowned and was a little hesitant. He glanced at her several times and said, "Give him the second gear. Can I reserve 1 month's salary first? I must win back those bastards at the Baden casino." Herman rubbed his face and shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't work." Christina shook her head, but before she could finish her sentence, Herman interrupted her. "Are you the boss?" No. Why are you saying so much, really?" Herman waved his hands in dissatisfaction. His impatient look almost made Christina's mouth twisted with anger. Since Gao Jun had made up his mind to take him in, he naturally didn't need this little money, but he still warned, "If you lose it all, you'll have to eat dirt for the next month." "Machine gun, give him some." Muhammad agreed, counted out $8,000 from the safe, and stuffed it into Herman's pocket without even looking at it. He turned and walked away. Gao Jun called out from behind, "Meet in front of the gymnasium tomorrow." Herman didn't even turn his head, but just responded lazily, "I understand." Seeing this guy walking away, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief, and some even wiped the sweat from their foreheads. "Why? Are you afraid of him?" "How is that possible?" Corporal Lot, who had just ridiculed Herman, said stiffly, his eyes flickering, and then he said in a very low voice, "We just don't want to bother with him." The corporal was also a chatterbox, scratching his head, for the sake of his dead wife and daughter. Gao Jun raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you come over and tell me what the reason is?" Latte nodded, stood up from his chair, and followed Gao Jun into the booth, shaking his head. Actually, he's also a victim of overseas wars. Chapter 148, Returning to a Full House. It turns out that Herman is currently the only non-German transferred from the KSK to the KSM Special Forces. Because of his extremely high combat skills, he was even rumored to take over the KSM assault team in the future. However, during an overseas operation in 2005, he killed the leader of a criminal organization wanted by Interpol on the spot. But at the same time, he suffered jealousy and revenge. One day, 3 months later, his wife was driving their daughter to school, but less than 100 meters away, the car exploded and turned into powder. The police investigation at the scene found that the explosion was caused by the ignition of unknown chemicals. This news was a bolt from the blue for Herman. He was already giving the police face by not turning into X-Ming X. After this incident, Herman became addicted to gambling. Whenever he was on leave in the military camp, he would go to play a few rounds and became more and more decadent. After hearing the whole story, Gao Jun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said hoarsely, "Is he still useful like this?" As he said this, he rubbed his right hand lightly, and he felt the US dollars slipping out of his hand. US dollars are not for waste, because they don't deserve it. Latte's face turned pale, and he quickly said, "Of course, bet." "No, the KSM military doctor," said Herman, "is just physically tired, but still maintains strong functions." Gao Jun waved his hands weakly. "You know this is impossible. We are a violent profit-making company, not a charity." If he can't satisfy me in the future, he will have to go back to being a homeless person. Lot really wanted to continue to argue for Herman, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he couldn't say them. He could only sigh helplessly and pray that Herman wouldn't mess up. The news about Zulong's benefits spread like wildfire. Many soldiers who had been hesitating in front of other booths and were not satisfied with the post-injury insurance now flocked over. This fluctuation in the flow of people naturally surprised the heads of other security companies. Job Dane stood in front of the booth, a fine pipe dangling from his lips. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, shrouded by the smoke. He watched the scene with a calm expression, but his smoking rate had increased significantly, revealing his inner turmoil. In the gymnasium box, Major General Bloomer took a sip of red wine, his eyes shining as he looked at the 4F booth surrounded by 3 circles inside and outside. His goatee twitched. Interesting. When the other security company managers heard about Zulong Company's benefits, their faces became gloomy. This guy's ambition is no less than G43. I just don't believe their finances can sustain this for long. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Damn, is he trying to break the unspoken rules of the industry? 2% of the sales amount. What a big deal. Is he planning to rush all the soldiers herein? I'm afraid he'll choke to death. It might be a sneer, a mockery, or a ridicule, but it was obvious that these people were waiting to laugh at him. All the qualified high-ranking officials are recruited. He needs employees so badly that he can protect his own interests. The bold ones will be fed to death, while the timid ones will be starved to death. Christina was so busy that she had no time to rest, and even Gao Jun came to help. Hey, man, sign here. This is what we wrote, idiot. Muhammad scratched his head in frustration and turned around and shouted, Shaju, bring me another contract. Sand Pig retorted impatiently. Is that a pig sitting in front of you? How many times has this happened? OMG, I really can't imagine him being able to understand the map. Keep your voice down, gentlemen, Christina yelled impatiently. Even she, who usually had a gentle temper, began to become irritable. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, opened the table, and saw that it was empty. She turned around anxiously and said, Boss, the contract is gone. No more. Gao Jun was also shocked. He had printed over 100 copies, but he was only slightly startled. Then he nodded quickly and said, I'll ask the staff to prepare it right away. Shit, I'm finally done. Christina cursed, threw the pen in her hand on the table, stretched lazily, revealing her perfect figure, and suddenly heard the sound of swallowing saliva in her ear. She turned her head slightly and saw Muhammad rolling his Adam's apple up and down. Seeing that she was discovered, she turned away in panic. Do you want to see it? Christina's eyes moved, and she leaned on the table seductively, revealing her chest. No. After Muhammad finished speaking honestly, he was stepped on the instep by the other party's high heels. He gasped in pain, covered his mouth, and waved his hands with a grim expression. Christina twisted her body a few times in frustration, then kicked the bearded man hard in the calf. You're trying to get my attention. Fuck you. Don't you see what kind of person you are? I can squeeze you dry. All right, stop making trouble. Gao Jun, who was also exhausted and had a backache, slumped down on the chair, waved his hand helplessly, and asked Christina, How many people have we signed in total? What is the number of people in each group? A total of 221 people were signed. 183 of them were in the first tier, only 38 in the second tier, and 0 in the third tier. Gao Jun was stunned. Then he couldn't help laughing out loud, not hiding his excitement at all. These people were enough for him to grab more benefits, and, of course, they could also protect the safety of transporting arms. He even had the opportunity to expand his business to the countries surrounding Ruilep. Most importantly, he had an idea, a very bold idea. Boss, Major General Bloomer is here. Shaju was sharp-eyed. After seeing the person coming, he pushed Gao Jun to signal him. Gao Jun hurriedly stood up from his chair and walked over. Major General Bloomer was spotless. Even his so-called disciplinary buttons were neatly fastened. Even though he was in his 50s, Gao Jun could still smell the military aura on him. After shaking hands warmly with Gao Jun and the others one by one, he said with a smile, Congratulations, Mr. Gao. You're the biggest winners this time. I think helping the German Ministry of Defense solve the employment problem for retired soldiers is our company's contribution to society. Gao Jun said this very skillfully. Major General Bloomer laughed and said, I like dealing with social businessmen like Mr. Gao. It's a pity that you are not German. Otherwise, if you joined the army, You would definitely become my best partner. Gao Jun also smiled. Even if I'm not German, we can still be partners, right? This made Bloomer startled. When he met Gao Jun's eyes, he instantly understood what he meant. He said very subtly, maybe, let's leave it to God. Gao Jun did not comment on this statement. He believed that the opportunity belonged to the US dollar. God doesn't care about these trivial matters. Chapter 149, Cornerstone. He asked Bloomer to sit on the chair, took the red wine that Christina poured, took a sip politely, and gently placed it on the table. He fiddled with his watch and asked casually, Mr. Gao, you have so many employees. It will probably be difficult to take them back. Gao Jun smiled and said, we've already contacted Lufthansa and will charter a plane to Badasi. Perhaps this is a happy trouble. Bloomer tilted his head and stretched out his right hand. Mr. Gao is truly generous. I've seen too many security companies that simply treat their employees as cheap labor. I'm actually very opposed to having my soldiers participate in this so-called job fair, but I also understand what they'd do if they left the military. Robbing banks? OMG, I don't want them to go from heroes to criminals. Gao Jun nodded and said, I agree with you. The meaning of our existence is to prevent these warriors from falling to the bottom of society. He paused and then said, isn't this also solving potential problems for the government? In fact, this is not alarmist. A 2012 survey of U.S. prison populations revealed that veterans had committed crimes in excess of 180,000, representing nearly 1/10 of the total prison population. This means that 1 in every 10 criminals is a veteran. Many veterans commit crimes due to substance abuse, addiction, alcoholism, unemployment, and other factors, often driven by unsatisfactory lifestyles. They learned various fighting skills and gun handling techniques in the Army, which made it easier for them to commit crimes than ordinary people. Moreover, the United States is a country that allows the legal possession of guns, so veterans have no psychological barriers to using guns than ordinary people. This has resulted in the country being frequently in the news. If someone understands this, then he will understand a word even more: big circle. By the same token, after entering society, soldiers are more lethal than ordinary people, and special forces are the targets that every country must appease. The so-called, if you don't want me to live, we will die together, is exactly this truth. Bloomer raised his glass and touched the corner of the table in a gesture. Thank you for your righteous act. Gao Jun pretended to sigh. Actually, there's nothing I can do. My company has hit a bottleneck, so I can't offer you any further assistance. Otherwise, I'd be happy to help. Bloomer looked at Gao Jun and crossed his legs. He was very familiar with this routine. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. I'm never stingy with my friends. I need an officer who is proficient in security and defense. Gao Jun said directly with his eyes wide open. For example, you, General Bloomer. You know the difference between private bodyguards and mercenaries is huge. I can no longer tolerate their stupidity. Bloomer's expression was calm. Gao Jun had been very enthusiastic and polite to him from the very beginning, and his tone always revealed a strong sense of purpose. He could understand that Gao Jun had taken a fancy to him. He glanced at Gao Jun with some embarrassment, smiled bitterly, and said, I'm so sorry. Gao Jun's heart sank when he saw the other party refuse. He interrupted without any courtesy. I can give you enough US dollars, even including shares in my security company. Even Bloomer was a bit overwhelmed by this lavish investment. He said helplessly, Mr. Gao, I have already agreed to join Cloverleaf Jungle as their private insurance director. The contract has already been signed. Gao Jun subconsciously looked towards a Clover Grove booth. Jobdane happened to be sitting on the steps, looking in his direction. The two men locked eyes, then simultaneously raised their goblets and gave a stiff, low laugh. MMP. Damn American. Fuck shit. Gao Jun sighed. It seems God didn't choose me. I wish you a pleasant work at Clover Jungle. Bloomer looked at Gao Jun, then suddenly took out a pen and asked Christina with a smile, Ma'am, can you help me with that piece of paper? Certainly. The lawyer deftly took out a piece of paper from the table and handed it over. Bloomer thanked him, wrote a phone number on it, and moved it across the table to Gao Jun. This is a Frenchman who was also training with me when I was studying in nursery. He was my best friend, but he wasn't in a good situation. He made a mistake, the worst mistake a bodyguard could make. He accidentally killed his employer. Gao Jun was shocked because he couldn't understand how a professionally trained bodyguard could kill his employer. Looking at the shocked Gao Jun, Bloomer spread his hands and sighed. This is beyond everyone's expectations. The most outstanding student has become the most ridiculous disgrace. He couldn't stand the mocking eyes of others and left the bodyguard company silently. It wasn't until a month ago that I contacted him. He was having a hard time, but I knew he wouldn't accept our help. He was so proud. You want me to help him? He's the most talented private security expert I've ever met. Is he better than you? Gao Jun asked, raising his head. Bloomer hesitated for a long time, a little worse than me. Gao Jun smiled and finally made the decision. I want this person. Where is he? That's his house in the archway of the Prince's Bridge over the Spree River. His name is Armand Bench, nicknamed Cornerstone. At this time, Mohammed couldn't help but shout, homeless? Bloomer's eye twitched slightly. He wanted to refute, but it always felt so pale and powerless. There was a photo of the two of them in his dormitory, but time was so ruthless that he couldn't tell the future at all. Bloomer left. As his back turned, Gao Jun heard him mutter, genius is someone who constantly endures pain. Boss, do you really want a homeless guy? Shaju also scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm afraid he can't even lift a gun now. But I believe that sometimes you can still find some treasures in the trash can, don't you think, Big Beard? Gao Jun turned his head and teased. Yes. Boss, what do you mean by this? Do I look like I was picked up from a trash can? Mohammed protested dissatisfiedly, but it was obviously of little use. It only attracted more ridicule. He helped Ms. Christina to pack up her things in frustration. Gao Jun pulled Nicholson's arm and whispered something into the latter's ear. Boss, isn't this a bit? We don't have that much time to dawdle here. We have American dollars waiting for us to ravage and badass, instead of being a nanny here. Gao Jun pushed Nicholson's shoulder. Don't let me down. Chapter 150. Dollars come first. As the sunset glow gradually filled the Berlin sky, horns and shouts rang out one after another in the Olympic Stadium. Most of the heads of security companies looked unhappy. They turned their heads in indignation and looked at the smug Chinese man, glaring at him viciously. Sometimes, it's so easy to offend someone. Hey, Mr. Gao, the job fair is over. Shall we go for a drink? The Clover Grove convoy happened to be parked in the parking lot next to the Zulon Company. Jobdane leaned against the car door and extended an invitation. Gao Jun was about to get in the car, with one leg already in the passenger seat. He came out again when he heard the voice, smiled and nodded. I've hired the best 3-star chef in Germany. How about our two companies get together? Gao Jun is very smooth and tactful. This guy is very clear in his mind. He knows that he has taken the lion's share this time. Even if he will not become the target of public criticism, he will probably be marginalized and will have to win over allies. A good friend who can use each other. Of course, it's an honor. Jobdane also had bad intentions, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Gao Jun winked at Nicholson, who patted Shaju on the shoulder, motioning him to follow him, and disappeared while the crowd was not paying attention. The motorcades of the two companies drove towards the Michelin restaurant on Berlin Avenue. Two nanny cars stopped at the door. Their respective employees jumped out from the passenger seats, opened the car doors, and waited with solemn hand for the bosses of both sides to get out of the car. This scene made passers-by subconsciously avoid the road. These people didn't look like good people. The waiter at the restaurant entrance was also terrified and at a loss as to what to do. He had never seen such a scene before. Just when his mind was blank, Christina ran over and said with a smile, Hello, we have an appointment with Mr. Desmond Draper. Desmond Draper is the head chef of this Michelin-starred restaurant. Reservations are required in advance, and his appearance fee alone is $100,000. Huh? Wait a moment, ma'am. Let me take a look for you. The waiter quickly flipped open the sheet in front of him and looked through it carefully, his expression becoming increasingly respectful. Ms. Christina? Yes, please follow me. Mr. Desmond is waiting for you at the Sky restaurant. Gao Jun gestured to Jobdane and followed the waiter upstairs. The rest of the employees were led elsewhere by Mohammed, trying not to disrupt the conversation between the two bosses. Mr. Gao, I really admire you today. You didn't even hear how the other leaders around me scolded you. Gao Jun raised his eyebrows and put on a fake smile. Mr. Job, foul language is just a loser's last-ditch attempt to cover up his dignity. I only know that we have the lion's share this time, and that's enough. Aren't you afraid they'll do something bad to you? Jobdane suddenly said seriously. I'm never afraid of challenges. I'm only afraid of poverty. Gao Jun smiled, but his voice trembled. You've probably never known what tree bark tastes like. I've tasted it. When my parents died in Badasi, they only gave me 60 yuan. I was ridiculed, and I didn't even dare to confess my feelings to the girl I liked. I knew then that I would kill anyone who stood in my way of getting rich. He leaned over to Job Dane's ear and uttered the last 5 words through gritted teeth. Anyone. Gao Jun could feel the other person's shoulder jump. Don't worry, I am friendly to my friends. I hope we can always be friends. Speaking of fear, Gao Jun didn't have the credentials to force Job Dane to back down. After all, the gap between the two companies was enormous. Have you ever seen an ant threaten an elephant? He was simply worried about Gao Jun's desire for wealth and power. He had encountered someone like this before, Isaiah Jefferson, currently serving as a UN intelligence officer in Europe and the United States. Such a person is absolutely a mad dog. Either succeed or die. They don't allow themselves to be idle. If we weren't friends, would I still come here? Job Dane asked with a smile. While the two were talking, they had already reached the top floor of Michelin. The waiter pushed open the door, and a young man dressed as a chef was standing there to greet them. Clean. This was Gao Jun's first impression of Desmond Draper. There wasn't even a hair on his head. Welcome to the Sky Restaurant. Prince's Bridge over the Spree River. The lights of the Berlin buildings shine on the river, reflecting a dazzling array of colors, as if telling the prosperity of this night. But in the arch of the bridge, a lonely figure leaned tiredly on the pier, with his head held high, swallowing beer. He finished the whole can in just 3 or 2 gulps, threw it away, and started groping around again, but he couldn't even catch the air and could only burp decadently. Only when the moonlight got closer could I see the clothes clearly. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were dull, and there was a faint stench on his body. Even his leather shoes were so dirty that they looked shiny. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Armand Bench?" Suddenly a puzzled voice came from the side. The homeless man raised his head, shaking it from side to side, and saw a white man with his hands behind his back, baring his big white teeth at him. He just glanced at him casually without saying a word, but lowered his head again, shaking it, and seemed to be mumbling something softly. Then I shouldn't have asked the wrong question. Nicholson smiled sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand behind his back, revealing a baseball bat, and smashed it towards Armand Bench's head. With such a close distance and a sudden attack, who can escape? POG. Armand Bunch fell to the ground without even a scream. "Shit, did you knock him out?" The sand pig, who had been hiding, came out, squatted down, and rolled his eyes at Armand Bench. "I thought you beat him to death." "Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Stop talking nonsense, and take him back quickly. The boss doesn't like people dawdling." Nicholson and Sandpig joined hands, put Armand Bunch into a car prepared on the roadside, and drove away. "Mr. Gao, thank you for your hospitality tonight." Job Dane and Gao Jun leaned on the railing of the restaurant's rooftop, gazing into the distance, glasses of wine in hand. "That's because we are on the same path." Gao Jun shrugged after lightly touching the other person. "That's a reason. I'm also a profit seeker." Job Dane shrugged, took a step forward, and lowered his voice. "I have something I'd like to trouble you with. Tell me about it. I heard that you have access to arms." Chapter 151, Fist. When Job Dane finished speaking, he looked at Gao Jun with hope in his eyes, covered his mouth, looked behind him, and leaned his head over. "I'm asking on behalf of the fellow. He's in urgent need of some arms." Gao Jun narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the bustling city of Berlin, his mind racing. If it were just an ordinary friend, Job Dane would never have come to see him privately. He must have some kind of relationship with him. He was simply wondering what he could gain from this. As long as you have money, arms are not a problem. Gao Jun turned around, stepped onto the steps with his heels, and tapped his pinky finger against the bottom of the goblet, creating a pleasant accompaniment. He looked at Job Dane, took a sip, and said, "But I'm afraid it won't be cheap. You have to know that the situation in South Africa is unstable, and everything is going up in price. I'm just a broker. They'll negotiate the price with you." "Where are you from?" Gao Jun asked cautiously, fearing the other party would misunderstand him. He then added, there are some places where no one can get in. I don't want to get bitten and killed." He likes US dollars, but he values his life more. "They're from Somalia." Gao Yunis pupil sniveled. Just as he was about to ask another question, a phone call came in. Nicholson simply said, "The goods have arrived," and hung up. Gao Jun calmly put the phone in his trouser pocket and said to Job Dane, with an apologetic look on his face, "Sorry, I suddenly have something urgent." Job Dane glanced at his watch, let out a deliberate exclamation, and nodded with a smile. "Then I should get going too." He took his suit off the back of his chair, draped it over his arm, and headed downstairs. Gao Jun sent the other party to the car, then asked Muhammad to drive back to the hotel and rush to the room in a hurry. Nicholson and the other man, who were originally sitting and calling Hu Chue, quickly stood up from the bed and shouted in unison. Gao Jun waved his hand, glanced around, and asked doubtfully, "Where is that person?" Sand Pig seemed a little uncomfortable. He rubbed his nose and looked at Nicholson with a squint. The latter laughed awkwardly, lifted the bed sheet, revealing a pair of legs. He grabbed Armin's ankles and pulled him out from under the bed. This guy reeked of alcohol, his beard was stained with vomit, and a sour, stinky smell filled the air. "Bring some water and wake this guy up," Gao Jun said with a frown, waving his hand along his nose. Shaju loved this kind of work the most. He trotted into the bathroom, brought a basin of water, squatted down on his knees, grabbed Armin's hair, and stuffed him into the basin with a grin. Gurgle, gurgle. Whoa. Armand waved his hands violently and struggled continuously, bubbles coming out of the basin. Shaju muttered to himself that the time was almost up, so he pulled Armin's head up and pressed it to the edge of the bed. Gao Jun half bent down, brushed the hair from the corner of Armin's eyes to the side, and asked softly, "Are you awake?" Armand was choking and coughing continuously, water coming out his nostrils. He opened his eyes with difficulty, squinting his eyes, and looked at Gao Jun. He finally spoke, but his voice was still dead. "Are you here to kill me?" Gao Jun couldn't help but frown at the lifeless look in his eyes. He stood up straight and put his hands in his pockets. "It seems he's a waste. General Bloomer has made a mistake in choosing him." "Bloomer?" Armin's originally dull eyes finally showed some movement. You know each other?" "He told me to take care of a loser, give him a job, and keep him from starving to death, lest one day he drifts on the Rhine." Gao Jun's expression was very rough. He patted his face lightly and continued, "I'm afraid you'll make Bloomer lose all his face. Get lost. I don't want your charity. Even if I die, it's God's punishment for me. You, a monkey, don't have to control me. Fuck." Gao Jun was furious. He pushed the Shaju beside him away and grabbed Armin's neck. The veins on his arm bulged violently. He dragged him to the edge of the balcony and pushed his head down hard, roaring, "Jump! Jump for me. You want to die? That's easy. Jump from the 21st floor." "Boss," Muhammad and others hurriedly advised. "Go to hell, you piece of shit. You dare to insult me? If it were Ruilep here, I would have bombarded you with artillery." Gao Jun cursed, turned his head, and said fiercely, "Don't be a coward. Go see your god and show him your character. You are even more despicable than Ruilep's stray dogs. Who is not afraid of death? Who wants to really die? Who has the courage to die? Such a person may exist, but it is definitely not him, Armand Bunch." Forced by Gao Jun, Armand fell silent, hunched his head like an ostrich, and pretended to be profound. "You won't understand." As soon as Armand finished speaking, Gao Jun hit his opponent's left cheek with a left hook. His punch was not light, and a big lump instantly appeared on Armand's cheekbone. Waste. A waste who dares not admit his failure. You, Armand Bunch, killed his own employer. It's that simple. "No, I didn't mean to. My firearm went off accidentally." Gao Jun tore open his wound, causing the black scar that had been licked to tear open again, and also aroused his resentment. He jumped up from the ground, his eyes red and his fists clenched so hard that they crackled. "What? You want to hit me?" Gao Jun stretched his head forward and touched his right cheek. "Come here, I'll stretch it out for you to hit. Do you dare? You coward." Bang. But who knew that before he could finish his words, Gao Jun was punched on the right cheek. "Bastard, I'm going to beat you to death." Armand roared like a beast and wanted to continue rushing forward, but was held back by Muhammad and Shaju, and the two started punching and kicking each other. "Fuck." Gao Jun wiped the corner of his mouth to remove the bloodstain, cursed in Chinese, and kicked Armand in the stomach while he was being held by Muhammad and others. The latter knelt on the ground, holding his stomach in pain. "Get out of the way. I want to fight this guy in a duel." Gao Jun spat out a mouthful of blood, grabbed Armin's shoulders with both hands, dragged him up from the ground, and kneed him, which made the opponent's eyes almost pop out. But Armand was a tough guy. The moment he bent over in pain, he hit Gao Jun's crotch with his forehead, almost crippling him. Gao Jun was furious, mad, and frightened. You want me to have no descendants? I'll beat you to death first. Come on, let's see who lies down first, you bastard." Armand was not to be outdone and retorted angrily. As Muhammad and others watched, the two men started fighting with each other. Their fighting posture was just like that of children having a quarrel. Chapter 152. Forced. Lying on the ground, Gao Jun's chest was slightly heaving, and his face was covered with scars and bruises. Armand was not in much better condition either. His front teeth were knocked out. One of his eyes was still half closed, and his right cheek was a little swollen. "Come on, I'm going to drill a hole in your head." Armand spoke with a little treble, clenching his fist in protest. "You want to fight? Sure, come with me, and I'll fight you later." Gao Jun supported himself on the ground with one hand, sat up, touched the wound, took a deep breath, and spoke directly. Armand looked hesitant and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "International Security Company. People outside call us mercenaries." Gao Jun dusted off his butt, stood up, and held out his hand. "I need a private security expert to help me train a group of bodyguards who are good enough to complete the mission. You can either continue to be a loser here, or follow me to Ruilep and start over." Armand knew his situation well. He was notorious throughout European high society, and his future was ruined here. He would want to hire a bodyguard who beat his employer to death. He discovered in despair that this industry was full of ill will towards him. Armand pondered for a moment, realizing he had nothing left to lose. A life? Perhaps the least valuable thing in this world was a life. He shook his head helplessly, curled up his right foot, tilted his head, and looked at Gao Jun. "It seems I don't have any other choice." Bang! He clapped hands with Gao Jun, but quickly pulled them apart, frowning. "Don't think I'll be grateful just because you give me a job. We haven't even decided the outcome of our fight yet." After he finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Shaju complaining to Gao Jun in dissatisfaction. "Boss, this kind of person shouldn't be allowed to stay." "Stop talking." Gao Jun stopped Shaju from muttering any more and narrowed his eyes. "Once we get to Ruilep, it'll be our own territory. I'm not afraid of him jumping on my guard. I'm just afraid of him not working hard for me. When that happens, don't blame me for being cruel." He could tolerate talented people. After all, such people were inevitably arrogant, but he would not allow a talented servant to climb over his head because of arrogance. There were plenty of such people in the mass graves of Ruilep. Mohammed and Shaju looked at each other, and then their legs unconsciously came together and stood straight. Bang, bang, bang. A light knock on the door broke the slightly stiff atmosphere. Gao Jun wiped his face and gestured with his chin to open the door. "Boss, it's Dan Dickinson," said Sandpig. Gao Jun saw Dan Dickinson bandaging a wound, looking very weak. Carlos supported him and looked at Gao Jun with mixed feelings. "I've been released." When he took the entire incident upon himself. "The police only restricted my leaving the country," Dan Dickinson said, clutching his wound. "I heard Ms. Mirabel say you're leaving Berlin tomorrow. I came here specifically to see you." Gao Jun's eyes trembled slightly, and he said, "I thought I was going to change my target. Come in and sit down. You are really using us." Carlos was as angry as a bull. He jumped up and down anxiously, pointing at Gao Jun and about to curse. "Carlos!" Dan Dickinson snapped, "Shut up." He turned his head, walked to the sofa, and asked tiredly, "What do you want from me? Do you want to get rich?" Gao Jun first threw out a bait, but the old man remained very calm and didn't move. So he continued, "I can make you the godfather of all Germany." Dan Dickinson shuddered and croaked, "Just you?" Gao Jun chuckled, walked up behind him, and put his hands on Dan Dickinson's shoulders. Seeing this, Carlos subconsciously wanted to rush over, but was held back by Shaju and Mohammed. He could only watch nervously. "I have something you can't buy in Germany," Gao Jun whispered in the man's ear. "A lot of munitions." Dan Dickinson's old body was visibly shaken, his eyes widening as he suppressed his obvious excitement, and said, "Impossible. Germany won't allow it." But before he finished speaking, he realized how naive he had suddenly become. Does it still need to go through the government? "You mean trafficking?" Gao Jun snapped his fingers and nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you've guessed it. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Gao Jun, the president of Zulong Security Company and also an arms dealer. I want to find a local partner in Germany. I won't agree to this. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison." Dan Dickinson refused directly, his face sullen, and he turned to leave. German law stipulates that illegal gun trafficking is punishable by 5 to 20 years. If the quantity is large and causes serious consequences, the offender may face life imprisonment. The smile on Gao Jun's face slowly faded. He pulled out a tiny gadget from his suit and tie and held it in his hand. You said if I hand this tiny camera over to the police station, how many years will you be sentenced to? It is clearly recorded here that you were in a bar with guns in your hands, and you participated in a shooting. Dan Dickinson's face suddenly flushed abnormally. His breathing became rapid, and he gritted his teeth. You're pushing me to the brink of death. If I don't force you, how can I trust you? Gao Jun shook the camera. Don't blame me for being cruel. I just want a trustworthy agent. I don't want you to sell me out sometimes. Why did you have to find us? Because you're now the largest gang in Berlin. The police are watching you. Do you think they will let you go? They won't allow you to exist. They will show you off as an achievement to others. We're the same people. We have no way out. If you want to leave the gang, I'm afraid you'll end up dead, Gao Jun said through gritted teeth. You have to make them afraid of you and make them understand that eliminating you will be a major blow to the entire community. Gao Jun was a little tired after saying so much in one breath. He sighed and said, Don't worry. You won't lose anything if you cooperate with me. Dan Dickinson's expression flickered. He glanced at the trapped Carlos, raised his head, and sighed deeply. Gao, you are more insidious and ruthless than anyone I have ever met. Your compliment is the best compliment I can give you. Gao Jun accepted it with a smile. He blew a breath towards the camera. I just don't want others to crush me like an ant. My background doesn't allow me to make a choice, so I force myself to choose my own life. If I die, Gao Jun paused, raised his head, and flashed his big white teeth. There will be a large group of people accompanying me to see God. Chapter 153, Return. Dan Dickinson left the hotel alone. Gao Jun stood on the balcony, looking at the lonely figure of the old man, who was like an old wolf king leaving his pack. Gao Jun took a deep puff of his cigarette, without even turning his head, and simply said, Do you hate me? Carlos clenched his fists upon hearing this, and his breathing became muffled. But in the end, as if he had thought of something, he let go of his fists dejectedly and remained silent. The reason he was still here was entirely Dan Dickinson's initiative. In his words, it was to leave the Dickinson family with one last child. You'll understand later on that people can't let themselves be satisfied with the present. Innate laziness always wants to stop, but at this time, when you turn around, you'll find countless people rushing towards you with their fangs bared. Gao Jun took a deep breath, pressed the cigarette but against the railing, and threw it downstairs in a very tasteless manner. Turning back, he patted Carlos on the shoulder and said, Go and rest. When you get to Ruilep, you'll find a new world opening up to you. You guys open a room for him and a mamba. Okay, boss. Mohammed agreed, looked up and down at Carlos, and said, Follow me. Carlos's mind was in a mess now. He instinctively obeyed Gao Jun's arrangements and followed the bearded man away. Sitting at the head of the bed, Gao Jun crossed his legs, his face gloomy. He picked up the red wine on the table and shook it, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he laughed unrestrainedly. Through the light, his figure was reflected on the wall behind him, but on his head, it seemed as if two horns had appeared. The next day, the sky in Berlin was a little foggy. In order to transport all these employees to the airport, Gao Jun specially contacted a bus company and waited at the entrance of the Olympic Stadium early. Around 8 o'clock, the newly recruited employees arrived on time. Even Dean Smith sent 5 doctors who were willing to go to Badasi, and Luke, who had recovered from his injuries. These doctors were 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a male doctor named Emerton, who was in his 30s and was a top student who graduated from the Imperial College Medical School in London. When Gao Jun saw the other person for the first time, he felt that this guy was either a pervert or a lunatic. Have you ever seen someone standing next to Christina, not thinking about pursuing her, but instead scanning her figure up and down with thick glasses, and then saying, after she dies, she will definitely be a good specimen? This sentence almost made Christina so angry that she hit him to death with her high heels. Boss, it's almost time. Our flight is booked at 10 o'clock. Mohammed looked at the green submariner on his wrist. He spent more than $10,000 to buy it, so he was very proud of it. Is everyone here? We're still missing Hermann. Gao Jun Fraunil, looking worried. He said, Wait another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come, we'll leave and let Mirabel sue him. I want to send him to jail. You absolutely cannot be polite to such a person. Although Gao Jun sympathizes with his situation, he is even more reluctant to throw his US dollars to such trash. Mohammed stood at the back without saying a word, and could only pray that Herman would not be late. Otherwise, the boss would definitely not be able to swallow this anger. Seeing that the other security companies around him had taken their people away, Herman slowly came back with a bottle of wine in his hand. His feet were unsteady and his eyes were red from drinking. "Hey, why are you so late?" Muhammad hurried over and tapped his watch. "What time is it now? What's wrong with being a few minutes late?" Herman burped, his mouth full of the strong smell of alcohol. The bearded man was so angry that he wanted to punch someone. If this guy went to Ruilep in this state, what else could he do except to die? Besides, the second-tier elite employees of Zulon Company were required to act as commanders. If he made a mistake, it would kill an entire team. Never mind him. Let's go. Gao Jun only took one look and mentally pronounced Herman's death sentence. As he got into the car, he turned around and said, "Mr. Herman, I question your professionalism. I will have the legal department sue you. Please return the advance salary and pay the penalty for breach of contract." He won't waste time here, but he is a former KSM soldier king. Damn it. Why drive the car into the SAS base in the future? Will the people inside be weaker than you? People, don't take yourself too seriously. Since he is decadent, let him go to prison and think carefully. Drive. The Zulon bus slowly moved forward. Behind him, Herman sat on the ground, drinking relentlessly, his expression as usual. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw a group of people standing in front of him. In front was a plump white woman with her hair in a bun. She showed him her ID. "Mr. Herman, I'm the head of Zulong's legal department. My name is Mirabelle. Mr. Gao Jun has entrusted me with full responsibility for prosecuting you." Herman was really dumbfounded. Lufthansa specially selected a 747-300 aircraft for Zulong, which has a large seat capacity of 300 people and is more than enough to meet the needs. With a roar, it rushed into the sky. Sitting in the first-class cabin, the crew members obviously knew that Gao Jun was a very important person, and they showed their affection to him everywhere. Even the flight attendants flirted with him. The meaning was self-evident. If Gao Jun was willing, they could have an air sex encounter. This kind of scandal often breaks out in many European airlines, and Lufthansa is the leader among them. Its public relations department has to clean up the mess every year. But Gao Jun dismissed it. It's not that he's pretending to be profound, but he's just a little afraid of heights. Gao Jun shook his head and picked up a copy of the Badass Times. He glanced through it casually, and then his eyes suddenly fixed. The Ruilep security station was bombed. 14 people were killed and 38 injured. The Freedom Organization claimed responsibility, and its leader, Gran, made a high-profile video announcement claiming that this was revenge for his daughter's death. He also stated that such attacks would not stop. Damn it, this bastard. Gao Jun slammed the newspaper on the table and cursed angrily. Mohammed and others sitting next to him looked at each other, glanced at the newspaper, and their hearts sank. I was too busy before and had no time to spare, which gave Gran an opportunity to take advantage of. He called Conrad without hesitation. Gao. Conrad's voice was very low, even with a hint of despair. Gao Jun frowned. "Hey man, are you defeated now? This is not your character. You have no idea. Those bastards destroyed all my hard work." Such a big and strong man actually cried on the phone in the end. A man will only shed tears when he is really desperate and in pain. War is actually very simple. It is either numbness or catharsis. No one can ever be happy standing still. I brought over 200 elite soldiers with me. They're my employees. As long as you can afford the price, I don't mind doing this job and helping you kill him. Gao Jun gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Blast him into pieces." Chapter 154, High Class. Conrad knew that Gao Jun went to Germany to attend a job fair, and it was specifically for retired Special Forces soldiers. He was a little worried at first. After all, the rapid increase in Gao Jun's strength meant that this ambitious man was beginning to show his fangs. No matter from which aspect, this was not what he wanted for the stability of the situation. Conrad also understood that Gao Jun would not let the situation stabilize. He was a warmonger at heart. But this moment, Conrad went from resistance to obedience, and even rejoiced at the growth of Gao's armed forces. He wants revenge. Conrad sat on the rubble of the security department, a cigarette between his lips, his trouser legs rolled up, revealing a scar from a shrapnel cut, a pistol at the side of his left hand, and soldiers with live ammunition around him searching for the wounded. Behind him, the sky was covered in fog and a drizzle was falling, as if offering the deepest comfort to this disaster-stricken country. $700,000. This is the government's wanted bounty on Gran. Of course, this doesn't include the $3 million bounty he received after the ICPO upgraded him from 435th to 403rd. So, if you kill him, you can get $3,700,000. Gao Jun's brows jumped when he heard this number. He was so short of money now. The more than 10 million yuan he originally had was spent bit by bit by bit. The most important thing was that if he couldn't pay the salaries, the employees behind him would definitely kill him first. We've accepted the case. Wait for my news. Gao Jun quickly hung up the phone, frowned, and thought for a moment before calling his single-line contact, Lionel. The old man seemed to be in a bar, surrounded by a clamor and slightly drunk. He found an empty restroom and then complained. "Hey, my friend, this is not the right time to disturb a single man. I'm sorry, but Lionel, I know you have information, and I need the exact address of the Freedom Organization grant. Are you going to kill him?" Lionel asked hurriedly, the alcohol in his mouth evaporating instantly. "I heard his life is quite valuable. I want to borrow some from him." Lionel cursed in his heart. Borrow my life? You really dare to think so? But after all, if he wanted to make more money, he could only rely on Gao Jun. This was a model within the club. Every member had a dedicated contact person under him, and these people were not strictly speaking members. In ancient times, they were called servants. They want to make money by helping to connect two members and earning the difference in price. How is it possible to launch this business that comes right to your door? I want to help you with some consultation and send it to you via text message. I will inform you of the remuneration later. After Lionel hung up the phone, he walked out of the bathroom and saw someone at the sink. He pretended to pull up his pants, turned on the faucet, wiped his face, and tried to sober himself up. Gao Jun had a blanket covering his thighs, his eyes gazing out the window at the clouds, his left hand clutching his phone, silent. He was waiting. He waited patiently. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a pleasant sound of text messages rang out, and Gao Jun turned his head abruptly. Target, N33°05, 3.15 N, E42°11, 23.47 E. Reward, 150,000 US dollars. Card number. Gao Jun's eyes lit up with joy. This grand matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. He is not stupid to be able to become a leader. He must understand the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. If time is delayed for too long, something unexpected will happen. Gao Jun first logged into the system in exchange for an FN-FEL rifle, a brown precision tactical rifle, and 100 bases of ammunition. He also exchanged for some World War II battlefield supplies. Pick 40 employees. Once you get off the plane, head to this location. You lead the way. You know the target. Kill him and bring his head to me. Gao Jun sent the address to Muhammad and said viciously, "I don't want him to live anymore." When it comes to serious matters, Muhammad is still quite reliable. He put on a serious face, turned around, and walked towards the economy class to pick people without saying much nonsense. "Boss, what about me?" When Shaju saw that he was not there, he became anxious and patted his chest. "I can go, too." "Just stay here," Gao Jun scolded, glancing him. "Don't think I don't know what you did yesterday." Shaju instantly wilted and could only lie on the seat, pretending to be dead. This grandson ran out in the middle of the night last night. He knows about the nightlife and thought Gao Jun didn't know. In fact, Gao Jun, who is used to staying up late, saw all of this clearly. Gao Jun finally called Polanov, who stayed at the company, and asked him to move the equipment from warehouse number 3 to the airport and prepare enough vehicles to transport 40 people. When Polanov heard the news, he subconsciously knew that Gao Jun was about to start. The conversation with Gao Jun ended after a few words, and the Belarusians couldn't wait to sound the alarm and make arrangements in an orderly manner. When the plane landed safely, a group of more than 200 strong men came down carrying all kinds of bags. The scene was quite shocking. At least the ground staff had good sense. These guys looked tough with big, strong bodies and sharp eyes. I'm afraid they are mercenaries who came here to pan for gold. Ground staff usually don't care about these people, nor do they dare to. "Boss!" As soon as he left the terminal, he heard familiar shouts. Polanov and others waved their hands, and Gao Jun couldn't help but smile slightly. Although the air in Germany was fresh, it was very uncomfortable for Gao Jun, who was used to the smell of gunfire. "There's a smell of war here. This is where arms dealers should be taken. Did you bring the stuff?" Polonanov glanced at the people behind Gao Jun, feeling very satisfied. With the eyes of a veteran, he could tell that these were all elite troops. After hearing Gao Jun's question, he pointed outside and nodded. "I've brought them all. They're parked outside. Go over there." 2 white vans and 4 or 5 gray jeeps were parked on the wasteland next to Badasi airport. Several Zulong employees were on guard with guns, and they waved away any approaching refugees. "The stuff is all inside." Polonanov opened the back door of the van, revealing piles of weapons and equipment inside, which still smelled of gun oil. They were all brand new. "Machine gun," Gao Jun shouted. "Bring up the 40 men you selected and equip them with weapons and equipment." Mohammed shouted a few times, and then 40 strong men rushed out of the crowd, quickly collecting weapons and changing clothes amid the crowd. The civilians in the distance were stunned. This scene was too shocking. Even the businessman coming out of the airport exclaimed, "OMG." But then he impulsively picked up the camera and started recording. Of course, no one came up to cause trouble at this time, not even the patrolling soldiers, who looked at the other party's weapons and then at their own fire sticks. He shrank his head very cooperatively. "Let's go." Muhammad pulled off his headset, got on the jeep, gave Gao Jun a thumbs up, and directed the vehicle forward. Chapter 155, Fangs. These Germans can be called upon at any time in terms of combat skills and tacit cooperation. After all, whether it is KSK, KSIM, or EJB and other German Federal Special Forces, they're actually essentially the same in training. Even in internal and external battles, they cooperate with each other and fight in coordination, and they know each other very well. It was precisely because of this that Gao Jun dared to let them go. Otherwise, do you think you can form a tacit understanding by just gathering a few Special Forces soldiers? Every country has different tactical gestures and tactical intentions. And the most important thing is that Special Forces are also human beings. If they get hit by a bullet in the head, they will still be dead. Just like the American Navy SEALs are awesome. One RPG shot, and both Black Hawks have to kneel down. Never underestimate any armed force. A woman holding an AK-47 is a thug. Just as Gao Jun was about to look away, he saw the rest of the people looking longingly at the departing convoy. They came to this damn place just for US dollars. If they only got such a low base salary, what's the point of having fun? Don't worry, everyone. This place has no shortage of combat missions. I brought you here from Germany, not to be mascots. Smell. Gao Jun pouted and took an exaggerated deep breath. Just when everyone was confused, Gao Jun said intoxicatedly, "The air is filled with the sweet smell of US dollars." Boom! Everyone burst into laughter and imitated Gao Jun by sniffing the air hard. "If I fart right now," Shaju, who must be completely clueless, muttered as he stood behind him. Gao Jun's smile froze instantly, his eyelids twitched, his face darkened, and he got into the passenger seat of the van. Seeing Shaju trying to climb onto the trunk in the rearview mirror, he popped his head out and roared, "Shaju, run back here." Nari. Gran was flipping through the battle plan he had prepared. Written on it in Tibo was the following. Translated, it means, Zulong Security Company. There was a photo frame on Gran's desk. The photo was a little yellowed. In it, a man was holding a little girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old with a gentle look in his eyes. The building behind him was the ruins of the ancient city of Ned, which was world famous in the entire country of Tibo. Gran reached out his hand tremblingly and touched the photo. "Branna, my daughter, please watch the enemy perish in heaven." Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, rapid gunshots and shouts broke out. Gran, who had been through many wars, was not panicked. He picked up his robe, ran to the corner, grabbed the AK-47 in his hand, and ran towards the door. He saw a group of people rushing down the hillside 200 meters away. He was so angry that he cursed in a low voice, raised his rifle, pulled the bolt, and fired a burst of bullets at the top. Sniper holds the key point. Maintain a tight formation and attack. Team 1, cover me. Mohammed calmly observed the battle situation, gave orders into the earphone, and bent over to leap forward quickly. He fired a burst of shots at the 2 militants in front of him. They hit the torso and fell down. The bearded man took out a grenade, tapped it on his heel, and took 2 running steps before throwing the grenade. The 455-gram Type 97 grenade drew a parabola and rolled accurately into a door frame. Next to the door frame, a militant was holding a DP light machine gun and roaring. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden house was blown apart. Gran also felt the pressure from the other side. They were well-equipped and well-trained. Even though the militants of the Freedom Organization were battle-hardened, most of their guns had been used for a long time. The rifling was shiny, the maintenance was limited, the sights were slanted, and the bullets were crooked when they were shot out. "Hurry up and go to the village and bring those civilians over to me." Gran grabbed a panicked subordinate and roared. He planned to use human shields, which was a very common tactic, as long as the powerless civilians dispersed the enemy or consumed their bullets. The militants would take advantage of the situation and rise up, which was enough to reverse the situation. When the U.S. military once launched a surprise attack on the Somali warlord Aidid, after being discovered, Aidid forced thousands of civilians to come and besiege him, and there were gunmen mixed in. Although the U.S. military continued to open fire, the militants hiding in the crowd still launched RPGs. Afterwards, nearly 1,000 civilians were killed or injured. This is also a very rare scene in military history. Gran has a hobby that he has never discovered. He likes to write scriptures on his white robe to show the presence of the Lord God. But this special decoration naturally attracted the sniper team that had been arranged before. Muhammad was very experienced. He divided the 40 people into 3 groups, including a sniper team. Snipers are divided into strategic snipers and tactical snipers. Strategic snipers target valuable targets of the enemy and are required to kill them with one shot. Tactical snipers target the enemy's soldiers and are required to cause damage, attract the enemy's reinforcements, and then snipe them to death. The sniper could see Gran's facial expression clearly through the sniper scope. He aimed the crosshairs at Gran's eyebrows. After listening to the report from the assistant shooter beside him, the experienced sniper turned off the noise in the earphone, took a deep breath, and firmly pulled the trigger with his thumb. Pong! Puff! As soon as the gunshot rang out, the bullet passed through the back of the militant's head and entered between Gran's eyebrows. The latter's pupils gradually dilated as he watched the world spinning around him until it became dark. "Okay, I understand." Gao Jun's face relaxed as he glanced at the equally nervous Polaninoff and the others, then nodded with a smile. The operation was a success. Gran was sniped and killed, and they were retreating. Yeah. Luke and Little Hal hugged each other, and the others clapped their hands in celebration. Although Polaninoff was equally delighted, he was cautious by nature and still suggested, "Boss, I think the Freedom Organization will definitely be pursued. They are not ordinary guerrillas. They are an organized armed force. We should support Muhammad. If they're delayed, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. This kind of situation has been seen too many times. Since the fall of Yasmu, no one can tell how many powerful organizations there are in the entire country. But these organizations are all interconnected and share the same purpose: to resist the government. They will not let Muhammad go. At least they will pretend to do it a few times." Gao Jun was also shocked and said quickly, "The air support team is dispatched to bring our guys back safely. Anyone who stands in the way will have a taste of angry birds." Chapter 156, 70 at Lounger. Faster. Faster. Muhammad hid behind the fender of the jeep, kneeling and shooting, turning his head and roaring at the driver. Who could have imagined this? Just as they were about to evacuate Nari, 4 Toyota pickup trucks barreled down the street. The drivers were driving with such gusto, and even had Zu-23-2 anti-aircraft guns mounted on their hoods. An insurgent in the back swayed rhythmically, but wasn't very stable. A few of the bullets hit the trucks, but most of them went to the ground. During World War II, it took an average of 2,334 bullets to kill a person, and after modern warfare, this number will certainly become higher. The wall ahead is blocked. Suddenly, the employee driving the vehicle spoke in an anxious tone. Muhammad was startled and quickly turned around. He saw a low wall only 1.5 meters high blocking the way ahead, with the lines and cracks on it clearly visible. "Bump into it." The bearded man gritted his teeth and decided that the jeep must not stop. If they were caught up, everyone would be doomed. He believes the jeep will not disappoint. Those who are chosen as drivers and drive in hot areas are generally not in normal minds. Crazy is their motto. After hearing Muhammad's order, they stepped on the accelerator, tensed their bodies, moved their buttocks back to avoid hitting the steering wheel with their chests, and rushed forward while gritting their teeth. Pong! The low wall was directly knocked down. Small pieces of gravel flew all over the sky, and mist filled the air, which was so stinging that people couldn't open their eyes. Muhammad felt a little pain in front of his eyes, and he rubbed the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand. Suddenly, he saw a yellow light with a sharp sound flying towards the vehicle. RPG! Avoid, avoid! The bearded man's face flushed red as he roared at the top of his lungs. The driver turned the steering wheel hard, and the Jeep swerved, barely avoiding the rocket. However, the other Jeep on the side wasn't so lucky. The rocket exploded not far from the rear, and the shockwave instantly flipped it over, sending it sliding and rolling on the ground. One group, rescue. The rest of you suppress with fire. Mohammed jumped off the stopped Jeep, quickly changed the magazine, and knelt on one knee, taking the risk, but the bullet only created a black hole in the Toyota Jeep without damaging its internal operation. You know, Toyota is a legendary car. It has abnormal durability. The famous British car program company Opgear once bought a 13-year-old diesel Toyota pickup truck with 190,000 miles on it. They tied the car to the beach and waited for the tide to rise so it could be washed by the waves. It was instantly swallowed up. After 5 hours of receding tide, they pulled the car out. It took nearly an hour just to clear the sand. They thought it was doomed, but there was not even a trace of it. Opgear, unconvinced, sent the pickup truck to the roof of a 23-story, 240-foot, 12,500-ton building that was about to be demolished. With a loud bang, the building collapsed, burying the truck. After digging it out with a forklift, it was unrecognizable. After a simple repair, tightening a loose screw, and trying to start a fire, it actually caught fire. This was simply bizarre. The ruthless Opgear didn't let go of the Toyota pickup truck and set it on fire. The rest of the story is beyond elaboration. If it were so easy to defeat, the Toyota pickup truck wouldn't be known as the Terror Companion. After this incident, Toyota pickup truck sales skyrocketed. Now, mercenaries, PMCs, international security organizations active on the Central Island are using this vehicle on a large scale, and even the U.S. military. They're dying. Hurry up and catch them. The criminals shouted and jumped out of the car. Their fighting style completely abandoned conventional tactics. They just rushed forward in a swarm, relying on numbers to crush the opponent. They lacked the necessary protection, but it turned out that this approach was quite effective. Coupled with their heavy firepower suppression, Mohammed was in great pain. The employee who was following him suddenly made a muffled sound, fell backwards, and dropped his weapon to the side. He let out a terrified howl and crawled over frantically, supporting himself on the ground with his hands. Fuck. Seeing this, Mohammed swung his rifle behind him, crouched over, hooked the opponent's armpit, and was about to drag him back, but the bearded man's heart tightened. He looked up hurriedly and saw a criminal looking at him. The distance between the two was only 7 meters. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. But after reacting, the other party panicked and pointed the AK-47 at him. Mohammed's mind was completely blank at this time, but the long battle made him form the so-called conscious action. He supported the wounded with one hand and quickly took out the Makarov pistol on his right leg with the other hand. This semi-automatic pistol developed by Russia was the standard pistol of the former Soviet Army and the armies of the Warsaw Pact countries. It was also one of the best compact self-defense pistols of its time. Mohammed fired all 8 bullets, 3 of which hit the opponent's body, and he fell to the ground and died. Then he threw away the empty pistol, clamped the rifle behind him under his armpit with one hand, and dragged the wounded back with great effort. Machine gun. Rescue the wounded. A report from Group 1 came through the headset, and without thinking, he immediately gave the order, retreat. No, the enemy is coming from the 6 o'clock direction. We are surrounded. Mohammed raised his head in panic and was about to run away when he saw 7 or 8 pickup trucks approaching from the side. The trucks were filled with a large number of militants, holding guns and shouting unscrupulously. Lord God. The bearded man's voice was a little trembling as he spoke. With so many militants, no matter how well they hid, sooner or later they would run out of bullets. By then, even if they died, their bodies would probably be tortured. Aren't there many cases of British and American Special Forces soldiers being tortured after their missions fail? These criminals will even record the incidents and upload them to the internet. Mohammed doesn't want to become famous in this way. It's too shameful. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Suddenly something unexpected happened, and the pickup truck that was rushing towards them was raped in the ass. Helicopter. 2 little bird helicopters were flying at low altitude, with the M134 Vulcan cannons on them firing indiscriminately. With an initial velocity of 1,045 meters per second, the only sound you could hear was like a mosquito jumping across your eardrums. 2 rappelling ropes were dropped from above, and the employees sitting on them slid down one by one. "Hey, machine gun." A teasing voice came from Muhammad's headset. "Looks like a dog has bitten your butt. Sand pig, keep your eyes open and watch. I'm going to bomb them." Shaju grinned and pressed a button. A mechanical sound was heard, and the 70mm rocket launchers on both sides of the helicopter were opened. A rocket was pushed out, and the sharp and piercing tail fin played the song of death as it drilled under the chassis of the roaring pickup truck. Boom! Blow up into the sky. Chapter 157, Being Targeted. The rocket launcher hit the ground, and the huge explosive force of the shell was enough to blast a large hole with a diameter of nearly 7 meters in the hard ground. It also easily sent the pickup truck flying into the air and flipping it over, and it fell down to the original place, just blocking the door tightly. The people inside were completely scrapped. The absolute advantage in air-to-ground operations, coupled with the shrinking gap in the number of combatants, made the criminals realize that the game was over and they all wanted to retreat. Sand Pig grabbed the radio in the helicopter and practically roared, "Damn it, don't let them get away. Repeat, let them all go to see God." After roaring, the Sand Pig pointed the nose of the plane downward to accelerate, and the horizontal component of lift moved forward, accelerating to chase. This guy's skills were quite good. He circled above the pickup truck team and yelled with his mouth open, "Aw." Machine gun bullets were fired from above and below, continuously knocking down criminals in the pickup truck's hood. Muhammad leaned exhaustedly on the tire that was a little hot from the explosion. His eyes were a little blurry. He wiped his eyes casually. He didn't know when a wound appeared on the corner of his forehead. He wiped it casually on his body. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. "Hey, machine gun." Gmamba was chewing betel nut and holding a Nejaf light machine gun in his hand. The weight of 7.5 kilograms was no problem at all. This standard weapon of the Ursay country has been equipped with the Ursay National Defense Force since it was put into service in 1988. "I thought you were dead." "Fuck." Muhammad raised his middle finger, took out a severed finger from his tactical vest, threw it on the ground, and looked at Gmamba. "What the boss wants." "OMG." Gmamba threw the machine gun to the assistant gunner, paused, picked up the severed finger, and suddenly his eyes focused. "There seems to be words on this nail." Muhammad was shaken, leaned forward, and squinted his eyes. "Tell the believers to trust only in God." This is the most famous sentence in the scriptures. Seeing that it was not an important news, the bearded man waved his hand, a little impatiently, and looked at his watch. "We have to withdraw." Gmamba nodded and contacted Sand Pig through the headset. The latter was addicted to chasing, but these criminals were also smart. They went into the mountains. No matter how good the performance of the bird helicopter was, it could only watch helplessly. "Damn it." The Sand Pig grumbled helplessly and had to turn the helicopter around and fly back. Gao Jun looked at Gran's severed finger on the table, then looked up at the exhausted Muhammad. After thinking for a moment, he spoke, "You two should go and rest first. I'll take care of the rest." Muhammad nodded, put the magazine on the table, glanced at Mrs. Polonine, turned around, pushed open the door, and left. "Can this be exchanged for 3.7 million US dollars? Gao Jun asked while sitting on the chair, leaning back comfortably and crossing his legs. "I'm afraid it's difficult. ICPO may consider the authenticity of this severed finger, but the U.S. military will definitely not agree." Polananov also smiled bitterly and shook his head, spreading his hands. "Oh, why?" The Sand Pig scratched his head, confused. "We have no connection with the American commander Badasi. He's not one of ours." Polananov handed a document to Gao Jun. "I've already done some research. The new colonel is named Julius. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy and served in the Marine Corps. He participated in the armed strike against the Bosnian Serbs in 1994, but he's also a staunch hawk." "Hawkish?" Gao Jun raised his head and raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Americanism?" "Yes, at least based on the current intelligence. He is such a person. He has privately stated more than once that the United States is not an aggressor, but rather a defender of world peace. He also said that all countries should welcome him. Is he crazy?" Sand Pig was startled and waved his hands in dissatisfaction. Polananov pointed to his head and said, "Maybe Americans have shit in their heads. Doesn't that mean at least $700,000 is going to be wasted? Damn, how many weapons can that sell for?" Americanism is a pan-racist existence, which is actually what is called racial discrimination. If Gao Jun wants to get the money from Julius, he will have to be reborn. Besides, I heard that Julius has connections with arms dealers in the United States. Polonanov lowered his voice. Gao Jun understood immediately. He straightened his body, his mind racing. Agent, that's very possible. The arms business is tough all over the world right now. Every hot spot is a battlefield for arms dealers to scramble for. I think they sent Julius here simply to assert their sovereignty. This is very possible. You know, most businessmen in the United States are part of the military-industrial complex. How do they make their fortunes? Rather than saying that the United States foreign wars are in its national interests, it is more accurate to say that it is the result of a struggle between major arms dealers in the North and the South, which has led this crazy country to invade the world in order to fill their own pockets. And this colonel must be an agent of some interest group. Then Eugene Foster's death was a conspiracy, and Gao Jun was certain that he had entered the eyes of certain people and began to see him as a threat, and then eliminated those who shared the same interests as him. And Foster was the first victim. As for why they didn't use slightly gentler means, I'm afraid it was just to scare the monkeys. Polonanov saw Gao Jun's expression clearly. He wrinkled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Boss, I think we should not provoke them at this time." "You mean I should evacuate this place? Move somewhere else?" Gao Jun interrupted him with a stern tone. His eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a captivating glint. Polonanov quickly explained, "We're not strong enough yet. We could develop in other places first, like Africa." "What if they come to Africa too?" Polonanov was speechless for a moment. Gao Jun gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can't bend down otherwise. I'll never be able to stand up straight again." He understood better than anyone that businessmen are essentially maggots. They stare at rotten meat and suck you dry until you become a mummy. They will also sell your skin and will not give up any opportunity to squeeze you dry. Aren't you just here to steal business? Absolutely don't be timid. Kill him. Please contact Mr. Conrad at the Chinese restaurant on Southern Boulevard. Gao Jun checked the time. "Let's set it for 6 p.m. Polonanov nodded. He realized that as a vice president, he was sometimes more suitable to be a nanny. Chapter 158, Compatriots. After everyone left the office, Gao Jun put his legs down from the table, tilted his head, and looked into the distance. A thrush was standing on a bare branch, licking the wound on its wings with its mouth. It raised its head, looked around with lonely eyes, and roared at the top of its voice, but no other birds around responded. It shook its head in disappointment, spread its wings, and was about to fly away when a gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced the thrush's neck, and its huge body suddenly fell. Then I heard 3 or 5 children laughing and holding homemade pistols, rushing up to grab the thrush's head and leaving with cheers. The strong prey on the weak. I'm all alone. Gao Jun retracted his gaze and looked at the magazine in front of him with a bad look. I won't let anyone destroy my interests. Ruilep is located in the northern hemisphere, and the sky is still slightly bright at 6 p.m. Shang Yusin was wearing an apron and supporting his chin, boredly driving away mosquitoes with a fly swatter. The store was very clean, but someone had painted a skull on the wall with spray, which looked quite creepy. He came here in 1978. At that time, he followed his cousin to venture out into the society. His cousin told him that there was gold everywhere here. He made a lot of money at first. Remember, at the time, the exchange rate between Swiss franc and US dollar was 3:1. It was even more valuable than RMB. He also got married and had a child, and brought them to Badasi to open a Chinese restaurant. But after 1991, the situation got worse and worse. Until now, he is half dead. Because of its unique taste, it does have some customers, especially free mercenaries or soldiers from nearby military camps. Dad! A clear and elegant female voice pulled Shang Yusin back. He turned around and saw his daughter, a smile on his face. Wenjin, why did you come out? Shang Wenjin glanced at a table of drunk guests. At their feet were several young men, AG-42 automatic rifles and ammunition. Those people were wearing tattered tactical vests and looked like mercenaries who were out to take advantage of the situation. Mom made a bowl of noodles for you. Let me bring it out, Shang Wenjin said as she put a bowl of dry soup noodles on the table. Put less in the future. Supplies are too expensive nowadays, Shang Yusin said with concern, but he still picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. Waiter, take the money. At this moment, a mercenary stood up, raised his hand and shouted. Shang Yusin hurriedly stood up, wiped his hands on himself a few times, and looked at the bill. The total is $300. Huh. The mercenary paused, pointing at the food on the table and his drunken comrade. $300 for such a small amount. Did you calculate correctly? Sir, prices are already high now. Shang Yusin wanted to explain, but before he could finish his words, he was yelled back by the other party. You liar. A kick hit Shang Yusin's body. How could a man who was nearly 50 years old bear it? He immediately rolled to the ground with a cry. Dad! Shang Wenjin rushed over anxiously, hurriedly supporting him, and raised her head angrily. How could you hit someone? The drunken mercenary's eyes suddenly lit up. Shang Wenjin was petite and handsome, and the more he looked at her, the more attractive she became. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and bad thoughts began to grow in his head. You know, this kind of thing is very common in various war-torn countries. Ruilep has the highest crime rate of any hotspot, with mercenaries and refugees contributing the lion's share, followed by the U.S. military. But the local government is helpless as they cannot afford to offend any party. Sometimes turning a blind eye makes stability even further away. Your daughter is very beautiful. The mercenary reached out and touched Shang Wenjin's chin, scaring the latter so much that she quickly glanced down and dodged. Sir, Shang Yusin's expression suddenly changed. He quickly grabbed the other person's wrist and shook his head. I'll do this for free. But what greeted him was a pistol, a Mabpei 15, pointed at Shang Yusin's head. Excuse me, I need to collect rent. Chinese, hand over your daughter and money. You are committing robbery. It's a crime. Shang Wenjin screamed. The mercenary sneered and released the safety of his pistol. This is Ruilep. It's a paradise for crime. Madam, you are my trophy of Kedson. After he finished speaking, he roughly picked up Shang Wenjin, completely ignoring Lao Shang's pulling, and was about to press the other party on the table. Shang's mother, who heard the noise, came out with a shovel. Seeing this, she was also angry and wanted to rush forward, but was kicked in the stomach by Kai Chen and fell to the ground. Mom! Shang Wenjin screamed in horror, struggled hard, and bit the other person's arm. Oh, fuck, bitch! Kai Desen gasped in pain, and after breaking free, he slapped Shang Wenjin in the face with his backhand, causing her face to swell up instantly. Looking at the row of teeth marks, his face suddenly darkened. The alcohol stimulated his cerebral cortex, making his behavior irrational all of a sudden. He grabbed the other person's neck with one hand and gritted his teeth. Shang Wenjin began to roll her eyes, and her limbs became increasingly weak. Bang! The door of the Chinese restaurant was pushed open from the outside. The sudden sound startled Kai Desen. He turned his head, and his pupils shrank. He saw a dozen people who looked like bodyguards wearing suits, sunglasses, and holding HK-33E automatic rifles walked in. This scene made it clear what was going on at a glance. The leader, Gmamba, said, "Get out of here." Kai Desen didn't know who these people were, but judging by their equipment, it was definitely not something a freelance mercenary like him could fight against. However, he would not give up his prey, so he stiffened his neck and asked, "Who are you?" Just as Gmamba was about to answer, he heard footsteps behind him, so he quickly made way. What's going on? Gao Jun walked in with a frown on his face, a cigar dangling from his lips. But just as he finished speaking, he saw the situation inside the Chinese restaurant clearly, and his expression turned grim. Kill him. Don't move. Kai Deshen's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be so decisive. He hurriedly pulled Shang Wenjin up, put the gun to her head, and glared at her. If you move again, I will kill him. Gmamba and his men surrounded Kai Chen and had no idea where to start. This guy was experienced in combat and kept Shang Wenjin close to him, which could easily hurt the hostage. Let me out. Seeing that this worked, Kai Deshen's eyes lit up and he made a request. He took a step forward, but suddenly his pupils shrank. The young man in front of him actually took out a pistol and pulled the trigger decisively. Kai Desen clearly saw the trajectory of the bullet graze Shang Wenjin's ear and entered his sight. Puff! Kai Shenbai's brains exploded everywhere, and Gmamba and others continued to shoot at him. Dozens of bullets were used up. Shang Wenjin was so scared that she screamed and squatted on the ground with her hands on her head. Gao Jun just glanced at her, threw the gun to Gmamba, and ordered, "Clean up this place, my guests are coming. Don't let us lose the desire to eat later." I'm afraid that to him, Shang Wenjin was just someone he saved by chance. Chapter 159, Betrayal. Kai Chin's body was dragged out by his feet, and the road was stained red with blood. Someone then took a mop from the bathroom and mopped the floor clean. As for Kai Chin's other accomplices, they were thrown onto the street like garbage. Gao Jun was decisive, but not a bloodthirsty person. As long as these people were not fools, they would definitely run away after they sobered up. No one would risk their lives for a dead friend because they know there would be no reward. "Boss, prepare some snacks for us." Gao Jun glanced at Shang Yusin, paused, and said in Chinese, "Add more chili." Shang Yusin supported his wife and held his daughter's hand with his right hand. His legs were trembling. He was slightly startled when he heard Gao Jun's familiar Mandarin. He raised his head and blurted out, "Chinese?" Gao Jun didn't respond, but just said, "Another bottle of good domestic wine." After saying that, he walked towards the private room upstairs in 2 or 3 steps. The bodyguards behind him stood at the stairs with guns in hand, staring at the surrounding environment with a fierce look. This was the result of 3 or 4 hours of intensive training by Armand. Anyway, it was enough to teach them the most basic standing positions first. Anyway, it's just for show. "Dad, who are they?" Shang Wenjin pinched her father's arm hard. Her lips turned pale with fear. There was some disgusting brain matter on her neck, which irritated her so much that she almost vomited stomach acid. Shang Yusin patted her back soothingly, saying it was okay. This must be an important person. You know, there are still many overseas Chinese in Ruilep. As for how big a figure is he, Shang Yusin didn't dare to speculate. Those bodyguards didn't look easy to get along with. They looked ferocious, as if they had a sign on their foreheads saying, "Keep out." He just rubbed his stuffy chest and said, "Stop looking at me. Let's go in." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Conrad finally walked into the Chinese restaurant with 2 confidants. He saw the bodyguards standing around with their hands behind their backs and the strong smell of blood in the air. Even if Gmamba and the others cleaned harder, it was still a bit hasty. "Mr. Conrad, the boss is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." Gmamba made an inviting gesture and led the way. Conrad glanced at the HK-33E automatic rifle in the bodyguard's hand and felt a little envious. This gun was very famous. In the early 1970s, Germany's Heckler Koch GmbH developed a 5.56mm small-caliber rifle for export, known as the HK-33E. This rifle, based on the G3 7.62mm automatic rifle, is essentially a smaller version. It remains in production, and Thailand has licensed its production rights. It is used by the armed forces of Malaysia, Chile, Thailand, and Brazil, and has also been exported to other countries in Southeast Asia, Africa, and South America. The firing rate can reach 750 rounds per minute. The effective range is about 400 meters, and the magazine capacity is 25 rounds. It sells very well in many war-torn countries and is very popular among mercenaries. Of course, Conrad was more confused. When did the Chinese guys' weapons and equipment become so good? In the past, I could often see my employees carrying shabby antiques from World War II, but now, they have upgraded to better ones. Conrad walked into the box with a puzzled look on his face. Gao Jun saw him and enthusiastically spread his hands and stood up. "Hey man, it's great that you're still alive." The two hugged each other. Conrad smiled bitterly and pointed at the bodyguard at the door. "Is this necessary?" "I'm afraid of death," Gao Jun said frankly, nodding his forehead. "You know, my head is quite valuable in Ruilep. At least many people don't live like me. I don't want to die in obscurity like Foster." Conrad had no way of responding to this. During the time that Gao Jun was away, he could feel the undercurrents in Badasi better than anyone else, and the death toll on the streets continued to soar every night. The struggle for interests has reached a fever pitch. Gao Jun kept staring at Conrad's expression, seeing that the other party remained silent. A hint of sarcasm and ridicule flashed in his eyes. He was very open-minded. Gao Jun snapped his fingers, and Jamamba, behind him, carefully took out the severed finger and placed it on the table. "I brought you what you needed. What is this?" Conrad frowned, confused. Gao Jun leaned forward slightly, placed one hand on the table, and stared at the other person. Grand's severed finger. Conrad's right eyebrow twitched, and his eyelid twitched slightly. "Did you really kill him?" "Of course, I'm thinking about these $3.7 million US. If he gets killed by someone else one day, I'll be heartbroken." Gao Jun chuckled, lowered his head and coughed, then slowly raised it again. "What belongs to me, I will definitely not let it go. What doesn't belong to me, I will grab it and put my name on it. If anyone destroys my interests, I will kill his entire family. Conrad subconsciously reached behind his back, but then he felt a chill all over his body. He raised his eyes in panic and met Gao Jun's eyes. The latter was playing with a manhwa 0.38-inch special police revolver in his hand. The muzzle of the gun was often pointed at Conrad as Gao Jun fiddled with it, which scared him so much that he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. For you, my friend. Just when Conrad didn't know how to interrupt, Gao Jun suddenly smiled, pushed the pistol in front of him, and said. The German looked down at the revolver and heard Gao Jun's voice again. My favorite is the revolver because when you shoot at the head, the brain doesn't explode in a fan-shaped pattern. Can you try it? Try it? As soon as he got the revolver, Conrad felt that there was a bullet in it, and even the safety was on. Conrad, I know your daughter is not in good health. I have entrusted her to the care of Dean Smith of Green Hospital. She will definitely recover in the hospital. Pang! Conrad couldn't help himself this time. He pushed the chair away and stood up. What happened to your daughter? Click! He was greeted by the sound of Gamamba loading the bullet into the gun, with the muzzle pointed at him. Gao Jun moved his chair back a little. He hated people standing so close to him, looking down at him. He shook his hand and said, Conrad, I just think your daughter can still be saved. Of course, if you don't want her to, she might just go back to God. Gao Jun did not hide the threat in his tone. He didn't trust Conrad, and his grandson wasn't worthy of his trust. Huff! Conrad's rapid breathing exuded anger. He clenched and unclenched his fists several times, his face becoming extremely ugly. But he finally gave up, picked up the chair, and sat back, staring at Gao Jun. After a few seconds of silence, he finally asked in a hoarse voice, What do you want to know? Who contacted you? Conrad felt relieved when he heard this. As expected, Gao Jun knew it. Julius had someone contact me. Gao Jun curled his lips. It seemed that the newly appointed American commander was unwilling to give in and wanted to muddy the waters. He asked, What did he tell you? Conrad had already confessed, so he didn't feel any pressure. He said, The arms you're selling are disrupting the peace of Badasi. You'll be punished eventually. Ha! Gao Jun's initial chuckles escalated into a roar of laughter. Tears welled up in his eyes. He wiped them with his sleeve, shook his head, and said helplessly, This American's mindset really hasn't changed. Can't they come up with a new excuse? Conrad watched coldly, not finding it amusing at all. He has the capitalists of Montana standing behind him. Montana? Gao Jun's smile widened as he sneered. Just those few farmers and ranchers? Cowboys living on oats? They're stretching their hands too far, and they're easily cut off. What would happen if a colonel was shot to death? Conrad's pupils suddenly shrank. Are you crazy? Chapter 160. Our boss wants to have tea with you. You're breaking the rules of the game. Do you want to provoke America's wrath? Conrad was so frightened that half his butt was hanging in the air, supporting his body. You're playing with fire. Gao Jun remained calm despite his almost roaring rebuttal. He simply poured a bottle of white wine from the table into the small cup, sniffed the familiar mellow aroma, and then raised his head to drink it all in one gulp. A surge of heat from his throat rushed to his forehead. His cheeks flushed, and he burped. Conrad's eyes were blazing with fire, and his gums were about to break. But Gamamba, next to him, did not relax for a moment. He had no doubt that if he made the slightest unusual movement, the bullet would go through his chest. Are you done? Gao Jun raised his eyelids frivolously and said teasingly, You like a girl being raped, covering her chest and shouting, Don't do it to me, but I've even taken off my pants. The anger of the Yankees? Gao Jun spat at the flower bed in the corner of the room with disdain. What the hell is that worth? Julius is blocking my way. I won't let him live. You're a lunatic. Conrad pointed at Gao Jun. You'll be wanted by the United States sooner or later. As long as I survive, I don't care what list I'm on. I'd rather live in infamy than live in poverty and mediocrity. Gao Jun glared, a little mad under the influence of alcohol. If you want your daughter to survive, don't play tricks on me. If you weren't useful, I would have shot you long ago. Conrad, remember, you were the one who betrayed me first. In fact, Gao Jun didn't trust this German guy very much from the beginning. Using US dollars to control this guy might only be useful temporarily, but when greater benefits appear in front of him, he will abandon himself. So Gao Jun hired someone to keep an eye on him from the beginning and found that he had close contacts with an American businessman. Gao Jun knew it while he was still on the plane. I was sold. But does betrayal necessarily mean death? Gao Jun wants to make Conrad live a life worse than death. Bang! Conrad slumped in the chair, his hands drooping at his sides, his shoulders trembling slightly, his lips dry, his eyes flickering with struggle, hesitation, confusion, and fear. He rasped, "Kin, give me a cigarette?" Gao Jun raised the corner of his mouth and took out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket. "The moon I brought from Germany will definitely suit your taste." Looking at the familiar old sign, Conrad was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep sense of fatigue. He wanted to escape from here. There were too many people gambling here, and he felt tired as a chess piece. Click! He flicked the lighter and took a deep drag on the cigarette. His mind was exceptionally clear. "What do you want me to do?" "Help me get Julius out," Gao Jun said. "That's unlikely. He's too cautious. I've tried to meet him before as the head of security, but he's always refused." Conrad tapped off his cigarette ash and said in a low voice, "Every time I try to contact him, it's always a businessman named David who takes the initiative. He's Julius's confidant." Gao Jun chuckled. "Can you contact David?" Conrad was silent for a moment. "I have a single line of communication with him." "Great. How about inviting Mr. David to dinner?" Gao Jun snapped his fingers, pointing at the table full of dishes before him. He took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication. "Want to try this Chinese food?" Did Conrad have any reason to refuse? When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He glanced at Gao Jun helplessly, took out his phone, and was about to call when Gao Jun stopped him. He took out his own phone from his pocket and put it on the table. "Use mine." Disappointment flashed in Conrad's eyes. A house in an alley somewhere in Badasi. A portly man was working at his desk, a detailed map of the entire city spread out before him, covered in numerous small texts. His name was David Whedon. He had once been a consultant for Montana Industrial Sales Company. Of course, after coming to Ruilep, he became an agent of profit. He worked with Julius to help Montana businessmen get a piece of the pie here. David stretched lazily and waved his fist tiredly. "This damn job is making my head hurt. I don't know when I can go back. There are no entertainment facilities here at all. It's so boring." He sighed, opened a drawer, and carefully took out a plastic bag filled with white lenses. David licked his tongue, rubbed his hands, wrinkled his nose, and rolled his Adam's apple up and down. Just as he was about to pull out the straw, the phone in his pocket rang. He cursed a little impatiently. "Shit, that bastard." But the ringing sounded a bit harsh, so he had no choice but to answer the call, but the tone was very unfriendly. "Hey, who is it?" "Me, Conrad." David paused, stirring the crystals, and frowned. "Why did you change your phone number?" Conrad looked at Gao Jun, who was wolfing down his food, and the Type 54 pistol beside him, and said swiftly, "I have some intel on that Chinese man. Do you want it?" "Of course. That damn bastard stole our customers. My boss is very unhappy. He must die. How much do you want?" David was so excited that he almost danced with joy. He had made a lot of money from the intelligence he collected from Conrad. $40,000. Conrad called out a high price, then quickly explained, "This is a piece of information I just got, and I think it's worth that much." David hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, where are you?" "Southern Avenue Chinese Restaurant." After Conrad finished speaking, he hung up. He was afraid that if he said too much, it would arouse David's suspicion. He looked up at Gao Jun and asked, "Are you satisfied now? Go wait for Mr. David outside and bring him up safely." Gao Jun turned to look at Gmamba, smiled, pulled out a piece of paper, wiped the corner of his mouth, and stretched out his finger. "Remember, it's best to let him know what we do. Don't neglect him." Gmamba nodded, baring his front teeth. He pulled the pistol from behind his back, turned off the safety, and said, "I will definitely treat him well. You won't really kill him, will you? Then there will be no peace between you and Julius." Conrad asked nervously. He was still praying in his heart that Gao Jun would never provoke the other party. Didn't he know that behind Julius stood the most powerful country in the world and a group of capitalists who could even kill their own leader when they got ruthless? Gao Jun burped, chewed a chili pepper, and comforted the other person, "Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands." Conrad had a bad feeling in his heart when he heard these words. David was driving a small car very cautiously. When he turned into Southern Avenue from the main road, he saw someone blocking the road ahead. He was startled and reached for the passenger seat with his right hand, where a Mappa 15 pistol was hidden. This was his only weapon for self-defense. In this damn place called Ruilep, if someone stops your car, you must rush over and never stop. Countless examples have shown that if you stop the car, you will be dead. But just as he was about to step on the accelerator, Those people raised their rifles and signaled him to stop. The mocking smile on their lips seemed to say, "If you have the temper, go ahead and shoot. See if I can shoot you through." David had no choice but to stop the car, put the gun under his butt, rolled down the window, and forced a smile. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" "Mr. David?" Mamba asked back. It's me? You guys." David was stunned. Could this be someone he knew? He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out. As long as I'm not mistaken. Mamba took a step back, raised his rifle with one hand, pointed it at the other man's head, and said with a smile, "Mr. David, our boss wants to treat you to tea." Chapter 161. Cruel and Merciless. David's right hand, hidden under the cushion, moved slightly as he looked at the environment. He was thinking about whether a sudden counterattack would give him a chance of escape. "Sir, it's best not to act excessively. Our boss hates violence the most." Mamba shook a finger, but it seemed like a signal. He heard the other employees behind him open the safety on the left side of the HK-33E automatic rifle, raised the muzzle, and pointed it at him. "Don't shoot. I'm getting out of the car." David retracted his right hand, raised his hand, pushed open the door, and walked out slowly. But just as he stood firm, he was hit on the forehead by the butt of Mamba's gun. David couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the forehead. He covered the wound in pain, but this fat man had a lot of blood, and the blood instantly soaked the entire collar of his suit. "I'll add another dish for you first. Take him away," Jamamba said, pointing at the two employees. Conrad was very nervous. He was thinking about how awkward his meeting with David would be. Most importantly, he didn't want to offend Julius. He was so anxious that his palms began to sweat, and he kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with napkins. "Are you hot?" Gao Jun suddenly raised his head and asked. No, it's okay. I hope you can still sweat later." Gao Jun said this with deep meaning. Conrad's heart tightened, and the sense of foreboding became stronger. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard the doorknob behind him turn, and Mamba's voice came, "Boss, Mr. David is here." David was being held by two employees, his face slightly swollen. Jamamba had given him a few more dishes on the way up, and his swollen eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Hearing Jamamba's respectful address, he was a little curious about who the boss was. He raised his head with difficulty, but the first thing he saw was the back. The broad back seemed to be curled up intentionally, but David's eyes suddenly widened. "Konrad Adenoa." The figure trembled instantly, but still did not turn around. Gao Jun stood up, wiped the oil off his hands, hooked his arm around Conrad's neck, and said with a smile, "Mr. Conrad, come and see your old friend." "It's really you." David instantly became excited, struggling hard, his eyes ferocious, and roaring, "Conrad, do you know what you are doing?" "Hello, Mr. David." Gao Jun straightened his collar and walked up to David. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gao Jun, and I'm the chairman of Zulong Security Company. I think you know me well." David's heart suddenly rose to his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. His feet and scalp were numb. He had never felt that a person's smile could be so creepy. His voice trembled. What do you want to do?" "Don't worry. I just came to have a meal with you." Gao Jun waved his hand to let the employee go and personally supported David, helping him to the table. He was very considerate and brought a chair for him to sit down. He held his neck and whispered in his ear, "Try it. Chinese food." Bang. As soon as he finished saying this, he pressed the man's head hard on the table, brought the bowl of bitter melon soup over, lifted it to about 10 centimeters above his head, and poured it down. "Ah!" David screamed from the burns, his eyeballs turned blood red, and his whole face began to wrinkle. The screams seemed to come from his bones, and everyone in the room felt numb after hearing them. Conrad also opened his eyes wide and felt a chill in his heart. "Is it delicious?" "Mr. David, I have another pot of braised pork here, which should suit your taste." No. David kicked his legs so hard that he could smell a slight burnt smell on his skin. His eyes were fixed on the pot of braised pork filled with boiling oil, his voice trembling with tears. Gao Jun's braised pork hung over David's head, and he chuckled sinisterly. "Are you willing to cooperate?" David hesitated. He was very smart, and he knew what Gao Jun wanted to know. If he was a fool, those capitalists would not have sent him to this place. "I don't like people who hesitate." Gao Jun was ruthless. In front of David's horrified eyes, he covered his face with the entire plate of braised pork. Screams were heard in the private room, and the soup also stained Gao Jun. He grabbed David's hair and pulled him up, frowning. "I'm a little impatient." "Gramamba Grenade." The latter responded and took out an F. won him 1915 from his suit pocket, and handed it to Gao Jun. Gao Jun put it on his hand and pried open David's mouth with a grin. I'm gonna put this in your mouth later, then stick some transparent tape on it and pull out the pull ring. The ignition device of the 1915 model is very simple. When the safety cap is pulled out, sparks will appear around it, which is enough to cause certain damage. The most important thing is that the fear before death is terrifying. I'll tell you, David is not a tough guy, and it is really beyond imagination that he has been able to hold on until now. That's right. Don't risk your life for others. It's not worth it. Gao Jun, like a dog, smiled and said, I just want to know who Julius is. Frightened, David blurted out everything he knew. Julius's family was very poor when he was young. He once stole and was detained by the police for a few days. Later, when he applied to military academy, this stain was a blemish. It was only through connections that a Montana legislator cleared his name. Later, after he joined the army, his meritorious service on the battlefield gave him a chance for advancement. At this time, a Montana businessman wanted to invest in him. Gao Jun finally knew the whole story from David. Julius was just a soldier labeled as a Montana soldier, and he was also a puppet funded by businessmen. Then why do they have to cause trouble for me? Gao Jun had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Because you are Chinese. David's wounds hurt, and he bared his teeth and explained with a ferocious face. This answer made Gao Jun stunned and frowned. Does this matter? Promoting the threat of a major power and criticizing the Chinese has always been a political necessity for the United States. You become far more prominent in Badasi. They think you're an agent pushed from within an Eastern country. Of course, most importantly, your presence has restricted their arms trade. You're much easier to bully than those locals in Ruilep. David was quite honest and didn't know how to be subtle, so he just said it directly. MLGB. Gao Jun uttered a curse word from his hometown, his face gloomy. Don't worry about breaking your teeth. Is there any way to get Julius out of the barracks? David's expression suddenly changed. He understood the meaning of Gao Jun's question and his eyes wandered. This. You'd better not play any tricks on me, Gao Jun said lightly. David trembled with fear and said quickly, Julius will have an appointment with the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Badasi to play golf this Sunday. He will be out then. Gao Jun's expression relaxed, and he patted David on the shoulder. You cooperated very well. I'm very satisfied. David cursed in his heart, with a hint of pleading desire on his face. Then can you let me go? Of course. Gao Jun smiled. Before David could even smile, he said to Conrad, Sir, kill him. Use the pistol I gave you, and pointed at his head. Conrad's face suddenly changed. When he met Gao Jun's gradually cold eyes, he couldn't help but think of the conversation between them just now. You're not really going to kill him, are you? Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands. It turns out that this damn bastard had been plotting against me from the very beginning. He never really thought of letting himself go. He wanted himself to kill David with his own hands and cut off his retreat. Conrad felt cold all over. This man was too meticulous and as cunning as a chimpanzee. Don't let me down, Conrad. Gao Jun's eyes were dark. If the other party continued to hesitate, don't blame him for killing him. Perhaps sensing Gao Jun's murderous intent, Conrad tremblingly raised the Methriau revolver and pointed the muzzle at David's head. David shook his head and begged for mercy. Bang! As expected, when a head was blown up with a revolver, the brain matter did not splatter. Chapter 162, Acquaintance. Pa. Gao Jun clapped his hands, took Conrad's pistol, glanced at David's body, and said to Gmamba, clean it up and throw it into the Tigris River to feed the fish. Gmamba quickly agreed and ordered his employees to put the bodies into the sacks prepared in advance. He did this job of cleaning up the mess quite efficiently. Conrad hung his head, his hands trembled, and his fingers were in the position of pulling the trigger. Gao Jun flicked a toothpick off the table and hung it on his lips. As he walked past Conrad, he patted his shoulder and said, Your daughter will be very happy in Germany. At least, she won't have to kneel on the ground and beg others for US dollars. Just do the job for me, and I can give you whatever you want. If you mess up, there is no need to continue with the rest of this, but everyone understands that if you mess up, you die. After Gao Jun finished speaking, he led his employees downstairs, leaving Conrad sitting alone, with only his temples fluttering lightly in the cold wind outside the window. Gao Jun went downstairs and walked straight out the door. Just as he took a step forward, he stopped, took out a business card from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said to Shang Yusin, who was standing trembling beside him, "If you have any trouble, you can call me." After he finished speaking, he went into the JVDEV at the door under the protection of his employees. As his power grew, Gao Jun became more and more afraid of death, and he also knew that he could not die, so he was very cautious. If it was not necessary, he would not even participate in the battle and would never put himself in danger. Have you ever seen other security company chairmen personally go to the battlefield? They just hide in the back and count dollars comfortably. Here's the meal money. Gamamba counted $500 bills, placed them on the table, and left in the opposite direction of Gao Jun. He had to deal with the body. The fish in the Tigris River hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Shang Yusin looked at the blood dripping from the sack. His eyes tightened, and he quickly lowered his head. He was timid and fearful of attracting a fatal disaster. After Gao Jun and the others left, he picked up the business card on the table and muttered softly, "Zulong Security Company? Mercenary." Shang Yusin looked into the distance with complicated eyes. He knew very well that this business card could definitely save his life at a critical moment. Sitting in the car, Gao Jun's mind was full of mixed thoughts. He had to build up a stable clientele. Relying solely on occasional large orders was not enough to support himself and others. Maybe it was time to contact Vasily Alba. After rescuing little hope from the Habsburg family, Neil, who looked like a piece of dog shit, called him. When Gao Jun heard about Vasily Alba, he immediately got scared. At that time, he didn't want to do business with this guy. Everyone knew that people from the KGB were notoriously dirty. When the Soviet Union collapsed, many KGB members were unemployed. What did they join? Gangs. From heroes at the beginning, they became butchers. During those chaotic years, some people even fantasized about stealing nuclear warheads and selling them to other countries. What would the people in this organization not dare to do? Gao Jun is very strong-willed, but he also understands what self-knowledge means. Now that I have enough money, it's time to give it a try. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard several gunshots. The employee driving the car shouted, "Boss, there's a gunfight." Gao Jun bent over and looked ahead. Two men in hip-hop clothes, holding semi-automatic rifles, ran towards the avenue in a panic, followed by a dozen pursuers. Gao Jun let out a surprised sound. He actually saw a familiar face. Mickey felt the pain on the soles of his feet from gravel. With a look of fear on his face, he hid behind the bunker with his hands covering his head. When he pulled the trigger, he saw that the bullets were all used up. He subconsciously felt around a few times but didn't even feel anything. After cursing under his breath, he shouted to his companion not far to the right, "Give me some bullets." His companion quickly took out a new magazine from his pocket and was about to throw it away when a bullet came and hit him directly in the side of the face. His body, weighing more than 100 pounds, fell down with a bang like a leek being cut. Fuck! Mickey punched the stone shelter. The back of his hand was covered with wounds, but there was more despair in his eyes. "Mickey, you can't run away." The pursuers outside also began to shout arrogantly, "Your head is worth $50,000. Get out here." "Nix, you bastard. If you have the temper, come and get it yourself. I'm just afraid you don't have the courage." Mickey kept his mouth hard for a while and shouted back at the top of his voice. The fat man hiding in the back was furious. He pointed his finger and shouted, "Kill him, and all the business here will be ours." A group of gunmen came over and were about to surround Mickey when the sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground was heard. Everyone saw a JLTV rushing in a rough manner. When it was 20 meters away from the gunman, it spun the car sideways. Before Nix and others could react, the door was opened and bullets were fired. Attack! Nix held his head, but jumped into the pit with a very nimble body. Fight back! Fight back! Mickey was also a little confused and couldn't understand it for a while. "Hey, clown, it seems like you're not doing too well." The sarcastic sneer sounded familiar to Mickey. He raised his head and took a look, his eyes suddenly widening. Gao Jun, I thought you didn't recognize me." Mikey swallowed, stuttering until he didn't know how to speak. Everyone in Badasi knows that there's a very powerful Chinese man who cooperates with the government and sells arms. There are even rumors that the former godfather of the Hellhound Gang was sniped by him. He is a lawless bastard. Mickey felt a chill in his heart, fearing that the other party would seek revenge on him. He intentionally or unintentionally avoided going in the direction of Zulong Company, but who knew that they would meet again so soon. "Get in the car," Gao Jun said, hooking his finger. Mickey was lying on his stomach, and from under the car he saw that the Nix guys were still struggling. He knew that they would not stop until they killed him. So he quickly climbed into the car and lay there like a dead dog. The driver stepped on the accelerator, circled in place, blew out a cloud of smoke, and left in a dashing manner. Chase! Chase him! Nix was so angry that he jumped up and down. But the henchmen around him glanced at each other in bewilderment. No one moved. What a joke. Those guys had such powerful firepower, and they were driving a military-grade JTLV. It was obvious at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. Waste. All of you waste. Nix fired a few shots into the sky in dissatisfaction, his eyes red. Mickey, leaning against the seat, hesitated for a moment before speaking, "Thank you for saving me." Gao Jun glanced at him sideways. "Is that all you have to say thank you? I'm afraid that's not enough. I'll give you a 20% stake in your business." Mickey shook his head with a wry smile, patting his trouser pockets. "I'm so poor now that I have to go out to pick up food." "Huh? Are you kidding me?" Gao Jun spoke in a bad tone. He knew how profitable Mickey's business was. The slave trade was a highly profitable industry, and he had planned this a long time ago. "Do you think I'd dare to lie to you now?" Mickey said in a low voice, looking downcast. "I've been abandoned by the Indian tycoons. They kicked me out like a dog and replaced me with a damn bastard who even wanted to kill me. If I hadn't had my confidants help me escape, I'd be dead by now." Gao Jun just listened and watched quietly. After Mickey finished yelling, he spoke. "So, you're no longer useful?" Chapter 163. Useless people deserve to die. Mickey was stunned, and when he saw Gao Jun's eyes, he was instantly scared. If it was a little popular just now, it's like watching a pile of garbage. No, no, no. I'm still useful." Mickey quickly sat up, howling. He didn't want to die. He had been here for so long. Of course he knew that keeping useless people around would only waste air. We must learn to save resources for useful people. Mickey didn't want his body to be torn into pieces by wild dogs tomorrow. "Tell me about it." Gao Jun took out a cigarette, smoked it, and crossed his legs. "You'd better let me know clearly." The smell of cigarettes in the air made Mickey's cravings kick in. He took a few deep puffs and quickly said, "In the cellar of my lair, there are 3 E-color IF-grade diamonds. They're worth about $800,000. There are also some antiques in there. If altogether, it's close to $1.4 million. I'm willing to give it all to you." $1.4 million? Gao Jun raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and said, "Your family background is quite solid." Mickey laughed awkwardly. "I bought it from several tribes when I went to South Africa." The guy subconsciously rubbed his hands as he spoke. "Bought it? You're kidding me. They must have used some violence. Otherwise, the African tribesmen wouldn't be fools. After all, South African diamonds are world famous, and finding buyers is easy. Why sell them to a slave trader? What do you want me to help you with?" Gao Jun asked with a frown. "Help me take out the Knicks." Mickey's teeth were chattering, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable rage, like an enraged lion. His face was ferocious and terrifying, and his finger bones were white from being pinched. "Those Indians in New Delhi didn't believe me and killed my wife and children in Australia. I want to cut off all their profit chains in Badasi. I'm afraid that won't work." Gao Jun poured a basin of cold water on Mickey's head and said, "This price isn't enough for me to offend the Indian tycoon. The essence of a businessman is profit. Maybe one day Gao Jun will have to cooperate with this group of Indians. Everyone knows that these people are stupid and have a lot of money. It is not worth it for a mere $1.4 million US. Greedy Chinese." Mickey was so angry that his teeth were itching. This bastard was not much better. He was even more disgusting than the Knicks. "I also know of an untapped diamond mine in Lusaka, the capital of Zambia, Africa. If you help me eliminate them, I'm willing to split the mining rights with you." Mickey cast a big fish, then paused as if thinking of something, and then said, "I've already bought the land. The Zambian government only recognizes me as the sole legal owner." The meaning of this statement is very clear. It is simply a warning to Gao Jun. Don't even think about getting rid of me. You can't get it without me. Gao Jun's expression changed, and a smile appeared on his face. He threw a cigarette to Mickey and said with a smile, "Relax, buddy. I won't eat you. Of course, I hope you're not lying to me otherwise." Gao Jun lowered his head, chuckled, and leaned over. "I'll drain all your blood and then throw you into the desert to feed the vultures." Mickey's body tensed up instantly, his face flushed red, and he was extremely nervous, as if sitting on pins and needles and having thorns in his back. "Is your place still where it was?" Number 17 Bacardi Street. I've moved, Mickey said quickly. Gao Jun nodded, took out his phone, called Muhammad, and after briefly explaining Mickey's situation, he said, "Take our old buddies with you and kill everyone inside. Bring back the diamonds and antiques." "I understand, boss." Muhammad's voice came from the phone, and he didn't forget to mock Mickey. "Let that clown see who avenged him." Mickey's face turned red as he listened. "I don't want anything to go wrong. I hate trouble, and I hate people deceiving me," Gao Jun said to Muhammad, but his words were ambiguous, and it was unclear who he was talking to. After hanging up the phone, he threw the smoldering cigarette out the window, and the car's rear wheel just ran over it. But at that moment, a child with a face covered in dust ran out from the rubble nearby. He squatted down and picked up the cigarette, but holding it in both hands. With joy in his clear eyes, he ran back, shouting, "Bang!" There was a burst of gunfire from a tall building in the distance. The bullet passed through the child's neck. The huge inertia carried the thin body nearly 1 meter away. The child lying on the ground kept opening his eyes wide. He heard his mother say, "Open your eyes so that you can survive." "Mom, it hurts." Tears rolled down the child's eyes and fell to the ground, and even the purest tears were covered with dust. Bang! His little hands drooped weakly on the ground, but he still held the cigarette, but tightly in his hand. In his limited consciousness, he still remembered that there was no war in Badasi at that time, and his father at that time was holding him and his brothers, with a cigarette in his mouth and smiling happily. Wouldn't it be nice if there were no war? Nix returned to his lair with a furious look on his face. He slammed his gun on the table and turned to yell at his subordinates. "Get out of here! Don't let me see you, you bunch of rubbish!" These are all refugees he recruited from the local area. There are plenty of people coming for $2 a day. Although the Ruilep people felt very uncomfortable after being scolded, they still had to rely on the Nix for their livelihood, so they could only leave in anger. After they all left, Nix sat down on the sofa, his chest heaving rapidly, letting the cunning Mickey run away. He seemed to have seen the Indian tycoon pointing at his head and calling him a waste. "No, we must find him and kill him. The Nix are gloomy. He must show his due value. Otherwise, he will be the next one to be replaced." He stood up, locked the door, then stealthily walked to the desk and pulled open the floorboards underneath, revealing a gray metal box. He blew gently, wiped it clean, and opened the box. A dazzling light pierced his eyes, forcing him to squint. He saw 3 thumb-sized diamonds lying in the box. Nix grinned sinisterly. He found these from the cellar below. There were some antiques in it that looked to be worth a lot of money. These originally belonged to Mickey, but now they were all his. Bang! Just as he was feeling happy, the wooden door was kicked open. Scared, he quickly closed the box and subconsciously picked up the pistol on the table. He saw a group of gunmen wearing masks and holding weapons rushing in. Scared, Nix quickly hid in the corner and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Send you to see the man of God." Mohammed deliberately changed his voice, pulled the trigger, and fired more than a dozen bullets, killing Nix directly. The body slowly slid down the wall with his eyes wide open. He could not figure out who killed him until his death. Chapter 164, Renovation Company. The JLTV drove slowly through the gate. Mickey looked through the window at the orderly arranged houses and the employee walking by with a gun and eating bread. The equipment on his body made him a little jealous. He was holding an M4 carbine in his hand, an All-Timax machine gun on his back, a drum magazine on his waist, wearing a 3-color drought camouflage uniform and Dana military boots. This whole set looked much better than the ordinary mercenary equipment. They even caught up with the regular army. When passing by the tarmac, Mickey's jaw dropped. Looking at the 70mm rocket launcher with a black mouth, his jaw dropped in fear. He trembled and said, "Little bird." This expression fully satisfied Gao Jun's vanity. "How did you do it?" Mickey turned his head suddenly and asked Gao Jun with complicated eyes. "Do you want to know?" Gao Jun stared at him with a fake smile on his face. Mickey shook his head quickly. "No, I don't want to know." Looking at Gao Jun's expression, if he asked one more question, the other party would definitely send him to hell without hesitation. The light armored vehicle drove to the door of a building and stopped. Mickey and Gao Jun got out of the car and saw at a glance the 2 semi-ammo machine guns erected on the sandbags stacked at the door. It looks like a smaller version of the German MG-42 machine gun, but its delayed recoil system is actually an improvement on the Santa Barbara Setme rifle and is very similar to the delayed recoil system used in the Heckler Koch rifle. The rifle, Chamber for the 5.56 by 45mm NATO cartridge is essentially a lightweight assault machine gun. Its lightness, compactness, and portability make it suitable for use in the final stages of a charging operation. Designed by the Spanish Center for Military Equipment Technology and manufactured by the state-owned Santa Barbara Arsenal, it debuted in 1982 and entered service with the Spanish Army in the late 1980s. The effective range reaches 1,650 meters. It's inevitable that a few petty thieves will break in. My employees love to tie them to a tree and then beat them through. Gao Jun said slowly, "Want to give it a try?" "How try?" Mickey panicked and waved his hands quickly. "Don't waste bullets." Gao Jun was just trying to scare him. Mickey is now a diamond mine. Gao Jun's arms business will sooner or later reach Africa, and this guy is his stepping stone. Following Gao Jun upstairs, Mickey had a very ugly look on his face. He still underestimated Gao Jun's strength. With the firepower of these weapons and equipment, as long as they didn't encounter heavy weapons or large-scale battles, they were basically invincible in Badasi. Even if those Indians had long arms, they would probably be hacked to death if they came here. He was trying to get more out of it, but in the end he got himself into trouble. He felt mixed emotions and frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Gao Jun pushed open the office door and motioned for Mickey to sit anywhere. Just as he was about to get some water, he heard the intercom on the table flash with a magnetic wave and heard Xiao Hao's voice. "Boss, G-Pow, and the others are back." It seems the operation went smoothly. Gao Jun smiled and pressed the intercom. "Let them come up." "Got it," Little Hao replied. Gao Jun looked at the nervous Mickey and said slowly, "I'd like to see what kind of diamond is worth $200,000. As he spoke, Mohammed ran up with a small box in his arms. After glancing at Mickey, he placed the box in front of Gao Jun and said in a deep voice, "We've cleared the target. We found the antiques in the cellar and pulled them all back. However, one large vat was too heavy, so we blew it up." Puff! Mickey nearly drowned in his own spit, not caring about anything else. He was so angry that he was jumping up and down. "OMG, that's a relic left over from the Carthaginian civilization. A South African chief offered me $50,000, but I didn't sell it. And you just threw it away like that." He felt his heart bleeding and folded his hands. "You are a civilized butcher." "Mr. Clown, I think you'd better calm down." Mohammed gestured for the other party to calm down and held a gun against Mickey's heart, holding it open innocently. "My hands shake easily. If I accidentally pull the trigger, don't tell the Lord God about me." Now Mickey is really scared. His shoulders shook and he shrank his head. His voice became much softer, but he was still muttering, $50,000. He sat back on the sofa a little dejectedly, covering his face, but the gaps between his fingers were a little big. He kept staring at the box with his peripheral vision, feeling a little painful. It exploded, so how can it be repaired? Gao Jun made his decision and opened the box in front of him. His eyes were instantly attracted by the 3 huge diamonds inside. He couldn't help but let out a surprised sound and carefully took out one. It was so dazzling that it made people a little dazed. "She's really beautiful." Gao Jun smacked his lips. "She really can drive women crazy." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Gao Jun threw the diamond in his hand towards Mohammed, scaring the latter so much that he was in a panic. Fortunately, he was concentrating and managed to catch it. This one was shared among the employees who participated in the battle. Mohammed and Mickey looked up at the same time, the former in shock and the latter in shock. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Gao Jun held up his hands and looked at the bearded man. "I don't want to hear about this mission from anyone else. I'll take care of it." Mohammed nodded and put the diamond into his pocket. Gao Jun nodded slightly with satisfaction, closed the box, patted it, and made a dull sound. "I plan to use these as renovation funds. Our site is too shabby. The walls, dirt roads, helipads, and other places all need to be rebuilt. At the very least, it should look like a company, not an abandoned factory." This was Gao Jun's idea long ago. The defense system of this garrison was still too poor. There were only a few cameras, and there were not even the most basic protective measures on the walls. This was Ruilep. If you were not careful at night, you could easily be killed. I'm afraid the local construction team in Badasi can't afford it. Mohammed was quite embarrassed. Then we can go from Egypt, Turkey, or Tebow. I think anyone who can afford the US dollars will refuse. Leave this matter to Ivan. Seeing that his boss had made up his mind, the bearded man didn't argue and just agreed. After chatting for a few more words, he was about to leave when Gao Jun stopped him again. He pointed at Mickey and said, "By the way, have Ivan prepare a dormitory for Mr. Clown and assign more staff, so he doesn't get uncomfortable staying here. There's a new guy?" My guys love new guys the most." Muhammad smiled sinisterly. Mickey shuddered. He didn't want to leave, but was dragged down by the other party. The stairs were filled with howling. Chapter 165, Luxury. Gao Jun locked the box in the cabinet behind him and hid the key in the vase on the windowsill. He happened to see Armand conducting bodyguard training for 30 employees downstairs. After this guy got rid of his decadent look and shaved off all his beard, he looked a bit like Hollywood tough guy Bruce Willis. He wore sunglasses, held a U.S. Marine Corps MEU SOC pistol in his hand, and had a Movado military watch provided by Zulon Company on his wrist. Of course, this was an additional purchase by Gao Jun, mainly for these bodyguards. "Guys, we are different from those rough guys next door who are shooting random shots with rifles. We are apostles in suits." Armand offended the mercenaries with these words. Fortunately, the hot-tempered Shaju was not here, otherwise the two of them would have started quarreling. Armand pointed to his head and eyes. There's a crucial aspect of VIP protection. The life of the VIP comes first. In the event of an emergency, the bodyguard's first priority isn't to eliminate the enemy, but to quickly evacuate the VIP. You need to learn to use your brains. The 30 people selected from the 200 were chosen by Armand based on the standards of the Ursary National Security Academy. Of course, the standards were appropriately lowered in some places, such as academic qualifications. The Ursary National Security Academy requires that trainees must have a bachelor's degree or above in their own country and be proficient in a foreign language. This is a hard requirement. Of course, if the person is a retired Special Forces soldier or a specialist of a special department and has special skills, the standards can be lowered appropriately. So being able to select these 30 from more than 200 people is already picking the tallest ones among the short ones. But now I have to correct a small flaw in you. Armand raised his finger seriously. From now on, everyone should switch to CAR shooting tactics. Forget everything else, like the magpul shooting method. If anyone lets me catch you using it incorrectly, you can either get out or hang yourself from a tree for a day. Gao Jun understood these two shooting methods. The magpul shooting method is generally applicable to rifles, submachine guns, etc., and is mainly used in combat, while the CAR shooting tactic is suitable for CQB close-range combat. When necessary, the elbow can be used to attack the opponent. It is a complete set of perfect close combat tactics. Upon hearing Armand's request, the 30 employees wailed instantly. It takes long-term training to form muscle memory for a tactical action, which is a torment for them. Gao Jun looked at the employees below who were like chicken plague and shouted, "Hey, guys!" Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and saw the boss leaning against the window, waving at them with a smile. "It seems you don't like Mr. Armand's training very much." Armand's expression was also extremely grim. He glared fiercely at the group of disobedient bastards. Gao Jun continued, "I had originally planned to increase the salaries of bodyguards by 40 compared to the second-tier employees, and also to provide various benefits. It seems that you don't really need it. In that case, I will have to trouble Mr. Armand to select another group of people. 40% higher than the second tier." Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and many people with strong mental calculation abilities figure it out instantly. It's over $10,000 per month. In the United States, this is also considered a high-income group. No, boss. We are happy to obey Mr. Armand's training methods." An employee quickly waved his hands and said with a wry smile, hesitating and vaguely trying to find an excuse, "That will be the best. I hope you can graduate soon. We don't have much time left." Gao Jun said with a smile, and then closed the window. At the same time, Armand's roar came from below, "You bastards! Just wait to die. May God bless them." Gao Jun nodded his body 3 times in a pretentious manner. You could try to use sugar-coated bullets to deal with these employees. After all, who can resist the temptation of US dollars? In fact, $10,000 or so isn't considered a high salary in the bodyguard industry. Business Insider once reported that Blackwater bodyguards earn $1,222 a day, while the top bodyguards earn $1,500 an hour. This shows just how much money this high-end industry can make. To sum it up in one sentence, rich people are afraid of death. Gao Jun put the pistol on the table on his waist and was about to go out when his cell phone rang. It was an anonymous call from Spain. He raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone without saying a word. This was Gao Jun's attitude towards unknown calls. "Hey, Mr. Gao." "Shorosh," Gao Jun exclaimed softly. The other party was obviously very happy. "You recognize my voice?" "As expected, I knew you were my best friend. I can remember all the sponsors very clearly," Gao Jun said with a smile. "OMG, you really hurt my feelings." Soros lowered his voice, pretending to be hurt, but then he couldn't help laughing. "I think I'm really funny." Gao Jun's face twitched, but he still chuckled twice for the sake of the US dollars. "Okay, let's get down to business. My birthday is in 4 days, and I invite you to come to Spain to join me," Soros said happily. For days later, Gao Jun rubbed his fingers. It was Sunday, and Julius's problem would be solved by then. Soros' heart sank when he didn't hear a reply for a while. "What's wrong, my friend? Don't you have time?" I was just thinking about what gift to bring you," Gao Jun said. "Soros tun so friend. No need to bring any gifts. I just have something to trouble you with. Please tell me how I can help. I want to hold a special birthday party. I want to exhibit 3 World War II aircraft. Do you have any good recommendations?" Soros continued helplessly. "Of course, they're too expensive for me to afford. Buying a plane? For your birthday? Do all the rich live such a luxurious life? Can I ask how much money you plan to use?" Gao Jun asked thoughtfully, touching his chin. 700,000 euros. Gao Jun roughly calculated that it was equivalent to 820,000 US dollars. This price would be a bit difficult for a fighter jet, but it would be acceptable for an ordinary reconnaissance aircraft. I recommend buying the American O-58/L 3 Grasshopper T-7/11/C 45 and JRB/SNB, or the YC-43 Traveler. These are priced between $100,000 and $200,000. I can give you a 20% discount. Solis's head hurt from hearing all these professional titles. He said generously, "You can do whatever you want. I hope to see them in 4 days. As long as the money is in, none of this is a problem. However, if you have connections at customs, it might be faster. You know how inefficient the Spanish government is. It's abysmal." Soros agreed and said, "I'll go and tell them. Remember to call me when you get to Spain." The two chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. A smile appeared on Gao Jun's face. Soros is indeed a good friend of the people. Whenever there's a need for money, this guy comes. Chapter 166, Julius. For days. It was very urgent. Gao Jun wished he could split the time into 2 halves. He could even feel the huge pressure on his shoulders. At present, I have not provoked the bottom line of the huge forces and can be arrogant and domineering. If one day the eyes of several major countries are turned towards me, I must be careful of being hit by a red brick in the back. They can use various means to threaten others and pull them into their own interest chain, and other hostile forces can do the same. You know, the most awesome person was only sold for 50 million US dollars. And the funny thing is, this traitor ended up losing more than he gained and ended up sending himself to jail. Gao Jun couldn't guarantee that his employees wouldn't blow their heads off with guns. He instinctively thought of darkness because Gao Jun had never seen the light. At least, that's the case in Ruilep. As for the people in the World Treasure Society, I'm afraid that when it comes to a matter of life and death, they won't mind selling themselves. "Ivan, come to my office." Gao Jun, frowning and sitting in a chair in deep thought for a long time, took out his mobile phone and called Polonanov. The Belarusian on the other end of the conversation responded in a muffled voice. About 2 minutes later, Polonanov came into the office with a tired look on his face. His eye bags were a little dark, and there was some debris in his hair. He looked completely out of shape. "What's wrong with you?" Gao Jun asked in surprise. "I'm just a little tired. It's been a while since I've worked so intensely like this." Polonanov rubbed his aching temple and smiled wryly. "With the new employees joining the company, there's so much to build. I feel like I'm overwhelmed." Gao Jun was slightly stunned, his fingers tapping on the chair, pausing. Polonanov glanced at him and suggested, "Boss, I think Badasi is only suitable as a temporary workstation or forward camp. I don't think it would be a good location for our company. It's too dangerous." The downside of being dangerous is that not many people are willing to come here. It has restricted the company's business development to a greater extent. Gao Jun's expression changed. He really hadn't noticed it. After hearing what Polonin said, he realized that it seemed that the security companies or arms dealers in the world were concentrated in developed countries, and the worst ones were in areas with stable situations. So what do you mean? Gao Jun asks. Relocate. Polananov said without hesitation. We can buy a piece of land in another country and build our own training grounds, training institutions, and equipment research centers. Polananov's face flushed red, and it was obvious that he was in high spirits. His mouth was sharper than a machine gun, and he kept spitting boiling water everywhere, which made Gao Jun's forehead hurt. Ivan, we have no money, Gao Jun said helplessly. Polananov paused and almost couldn't catch his breath. He glanced at Gao Jun and saw that he didn't seem to be joking. He just castrated him directly, and his head drooped down. He was too lazy to say anything, which made Gao Jun embarrassed. Gao Jun touched his nose and said, "Let's talk about this later. When I have money, I won't be stingy. I came to you this time because I have a few things to tell you." Polananov half lifted himself from the sofa and began to get serious when talking about business. "I'm going to Spain in 3 days. Please keep an eye on things here. Also, I think we should send a new group of people to the Soros family's oil fields. Let Peter and the others come back." This was an idea Gao Jun had had a long time ago. At the beginning, he was short of manpower and had to send out his capable men. Now that he has more manpower, he naturally has to call back his confidant. The most important thing is that he is the best candidate to assassinate Julius. Find me another logistics company. I have 3 small World War II reconnaissance planes to send to Spain. Remember, they must have the qualification to carry dangerous goods. I don't want to be interviewed by the local government. Gao Jun said with his legs crossed. Boss, excuse me for asking, are you planning to bomb them? Polananov said this out of the blue, but his sense of humor was a bit cold. Gao Jun shrugged. I gave it to a friend. He spent $800,000 on it as a birthday present. It's quite extravagant. Polananov smacked his lips, his face full of envy. If I had $800,000, I could definitely take my family on a round-the-world trip. That's our whole family's dream. Looking at Ivan's sigh, Gao Jun laughed and said, with our company's current trend and the dividends distributed at the end of the year, you can definitely realize your wish. Maybe. Polananov shrugged, with a look of longing on his face, but he didn't force it. His current income was at least several times more than what he could earn as a broker in Dolby. Of course, it would be even better if the boss didn't play heart-pounding games so often. Let Peter come back soon. It would be best if I could see him tonight. Okay, boss. Badass American Army camp. Julius looked very young, no more than 37 or 38, much younger than Foster, who was still a lieutenant colonel, and, oh no, was now dead. There is no need to miss the dead. With the accumulation of resources, Julius became a colonel, the man most likely to become a brigadier general in the Marine Corps. But at this moment, his expression was slightly unhappy. He slammed the satellite phone in his hand on the table and said, "Damn David." Julius was very panicked. He knew that David was sent by those bastards in the country to monitor him, but he couldn't do without him because David could quickly help him gain a foothold in Badasi. He always felt as if something in his heart was being torn apart, and then a cold wind blew in, making him feel cold inside. He anxiously took out a cigarette from the drawer, and just as he lit it, the phone on the table vibrated. Julius flung the cigarette from his mouth, almost losing his balance, and hurriedly answered the phone, saying, "David." "Colonel, it's me, Conrad." Julius frowned, and the image of a German suddenly appeared in his mind. He asked impatiently, "What's the matter, Mr. Conrad?" Conrad was sitting in the office holding the phone. His tone was a little low. His face looked very gloomy because of his back to the sun. There were a few strands of white hair on his temples, and there was madness in his eyes. "I have something I want to tell you. Do you have time?" Julius hated this kind of nonsense the most, and spoke even more rudely. "Mr. Conrad, I'm busy. I have something else to do. I'll hang up first." "It's about Mr. David." Conrad interrupted him directly. "I know. Where he went." Chapter 167. The situation suddenly changes. When Conrad finished speaking, he felt his breath hitch, and he repeated this sentence over and over again. "I want to see you." Julius' eyelids tightened, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why Conrad had to see him. What was the connection between him and David's disappearance? "Okay, come to the military camp to find me." Julius was still very cautious. There was probably no place in the entire city of Badasi that was safer than the U.S. military camp. At least his own safety could be guaranteed here. Conrad's hand holding the phone trembled inadvertently, but he quickly replied solemnly, "I'll be right there." After he hung up, his palms were covered in sweat. He hesitated for a moment, found a familiar number, typed a text message, and sent it. Then he pulled out the SIM card and buried it in the flower pot in the corner. He poured the water on the table on it, squinting his eyes, and said in his only voice, "I'll pay it back to you." Gao Jun, who was discussing something with Polanov in the office, suddenly felt the phone on the table pause, but he did not get up, thinking it was a spam message. He usually would not read text messages while discussing something, and he did not have the mood to do so. "Prepare a car for me." Conrad walked out of the office and knocked on the secretary's desk. The secretary was a local woman who wore a headscarf and had an average appearance. As for the beautiful one before, she had been blown to death long ago. "Yes, sir." The secretary looked up and asked. The secretary nodded, lowered his head, and began to connect the dots, not noticing that the pen on the table was already turning in Conrad's hand. The secretary raised his head and smiled. "Okay, sir." "Thank you, Miss Bella." Conrad took out a bullet from his pocket. The metal shell was painted white. "This is a gift for you." When Bella took the bullet, she found a message written on it in Tebow. "If I'm standing, it means I'm alive." She looked at Conrad's receding back with some doubt, smiled and shrugged, casually tossed the bullet into the pen holder, leaned on the desk, and continued working, muttering to herself, "Mr. Conrad is really a gentleman today." Driving a military jeep, Conrad looked straight ahead. Only his nose was breathing extremely and greedily. When the car arrived outside the U.S. military camp, it was stopped. He jumped out of the jeep and said, "I'm Conrad, the head of the Ruilep security department. I have an appointment with Mr. Julius. The colonel has given orders, but sir, please hand over your pistol." The inspecting lieutenant said vigilantly. Conrad handed over the pistol at his waist and opened his pocket to reveal a pen. He smiled and said to the lieutenant, "You shouldn't need this pen. This is the last gift my late wife left me. It's with me so I can feel that she is with me." The lieutenant hesitated for a moment, but seeing that it was just an ordinary pen, he didn't care and waved his hand to indicate that he could go in. Conrad thanked him, straightened his clothes, and walked towards Julius' office with ease. His eyes were fixed on the soldiers around him. His expression was dull, but it was always too dull. Julius, upon hearing the noise, turned around with his hands behind his back and glanced at Conrad from top to bottom. He didn't take the German seriously at all. Rather than calling him a partner found by David, he would rather call him vassal, just a politician who wants to climb the social ladder by relying on his power. Julius didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Where's David?" "Mr. David, let me give you something. He said that you will know when you see it." Conrad pretended to put his hand into the clothes, touched it a few times, and then his feet gradually moved forward. Julius frowned. He hated this kind of mystique, and his tone was even more disgusted. "Where are you going?" "He went to see God." Conrad had just walked up to him. His voice became ferocious and terrifying. He took out a pen from his pocket and quickly stabbed it into Julius' neck. No one reacted to this scene, including Julius, who just stared with his glasses wide open, his mind blank. When the tip of the pen pierced his skin, the fear of death brought Julius back to his senses. He wanted to run away in a panic, but how could he be so anxious? Puff! The pen tip smoothly pierced the other person's throat and got stuck in the trachea. Conrad kicked the man to the ground. Julius struggled to get up, his hand veins throbbing as he struggled to hold onto the corner of the table. But the pain in his neck intensified with every effort, and his entire face twitched. He glared at the man with resentment, but when he tried to speak, all that came out was a ho-ho. "I hate being a victim of profit. Why are you the only players and not me?" Conrad stood there, opened his mouth and roared, and then laughed unscrupulously. "See? I can kill you too." The noise inside was so loud that it was hard for the soldiers outside not to hear it. They ran in shouting, and when they saw Julius lying on the ground, everyone's scalp went cold. Died again? This is the second American commander from Badasi to be killed, and both were killed in the military camp. "Put your hands up and kneel down." The first person to react was a black soldier, who raised his gun and shouted. Conrad ignored it, calmly smoked a cigarette, blew smoke at the black soldier, and pointed to the left side of his chest. "Here's the heart, don't make a mistake. Come on, come on, come on." He pressed forward towards the other party step by step. These soldiers were all warriors who had fought on the Ruilep battlefield. They were not recruits who had never seen blood. When they saw that Conrad was in a bad mood, they opened fire decisively, using the Mozambique shooting method, which is 2 shots to the chest and 1 shot to the head. Conrad fell backwards with his head held high, a cigarette in his mouth. He seemed to see his long-deceased wife with a smile on her face, reaching out to hold his hand. "Adeline, are you here to pick me up?" Bang! The body fell. The black soldier stepped forward, turned Julius over, shook his head, and said to his comrades, "The colonel is dead." After sending Polonanov out, Gao Jun's lips felt a little dry. He picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. He opened his mobile phone casually and saw an unknown text message. He clicked on it in confusion. A strong hero lives without getting tired. He chooses another kind of death. He moves forward towards a so-called cowardice. Even if he is shattered to pieces, he still sings the song of courage. There is also a signature below, Conrad, a man who is tired of living. Chapter 168, Blood and Flesh Mixing. Gao Jun's pupils flickered with a wave. He could see the desolation, despair, and even the determination to die in Conrad's tone. After hesitating for a while, he deleted the text message. If you look closely, you can see that Gao Jun's mouth corners are slightly drooping and his eyelashes are trembling. It is obvious that he is not in a good mood. "Boss! Boss!" Suddenly, at this moment, Polonanov, who had just left, returned again, a little panicked. News just came in that Conrad killed Julius, and he himself was also shot dead. "I understand." Gao Jun answered him slowly. "Tell all employees not to leave the house without permission. Badasi is not safe right now. Carry 2 NSV machine guns upstairs. Anyone who approaches will be killed." Polonanov was stunned. He had imagined all kinds of expressions on Gao Jun's face, but the only thing he hadn't expected was this calm look. This was totally unexpected. Okay. Seeing that Gao Jun was not in high spirits, Polonanov did not ask any more questions and turned around to arrange defensive fortifications. Of course, he believed that if he mounted the NSV machine gun on the upper floor, no one would dare to come and cause trouble at night, unless they were fools. The Soviet-developed NSV machine gun, due to its superior overall performance and numerous structural innovations, was once widely used by Warsaw Pact members as a general-purpose large-caliber infantry machine gun, rivaling the Browning M2 heavy machine gun widely used in the West. Today, some NATO members are recommending and testing the NSV as a replacement for the older M2. Caliber, 12.7 millimeters, total length, 1,560 millimeters, total weight, 25 kilograms, combat rate of fire, 750 rounds/minute, effective range, 2,000 m. Simultaneously with the development of the heavy machine gun, 2 ground mounts were also developed for it. The Stepanov-designed 6T7 lightweight infantry tripod and the 6U6 universal tripod. This gave the gun incredible stability, enabling it to create a network of firepower, effectively crushing any incoming force in a confined area. "Conrad, don't worry. I will take care of your daughter," Gao Jun said to himself, feeling uncomfortable. Even if he betrayed him, they had fought side by side before. Now that they were all dead, perhaps it would be his turn next? He couldn't help but feel a sense of grief. He sat in a chair, watching the fiery sunset of Badasi, pursing his lips, and felt the coming of the storm. What badass lacks the least is conspirators. Julius' death was like lighting a firecracker in a frying pan, exploding in an instant. Many hostile forces began to attack each other, looting shops and seizing territory. Some even dared to confront the government forces. The U.S. military had already closed the gates, acting as if they didn't care about anything. This further irritated these night maggots. This person will completely lose his mind when he is crazy. Sadria Market, one of the largest civilian markets in Badasi, the goods shipped from here could once cover the entire Ruilep. When the war broke out, this was the first place to be bombed by the U.S. military. It was said that there were hundreds of civilian bodies buried under the ruins alone. At this time, dozens of people were fighting here, but the weapons in their hands were mostly horrific. Most of them are Sauer M38H pistols, Enfield MKI revolvers, and even the bizarrely shaped Wilder Mark I pistols, which are antiques from the World War II era. But leaving aside the weapons, the tactical movements of one side, wrapped in a red cloth, were obviously much more powerful than those of the other side. At the very least, they were able to find cover and shoot effectively. Compared to them, the other side was like a standing target, allowing the other side to shoot them, and they could only cover their faces and wait for death stiffly. "Boss, we can't beat them. Let's retreat quickly. The casualties among our men are too severe," a Ruilep man with wide eyes said to the boss behind him in fear. He held his head and looked at the guys falling one after another beside him. He was so scared. He was just a civilian. It was the Indian behind him who hired them with $7 a day. Relying on a few fire sticks that he got from nowhere, he could get some protection fees in this generation. But who would have known that tonight the Indian boss would come back happily, shouting that he would take them to occupy a larger territory and earn more US dollars. But when they arrived in Sadria, they found that this place was not very friendly. Hearing what the Ruilep man said, the Indian man lying behind the bunker looked very unhappy and roared unwillingly, "Don't retreat. I pay you, and you have to work for me, otherwise I will fire you." When faced with the choice between life and money, most normal people would choose the former. Kvit. Someone threw his pistol to the ground, stood up, and ran away. This kind of defeat is contagious for untrained civilians. "I want to go home and give us $7. Run, run." The remaining 7 or 8 surviving gunmen turned around and ran. Seeing that something was wrong, the Indian hurriedly followed with his pants pulled up. He was so panicked that even his shoes fell off. The gunmen on the opposite side cheered when they saw this, and then chased after them aggressively. In such a panic, he could only run towards the light by feeling. After running for nearly 5 minutes, the Indian found that the pursuers behind him were gone. His legs went weak, and he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. But suddenly, a voice rang in my ears, "Fall back." A beam of light suddenly shone over. The brightness of the polar day made the pupils of the Indian and others shrink. They quickly raised their heads to block it. After calming down a little, they raised their heads nervously. This sight almost scared them to death. I don't know when I ran to the door of a factory. There were Chinese characters written on the iron door. The most important thing was that there were thick black machine guns on the roofs of the buildings on both sides, and the bullets hanging on the ammunition belts made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. "Fall back." Another warning. The Indian swallowed and turned his head to look back. The pursuers stopped 200 meters behind him. No matter how dark the night was, he seemed to see the ridicule and mockery on their faces. Damn it. They must have known that there were armed people here, so they forced me here. But it is obviously impossible to go back. So the only option is to move forward and hope that the people in front of me are a group of kind people. The Indian man trembled and got up from the ground, took 2 steps forward, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold voice from the balcony. "Fire." The word was simple, and the Indian happened to know it. He quickly waved his hands and stammered, "No. But the next second, it was instantly swallowed up by the sound of machine guns. Da. The 12.7mm caliber NSV heavy machine gun can blow people up in an instant. The Ruilep people reacted, screamed, turned around, and tried to run, but in an instant, they were enveloped in the chain of fire, and their bodies were scattered to the ground. Hiss! The person watching the excitement from a distance felt a chill on the soles of his feet, took a deep breath, and then quietly retreated. Chapter 169. Somalia Calls. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the darkness and shone into the ancient city of Badasi, the sound of gunfire everywhere suddenly stopped as if premeditated, leaving only many unidentified corpses in the streets and alleys. Muhammad, who had been on guard all night, climbed up from the balcony, rubbed his dry nose, his eyes bloodshot, stretched lazily, and kicked the little Hal who was sleeping on the ammunition box on the butt. "Fuck fire. Get up and collect the bodies." Little Hal murmured, smacked his lips, scratched his butt, and then put it to his nose and sniffed it, his face frowning. "What time is it?" "The sun is scorching our butts. Let's collect the bodies outside quickly, otherwise they will start to stink and get sick, and we will all be doomed. I'm going to find something to eat first. You hurry up," the bearded man said as he climbed down the stairs. Little Hal sat up sleepily, and after a long rest, he told his companions to pick up the body bag and go downstairs to pack the body parts. TSK. That was such a horrible beating. Couldn't those bastards be a little gentler? He's been beaten into pieces. How am I supposed to clean him up? Little Hal pinched his nose and said angrily, his expression normal, as if he was used to it. He was the youngest in Zulon Company. Gao Jun did not allow them to participate in direct combat, but they could help move ammunition and collect corpses. From vomiting to physical weakness on the first day, he got used to it in the end. People always have to adapt to the environment. Just when Little Hal was busy, he heard a hurried horn sound. Shit! Little Hal cursed impatiently. He stood up and saw a familiar face leaning out the car window, looking at him with a half smile. "Hey, little guy, Messing with garbage again? Peter, little Hal exclaimed in surprise, trotted over, and saw through the window that Abel, Marion, and the big man Luther were sitting in the back seat. They smiled and waved at little Hal. Are you all back? Yeah. The boss is looking for someone to replace us and let that guy Franks lead the team. Peter took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gestured to little Hal, who quickly shook his head. I don't smoke, Peter. Peter shrugged. That would be a lot less fun for you. Little Hal didn't argue. He leaned his hand against the window and asked hopefully, will you leave when you come back? After patting the other person's head, Peter looked up and said, I don't know about that. We all work for the boss. He looked at his watch and said, okay, let's talk later. I have to go see the boss first, otherwise he will dock my salary. Little Hal also grinned and quickly made way for the Jeep to drive in. After not being back for a few days, Peter found that the base was more lively. Many employees who walked by were big and strong, with muscular bodies. The calluses on their bodies showed that they had been handling guns for a long time. Judging from their gait and mental outlook, they were all retired soldiers. Abel and Marion looked at each other and felt the pressure on them at the same time. They can't afford to be outdone by these newcomers. Hey, Peter, you're finally back. The boss been nagging about you more than once. Polonanov, who had received the news long ago, went up and hugged each of them. He pointed to his head and smiled helplessly. My head is about to explode from all his nagging. Peter felt a little warm in his heart. Is the boss okay? I'm afraid it's not going to be a good thing. The pressure is enormous, and everyone wants to take a bite out of us. Many people in Badass are starting to feel resentful. Polonanov sighed. Conrad is dead. Zulon Company's only ally in the government is gone. Business will probably be even more difficult going forward. Conrad is dead? Peter shouted in surprise. Let's talk as we go. This is too complicated. Several people went to Gao Jun's office, and Polonanov briefly explained the whole story in the simplest terms. Peter and others frowned when they heard it. Betrayal, killing, gunfight. All of this has even more twists and turns than a Hollywood blockbuster. I think the boss is too kind. After listening, Peter said in a deep voice with a fierce look on his face, we can definitely take out those people. The arms dealers in Ruilep need a boss. Abel and others nodded in agreement. Polonanov raised his eyebrows and said quickly, don't do anything rash. If the boss knew, he wouldn't be happy. I'll suggest this to the boss. A bunch of bastards whose country has been destroyed should hide behind us and eat shit instead of jumping out arrogantly to steal our business. Peter subconsciously reached for the pistol at his waist. It had been a long time since he had fired a gun. When they reached the office door and were about to knock, Gao Jun's hearty laughter came from inside. He could faintly hear, don't you think I still don't trust Mr. Jobdane? You're his friend. Knock, knock, knock. Peter knocked on the door softly. The voice inside paused and then shouted, come in. When Gao Jun saw Peter, his eyes lit up. He gestured for them to sit down first, then stood up and continued talking on the phone. Mr. Babulu, just believe me. I'm fully capable of delivering the weapons you need, and they're all new. As long as you have money, I can even get you a World War II bomber. Of course you can come over to see the goods. I'll be in Badass for 2 more days. Can you make an appointment? Tomorrow? Sure. Gao Jun checked his watch and said, I'll wait for you at the office. Gao Jun shook his head and hung up the phone. He threw the phone on the table, looked at Peter and the others, and said with a smile, did you have a smooth trip back? Everything is going smoothly. No one is that blind. Peter said, hesitating for a moment, glancing at the phone on the table. Boss, is this a new client? A beggar in Somalia had some money, but his money was too old. He asked someone to help him find a trustworthy arms dealer, and that's how he found me. These days, not only is it difficult for arms dealers to find customers, but even many potential customers who need sources of goods find it difficult to find a reliable arms dealer. Many dishonest dealers take the money and run away. This kind of thing has happened before, and there's even no place to complain about this loss. After all, it is a gray business, and no one will benefit if it is exposed. In this vicious cycle, it is already good enough not to starve to death. Pirate. Polonanov was the first to think of this word, mainly because Somali pirates are famous all over the world, and they exist on a large scale and in an organized manner, and even a village is a hideout. As long as I have a boat, I can ride on the sea. No, they're not pirates. Gao Jun shook his finger seriously. Ivan, in my world, they're only customers. I can sell weapons to anyone as long as they need them. I don't care what they do. I'm only responsible for doing business. What if they do it? Polonanov said with some worry. and it involves us. Cars kill so many people every year. Have you ever seen a car company pay compensation? Gao Jun continued to argue, smiling and spreading his hands. We are not murderers. We are just porters of war. Chapter 170. Can you let me survive? Weapons are merely tools for people to vent their desires, just like a rapist. If he is righteous, will the thing in his crotch penetrate him by itself? Polonanov was not a pedantic person. He fought for his country in the first half of his life and had to fight for the US dollar in the second half. As for the trouble, the bodies of SEAL Team 6 were still hung on the walls of Badasi by the militia. In this lawless area, you have to be more stubborn than others. Good people can never make a lot of money. Find some refugees to clean up the bloodstains at the door. I don't want to be greeted by the pungent smell of blood when guests arrive tomorrow. As soon as Gao Jun finished speaking, Polonanov took over the conversation, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Leave it to me. As long as you give me a can, there will be plenty of people willing to participate." Gao Jun's expression shifted. He clasped his hands together and placed them on his knees. He turned to look at Polonanov and said, "Ivan, I think we could try a different model. What do you think about us recruiting local civilians, giving them some military training, and then having them make money for us in return?" Gao Jun had this idea a long time ago. If all employees were retired soldiers, it would be a huge expense for Zulon Company. There were not so many generals in the local area. You know, canned military beef can be sold for $30 on the market, and the labor of an adult male is only $1 a day. Many people choose to join all kinds of strange organizations because they want to survive together. Many security companies have such precedents. Blackwater's strong reputation has become its attraction. Mercenaries from all over the world who want to join, gangsters who want to make money in US dollars, or rich kids who want to experience life are all willing to go to it to receive a certain degree of military training. After graduation from the training, the company will evaluate the combat effectiveness of the person concerned, recommend different tasks, and then charge a certain percentage of the fees. This type of person is generally called borderline mercenary, edge mercenary. They do not enjoy any insurance benefits provided by the company. They are just another derivative of freelance mercenaries. When they need help from a security company, they can get the same service by paying a price lower than the market price. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, the battle-loss ratio is astonishingly high. Blackwater Corporation once conducted such an investigation. A total of more than 1,200 mercenaries who graduated from the company's training in 3 phases were sent to various battlefields. 2 years later, only 17.6% were still alive. Of course, this survey may not be accurate, but it also indirectly reveals the high death rate of marginal mercenaries. Gao Jun had this idea a long time ago. It was impossible to send his own employees to do everything. Some of the chores could be handed over to this group of people, and he could just sit back and take the commission. Polonanov stroked his chin for a long time without saying anything. After a long while, he nodded and said, "We can give it a try, but we need training instructors to help them survive the battlefield." Gao Jun's gaze involuntarily turned to Peter and finally walked around him and stared at Abel, the Ursurai man nicknamed the Ghoul. Abel was startled when he felt Gao Jun's burning gaze and pointed at himself. "Me? You once served in the 13th Squadron of the Ursurai Kingdom. I know their nickname is the Vampire Silverbats. I also believe in your combat prowess. You don't need to train them into special forces, as long as you can prevent them from dying when they shouldn't. Do your best to survive the first battle, and they will be veterans." Abel felt that this was his chance, and without even thinking about it, he nodded quickly. "I do." "Okay, then you will be the #1 military training instructor of Zulon Company, and your salary will be increased from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Don't let me down." Gao Jun patted him on the shoulder encouragingly, and his eyes swept over Luther and Marion. The two were obviously disappointed, but in just a moment, their eyes recovered a lot. He didn't mind giving them both something to look forward to, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, when the company grows bigger, we'll need you a lot more." The expressions on their faces were obviously much more relaxed now. "Don't worry, boss. I'll do whatever you ask me to do." Marion was a smooth-talking man with a sharp tongue. He made promises by patting his chest, but Gao Jun just gave him a few perfunctory compliments. The most untrustworthy thing in this society is the mouth. It doesn't bring any benefits, but it attracts people. So Gao Jun never makes any guarantees. To him, US dollars will not deceive people. "I'll try to count the number of people who have signed up before I go to Spain." Once I'm done with this, I'll feel a little more at ease. Gao Jun felt craving for a cigarette, so he took out a cigarette from the drawer that had been pressed under his notebook and had turned a little yellow. He put it in his mouth without any disgust. Okay, I'll prepare it right away. Polananov nodded. Okay then, go get ready. Gao Jun waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, then suddenly called Peter over and tossed him a gun from a drawer. I asked someone to help me exchange it for a genuine Soviet Central Institute of Precision Mechanical Engineering. PSS silent pistol. Peter exclaimed in surprise. He unloaded the magazine expertly and found a tiny string of Russian words on it. Voyant. The Chinese transliteration is warrior. Hey man, do you still think what I found is a fake? Gao Jun said with pretended dissatisfaction, waving his hands to express his dissatisfaction. Peter shrugged his shoulders, put the pistol into the holster very rudely, waved his hand without even a word of thanks, turned around and left. This guy, Gao Jun smiled hideously. All the civilians around the Badasi market heard the news that the Zulong Security Company was recruiting mercenaries. They required strong adult males with no bad habits. After being selected, they would undergo 1.5 months of military training. During this period, they would be given a daily subsidy of $10 and a certain amount of canned beef. As soon as the news came out, almost all the adult men near the Sadria market rushed out. $10. Canned beef. This was an offer that could not be refused. A crowd of people stood in a mess outside the 200-meter yellow line outside the Zulong Company. Some men held their children in their arms in fear, looking at the high wall with longing eyes. They knew that as long as they went in, at least they could survive. But the two NSV machine guns seemed to open their mouths, mocking and sneering. Dude, be careful, or I'll blow you up. The fear of these weapons has been deeply engraved in their minds and bones. A little boy with a stained face and half a swollen eye staggered out from the crowd. Blood flowed from his forehead to his collarbone, stuck inside, unable to flow out. The toes of his shoes were beginning to show. He walked towards the door of Zulong Company tiredly and desperately, holding a rabbit puppet with half an ear broken in his hand. A pale look was reflected in his scarlet glasses. Dragging his lame leg tiredly and pulling his shadow desperately, he walked to the door under the gaze of everyone, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. Can you let me live? Chapter 171. Life is helpless. Can you let me survive? These words were like a hammer hitting the chest. The little boy raised his head with hope in his eyes and looked at Polananov through the iron gate. The two people looked at each other, one clear as the sea, the other vicissitudes of life as a song, but it was as if they were standing in two different worlds, feeling two different lives. The little boy tried hard to hold back his tears, his lips drooping as he hugged the rabbit puppet tightly, his voice trembling, I'm hungry. Polananov took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, passed it through the iron gate, and handed it to the little boy. The little boy looked up at him, then snatched it away and squatted in a corner to eat it voraciously. But he seemed to be afraid that someone would snatch it away. After taking a bite, he raised his head and looked around vigilantly. He suddenly paused, stuffed the chocolate into the rabbit's mouth, and shook his body. Don't starve, you are all I have. At the end of the story, she started wiping away her tears until she burst into tears. Polananov raised his head and took a deep breath to hold back his tears. Have you softened your heart? A deep voice was heard behind me. I saw Gao Jun walking up to me without knowing when, with his hands in his pockets and his eyes empty. As a father, I hate to see this kind of scene the most. Polananov smiled bitterly and shook his head. Gao Jun also sighed softly. If they have anything to blame, they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. This world will not sympathize with anyone, nor will it show mercy to anyone, just like God has never been fair. Who doesn't have compassion? Even the most ferocious wolf has the radiance of motherhood, and even the most despicable vulture will cry towards the sky. But some mercy is too cheap. Nicholson needs a few maintenance apprentices. Let him try, Gao Jun said slowly. But if he's unqualified, I won't keep any idle people here. Polananov grinned broadly, walked over to the child, and patted his head. Wake up, man. Don't let your tears defile this sacred land. Come with me, and I'll give you a chance to live. The little boy didn't know what a man was, but he understood that the strange-looking uncle in front of him made him feel at ease, so he followed him into the camp of Zulong Company. When the civilians outside saw this, their enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Hey, Sir, look at me. I'm much stronger than him. $3. Give me $3, and my life is yours. Please save my daughter. She's dying. The crowd began to rush towards the company noisily. Back off! Back off! The alert sand pig shouted with a loudspeaker, his face showing some tension as he pulled the bolt of his gun and aimed it at the enemy. However, these people were completely stimulated by something called hope, and they were shouting loudly. Thump, thump, thump. The sand pig fired a long burst of shots into the sky, and the crowd stopped. Stand back. Line up. Anyone causing trouble will be kicked out. Why can he go in while we have to queue? Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. It's not fair. Shaju's eyes focused, and he suddenly saw a short Ruilep man hiding in the crowd. Amid the exclamations of the people around him, he raised his hand and smashed it with the butt of his gun. The latter fell to the ground in pain. Don't give me any fucking talk about fairness here. Next time, I'll give you a bullet. There was a wound on the sand pig's face, which looked as scary as a centipede. Only this kind of bastard can keep the place going. Under the watchful eyes of Shaju and other employees, no one dared to cause trouble. But most of these civilians were not well nourished, and after a simple examination by Emerton and others, they found that many people had certain latent diseases. This was caused by the inhalation of harmful gases after being bombed during a long war. It was like installing a time bomb in the human body, which might explode at any time, and then the life would be almost over. Emerton said politely, I don't recommend recruiting. But what Gao Jun heard was, those who have no use value are just trash. After this cursory inspection, which lasted from day to night, only a mere 70 people passed the test. Moreover, data showed that more than half of these people belonged to the middle class before the war. They were the group that could supplement their nutrition, so they naturally grew tall and strong and had the lowest chance of contracting disease. This also illustrates a truth. Rich people can really live longer. Arrange accommodation for them, and then go to the warehouse to get a set of U.S. military BDU camouflage for each of them. Then select 70 AK-47S and let Abel handle the bullets and other things himself. As for the salary, it's $10 a day, basic meals, and 2 extra cans of beef. They are too thin, and I'm afraid they can't even carry a machine gun. Gao Jun frowned and dropped his mouth in dissatisfaction. The lightest machine gun, such as the INS's machine gun, has a bag cover of nearly 7 kilograms. Adding a certain amount of backpack supplies, it basically weighs nearly 20 kilograms. Moreover, mercenaries definitely fight more frequently than ordinary soldiers, and the average body really can't bear it. Okay, boss. Shaju nodded, looked at the group with a sinister grin, and whistled, Guys, stand still. I'm going to take you into the world of men. Don't let anyone get scared to death when the time comes. Gao Jun made way for half a position, looked at Shaju and the scattered troops leaving, and patted Emerton on the shoulder. How are you doing here? I'm fine, sir. It's paradise here, Emerton said with a shrug and a smile, adding, I love it here. The other doctors nearby looked at him strangely. What damn pervert. They were all nervous breakdowns coming here. The sound of gunfire every night scared them to death. What was even worse was that when they woke up in the morning, they couldn't find a place to wash up. Even going to the toilet required men and women to squeeze together. There is no place more uncomfortable than this. Gao Jun smiled with satisfaction and suddenly changed the subject. How is Carlos? Emerton was stunned. His brain couldn't keep up with the pace. It seemed a little bad. I feel like he's going to shut himself off. Another male doctor nearby chimed in. I woke up last night and saw him, counting hairs. Counting hairs? Where are the hairs? The male doctor looked at Gao Jun's crotch with a strange look, which was extremely obscene. Gao Jun's eyelids twitched, and he felt a little annoyed. Carlos was a young man, and it would not be good to keep him locked up all the time. After thinking about it carefully, he seemed to remember that this guy was very good at doing things. Have him report to Nicholson tomorrow, and tell him to stop wasting time on useless things. Otherwise, I'll burn all his hair to ashes. Gao Jun touched his nose and said fiercely, have him focus all his energy on maintenance. Chapter 172, Guests. The next day, around 6 o'clock, Gao Jun received a call from Babulu, saying that they had arrived at Badasi airport and hoped that Gao Jun could send someone to pick them up. After all, this damn place, Ruilep, is not safer than Somalia at all. Naturally, he had to serve well this guest who brought money to his door. He could not have a special foreign affairs reception department like other big arms dealers, but he could be said to have the most elite employees. In order to make Babulu and his team feel valued, Gao Jun asked Polonanov to greet them in person and drove a JLTV over. Following behind him were more than a dozen employees sitting in jeeps with live ammunition. However, the scene was a bit shabby. It's time to replace it with a batch of high-end commercial vehicles. Gao Jun thought, stroking his chin. The time of waiting always feels like it passes very slowly, especially when you know that a large bundle of US dollars is coming towards you. After Gao Jun drank nearly 3 cups of tea in the office, he finally heard the sound of a car coming from downstairs. He then went downstairs and saw 3 dark-skinned, typical Negroids getting off the JLTV. They were neither tall nor mighty, but their eyes were more cunning and fierce than those of ordinary people. Polonanov pointed at Gao Jun and said to the 3 people with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is Gao Jun, the head of our Zulon company. This is Mr. Babulu and his 2 assistants. I'm glad to have you here, my friend." Gao Jun gave Babulu a hug in a familiar manner. Of course, forget about the kiss on the cheek. Gao Jun couldn't bring himself to do it. Babulu spoke fluent English. His front teeth shone brightly when he smiled. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Mr. Gao, Job told me that you were his most admired friend. It's not easy to gain a foothold in this hellhole of a place like Ruilep, and..." He turned and glanced around. "I smell his potential for development." This was a bit outlandish, but Gao Jun felt comfortable hearing it. Who doesn't like to hear good words? "Thank for the compliment, Mr. Job. I'm just a small business owner." Gao Jun laughed, extended his hand in an invitation, and said, "Please come to my office to discuss." Babulu from Somalia has a bit of cultural atmosphere and looks like an alternative. He doesn't use a lot of swear words when chatting, but is very polite. But Gao Jun had sharp eyes and noticed the thick calluses on Babulu's hands at a glance, which made him realize instantly that this guy was not as harmless as he looked. After entering the office and inviting them to sit down, Gao Jun dragged a chair over and said slowly, "Everyone, we are all straightforward people, so let's cut the crap. I know why you're here, but I must repeat, we don't allow credit here. Also, if the weapons are damaged by human factors, we're not responsible for the warranty." Babulu immediately responded, "Please rest assured about this. We are also people of integrity." This is true. Although Somali pirates are notorious, their credibility is beyond doubt. As long as you pay, everything will be fine. As for why they are the public enemy of the world, it is because they rob merchant ships. Behind each merchant ship are countless interests. To put it bluntly, in a country where wealth determines everything, the loss of these businessmen's interests also affects the stability of the country. Have you ever seen someone react so strongly after being kidnapped? A South Korean man was kidnapped by a criminal organization in a certain country. In the end, the ransom tug-of-war dragged on for 2 years. These criminals are very patient. If it were Gao Jun, the Korean guy would have been dried up by the sun long ago. Gao Jun nodded and said with satisfaction, "Very good. Then shall we go to the showroom next door to check out the goods?" Babulu and the others immediately stood up and looked at each other, becoming a little impatient. Somalis yearn for weapons as if they were gods, with a natural sense of worship. Moreover, they don't like to talk nonsense in their bones. If they have this time, they might as well rob a few more ships. The space next door was originally a small storage warehouse of a Chinese-funded factory, but was later cleaned up by Gao Jun and used as an exhibition hall. We can't have all the guests go to the warehouse in the future, right? Gao Jun brought them over, and as soon as he opened the door, Babulu's attention was drawn over. There was an 1,100mm sniper rifle on the table. The dark green sound of the gun and the 7.62mm medium caliber made people feel the sharpness of modern weapons. The SSG-69 sniper rifle, manufactured by the Austrian company Steyrmannlicher, was primarily developed for the Austrian military. It can hit a headshot at 400 meters, a chest at 600 meters, and has a hit rate of at least 80% against moving targets at 800 meters. Furthermore, the entire rifle weighs only 4.6 kilograms, making it ideal for snipers to carry during mobile warfare. Gao Jun touched the muzzle of the gun and said with a smile, "Austrians' love for sniper rifles is like their madness for music." Gao Jun then grabbed a piece of black cloth and said, "Gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the star player in the sniper rifle world, Barrett." He flicked his hand, and the black cloth was peeled back. The M82A1, full of modern industrial fluidity, instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. The unique muzzle shape is unforgettable for any weapon enthusiast. This heavy gun, which was launched in 1980, is considered the big brother of sniper rifles in the world today. It once showed its prowess on the battlefield of the Khanate. Someone sniped a senior Batas official from 1.6 kilometers away. The moment the opponent entered the car, the M8201 tore the opponent into two halves. It can be seen that its power is enormous. The U.S. Coast Guard once used the Barrett sniper rifle to severely damage the drug trafficking boats of criminals. You should know that this kind of gun can destroy the engine of a car with one bullet, and it can also penetrate concrete and kill people. It is very suitable for counterterrorism and combat in large and medium-sized cities. On the contrary, large-scale jungle battles are a bit disadvantageous. To put it bluntly, Somali pirates are not suitable, but Gao Jun doesn't care about that. He is only responsible for selling the guns. Whether they can adapt to the battlefield environment is their business. Have you ever seen someone selling condoms ask someone if they have impotence? Babula was also a little jealous. There were very few Barretts in Somalia. The few that existed were in the hands of peacekeeping forces or local warlords, and most of them chose to use cheap AK-47s. How much? 100,000 US dollars. Gao Jun smiled happily and stretched out a finger. 100,000? Babula's mouth was knotted. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is too expensive. No. You know, the gun is cheap, but a complete set of M8201 includes a sniper scope, M33 standard bullets, M8 armor-piercing bullets. These are, of course, a little more expensive. And you have to understand, there probably aren't many arms dealers who can meet your needs for bullets, but I can. Chapter 173. OSHA level. Barrett's M33 standard bullet costs $43 per round. But if it were an arms dealer, it would have to sell for at least 80 US dollars, or even more than 100 US dollars. This is also the reason why arms dealers are called vampires. Babula looked struggling and a little confused. This M82A1 was too attractive. It was a weapon tailor-made for men. Gao Jun kept staring at Babula's expression. Seeing his expression, he knew what he was going to say. Ahem. Gao Jun covered his mouth and chuckled, pointing at the SSG-69 and saying, add another 40,000 US dollars and I'll give you this gun too. Although the SSG-69 is not as powerful as the Barrett, it is much superior to the latter in terms of maneuverability and fluency. For Gao Chun, $40,000 is no different from giving it to the other party. Sure enough, Babula's eyes lit up, and even the assistants around him were full of interest. Boss, that's totally fine. I think this business can be profitable. Yeah, boss, didn't we suffer a loss from a sniper last time? Our 98 Burmese chots are so damn old. They were speaking slang, and Gao Jun couldn't quite understand it, but that didn't stop him from reading their expressions. He wasn't in a hurry, so he just smiled and continued to introduce, Mr. Babulu, let's take a look at the goods below. I have something just as good as this. Gao Jun spoke as he walked to the shelves, where assault rifles, pistols, submachine guns, etc. were neatly arranged. Steyr August Paratrooper Submachine Gun. This is the Steyr AUGA-3 SFF model, a Special Forces model. It has a Picatinny rail above and on both sides of the scope, and the bolt and firing pin have also been improved. 700 rounds per minute, 32 rounds. Price, $6,500. The Tanforio TA-90 pistol is a compact combat model that's very simple to use. The magazine release is located on the left side of the grip behind the trigger. Remove the magazine, pull the slide back to eject the loaded round, check the chamber through the ejection port, release the slide, and pull the trigger. It's ideal for close-quarters combat in all conditions. Price, $600. Protecta Revolver Shotgun. Price, $300. The reason why this Protecta Revolver Shotgun is sold so cheaply is because this gun is basically junk. This is actually a double-action revolver, as the rotating magazine actually holds 12 cylinders, which can be adjusted by squeezing the trigger firmly. Rounds are fed into the rotating chamber through a feed port on the right side of the receiver, which automatically ejects the spent cartridges. Once loaded, the rifle is cocked by pulling back the charging handle on the right side of the barrel. For mercenaries, it is simply a deadly existence. The system exchange price is also extremely low, only 100 US dollars, and the cost of bullets is only a few cents. It's just here for looks. But for the Somalis who are used to using rough weapons, these are considered fine weapons. Of course, these are just the current weapons. There are still some heavy weapons that cannot be exhibited including airplanes and tanks. As long as you want them, I can prepare them for you, but they have to be prepared a week in advance. Gao Jun deliberately dragged out his words. He was mainly afraid that if the tanks were pulled out in an instant, it would still be a bit shocking. Babulu and his assistant were stunned when they heard this. They licked their lips and their eyes lit up. Are there any ships for sale? Gao Jun stroked his chin, scanned the system, frowned, and eliminated a few items that were obviously out of their reach. He counted a few times and nodded. Yes, but I'm afraid the price is a bit high. Expensive? Babulu touched the check in his pocket. He didn't have much confidence. The money he earned after working hard for a year was not enough to buy anything. He swallowed and asked cautiously, "Can you tell me the model and price? Can you recommend a few?" Of course, my main recommendation is the Osha-class fast missile patrol ship. It's equipped with anti-ship missiles, 4 SS and 2 A-Styx anti-ship missile launchers, Osha I-class equipment, 4 SSN, 2B/C Styx anti-ship missile launchers, air defense missiles, SA-N, 5 Holy Grail quadruple air defense missile launchers and artillery, 4 30mm per 65mm guns, 2 twin mounts. You can destroy an ordinary small fishing boat with one shot. The full load displacement is 209 tons, and the cruising range is 400 miles at a speed of 34 knots. It is considered a small ship in the military. It has been in service since the 1950s, and even now, this type of ship can still be often seen on the coastlines of some small countries. These data seem like astronomical figures to Babulu and others who are still using small fishing boats. Business has been getting harder and harder lately. Many countries have begun to exploit Somali waters, and coupled with the escort operations, the Somali people are planning to become good people. How much? Babulu asked nervously. $16 million, including 2 boxes of artillery shells for you. Gao Jun shouted the price firmly. This price is relatively favorable. If it were from the mouth of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, the price would have been at least $30 million. The Russians' ability to suck blood is no weaker than that of the United States. Can it be cheaper? Babulu was a little tempted and spoke in a humble tone. Gao Jun shook his head, put his hands on the table, and frowned. Mr. Babulu, this won't do. My price is already too high. If you push me any further, I might as well cut it up and sell it for scrap metal. No, don't cut it. Babulu was shocked. Let me discuss it with my assistant first. Of course, please. Gao Jun made a gesture. Babulu took his assistant to the corner, chattering nonstop, but it was obvious that they had a dispute. Finally, he seemed to say something, and the 2 assistants nodded in silence with difficulty, and then a smile appeared on Babulu's face. He turned around, a happy smile on his face. $16 million, of course, but we'll only give you a deposit of $6 million. We LL pay the rest after inspecting the goods. Of course, if we're not satisfied, I hope your company will give us some US dollar compensation. Gao Jun agreed without thinking. If the things produced by the system are rejected by others, what's the point of using it? Babulu happily gave Gao Jun a hug and even wanted to kiss him on the face, but was stopped by Gao Jun. It had been unknown how long since this guy had washed his mouth. It was so smelly that it was hard to believe it was his mouth. It looked like the toilet had not been flushed. Hey man, can you help me with the delivery? Babulu asked excitedly. As long as we unload the cargo at the Somali dock. Gao Jun's face froze. The straight line distance from Ruilep to Somalia is nearly 3,000 kilometers. If the ship goes directly there, it will definitely pass through many countries and will be regarded as an invading ship and sunk. This transportation is a tricky and troublesome matter. Chapter 174, Smuggling Route. In fact, most weapons are transported by sea, because most of the time they pass through the high seas and the procedures are relatively simple. Smaller weapons like light weapons, missiles, and torpedoes are loaded directly into containers, while larger, heavier weapons like tanks and armor vehicles are placed directly on the deck. Military vessels also employ a variety of delivery methods. Those capable of ocean-going navigation are often delivered by the purchasing country after completion. Those without ocean-going capabilities or those that are not fully constructed require transportation via tugboats, barges, and other means. However, if a fast missile patrol ship like the Osha class wants to cross the border and reach the Somali port, the complicated procedures involved are beyond the current Zulong company's ability to handle. Could it be that these 16 million just flew away like that? Gao Jun frowned, feeling unwilling in his heart, but he had to calm Babula down on the surface. The most taboo thing for a businessman is that his partners feel that they are not strong enough. Of course you can, but Mr. Babulu, don't you want to take a look at other weapons? Gao Jun pointed at the guns on the table and kept promoting them. He was so eloquent and eloquent. But Babulu just said something lightly and blocked Gao Jun's mouth. Gao, I have no money. Gao Jun's face instantly showed suspicion, and his eyes frequently glanced at the briefcase in the hands of Babulu's assistant. The assistant may have noticed his look and subconsciously put his hand into his arms vigilantly. Gao Jun was afraid that the other party would misunderstand, so he quickly looked away, spread his hands, and shook his head. That's a pity. These local tycoons only sent such a small amount of money. It seems that the economy of Somali pirates is not doing well either. Gao Jun originally planned to invite Bablu to celebrate, but the other party refused, saying that he had to fly to Egypt. So Gao Jun asked him to help send him to the airport in a hurry, without staying for a moment. After they left, Gao Jun sat in his office and started to think about it. He only had a few options now. Bribe the customs to smuggle in disguise as something else, bribe the Coast Guard to avoid the patrol line, and land for a remote coastline. Somalia belongs to the African region, so you can bribe the warlords in the region or find a regular international shipping company, but the cost is high and it is not worth it. When Polananov returned, the frown on Gao Jun's face became even more pronounced. He carefully closed the door and prepared to leave, but the sound of his footsteps still startled Gao Jun. He put his feet down from the table and patted his thigh. You're back? Have those people been sent away? Well, their flight was rushed, and they were almost not allowed on board. They had to bribe the staff to get on board. Polananov held his forehead and said helplessly, These Ruilep people are so corrupt. I'm afraid this country will have a hard time recovering. We're not here to rescue them, Ivan. I'm wondering how we can get the ships to Somalia. We're illegal arms dealers, so going through the formal channels is impossible. If we have to go the dark way, we don't have the channels. It takes at least 3 years to establish and build a regular black road, and there can't be any mistakes during these 3 years. Otherwise, not only will the work fail, but the local police or Interpol will catch them, and then everything will be ruined. Polananov also felt that this problem was quite tricky. He scratched his chin with his beard, a gesture he liked to do when he couldn't figure something out. Suddenly, his mind cleared up, and he quickly raised his butt and leaned towards Gao Jun, his eyes shining. Boss, we don't have a black road, but does anyone know? Who? Gao Jun asked anxiously. Mickey. Polananov squinted and whispered. He made his fortune in the slave trade, which is the most shameful kind of business. It also requires a certain amount of navigational knowledge, even knowing exactly when the coastline patrols are active. The fact that Mickey hasn't been caught yet doesn't mean he's lucky, but that he's naturally skilled. And I don't think there's any need to worry about him escaping, boss. He's probably not safe anywhere else except here. The Indians will have him killed. His words hit Gao Jun right in the heart, making him feel like a cat scratching his heart. He stood up suddenly and said, Let's go meet the clown. Mickey has always been treated as a mascot, with meals delivered to him on time every day. If he needs any service, he just has to shout at the door, but he is not allowed to leave this small room of more than 10 square meters. He is so angry that he smashes things inside. 2 employees who were smoking and leaning against the wall outside were chatting animatedly. When they heard footsteps and saw Gao Jun coming, they quickly twisted their cigarettes against the wall, threw them on the ground, stomped on them a few times, and nervously shouted, Boss! Gao Jun listened to Mickey's angry cursing inside, and his face turned very unfriendly. He pulled out the pistol from his waist, loaded the bullet, took off the safety, and kicked the door open. Polananov and others outside heard Mickey's cursing voice suddenly stop, followed by an almost shrill howl. Polananov's face changed. Fearing that Gao Jun might act rashly, he rushed in a panic. He saw Mickey pinned down on the bed by Gao Jun, with a gun pointed at his head. What did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Mickey's face was distorted by the pressure, and he quickly made up an excuse. I just cursed at a mouse that ran by. Gao, you have to believe me. Call me father. Gao Jun suddenly said. Everyone, including Polananov, was stunned, thinking they had heard it wrong. But after Gao Jun repeated it again, the clown's face turned green in an instant, and the Belarusian was also trying hard to hold back his laughter. Are you going to scream? Gao Jun slowly moved the muzzle of the gun from his forehead down to his mouth, clicking his tongue. Enter from here and blast him straight out at the back of his head. Father, Mickey roared with his eyes closed. Gao Jun snorted a few times before getting off him, stuffing his pistol back into its holster, and said viciously, "Watch your mouth from now on. We can't swear here." Mickey's chest was so stuffy. The mercenary leader didn't swear? Isn't this like saying a monk is a vegetarian? Just as funny? I came to you this time to ask your question. If you answer honestly, I will allow you freedom. Gao Jun said. Mickey's pupils suddenly widened, but he was cautious by nature, so he asked hesitantly, "What's the problem?" "I want to know how you transported slaves from the African market to here. Do you have any channels for smuggling them?" "You want my route?" Mickey muttered, shaking his head. "No, absolutely not. If I give it up, those Indians will kill me no matter where I go." Gao Jun's hand touched the gun handle again, and his tone became colder. "Then do you believe that I can kill you now?" Chapter 175, Mickey's Choice. Anyone who doesn't cooperate will die. This is Gao Jun's belief. He and Mickey only have a relationship based on interests. If you're useless, why keep you? Polonanov turned around and closed the door. The light in the room instantly dimmed a lot. The only sunlight shone through the gap onto Gao Jun's face, and the fierceness in the corners of his eyes was clearly visible. "Do you think those Indian tycoons will let you go? Just remember how Nix died." Mickey shuddered all over, biting his lip, his eyes flickering. Nix's death represented the weakening of the Indian financial tycoons' control over the Ruilep slave business. The US dollars lost here were enough to make anyone feel distressed because it spread over such a wide range. If the clown doesn't pay with his life as compensation, he probably won't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Mickey trembled all over when he heard Gao Jun's words. He bit his lip, his eyes flickered, and his whole face began to freeze and frown. "Don't make me wait too long. I don't have much patience." Gao Jun's tone was very unfriendly and intimidating. He slowly raised the muzzle of his gun. "I say." Mickey quickly raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, took off his smelly and yellow clothes, and roughly tore open the sleeves. There was a secret inside, and with a clear sound, a booklet fell to the ground. Gao Jun bent down to pick it up, dusted off the dust, glanced at Mickey, who looked distraught, and then used his little finger to open a page. After just a few glances, his eyes suddenly tightened. A hint of surprise flashed across his brows. After casually handing it to Polonanov, he said with a half-smile, "It seems that you are quite capable. You have figured out all the forces around here." The more Polonanov read, the more shocked he became. This little notebook actually clearly recorded the time of coastline rotations in surrounding countries, and even the time when high-ranking customs officials accepted bribes. "It seems that you are also a shrewd intelligence officer," Gao Jun said teasingly. Mickey raised his eyes and sighed. "Everyone has flaws. I'm just better at finding them and taking advantage of them." This statement is very similar to a wise saying in modern intelligence. Survive first, then deal with others. Gao Jun looked at Mickey meaningfully and winked at Polonanov. The latter nodded slightly, took out the magazine, put it by the window at the door, walked out, and closed the door casually. "I want you to help me." Gao Jun took a step forward and said to Mickey with his eyes fixed on him. Polonanov sat on the stone outside the door, with cigarette butts piled up like a small mountain at his feet. Ahem. He couldn't help coughing because he smoked too much. He subconsciously reached for the cigarette in his pocket, but found it empty. He could only smack his lips helplessly, stood up and patted his butt. At this moment, he saw the door open. Gao Jun walked out with a relaxed look on his face and smiled at him. From now on, there's no need to restrict Mickey's freedom. Polonanov was stunned, but he immediately understood that Gao Jun and Mickey must have reached some kind of agreement. But his cleverness was that he would not ask too many questions, because if he knew too much, he would die faster. "Don't think the Chinese care. At worst, I could just find a new deputy. Book a plane ticket for me. I'm going to Spain tomorrow. As for the OSHA-class fast missile patrol ship, you don't have to worry about it. I have handed it over to Mickey. He will send it to the Somali port through his own channels. When necessary, fully cooperate with his actions." Gao Jun said. "I understand." Polonanov could feel Gao Jun's emphasis on the smuggling channel. What does full force mean? As long as Mickey needs it, he can even use the armed forces of Zulon Company. Mickey was sitting in the house with his hands hanging on his inner thighs. He looked a little dazed. His eyes were full of struggle and hesitation, and Gao Jun's words were still circling in his mind. "The Indians have plenty of money. If they offer to kill you, do you think you can escape? Here, I can give you what you want, including putting you in charge of the entire Somali arms transportation channel. I just want to see that my wallet is full and don't play tricks on me. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. I will always be stronger than you until you look up to me. He heard undisguised ambition from Gao Jun's mouth. He was like a wild wolf in the snowy mountains. Even if everything around him was unfriendly to him, he would try his best to pretend to be fierce. Knowing that the road ahead might lead to death, he still insisted on going his own way. Oh. Mickey suddenly let out a low laugh, a voice only he could hear. It doesn't matter who you follow. You must be strong and never give me a chance. Madrid Lajes Airport, Spain. This airport, with a history of over 100 years, accommodates backpackers from all over the world who come to travel to this city known as the gateway to Europe. A Boeing plane that took off from Ruilep landed at the airport on time. A moment later, a group of people walked out of the VIP channel. They were all burly, with tight suits that made their bodies look very muscular. They wore sunglasses and protected Gao Jun inside in a very layered manner. As their clothes swayed, a pistol on their waist could be seen. This was what Gao Jun applied for from Soros. After what happened in Germany, he realized that these developed countries were just all show and no substance. Anything could happen, so it would be safer to carry weapons with you. Soros was also stunned when he heard this request, but he still agreed. After all, if this small matter could not be completed, the Soros family would be embarrassed to be called one of the 4 major families in Spain. However, the application only allows handguns and does not allow rifles or weapons with high lethality to enter the country. For a bodyguard, a pistol is enough. Boss, that looks like a welcome for us. Peter suddenly pointed to a spot and said. Gao Jun looked over and saw a bald man with a typical Spanish build holding a sign that read in Spanish, Bienvenido a Madrid, Señor Gao Jun. Gao Jun led his men to meet them. Ram's hands were sore from holding them up, and he looked at the passage anxiously. He had been waiting here for nearly half an hour, but he still hadn't received the Chinese man named Gao Jun. Suddenly his eyes focused, and he saw a group of bodyguards walking out with a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. These damn rich people, just like such a grand show. Ram cursed with some envy, but suddenly found something wrong. This group of people actually walked towards him. Are you sent by Soros to pick us up? Gao Jun asked with full energy, walking around the bodyguards and pointing at the words on the wooden sign. Ram glanced at his own handwriting awkwardly. Are you Mr. Gao Jun? Gao Jun loosened his tight tie and nodded slightly. Ram quickly said, Mr. Gao, the car is parked outside. Isn't Soros here? Gao Jun est casually. Mr. Soros, Ram said with a strange look on his face. You want to fight with someone? Chapter 176, Violent Distribution. Fight! Gao Jun paused. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. There's something indescribably funny about this word being associated with the heir to the Soros family. You should know that the Soros family has existed since the Spanish Reconquista and has a history of nearly 700 years. It is a veritable European big brother. It once had its glorious times. In the era of the Great Ocean, they were also one of the colonial rulers. It was only in modern times that the Soros family was weakened a lot with the decline of Spain's violent civilization. But after all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is rare to find someone who can arm wrestle with them, let alone such an absurd thing as fighting. Ram knew Gao Jun had misunderstood as soon as he saw his expression, and quickly shook his head. No. Sir, I almost didn't explain clearly. Today is the day when the Soros family and the Spanish Borgia family are discussing future cooperation at the Royal Hotel in Madrid on La Gran Via Street. But I heard that their way of resolving conflicts of interest is to fight. That's why I said that. The Borgia family? There's a huge monster. The family was a Spanish-Italian noble family that influenced the whole of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries and was the most famous family of the Renaissance, second only to the Medici family. The Borgia family's reputation was not one of good, but of ill will. A family shrouded in the shadows of wealth, conspiracy, poison, and incest. At the same time, their support of the arts enabled the rapid development of the Renaissance, making artists the most dazzling figures in Italy at the time. However, artists were also human beings, and they began to compete for power and profit. Rumor has it they control a quarter of Europe's porn industry. The Spanish Borgia family is one of the many branches. Sir, do you need to go and take a look? Ram asked softly when he saw Gao Jun was interested. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, Can we go too? This matter is semi-public, of course, mainly for people of status. VIPs like you who have been invited by the Soros family are naturally welcome. Gao Jun also liked to join in the fun, so he agreed immediately. When he walked out of the terminal, he saw a huge Audi A8 parked at the door. This was a bit embarrassing, and Gao Jun looked a little unhappy. Sir, I have contacted other colleagues. They will be here soon, please. Ram hadn't expected that so many people would come to Gao Jun. He originally thought that they were just ordinary friends of Soros, but now it seems it can be basically confirmed that they are business partners. The treatment of the two is completely different. Those damn Barcelona guys must be trying to mess with me on purpose. Lam cursed. His boss had been unhappy with him for a long time. Who told him that Lam was a genuine Real Madrid fan? Ram was afraid that Gao Jun would get angry, so he whispered, Mr. Gao, why don't you go first? Gao Jun pondered for a moment and decided that standing here and waiting was not going to work. He said with a dark face, Peter, come with me. Armand, bring them along. Yes, sir. Armand replied coldly. I will tell Mr. Soros about what happened today. I am very dissatisfied. Gao Jun snorted coldly and got into the car. Ram gave a helpless, bitter laugh, and he could only endure the frustration. La Gran Via Street. This is Madrid's most famous shopping paradise, where luxury cars can be seen everywhere. Tall blondes and decadent street performers are also its characteristics. It also retains a certain ancient architectural style. This Audi A8 can only be described as low-key, but Gao Jun, who sits inside it, understands what luxury is. The footrests are all Persian carpets, the buttocks are covered with crocodile skin, and even the decorations inside the car are produced by top European handicraft companies. It is simply the ultimate in luxury. When the car drove smoothly to the entrance of the Madrid Royal Hotel, several security personnel were about to step forward when they heard an order from the monitoring room through their headsets. The Soros family's car can be allowed to pass. The security personnel stopped in their tracks, but their faces remained vigilant as they stared at Gao Jun and Peter as they emerged from the car. They could smell the same scent from both of them. This aura was mysterious, but it was inevitable that there was a certain telepathy between those traveling together. After watching them walk through the gate, the security officer reported into the headset, Boss, these two look a lot like those damn rough guys in our camp. They smell like they're making me sick. In the monitoring room of the Royal Hotel in Madrid, a bald man with a huge skeleton was putting his feet on the table and holding a hamburger in his hand. He was stunned when he heard the words, then put his feet down, quickly walked to the monitor, and carefully watched Gao Jun and the other person at the front desk through the TV. Zoom in, connect to the European population system, and scan. Bald John frowned and gave the order. He would never allow any changes to his mission, otherwise the bonus at the end of the year would not be enough to make a killing. The staff member pointed the camera at Gao Jun's face and zoomed in, and then a pop-up window popped up. Name, Gao Jun. Nationality, China. Chairman of Zulong Security Company. Entry and exit records. Entered from Ruilep, Badasi Airport. The records above were not as detailed as the BND records, but the general content was accurate. When John saw the chairman of the security company and the entry point, his face turned very ugly. He threw the unfinished hamburger into the trash can and said, A vulture is coming. In fact, he himself comes from a local Spanish security company, Spain Rise. This company cooperates very closely with the government, and many of its systems have certain mutual benefits. Gao Jun's records are the basic search results of the Spanish intelligence agency on him. John was even sure that the Spanish security department had already sent people to keep an eye on them. Never underestimate any sovereign state's control over its own country. But as long as Gao Jun doesn't cause trouble, it will be fine. But he came here in the Soros family's car, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to remain neutral. Don't let anyone die. John glanced at the monitor in the lower right corner with concern. A scene was clearly playing on it. On a huge arena, a muscular man was arrogantly roaring towards the Soros family. A group of people had ugly and heavy faces, and behind him lay a strong man with his right hand twisted hideously, obviously disabled. On the other side, members of the Borja family were congratulating each other, looking extremely relaxed. Soros sat in the second row of the family, which was the position of the heir in the family. Of course, besides him, there were also his theoretical cousins sitting next to him, because apart from blood, they really had no relationship. Soros even believed that if someone offered $1, these brothers would sell themselves out. His face was very ugly at this moment. The boxer hired by the family was actually knocked down. If he loses again, he will be known as Borja on the streets of Madrid. At this moment, a security guard trotted over to him and whispered something in his ear. Soros' eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up in the surprised eyes of his brothers and sisters. "Hey, Soros, where are you going?" A girl in a dress sitting next to him pulled him aside and asked. "Sophia, my most powerful friend is here." Chapter 177, Provocation. Soros had excitement on his face. He waved his hand to break free from Sophia's hand, then trotted towards the door with his back bent. The most powerful friend? Sophia frowned. Could he be from another family? She hesitated for a moment, and seeing that her father in front of her didn't notice her at all, she stood up stealthily and chased after him. Two pieces of trash. The other heirs all sneered. They should have their own pride. The glory of the Soros family is supreme. "Hey, Gao." Soros saw the familiar Asian face at the door and excitedly went up to give him a hug. Perhaps infected by this guy's enthusiasm, Gao Jun also smiled. "Long time no see." "Brother." Sophia also ran out at this time, automatically standing next to Soros, and took his arm. She looked at Gao Jun with her eyes hooked and extended her hand gracefully with a crescent shape in the corner of her eyes. "Hello, I'm Sofa." This confused Gao Jun, but he still hurriedly shook hands. The Spanish woman's hands were so tender. An idea flashed through his mind. If Hugo squeezed hard, would water come out? Gao Jun's greatest strength was that he did what he said, and the strength in his hands couldn't help but increase a bit. Sophia hurriedly threw it away in pain, covering her hands with her hands. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she screamed, "Shit!" She angrily kicked Gao Jun's instep, but Gao Jun dodged it and then counterattacked, grabbing Sophia's arm, twisting on her shoulder, and was about to throw her over his shoulder. "Gao, stop!" Soros shouted in horror. Gao Jun's body paused, and his face froze instantly. It seemed that his reaction was too strong. Sophia's feet were completely off the ground, her mind was blank, and she felt like she was about to fly. Mom." Gao Jun hurriedly put the other person down and tried to explain awkwardly, but Sophia started screaming at the top of her lungs, covering her ears and running back to her seat. This. Gao Jun looked at Soros and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't mean it." Soros was so annoyed. His sister was a socialite in the Spanish upper class. Every man who saw her was like a butterfly around a flower, constantly boasting about his achievements and even disguising himself. But it was rare in the world for someone like Gao Jun to throw the other person over the shoulder as soon as he came up. "Gao, is this your country's welcome ceremony? I heard that Chinese people all know Kung Fu." Gao Jun glanced at the excited Soros and rolled his eyes. "Hey, man, we all ride pandas to school at home. Do you believe it?" "How is that possible?" Soros blurted out, but he immediately realized that Gao Jun was playing a trick on him and looked embarrassed. "Oh, David Niles, he won again." Suddenly, at this moment, a huge cheer erupted from the ring behind him. Soros' face suddenly changed. "Oh no." Without waiting for Gao Jun to react, he grabbed his hand and ran inside. Gao Jun was completely confused. Just as he passed by the ring, a huge head approached and roared at him ferociously. There was saliva dripping from its teeth. It looked like a wild beast showing off its achievements. "Asshole, shut your mouth. Didn't your mother tell you that you have bad breath?" Peter hurriedly protected Gao Jun and confronted him. Regardless of the industry, this behavior is considered a provocation, not to mention mercenaries who are already in a violent industry. If this were Ruilep or any hot spot, the other party would definitely be greeted with a bullet. David Niles didn't expect Peter to confront him and was stunned for a moment, but after he came to his senses, he stood directly at the edge of the ring, showing off his biceps and raising his middle finger to Gao Jun. The onlookers around were completely climaxing. They liked this smell. The men in suits had red faces and raised their hands to scream and tear. Even some socialites raised their bras above their heads and waved them openly. Under the disguise of suits are crazy hearts. "Bonebreaker, tear him apart." "Gao, don't be impulsive." Soros was afraid that Gao Jun would get angry, so he pulled him back with a grim expression, shook his head, and said fearfully, "He's not easy to deal with." "Who is he?" David Niles, nicknamed Bone Crusher, once fought in underground black boxing in Europe. His total record is 39 games, 35 wins, and 4 losses. His favorite thing is to break his opponent's bones. Shit, these board job bastards, Soros said, gritting his teeth. Bone crusher? Gao Jun narrowed his eyes, unbuttoned his suit with one hand, threw it to Peter, and rolled up his sleeves. I have to see if he can break my bones. After saying that, he jumped onto the ring amid the cheers of others. Gao, stop him quickly, Soros shouted to Peter anxiously. If Gao Jun was beaten to death in the ring, he would have to live with his head hanging by a thread. Mercenaries are equivalent to desperados. Peter was also very nervous, but he stopped after taking 2 steps forward. He was too familiar with Gao Jun, and there was no way he would come down. He could only suppress his worry and shook his head. I believe in the boss. Soros was so angry that his mouth twisted. He grabbed Peter's arm and said, Hey, man, this is going to kill someone. Hasn't the boss faced death enough times? Peter asked back, which made Soros stop talking. With a frown on his face, he could only sigh silently and pray for God's blessing. Gao Jun stood on the ring, stretched out his right hand, hooked his index finger, and smiled with his teeth bared. I'll beat you to death. Sophia was sitting in the seat below, shaking her hands, lowering her head, and cursing the damn bastard in her heart. Doesn't he know that girls are very soft-hearted? Who is that? An Asian? What is he doing? Making trouble? Suddenly, she heard the people around her say impatiently. Sophia was furious at the mention of Asians. She looked up at the arena and saw Gao Jun's movements. Her pupils suddenly widened. Why is this bastard standing on it? What about Soros? She suddenly forgot the pain. The Borgias on the other side started to boo. Is this the man you hired? If we lose, all the revenue from Madrid Street this year will belong to us. Fuck. Nonsense. It's simply because you didn't do a good job of security. We don't know this guy. The big guys sitting in the first row were also very dissatisfied. They stood up and shouted at the security personnel to drag Gao Jun away. Doig Soros. The angry shout made Soros feel a little cold on his back. He turned his head with difficulty and saw his father looking at him angrily. His eyes were so fiery that they seemed to swallow him up. Father, please listen to my explanation. Soros tuteret. Chapter 178, Death Strangulation. Soros explained Gao Jun's entire background, and of course added some exaggerations. You are a mercenary? And you're good at fighting? Old Soros raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in his tone. He had traveled far and wide and had seen a lot. He had even fought with local gangs in Mexico. He knew the quality of these mercenaries. The strong ones were indeed the best in the industry. If they were not so strong, even the black people in Africa wearing sailor shirts and flip-flops could be called mercenaries. This was a very mixed group. Soros's eyes began to wander as he spoke. It was Heber who said that Gao Jun was no weaker than him. This is complete nonsense. The Hebrews are so proud that the soldiers of the signal flag will never admit defeat verbally. Old Soros twisted his lips. He had spent a huge sum of money to recruit Hebrew from signal flag. He had pulled Hebrew back from the brink of danger countless times and even blocked 2 bullets for him. He believed in Hebrew unconditionally. What are the chances of winning? Now, it was Soros's turn to have a headache. He secretly groaned and hesitantly said, 70% probability. In fact, in his opinion, the possibility of Gao Jun winning is very low. After all, the sizes of the 2 sides are completely different. According to the information, David Niles is 190 cm tall and weighs 220 kilograms. The record of this single punch is close to 250 pounds. Although this does not reach the top level in the European boxing competitions that are mainly based on muscles, it can still sweep the field. Although Gao Jun has a well-proportioned body, it is a bit difficult for him to withstand 3 punches. Old Soros glanced at his eldest son and said to the family directors standing beside him with mocking expressions, "Let him fight." Archibald, are you sure you're not kidding? A director jumped out and accused him. If this fails, the family's year-end dividend will be nearly 20 million euros less. Will you take responsibility? Seeing the bald director's impulsive words, Soros retorted, Do you think the person you're looking for can win? Doug, is this how you talk to your elders? An old man with silver hair shook the wrinkles on his face, stared, and tapped his hands. Soros immediately backed off. This old man was too senior in the family. He was his father's cousin and also a powerful director in the company. Most importantly, the 2 families had a good relationship. No matter what the circumstances, the other party would support his father's decision. So Soros still respected him very much. Archibald, you need to think clearly about the interests of your family. The old man said in a deep voice, with a sense of oppression in his turbid pupils. Old Soros frowned tightly, then looked at Soros and said seriously, "I believe in my son." Archibald, a director, shouted anxiously, but he was stopped by him with a raised hand. "My son's last name is Soros. He is the first heir to this huge consortium. Please shut up." Everyone in the Soros family looked very ugly. They never thought that old Soros would say such harsh words, which was almost shameless. However, in a family like this, the hierarchy is very obvious. Even if they did not obey him, they could do nothing about it at the moment. "Father," Soros felt a little sour in his nose. "Let your friends beat him to death. The arrogance of these bastards in the family makes me sick." Old Soros said with gritted teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes, and whispered, "I really want to send them to see God." "Chinese? Korean? Japanese?" David Niles said in a rough voice. "Chinese. I once used Krav Maga to break a Chinese man's arm in Las Vegas. He knelt on the ground and asked me to let him go, but I kicked his head in and it blew apart." David Niles said with a sneer, "That was the worst fighting style I've ever seen." Gao Jun's expression changed, and he said, "Day your mom." David Niles howled and kicked Gao Jun in the head. The power of this kick was at least 50% higher than that of a fist. The sound of breaking through the air was clearly audible. There was a ferocious look on the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen the scene after Gao Jun was knocked to the ground. But suddenly he felt a chill under his crotch, and a figure slid past from underneath like a loach. David Niles' eyes suddenly opened wide, and he panicked. Before he could stand firmly, he was hit by a knee on the back of his waist, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. After Gao Jun's sneak attack was successful, he carefully kept his distance. He knew that he was not as strong as the opponent, but the big guy was definitely not as agile as him. Being small had its advantages. The premise of breaking all the attacks with one force was that he could catch him first. "Fuck." David Niles turned his head. His eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily. His evaluation of Gao Jun rose sharply. He was able to survive the underground blackboxing because of his caution. Gao Jun had a plan in mind, and he raised his middle finger provocatively at David Niles. The bone breaker roared and pounced on him again, but this time Gao Jun had discovered his weakness and took the initiative to attack. When the opponent came closer, he immediately kicked him with a sweeping kick. This was a very sneaky move. The opponent had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. He wanted to roll away in such a mess. But how could Gao Jun not give chase with such a good opportunity? He took 3 or 2 steps forward, gathered all his strength, and kicked David Niles directly in the head. The latter reacted quickly as well, protecting his head and taking the kick with both hands. How could he bear this? His hands instantly became numb, and he groaned. At this time, all the villains present were roaring wildly. Some cheered for the Bone Crusher, some shouted for Gao Jun, and Soros even shouted his voice hoarse, just hoping that Gao Jun could get rid of the opponent. Finally, Bonebreaker climbed up using both hands and feet. He shook his numb hands and glanced at them. He found that his elbows were a little red and even a little swollen. He looked at Gao Jun with fear and said grimly, "You are very powerful, but I will kill you." Gao Jun raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "That depends on whether you have the ability." After that, he immediately stepped forward and kicked him with a whip. The Bonebreaker raised his legs to dodge and immediately used his head to hit Gao Jun's head directly. This move had no prelude, but Gao Jun was not panicked at this time. Instead, it could be said that he was waiting for this moment. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, hugged the opponent's neck, pressed the Bonebreaker's head on his shoulders, and then turned upside down and feet up on the spot. With the weight of David Niles, he rotated 360 degrees on the spot, and his foot formed a stranglehold, which was just stuck on the Bonebreaker's neck. His neck made a crisp sound, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. His head and shoulders were broken backwards in a very strange posture. He was deader than dead. Death Strangulation. Chapter 179, Old Soros. At Gao Jun's feet lay the body of Bone Crusher David Niles. His eyes looked down upon the entire audience with arrogance, and everyone's cheers suddenly stopped. But a second later, the cheers became even louder. "We won!" Soros roared ferociously with his hands raised. The tribesmen behind him also jumped up, raising their fists and cheering. Old Soros was still sitting on the chair, but he just breathed a sigh of relief, slowly took out the cigarette from his pocket, and put it in his mouth. If you look closely, you can see that his hands are shaking. Gao Jun jumped down from the ring, unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, walked up to Peter, and shook his head. Are you planning to hang me in front of me? When you went on stage, I knew he was in trouble. Peter said seriously. Soros ran over, hugged Gao Jun, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Fuck Gao, you're amazing. I love you so much." The guy was about to kiss Gao Jun excitedly, but Gao Jun dodged. Gao Jun shrugged and said teasingly, "Hey man, I'm not a gay. You don't know, this has allowed the Soros family to retain the right to use the Madrid Street shop, which can bring our family nearly $40 million in revenue a year." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he was too happy too soon. Someone from the Borja family jumped out and shouted, "This game doesn't count. You cheated." Hearing this cry, Gao Jun turned his head in shock, only to see a white man with dreadlocks standing over the body of the bone crusher on the stage, snarling at the Soros family with his fangs bared. "You violated the agreement. This match doesn't count." Soros was originally cheerful, but after hearing the man's exchange, his face suddenly turned very ugly. He raised his middle finger and said, "What are you yelling about, you cripple? Is this how you, the Borja family, raised you?" Hearing the almost humiliating name of cripple, the white man's gums gnawed and his eyes blazed. "Doug, don't go too far." People from both sides jumped up and started cursing at each other and even rolled up their sleeves to get ready to fight. At this time, old Soros came out, signaled everyone to be quiet, and stood in front. "What do the Borja family want to do? You made the rules yourselves. You said that as long as we kill Bonebreaker, we will win this battle. Are you going to break the contract? He is not from your Soros family." The white man said with gritted teeth. "I'm a friend of the Soros family, so I shouldn't be breaking any rules." Gao Jun stepped forward and spread his hands. "I'm afraid this David Niels isn't from your Borja family either." Peter couldn't help but frown as he stood behind him. In his opinion, Gao Jun should keep silent to avoid further offense. But Gao Jun saw it more deeply. He was forcing the Soros family to admit that they were friends for the sake of future benefits. Since David Niles was killed by Gao Jun, the feud between him and the Borja family has been established. If he doesn't even show his support, the Soros family will throw him out like garbage. "Yes, are you allowed to find people, but we are not allowed to have friends?" Soros also shouted. Old Soros glanced at Gao Jun with a meaningful look. He was also an old fox, so how could he not know what Gao Jun was thinking? But he did not stop him. After all, one more friend means one more way, and this friend's subordinates specialize in doing shady work, so he would be of use in the future. The two foxes, big and small, were both planning to take advantage of each other. "Just wait," the white man frowned. "This is Spain, outsider." After he finished speaking, he snorted coldly, not paying any attention to the bone breaker lying on the ground. He turned around and walked away with the other Borja people. His leg was obviously injured and he was still limping. Someone wanted to go up and help him, but he pushed them away. "Get out. I'm not so disabled that I need help. Be careful not to fall." Soros shouted from behind without thinking of the trouble. "Doug!" Old Soros raised his tone in dissatisfaction, and the man was so scared that he shrank his neck and stammered. He could only hide behind and keep winking at Gao Jun. Gao Jun looked at old Soros with his eyes hooked, and the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. He extended his hand. "Mr. Archibald, nice to meet you. Do you know me?" Archibald narrowed his eyes, held Gao Jun's hand, and shook it gently. "Of course." Gao Jun pointed to his head and said with a smile, "I have information on wealthy people all over the world. Maybe they're my clients." This is actually just bragging. Gao Jun got Archibald's information after asking Lionel. When he saw the introduction of Archibald, he was shocked. He had trafficked drugs in Mexico, sold wine in the Netherlands, and even participated in battles in 5 of the world's 10 largest war zones. Later, he was shot in the shoulder blade during a battle, and since then he has begun to manage his family business steadily. This is a man who will have to go home and inherit a fortune worth tens of billions of dollars if he doesn't make it. It's a bit sad to think about it. After all, the dream is gone. Gao Jun's words made old Soros very happy. He liked to do business with people who were prepared. At least it proved that Gao Jun was not a mediocre person. Let's go. Let's go back and talk first. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that Cripple will go crazy." Old Soros said with narrowed eyes. "Do they dare to act recklessly?" Gao Jun asked back, but when he saw the mockery in old Soros' eyes, he instantly wanted to slap himself. This world never asks whether you dare or not, but whether it is worth it. You may feel that it is inappropriate to take risks for 200,000 yuan, but what if it is 20 million, 200 million, or even 200 million yuan? Gao Jun followed old Soros and walked in the front row. When he reached the door, he met Armand, who had just gotten out of 2 Alpha cars. When he saw Gao Jun, he consciously stood on both sides. "Is this your employee?" asked old Soros in surprise. "Well, bring them here to see the world," Gao Jun said with a smile, but there was actually a hint of pride in his tone. "Very good, they are all elite." Gao Jun made a gesture to Armand, who asked the bodyguards to disperse and form 2 layers with the Soros family security. After cautiously sending the big guys into the car, he sat in the Alpha, but left the door open, ready to rush out at any time. After the convoy left, Bald John looked at the body on the ring and felt a headache. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he reported the situation truthfully. The boss on the other end of the phone was obviously also a little troubled. Just when John's legs were numb from waiting, the other end finally spoke. "Don't worry about him. Pack the body and throw it to the funeral home." "Okay." John threw the phone away, put it in his pocket, and shouted at the man to take it, hide the body in a body bag, and put in the trunk. Chapter 180. Friends? Not as good as US dollars. Bodilla del Monte, the most prestigious luxury residential area in Madrid. The Soros family's luxurious villa is located here. Through the car window, Gao Jun found that the place was so huge that it seemed endless. This mansion has more than 20 bedrooms, a tennis court, a swimming pool, a helipad, and everything else. It also has a 160-meter private beach, ensuring absolute privacy. It covers an area of 32,000 square kilometers and is priced at 70 million euros. It used to be a place for the upper class or politicians to hold parties, but it was bought by the Soros family. Peter, who was sitting next to him, knew all about it. "How do you know?" Gao Jun asked in surprise. Peter didn't say anything, but just handed over the phone. The search engine was clearly written on it. "Shit." Gao Jun rolled his eyes as Peter continued. "The most important thing is that the security system here has always been provided by ICTS International Adversary, but there have been recent rumors that they've been having a disagreement over contract renewal, and the Soros family is planning to find another capable company to handle the family's external security." Gao Jun has a keen business sense, and he found the profit opportunity in an instant. "This is a big cake. You should know that every member of the Soros family is equipped with minimum security personnel when traveling. Except for internal security, which is provided by their own family members, other security, such as external security and secret security, are mostly provided by security company personnel. The cost varies, but Gao Jun never refuses US dollars. As soon as the car stopped, the staff who had been prepared in the mansion, under the instructions of a butler, rolled out the red carpet and lined it up on both sides. As soon as Gao Jun got out of the car, they bowed respectfully. "Gao, welcome to the Soros family," said old Soros with a smile. "I hope you enjoy your stay here. Tomorrow night, all the guests will arrive to celebrate Doug's birthday. We'll have some fine wine from the Vega Sicilia winery in Spain ready for you to enjoy." Vega Sicilia winery. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, and the gluttony on his tongue began to spread. Founded in 1864, this winery is located in the Ribera del Duero region of northwestern Spain. Its wines are considered Spain's king wines, rivaling the finest Bordeaux. The 1948 Vega Sicilia Sol Red, made with 80% Tempranillo, is Vega Sicilia's star product. The wine from this winery was once chosen at the king's coronation. "It's my honor." Gao Jun bent down slightly and tried to act like a gentleman. Old Soros laughed and called over to the butler. "Noyce, prepare the guest rooms for Mr. Gao Jun and the others." "Yes, sir." Noyce looked serious, but his eyes made people feel comfortable. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he walked in front of Gao Jun and lowered his head. "Mr. Gao, please follow me." Gao Jun nodded to old Soros and others, then followed Noyce. When he turned around, the smile on his face suddenly changed. He winked at Peter beside him, and the two of them had formed a certain tacit understanding with each other. The latter was slightly stunned and nodded. Soros narrowed his eyes and said, "Keep an eye on these people. Don't let them get away. Also, check this Chinese guy's background for me. I have a feeling he has bad intentions." "Father," Soros said anxiously, "this is not good. Do you think he, the CEO of a security company, would come to celebrate your birthday for no reason? Doug, you're too trusting and too self-righteous. This guy must have come here with a purpose. I need to know what he sees in me." Old Solo dragged out his words, then concluded, "You must be cautious when doing business with the Chinese because they can sell you out and then you'll happily count the money for them. This country, with 5,000 years of civilization, knows best how to maximize profits. Although Soros was reluctant in his heart, he still agreed. The bedroom decoration in this luxurious villa is indeed different. It is almost European in style, so elegant that it makes people feel a little simple, but the lightness of the floor-length curtains adds a bit of artistic conception. There is an oil painting hanging on the wall, which is a half-length portrait. The woman in it looks calm and holy, with a pair of lowered and slightly kind eyes, which makes the picture full of warmth and poetry. She is holding a baby in her arms. What is this? The Grand Duke's Madonna. Peter frowned and leaned over, carefully touching it with his pinky finger. Isn't this a famous painting by Raphael? And I remember it being kept in the Pitti Gallery in Florence. How could it be here? Is this a fake? Noise then chimed in. Sir, why can't the one in the Pitt Gallery be a fake? Huh? Gao Jun and Peter were both stunned. Then Noise smiled and continued. 100 years ago, this painting was part of the Soros family's collection. Gao Jun, the other man, understood immediately and cursed in their hearts. Fuck. Damn rich people. But I'm also quite envious in my heart. As long as you can afford it, someone can turn Mona Lisa's smile into tears. I really want to steal it. Gao Jun's eyes turned red. This Renaissance painting could be sold for at least tens of millions of euros now, but this was just a thought. It would not be easy to take it away. Noise smiled and just told Gao Jun to have a good rest before leaving. Tell Armand to sleep lightly tonight, so as not to be killed silently. Spain is no safer than Ruilep. Clear. When night fell, the lights in the Soros family's house were tinged with a red glow, and in a side room in a corner, low whispers of conspiracy were heard. Babia, did you hear that Borja is willing to pay us 5 million euros to kill this guy? The bald director who had refuted Soros during the day was leaning on the table with both hands, his face looking extremely ferocious, and the person sitting in front of him was none other than Soros's cousin, the silver-haired old man. But at this time, his eyes had already become sinister, and he was turning the Buddhist beads in his hand. These were beads he had obtained from a temple in India, and they had protected him for the first half of his life. Besides, have you wanted that position for a long time? It's time for him to give it up. The bald director's sinister triangular eyes flashed with a fierce light. It's time for him to have a talk with God. After waiting for a while, Babia finally spoke, but his voice was terribly low. 7 million euros. Besides, I don't want anyone from Archibald's lineage to survive. The bald director's eyes lit up with joy as he placed a badge on the table. Tomorrow night, they'll be here, and by then the Soros family will have a new leader. Tomorrow night. Babia paused. I want them dead. Chapter 181, Las Cucarachas. Before the sky in Madrid was clear and bright, the staff in the manor began to prepare for Soros' birthday. Gao Jun got up early and was leaning against the balcony, smoking a cigarette, staring at the lawnmower below without blinking, his eyes a little confused. Hey, Gao! A shout from downstairs drew Gao Jun's attention over, and he saw Soros standing downstairs, waving at him. This guy is dressed quite coquettishly today, with a well-fitting suit, a red tie, and pink leather shoes. He looks quite sexy. Wild duck, are you going to be a doorman? Gao Jun said with a teasing smile. Many distinguished guests will be arriving today. I have to go to the gate to greet them. Do you want to join us? Soros knew Gao Jun's weakness and blinked. These are all wealthy people from Spain and even the whole of Europe. Perhaps you can find a big fish. Big fish equals sucker equals US dollars. This was the multiplication in Gao Jun's mind. He asked Soros to wait for a moment, turned around, picked up the suit on the bed, and walked downstairs. Soros was right. Just when he arrived at the door of the mansion in his car, a Pagani Zonda happened to pull up with a roar. The car door opened upwards, and a young man with a beard got out of the driver's seat. In the passenger seat was a long-legged girl in a black off-shoulder dress with a huge pearl necklace around her neck. When looking at a woman, you should look at her thighs first. This is a basic step, but Gao Jun is more direct and looks at her breasts first. 36F. Landmine. Gao Jun's eyes were fixed on the scene, and he slowly shifted his gaze upwards. Huh. He seemed to have seen this woman on some website, and she was in an action movie and seemed to be a star. Although the language in the movie was very monotonous, Gao Jun could still understand it. After all, art is universal. That bastard is here again. Gao Jun heard Soros cursing, but he still went up to him and gave him a hug. Welcome to war, my friend. It's your birthday today, how could I not come? De Ward said with a smile, But he also patted the hood of the Pagani as if to show off and said proudly, "This was specially made for me by the Pagani's own company. It cost 31 million euros. You are really rich." Soros was so jealous that his eyes were angry. I bought shares in a natural gas business in northern Russia. I have plenty of money now. Is this how these second-generation rich show off their wealth? 31 million euros is enough to buy a brand new BB-23 battleship from the Gao army, complete with all weapons and ammunition. But now you buy a piece of junk metal. Gao Jun really wanted to rush up to the ward and ask, "Brother, do you want a weapon? A big one with plenty of ammunition." The ward looked at Soros, whose face turned green, and chuckled with a smug look on his face. He turned around and pretended to have just seen Gao Jun. He chuckled and deliberately said in Spanish, "Las cucarachas." Soros and Gao Jun's expressions suddenly changed. "The ward, you've gone too far. Gao is my friend. You have to apologize to him." Soros frowned and gestured to express his dissatisfaction. His face flushed red. Las cucarachas means cockroaches in Spanish. It is a special name used by Spanish racists to refer to Chinese people, meaning the garbage that can be seen everywhere on the streets. The most obvious example was in April 2006 in Malaga, southern Spain, where two Spanish youths made obscene gestures towards several Chinese female tourists and even composed a short song to mock them. This discriminatory term was circulated at that time. It was quite a big deal at the time. However, the Spanish police are not pushovers and will generally detain and arrest anyone they encounter. De Ward took a step back and pointed a finger. "Doug, don't get so close to me. I'm a germaphobe." He paused and looked at Gao Jun with a sarcastic look. "Please don't let Las Cucarachas get close to me. I smell a foul odor." The girl next to him also laughed out loud, pretending to laugh until tears came out. She put her hands on De Ward's chest, gave him seductive looks, and spoke dirty words. "Do you believe that I can blow your nipples off with a single shot?" A cold voice stopped the girl's laughter abruptly. She looked up and saw that the Chinese man's eyes were blazing and he was holding a pistol in his hand. The girl screamed in horror. Even De Ward's face changed. Seeing Gao Jun turning the gun towards him, he quickly pushed the girl in front of him and stammered in fear. Doug, do you want to kill me?" "Gao, don't get excited, calm down." Soros was shocked and held down Gao Jun's arm, saying in a cold sweat, "If the gun accidentally went off and injured the other party, both Gao Jun and the Soros family would be in trouble." De Ward is the youngest son of the Llewellyn family, one of the 4 major families in Spain. This family is also known as the Eagle family. It was once the ruler of Spain. As a nobleman and the youngest son, he received the attention of the whole of Spain almost as soon as he was born. There were even rumors that she might marry into the royal family. This is a princeling who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, while Gao Jun is like an angry beggar, but this time is the beggar who raises his weapon against the prince. "Apologize," Gao Jun shouted. There was no way De Ward would give in. Just as he was about to run to the car, Gao Jun said, "If you move again, I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." His body stiffened, and he suddenly moved, pushing the girl towards Gao Jun. The latter was wearing high heels, and she screamed and staggered towards Gao Jun, her flesh trembling. Gao Jun saw De Ward turn around and run out of the corner of his eye, and cursed him inwardly for being cunning, but he was not a man who would show mercy to women. He raised his foot and kicked the movie girl in the abdomen. The other party's body, which weighed only 100 pounds, flew out like a piece of paper and hit the sports car. At this time, the Soros family security personnel who received the news rushed out, protected De Ward and Soros, looked at Gao Jun vigilantly, and pointed a pistol at him. "Put down your weapons, everyone," Soros shouted nervously, saying to the leading security captain, "Belloc, put down your weapons." Belloc had one eye, and there was a long scar at the corner of his remaining eye, making him look very ferocious. "Master Doug, no one can commit murder in the Soros family. This is what the master told me. You don't even listen to me?" Belloc simply answered everything with silence, and flicked the safety pin with his thumb. "Mr. Gao, please put down your weapon." "Boss." Before he could finish his words, he heard a muffled roar. Belloc frowned and looked towards the sound. He saw Peter, Armand, and others trotting over, staring at him with ferocious expressions. Being glared at by this Ursarai man, Belloc actually felt a little uneasy. Chapter 182, Conspiracy. The last thing Peter fears is trouble. He saw Belloc pointing a gun at Gao Jun. This behavior was a provocation to Zulone Company. To deal with such people, Fight back. Without a word, he flipped the safety on, pointed at Bellic's head, and hissed, "Put it down." The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Only the breathing sounds of the nearly 30 or 40 people gradually became heavier. A certain nerve in the brain was tense. If someone's gun went off accidentally, everyone would have to lie on the ground. "What are you doing?" At this time, there was a dissatisfied scolding, and then old Soros was seen walking towards him with a frown under the protection of bodyguards. He glanced at the girl lying beside the sports car and finally leaned on DeWard and paused meaningfully. Seeing old Soros coming, DeWard popped his head out from behind his bodyguard and shouted in horror, "Archibald, are you going to kill me? I'm here to celebrate Doug's birthday on behalf of the Eagle family." "Eagle family?" Old Soros's eyes flickered, and he turned to look at Gao Jun. "Mr. Gao, this is a bit embarrassing for me." Gao Jun's pupil shrank, and he smiled. Sure enough, this old fox chose the other party without even asking the reason, and chose the more powerful Eagle family. As for Gao Jun's help to them, how much is that thing worth? The essence of a businessman is to transform everything into profit, but Gao Jun was obviously abandoned. "I hope your choice today is the right one." Gao Jun held down Peter's pistol and lowered the muzzle from Bellic's forehead. His tone was calm, but Peter could hear the anger brewing in his tone. The smile on old Soros's face faded. He knew too well the power of the Eagle family. To put it in a comparative way, Soros and Borgia combined could not stand up to each other, just because they had royal blood in them. "Let's go." Gao Jun snorted coldly, looked at DeWard deeply, said to his employee, and turned and left. "Hi." Soros was about to catch up anxiously, but was interrupted the next second. Old Soros frowned and called out, "Doug, go get Sophia to accompany Mr. DeWard. You stay here and continue to greet the distinguished guests." He leaned over and said in a low voice, "You know, your eldest brother is in France. I wouldn't mind having him inherit my fortune." Soros' pupils shrank, his body instinctively tensed, and he stopped with a complicated expression. He watched Gao Jun leave and sighed. "Father, you will regret this." Gao Jun had a gloomy face. He felt a surge of anger in his heart and wanted to use an intercontinental missile to directly blow the Soros family to ashes. "Boss, where are we going now?" Peter asked softly. "Book a ticket back to Badasi tomorrow." Gao Jun said calmly. He will definitely get this face back. Now that he lacked the strength, he could only swallow his anger. He turned around and glanced at the mansion. It's better not to beg me for help. But he never imagined that this cycle of cause and effect would come so quickly. At night, the Soros family's mansion was filled with the sounds of drinking, chatting, laughing, and making noise. Sophia was holding a glass of red wine, surrounded by various young talents, who kept bragging about how much money they had made in the first half of the year, which business tycoon they had dinner with, and even said that the White House had invited them to give speeches. This kind of low-class bragging just made Sophia feel extremely bored, but she still had to put on a perfunctory smile on her face. She preferred to be with the Chinese man. At least it was more casual. "Too bad. Don't go on the right path." Sophia shook her head, and suddenly her eyes moved. "Mr. Lang, your chest." Lang also lowered his head in confusion and saw a small red on his chest slowly moving upwards. "This is... Bang!" There was a loud explosion, and Sophia was so frightened that she subconsciously hugged her head, but then Lang's right chest was blown apart, and he fell to the ground, staring with his eyes in despair, his mouth open, stretching out his hand towards her, twitching a few times, and then died. This sudden change frightened everyone in the party, and they started running around like headless flies. "Sniper? Come on, protect the master." Bellic, who had been providing security around, crouched down and said with his earphone pressed down. He hid behind a trash can, looking at Lang's fallen body and calculating the direction of the sniper. 5 o'clock. When Bellic leaned out, he saw a figure on the roof. Without thinking, he fired 5 shots at the figure. However, the accuracy of the pistol was low to begin with, not to mention that there was a certain gap in the accuracy of shooting from bottom to top. "Boss," 2 cars rushed in from a gate. The anxious voice of the gate's security guard came from the headset, but before he could finish his words, he heard the sound of gunfire. It was obvious that they had encountered an accident. Bellic's scalp tingled, his eyes widened, and he spat out, "Premeditated." This was definitely a premeditated attack. The other party wanted to kill the Soros family. Old Soros and others returned to the house under the protection of several bodyguards, but this time they all had fear on their faces. "Call the police." Call the police quickly. The radio is being interfered with, and calls can't be made. Someone took out his cell phone and tried a few times, but the signal bar didn't move. Old Soros clenched his fists, his face serious, but he was the captain of this giant commercial ship after all, so he still had some composure. I have a satellite phone in my room. Go get it. Soros behaved like an heir, pushed aside the bodyguards, and ran towards the room where his father lived. In a panic, he saw many VIPs lying in all directions on the open grass, and gun battles broke out from all corners. The stray bullets were not quick-witted and hit the pillar next to Soros. The sparks scared him so much that his legs went weak. Gulp! He swallowed his saliva and trembled as he went into old Soros's room. He overturned all the drawers and held his head anxiously. Where is it? On the bed. He couldn't wait to jump onto the bed and found a satellite phone under his pillow. It had the number of the Madrid Police Department marked on it, and he dialed it right away. Hello, sir. Fuck. We were attacked. Gunmen broke into the Soros family. Request for help. Soros roared, and the veins on the corners of his forehead could be seen throbbing. The police officer on the other side was also shocked. A gunfight? The Soros family? She didn't dare to hide such a big thing, so she quickly put down her headphones and ran to the office to report the news to the police chief. I see. Lucia McKay's expression was surprisingly calm. He clasped his hands together and said with a smile, Ms. Darrell, could you make me a cup of coffee? The police officer was stunned. But the Soros family. It's okay, God will bless them. Lucia McKay interrupted, raising his finger. Less sugar, thank you. Chapter 183. Wait for the blackmail. Since Lucia McKay became a police officer 30 years ago, he's come to understand that the law is just a toy for some, and they're just another form of protection. He turned his gaze away from Ms. Darrell's back and looked at his computer. There was an encrypted file on it, sent from abroad. It contained only a short sentence. Morocco, Africa. Lucia McKay buttoned up his police uniform and opened a drawer. An FN 5-7 pistol lay quietly inside, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang! Ms. Darrell, who had just reached the door with her coffee, heard a gunshot from inside. She jumped, her coffee spilling. She pushed the door open and screamed, only to see Lucia McKay slumped over the table, blood staining it, a hint of a smile on his lips. If someone sat in his seat, they would have seen a sentence written on the computer. Deja que entier con la muerte. Let me bury you with my death. After Soros hung up the phone, he felt a little uneasy. He knew these people's nature too well. If the Spanish police were reliable, sows would almost be able to climb trees. He hesitated, gritted his teeth, and made another call. Hello. Gao Jun's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Gao, this is Soros. Beep beep. He had just said half of these anxious words when he heard a busy tone on the phone and was hung up. Soros's face turned red and yellow, but as he heard the gunshots and screams gradually approaching outside, he could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. As soon as the call was connected, he spoke first. Gao, we are in big trouble. Now only you can save us. At the same time, in a luxurious presidential suite of a Madrid hotel, Gao Jun swung the pistol in his left hand and raised his eyebrows when he heard Soros' words. Are you kidding me? Really? There are corpses all over the ground. They want to kill us all. Damn it, it must be those bastards from Borja. Soros cursed through gritted teeth and almost pleaded, Gao, now we can only rely on you. What do you want me to do? Gao Jun est knowingly. Help our Soros family defeat those gunmen. Bellic and his men are almost unable to hold on. Soros kept talking here, but Gao Jun on the other end remained indifferent, which made his heart sink slowly. In the end, they could only hear each other's breathing. Wild Duck, we're friends, so I should agree, but as a businessman, I refuse. Gao Jun shook his head firmly. I'm furious about your father's injustice to me this morning, and my employees also think you're capricious and treacherous. I'm afraid we can't cooperate with you. Soros was now anxious. He knew too well the fighting power of Gao Jun and others. They were much more reliable than those people in the Madrid Police Department. Moreover, the fighting power of these gunmen outside was amazing. Even Bellic was suppressed and couldn't raise his head, which was a testament to their strength. Of course, if the Hebrews were not here, if the brave soldiers with the signal flag were here, even if they could not turn the defeat into victory, they could at least hold the situation in a stalemate and avoid such a disastrous defeat. Gao, our family is willing to pay $5 million. Soros didn't waste any more words and directly made an offer. Not enough. Gao Jun is not a gentleman. He was feeling depressed and originally thought that he would have to wait a long time before he could take revenge. But now, who knew that karma would come true and the Soros family was attacked early in the night? The more people who died, the better. It would be best if the old man Soros was killed as well. Hi. Soros raised his voice in dissatisfaction. We are friends and partners. No. Gao Jun is face darkened. From the moment you chose the Eagle family, you knew our relationship could only be one of profit. Soros was stunned by Gao Jun. He was stunned for a moment and then sighed. So what do you want? Gao Jun leaned forward slightly, his left hand still, and lowered his voice. I only ask for one thing. The Soros family and Zulong Company form an alliance, and any of your channels must serve me. Gao Jun began to bar his fangs ferociously and began to tear off the rotten flesh from the Soros family. The channels built by this family to stand firm in Spain for hundreds of years are beyond imagination, and such a surprise attack is rare in hundreds of years. Soros couldn't have imagined that Gao Jun had such a big appetite, but if all the descendants of the Soros family were extinguished here, then this century-old nobility would be divided up. This kind of thing is very common. Countless small interests encroach on the fallen consortium and slowly grow stronger. If they die, everything will be gone. Bang, bang, bang. Rush in and kill them all. A gloomy shout came from outside. Soros's face was grim, and he said in a low voice, Gao, hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up, and there was a busy tone. Gao Jun put his pistol away, grabbed the headset on the table, and said, Guys, Sherlock is starting to open his mouth. Here comes our US dollars. Hurry up and deal with it. There's not much time left. El Gadiba, wearing a fireproof mask, glanced at his watch and gave orders through the headset. He held an M4 carbine with a silencer on the front in his hand and shot at the enemy in front of him. El Gadiba couldn't have imagined that this mission would be so simple. He and his Cobra mercenaries had previously been active in Africa. Most of them were desperate criminals and were on Interpol's Red Wanted list. They had originally planned to go into exile in the African continent. At least in that damn place, not many people would care about them. But a month ago, some Spaniards approached him and were willing to pay a high sum of money and clear their identities in exchange for helping them kill the Soros family. They wanted to kill them all. El Gadiba is known as the Stag. This nickname represents the devil in Western mythology. He often commits acts such as killing civilians, sniping government troops, and robbing vaults. However, he still trembled in his heart when he was asked to launch an attack on an ancient aristocratic family. He didn't want to accept this task, but the businessman who contacted him said that they had people in the Soros family, and with internal cooperation, there should be a high success rate. Even if the situation becomes tense afterwards, they can send El Gadiba to another place to avoid the limelight. No one will pay too much attention to the dead, and he can just change his identity and live a life in 2 or 3 years. The perimeter is secure. The enemy has been eliminated. Hearing his deputy's report through his headset, El Gadiba quickly turned his gaze towards the main hall of the mansion. There was still some firepower inside, and it was difficult for him to get in for the time being. He turned his head and shouted to the heavy fire team behind him, Hot Dog, one shot. Hot Dog was short, but his muscles were taut in his combat uniform. He trotted over, knelt on one knee, put the .40 rocket launcher behind him on his shoulder, looked through the scope, and pulled the trigger. Call out. Chapter 184. Traitor. Call out. The tail wing hit the wall outside the mansion with a harsh sound, and the tens of millions of concrete and steel bars were blown into pieces by the rocket-piercing, armor-piercing bombs that cost only a few hundred yuan each. The decorations on the roof inside the house fell down, and lime was spread on his face, making him look extremely miserable. Heavy weapons. Bellic, who had retreated long ago, hid behind the bunker with a very ugly look on his face. His confidence was slowly disappearing. He still didn't want to die here, of course, if the other party accepted surrender. Belloc, what are you doing? Fight back. The Soros family doesn't pay you to watch the show. A Soros family director wearing gold-rimmed glasses was lying on the ground trembling, holding his head. The wig on his head was slightly shifted. He was roaring angrily, as if he wanted to vent his anger on Bellic. But he clearly picked the wrong time. Bellic turned around and fired several shots, and the other party fell silent instantly. What are you doing? Old Soros widened his eyes, his heart ached, and he quickly covered his chest with his hands, his face ashen. Shut up. Velik's single eye flashed with a fierce light, and he looked ferocious and terrifying. He was forced to collapse, and there was no way he could run away. His mental quality was not as good as Hebrew's. He had only carried out missions in Mali with the French Foreign Legion, and he was knocked unconscious by the militia's mortar when he went up for the first time. He was able to survive simply because he had a long life. "I won't die with you," Velik said to the other bodyguards. "Do you want to die with these capitalists?" The remaining bodyguards were all injured, which already demoralized them. Moreover, they were not members of the Soros family, so there was no need for them to die for them. There was no such thing as loyalty in this world. "Surrender. You must surrender." At this time, DeWard also jumped out from behind old Soros. His beard was covered with filth, and one of his legs was cut by shrapnel. The pain made DeWard, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, feel only death. He hated this feeling. He doesn't want to die, and he can't die. Velik looked at DeWard deeply. No one knew what he was thinking. He half knelt and shouted in broken English, "Surrender! We surrender! Stop shooting!" El Gadiba squinted his eyes at the severely damaged mansion. Just as he was about to give the order to storm it, he heard Belik's voice from inside. His eyes rolled. "Throw down your weapons. We accept your surrender." "Fuck." Belik cursed softly and threw his weapon away. "Isn't this just putting the only threat on yourself? If the other party goes back on their word, you won't even be able to choose how you die." Belik turned his gaze towards the other bodyguards and said, "Throw away your weapons first." The other bodyguards were not useless either. They looked at each other and kept a distance from Belik vigilantly. This guy gone crazy. In the face of death, he chose selfishness. They knew that the ugly human nature began to erupt. Belik glared at them and was about to resort to violence when a burst of chaotic gunfire was heard outside. He was so excited that he thought another attack had been launched outside. He quickly lowered his head and looked out through the bullet hole in the wall. His glasses suddenly widened. "Peter, get into position and fire freely." Gao Jun jumped out of the car, quickly picked up his pistol, and gave orders to Peter. He then led a team of people to act as a fire attraction point to attract the enemy's attention, and Peter was responsible for sniping. Compared with the enemy's M4 assault rifles, the pistols in Gao Jun and others' hands seemed to lack firepower. "I'm in position," Peter shouted. Gao Jun waved his hand seriously, holding his gun, and advanced in 2 columns, with the distance between the team members widened to more than 5 meters. As soon as they approached the mansion, they were discovered. These people actually left 2 people behind to cover their wake. Hiding in the darkness stealthily, when Gao Jun and others approached, one of them suddenly stood up and started firing with a rifle. The employee walking in front was shot through in an instant before he could react, and the ones behind him rolled on the ground and leaned against the walls, narrowing their battle line of sight. Gao Jun could tell that the other party was using an M4 carbine. It is a shortened version of the early carbine version of the M16 and is used by military and police forces around the world. They are all developed from the CAR-15 developed by Eugene Stoner. The M4 is shorter and lighter than the M16A2 assault rifle, and the magazine capacity is only 30 rounds. Gao Jun was leaning against the wall, calculating the enemy's movements in his mind. When the gunfire stopped, he rushed out like a cheetah. "Peter, cover me. Everyone else, charge." Peter received the order and moved out, aiming at the spot he had observed earlier. After emptying his magazine, he said to Armand behind him, "Changing." After saying that, he pointed the gun downwards, turned around, and made way. Armand took over, then quickly switched orders and repeated the same thing with the other party. An excellent Special Forces soldier can change a magazine in no more than 2 seconds, and the fastest person in the world can do so in just 0.51 seconds, which is almost the time it takes to blink of an eye. The 2 gunmen were pinned down and couldn't raise their heads. They didn't notice at all that Gao Jun grabbed the iron pipe on the side of the house and climbed up with great effort. This put him directly behind their butts. When he looked up, he saw 2 militants squatting on the ground with their heads tucked in. Gao Jun raised his hand and fired all the bullets without any hesitation, and the firepower instantly stopped. "Go in and destroy the enemy as soon as you find them." "Boss, reinforcements from the Soros family are here." El Gadiba was very dissatisfied when he heard the report from the rear. "Mekasa, don't wait any longer. There's no time left. Charge in." They are mercenaries and are the most efficient people, because every minute means danger and US dollars coexisting. If he delays any longer, you'll have to stay here. The only thing he can pray for is that the traitor in the Soros family can jump out. Babia and the bald director looked at each other, and under the astonished gazes of the Soros people, they walked towards old Soros with their backs bent. Looking at the dazed old Soros, the two men felt mixed emotions. Archibald, let's surrender. Babia spoke first, his eyes hazy as he whispered, no one wants to die. Perhaps we can communicate with them? Communicate? Even Babia himself sounded ridiculous when he said this word. Anyone who can come here must be a desperate criminal. Will he discuss with you? Old Soros's eyelids twitched, and he raised his head, his eyes blazing with fire. He supported Sophia's shoulders with one hand, holding up his swaying body. He gritted his teeth and spewed out vicious words. You betrayed Soros? Everyone around was stunned, looking at Babia and the bald director in disbelief. The lady even covered her mouth and screamed. The existence of the family structure is actually for the better accumulation of wealth. After all, there is no one who can make people feel more at ease than their own family. But the two people in front of him actually brought outsiders to slaughter their relatives? Traitor. Chapter 185. The Value of Nobility. Traitor. Old Soros glared angrily and wanted to raise his foot to kick Babia, but although the latter was old, he was in good health. He turned around and dodged. Looking at the family members who were looking at him angrily, he and the bald director cautiously kept a distance from each other. I'm a traitor. I fought for the Soros family for 50 years, but what about you? What did you give me? A lifetime honorary director? Fuck. My annual dividend is less than 2 million euros. It's not fair. Babia completely lost his temper, grumbling with dissatisfaction and gloomy eyes. They told me that if they killed you all, my branch would be the master of the Soros family, and my offspring would be nothing more than high-ranking slaves. Archibald, you've been in this position for too long. Old Soros closed his eyes in pain, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. It was indeed impossible to escape the word prophet. I surrender. Can you guarantee Sophia's life? Babia frowned and glanced at Sophia, who was already crying beside him, with resentment in her beautiful eyes. He actually wanted to kill her because he knew too well that the Soros family were a bunch of lunatics. When killing them, it would be best to hit them in the weakest part, otherwise they would easily turn around and devour the enemy. The fact that they have been able to survive in this filthy land for hundreds of years proves that the Soros family is not a good family. Yes, of course, as long as you surrender, you can even survive. Before Babia could speak, the bald director nodded impatiently with a smile on his face. He was eager to resolve this matter peacefully. He only sees the immediate benefits. Okay, I surrender. Go open the door. Old Soros held Sophia's hand tightly and said tiredly. No one came out to refute at this time. Even Bellic was defeated. It was only a matter of time. All they could do was pray to God. I'll go open the door. The bald director jumped up happily, trotted out, and shouted outside. Don't open the door. I'm Jekka Benrose. The Borgia family and I are partners. Old Soros has surrendered. He carefully opened the door and saw gunmen outside with various weapons, including one carrying a rocket launcher. Just as Gate Benlos was about to speak excitedly, he heard El Gadiba say coldly, "Kill him." Yes, sir. The employee carrying a .40 rocket launcher behind him shook his head and pulled the trigger of the reflector. The armor-piercing bomb pierced through Gekka Benlo's chest in front of his terrified eyes, but did not explode. It was a dud. In a movie Black Hawk Down, there are soldiers who were killed by RPG shells. The probability of this happening is very low. Ho-ho. Gekka Benlo's twitched, his face was ferocious. He pointed at the door and died with his head tilted. El Gadiba rushed in. His eyes quickly swept over everyone, finally stopping at Bellic and others, and he pulled the trigger directly. Don't shoot. Save me. Bellic shouted in horror. He raised his hands as if to surrender, but the next second he was hit by 3 or 4 bullets in the head, smashing it to pieces. We surrendered. We were shot at. Help! Crack! After firing all the bullets in the magazine, the rifle made a crisp sound. El Gadiba quickly replaced the magazine with a new one and pointed the gun at Old Soros and his men. My mission is accomplished. Bang! Just as El Gadiba was about to shoot, sparks flew off the goalpost behind him. Startled, he quickly turned around and saw a man holding a rifle firing rapidly. His tactical movements were very smooth and accurate. Damn it, how come they're so fast? El Gadiba rolled in panic, but his deputy Mekasa behind him was not so lucky and was beaten to death on the spot. Safe. Get closer. Gao Jun's eagle eyes observed the surroundings. The rifle in his hand was the one he had pulled from the corpse. The M4 carbine had very low recoil and a fast-firing speed, which was very suitable for such complex terrain. Hearing Gao Jun's order, Peter and Armand brought their employees closer and surrounded the mansion. Get away. Otherwise, no one in here will survive. A window was suddenly pushed open, and El Gadiba held a pistol against Sophia's neck, while a gunman beside him was pointing at old Soros, his finger on the trigger, and his eyes looked around cautiously to prevent snipers. Old Soros looked at Gao Jun and couldn't help but feel relieved. At least, the hope of survival was here. Etc. His pupils suddenly widened. Old Soros's eyes were cloudy, but that didn't mean he was blind. There was clearly murderous intent in Gao Jun's eyes. Gao, my Soros family is willing. He opened his mouth and shouted, but Gao Jun's voice was louder and colder than his shoot. After Gao Jun finished speaking, he personally shot Sophia in the head. The beauty's skull was open to a corner, and she didn't even scream. Only her eyes still held a hint of expectation. Bang, bang, bang. Peter and Armand hesitated for a moment and then opened fire. No matter how powerful El Gadiba was, he couldn't withstand so many bullets and was shot into a sieve in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Gao Jun jumped in through the window. Old Soros was still lying on the ground, his chest heaving rapidly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Gao Jun and opened his mouth, but no words came out. You're too tired to keep me alive. It's better to leave the Soros family to an idiot. What do you think? Gao Jun lowered his voice. Don't worry. Everyone in this room will accompany you. You won't feel empty when you go to see God. Old Soros took a deep breath, but he didn't recover at all. He stared with his eyes wide open and died with his eyes open. Kill them all. Gao Jun stood up, but his eyes paused for a moment on Sophia's body. Blood and brain matter had stained her white dress red. She lay on the ground like a blooming white lotus. She could have lived her life peacefully, but she was a stumbling block on Gao Jun's road. Between beauty and profit, Gao Jun just chose the latter. Those who achieve great things must be ruthless. No, don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. At this time, a scream suddenly came from the corner, and De Ward was seen holding his head in fear, looking at Gao Jun with eyes full of fear. This is a devil. This guy is so lucky that he is still alive. Peter raised his gun and warned the other party first. He remembered clearly what happened in the morning. This noble of the Eagle family had slapped these farmers in the face viciously, and it still hurt. Gao Jun reached out and pressed down the muzzle of Peter's gun. A cold look flashed in his eyes, and the evil water began to bubble up. He said slowly, "Don't be so rude. A nobleman should have the value of a nobleman, don't you think? Mr. De Ward." Chapter 186. Sir, it's time for you to get going. De Ward just wants to survive now. Gao Jun's words seemed to have given him a lasting hope. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Yes, I'm a noble. My family is willing to pay the ransom for me. His current state was like that of a stray dog begging to survive. In fact, it's not that he is cowardly, but he is really afraid of death. Just like the richer and more powerful people are reluctant to grow old because they haven't had enough luxury. Gao Jun put a butcher knife on De Ward's neck and controlled his life and death. Don't do that, Mr. Durward. Gao Jun helped the man up with a smile and bent down to help him clean up. Suddenly, he frowned and saw that the man's crotch was wet. His half-smile look made De Ward feel ashamed and angry. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever looked at him with such eyes. Everyone who saw him praised him. But De Ward also understood he must not talk too much, otherwise the other party would really kill him in the next second. Old Soros's body is still there with his eyes open. Boss, Mr. Soros has been found. At this time, Armand walked in with a serious face, followed by the embarrassed Soros. There was some cigarette ash on his face and a faint foul smell on his body. I don't know where this guy was hiding. Gao. He smiled at Gao Jun suddenly. His pupils shrank. He pushed Armand aside and rushed towards the body of old Soros, shouting in fear, "Father! Sophia! Hurry, call an ambulance!" He roared at Gao Jun fiercely, pressing old Soros' chest, trying to squeeze the blood back. Gao Jun's eyebrows jumped, and he pretended to be ashamed. Wild duck, when I arrived, they had already been shot and were no longer breathing. Armand's eyes narrowed as he looked at Gao Jun's profile. There was deep helplessness in the other's pupils. Gao Jun seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around and looked at Armand. There was deep fear in his eyes. He quickly lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This man was too despicable. But then he added in his mind, "But I can survive by following him." The nature of businessmen is despicable. They just use US dollars and profits to cover themselves with a layer of glory. Who doesn't have corpses under their feet? If you want fame, risk your life. But Peter had a different idea. He was willing to be the sword in Gao Jun's hand, a dirty sword. Soros couldn't hold back his tears. He became a lonely man overnight and cried bitterly while holding Sophia's body. Gao Jun patted his shoulder, sighed deeply, and said in a deep voice, "My condolences, we were too late and only saved Mr. DeWard." DeWard. Soros paused, then wiped his eyes, stood up with red eyes, rushed over, grabbed the other's sleeve, and shouted, "Why are you still alive, why?" How does DeWard answer this question? He subconsciously looked at Gao Jun and saw that the latter's expression was changing erratically. He suddenly ran over and shouted, "Soros, calm down, calm down." Gao Jun winked at Peter, then separated Soros from DeWard. With his back to Peter, he rushed over, pressed down on DeWard's shoulders, and said, "Don't do it." "Huh? Mr. DeWard, what are you doing?" Bang! A burst of gunfire rang out, which was very sudden. Gao Jun seemed to have been severely injured. He fell to the ground, holding his stomach. DeWard was holding a pistol in his hand. He was a little flustered and frightened. He pointed at Gao Jun and said, This is what he gave me. He gave it to me. Just now, when Gao Jun approached him, he clearly saw the smile on Gao Jun's face, and he whispered in his ear, "Sir, it's time for you to get going." Before DeWard could react, Gao Jun stuffed the pistol into his own hand and pulled the trigger himself. "Hi." Soros' eyes widened, his head suddenly filled with blood, and he snatched the pistol from Peter's hand and fired several shots at DeWard. The bullet went through his forehead and hit the wall behind him. You are a liar." DeWard pointed at Gao Jun and shouted with all his strength. Gao Jun's face was pale, but there was a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth. "An ambulance. Call an ambulance." Most of the powerful Soros family members were shot to death, which shocked all the nobles in Spain and even Europe. Many people began to look at the messy cake, baring their fangs ferociously, wanting to take a bite out of the other party, but they were just waiting for the person who made the first move. After all, no matter how skinny a camel is, it is still bigger than a horse. But more people feel that the world is too unsafe, so this indirectly raises the level of high-end security services. The injured Gao Jun was sent to the best hospital in Spain. Soros mobilized the power of his family and was determined to find the murderer behind scenes. Although he was impulsive, he also understood that the Borgia family alone might not be brave enough to do such a cruel thing. The Madrid sunshine climbed into the ward through the tall buildings, making Gao Jun feel much warmer. He stretched lazily and sat on the chair. He had been in the hospital for nearly half a month. The bullet in his body had nearly pierced his lung. The doctor said it had almost hit his aorta, and if it had caused heavy bleeding. When Gao Jun heard the news for the first time, he was also shocked, but he never regretted it. This shot at least created an ally, a trusted partner that could not be abandoned by each other. Of course, if Soros found out about the whole process, then I'm afraid Zulon Company would not be a washed-up company anymore. Only those who are cruel to themselves can stand at the highest point. No matter how blazing the sun was, it couldn't obscure Gao Jun's gloom. He placed his hands on his knees, looking at the patients strolling below, and muttered to himself, "My heart has turned black, but my life is still here." Kind people may be rewarded, but more often they are let down. So Chow left a message. "I would rather let the world down than let the world let me down. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth." While he was thinking, the door of the ward was pushed open. "Boss, Mr. Soros is here," said Peter. "Please ask him to come in." Gao Jun calmed down, narrowed his eyes, turned around, and put on a smile again. Since he is despicable, he will always be despicable. He can't go back. Never go back again. Soros walked in with dark circles under his eyes, his face still pale. He hadn't gotten over the incident yet. When he saw Gao Jun, he forced a smile and said, "Gao, I want to talk to you." Chapter 187. The capitalist hearts are evil. Peter and Armand closed the door politely, as they were not allowed to overhear the conversation between the bosses. "Wild duck, sit down." Soros nodded and sat at the foot of the bed. Are you feeling better? Much better. One bullet wouldn't have brought me down like this. Gao Jun smiled, clutching his abdomen. He bent down, broke off 2 bananas from the fruit basket under the bed, and tossed them to the other man. Have you settled things at home? Soros uttered a sound in his throat and lowered his head. Father and Sophia have been buried. All family affairs have been taken over. It's just, if you have something to say, you can tell me, Wild Duck. We are friends, close friends. Gao Jun put his hands on Soros' knees, stared at him, and said softly. Soros felt warm in his heart. Hebrew has returned. He will help me stabilize the situation. However, there are still some directors outside who are dissatisfied with me. I don't agree with you. Gao Jun narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. These gentlemen need to see blood. Soros didn't say anything. This was the purpose of his visit to Gao Jun. His position is unstable, and many people outside want to drive him out of this position. The external pressure is too great. I'll provide you with the list later. Of course, leave this kind of shady matter to me, but I hope you can prepare a retreat for us. Gao Jun chewed a banana. His expression relaxed. I'll have Hebrew take care of all this. Soros sighed, then suddenly exploded. You know what? Those damn people are always questioning me. Everyone wants to see me make a fool of myself. The bourgeois bastards are deliberately mocking us. Even the Eagle family is declaring war on us. Great. I can't take it anymore. Damn. I want to shoot myself right now. He is less than 30 years old. He once grew up under his father's wings, and old Soros paved the way for him. But now, he has to bear a burden that does not belong to him. Gao Jun just looked at him like this, and after Soros had finished venting, he poured chicken soup for him, but this chicken soup was a bit dark. Wild Duck, do you know why I'm still alive? Gao Jun raised his head, the sunlight stinging his pupils, causing them to shrink. Why are so many people at Ruilep dying every day, and yet I'm still alive, and even growing my company? God bless you, Soros blurted out. God. Gao Jun smiled and spread his hands. You are such a devout Christian, but God is so busy. How could he possibly see me? Only the god of death stares at me every day, greedily gazing at me, wishing he could kill me with his own hands. Soros couldn't help but frown. Gao Jun would have been burned at the stake for such remarks in the Middle Ages. But he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, what is that? It's greed. It's ambition. It's desire. With every word Gao Jun spoke, his eyes widened a little. This powerful aura startled Soros so much that he sat down on the bed, looking at Gao Jun in fear. At this moment, he didn't look like a patient at all. Instead, he looked like a wild beast that would never know fatigue. Have you ever seen a lion that is full and doesn't go hunting? You're just like me. You have to stand up and eliminate all the obstacles that stand in your way. All your loved ones are dead, and the rest just want your money and your life. What you have to learn is patience and to darken your heart. Turn your heart black. Turn it black. The last 4 words gave Soros a boost. He seemed to see that he would have no relatives around him in the future, and the corpses would turn into countless US dollars spreading on the ground. Gao Jun wanted a stupid ally, but he also hoped that this ally could stand by him longer and not be eliminated so quickly. After waiting for half a cup of tea, Soros sighed, looked up at Gao Jun, nodded slightly, and said nothing. But Gao Jun understood that Soros was trying his best to be cruel. Soros is gone, and his figure will no longer be clean. Gao Jun turned a young man into a businessman. When you succeed, you'll miss me, Gao Jun muttered to himself. He took out his phone and called Polaninoff and Badasi. Send 10 clean men over here to transport the equipment from the harbor to the Valencia dock. Someone there will be ready. Soros walked down from the hospital. The car was parked outside, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. Hebrew was there, his loose sportswear bulging, and inside was a Hungarian AMD 65 assault rifle, which was a foldable, short-barreled rifle. How is he? Hebrew sat in the passenger seat, looking at the pensive Soros through the rearview mirror, and spoke directly. It's okay. I've almost recovered. I should be able to be discharged soon. Soros said casually. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he asked, Uncle Hebrew, what kind of person do you think my father is? As he asked the question, he looked out the car window. All the passers-by outside were looking at his motorcade with envy. The girls exclaimed, and the men were jealous. But who knew that for him sitting in the car, the only choice was life or death? What they see is only the superficial glamour. Just as Gao Jun said, mediocre people only see the beauty in front of them, while the powerful people standing at the top of the food chain have only one goal, to survive, to keep themselves alive forever? Hebrew hadn't expected Soros to ask that question. He paused for a moment and said, "He's a good man." "I'm speaking from a businessman's perspective," Soros interrupted directly. Perhaps realizing his tone was a little uncomfortable, he forced a smile. "I just want to know what my father would do if he were in my situation." Hebrew lowered his head and said nothing. If old Soros were here, perhaps those people who were dancing happily would have gone to hell long ago. Hebrew knew too well the methods of old Soros. There were also several lives in Hebrew's hands that were lost for him. Seeing that Hebrew was silent, Soros understood instantly and shook his head with a wry smile. Maybe Gao is right. Gao. The Russian raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much good feelings towards the Chinese man. He was just a beast, a businessman without any humanity who advocated violence. Hebrew even believes that Soros's death was bizarre. He has no evidence, and it is just his wishful thinking. He really wanted to tell Soros about this guess, but he held back. Apart from anything else, Gao Jun was now the sword that helped Soros gain a foothold. The dirty hand in the darkness was about to reach out and tear apart all the light in front of him. Perhaps we will have to rely on an outsider to restore the family's honor. Chapter 188, Assassination. Valencia Marina. The night scene of a city is reflected in the sea water at the dock, shrouding this important port in splendor. A patrol boat of the Spanish Maritime National Guard slowly passed by the dock with its lights on. The crew standing on the deck looked around vigilantly. Smuggling boats have become more and more rampant since the second half of the quarter. About 5 minutes after the patrol boat left, a small yacht with a very shallow draft came over. A black man walked out of the cabin, stood cautiously at the bow, and blew a whistle. "Leech!" A cold voice came from the darkness, and Luther jumped out of a container, followed by a dozen employees, all of whom were unfamiliar faces. These are newcomers called from Ruilep, and they had to do some dirty work. "Is it me? Are you a wild bear?" The black man looked Luther up and down, pointed inside the cabin, and said, "What you want is in there." Luther shook his head, and someone behind him nodded. He jumped onto the yacht and saw 4 or 5 wooden boxes inside. He found a crowbar in the corner and pried the box open with force, revealing a layer of plastic foam. He wiped it open with his hands and saw several Steyr MPI-69 submachine guns hidden underneath. The Steyr MPI-69 submachine gun was developed and manufactured by the Austrian company Steyr Mannlicher in the 1960s. It utilizes an external bolt like the Uzi, significantly shortening the gun's length. It is comfortable to hold, easy to operate, and has good single-shot performance. It was adopted by the Austrian military and police. The gun uses a forward-firing principle. The round is pushed into the chamber as the bolt returns. While the round is still in the chamber, the primer is misaligned with the firing pin. Because the gun uses a telescopic bolt that encloses the rear of the barrel, even if a shell explodes, it does not endanger the shooter or damage the weapon. The other 2 boxes contain 9 by 19 mm parabellum bullets. The employee in charge nodded to Peter, indicating that it was no problem, and pointed a few people to move the weapons off the boat. "My problem is solved. Don't contact me again." The black man said cautiously, waved his hand at Luther, drove his yacht, and disappeared into the darkness. Luther took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "The guy is here. Follow the list and kill them all. Someone will pick you up and take you away at 4 in the morning." Clear. The ward in the Madrid hospital was completely dark. Through the night view outside, one could only see a figure sitting by the bay window, staring into the distance with his eyes. He chuckled softly. "It's begun." Dark night bar. In the gorgeous dance floor, men and women twist their bodies wildly to the music, their faces full of ecstasy, venting their vitality and desire. In a corner of the bar on the first floor, Kurt Soros, his eyes hazy and his cheeks flushed, raised his glass and toasted the other directors around him. Kurt Soros, the family's head of South African business and a member of the Soros branch, was shocked to hear the attack on the Spanish headquarters and rushed back. But when he saw young Doug at the funeral, he began to harbor ambitions to replace him. As soon as this thought appeared, it began to grow wildly in his heart. Maybe this is God's chance for Kurt Soros? But he also understood that if he were alone, he might not be able to pull Soros out of his position. So he joined forces with several directors to discuss forcing him to step down. Kurt Soros stepped back slightly, motioning the woman beside him to move aside. He sighed faintly. Who could have imagined something like this would happen in the family? Archibald was murdered at the base. All the pressure is now on Doug. I don't think he can handle it anymore. There's a moment of silence at the table, but then everyone started talking at once. Kurt, I think you're right. Doug is too young. He doesn't deserve that position at all. A director slammed his glass on the table and burped. What qualifications does he have? Besides being a descendant of the main branch, everyone on his father's side of the family is dead. They've been in that position for hundreds of years. It's time for a new person. As soon as he said this, the other directors sitting nearby quickly responded. Right. We can't let a little kid swallow up Soros's wealth. We worked so hard to earn it. Someone else needs to take the seat. Archibald certainly wouldn't want his son to suffer like this. We have to share some of the pressure with him. Seeing these directors suddenly mobilized, Kurt Soros was delighted. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes twinkling, and asked, "Who do you think will get the job?" The directors looked at each other, but all lowered their heads and took a sip of wine at the same time. No one spoke first at this time. No one expected that Kurt would ask this question. This was already a clear indication of his true intentions. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes and knew exactly what he wanted to do. Fuck, a bunch of bastards. Kurt cursed inwardly and forced a smile, trying to maintain his demeanor. He stood up and straightened his suit. "Please sit down first. I'm going to the bathroom." He had just taken 2 steps when 2 men in suits suddenly blocked his way. However, in this bar, they were wearing sunglasses, which looked extremely strange. "Are you Kurt Soros?" Kurt was stunned, frowned, and asked in confusion, "I am. Who are you?" He lowered his head, wanted to take a look at who the other person was. That's right. The 2 men in suits opened their clothes, pulled out submachine guns in front of Kurt's horrified eyes, and fired at them. Thump, thump, thump. The people at Kurt's table didn't react in time and were beaten to a pulp, including several ladies who were serving drinks. The sudden gunshot scared everyone. The crowd on the dance floor fell silent, and then rushed to the door screaming. The bartender crawled out from the front desk in a panic, using his hands and feet to squeeze out. "Dead, retreat." The 2 gunmen dropped their weapons and quickly disappeared into the crowd. The whole of Madrid was in chaos. The Soros family's Asia president was shot dead in an alley by a gunman. The head of European business was killed by a truck while driving a supercar. The special assistant to the president of North America was found dead in the hotel bathtub. The executive vice president of South America died in the toilet due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. These lives turned into cold messages transmitted to Soros's phone, which instantly made the stone in his heart relax. Confidence burst out in his eyes. He stood up from his sofa in his pajamas and frowned. "We will convene a board meeting tomorrow. As the CEO, I will apply for asset redistribution." Chapter 189, CNI. Hebrew raised his eyebrows and looked at Soros, who was standing with his hands behind his back. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Doug, maybe things are a bit tricky." Soros didn't even turn his head, but if someone stood in front of him, they would notice that his eyelids were twitching slightly. "Gao is very willing to help me deal with these uncooperative directors. If that happens, the Soros family's board of directors will be left with a huge gap, which could easily lead to civil unrest," Hebrew said excitedly, trying earnestly to persuade the other party. "Sometimes, violence can't solve this problem." "But Uncle Hebrew, tell me, is there any other way I could take this? Don't you also support my use of bloody means?" Soros turned around, his face grim and frantic. Soros is too corrupt. If it wants to be reborn, it must be prepared for a bloodbath. Besides, the directors are gone, so we could just replace them. It doesn't matter who gets the job, anyway. Hebrew's pupils shrank, and he found that he was becoming less familiar with Soros. He no longer has the innocence he once had. Could that Chinese person be a magician? How could he distort people's worldview so quickly? If Gao Jun were here, he would definitely answer him. The beast in Soros has been unleashed. "Okay, I got it. After we leave the high seas, you guys go back and don't set foot in Spain again," Gao Jun said to the other end of the phone. But before he could finish his words, the door of the ward was pushed open. Peter and Armand couldn't stop it, so they could only say apologetically, "Boss, the Spaniards are here." Gao Jun stared at a middle-aged white man next to Peter. The latter had a sinister look in his eyes. When he heard Armand's words, he frowned in obvious dissatisfaction. "They've come to my door so soon." Gao Jun was surprised, but his expression remained calm. The long battles had taught him to control every muscle on his face. He waved his hand, showing no emotion or joy. "Let them in." The middle-aged white man broke free from Peter's hand and glared at Armand fiercely. Following him were several subordinates. He walked up to Gao Jun and showed his ID. "Mr. Gao, I'm CNI Agent Antonio. We suspect you're involved in several murders in Madrid. Please assist us in our investigation." Gao Jun raised his eyebrows, his hands still on his knees, and raised his head slightly with a sarcastic look on his face. "Sir, are you kidding?" Antonio frowned and subconsciously touched the holster on his waist. His eyes were sharp, and he moved his right foot slightly back and said in a calm voice, "Please cooperate." The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became tense. "If you continue to behave like this, Mr. Agent, I will consider you to be verbally threatening my client." At this moment, a dissatisfied, scolding voice came from outside the ward. Everyone looked and saw Mirabelle's dark face. This woman's aura was extremely strong. When she walked through the crowd, people on both sides subconsciously made way for her. Mirabelle and Antonio looked at each other. "Fuck, I smell the scent of a lawyer from this woman, damn it." Antonio's face looked very ugly, and he stared at Mirabelle with disgust, but the corner of his pupils often glanced at the scenery between the other's collar. Mirabelle snorted coldly, walked up to Gao Jun, folded his arms, and started to scold. "Boss, I think you should arrange lawyers in every country in the world. Otherwise, I'll have to travel all the way from Dublin, and it will be very tiring." Gao Jun's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. What was he talking about? Was he blaming himself for being a troublemaker? Who doesn't know that what he likes most is actually peace? "I need your cooperation." Antonio's tone became a little heavier. "My client has the right to refuse, of course if you have an arrest warrant. But at that time, if you can't prove that Mr. Gao is the criminal, I will sue you in court, and the German federal court will file a lawsuit against the Berlin Police Department. Do you want to be the second one?" Mirabelle glared at the other party. This instantly dampened Antonio's spirit. After glancing at Gao Jun unwillingly, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. As he turned and walked away, he left with one sentence. "You'd better not let me get hold of any clues, Mr. Gao." "Peter, please help me see Mr. Antonio off," Gao Jun said after raising his eyelids slightly. Peter grabbed Antonio's shoulders and said, "Sir, please." Looking at the other party leaving, Gao Jun's brows finally furrowed. These intelligence departments are really good. If these bastards were allowed to smell a little of their own shit, their eyes would light up. At this point, I'm afraid my past will be exposed. Gao Jun had thought about this day a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. "Want to arrest me? You can't do that without evidence." Gao Jun smiled, but a little coldly. After sending Antonio downstairs, Peter slowly approached and said softly, "Sir, it's not safe these days. Be careful." Antonio's pupils suddenly shrank. He hadn't expected the other party to say that. What was that? A threat? He had been a CNI agent his entire life. He had apprehended murderers and dismembered corpses, as well as mafia leaders. He had seen all kinds of people and heard all kinds of words. He had long since developed an immunity to them. "Unsafe. I will make Madrid safe again." Antonio exchanged a glance with Peter, then got in the car and left. Peter laughed, took a piece of gum out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, looked at his watch, and walked back to the hospital. "Boss, you didn't ask me to come here just to scare them, did you?" Mirabelle sat down on the hospital bed, took off her high heels, and rubbed her feet with a frown. This woman is really open-minded. The black stockings she wears make her beautiful feet look very charming. Even though Mirabelle is over 30 years old, her figure is really amazing, plump, and attractive. Her red lips tremble, which makes Gao Jun's heart beat fast. The air was now filled with the smell of hormones. Mirabelle also noticed something was wrong. She looked up and found Gao Jun staring at her with eyes that seemed to want to swallow her up. She was shocked, but then she licked her tongue and hooked her finger at Gao Jun provocatively. "What? Are you going to eat me?" Having said that, if Gao Jun still remains indifferent, he is simply impotent. He growled and threw the other person onto the bed. Armand at the door listened to the low growls and the sound of the bed shaking coming from inside. His face became stiff, and he and his bodyguards looked at each other, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Boss!" "Shut up," Armand interrupted directly and said with difficulty, "Just treat it as an action movie." Chapter 190, Game Within a Game. Peter held his breath with a strange look on his face. There was a smell of ripples in the air. He glanced at Mirabelle, who was sitting next to Gao Jun, massaging his shoulders. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked a little shy like a little woman. The most important thing was, couldn't they pick up the papers on the ground? Sure enough, women are the medicine that heals men, both physically and mentally. What did Antonio say? Gao Jun closed his eyes, letting the other party massage the corners of his eyes, and asked lazily. Peter came back to his senses, his lips tightening. He seems ready to continue his investigation. I think he must have some clues. He paused and offered his opinion. Boss, I think we should go back soon. Spain might not be safe anymore. Don't worry. We have paid so much and have not yet received any rewards. Peter was stunned. He was still thinking about what this meant when he heard the phone on the table suddenly ring rapidly. Soros was written on the screen. Here it comes. Gao Jun left totally. The top floor of the Torre Bankia building in Madrid's Four Towers business district. This is the second tallest commercial building in Spain, with a total of 49 floors. It is the headquarters of the Soros family group. Soros stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the floor-to-ceiling window at the pedestrians hurrying along the pedestrian street, who were as small as ants. He finally understood why his father loved to stand in this place and think. This place was indeed a place that made people linger. It could be said that he is now one of the most powerful people in the whole of Spain. Soros was trembling with excitement, but he suppressed it, trying to appear calm. He also knew that a large group of people were watching him with ill intentions. Hello, wild duck. Gao Jun's deep voice came through the microphone. It seems your problem has been solved. Gao, you scared them. Soros laughed heartily, feeling very relaxed. He recalled the pale faces of the directors during the board meeting. The large conference room was originally prepared to accommodate nearly dozens of people, but when they arrived at the scene, there were only a dozen people. Everyone knew that more than half of the directors were missing, and they looked at Soros with fear in their eyes. The look in his eyes was different from before. In the past, these people complimented him as Archibald's son, but now they were afraid of the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. It turns out that this is what it feels like to have such a violent group in your hands. It feels so good. Wild duck, as long as you understand that you're stronger than them, they won't even dare to fart. If you encounter someone who talks too much, please put the muzzle of the gun in their mouth and warn them fiercely. Yes, what you said makes sense, Gao. Soros laughed recklessly, and when his face twitched, he pulled back his muscles and got down to business. On behalf of the Soros family, I want to work closely with your Zulon company. In-depth cooperation? Gao Jun raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. I am willing to spend 25 million euros to purchase 3% of Zulong's shares. Soros made the offer directly. Gao Jun was shocked by the price. 25 million euros? Nearly 30 million US dollars. It was just to buy 3% of the shares. Did Gao Jun mishear it? Or was Soros crazy? Gao, you need money. Zulong company desperately needs capital to grow, Soros said earnestly. This world is developing too fast. I know the arms dealers in Ruilep are considering kicking you out of the game. Without external resources, you won't be able to resist them. In fact, although Soros knew that the two were allies, this was mostly a verbal agreement with no real binding of interests. This step of equity investment is a way to tie two companies or two interest groups together. As for why the price is so high, this was purely an expression of his goodwill, telling Gao Jun, I am willing to do business with you. I have money. Gao Jun pondered deeply, slowly getting up from the bed, his brows gradually furrowed. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Gao Jun finally spoke. Okay, but your shares only entitle you to dividends, not rights, and they can't be diluted to others, otherwise I have the right to take them back. Soros breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Of course. Would he care about the 25 million euros? All he cared about was how to build a good relationship with Gao Jun and use the other party's armed forces at any time in the name of a shareholder. Then please have someone sign a contract as soon as possible. I'll be back after a few days of recuperation. So anxious. Soros frowned and said calmly, Gao, I haven't taken revenge yet. My father and the others can't die so easily. Do you know who the murderer is? Gao Jun keenly sensed the meaning of the words and said directly. Soros loosened his ties slightly to ease his breathing. He hesitated. I found out that there are 3 forces involved this time. The Borgia family, the Spanish Mafia, and the Eagle family. Wait, the Eagle family? De Ward's family. Gao Jun excitedly. Yes, Gao Jun's pupil suddenly widened. If the Eagle family was involved in the murder, why would they send a Ward to Soros's birthday party? Could it be that he was a bait? Or, in other words, DeWard was simply rotten meat thrown out by the Eagle family to paralyze everyone in the Soros family. Isn't it said that DeWard is the most favored youngest son of the Eagle family? This, Gao Jun took a breath. He felt that his head was unable to process for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The Eagle family is too cruel. In order to defeat their opponents, they're not afraid of sacrificing the names of their own relatives. This is absolutely cruel and ruthless. But on second thought, a behemoth that has been able to stand for hundreds of years relies not only on luck, but also on a lot of temperament. They're all bitches. Gao Jun sighed, holding his chest, his right eyebrow twitching violently. He was originally proud of killing DeWard and dragging Soros into this, but who knew that he himself was just a pawn in the opponent's game. The person playing chess is so meticulous. Such an opponent also makes Gao Jun feel a little weak in the knees. He gave in. Gao Jun put on a serious expression. Wild Duck, I don't think there's any rush for revenge right now. What you need to do is stabilize the situation internally. Keep your true self contained, and don't let them get another chance to bite you. Then how long will this take? Soros said with some dissatisfaction. Wait until the other party is tired, sleepy, and exhausted. Have you ever seen an eagle staring with two eyes? When it falls asleep, we can kill it. All you have to do is endure. Don't worry. There will always be opportunities. Chapter 191, Stinky Cripple. Madrid's northern port. A falcon was circling in the air on a towering spire, its vulture-like eyes staring at the entire area. Suddenly, with a long cry, the falcon swooped toward the window. There, a figure raised his left arm, and the ferocious beast landed steadily on it, opening its mouth as if yawning lazily. Elberstar stroked the falcon's head, and a figure was dragging on the wall behind him. Have you found out? He opened his mouth with a hoarse and cold voice. Behind him, a silver-haired old man hunched over, his head lowered, his hands clasped nervously, a look of fear in his eyes. Hearing Elberstad's question, he trembled and hurriedly stepped forward, saying respectfully, "Master, we found out that the person supporting Soros is from the Zulong Security Company. The owner is Chinese, named Gao Jun." Zulong. Elberstadt repeated it several times, the muscles in his right cheek trembling as he laughed uncontrollably, his laughter indescribably sinister. "I used my own son as bait. I sent my beloved youngest son to see God, and yet this damned Soros family hasn't fallen yet." Elberstadt's tone was full of unwillingness. He had been looking for this opportunity for a long time. The Eagle family had been trapped in Spain for a long time. They wanted to return to the European and even global game table. Swallowing the Soros family is a crucial step in this great dream. Hearing Elbersta's unbridled laughter, the white-haired old man was frightened to the extreme. He knew very well what kind of person his master was. Sick gentleman. This is how the head of the Borgia family evaluated him. An old Spanish man with madness in his bones. The laughter gradually subsided and finally turned into a silent roar. He reluctantly gave the order, "Take everyone back. There's no chance now. Be careful of Doug's counterattack." "Okay, master." The white-haired old man responded obediently. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Elbersta suddenly say, "Find his contact information." The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment. When he found that Elbersta was looking at him unkindly, he was shocked and said quickly, "Yes, master." Elberstar snorted coldly, turned around, and stroked the falcon's head. The latter rubbed against him with a comfortable and intimate look on his face, but suddenly, the falcon's eyes suddenly opened. Its neck was pinched by Elberstar, and it kicked hard with its claws. Hiss! The sharp claws tore open Elberstad's arm, and blood oozed from the wounds. Why don't you cooperate? Why can't you just cooperate and die?" The wound made Elberstad angry. He roared in a low voice and used his thumb to pry hard on the opponent's neck. There was a crisp sound of cracking, and the falcon's body stiffened instantly. Elberstar threw the falcon's body to the ground, then suddenly collapsed to the ground, holding his head and bursting into tears. This crying and screaming makes people feel creepy. Gao Jun couldn't understand why the cripple from Borgia would call him. At that time, he was going through the discharge procedures and just walked downstairs when his cell phone rang. It was an anonymous call. He originally wanted to hang up, but for some reason, he suddenly had the urge to answer it. Neither of them spoke for about 30 seconds before the other person said, rather angrily, "Gao Jun." Gao Jun raised his eyebrows. This voice was too familiar. The corners of his mouth tightened. Cripple. Fuck. My name is Fabregas Alban Borja. The cripple cursed at the top of his lungs. You damn native. The Spaniard's curse words were so monotonous that Gao Jun felt his asshole itch. He was impatient. Mr. Fabregas, if you don't have anything else, I want to go have dinner with Mr. Doug Soros. He was deliberately provoking the other party, and the breathing sound on the other end of the phone seemed to tear Gao Jun apart. It feels so good to see others unhappy, but unable to do anything about it. Fabregas took a few deep breaths and suddenly lowered his voice. I know Mr. Gao is a businessman. You must be helping the Soros family for profit. I'm willing to pay double what he gives you. Help me kill him. Gao Jun's mouth instantly formed a hint of mockery, and he said teasingly, I'm afraid you can't meet the price he offered me. My Borja family has never been afraid to compete with any tycoon in terms of money. We have 3 of the 10 most profitable industries in the world. As long as you dare to open one, I will agree. Fabregas was very confident. After all, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. To him, money was just a string of numbers. The Soros family and I are strategic partners. All resources are open to us. Do you think the Borja family can do it? Gao Jun seemed to see the other party's face turn green. Finally, he couldn't help laughing and hung up the phone directly. Fabregas, who was in the headquarters building in Madrid's bustling commercial district, listened to the busy response from inside and angrily threw the phone to the ground. His forehead seemed to be filled with smoke, and he kept yelling and cursing, but gradually his eyes became sharp. He is very different from the gentleman of the Eagle family. Everyone knows that he has a vengeful character. Once, an Italian businessman had a business conflict with him, and that night, the Italian was found drowned in the bathtub of the hotel. Later, the police came and made the final verdict that it was a slip. Even if the relatives of the Italian merchants are dissatisfied, this is Spain after all. This incident made everyone understand Fabregas's way of doing things. Either cooperate or die. You're going to pay, Chinaman. After Gao Jun hung up the phone, the smile on his face suddenly shrank, and his expression became serious. It seemed that the Borja family regarded him as a thorn in their side. Boss, the car is coming. Just as he was stunned, he heard Armand say softly beside him. Gao Jun raised his head and glanced at the car casually, but suddenly he felt a panic in his heart. His heart shrank, and his scalp went numb, as if a hook was chopping towards his forehead. This was the smell of death. Get out of the way. Gao Jun rolled. He believed in this intuition very much. After all, it had saved him many times on the battlefield. These bodyguards were all skilled. When they heard Gao Jun's voice, they were slightly stunned, but they hurriedly protected Gao Jun and retreated. When the Audi car was about 17 or 18 meters away from the door, there was a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. It actually exploded. The massive shock wave shattered the windows at the hospital entrance, cutting the surrounding patients apart like rice. A blonde girl was even seen spinning in midair before landing headfirst on the ground. After the air was quiet for a moment, a shrill scream suddenly arose. Gao Jun, who was being held down by Peter, turned around and looked at the blazing car, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth. You stinking cripple. Chapter 192. The game begins. Antony, check if there is anything left at the scene. CNI agent Antonio slipped through the cordon and spoke to a white trainee detective behind him. Okay, but are you sure you don't need my help? Anton pointed forward with his chin. Antonio looked up in confusion and saw Gao Jun, protected by Peter and others, approaching aggressively. When he stood about a meter in front of him, he kept a sullen face and pointed at Antonio's chest. Comrade agent, I am very dissatisfied with the public security in Madrid. Antonio's pupils suddenly widened, his eyes full of disbelief. This guy actually made a black account first. Antonio's nose was a little crooked with anger. He put his hands on his hips and laughed angrily. Mr. Gao, you should ask yourself, what did you do? Why did you only blow up your own car and not someone else's? Are you discriminating? Gao Jun asked with a gloomy face. Antonio is not a newcomer either, so of course he would not say some of these things to someone's face. Even if he really discriminates against someone in his heart, he has to keep it to himself. I'll find out the truth. Seeing that the other party didn't fall for it, Gao Jun felt a little disappointed. Armand behind him had already taken out his mobile phone and turned on the recording. If the other party jumped in, Gao Jun wouldn't mind playing him to death. This agent is such a piece of shit. My lawyer will follow up on this matter, and hoped to give me a satisfactory response. Gao Jun snorted coldly, pushed Antonio away, got into another prepared car, and drove away. Fuck. Antonio looked at Gao Jun's smug look and kicked the stone beside him angrily. His eyes bulged like goldfish, and then he hugged his legs and screamed at the top of his lungs. Hotel Reef Madrid. In the open-air restaurant on the top floor, Gao Jun and Soros clinked their glasses lightly and took a sip. Soros wiped the corner of his mouth gently with a napkin, smiled, and gave Gao Jun a thumbs up. Gao, I really trust you to do things. No one on the board can refuse me anymore. History has proven that dictatorship may be a failure, but I believe that if you want to live longer than others, you have to learn to be ruthless. Gao Jun smiled and spread his hands, sitting with a big sword and a golden horse, and said. Soros nodded in agreement and winked at the female secretary beside him. The latter smiled and placed a document in front of Gao Jun, with the two balls on his chest rubbing against each other. Don't mention it. This big horse's fertilizer is really good. As Gao Jun unfolded the document, the smile on his face widened. What was written on it was the share transfer agreement, and the most important thing was the series of numbers that made people feel warm. Once you sign, the money will be deposited into your card, Soros said. Gao Jun took the pen from the secretary, quickly signed his name, and handed it to the other party. I believe we will have a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Wild Duck, I need to trouble you with something. Gao, you said, I will definitely help you as long as I can do it. Soros patted his chest and promised. Gao Jun gathered his words and spoke. I need a piece of land, ideally in Europe or the United States. I needed to build a modern training base. I also want to formalize my company's operations. After all, Badasi is not very peaceful. A large piece of land? Soros frowned, picking up his glass. How large would that be? At least it has to be like Blackwater, then it can meet my plan. Soros almost spit out the wine he had just taken, choking on it and making his face turn red. Blackwater? Big. Do you know how big they are? 7,000 acres. Nearly 1,092 hectares. Blackwater's North Carolina facility covers over 7,000 acres, 28 square kilometers, and includes several indoor and outdoor ranges, as well as an urban simulation environment. Blackwater describes itself in its company profile as the nation's largest privately owned weapons training facility. And in fact, it's the largest weapons training facility in the world. Gao Jun said it lightly, but Soros just felt a pain in his balls. Do you have enough money to build it? You have to know that Blackwater spent $300 million to build the entire company, and it costs millions of dollars in maintenance every year. I'm afraid Zulong Company can't afford it at the moment. Gao Jun nodded slightly. He had originally thought that the 24 million euros in the bank account would make him feel well-funded, but now his heart was chilled. This money still wasn't enough. He pondered for a moment and said, You're right, but please help me keep an eye on it for now. Seeing that Gao Jun had made his own decision, Soros stopped trying to persuade him and had to agree. At this moment, Peter, who was guarding the door, suddenly ran in and whispered a few words in Gao Jun's ear. What? Gao Jun's face suddenly changed, and he stood up, spilling the red wine on the table. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Fuck. Gao, what's going on? Soros asked with a frown. Those bastards have jumped out. My agent in Ruilep Plateau has been arrested. Gao Jun frowned and spoke in a fierce tone. No one can touch my employees. Wild Duck, please help me book some tickets back home. I want to kill someone. Bang. A heavy punch hit Pierre's face. The muscles on his already scarred face trembled, and several teeth flew out and fell to the ground. The blood in the corners of his eyes made his vision blurry. He groaned at his throat and raised his head with effort. He vaguely saw 4 people standing in front of him, all wearing black-eye masks, with hideous smiles in their eyes. Ba-ba-ba. The sound of applause rang out from the corner, and then a thin figure stood up from the corner of the house. He stepped on the muddy ground with leather shoes and walked in front of Pierre. His voice was a little hoarse. You are really tough. Why don't I have people like you under my command? The speaker was a middle-aged man with silver hair, inverted triangle eyes, and a Burberry suit that looked out of place in the environment. Oh. Pierre raised his head and squinted his eyes. There was blood in his throat, and his voice was very muddy. He tried to open his eyes wide. Adrian Gucci Derrick. Interpol, red notice number 568. Reward of $3 million. He is from San Marino and holds an MBA from Stanford University. He used to be a department manager at British Telecom, a Fortune 500 company, but later switched to Ural-Vaganzavad, a military-industrial enterprise. After studying there for nearly 10 years, he entered Ruilep with the U.S. military in 2003 and ran an arms business. If it was a regular case and not enough to be wanted by a red notice, he once sold weapons to Ugandan reactionaries, causing a horrific massacre. The United Nations has issued a worldwide wanted notice for him on charges of illegal arms sales. "Don't be so loud, my ears hurt," Adrian said with a forced smile, tickling his ear. Suddenly, he grabbed Pierre's chin and leaned his face closer. "Working for that Chinese man? You should be prepared to die. He won't live long. I tell you, he touched their cake, and everyone wants him dead." Pierre's eyes can swallow the other person. He had already contacted a buyer on the Wyong Plateau, a mercenary group from South Africa. Those guys needed a batch of AK-47s and slow-consuming short-range assault rifles. The value is not high, about $170,000 or $180,000 US. But when he arrived at the delivery location, before Pierre could react, he was hit on the forehead and fainted. "When I woke up, I was tied up here. It's just that you are incompetent." Pierre tried hard to force a smile on his face. His voice was weak, but there was a strong sense of mockery in his tone. Adrian's face froze, his triangular eyes gleaming coldly. "Incompetent? Hey, if that Chinese guy was only shipping a small amount, maybe we'd turn a blind eye and let that bastard make some US. But he's gone too far. Every force in Badasi knows about the Zulon company. He's growing too fast, so fast that we're scared, unwelcome, and want him dead." As soon as the word die fell, Adrian threw a right hook at Pierre's temple. The latter rolled his eyes. However, Adrian seemed to have not vented his anger yet, and beat Pierre left and right, punching him directly in the right eye. Pierre's right eyeball burst, and a stream of fishy water flowed down. Huff! Adrian hadn't exercised for a long time. After throwing more than a dozen punches, he was out of breath and sweating profusely. He stretched out his right hand, and the subordinates behind him hurriedly handed him a white handkerchief and squatted down to help him wipe his leather shoes clean. "Watch him carefully, don't die. The dead are worthless." Adrian wiped the blood off his hands, breathed on his fist, and said to Pierre's ear with a sneer on his face, "Wait for him, he will come." Soros mobilized his family's power to force the airline to fill its capacity. As for being full, anyway, they could just pull out a few easy-to-bully customers. Airlines often do this, and it's not the first or second time. Rich people can be so unscrupulous. After saying goodbye to Soros, Gao Jun rushed to the airport in a hurry, talking on the phone with a serious expression. "You mean, besides Pierre, Seymour and Bara also got into trouble?" "Yes, I just received the news too. Montgomery of Seymour was beaten to death and burned alive. His body was hung on the bridge in the city. As for Bara, Evangeline is fine because of Samara's presence." Polonov on the other end of the phone was also worried and said tiredly, "They're trying to uproot us." Gao Jun had never imagined that it would come to this. Now he was facing the threat of the entire Ruilep arms dealers. They wanted to kick him out, and the game was about to begin its final battle. Have someone keep an eye on the factory, and don't let anyone take advantage of it. Don't worry, I have pulled out all the Tiger tanks. As long as the enemy doesn't send a large force, I will bomb them to death. The Belarusian's tone was also full of murderous intent. Gao Jun responded, urged for a few words, then leaned back in his chair, looking at the scenery outside with a deep frown on his face. "It seems that I need to ask someone for help." He hesitated, opened his mobile phone, and found a number hidden in the deepest part. Chapter 193, Local War. Jobdane lay in a hot spring halfway up Mount Etna, enjoying this rare vacation with his wife and children. But there are always some things that come to disturb people's peace. "Job, your cell phone is ringing." His wife shouted from inside the house. "Honey, please answer the call for me. If it's work-related, just say I'm on vacation and let those bastards go find Kelly," Jobdane said impatiently, squinting his eyes as he felt the glare from the scorching sun. The wife inside agreed, and after a few words were exchanged, her loud voice rang out again. "Joe, he said his name was Gao Jun." Jobdane's wife is Nigerian. She pronounced her name with a thick accent, which was a bit confusing. After hearing it several times, Jobdane finally understood. Surprised, he muttered, "Why did this Chinese guy suddenly come to me?" But he still remembered that Babulu had called him and said that the arms dealer he found for him was indeed powerful. An OSHA-class fast missile patrol ship was simply a bug in the Somali waters. Of course, It could not only not encounter the escort formations of some big countries, but even if it encountered the regular navy of a small country, it could face off head-on. A $26 million ship made Babulu a well-known pirate in the area. Jobdane had originally thought the Gao army only sold ordinary wares, artillery at best, but when he heard they also had patrol ships, he was shocked. This kind of strength should not be underestimated. He stood up from the hot spring, wrapped himself in a towel, walked into the house, patted the back of his son's head as he sat on the floor, took the phone from his wife, half tilted his head, and said exaggeratedly, "Hey, Gao, Job, I have a business to discuss with you." Gao Jun's tone did not show much joy. He pressed his temple with his left hand and looked through the airplane window. Jobdane's eyes lit up, and he sat down on the sofa with great interest. He beckoned the child to sit on his lap and teased, "Hi, I love talking business, but if it's too low, I'm afraid I won't be interested. I want to hire all your employees in Ruilep. You name a price." "Huh? All the employees at Ruilep?" Jobdane jumped up in shock, nearly causing the child to fall to the ground. He glanced apologetically at his wife, walked to the door, lowered his voice, and asked anxiously, "Gao, what are you doing? Fighting a war? Do you know how many employees Cloverleaf Jungle has in this war zone of Ruilep? 895, most of them retired Special Forces soldiers. That's enough for a small-scale battle. Our company's motto is to stay out of politics." "Bullshit. This is complete nonsense. The biggest profits of security companies come from governments of various countries. They are warmongers who are eager to launch so-called political struggles in some weak countries, causing chaos in their countries, and then they will come as a savior to gain enough benefits." Jobdane was telling lies with his eyes wide open. "Someone's touching me," Gao Jun said calmly, but then sneered, "They want to kill me, so of course I have to fight back." Job was no fool, as he could become the European director of Shamrock Jungle. He understood from Gao Jun's words that a storm against Gao Jun was brewing. €5 million. I want to hire you for 3 days." Gao Jun quoted the price. Jobdane's brows knitted together. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Gao, I can't give you an answer to this. I need to report this to the company. I don't have much time. If you don't reply to me within 10 minutes, I will contact Blackwater. I think those guys who only care about money will definitely agree." After Jobdane hung up the phone, he couldn't wait to report the news to his big boss, Lee Van Arsdale, at the Virginia headquarters. He is also a legend. He served in the Delta Force for 11 years and participated in Operation Gothic Snake in Somalia in 1993, but he was in the Rear Command Center and retired as a colonel in 1999. However, in the early promotional materials of Clover Jungle, it was stated that its founding team also included bankers, various technical consultants, and management consultants. Astaire, for example, was also an intellectual, having obtained a bachelor's degree in engineering from the West Point Military Academy and a master's degree in geography from the University of Colorado. Astaire is a man who has seen the world, but he was still a little moved when he heard about Gao Jun's generosity. "What does this Chinese guy want to do?" he said slowly. "I think he wants to strike first. If he wants to survive in that damn place, he'll have to be even more ruthless than everyone else." Job's face was filled with shock. It's too rash of him to start a fight like this. Those Ruilep people are standing behind him. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a stare. "But do you think there is no one else behind that Chinese man? This guy hides deeper than anyone else." He only said half of his words, but Job understood it instantly. The two interest groups began a conflict. "Then we," said Job, "promise him, but tell him we won't provide any weapons or ammunition, only people, and only for 3 days." Arsdale said intriguingly, "We're just businessmen. If he can afford the price, we'll accept it." "Okay, I understand." Job agreed and hung up the phone. Astaire looked at the globe on his desk, reached out and clapped his hand, and the globe began to spin rapidly. A much lowered voice came from the huge office. "The game has begun." Gao Jun waited for a short 10 minutes, feeling somewhat depressed. He tapped his knees lightly with his fingers and pursed his lips. Only he understood how anxious he was. Just when he was getting a little impatient, the cell phone finally rang. Gao Jun took a deep breath, trying not to appear too excited, sighed, and answered the call. "Gao, our boss has agreed, but you'll be responsible for the weapons and equipment, and the money needs to be transferred to your account as soon as possible." "Sure, I'll send the car number to you later." Gao Yunis Mosses relaxed slightly. "Hurry up, I don't have much time to wait for them. The purpose of Sandy Jungle is that you give us money and we give you our lives. Don't worry, We can deliver to any place in the world, Job said with a smile, and after chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. Gao Jun wrapped himself in a blanket, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep, but he called out the system, intending to exchange for some weapons and equipment to keep the situation under control. The battle between arms dealers was more direct. He glanced over the weapons list. Aside from the firearms from the Cold War era, the rest remained unchanged. You have to look for it on the artillery. Because this battle line may be quite large, firepower and mobility must be considered. Gao Jun prefers the following two types. Katyusha, known as the communist Big Mouth. This thing is incredible. Developed in the late 1930s, it entered mass production in the Soviet Union after the outbreak of the Soviet-German War in June 1941 and was deployed by the Soviet Army's reserve artillery units. It was primarily used to suppress surface targets, annihilate concentrated infantry, and destroy technical weapons in shallow depths. During World War II, this gun saw extensive use on the Soviet-German battlefield. With a caliber of 132 millimeters, it's a large artillery piece with an effective range of 8,600 meters, making it a viable weapon even in modern warfare. Moreover, its launcher is a slide rail type, with 8 slide rails installed side by side on the off-road truck chassis. Each slide rail has a rocket hanging on the upper and lower sides. Just imagine a row of Katyushas passing by, under the cover of artillery fire. Even ants will be blown to death. Of course, this is just a fantasy. The exchange price of the system is $3.7 million per vehicle, not counting the shells. The other was the smaller type 137mm anti-aircraft gun, known for its powerful and long range. It was widely considered the best anti-aircraft gun used by the Japanese during the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, but the Navy refused to use it. After the war, the Americans inspected the Type 137mm gun and concluded that equipping Japanese naval vessels with it would significantly increase their air defense capabilities. This method has been tried before, such as the legendary Mongolian Navy. The price of Type 137mm anti-aircraft machine gun is very cheap, a reasonable price, $300,000. The weight of 1.57 tons is definitely something that a pickup truck can tow. If the artillery tube is full of shells, then this is a deadly weapon in local wars. If you want to fucking kill me, then I'll scare you to death first. Gao Jun grinned in exchange for 3 Katyushas and 20 anti-aircraft machine guns, which cost nearly $14 million. It was indeed a waste of money. Once the cannons sounded, it would bring in a fortune. Should we get some missiles? Gao Jun touched his chin and thought. The missiles during World War II were also well known far and wide. Things like Fire Lily, Little Red Riding Hood, Butterfly, and so on were simply inhumane. One of these close-range missiles would make the other side scream 666. After hesitating for half a cup of tea, Gao Jun gave up. If abnormal firepower appeared on the battlefield of Ruilep besides the few major forces, he would be in trouble. Artillery is artillery after all, and missiles will affect a large number of people. To be honest, he still doesn't have enough power. When will he be able to curse his mother? Even if he sends a militia, players all over the world will have to praise him, but he believes that time will not be too late. Gao Jun also exchanged some assault rifles, pistols, submachine guns, and sniper rifle from the Cold War period. It is enough to equip an armed force of nearly 1,000 people. Now I can say, apart from the British and American forces, who the hell can be more awesome than me? Anyone who dares to touch me will be shot to death. The merchants doing business in Badasi had already felt something strange in the air. There were fewer patrolling soldiers on the streets, and the U.S. military camp was hiding its heads. Only some seemingly illegal armed elements drove into Badasi in groups of pickup trucks. All kinds of weapons and equipment were pushed in. For a time, the footsteps of war could be heard. Chapter 194, Troublemaker. The plane landed safely at Badasi Airport. As soon as we walked out of the terminal, 40 or 50 people rushed in at the gate. Except for 20 people wearing formal clothes, the rest were wearing sycamore camouflage, holding M4 carbines, and several of them were carrying Heckler Koch 13 Hong Kong dollars machine guns. They blocked the outside of the gate, scaring the passengers nearby so much that they jumped to the side like frightened rabbits. The leader was Muhammad, who walked quickly towards Gao Jun. Luther covered Gao Jun with a military cotton jacket and shouted, "Boss!" This was Polananov's doing. When the other party heard that he was coming back, he said that he would send someone to pick him up at the airport. After all, Gao Jun was the helmsman of the company. If he was killed, the interest group headed by him would be disbanded like a chicken and a dog. It's the same fate, but Gao Jun's fate no longer belongs completely to him. The group walked outside, and the employees protected Gao Jun inside in 3 layers. Ingio's eyes looked around vigilantly. After they walked away, the passengers inside began to whisper to each other, talking in low voices, but they didn't dare speak loudly for fear of being heard and shot. Sit in the prepared car, with 2 BTR-40 armored personnel carriers in front and behind. This type of vehicle was developed by the Soviet Union in 1944 at the end of World War II. It is a wheeled armored personnel carrier modified from the GZ-63 truck chassis. It can also be used as a command vehicle and reconnaissance vehicle. It is still widely used around the world today. What's the situation now? Gao Jun asked, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and his eyes narrowed unconsciously due to the smell of smoke. It's not good. Ivan's under a lot of pressure. Apart from other things, several previously negotiated deals have all been breached, worth about $3 million US. Furthermore, employees on missions outside were attacked. Mohammed said indignantly, his face serious. The deal we previously agreed on with Conrad was also rejected by the new head of the security department. That bastard told us to go to Conrad to make good on it. I was so angry that I almost killed the old man. This dead man is worthless. It just seems particularly cruel in this war-torn place. Forget about the sentimental relationship. A dead person is a dead person and has little use value. Of course, if Conrad's body had value, it would have been dug out and sold long ago. Don't worry, I Gao Jun am back. Bang! Suddenly, a spark came out of the right tire of the armored personnel carrier in front, and the entire tire instantly flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The driver was very experienced and called out over the radio, "There's a gunman. Don't worry about it. Charge over. If you want to kill me, Gao, this firepower is not enough." Gao Jun's expression did not change, and he did not even bend his head. He smoked a cigarette, and the cigarette but flickered with his movements, but his calm demeanor still calmed the situation. After Mohammed and others looked at each other, they just moved their butts, but nervously put their hands on their weapons. The other party was obviously also testing them, and seeing that the convoy was well-equipped and strictly guarded, they knew they could not get away with it. So they did not catch up and let the Zulon Company's convoy leave. On the roof of a tall building, a sniper climbed up and reported in a headset, "The Chinese man is back." When Gao Jun returned to the factory, there was a depressing atmosphere hanging over the Ningfaxian factory. Everyone's face was very serious. Even when he saw Polananov, he could find that he had a lot more white hair on his temples, and he carried weapons with him. Even he was ready to fight. Gao Jun gave him a big hug and said, "Thank you for your hard work, old buddy. I'm back." Polananov's eyes were filled with fatigue. He gave a wry smile, but didn't complain. He simply welcomed Gao Jun upstairs and said, "I just received a text message from an anonymous person. They said Pierre is at the entrance of a village on the north side of the Huayan Plateau. There's also a photo of Pierre." As he said that, he opened his phone and showed Peel's photo. Gao Jun took a look at it, and his eyes were about to burst. There was no good part of Peel's face in the photo. An armed man wearing a mask and holding a gun pulled his hair and tilted his head back. It was obvious that one of his eyes was badly injured. The muscles on Gao Jun's nose trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and finally release them. He repeated this several times before he managed to suppress the anger in his heart. "Have the people targeting us been found?" "We only found a few. 2 of them are located in the Badasi commercial district. One is called Augia Commercial Company, and the other is SDN Overseas Trade. These 2 are the main ones. The rest are mostly local arms dealers in Ruilep, with locations all over the country." "Trading company?" Gao Jun frowned out of habit when he heard the name. "Japanese?" "It's a joint venture between the islanders and the Ruilep people. It's primarily responsible for the arms trade in southern Ruilep, and Bara is within its sales area." Gao Jun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He smashed his cigarette, but on the ground, and said firmly, "Kill them first. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" Seeing Gao Jun's resolute expression, Polananov thought for a while and felt that it would be better to strike first. In such a war-torn place, order is actually the most important thing, and also the least important thing. If pushed to the limit, even the British and American forces dare to kill. No one can claim to be the boss in this hot spot. Anyone who stands in the way of others' wealth must die. This kind of thing happens all the time. But boss, these two companies hired a security company half a month ago, and they are equipped with heavy firepower. With so few of us, I'm afraid, Polananov said worriedly. Gao Jun sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said intriguingly, I'm never afraid of people. Night shift, 10:41. A modified off-road vehicle rushed towards Zulong Company in a rough manner. When it crossed the yellow line 50 meters away, it leaped gracefully, and the tires were creating sparks on the ground. The passenger door was kicked open from the inside, and a 1.9-meter-tall white man got out. He was holding an M249 squad automatic machine gun, weighing 20 kilograms in his hand. His muscles bulged like dragons. 3 comrades followed behind him, standing outside the yellow line, shouting at the top of their lungs, Anderson, commander of the 1st Squadron of the Clover Jungle Ruilep, opened the door. Boss, there are some guys outside who say they're from the Clover Jungle. The report from the gate whistled over the intercom. Before Polananov could figure out what was going on, he saw Gao Jun, who was dozing on the sofa, suddenly open his eyes. A smile played on his lips. They're here. Our reinforcements are here. Open the door and let them in. Polananov was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said in surprise, Boss, have you found someone from the Clover Forest? Will they help us? Why not? I paid for it. Gao Jun rubbed his hands and blurted out 2 words, US dollars. Polananov suddenly realized what was going on and quickly picked up the intercom to ask the gate to let the person out. Gao Jun supported himself on his knees and stood up from the sofa, picking up his suit. Let's go and take a look. In the open space downstairs, Gao Jun saw Anderson. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes wide open. Then Gao Jun smiled, but the smile seemed much stiffer. He extended his hand. Gao Jun. Anderson. The burly man muttered as he shook Gao Jun's hand and spoke bluntly. I know you. Your name is as common as a curse word in Ruilep. I don't know why those bastards at headquarters asked us to help you. This guy's tone was a bit aggressive, and he couldn't control his mouth. Luther, who was standing behind Gao Jun, was panting like a bull. Kid, do you want to practice? Luther is at least half a head taller than Anderson. His chest muscles are so impressive that even his pleura would be ashamed of them. He has a pair of bull's eyes. When he stands forward, he looks quite imposing. Anderson's face froze. He glanced at Luther's thick thighs, felt a little scared, and snorted coldly. Gao Jun realized that further tension would be detrimental to both sides. So he stood in front of Luther and said to Anderson, I'll pay. You just do the work. When will the others arrive? Just at this moment, a series of car horns were heard at the door. Look, isn't he here? Anderson curled his lips. In the city of Badasi, many people were watching the situation with a curious look. Those with greater power were just joining in the fun, while those with lesser power were licking their teeth, waiting fiercely for one side to fall and then tearing off the rotten flesh from the other's corpse. Originally, they thought that Zulong Company was made of paper and could not withstand any attack. But who would have thought that starting in the middle of the night, jeeps and troop carriers would continuously enter the factory, and many people would even run in. A rough count showed that there were nearly 700 to 800 people. There were constant sounds of people gasping in shock in the darkness. Where did these people come from? Is there really someone hiding behind Zulong Company? Investigate for me. We must find out who joined the battle. Quick, get our people out now. Stop supporting Algia Commercial Company. Money? No more. Clean up the mess and don't let them catch you. That's too much. This is basically a war. Contact the government and ask them to mediate or Badass will be destroyed. Orders were constantly being passed out, and the originally quiet city of Badasi began to become panic-stricken. But at this moment, a massive structure 3 meters tall and 9 meters long slowly emerged from the Zulong Company's main gate. It roared loudly, and a burly white man stood on top of it, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Get going!" Tiger tank. The cold barrel flashed with a cold light, and the tracks seemed to be mocking everyone in front of it, calling them weaklings. That's not all. The off-road truck following closely behind the Tiger tank gradually appeared. Its thick caliber and familiar launch pad were too classic. Anyone who had watched TV would understand its name. Kate Yusha, expert in targeted destruction. Gao Jun was sitting in an MK-13 main battle tank, looking through the window at the fully armed employees following him. His blood boiled in his head, and he shouted into his headphones. For the dollar. Chapter 195, Kill Him. For the dollar. For US dollars. The 56-ton Tiger tank tracks crushed Badasi's already dilapidated road so badly that it didn't even need repairs. As a pioneer, it didn't care whether there was a wall blocking the road ahead. It just rolled over it. Anderson was roaring wildly in the car. If he wasn't afraid of being shot by a sniper, he would have stood up and roared loudly. A small steel torrent moved towards the heavy commercial area. Many pairs of eyes in the houses on both sides of the road looked at this scene in horror. Many lawless mercenaries were speechless at this time. They looked at the hundreds of fully armed employees and silently closed the door. Tonight, it's better to hide and sleep. What should I do? What should I do? Ichiro Hiratani was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Cold sweat was pouring out of his forehead, and there was indescribable fear in his eyes. As the representative of the interests of the island country's Chabal Pingu family in Ruilep, he is in charge of all the family's arms business here. Of course, they mainly sell vehicle products, mainly armored patrol vehicles, and they are mainly sold to high-end people or government forces. Logically speaking, there is no dispute over interests with the High Army. But this man is greedy. When he heard that a Chinese had risen in Badasi and had some modern weapons and equipment, and even rumored to have precision sniper rifles, a single rifle was worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars. And I heard that many Ruilep people are very dissatisfied with him, being exploited and almost having to make a living by selling scrap metal. Ichiro Hiratani thought this was an opportunity. He connected with others and gathered a group of losers, planning to swallow up Zulon Company. Ichiro Hiratani is an expert on China. He has figured out the truth that Chinese businessmen like to think twice before acting. In other words, even if Gao Jun finds out something is wrong, he will definitely play it safe, which is what is commonly known as when the enemy comes, we will stop them with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. But this guy only had 4 or 5 hours left when he returned to Badasi, but he actually gathered 700 or 800 people and rushed towards this side with great momentum. Even Katyusha showed up. Is he going to blow the entire building into pieces? Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Ichiro Pinga's eyes turned red and he started to curse. Come in quickly. An Asian man who was only about 1.6 meters tall wiped the sweat from his head and ran in. He secretly glanced at Ichiro Hiratani. This island man, who usually looked gentlemanly, was so scared that he had to hold on to the corner of the table to maintain his balance. Watanabe, what do you say? Did Neil Church say that? Ichiro Hiratani saw him as if he had seen a savior. He held the other's shoulders, stared at him, and shouted anxiously. Neil Church is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Shrewsbury, also known as the Minister of Defense. He was Ichiro Hiratani's partner here and a shareholder of Ogre Commercial Company. On average, Ichiro Hiratani paid nearly $450,000 to Neil Church every quarter, making him a veritable major taxpayer. General Neil Church has sent people to stop the fighting. Watanabe said hurriedly. Ichiro Pingu's body softened, and he collapsed directly on the chair. Then he laughed unscrupulously. He knew that the Pingu family's interests in Ruilep were preserved. When the convoy passed the Canal Bridge, 500 meters ahead was the heavy commercial area, which was also one of the few places in Badasi that had electricity at night. This bridge was built by a Chinese construction company when Badasi was rich. It still stands amidst the flames of war and blood, and the bullet holes on it bear witness to the rise and fall of a dynasty. Just as they were about to cross the bridge, a dazzling strong light shone on the barrel of the Tiger tank, and a message in Tibo Mandarin came through the microphone. General Neil Church orders you to retreat to your area. Failure to do so will be considered a provocation against government forces. Anderson moved his butt, squinted his eyes, and looked forward through the window. He saw a military jeep blocked on the bridge. Several Ruilep people wearing brush camouflage uniforms and dressed like soldiers were sitting in the car, looking over here vigilantly. Anderson could clearly see the expression of the driver opposite, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he turned around and ran. Do you want to fire? Asked the gunner from behind. The tank commander, Anderson, smacked his lips and touched his chin. If he had his temper, he would have sent an armor-piercing bullet and blown the tank into pieces. But he also understood that the decision lay with Gao Jun. He reported to Gao Jun via radio. Little Ant Number 1 calling Second Master. Got it, please speak. Anderson glanced sideways across the bridge and said nonchalantly, An idiot named Neil Church gave you an order to go home. There was silence on the other end of the radio. Gao Jun naturally knew who Neil Church was. Ruilep's only admiral who survived the war. As for why the coalition forces let him go, it's easy to figure out even with a heel. This kind of person wants me to go back with just a few words. Does he think his face is worth a $1 check? Don't worry, just push them over, Gao Jun said nonchalantly, adding, I hate seeing them. Yes, sir, Anderson shouted excitedly. Loader, load the PSG-39 with capped armor-piercing rounds. Gunner, 12 o'clock, distance 70 meters. Target green Jeep, destroy. The last 2 words were practically shouted out. As soon as the words fell, the gunner pressed a button, and the Tiger tank instantly moved back. The powerful recoil pressed tiny cracks into the bridge surface. A shell circled, emitting a piercing scream. The people in the Jeep saw that something was wrong and left the car to run. However, they had not run a few meters when the huge force of the explosion blew them away in an instant. Their internal organs seemed to be severely damaged. They lay on the ground, unable to move, and blood flowed from all their orifices. They tried hard to open their eyes, only to see the Tiger tank rolling over the flaming Jeep. Although the Tiger tank is bulky and not as agile as the Leopard tank, it is extremely effective in attacking people, and its visual impact is very shocking. Guys, tonight, let badass moan for us. The Ruilep soldiers on the ground heard the arrogant roar and saw the tracks rolling over them with their own eyes. Inu no shito. When Hiraya Ichiro received the news that General Neil Church's messenger had been bombarded, his heart, which had finally calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. He fell off his chair, cursing in frustration and leaning on the table. His front teeth were already a little leaky, and the sound was like the wheezing of an old rural wind turbine. Watanabe was also trembling on the side, with a bitter taste in his mouth. Why was this Chinese so bold? Doesn't he want to stay in this place anymore? No, I want to call and talk to General Neil Church. This behavior endangers the security of the government, and we should send troops to eliminate him. Ichiro Hiratani was definitely not willing to sit and wait for death. He was unwilling to let his hard work be destroyed like this, and anxiously reached for the landline on the table. But before the hand touched it, the phone rang. Ding, ding, ding. Hello. Hiratani Ichiro quickly answered the phone. A smile crossed his face as he heard the voice on the other end. General Neil Church. He felt so wrong that if he hadn't had some sense, he would have cried. That's too much. That Chinese guy is bullying us. His voice trembled as he spoke. You must sanction him. You have shares in Aoji Business Company. Neil Church's voice paused on the other end, giving Hiratani Ichiro a sense of foreboding. Mr. Pingu, I can't help you. What? Pingu cried out in a panic. Why this? Before he could finish his words, Neil Church interrupted him. Mr. Pingu, I have just been removed from my position. Hiratani Ichiro's throat seemed to be strangled instantly, and he was speechless. After Neil Church finished speaking, he hung up the phone and listened to the busy tone. Bang! The microphone fell from Ichiro Hiratani's hand. He sat down dejectedly, his eyes dull. Mr. Pingu, Watanabe called softly. Baka! Hiratani Ichiro suddenly jumped up, his eyes bloodshot. I won't allow myself to fail like this. Tell the security personnel to ensure the safety of Ogre Commercial Company, no matter what. Hiratani Ichiro's expression looked ferocious and terrifying, frightening Watanabe so much that he couldn't help but step back several steps and quickly bent down. Hey! Just as Watanabe reached the door, a corner of the house suddenly exploded, and the rubble directly crushed Watanabe underneath. Only a bloody hand stretched out from the gap. Ichiro Hiratani widened his eyes and quickly hid under the table. It's off. It's off. Gao Jun, looking at the high-rise building with half its corner cut off from the command vehicle, said dissatisfiedly into the headset, Anderson, are your eyes on your butt? I promise I won't, Second Master. Anderson's face flushed red as he backhandedly struck the gunner on the head. Fuck. Aim fire. The gunner touched his head, bared his teeth, aimed his eyes at the target, and fired the shell. Boom! This time the target was hit right away, and the third floor of the entire high-rise building was directly shattered. Even if the wall was very thick, it would be impossible for it to withstand the artillery shells. Send up the Katyusha. Gao Jun looked at the scene ahead with satisfaction and continued to give orders. Cover them with firepower. We have plenty of shells. Blow them up. 3 Katyushas were placed across the entrance of Ogre Commercial Company. At the commander's command, the The rail-guided shells were fired instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It carried flames at night, cut through the air, and penetrated into the high-rise buildings. It could be called an expert in pinpoint bombing. The effective range of Katyusha was close to 20 meters. The high-rise buildings that had already been ravaged by Tiger tanks could not withstand the bombing in an instant, and the main beams collapsed. A layer of ash filled the entire dark night with the smell of gunpowder. After the artillery fire coverage, it's time to attack. Team 1, Team 2, charge in. Kill Ichiro Hiratani, and you'll get a $50,000 reward. Chapter 196. New Form of Armed Company. Assault. Muhammad, carrying an AS-Val silent automatic rifle, led a dozen team members and rushed in under the cover of night as the vanguard. Most of these people were members of the Zulon Company, who knew each other well and had a tacit understanding when cooperating. They could form 2 combat teams. If they added people indiscriminately, they would end up getting killed. Please trust your comrades with your back. This classic quote is not just for show. Muhammad rushed in and leaned against the corner of the rubble wall. He saw 4 or 5 people covering their eyes, their heads covered with white-gray wall dust, bent over and coughing, holding their rifles in their hands like fire pokers. Bang, bang, bang. The bearded man stood up and aimed and fired a volley of shots. The AS-Val silent automatic rifle is a medium-caliber special assault rifle, which is mainly used for indoor sniping. Most of the Russian domestic anti-terrorist forces are equipped with this type of rifle. Before the other party could react, he let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground dead. I'm a machine gun. Occupy the front line. Repeat, occupy the front line. Muhammad bent over and leaned over, blocking the door. He scanned the area and found no extra enemies, so he reported in a low voice. Gao Jun's eyes lit up, and he nodded to the old Taoist priest who had been waiting outside the patrol car. The latter's eyes fixed, and he trotted to a group of people on the left. These people were generally equipped with M4 carbines, but they also carried rocket launchers and light machine guns. They were responsible for the task of eliminating key targets. Follow me. The old Taoist priest looked to be in his 40s, and his physical fitness was in a declining stage. Perhaps he could not compare with young people in terms of physical fitness, but his combat awareness was much stronger than that of ordinary veterans. Moreover, Gao Jun had long discovered that this old man had a mind for special operations, as if he had received professional training. Gao Jun tried to inquire about the old Taoist priest's background several times, but he was always evasive. Later, Gao Jun didn't ask any more questions. Who came to Ruilep without a story? If they were ordinary people, who would come to this place to seek trouble? Everyone desires stability, but everyone has hidden resentment in their heart. In the chaotic order, perhaps we can carve out a future. The addition of new forces instantly destroyed the defenses of Ogre Commercial Company. Originally, Ichiro Hiratani had recruited mercenary groups that were well known on the battlefield. In terms of weapons and equipment, as well as the combat quality of the personnel, they were not inferior to ordinary soldiers of the U.S. military. But who could have thought that Gao Jun had been bombarding the city with unreasonable artillery fire? This is already a small-scale war. Even in poor African tribes, the fighting is still in the era of cold weapons. Surrender. We surrender. Mercenaries are born for war and die for dollars. But who wants to die if they can live? This group of people squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, throwing their weapons aside, with a look of decadence and helplessness on their faces. It's not that our army is not strong enough, but that the enemy is cheating. Who among you is the commander? After Muhammad rushed in, he glanced at the group of people. Most of them were white, and, of course, there were a few yellow people mixed in. The bearded man's gaze deliberately lingered on these people for a moment, with question marks flashing in his head. These Asians looked exactly the same, and he didn't know which country they were from. Hearing Muhammad's question, everyone looked at each other, and then their eyes turned to a white man. The white man's expression suddenly changed. Meeting the bearded man's mocking gaze, he had no choice but to stand up, straighten his clothes, open his eyes wide, swallow, and then say, "We surrender and are prisoners. You can't hurt us." Why does this sound so cowardly? Don't worry, we won't hang you on the Connell Bridge. Muhammad said sarcastically. This is actually a joke. When the Ruilep War started, many mercenaries were like dogs that smelled shit and participated in it from all over the world. One of Blackwater's Iveco light utility vehicles was burned, and 4 mercenaries died. It was not too late. The unrecognizable bodies were hung on the canal bridge. When the photo was circulated at that time, it caused an uproar in the society. Later, many mercenaries prayed, after going to the battlefield, that they would never be captured. Take them out. I think my boss would like to see you. Muhammad tilted his head, laughed slyly, and ordered 2 employees to escort them out, while he led the rest of the people to continue rushing inside. Ichiro Hiratani was hiding under the table, trembling. He covered his ears and tried to act like an ostrich, but stray bullets flew in from the window and hit him beside him, scaring him so much that the hairs on his body stood on end. It was not safe here either. He had to run. He used his hands and feet to crawl out from under the table and wanted to run to the door in a panic. He didn't pay attention and stepped on empty air, falling flat on his face. His 2 front teeth hit the stone in front and broke directly. He groaned in pain. He climbed up with difficulty and moved carefully to the door. There was a big hole on his side. If he stepped on empty air, he would have rolled down from there. Bang! Just as he was about to walk out, a hand suddenly touched his ankle, frightening him so much that he almost screamed. Turning around, he saw a bloody hand holding him tightly. Watanabe's head was covered in blood, and he shouted intermittently, "Help! Help me!" Hiratani Ichiro listened to the footsteps downstairs, his face showing anxiety. He nervously reached out to pry the other person apart and said in Japanese, "Watanabe! Watanabe! You're going to die. Don't hold me back. I want to go back to the island country." But who knew that it would have been better if he hadn't said this? The more he spoke, the harder his ankle was pulled. Watanabe looked at him resentfully, and the blue veins on his hands were clearly visible. Ichiro Hiratani was panicked, completely panicked. The chaotic shouting downstairs was like a call for his life. This man could do anything when he was nervous. He suddenly grabbed a stone nearby and smashed it hard on Watanabe's head. The blood splattered all over him, and he howled in excitement and kept hitting. Watanabe's hand dropped sadly, his skull half sunken in, his eyes bulging out, staring at him viciously. Ichiro Hiratani dropped the stone in his hand, moved back in panic with his hands, stood up, and was about to run downstairs when he bumped into the vanguard team. Both sides were stunned at the same time, but the former reacted instantly, turned around, and ran upstairs. "Ichiro Hiraya, $50,000. Someone shouted excitedly, and these employees seemed to be energized and chased after him aggressively. Ichiro Hiratani didn't usually exercise, so how could he be a match for these special forces soldiers? He was caught in just a few steps and kicked in the back. Pingu Ichiro screamed and fell to the stairs. Someone grabbed his head and twisted him around. A flashlight shone on his face, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. He cried out in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." "Is it him?" Muhammad looked up and down at Ichiro Hiratani, then looked at other employees in confusion and asked, "It's him, boss. I've seen his picture." A black man grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. His eyes flashed with greedy face, and he licked his lips. $50,000. Muhammad was also proud of this. Although the money was not much, it was an honor for him to be the spearhead of the company. Mercenaries also had a sense of honor. They pursued abundant US dollars, stimulating senses, and a strong smell of gunpowder. The bearded man grabbed Ichiro Hiratani's collar and pulled him up, then pushed him downstairs. Gao Jun got out of the car, a cigarette between his lips. He stared at the ruins outside with his eyes half closed. His face was calm as he asked Luther beside him, "Can we call Ivan now and have him fully equip the little bird helicopter with weapons? I'll use the Katyusha on land to coordinate with him. By dawn, we must blow up that SDN Overseas Trade Center." "Understood." Luther stepped aside and called Polanov in the factory. "Got it. Target number 2. Polanov said calmly, suppressing the joy in his tone, and threw the phone to Xiao Hao, who was providing logistic support. Looking at the dozen or so fighters in front of him, he seemed to be back to the night of the Chechen battle. That was his youth. Maybe he is old now, but the soldier's home is always on the battlefield. The bullet passes through his chest, but his head is still facing forward. "Guys, let's greet those bastards with machine guns and rocket launchers and blow them to death." Polanov roared ferociously, raising his right hand. This pre-war mobilization made people's blood boil. Even little Hal, who was less than 1.7 meters tall and wearing a huge military uniform, roared with tears in his eyes, watching them run to the apron and watching the wings rotate. The strong wind blew the boy's heart. Looking at the helicopter rising into the air, little Hal couldn't help but salute. Maybe the sky is my limit. No one could have imagined that this battle would be so easy. Under the artillery fire, mainly from Tiger tanks, they were defeated in one round. The battle lasted less than half an hour. The speculators who were originally somewhat unwilling to accept this could only swallow their anger. No matter how old these weapons were, they were not comparable to ordinary firearms. Rather than saying that Zulon Company was a company, it was more like a model transformation of a warlord, which made many people feel tense. Countless eyes were staring at him, including intelligence agencies of various countries who were sending back what happened today to their respective countries. Moscow, Russia, Paris, France, Washington, USA, and so on. This armed force is somewhat out of control. On the chessboard of the game between countries, there is suddenly an extra player. Although this player has a weak foundation and very little capital, and uses money from the last century, there are no rules in this chess game itself. Only those who are on it can make the rules. The ones who survive and stand firmly will be the final winners. But want to join this chessboard? I'm afraid it's not that easy. As Capital says, once there is a proper profit, capital will become bold. 10% will ensure that it is used everywhere. 20% will make it lively. 50% profit will cause active boldness. 100% will make people disregard all human laws. 300% will make people disregard crime and even risk being hanged. If a force wants to join, the cake will have to be redivided, and no one is willing, and no one will be willing. Chapter 197, Family Supervisor. SDN's overseas trade lasted relatively longer, but under the ravages of the rocket launcher, the only glass in the building was pierced, and even the reinforced concrete was as fragile as a piece of white paper in front of the anti-tank rocket launcher. From a distance, it looks like fireworks. Crack! At the street intersection, a few hundred meters away, a man wearing a windbreaker and a hat covering his entire head was seen. Through the moonlight, one could see the side profile of a slightly younger man, who was a little pale with a North American skin color. He held a camera in his hand, constantly changing poses, taking pictures one after another. Looking at his masterpiece, he clicked his tongue and took out a notebook from his arms to record what he saw. MD, 500 helicopters, Katyushas, Tiger tanks. This is beyond our expectations. The gangsters won't allow it to exist. Enoch Fitzgerald is a risk assessor, also known as a freelance spy. People in this profession travel around various war zones, collecting all kinds of information and then selling it to those in need. They prefer to call themselves intelligence merchants, but in the final analysis, they are just followers of the US dollar. But this kind of job is often full of dangers. If you're caught, you'll be skinned alive if not killed. Enoch Fitzgerald was a well-known figure in the industry. He never worried about who would buy or sell to. All he worried about was how much money he would get. His sense of smell was famously sharp. There were even rumors that the U.S. military had purchased battlefield data from him. He had been maintaining illicit transactions with this gang of hooligans for years. He had noticed the Zulon Company a long time ago and had even boldly predicted that a player would join aboard. I just didn't expect it to come so soon and be so high profile. TSK. That Chinese guy is being impulsive. Looks like I need to open an external reading and calculate how long he can survive. Enoch Fitzgerald looked at the photos inside, shook his head, smacked his lips, then took out his cell phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and smiled at him. Hey, buddy, it's me, Enoch. I have the clearest pictures of Zulon Company. Do you need them? He lowered his voice, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Gao Jun looked at Ichiro Pingu in front of him. Although the latter was trying hard to stand, his legs were obviously shaking. He couldn't help but curl his lips and reached out to tidy up the other's clothes. This action scared Ichiro Pingu so much that his pupils suddenly shrank and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Don't be nervous. If I were to kill you, you'd be dead now. Gao Jun squinted his eyes and smiled, speaking softly. Behind him, Luther cooperated perfectly. With a sly grin, he pulled out his S-37 Navy SEAL Knife 2000 dagger and flicked the blade, making a crisp sound. This dagger, made by SOG Specialty Knife Company, was perfect for slicing through the neck. You'd find the blood in your veins instantly solidifying. Pingu Ichiro shuddered, his eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, I'm just an executor. This is not something I can decide at all. I know. I just wanted to contact the head of your Pingu family. In island nations, a Kido, househead, is the head of a family, often a nominal head. Even the smallest family has a kido, house head. This refers to the head of a family, a patriarchal system where the eldest male leads the household. Although this title was abolished during the Civil Code reform following the implementation of the Meiji Constitution, many families still use it. Ichiro Hiratani hesitated. Don't make me unhappy. I hate being rejected. Gao Jun said slowly. Don't think I won't do anything to you, just because you're a Yakuza. Pingu Ichiro looked at Gao Jun in disbelief and saw the latter smile slightly. I've already known your bottom line. It's no wonder that the islanders were so surprised. You know, Yaku is taboo. This is a centuries-old East Asian mafia, operating openly in the past, led by a leader known as the Godfather. The Godfathers are democratically elected and announced through press conferences. Currently, there are approximately 100,000 members, with the three largest organizations being the Yamaguchi-gumi, the Inagawa Kai, and the Sumiyoshi Kai. Annual revenue exceeds $100 billion, 35% of which comes from drugs, while the remaining 20% is legal income from legitimate investments. The Yakuza have strong ties to the political world, and every election campaign is fueled by Yakuza funding and votes. Consequently, when the Yamaguchi-gumi leader was imprisoned for murder, former Prime Minister Nobusuke Kishi and two former ministers jointly bailed him out. This incident shocked the world, but the Japanese were accustomed to it. In 1975, Japanese police discovered a large photograph in the home of a Yamaguchi-gumi leader, showing him toasting with the then Prime Minister. Yakuza is Japanese slang, said to derive from the worst-ranked card in Japanese playing cards, though others say it means downtrodden. Members boast of samurai ancestry from the time of Tokugawa Ieyasu. These ronin later banded together, eventually forming gangs known collectively as Yakuza, or violent groups. The Yakuza is a tightly structured, hierarchical organization that prioritizes family ties. At the top is the father, and below them are the children. The father provides protection for the children, who are expected to be absolutely loyal to the father. The three major rules inherited from the Tokugawa era are still preserved. First, to join the society, one must drink with the father and swear allegiance. Second, get a tattoo. And third, cut off a finger to apologize. However, they got out of control later on and were listed as a key surveillance target by Interpol, which made them feel much more secure. Gradually, the Yakuza has developed into a new interest group. Okay, I'll give it to you. Seeing that his past had been thoroughly investigated, Ichiro Hiratani said nothing more and just revealed his phone number. Naturally, an employee nearby took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Island country, Kyoto, at the foot of Mount Fuji. Waves of cherry blossoms fluttered in the wind, emitting a trembling fragrance that blocked the house. From inside came the pleasant humming of three gorgeously dressed, singing girls who swayed their bodies, the lime painted on their faces hiding their shyness. They held fans in their hands, frowning and smiling. On the wooden bed in the middle of it, there lay a short man with the body of an authentic island man, dozing in a kimono. This is the head of the Pingu family, Pingu Kawabu, who is also the chairman of the Pingu Group. This company mainly engages in foreign trade sales. On the surface, it is a formal company with an annual output value of 30 billion yen, which is approximately equivalent to 27 million US dollars. In private, there are actually many gray incomes. For example, the sales of Ruilep armed patrol vehicles can bring the family nearly 300 million US dollars in income, which is the bulk of the income. Hiratani Kawai squinted his eyes, and his ears suddenly moved. He heard an anxious shout coming from the door. He opened his eyes dissatisfied and saw a family member rushing in a panic, even forgetting to take off his shoes. The frightened singers ran away in a panic, and a layer of lime on their faces fell off with fright. Iwata, what's wrong with you? Hiratani Kawabu asked with a frown. Where's your usual cunning? Hey, Iwata lay on the ground, pretending to apologize. He raised his head and said nervously, Your Excellency, there's news from Ruilep. Has my cousin given me good news yet? There was a look of joy on Hiratani Kawabu's face. He knew about the alliance with the Ruilep arms dealer to siege a Chinese company, and he also agreed to it personally, because Hiratani Ichiro told him that the company had already grown to a certain scale and the armed forces under its command should not be underestimated. If he was allowed to continue to develop, it would not be long before he would lick up all the soup left by the gangsters above. Iwata looked very uncomfortable, as if he was constipated. Hiratani, Kawaii, finally realized something was wrong. The sound stopped, and an ominous premonition began to gather in his heart. Failed. Ichiro Hiratani was captured. Baka, Hiratani Kawabu, stood up and looked at the singer hiding in the corner. He picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it at her. Get out. The singing girls screamed in fear, holding up their skirts, and ran out of the house in a panic, fearing that they would be caught by the furious Pingu Kawabu. You know, the Pingu family has always had a habit of killing people. What's going on? Iwata hesitated for a moment, and at that moment, the phone rang. He took a look, then awkwardly handed it to Hiratani Kawabu and said, "Head of the family, it's the Chinese man's number." Chinese? Hirayama Kawabu was so angry that his nose was crooked. He snatched the phone away and glared at Iwata fiercely. He tried hard to calm himself down before answering the phone and introducing himself. Hirayama Kawabu. You probably already know who I am. The head of the Pingu family, Gao Jun said teasingly, patting Pingu Ichiro on the shoulder with a smile on his face. I didn't expect our meeting to be in this way. The atmosphere is a bit unfriendly. Mr. Gao, where's my cousin? Him? He's doing well now, of course. Perhaps our next conversation will determine how he returns to the island nation tomorrow. Perhaps even in a box. As Gao Jun finished speaking, Luther rushed forward and kicked Ichiro Hiratani in the knee, throwing him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, grabbing him by the hair. How could Ichiro Pingu endure this? Blood was oozing from his nostrils and finally seeping into his lips. He was breathing heavily in his throat. Gao Jun put the phone to his ear sarcastically. Did you hear that clearly? Head of the Pingu family. Pingu Chuanbu's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. What do you want? Compensation. Gao Jun stated his purpose frankly. You've caused me such a huge loss. You must be compensated. $1 million. Let him come back. Gao Jun laughed out loud, holding his head high and laughing a few times. Then his face suddenly darkened. Are you kidding me? Or are you sending away beggars? Looks like I have to give a hearing to the head of the Pingu family. Hirayama Kawabu's glasses narrowed. No. Ah! A shrill scream came from the other end of the phone, deafening. Chapter 198, Twisted Interests. Hiratani Ichiro knelt on the ground, holding his right hand and rolling around in pain. Blood oozed out from between his fingers. A severed finger lay quietly on the ground. Luther, holding a dagger, looked murderous and said in English, Boss, I want to cut off his neck. Stop! Hirayama Kawabu roared, as if he had used up all his strength. The veins on his face were clearly visible. He gritted his teeth and gasped, What do you want? Gao Jun's face turned serious. He glanced at Pingu Ichiro, who was rolling his eyes in pain, and said, Tell me who is behind this. Listening to Gao Jun's murderous words, Pingu Chuanbu felt his heart tighten, his lips turned pale, and his body swayed slightly. He frowned, groped to the wooden bed, shook his head, licked his dry lips with his tongue, and paused for a few seconds before speaking. Adrian. He is the mastermind behind targeting you. His family controls about 70% of Ruilep's fast-moving consumer goods retail business. Wait a minute. Gao Jun shouts it, confused. Retail industry? What does this have to do with me? I don't think we have any business conflicts. Hirayama Kawaii felt a little dizzy. In that place, bullets are also considered retail. Every convenience store sells NATO, standard single and pistol bullets, and even dum-dum bullets. Do you think it will be polite to you? A 70% market share is terrifying. The current price of a NATO standard bullet is $3, which is nearly 20 RMB. If it were Gao Jun, if someone tried to steal this business from him, he would kill him. No wonder Adrian was anxious. Where did you tie my people? Gao Jun asks. I don't know. Hiratani Kawabu's voice became much weaker. All of this was masterminded by Adrian. We were just the executors. Gao Jun scoffed. If there's no benefit, would you offend me? Dogs run 10 miles just to eat shit. What benefit did Adrian promise to give you? Now Hiratani Kawabu stopped talking and played the silent game. You don't want me to chop off all 10 of Ichiro Hiratani's fingers, do you? Gao Jun said fiercely with a gloomy look in his eyes. Kawabu, don't forget what you promised my father. Have you forgotten the agreement? Suddenly, Ichiro Hiratani, who was kneeling on the ground, screamed and cursed in Japanese. Gao Jun didn't understand what was said, but he could clearly see the complaint in Ichiro Pingu's eyes. Shut up. Hiraya Kawaii looked as if his tail had been stepped on. His cloudy eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he roared into the microphone. Hiratani Ichiro, are you threatening the head of the family? Iwata, who was kneeling on the ground, buried his head even deeper. No one noticed that his eyes were flashing with excitement. Ichiro Hiratani calmed down a lot after being yelled at. He pursed his lips, hung his head, and his shoulders kept shaking. Gao Jun looked at him, and his mouth corners curled up with his signature bad intentions. Adrian promised me that if he kills you, he will form a cooperative relationship with Aogia Commercial Company to fully promote our military products. He will also allow us to invest and become their second largest shareholder. Pingu Kawabu spoke very gently, but Gao Jun was able to grasp the key point. The two companies merged, forming a powerful partnership, and then absorbing the power of Zulon Company would be enough to propel them to the next level and make them the leader of small arms dealers. However, Gao Jun always felt that there was something fishy going on. He launched a surprise attack with an almost decisive tone. This is your government's request. Bang! I heard a noise from the other end of the phone, as if something fell to the ground. Hiratani Kawabu's face was almost distorted. I don't know what you were talking about. But this explanation is full of evasiveness. Gao Jun couldn't have imagined that he just bombed something and actually did it right. If the Pingu family really had the support of the island government, then this would make perfect sense. Why would they throw themselves into it without reservation? They were just paving the way for greater benefits. Is this a prelude to the island nation's desire to get involved in the region's arms business? Have I been involved in the game between big powers without realizing it? Gao Jun's right eyebrow twitched, and he felt a little disgusted. He cursed in Chinese in a low voice. This situation actually used himself as the breakthrough point. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. As for fear, it didn't exist. When Gao Jun started this business, he understood the concept of profit. If you don't fight for it, you will never know how delicious and sweet it is. Just put your head on the belt, and whoever has the guts can take it. We admit defeat this time. We'll pay $2 million and quit the game, said Hiratani Kawabu. I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself if you leave like this. Gao Jun looked at the employee who had returned from finishing up the team, waved to Muhammad, and signaled him to bring the team back. He opened the car door, got in, and continued, let's do a business deal. ? Hirayaki Kawabu made a sound. How about kicking Adrian out of the game? Iwata didn't know how long he had been kneeling, but he knew that dawn was gradually approaching outside. He really wanted to prick up his ears to listen to what Hiratani Kawabu said, but the latter always spoke in a low voice, which made him a little anxious. He slowly moved his knees and took a step forward. You really want to know what I said? Hiratani Kawabu's voice was very abrupt. Iwata looked up in shock and saw the former's cold eyes. He was so scared that he hurriedly explained, No, head of the family, this. I just want to know how I can help you. Hiratani Kawabu just stared at him with a stiff face. After about half a cup of tea, he leaned back on the wooden bed tiredly and said meaningfully, You've been living in our house for 20 years, haven't you? Ever since you were taken in by my father at the age of 7. You've been working for us. Yes, patriarch. I've been pretty good to you these past 20 years, and there's something I need you to do. Hirayaki Kawabu's eyelids drooped, leaving only a slit visible. Come closer. I'll tell you something. Iwata didn't dare to neglect it. He quickly stood up, bent over, and asked with his ears perked up, What are your instructions, master? I want you to tell Jichiro Hiratani not to be so smart. Jichiro Hiratani? Iwata's face suddenly changed. This name was a taboo in the family. You know, the family once had the opportunity to obtain a large order worth more than $10 billion US. This order could completely allow the Hiratani family to rise again, but Hiratani Jichiro betrayed and sold the family's foundation to a business rival, so that the family failed in the bidding. Jichiro Hiratani escaped, but half a month later, he was killed in a bar in Washington. He was shot 7 times. The most important thing is that the traitor is Hiratani Kawabu's youngest son. The one who did the killing was the family head with gray hair in front of him. Bang! Iwata's eyes widened. There was a bloody hole on his forehead, and blood was slowly dripping down. He fell backwards with a loud bang. Tum, tum, dang. A group of people rushed in from outside, holding weapons in their hands. When they saw Iwata lying on the ground and Hiratani Kawabu holding a gun, they were stunned for a moment. drag him down, and throw him into the volcano. Hiratani Kawebu slowly stood up and looked at the bodyguard in front of him. Book me a plane ticket to Ruilep. Yes, it's the head of the family. Watching Iwata's body being dragged away, Hiratani Kawabu's eyes were still cold. People who know too much will die sooner or later. Adrian is crazy. He couldn't figure out where Gao Jun got his armed forces, and those artillery pieces were so terrifying. Was this an arms dealer or an arms company? His informant in Badass sent him a video, and he couldn't forget the scene on it. He called a senior government official, a person he had a connection with, while swearing. But as soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end spoke anxiously. Adrian, why do you still want to contact me? Adrian was stunned. He couldn't understand why his good friend spoke in such a tone. He didn't speak like this when he took the money. He was so angry that his nose was crooked and he lost his mind. Aiken, what are you guys doing? My plan has all gone to waste. Why are you asking me? Fuck. Aiken snorted coldly and was about to hang up the phone when he heard Adrian gritting his teeth and threatening. You'd better tell me clearly, otherwise, I know where your home is. Aiken didn't dare pretend anymore. The death of a high-ranking official in Ruilep was a common occurrence. If he provoked the other party, he might hire a gunman to rush in and kill him. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Neil Church has been dismissed. Pressure from Spain. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone, Adrian felt a little dazed. He didn't remember his crimes against the Spanish forces. Could it be the background of that Chinese man? Fuck, didn't the intelligence dealer tell him that he was just an ordinary Chinese man? Liars, all liars. Adrian roared angrily and threw his phone to the ground, breaking it into 2 pieces instantly. His chest was heaving with anger. A weak sneer was particularly harsh in this confined space. Adrian slowly raised his head like a wounded lion and saw the man tied to pier with his head held high. Blood was dripping from his face, and a sneer was pulled at the corner of his mouth, as if he had used up all his strength. Are you scared? Are you terrified? It's too late. He seemed to want to laugh out all the depression in his body. Adrian rushed up violently and kicked Pierre in the chest. Puff! Pierre's laughter stopped abruptly, and a stream of blood spurted out, splashing all over Adrian. This further irritated him. He grabbed Pierre's head and said angrily, Are you happy? You bastard. He picked up a stone from the ground. I want you to laugh. He slapped Pierre's face and heard a few crisp sounds of bones breaking. The people watching this scene twitched and took a step back without saying a word to avoid suffering any unnecessary disaster. This Adrian has gone crazy. Chapter 199, Mercenary Group. When the eternal brightness of the sky pierces the void of Badasi, there's a long period of depression after the storm. The streets were deserted, with only the occasional stray dog running out with some unidentified rotten meat in its mouth, its eyes red. If it heard any noise, it would run away. The stray dogs in this war-torn area had also learned to be cautious. Finally, a brave civilian opened the door and looked around carefully. Behind him, his wife, dressed in traditional clothes, was sitting nervously on the bed holding her child, watching her husband leave with worry. He had to go out because there was not much food left at home. The humanitarian relief station is just a means for those despicable people to swear their own justice. It is empty, and even the rats are trembling with hunger. May the Lord bless us. The wife prayed in the background. When Gao Jun got off the tank, he saw Muhammad pushing a white man towards him. The latter had his hands raised, a look of fear on his face, and his lips moving up and down as if he was praying. Gao Jun was a little confused and shouted at him, motioning him to come over. Boss! Muhammad forced a smile, with an unknown black spot on his front teeth. What is this? A prisoner? The bearded man nodded and sneered sarcastically. Once the artillery fires, they will surrender when we rush in. These Europeans are just afraid of death. The white man who was confronted was very unconvinced, but his face just turned red, not knowing how to explain. Do you want to live? Gao Jun looked at the white man and held up 2 fingers. $200,000 for 1 life. The white man, who had been a little excited after hearing the first half of Gao Jun's words, suddenly widened his eyes, his tongue stuck in his throat, and he stammered in fear. $200,000? Fuck, is this a robbery? The second half of the words were blurted out subconsciously. That's right, robbery. Gao Jun smiled freely and admitted it directly. He put his hands in his pockets and said, Of course, you can also choose to be sold as slaves. I have a route to Gambia, and they happen to be short of labor there. I have to make some profit from you. The artillery shells fired here cost money, and Gao Jun didn't care about humanitarianism as long as he could exchange the prisoners for US dollars. Ways to make money are written in the criminal law. No, no, no. The white man hurriedly shook his head, took a panicked breath, and said in embarrassment, "We don't have that much money." The mercenary group was operating in North Africa before. The mission failed, and we lost several comrades. All the money was used for pensions. I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of professional ethics. Gao Jun teased. In fact, groups like mercenaries have no organization to restrain them. They are apostles wandering on the border of the law. They have just transformed from individual vultures into a group of wild wolves. The powerful mercenary group is even more elite than the infantry of any country in the world, but most of them are incorporated into the official violent groups. For example, the famous Gurkha mercenaries are one of the world's most famous foreign mercenary groups, known for their strict discipline, bravery, and loyalty to their employers. From the Gurkha village west of Kathmandu, Nepal, he applied for military service in the UK with an annual salary of $8,500 and a service period of 15 years. Over the past 150 years, the Gurkhas have participated in almost all conflicts involving Britain or India. All Gurkha battalions are named after British monarchs. The oldest Gurkha battalion in the British Army boasts a 2-meter-long bronze Queen's staff, awarded to the battalion by the Queen in 1863 in lieu of a battle hero medal. If it is a private mercenary group, the situation will be much more pitiful. There were surprises in terms of weapons and equipment, rear supplies, and even death benefits. To put it bluntly, these people came together for profit, and there were countless deaths caused by uneven distribution of spoils. For example, such an incident occurred in Tripoli, the capital of Libya, in 2004. A gunfight broke out in a bathing place in the city center, resulting in 13 deaths and 21 injuries. The reason for this was the infighting among the mercenary groups due to uneven distribution of spoils. So Gao Jun was a little surprised to hear that this white person also received pensions. This was quite rare. Of course, I admire the warriors on the battlefield the most. Gao Jun's words sounded fake, and the smile on his face showed no respect at all. I can give you another way to survive. What? The white man asked hurriedly. Fight for me. Gao Jun spread his arms and gestured around. You can tell I'm an arms dealer. I love peace. Love peace? Everyone around Gao Jun twitched their lips. Even the devil wouldn't believe what was said. Of course, no one dared to express their opinions and had to suppress their expressions. Gao Jun watched the entire scene unfold, but he didn't care. He continued, but there are always people who want to use force to force me to surrender. I think this is very violent. I need someone to calm them down. If you help me this time, I can let you go once this is over. The white man's eyes lit up with joy. They were mercenaries. Fighting for whom? It wasn't a war. Are you serious? Of course. I'm a trustworthy businessman. Okay, give us the weapons. The white man said concisely and efficiently. Give them to them. Remember to give them an extra amount of ammunition. We can't be stingy with our companions. Gao Jun felt a bit like he was craving a cigarette. He rubbed his hands, took out a box of small cigars from his suit, took a puff, and said to Muhammad, then looked at the white man, I don't know what to call you yet. Edward Mallory. You can also call me by my nickname, African Giant Rat. This guy looked very proud when he mentioned his nickname, and looked at Gao Jun eagerly. Nice name, buddy. Gao Jun waved his hand, and this casual look obviously made Edward feel discouraged. Go and have a good rest. It won't be long before I need you. Gao Jun patted Edward's shoulder and walked towards the place where the troops were assembled. As soon as he turned around, his expression changed, and he sneered at Peter beside him. Next time, let them charge first. If there were any losses in the sandy jungle, Gao Jun would have a hard time explaining it. The cannon fodder delivered to your door must be of some use. Anderson sat on the Tiger tank, smoking a cigarette and patting the gun barrel, looking unsatisfied. When he saw Gao Jun, he shouted at the top of his voice, Hey, buddy, when is our next operation? Do you like it? Gao Jun asked with a smile. Of course. Shit, I like this feeling, knocking the opponent down with one shot. This is the game a man should play. Anderson shouted happily with his head tilted back. He couldn't breathe in and choked to death. Then he lay on the ground and retched vigorously. Do you want our boss to buy one? It's cheap, considering our relationship. It's $650,000. You can just drive away. Gao Jun never forgets the cell. Anderson's smile faded, and he quickly climbed down from the tank, waving his hands in refusal. No, we won't accept this equipment, even if we die. Trying to take US dollars out of a mercenary's mouth is like trying to take shit out of a dog's mouth. Gao Jun didn't force it. He handed Anderson a cigarette and lit it himself, saying, Job must have told you that if you let me hire you for 3 days, you should obey me during these 3 days. That's true in theory, but Mr. Gao, we won't go there to die. Anderson glanced at Gao Jun. Don't worry, buddy. Job is my friend. Gao Jun's face cracks. He put his right hand on Anderson's shoulder, leaned his ear over, and started plotting. Anderson became more and more horrified as he listened. He widened his eyes and cried out, What? Kidnapping. He looked around as if feeling guilty, then lowered his voice and asked, You want us to do something like kidnapping? Hey guys, don't act like you're such decent people. Gao Jun rolled his eyes and rubbed his hands. For dollars, there's nothing you wouldn't do. Kidnapping is just one of your services. What you said makes sense, but Anderson said hesitantly. Gao Jun noticed the struggle on his face and smiled. If you succeed, I'll give you $50,000 personally. Deal. Anderson's face was no longer struggling. His mouth was about to crack. He directly shook Gao Jun's hand and said, Mr. Gao is really generous. Damn it. Gao Jun cursed in his heart, but his face remained calm. Don't let me down. Chapter 200, Regular Customer. When Ping Guchuanbu stepped onto the land of Ruilep, he couldn't help but pinch his nose. He really disliked the smell of gunpowder in the air. Following behind him were several strong bodyguards who protected him as he walked out of the terminal. At the door, he found Peter, who was there to pick him up. Mr. Hiratani Kawabu. Peter was almost a head taller than the other man, and he looked down at him with a stiff and expressionless face. Hiratani Kawabu's face twitched, and he suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and reluctantly stretched out his hand. Hi. Thank you for your help. Peter didn't even look at this, but turned around and said coldly, Come with me. Baka. Seeing Hirayama Kawabu being humiliated, the bodyguard behind him became angry and stood up in rage. In this old-fashioned samurai family, where the old system still exists, the power of the head of the family is supreme, and his humiliation also represents a provocation to the entire Pingu family. Peter stopped, turned around, his eyes fierce, and the handle of his gun was faintly visible under his windbreaker. Stop it! Hiratani Kawabu shouted, turning around and slapping the bodyguard in the face, nearly knocking him to the ground. He finally managed to stand up straight, lowering his head and saying in panic, Hey! The right side of his face swelled up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a weight was hanging on it. Sir, please don't be offended by him. Hirayama Kawabu bowed to Peter and apologized. Peter looked at Hiratani Kawabu deeply. The genes in his bones told him that this short island man was very anxious, a cobra who was good at hiding. My boss doesn't like people talking too much. I understand. Hiratani Kawaii replied respectfully. Peter snorted coldly and walked out of the door first. Pingu Kawabu's face became much gloomier. He looked at the bodyguard and gritted his teeth. No one should say anything without my order. Hey! Several bodyguards trembled all over. Hiraya Kawabu kept his eyes fixed on the outside of the car, watching the civilians lying on the ground snatching food. He seemed to see 2 dogs fighting with each other, their teeth bared, their faces full of ferociousness. The cans that fell to the ground were covered with dust. Poor guy. He shook his head gently, as if with pity, but there was a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. I should be able to squeeze some benefits out of him. I hope that Chinese man won't let me down. He came here to do business, and he said it very bluntly. Although he had promised Ichiro Hiratani's father that he would take care of him for the rest of his life, couldn't he go back on his word? Credibility? He never did. He, Hiratani Kawabu, only believes in the benefits he can get, which is also the reason why his family can continue to exist. Those who follow the rules will die under the rules. Peter drove the car into the company. The Tiger tanks, Katyushas, and rocket launchers parked on both sides left an impression on Hiratani Kawabu's mind. The mercenaries scattered around were no less numerous than the regular army. When the car stopped in front of a small building, he saw several people standing at the door. The Asian face among them looked a little intimate. Before he could even steady himself, Hiratani Kawabu pushed the door open and jumped down. He tugged at his custom-made suit from Milan, and with a smile on his face, he walked over and extended his hand from 3 meters away. Mr. Gao Jun. Mr. Hiratani Kawai. Gao Jun shook the other's hand, smiling broadly. It's a shame you had to go all the way to Ruilep. The two men didn't look angry at all, and it was hard to tell that they were once a pair fighting on the battlefield. Upstairs, please. Gao Jun made a frustrated invitation gesture and said to Peter, Go and invite Mr. Pingu Ichiro over. The two walked side by side toward the office. When they reached a certain point in their conversation, they looked at each other and laughed. Then they walked into the room and sat down in separate rows. Gao Jun glanced at everyone in the room and said, Mr. Hiratani Kawebu, we are all family here, so why don't we be frank and speak frankly? Please speak. Hiratani Kawabu was already impatient, and the muscles on his face were a little stiff from smiling. I can write off all the losses your company has caused in my business, but I want 80% of Adrian's assets. That's understandable, isn't it? 80%? This appetite is simply too big. Hiratani Kawebu was so frightened that his teeth hurt. He picked up the tea in front of him, took a sip, slowed down the pace of the negotiation, and deliberately prolonged it. This was a little trick he calculated in his mind, and when he noticed Gao Jun's slightly impatient expression, he finally spoke. I don't think this will benefit our Pingu family. Mr. Hiratani Kawai, I think you've forgotten something. Gao Jun interrupted before he could finish, causing Hiratani Kawai to frown. He wondered if all his words had been wasted. Gao Jun continued, I just lack a partner. Not that I can't fight Adrian on my own. Please understand this. I've also made an agreement with the Cloverleaf Jungle Security Company. They want 10% of the pie and will help me with all their might. Gao Jun wasn't just making random guesses. After the night raid, Lee Vanisdale, the big boss of Clover Jungle, called personally. He wanted to exchange the 5 million euros Gao Jun had paid for 10% of Adrian's remaining profits. At first glance, this proposal looked like corporate oppression, but Gao Jun saw an opportunity. Even if Adrian could defend the cake left by himself with armed forces, it will not be stable. If someone causes trouble for him later, it will be really exciting. He also knows that for such a big cake, you have to give others some benefits. History has proven that those who eat alone will be killed. The advantage of cooperating with Clover Jungle is that it can bind the interests of both parties together, which is one of the most unbreakable relationships in the world. Gao Jun agreed readily, and was also thinking about dividing the profits in his hands with the Soros family. Although the other party is rich, they will not think that having too much money is too much. People should live smartly and never be too greedy. Hiratani Kawebu hadn't expected Gao Jun to actually drag Sanny Junlin into this. His brows furrowed even deeper, and he subconsciously reached for his cigarette. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he glanced at Gao Jun. 30%. That's my requirement. And I know Mr. Gao is an arms dealer. Our family's weapons and equipment for the overseas escort team can only be purchased from you exclusively. Gao Jun's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth twitched. He stood up and changed the subject. Mr. Hiratani Kawebu, can we discuss how Adrian should die? Of course. I'd love to see that jerk who went against Mr. Gao go to hell. He's no longer welcome here in Ruilep. Hiratani Kawyuki is also a bitch. She sold out her teammates in the blink of an eye, without even a hint of guilt. The two of them laughed happily, but everyone knew that if there was enough benefit, the other party would also stab them to death. US dollars. It smells so damn good.